This woman was completely crazy. She had set up a small stall, not very big, with a mottled old wooden table, a few broken baskets with obvious cracks, and even the parasol was faded, as if it had been picked up from a garbage dump. But the price is outrageous. Cucumbers are $30 per pound, covered in mud and thorns, and look like they haven't been washed. Apples are $40 a pound, unwaxed, unselected, and come in all sizes. Chickens and ducks cost $50 a pound, and I don't even bother plucking them. Pork and mutton were priced at $60 per pound, much more expensive than the finely cut meats sold at the nearby market. At first, passersby laughed and sneered. Isn't this just robbery? Anyone who buys it is an idiot. However, 3 days later, those who had ridiculed the product began to secretly queue up to buy it. Just because Jiang Wanning, a well-known high-level wood-type mutant in this doomsday, once encountered a zombie siege and eventually detonated his supernatural powers, dying together with the zombies. When she woke up again, she found herself traveling to a parallel world and became Jiang Wanning, a vain and money-hungry female star. At that moment, Jiang Wanning was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in her apartment when her eyes stumbled upon the dying plant on the coffee table. She subconsciously tried to activate her inner powers, hoping to breathe life into the plant. However, the green plant, which should have instantly revived, showed no reaction at all. Her body was empty, without any trace of any supernatural power. At that moment, Jiang Wanning felt as if the sky had fallen. She had lived in the apocalypse for as long as she could remember, and had long since become accustomed to the survival rules that prioritize strength. Now, amidst a period of peace and prosperity, she felt little sense of security, and instead fell into extreme anxiety due to the disappearance of her wood-based abilities. She instinctively reached out to grab the peace locket hanging on her chest and try to activate her supernatural power again. Suddenly, a familiar supernatural energy surged into her body. Jiang Wanning's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly mobilized her inner strength once again. This time, the wilted plant's leaves slowly straightened, regaining vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several attempts, Jiang Wanning finally discovered the underlying principle. In her previous life, in a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by a virus, only the crystal cores in the zombies' brains contained the energy needed by psychics. Wood-type psychics relied on absorbing this energy to enhance their abilities and stimulate their vitality. Although the world today is clean, it also lacks any natural supernatural energy. Jiang Wanning originally thought that she would never be able to use supernatural powers again in this life. But just now, an unexpected attempt made her realize that this seemingly ordinary peace locket on her chest can actually help her use supernatural powers. But this peace locket was nothing more than an ordinary piece of jade. It wasn't a crystal core, nor did it have any special structure. So how could it store energy? Even more bizarre, she had clearly been transported through time. So why was the original owner wearing the exact same peace locket? Just as Jiang Wanning was puzzled, the doorbell suddenly began to ring frantically. As soon as she opened the door, a group of people rushed in like a tide. In front was a man and a woman, followed by two white-haired old men, who were aggressive and had angry faces. Jiang Wanning instinctively stepped back, staring at them warily. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The woman screamed shrilly. "You bitch! Why did you call the police to arrest my daughter? She's not even 18 years old. She's still a child. You don't even let a child go." Jiang Wanning looked at the people in front of her coldly, a few vague memories flashing through her mind. The red carpet, the curses, and the pungent liquid. "Oh," she said in an icy voice. "Was it your daughter who threw sulfuric acid on me?" The man stepped forward and said arrogantly, "My daughter didn't do it on purpose. You're not hurt. Why are you pretending to be a victim? Come on, let's go to the police station to explain everything and let my daughter out." As he said that, he actually reached out to pull Jiang Wanning. She definitely took 2 steps back and sneered. "Why should I go to the police station to release her? I'm fine because I'm lucky. And she threw sulfuric acid on me, which is intentional murder. Shouldn't she be punished?" Upon hearing this, the woman became even more agitated and began to scream hysterically. What punishment? She's still young, a minor. It was just an impulse. And the sulfuric acid didn't even get on you. And you're fine. So how can this be considered murder? You're a big star. Are you really going to bother with a child? Jiang Wanning laughed in anger. Nothing? If nothing was wrong, how could the original body disappear from this world? What's wrong with being a minor? Can a minor kill or beat people at will? Can a minor do whatever he wants? Whether I'm fine or not is not up to you to decide. I believe the law will give me justice. After all, she had taken over the original body. The girl was frightened to death, and she needed justice. Although she couldn't kill for life like in the apocalypse, at least justice should be done. The man was enraged and raised his fist to hit her, but was stopped by a fierce-looking old man beside him. The old man put on a sad expression and looked at Jiang Wanning, but the fierceness in his eyes could not be hidden. Miss, our Yuxuan is truly a good child. She just made a mistake in a moment of confusion. We apologize to you on her behalf. Please let us know any demands you may have. As long as we can do it, we will definitely satisfy you. Please let her go. I heard you're a big star. If this matter gets out of hand, it will be bad for your reputation. As a star, why would you go to such lengths to pick on a child? At this moment, the old woman behind him also rushed forward, crying, please let our child go. She's still young and naive. She still has a bright future ahead of her. She still has to go to school and take the civil service exam. She can't let it be ruined like this. She did this because of you celebrities. She's a victim too. Seeing Jiang Wanning still unresponsive, the old lady suddenly tumbled to her knees. Isn't it enough for me to kneel down for you? Please let our child go. If anything happens to her, how will we live? The old lady begged and wailed, her voice echoing in the corridor. The cries and pleas for mercy attracted a number of onlookers, who began to criticize Jiang Wanning. The child is still young, so we really shouldn't take it too seriously. Really, he didn't actually get hurt, so why ruin his future? Jiang Wanning glanced at these people coldly, her tone sarcastic. Haha, if it doesn't happen to you, you'll never understand it. Wait until someone throws sulfuric acid at you, and then come and tell me off. Seeing her pleading was ineffective, the woman's expression immediately changed. She pointed at Jiang Wanning and began to curse. You are a dishonest woman. When you make money, you coax your children to spend it on you. And when something goes wrong, you blame it all on them. You have a chaotic private life, seducing others everywhere, and even corrupting children. If you don't agree to settle, we will expose your viciousness and make sure you can't survive in the entertainment industry. Jiang Wanning shrugged nonchalantly. Then go ahead and expose her. I really don't care about those messy circles. A hint of anticipation even flickered in her eyes. Expose her quickly and ideally ban her. That way, she could find a plot of land, grow vegetables and food, and realize her dream of having enough food and clothing. After years of struggling in the apocalypse, Jiang Wanning had long since realized that her greatest wish was simply to have enough food to eat, live a peaceful and stable life, and be free of zombies. Now that she had unexpectedly traveled to this peaceful world, wouldn't that be the perfect way to fulfill her wish? Why would she want to be a star? She wanted to farm, lie low, and live a happy life with plenty of food, drink, and clothing. Jiang Wanning shut up. A roar rang out, and a woman with big curly hair rushed in aggressively. Jiang Wanning only took a glance and recognized the other person's identity from the original owner's memory. Huang Hailey, the original owner's agent. Huang Hailey quickly walked up to the family, put on a friendly expression, and said soothingly, brother and sister, uncle and aunt, don't be angry. Let's talk it out. The man yelled, what else is there to say? You must come with us to the police station today to reconcile and release my daughter, otherwise we will never let you go. Huang Hailey smiled and said, reconcile? Of course we will reconcile. We agree to reconcile, don't worry. Then, she turned to look at Jiang Wanning. Her expression suddenly changed, and her tone became stern. Jiang Wanning, please sign this document quickly so that they can take the child out of the police station. After saying that, he threw a few pieces of paper in front of her. The title of the document was clearly written, Settlement Agreement. Jiang Wanning looked at Huang Hailey and sneered, why? Why should I reconcile with someone who wants to throw sulfuric acid on me and kill me? Jiang Wanning, can you use your brains? Huang Hailey gnashed her teeth in anger and threatened in a low voice. Chen Yinen's agent has called me. If you don't want to be banned, reconcile with them. If Chen Yinen makes a move, the company will definitely not be able to protect you, and the contract will not be renewed. Think it over carefully. Chen Yinen? Jiang Wanning's mind flashed to that androgynous yet exquisitely refined face. She finally remembered. This man was none other than the top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, whom the original owner had accidentally bumped into. It was said he had tens of millions of fans, and was indeed capable of shutting down even minor celebrities. But so what? She was eager for it. Jiang Wanning didn't even bother to glance at it, and tore the document into pieces. I couldn't ask for more. Then, she declared with a stern face, regarding Wang Yuxuan's actions against me, I want to reiterate for the last time. Everything will be handled according to the law. I will not accept any form of compromise. Huang Hailey was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at her nose and yelled, Jiang Wanning, you have guts. Don't come back to beg me in the future. After that, she left angrily in her high heels. Seeing that the 4 people looked like they wanted to eat her, Jiang Wanning said coldly, leave my house quickly while I still have some patience. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. We won't leave unless you reconcile. The woman simply sat down on the ground, acting like a rogue. Jiang Wanning was not annoyed. Instead, she slowly took out her cell phone. Is this 110? Someone is illegally intruding here. Seeing that reconciliation was hopeless, the man suddenly picked up the vase at the entrance and threw it at her. She dodged sideways, then turned around and kicked the man against the wall. Her zombie beating skills were still there, and although the power was much less, the kick was enough to make him question his life. Comrade police, help me, she said calmly into the phone. These people are still trying to attack me. I'm so scared. The police arrived quickly and, after some tugging, forcibly took the 4 people away. The neighbors watching the corridor looked at Jiang Wanning with fear in their eyes, obviously completely shocked by her series of actions. Of course, there were also some fearless people who were filled with chastity and wanted to criticize. Let's be merciful when we can. It's not good for the little girl to be so aggressive. But Jiang Wanning gave them a murderous look, and everyone immediately scattered. Just then, are you okay? A soft and gentle voice came from her ears. Jiang Wanning turned her head and was met with a pair of sympathetic eyes. Lin Siyun, a young artist from the same company, who seemed to live next door to her. She curled the corners of her mouth and shrugged lightly. Thank you, I'm fine. How could she not be fine after traveling from that apocalyptic world with corpses everywhere and scarce resources to this peaceful and prosperous world with abundant materials and sound laws? At that moment, the phone rang. Jiang Wanning looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen and answered it. Hello, is this Jiang Wanning? A male voice with a thick rural accent came from the phone. Jiang Wanning replied, It's me. Who are you? Thank God, I finally found you. I'm Jiang Dahai, the village chief of Wangshan Village. Something's happened to your grandmother. Please come back and see her. Grandma? Jiang Wanning's heart suddenly tightened. Several familiar, yet unfamiliar faces flashed through her mind. Only then did she realize that the original owner had family in this world. A grandmother, nearly 70, still struggling to make ends meet. And, in her memory, those 2 innocent little faces flashed by. Jiang Wanning felt her scalp tingle, as if the sky had fallen down again. It turned out that her original self actually had 2 children, a pair of 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. Jiang Wanning, are you listening? The village chief anxiously urged on the phone. She quickly suppressed her inner shock and asked hurriedly, I'm listening, village chief. What happened to my grandma? Sighed on the other end of the phone. Your grandmother accidentally fell down while picking chestnuts in the mountains and broke her right leg. Her left leg hasn't recovered from the last car accident, and now she's injured her right leg again. Now, she can only lie in bed and can't move at all. Your family is now full of old and young, and there's not even anyone who can help. During this period, Grandma Wu and the people in the village have taken turns to help look after your family. But it's okay for a day or 2, but after a long time, no one has the energy. After all, you're your grandmother's granddaughter and the mother of 2 children. You should come back and visit her as soon as possible. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, Jiang Dahai's voice still revealed anger and dissatisfaction. Jiang Wanning quickly replied, Okay, thank you, village chief. I'll be back as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, her face paled and her heart ached. She wasn't sure if it was because she had inherited the original owner's body and memories, and even those feelings, that she was worried about her family. Jiang Wanning couldn't sit still when she thought about the elderly and children in her family who couldn't even get a full meal. She acted quickly, immediately booking a flight to Jiangcheng for the next morning and began packing. This 1-bedroom apartment, located in the inner 3rd Ring Road, was considered quite nice in Beijing, where land is extremely expensive. Unfortunately, the house was not hers, but a residence arranged by the agency for its artists. In addition to clothes and bags, the room also contained various jewelry, all of which were expensive brand names. It was obvious that most of the money she had earned in the entertainment industry over the years had been spent on these things. The problem was, she wouldn't be able to wear these clothes once she got home. Taking them with her would just be taking up space. Thinking about the 387 yuan left in her account after deducting the 1,560 yuan for the plane ticket, Jiang Wanning decisively knocked on the next door. She remembered that the little girl named Lin Siyun had borrowed her clothes and bag when she attended an event before. The door opened, and a face covered with a white mask peeked out. "Sister Wan Ning, are you looking for me?" Lin Siyun's voice sounded a little muffled through the mask. Jiang Wanning said straight to the point, "Siyun, I'm going back to my hometown. I don't need many of my things anymore. If you need them, I'll give you 200,000 yuan, and you can take them all." Going back to my hometown, Lin Siyun subconsciously touched the mask on her face, as if she had misheard. "Sister Wanning, where did you say you were going back to?" "Back home," Jiang Wanning said calmly, "and I don't plan to come back anymore." Lin Siyun was so shocked that her mask almost fell off. But wasn't Sister Hailey still discussing contract renewal with you a few days ago? How come you suddenly? Jiang Wanning's contract was about to expire. Because they couldn't agree on the terms, it had been delayed until now. Now, it was easier, as she didn't even have to pay the penalty. She didn't explain much, but led Lin Siyun straight into the cloakroom. With deft movements, she stuffed each piece of designer clothing and bag into Lin Siyun's arms. As she sorted through her jewelry box, her fingers suddenly stopped on a few jade ornaments. The subtle touch from her fingertips confirmed her suspicion. These jade ornaments, like her peace locket, contained energy that could enhance her supernatural powers. "I'm not selling these." Jiang Wanning quickly put away the jade ornaments. "I'll give you a discount of 100,000. When the entire cloakroom was emptied and the 100,000 yuan was successfully transferred, Lin Siyun was still a little dazed. After all, Jiang Wanning's obsession with fame was well known in the industry. Why was she suddenly saying she wanted to leave? "Sister Wanning, have you really thought it through?" Lin Siyun asked cautiously. "Does Sister Hailey know about this?" "I know." Jiang Wanning twitched her lips. She was the one who decided not to renew the contract. Lin Siyun hesitated. Their relationship wasn't close enough to allow them to confide in each other. So she finally asked, "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow," Jiang Wanning replied flatly. "Then, I'll treat you to a meal as a farewell," Lin Siyun offered sincerely. She also wanted to take the opportunity to express her gratitude. After all, spending 100,000 yuan on so many luxury goods, even if they were secondhand, was still a steal. Jiang Wanning smiled and declined. "No thanks. I have a flight tomorrow morning, and I have some things to take care of." Lin Siyun didn't force it and brought out a package from the house. "Sakura's Nina Queen. It's delicious. Sister Wanning, you can bring it with you on the way tomorrow." "What Queen Nina?" She looked down and saw 2 bunches of purple grapes. "Thank you." Jiang Wanning took them and thanked her sincerely. Back inside, looking at the 2 bunches of plump, round grapes, she felt quite hungry. She casually picked one, wiped it with the corner of her clothes, and popped it into her mouth. It tasted quite good. Very sweet, not sour. Better than most fruits cultivated in the apocalypse. However, compared to the fruits she nurtured with her wood-type abilities, they were far inferior. After all the food she cultivated with her abilities not only tasted delicious, but also had unexpected benefits, such as strengthening the body and even enhancing supernatural powers. This was the key to her success in the apocalypse. However, when she saw the price on the package, she was stunned. 1 kilogram, 899 yuan. Such a mediocre flavor, yet it sold for 899 yuan a kilogram. If she could grow fruit using her supernatural powers in the future, wouldn't that fetch a sky-high price? Thinking of this, her desire to return home became even more urgent. The next morning, Jiang Wanning dragged a small suitcase, took her phone and ID card, and headed for the airport. The airport was still sparsely populated in the early morning, so she chose the earliest flight to avoid being disturbed. But apparently, someone had gotten up earlier than her. Jiang Wanning. A sharp female voice pierced the silence of the airport lobby. Jiang Wanning didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Her manager, Huang Hailey, the woman who always wore heavy makeup and 10-centimeter high heels. Jiang Wanning raised an eyebrow, looking impatient. "What's going on?" Huang Hailey walked over quickly, her high heels tapping a rapid rhythm on the marble floor. Behind her was a burly man who looked like a security guard, clearly prepared. "What's wrong?" Huang highly sneered, her red manicured fingernail nearly poking Jiang Wanning's nose. "You left the hospital without permission, booked a flight without informing the company, and now you're asking me if I'm okay." A strong scent of powder wafted towards her, and Jiang Wanning took a half step back in disgust. Oh, it seemed the booking information had betrayed her. "Sister, you're my agent, not my guardian. Do I have to report to you about my whereabouts?" Jiang Wanning retorted unhappily. She'd spent the previous night studying the laws and regulations of this world, barely sleeping, so her temper was naturally off. Huang highly narrowed her eyes, a sneer playing on her lips. "I can't control where you go, but have you forgotten that your contract with the company hasn't expired yet?" She pulled a stack of documents from her briefcase. According to Article 7, Paragraph 3 of the contract, artists must fully cooperate with the company's arrangements during the contract period. Failure to do so will be considered a breach of contract and will result in a penalty of 10 million yuan. 10 million? Why don't you just go and rob them? Jiang Wanning's eyes widened in disbelief as she took the contract and looked through it. The terms were clearly spelled out. A base salary of 3,000 yuan, no social insurances or housing fund, and a mere 10% commission on projects. The penalty clause was extremely unfair. If the company breached the contract, no compensation was required. However, if the artist breached the contract, they would have to pay a penalty of up to 10 million yuan. The contract was for 3 years. The signature of Party B was clearly written, Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but curse. Damn it. From her original body's memories, she already knew this lousy company wasn't a good thing, but she hadn't expected it to be so shameless. When she signed the contract, she was just a newbie who knew nothing about the traps hidden in the terms. Her only slight consolation was that the contract was only a month away from expiration. She took a deep breath and pointed to one of the clauses. The contract stipulates that I must cooperate with the company's assigned work during the contract period and may not take on outside work without permission. But it doesn't say that I must stay on standby, right? She stated word for word. First, I don't have a job right now, and second, I haven't taken on any outside work. Third, I'm currently recuperating from a work-related injury, so it's reasonable for me to return home to recover. If this counts as a breach of contract, we can ask the Labor Arbitration Committee to review the matter. Huang Hailei's eyes flashed with calculation. Who said you don't have a job? I came here today to take you to work. Jiang Wanning narrowed her eyes. What job? You'll know when you get there, Huang Hailei said with a meaningful smile. Think about the 10 million yuan penalty. It's better to cooperate. Forget the 10 million yuan. Jiang Wanning had to sell her belongings to get the 100,000 yuan in her card. Not to mention, even if she did have 10 million yuan, she wouldn't let such a shady company get away with it. There was still a month left on the contract. If it weren't for the call from the village chief, she wouldn't have cared less and could have simply waited. But now, Jiang Wanning weighed the pros and cons for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, let's go." A black business car slid through Beijing's morning rush hour traffic. She sat in the back seat, watching the reflections of high-rise buildings rapidly recede outside the car window. The car finally stopped in front of a five-star hotel. With her original experience in the industry, Jiang Wanning instantly understood the true meaning of work. "What are we doing here?" She stood still. Huang Hailei leaned close to her ear, and the strong, pungent scent of perfume hit her face. "Boss Zhao has taken a fancy to you. If you serve him well, he will promise to give me 1 male lead and 2 female supporting roles." She lowered her voice and said, "Don't be ungrateful. There's so many people who want to climb into Boss Zhao's bed, but never have the chance." Jiang Wanning sneered. Before she could say anything, Huang Hailei glanced at the security guard behind her. The security guard immediately grabbed her arm and forcibly led her into the elevator. "You're breaking the law." Jiang Wanning struggled a bit. "Forget it. It's written in black and white in the contract that you must obey the company's arrangements." Huang Hailei pressed the button for the 20th floor. "If this goes well today, the company will not pursue the matter between you and Shen Yinan. If it doesn't work out, you should be prepared to pay the penalty for breach of contract." The elevator door opened on the 20th floor. She was roughly shoved to the door of room 2033. Huang Hailei swiped the room card and pushed her in. "Be good." Huang Hailei smiled meaningfully, and then with a click, the door was locked. Jiang Wanning stumbled a few steps before steadying herself. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of expensive cologne. Water gurgled in the bathroom, and the silhouette of a portly man loomed behind the frosted glass. She looked around, a standard luxury suite with red wine and several suspicious vials of medicine on the bedside table. Her suitcase had been left outside, but fortunately her phone was still in her pocket. The sound of water stopped. A smile flickered in Jiang Wanning's eyes, and she pulled out her phone, turning on the video function. The bathroom door opened, and a middle-aged man, wrapped only in a bath towel, emerged. He was overweight, his chest covered in hair, and a sickening grin adorned his greasy face. "Xiao Jiang, have you been waiting for a long time?" Mr. Zhao walked towards her, his fat body shaking. "Your agent said you don't have much experience and asked me to be gentle." Jiang Wanning took a step back, hiding her phone at her side and continuing to record. She pretended not to understand and asked, "Mr. Zhao, Sister Huang said you wanted to discuss a job with me?" Mr. Zhao laughed so hard that the bath towel almost slipped off as he moved. "Huang highly really didn't lie to me. You are very different from what is said on the internet." The rumors about Jiang Wanning on the internet were extremely unbearable, but in reality, she was like an innocent little white rabbit. He poured a glass of red wine and placed it opposite her, motioning her to sit over. "Drink some wine and relax, and serve me well later. You will be indispensable for resources in the future." So what Mr. Zhao means is that Huang highly used my body to exchange her resources for a male lead and 2 female supporting roles. Jiang Wanning did not move, but raised her mobile phone and aimed the camera at Mr. Zhao. "That's right, isn't it a good deal?" Before she could finish her words, Mr. Zhao saw the phone in her hand and his face instantly darkened. "What are you filming? Put the phone down." According to Article 236 of the criminal law, anyone who rapes a woman by means of violence, coercion, or other means shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 10 years. Jiang Wanning spoke calmly, tapping the screen with her finger. "I've recorded what you just said." Mr. Zhao's face turned livid. He lunged forward, attempting to snatch the phone. "Bitch, give me your phone." Jiang Wanning was prepared, dodging sideways while dialing the emergency number she had programmed. "Hello, I'm calling the police. Someone is attempting to rape me in room 2033 of the Outlet Hotel and is assaulting me." She gave the address clearly, then looked at Mr. Zhao, who was rushing toward her again. "The police will be here soon, Mr. Zhao. Are you sure you want to continue?" "You fucking..." Mr. Zhao was furious, and his fat body rushed towards her again. This time, Jiang Wanning didn't dodge, but instead raised her leg and kicked him hard in the knee. Mr. Zhao screamed and fell to his knees. She stood still, looking down from above and continuing to record the scene with her phone. "This was self-defense," she told the camera. "Mr. Zhao intended to rape me and was the first to use violence against me. I was just fighting back." Less than 10 minutes later, the police burst in. Mr. Zhao, wrapped in a towel, was pinned to the ground before he could even stand. Jiang Wanning handed the police the video she had recorded and detailed how Huang Haili had lured her to the hotel. "Huang Haili is suspected of organizing and forcing prostitution and is probably still downstairs in the hotel," she added. An hour later, after finishing her statement at the police station, Jiang Wanning saw Huang Haili being escorted in. She was pale, her hair disheveled, and when she saw Jiang Wanning, her eyes were filled with venom. "You bitch, are you crazy? You actually called the police." Huang Haili screamed hysterically. "Hurry up and explain to the police that all this was your own will and has nothing to do with me. Otherwise, dash." "What else?" Jiang Wanning looked at her coldly. According to Article 358 of the criminal law, anyone who organizes or forces others into prostitution shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 5 years, but not more than 10 years. "Sister, you should worry about yourself first." Huang Haili screamed in panic. "No. Jiang Wanning, come back. Come back here. I was framed. It was this bitch who framed me." By the time she finished taking the statement, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Although Jiang Wanning had missed her scheduled flight, she wasn't in the least bit anxious to rebook. After leaving the police station, Jiang Wanning didn't waste any time and took a taxi directly to Xingshan Entertainment's headquarters. As soon as she stepped into the reception desk, the receptionist's eyes suddenly became filled with contempt and disdain. "You can't see Mr. Wong without an appointment," the girl said coldly, her eyes etched with obvious disdain. Jiang Wanning didn't get angry. She just smiled and took out her phone, shaking it. On it were photos of Mr. Zhao and Huang Haili being taken away by the police. "Tell Mr. Wong I have a deal to discuss. Meet me now, or have these photos go viral tomorrow. Your choice. In less than 5 minutes, she was ushered into the office of the star entertainment boss. Mr. Wong was in his 50s, bald with small, shrewd eyes and a rather oppressive look. He sat behind a large desk, staring at her with a gloomy expression. Do you know who you've offended? Mr. Zhao is our major financial sponsor. Jiang Wanning was unhurried. After sitting down, she placed her phone on the table. I have a recording of Mr. Zhao admitting to having unspoken rules with the company's artists, as well as evidence of Huang Hailey's illegal activities. She spoke calmly but firmly. According to Article 38 of the labor law, I can terminate this contract at any time, and you will have to pay compensation. Mr. Wong's expression darkened, and hesitation and anger flashed in his eyes. What do you want? I want to terminate this contract, she said, pulling out a pre-prepared document from her bag. Terminate this contract unconditionally. Compensate me for my N+1 salary, missed flight fees, and emotional distress. Otherwise, this evidence won't just be sitting in your office. Mr. Wong gritted his teeth, his expression changing after a moment. Ultimately, he didn't dare take the risk. 2 hours later, Jiang Wanning walked out of the Xingchen Entertainment Building, holding the signed termination agreement and 100,000 yuan in compensation. Without further delay, she called the airline and rebooked a flight to Jiangxing. After a 2.5-hour flight, she immediately took a 1-hour high-speed train to Linqing. After exiting the station, she didn't hesitate and hailed a taxi, suitcase in hand. Excuse me, could you please take us to Wangshan Village in Yangshui Town? The driver, upon hearing the name, waved his hand. Miss, that place is too remote. It's very difficult to get to the mountain after leaving the city. Jiang Wanning said calmly. I can pay for your return trip. The driver changed the subject and immediately nodded with a smile. Okay, no problem. I'll help you put your luggage in the trunk. The taxi started, passing through the bustling city and heading towards Yangshui Town. The crowds along the way gradually thinned out. As they drove, the driver couldn't help but get curious and glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Little girl, what are you doing in Wangshan Village? There's almost no one there now. The young people have all left. If my relatives didn't live there, I wouldn't even know the way there. Jiang Wanning didn't hide it. My grandma is not feeling well. I'm going back to see her. The driver immediately perked up. Oh, are you from that village? I can't tell. Where did a girl like you come from? As he drove, he sighed. That place has many mountains and little land, and the roads are mountainous, so you can't make much money from farming. Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and said, Isn't the land profitable? Wouldn't growing crops be great? She survived the apocalypse by farming. Back then, food was everything. The driver smiled and shook his head. You can't use machines in the mountains. It's all done by hand. It's exhausting, but you don't make any money. You'd earn more delivering food in the city. The car continued on its way, gradually leaving the town behind, and the mountain road ahead gradually became apparent. After turning past Yangshui Town, the winding road leading up the mountain began to appear. The car slowed down, and outside the window was a dense forest. The fresh air and lush greenery filled Jiang Wanning's face, making her feel refreshed. The car circled the mountain road for more than 20 minutes before finally stopping halfway up the mountain, arriving at Wangshan Village. This journey had taken us a full 10 hours, starting at 6 in the morning and ending at a little after 4 in the afternoon, and walked towards the village, following the route she remembered. Passing by a field, she saw several elderly farmers weeding. Seeing her pass by, they all looked up and gave her a few scrutinizing glances. Suddenly, someone called her, Hey, are you Ningning from Jiang Lei's family? An old woman with wrinkles on her face came over, looked her up and down, her eyes full of surprise and excitement. Jiang Wanning was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Grandma, I'm Jiang Wanning. You are? Grandma Wu. The grandmother smiled brightly upon hearing this. Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Your grandma has been thinking about you. Come home quickly and don't keep her waiting. Jiang Wanning nodded, her pace quickening. The village was even more dilapidated than she remembered. Many houses had fallen into disrepair, their walls cracked and overgrown with weeds. The empty alleys were filled only by the sound of the wind and the murmurs of a few elderly people. The entire village seemed lost in time. She reached the end of the village and saw a familiar old house before her. It was the home she remembered. Backed by a bamboo forest and facing a pond, a cement path stretched from the village entrance to the house, clearly a recent addition. Although the old house has fallen into disrepair, one can still vaguely see that it was once prosperous. There are 3 main rooms in the middle, and there are wing rooms on both sides. There are many dried vegetables hanging in front of the house, which is full of life. Jiang Wanning was about to step into the house when she saw a little girl holding a bowl of water, cautiously walking forward. The little girl looked up and saw her, and was so frightened that her hands shook and she dropped the bowl to pieces. She turned and ran in panic, shouting, "Atai, there's a kidnapper! There's a kidnapper trying to catch Tong Tong." Jiang Wanning didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight, and she quickly dropped her luggage and ran after him. As soon as she stepped through the door, she frowned at the strong stench of decay, like the stench of a dying person. Jiang Wanning stood at the doorway of the dimly lit room, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. The room was dimly lit. An old bed sat against the wall, and a battered wooden box sat at the head of it, visible signs of age. Beyond that, the room was empty and somewhat desolate. Beside the bed, a little girl lay sprawled on the edge, her head buried in the mattress, as if that would protect her from the kidnapper. A hand, thin and bone-like, rested on her, patting her gently, as if offering comfort. The owner of that hand was Jiang Wanning's original owner's grandmother, Jiang Yue, a wrinkled, almost shrunken old woman. Her eyes suddenly brightened in the dim light, and she murmured with surprise and uncertainty, "Ning Ning, is that you? You're back." Jiang Wanning felt a warmth in her heart. She suppressed the sourness in her nose, walked forward quickly, and held the old woman's hand. "Grandma, it's me. I'm Ning Ning. I'm back." Through the hand she held, she quietly injected her supernatural powers into the old woman's body to replenish her weakened vitality. Her wood-based abilities not only allowed her to heal plants, but also nourish living things, but she had never revealed them to anyone in the apocalypse. After all, those who stood out too much often became targets of public criticism, a fact she had long understood. The old woman couldn't stop her tears from falling. She held her hand tightly and kept muttering, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Ning Ning, when Grandma sees you, I'll feel at ease even if I close my eyes." The little girl on the bed was also frightened. Seeing the old lady crying, she burst into tears and cried out of breath. Jiang Yue quickly took her hand and placed it in Jiang Wanning's palm and persuaded her gently, "Tong Tong, be good. Don't cry. This is your mother. Haven't you been looking for your mother? She's back now." When the little girl heard the word mom, her tears suddenly stopped. She looked at Jiang Wanning with watery eyes. There was a little fear in her eyes, but also a little more longing. Her name was Jiang Mudong, the younger twin sister of Jiang Wanning's twins, nicknamed Tong Tong. Although Jiang Wanning had been mentally prepared for the prospect of motherhood, she still felt somewhat overwhelmed when faced with this little one. After all, it was her first time as a mother, and she had zero practical experience. She carefully lifted the child and placed her on her lap, soothing her softly, "Don't be afraid. Grandma said I'm not a kidnapper, so I definitely am not, right?" The little girl, still a little timid, whispered, "Are you really my mother?" Jiang Wanning smiled softly, pulled out a pack of wipes from her small bag, and patiently wiped away her tears and snot. "What do you think?" she asked softly. As she wiped, she looked at the little face. Although it was dirty, its facial features bore some resemblance to hers, especially the eyes and the small nose. But before she could think about it, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside. A little boy rushed in, saying anxiously, "Don't be afraid, Tong Tong. Brother is here to protect you." He glared at Jiang Wanning with hostility in his voice. "Who are you? Don't touch my sister." The little boy knew without guessing. Jiang Mushuan, Tong Tong is twin brother, nicknamed Xianxian. Tong Tong, who had tears in her eyes just now, immediately burst into laughter. "Brother, it's Mom who's back. We have a mom now, too." The boy froze, staring blankly at this mom, with eyes wide open, his eyes filled with suspicion. He clutched the corner of his clothes tightly, his fingers turning white. Xianxian called Mommy quickly. Jiang Yue urged anxiously, her voice filled with an unconcealable anticipation. She looked at Jiang Wanning with a loving face. "Ning Ning, Xianxian is shy. He always talks about you." Jiang Wanning's heart ached. She understood the old woman was making her final effort, hoping she could truly fulfill her motherly responsibilities. The old lady, fearing she wouldn't live long, hoped she could leave behind some tenderness, so her granddaughter would change her mind and treat the two children well. In fact, From the original owner's memory, she knew that Jiang Wanning ran away from home after giving birth to twins. In this case, what right did she have to blame the children for not recognizing her as their mother? She slowly reached out and tried to touch Xianxian's hair. The moment she touched him, the little boy tensed up, but he didn't dodge, just stood there motionless. The forced resistance and vague attachment made Jiang Wanning's heart ache. She whispered, "I'm sorry, Xianxian. Mom is back, but I'm late." Snap! A crisp sound shattered the gentle air. Xianxian violently shook her hand away, and with red eyes, he yelled, "You're not our mother. Everyone says you didn't want us anymore, and you'll never come back." Tong Tong, who had been so happy just moments before, was also stunned, her face filled with fear. Jiang Wanning's heart felt like it had been cut. She suddenly took a deep breath, frowned exaggeratedly, and raised her hand. "It hurts." She turned the back of her hand over, and a few faint red marks were clearly visible. Although it didn't hurt at all, she pretended to be wronged. Tong Tong suddenly became anxious and quickly grabbed her hand. "Mom, it doesn't hurt. Tong Tong will blow it for you." The little girl puffed up her cheeks and blew on the back of her hand, stroking it gently. "The pain is gone? Thank you, Tong Tong." Jiang Wanning smiled and stretched out her hand to Xianxian again. "Xianxian, Mommy's hand still hurts. Can you help me blow on it?" Xianxian stood there, motionless, but his eyes were no longer as cold and hard as before. He secretly glanced at the hand, which had some red marks on its fair skin. The child's eyes instantly showed a hint of guilt. He hesitated for a moment, then took 2 steps. Though he still frowned, the worry in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Sorry, I didn't mean to," he muttered softly, blowing air as well. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank you, Xianxian. Mommy doesn't feel any pain at all." The boy immediately turned his head away, pretending not to care. She took the opportunity to gently hug him in her arms. Although his body was still tense, he didn't push her away this time. "Mom promises you that I will never leave again," she whispered, and the 2 little bodies in her arms trembled. Jiang Wei secretly wiped away her tears, but a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Since then, the 2 children have been inseparable from Jiang Wanning, following her wherever she goes, like 2 clingy little tails. She knows that this dependence stems from the children's extreme lack of a sense of security. That day, she squatted down and whispered to them, "Tong Tong, can you take your brother out for a while? Mommy wants to help a Tai change his clothes." "Okay." The little girl responded loudly, and seriously took her brother's hand to prepare to go out. When she reached the door, she did not forget to remind him seriously, "Brother, remember, boys are not allowed to peek when girls change clothes." "I won't peek." The little boy immediately retorted with a red face, but his voice was a little shy and annoyed. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking the 2 little cubs were so adorable. As soon as the door closed, she turned and walked to the bed, opened the somewhat old camphorwood box, and pulled out a set of light clothes. It was a linen shirt, washed to a pale white, worn beyond recognition, and in some places so thin it was almost transparent. As she turned around with the shirt in her hand, the old woman lying in bed immediately struggled to sit up. "Ning Ning, leave the shirt alone. I'll do it myself." Jiang Wanning quickly reached out and gently held her down. "Don't move. Be careful not to pull the wound." As she unbuttoned the old woman's clothes, she gently warned, "If you move again, I will really get angry." The old lady was a little embarrassed and muttered softly, "Grandma is dirty." Jiang Wanning smiled and coaxed her, "Yes, it's a little dirty, but it doesn't matter. I'll boil some water after dinner, and we can take a bath together." Her tone was as gentle as if she was coaxing a child, and her hands were extremely gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting the old woman. The old woman's eyes reddened, tears welled up in her wrinkled eyelids, but she didn't say another word. Jiang Wanning pretended not to notice and focused on helping her take off the old, smelly clothes. When she saw the red, swollen, and festering bedsore on the old woman's back, her heart suddenly tightened. Her leg injury had lasted over a month, and since returning from the hospital, no one had taken good care of her daily life and hygiene. The 2 children were too young to understand these things, and it was rare for the villagers to help bring her food, so no one was so attentive as to turn her over regularly. The weather was hot and humid, and a wound like this could easily worsen. Jiang Wanning suppressed her emotions, silently helping the old woman change into clean clothes, then bent down and carefully picked her up. She barely had any flesh on her body. She carefully placed her on the bamboo recliner in the main hall, as if she were holding a piece of fragile porcelain. "Grandma, take a rest. If you need anything, call me. I'll go make dinner." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes swept across the main room and accidentally saw two children busy in the kitchen. She quietly approached and stood at the doorway, watching for a few seconds without moving. In the kitchen, the brother and sister acted like a team, each doing their own work in perfect harmony and with dedication. Jiang Mutong squatted on a small stool, scrubbing tomatoes diligently while chanting a nursery rhyme she'd learned from somewhere. Jiang Mushuan, standing on a raised stool, half his body almost in the sink, was carefully washing rice. To Jiang Wanting's surprise, he actually poured the rice water directly into the pot, even testing the water level with his little finger. His movements were so skillful that they didn't seem like the abilities of a 3-year-old. She couldn't help but say, "Xian Xian Tong Tong, can you cook?" "Mom." Jiang Mudong turned around happily and responded as soon as she heard the voice, "I can wash the vegetables, and my brother cooks." Her little face was full of pride, as if she was showing off an amazing skill. Jiang Mushuan, however, kept his head down and remained silent, continuing to work on his tasks, his ears blushing. Our Xian Xian is a little cooking god. His cooking is even more delicious than Grandma's. Jiang Yue, sitting on a bamboo chair, interjected with pride. Jiang Mudong nodded repeatedly and held up the washed tomatoes high. "Brother's scrambled eggs with tomatoes are the best." Jiang Wanting walked over and gently ruffled her son's hair. "Then Mommy must try Xian Xian's cooking tonight." The little boy dodged subconsciously, but when she withdrew her hand, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He said nothing, but picked up the eggs, tapped them skillfully on the edge of the bowl, and cracked 5 eggs into the bowl. While stirring the egg liquid, he muttered quietly, "One for each person." Jiang Mudong came over and counted carefully on her fingers. "1 for Grandma, 1 for Mom, 1 for me, and 1 for you. Isn't that 4? "You're wrong." Jiang Mushuan's face flushed red, and he quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at anyone. It turned out that he had secretly bought an extra one, intending to let his mother have one more. Jiang Wanting watched, her lips curled up, but she pretended not to hear anything. The little boy set the beaten eggs aside and took the tomato from his sister. He tiptoed to retrieve a knife from the cupboard and began to cut the tomato with careful yet expert movements. The blade fell steadily. Each piece cut out was evenly sized, as if he had practiced it countless times. In a short while, the tomato was cut, and he jumped off the stool nimbly and rushed to the stove. Jiang Wanting was about to stop him when she was startled again. Was he going to light the fire himself? The little guy took out a burning piece of firewood from the stove nearby and carefully introduced the fire into the cooking stove. The flames quickly shot up, and the bright light illuminated his small face. His eyes gleamed with concentration and pride. "Brother is the best." Jiang Mudong clapped and cheered excitedly, her little face full of admiration. Jiang Wanting squatted down and teased her. "So what is our Tong Tong's best skill?" "Tong Tong is the best at washing vegetables," the little girl said loudly, as if she couldn't wait to let the whole world know how good she was. As soon as she said it, she felt a little embarrassed and immediately hid behind her grandmother with a smile, only revealing a pair of sparkling eyes to secretly look at people. Everyone in the room was amused by her cute appearance. Even Jiang Mushuan, who was usually the most serious, couldn't help but curl his lips. The flames in the stove danced, casting a warm glow on everyone's smile. Jiang Wanting watched this scene unfold before her, and a sudden warmth welled up in her heart. The strange world seemed less cold. She thought that with such family by her side, perhaps her life would gradually warm up. In the kitchen, the sour aroma of tomatoes and the rich fragrance of eggs blended together, a familiar smell that hit me. The golden egg drop paired with a rosy red tomato, poured hot over the rice, was a mouth-watering sight. "Wow, this smells so good." Jiang Wanting smiled and sniffed exaggeratedly, not forgetting to give a thumbs up and praise. "Xian Xian, you can open a shop with such skills." The family sat together in front of the dinner table, and the atmosphere was particularly warm. Jiang Yue called out, "Dinner's ready," and 4 pairs of chopsticks simultaneously reached for the plate of deliciously flavorful scrambled eggs and tomatoes. Jiang Wanting took a bite, the sweet and sour flavor instantly filling her mouth, bringing a long-lost sense of home. The egg drop was soft and tender, the tomatoes were savory, and every bite was irresistible and far superior to takeout or simple meals. Xin, what else can you make besides scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Jiang Wanning asked curiously while eating. Jiang Mushuan lowered his head and said nothing, pretending to be only focused on eating. Tong Tong, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but answer, raising her hand excitedly. Mom, I know. She counted on her fingers one by one. My brother can cook rice, make porridge, boil eggs, fry eggs, and make tomato egg drop soup. After saying this, the little girl raised her head, her face full of satisfaction and pride, and her eyes were full of praise my brother quickly. Jiang Wanning smiled so much that the corners of her eyes curved, and she gently scratched her little nose. Our Tong Tong's brother is simply a little cooking god. Jiang Mushuan's ears turned slightly red when he heard this, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up secretly. He pretended to be nonchalant and put a piece of egg into her bowl. This awkward yet thoughtful gesture made Jiang Wanning's nose ache. But behind this touch of emotion, there was also a subtle heartache. They were only 3 years old. At 3 years old, let alone cooking, they should not even be in the kitchen. After dinner, the children quietly stood up to clear the dishes, their movements smooth and seamless, as if they were already accustomed to this duty. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning immediately stepped forward and gently held Jiang Mushuan's hand. The little guy raised his head stubbornly, with a serious look in his eyes. I can do it. She squatted down and said gently, Mom knows you are great, but now that Mom is back, let me take care of you from now on, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy's eyes turned red. He pursed his lips tightly, and his eyes flickered. He didn't say anything, but suddenly let go of his hand, turned around, and wanted to run. But Jiang Wanning pulled him into her arms. The little guy froze for a moment, but ultimately didn't struggle. Her embrace, though unfamiliar, felt strangely reassuring. From that moment on, she knew the child still longed for support. While washing dishes, Jiang Wanning was followed quietly by 2 little tails. Every time she took a step, they followed, like 2 little birds afraid of being left behind. Tong Tong even quietly tugged at the corner of her clothes, and Xin, though walking a little further away, kept watching her silently. With her back to the children, she listened to the sound of the water and silently made a resolution in her heart. From now on, she would let the brother and sister experience a true childhood and no longer have to rush around for a living. The old house is divided into 3 main rooms, with the main hall in the middle, the kitchen at the back, and bedrooms on either side. Before Jiang Yue's leg injury, she and her children lived in the west bedroom. Later, fearing that her injury would scare the children, she moved them to the adjacent side room. The east bedroom and wing were empty and cluttered with junk. Jiang Yue had originally planned to let Jiang Wanning live in the east room, where it would be quieter and more convenient for rest. But Jiang Wanning shook her head, saying she wanted to live in the west wing with the children. That way, she could care for the twins and also be available to look after their grandmother. However, these 2 rooms hadn't been cleaned for a long time. There were cobwebs in the corners, geckos in the cracks, and even the movement of mice. Jiang Wanning thought and secretly released a trace of supernatural power, driving out all the insects and mice in the house. She began to take down the yellowed mosquito net, clean the moldy bedding, and sweep the dust from every corner. Grandma sat on the rattan chair, watching her granddaughter busying around, her eyes full of heartache. It's all my fault, my useless body, the old man muttered to himself, and before he could finish his words, he coughed, which was heartbreaking. Ever since I fell, the family has been relying on Tong Tong and Xin. They're still so young. His voice was filled with guilt and helplessness. Jiang Wanning softly replied, Grandma, I know. They're truly wonderful. Perhaps a return brought a sense of comfort, or perhaps it was the silent nourishment of her supernatural powers. The old lady's complexion looked better than it had that afternoon, and she spoke more. Ning, the old woman said, looking at the 2 children who were packing their things, her eyes soft. If Grandma is gone one day, you must take good care of them for me. Although they are young, just turned 3, they are very sensible and will not cause you any trouble. The old lady looked at the 2 children who were clumsily wiping the table with gentle eyes and continued in a low voice. Now, they can cook and wash clothes by themselves. They are really well behaved and will take the initiative to help with things. The old lady repeated her words over and over again, filled with endless worry and deep anxiety. She was worried that if she passed away one day, Her granddaughter would not want to take care of her two children, and they would become orphans with no one to take care of them. Jiang Wanning didn't interrupt the old lady's confession, but just listened quietly with a gentle look on her face. She knew that her grandmother had too much hidden in her heart, and if she didn't let her speak out, she would become sick. After the old lady finished speaking, Jiang Wanning gently took her cold hand. "Grandma," she said softly, yet with a certain firmness, "since you're so worried, why don't you stay and take care of them yourself?" Hearing this, Jiang Yui was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly, shook her head, and sighed. "Ning Ning, Grandma knows what her body is like. It's a blessing from heaven that she's still alive." Even so, her eyes couldn't bear to leave the two busy little figures, eyes full of reluctance. Jiang Wanning squatted in front of her, looking straight into her eyes, and said word by word, "Grandma, you will live a long life." She paused, her voice soft, but every word struck a chord. "Tong Tong and Xian Xian are my biological children. Of course I will take care of them. But don't you want to watch them grow up and see me lead a good life with them?" The old lady stared at Jiang Wanning blankly, her eyes gradually moistening and reddening. She knew that Jiang Wanning was saying this on purpose, trying to cheer her up and keep living. But these words, every word, hit her heart, and she burst into tears. "I miss you, Grandma. How could I not miss you?" Her voice trembled, and she reached out and gently touched Jiang Wanning's cheek. "Silly girl, you say this because you don't want me to leave, right?" Jiang Wanning nodded, smiled, and grabbed her hand. "Yes, I just can't bear to see you go. You must live and see us live a good life." The old lady finally couldn't control her emotions. Tears rolled down her eyes and nodded heavily. "Okay, Grandma listens to you. Grandma will definitely live and see you happy." Jiang Wanning smiled, stood up, and continued to clean the house. Her movements were quick and efficient, dusting, ventilating, and fumigating the insects. After a while, the damp and smelly house felt much fresher, and even the air felt a little lighter. "Mom, the water in the pot is singing." Jiang Mudong came running over, like a happy little butterfly. "Oh, I almost forgot about the water." Jiang Wanning pretended to be annoyed, squatted down, and kissed her daughter's face. "It's our clever little one who reminded me in time." Her eyes swept over to Xian Xian, who was watching her silently with eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Wanning's heart softened, and she immediately smiled and praised him. "Xian Xian is also great. He can even reflect people in the table he cleaned." She lowered her voice mysteriously and said, "Mom is going to give you a very important task now. Who wants to help me? Tong Tong is willing." The little girl immediately raised her hand and jumped twice excitedly with a loud voice. Xian Xian didn't say anything, but he puffed out his chest, and his eyes shone like stars, clearly eager to try. Jiang Wanning's smile deepened. "Mom is going to give A-Tai a bath. You guys are responsible for listening for the sound of the water boiling. If you hear any movement, come and tell me, okay?" Looking at the two dusty little creatures before her, Jiang Wanning secretly made up her mind. She would have to clean up the whole family tonight. In the apocalypse, how could anyone care about hygiene now? It was different. She could finally let go of her obsessive-compulsive disorder. "Okay." The two little ones, one big and one small, responded, one loud as a bell, the other soft and gentle. The old lady leaned back in her recliner, quietly wiping away a tear. Looking at the two little treasures, a reassuring smile curled her lips. With them around, this family still had hope. How could she bear to leave them like this? Jiang Wanning and her two children were searching the yard for a tub to bathe in. They finally found an old wooden tub in the east wing, but it had a hole in the bottom and was completely unusable. She stood in the yard, taking in the old house, her heart sinking. The house was old and dilapidated, with mottled walls, broken tiles, potholes on the floor, and a lot of discarded debris piled in the corners. She sighed softly. She had originally thought this was a time of peace and happiness. Judging from the memories of the original owner, everything should have been beautiful, but reality had left her with a bruised and bloody head. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, how could she have believed that such poverty existed in such a peaceful and prosperous world? She once again despised the original owner. Too selfish, too cold, not even caring about her own family. It was really too much. After some thought, Jiang Wanning decided not to go to the mountains tomorrow. She still had to go to the city to stock up on the things she needed at home, including a bathtub and daily necessities. Tonight's everyone cleans up plan would have to be put on hold. She'd just do a quick wipe and make do for the night. She secretly vowed in her heart, I must make this family better and live a clean, comfortable, and dignified life again. After taking care of Grandma, it was the turn of the two children to wash up. Tong Tong was bathing happily, humming a little tune to herself from time to time, cooperating very well. Although Xuan Xuan's face was red and he looked resistant, Jiang Wanning still pulled him over and rubbed him hard. After rubbing them, she didn't let them run away. She threw the two little ones onto the bed, each wrapped in a towel like two buns. Hearing that they could sleep with their mother tonight, Tong Tong rolled around on the bed excitedly, giggling nonstop. As soon as Jiang Wanning entered the room, the little girl shyly covered her head, secretly laughing as she peeked at her. Xian Xian, though silent, blushed, his face stern, and he even pretended to sleep. The two children played and quarreled, then fell silent before they knew it, drifting off into a sweet dream. It was late at night, and the village, in its late summer glory, was still bustling with activity. The chirping of cicadas and crickets echoed through the night-lit forest like a natural lullaby. Jiang Wanning, however, didn't rest. Instead, she quietly went to the backyard and bustled around in the vegetable patch. Jiang Wanning stood in the backyard, looking at the sparsely growing vegetable patch, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. She thought, why not just cover the field with an energy shield? After all, that was her specialty. As a high-level wood-type psychic, she could use the energy within the jade to create a shield with enhanced effects. Although she didn't have a crystal core, the spiritual power contained within the jade beads was no less than that of crystal core. In the apocalyptic world, the land was overrun by viruses, making it difficult for anything to grow. Even if something managed to grow, it tasted bland. But her energy shield was different. Not only did it allow crops to grow wildly, but the fruits it produced also had the magical effect of purifying the virus. Not only was the land virus-free, but the soil was also incredibly fertile. Adding the power shield to the mix, it was like adding wings to a tiger. She removed the jade bead bracelet from her wrist, separated each one, and placed it on key points in the vegetable patch and the corners of the house. When the last jade bead fell to the ground, the entire vegetable patch was shrouded in a soft mist, as if covered by a layer of light white gauze. Jiang Wanning watched the scene with satisfaction, clapped her hands, and felt at ease. Then she turned and went into the house. The sky gradually brightened, the morning light spilling out from the horizon, driving away the night's darkness bit by bit. Jiang Wanning slept well and woke up feeling refreshed. She glanced at the time on her phone, which was exactly 5:30, and quietly got out of bed so as not to wake the little one beside her. She quietly left the room and walked straight to the backyard, wanting to see how effective the energy shield she had set up last night was. As soon as she entered the vegetable garden, Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up. How could this be the dilapidated state she had seen yesterday afternoon? The tomato vines, once shrunken and yellow, are now vibrantly unfurling. The vines are laden with bright red fruits, plump and translucent, making one's mouth water. She casually picked a tomato, rubbed it on her clothes, and took a bite. Sure enough, it was even sweeter and juicier than the fruit she'd painstakingly cultivated during the apocalypse. It was simply stunning. It had a sweet and sour taste, overflowing with juice. With one bite, her mouth was filled with the fruity aroma, and she felt incredibly happy. Unfortunately, the entire vegetable patch was only 2 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, and half of it lay untended. Even if all the tomatoes were picked, they would only yield about 100 kilograms. Besides tomatoes, she also noticed rapeseed growing in a corner, which was now vibrantly green and tender, a real eye-catcher. She turned back to the front yard and dug out 2 old baskets that were still usable. Each basket held about 50 kilograms, so she estimated that she could only fill 2 baskets. Today, she was going to the city to buy some daily necessities and would also take the tomatoes to the market to test the waters. She wanted to renovate the old house, but the 200,000 yuan in her card was really useless. As Jiang Wanning picked tomatoes, she mentally compiled her shopping list for the day. The first item was a car, preferably a small one for commuting. She had a driver's license, and she was a skilled driver. If her budget wasn't enough, a used car for 100,000 yuan would be fine. It would be better than relying on her legs every day. The second thing was the washing machine. The family's laundry was piled in the yard, and she couldn't wash it all by hand. She couldn't rely on anyone else in the family either, so she had to rely on the machine to free up some labor. This couldn't be put off. Next up are the refrigerator and TV. If you have more money, you might as well buy both. The refrigerator can store some meat, eggs, and fish, keeping the whole family well fed, and it doesn't require frequent trips to the mountains to stock up on groceries. As for the TV, it not only keeps the elderly grandmother entertained, but also allows the children to see the outside world and broaden their horizons. She thought about the pots and pans at home. They were all chipped or cracked. Not a single one was in good condition. She might as well replace them all at once to avoid having to make do with them every day, which was really awkward. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanting picked the tomatoes faster, her heart full of goals and motivation. Suddenly, a rapid cry came from the front yard. "Mom, Mom!" It was Jiang Mudong's voice. She quickly straightened her back and shouted, "Tong Tong, Mom is in the vegetable garden in the backyard." The crying stopped as soon as the voice fell. A moment later, the two little ones, holding hands, stumbled over from the front yard. Water splashed into mud as their short legs ran at full speed. They were wearing hand-me-down adult clothes that had been clearly altered to look too small. The clothes hung loosely on their bodies, making them look particularly thin and frail. Jiang Wanting felt a little sad watching them, thinking that clothes should be added to the shopping list as well. When the children came closer, she asked softly, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Jiang Mutong sobbed and said, "Mom is gone. I thought she didn't want us anymore." Jiang Mushuan's eyes were red, but his tone was firm. "She is not our mother. She will leave sooner or later anyway." Jiang Mutong immediately retorted dissatisfiedly, saying in a tearful voice, "Mom is my mom. I don't want her to leave." Listening to the two little ones singing in unison, Jiang Wanting felt a pang of pain in her heart. She squatted down and looked at them. She patiently wiped the tears from the two children and gently assured them, "Mom promised you that after returning this time, I won't leave again." But Jiang Mushuan said with grievance, "You lied. Grandma said you went out to make money and would come back, but we waited for a long time and you didn't come." When he said this, he couldn't help crying out loud, as if he had vented all the emotions that had been accumulated during this period. He would rather lie to himself and say that she is not his mother, so that he does not have to endure the pain of being abandoned again. This child is only 3 years old. How much can he bear in his heart? Seeing his brother crying sadly, Jiang Mudong also burst into tears, and the two little ones cried like pear blossoms in the rain. Jiang Wanting was so distressed that she quickly hugged them and promised them in a solemn tone, "Mom swears that I will never leave you again. If you lie, I will be turned into a toad." Just as she finished speaking, a small toad jumped over in front of her, as if it was fate. Jiang Mudong was so scared that she quickly waved her hands, her face flattened. "No, Tong Tong, I don't want my mother to become an ugly toad." Jiang Wanting couldn't help but laugh and tease them. "So what do you think Mommy should become?" Jiang Mutong's face wrinkled up, and after thinking carefully, she said, "I can become a little bunny. Little bunnies are so cute." After coaxing the two children, Jiang Wanting gently told them to go back to the house first. The fields were still covered in dew this morning, and the ground was very damp. Children would easily catch a cold if they stayed there for too long. But the two children didn't want to be too far away from her. "Mom, my brother and I can pick tomatoes too. Let's help you, okay?" "No." Seeing that they were still unwilling to leave, Jiang Wanting had to persuade them in a different way. "Just go up first, and I'll go to town later and buy you new clothes and delicious food." But surprisingly, the two little guys were not tempted by these things. They just held her hand tightly and asked cautiously, "Mom, you're going to the city. Can you take us with you?" Jiang Mushuan, the brother who always said no way, seemed reluctant at this moment. "I want to go too. I want to keep watching you and not let you run away." Seeing their eyes full of dependence and longing, Jiang Wanting's heart softened. But she knew that what they were going to do today was not suitable for bringing children, and the long schedule was inconvenient. "How about next time? As long as you are obedient, Mom will definitely take you with her next time." "I'll be obedient. The most obedient," the little daughter promised immediately. Jiang Wanting smiled and patted their heads. "Then go back to the house and see if Grandma is awake." Jiang Mudong nodded obediently, but her eyes were still fixed on her. "Go back quickly," she urged. The brother and sister then turned around, and the brother took his sister's hand and walked into the house. But halfway through the walk, the little girl suddenly shook off her brother's hand and ran back to Jiang Wanting. "Mom, you won't leave us again, right?" She raised her head. her little face full of anticipation. She'd heard so many people say she and her brother were unwanted children, that their mother left them because they were a burden. But she didn't believe it, and she didn't want her mother to actually leave. She was willing to obey and help with the chores, as long as her mother would always be her mother. How could anyone endure such a passionate and simple dependence? Jiang Wanning put down the tomato in her hand, squatted down, and gently touched her daughter's head. Don't worry, Mom promised you something, and I will definitely do it. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. She took Jiang Wanning's finger with her small hand and said seriously, "Let's make a pinky promise. Don't change your mind for 100 years." "It won't change," she replied gently. "Yeah." She smiled with relief, turned around, took her brother's hand, and prepared to go back. As she walked, she was surprised to find that the tomatoes in the vegetable garden had become redder and bigger. Wow, there seemed to be more tomatoes today. "Is this for Mom? They look delicious." Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Then pick one and try to see if it tastes good." Jiang Mudong nodded happily and pulled her brother to pick 4 in one go. One for Mom, one for Grandma, and one for each of them. She took a bite of the juicy tomato, and the juice dripped down the corners of her mouth, covering her little face. So delicious. Mommy is so amazing. The tomatoes she made are better than any I've ever had before." She laughed as she ate. Jiang Wanning watched them happily eat, and a gentle smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. After the children returned home, Jiang Wanning continued to work in the fields, picking only the ripe, bright red tomatoes, eventually filling 2 large baskets. When I returned home, I heard the children chattering with the old lady. The content was nothing more than, if they behaved, their mother would take them to the city next time. Seeing Jiang Wanning coming back, the old lady coaxed the 2 little ones out and took out a passbook from under her pillow. "Ning Ning, this is for you." She took it curiously and looked at it. There was actually 50,000 yuan. "Grandma, where did you get so much money?" The old woman explained that it was the village that secured compensation for her parents. Although the accident occurred during a typhoon, the government also shared responsibility due to the dilapidated facilities. The town, understanding their financial difficulties, ultimately approved 50,000 yuan in compensation. The old lady never touched the money. In her heart, it was her son and daughter-in-law's life money. Now that she was old and in poor health, she thought the money was for her granddaughter after all, so she handed it over. "Ning Ning, this money was left by your parents, and it should have been given to you." Jiang Wanning pushed the passbook back and said, "I don't need money right now. Grandma, please keep it for me first." The old lady wanted to give her more money, but she quickly added, "Just keep it for me. I'll tell you when I really need it." The old lady nodded and said, "Okay, then you must remember to ask." Jiang Wanning made breakfast herself, with the 2 little ones helping in the kitchen. It was a simple tomato and egg noodle dish with a few sprigs of rapeseed. But it tasted delicious, and the children ate it with their mouths full, their slurps incessantly. The old lady, who had a poor appetite before, unexpectedly ate a whole bowl of noodles this morning. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and said with a smile, "Ning Ning, how did you make these noodles? They're so delicious." Jiang Mutong, standing by, quickly answered, "Grandma, Mom can do magic. The tomatoes and vegetables she conjures up are incredibly delicious." Although Jiang Mushuan usually kept his mouth shut, he whispered, "Delicious. Mom is the best." Jiang Mudong raised 2 thumbs up. The old lady also agreed with a smile. "Yes, your mother is capable." Jiang Wanning smiled without saying anything, but her heart was filled with warmth. Seeing that it was almost time, she said, "Grandma, I want to go to the city today to buy some daily necessities and see if I can sell my tomatoes." The old lady nodded repeatedly. "Of course I can. People in our village often pick vegetables to sell in town. Besides, your tomatoes are fragrant and sweet, so they will definitely sell well." The old lady felt so bad for her little granddaughter, thinking she had to work with a bunch of elderly men and women to sell vegetables at a stall. Knowing her granddaughter was shy and wanted to save her some trouble, she suggested, "Ning Ning, don't go to the market to sell your vegetables. Take them directly to the Yuan Xiao Chow restaurant in town." This restaurant was doing very well, often buying vegetables and mountain products grown by the villagers. The owner was quite kind, and the prices were only a few cents cheaper than retail. Jiang Wanning didn't mind this. After all, she had sold a lot of things during her time surviving in the apocalypse, so she was already very experienced. The only thing that puzzled her was the price. "Grandma, how much do tomatoes usually cost per kilogram in the village?" To be honest, what shocked her most in this world was not some luxury item, but a fruit called queen grapes that she had seen in Beijing before, which actually sold for more than 800 yuan per kilogram. The problem was the tomatoes weren't even as sweet as the ones she grew, which left her speechless. Of course, she also understood that prices would vary significantly depending on the consumer base. She wouldn't really charge a whopping 800 yuan for the tomatoes. If that happened, not only would customers be scared away, she might even be dismissed as a psychopath. But she also didn't want to sell these good things at a low price, so she had to find out the market conditions first and then set a suitable price. The old lady understood her concerns and patiently explained the market situation she knew. Greenhouse tomatoes at the market are about 5 yuan per pound, but they don't taste good. The ones we grow ourselves are delicious, but they don't look good, so the price is the same as the market price, sometimes even lower. The old lady looked at the basket of bright red tomatoes in the house and suddenly thought of something. "I heard that organic tomatoes in the supermarket cost more than 10 yuan per pound. Ours are delicious and beautiful, so we could try selling them for 10 yuan. Jiang Wanting nodded. She already had a plan in mind, but she didn't reveal the actual price. She simply said, "It can't be less than 10 yuan. I'll see how things go when we get to the city." She added, "Grandma, I might be back late. I'll ask Grandma Wu to come and look after you." Wu Guixiang she had met when she returned to the village a few days ago. She was a lonely widower who lived on government subsidies and a few acres of land. Before she returned, this elderly woman had been helping to look after her family, which was a great help. Jiang Wanting hadn't formally come to thank them yet, but she was thinking of visiting while she was out shopping. Her grandmother wanted to decline, but little Jiang Mushuan suddenly spoke up. "Mom, I'll go. I'll go invite Grandma Wu." This was the first time the little guy called her mom, and then he ran away without a trace. Not long after, Xiao Mushuan brought Grandma Wu back. "Grandma Wu, I'm sorry to bother you with my grandma and the 2 children during this time. Here's my phone number. Call me if you need anything." Grandma Wu took the note with a smile. "No, I'm just sitting at home with nothing to do, so I came here to chat with your grandma." It was almost 8 o'clock, and Jiang Wanting's phone rang. It was the online taxi she called before breakfast. She asked the driver to drive straight into the village and follow the old road to the end. Fortunately, she had anticipated the situation and called a small minibus. Although the car was a bit old, it had a lot of space, not only for people, but also for 2 large baskets of tomatoes. It was perfect. She planned to go to the city to buy a car first, then sell tomatoes, and finally do some shopping. So her first stop was the Wuling 4S store in the city, hoping to find a good value pickup truck. This pickup truck can carry people and goods, and can also be used as a mobile stall when necessary. It is really practical. It took about half an hour to drive from the village to the town, and another half an hour from the town to the city. By the time she arrived at the 4S store, it was already past 9 o'clock. Jiang Wanting got out of the car. She walked to the back and prepared to move the tomatoes. The driver was about to help, but was stunned. He saw Jiang Wanting lift the basket with one hand and put it on the ground steadily. The movement was so smooth that it was astonishing. "Sister, you have so much strength. This basket must weigh at least 40 or 50 kilograms, right?" Jiang Wanting smiled and replied, "I've developed this strength naturally since I'm used to working in the fields." But in fact, her strength was of course enhanced by her supernatural powers, and it wasn't something that could be developed through ordinary farm work. The driver looked at her fair and clean appearance, feeling a little puzzled, but soon his attention was drawn to the tomatoes. Originally, the basket was covered with a cloth, and nothing could be seen. Now, a corner of the cloth was lifted, revealing a bright red tomato, which made people drool. Thinking of his pregnant wife at home, the driver hesitated and asked, "Are these tomatoes grown by your family? Are they sprayed with pesticides? Can you sell me some?" Jiang Wanting nodded. "We grow them ourselves without any pesticides, but they're a bit expensive. Are you sure you want them?" The driver smiled and said, "Tomatoes? How can they be so expensive? My wife has had a poor appetite lately. Maybe she can eat some if I buy some and bring them back." Jiang Wanting calmly stated the price, 31 kilograms. It turned out that she had been checking prices all the way and also referred to the market prices of supermarkets and organic vegetables, and finally decided on this price that would not lose money. Hearing this number, the driver was stunned. "How much?" She explained calmly, "Our tomatoes are very expensive to grow, but the taste is definitely worth it." The driver was obviously a little confused. "This is almost as expensive as cherries, right? Jiang Wanning replied with a smile. Then cherries may not be as delicious as our tomatoes. She did not force the deal, but felt that the driver was quite thoughtful. When he saw delicious food, he thought of his family first. Such people deserve respect. So she added, "Didn't you say your wife has a poor appetite? Go buy some and try them first. If you don't like them, I'll give you a refund." The driver gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, then give me 4. Jiang Wanning pulled out a small beam scale and weighed the tomatoes. 2 caddies, 1 ounce. I'll give you 2 caddies. She used her grandmother's tools, the beam scale and the plastic bag, both yellowed and worn, but perfectly adequate. For tomatoes, 60 yuan. Chapter 13, Calling the Police. The driver wanted to change his mind, but they have already weighed it, so you have to pay. You said that if my wife doesn't eat it, you'll give me a refund. Jiang Wanning, of course. You added me on WeChat and know my address. Are you afraid that I'll run away? She dared to swear on her personality as a wood-type mutant that anyone who had eaten her tomatoes would definitely become a repeat customer. After saying goodbye to the driver, Jiang Wanning picked up the basket and walked towards the 4S store. When I reached the entrance, I was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Sorry, this is our company's showroom. You can't go in and sell things." It's really not his fault, because she made her do business in front of him. Jiang Wanning was almost laughing out of anger. Is she seriously ill? You have to go to other people's stores to sell things. I'm here to buy a car. Just treat these 2 baskets as my personal belongings. Find a place to keep them for me. Once I buy the car, I'll take them away. The security guard showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. He hasn't been hired yet, so he really doesn't dare to take the risk. Then you promise not to go in and sell things? The security guy's attitude was quite good, so Jiang Wanning naturally didn't make things difficult for him. She cooperated and said, "If you're worried, I'll put the things next to you and let you watch them." The security guy scratched his head and said, "That's not necessary, but you can leave your things at the front desk. That way you don't have to worry about anyone touching your things." Seeing that, Jiang Wanning agreed. The security guard helped to deliver the basket to the front desk. "Sister May, this customer is here to buy a car. They've put their things here. Can you please help me look after them?" Lu Mei, the receptionist, glanced at the broken basket and said nonchalantly, "Just leave it there." After they left, she jokingly muttered to the people next to her, "2 broken baskets, and you're still worried about them being stolen. How ridiculous." The sound was not loud, but Jiang Wanning heard it. But she was in a hurry to buy a car and didn't have time to get angry with such people. Domestic wooling is strong, durable, and, most importantly, cheap. This is how netizens evaluate it. After walking around the showroom, she went straight to the model she wanted to buy. Wooling pickup truck, a good helper for getting rich. It has low fuel consumption, strong cargo capacity, and is available in stock. The all-inclusive price is 68,000 yuan, so Jiang Wanning bought it directly with full payment. Contract, payment, car pickup, vehicle inspection, license plate registration, and insurance, all done at one time. Zhu Feifei, the sales representative, was very pleased with this customer who was so efficient and concise. She helped put the temporary license plate on, then carefully reminded me, "The license plate will be sent directly to your home in about a week, and you can just replace it when the time comes." After everything was done, Jiang Wanning prepared to go to the front desk to get the tomatoes. Seeing this, Zhu Feifei offered to help her get it. Soon after, Jiang Wanning saw her walking back with an embarrassed look on her face. "Ms. Jiang, your tomatoes." Jiang Wanning's face immediately fell, and she walked quickly into the hall. She walked to the front desk, looked at the receptionist Lu Mei, and said with a hint of coldness in her voice, "Where are my things?" Lu Mei was startled by her aura and pointed at the basket in the corner. "Just now, some kids were chasing and playing around here and accidentally knocked over one of your baskets. They saw the tomatoes rolling out and ate a few of them. Because the tomatoes tasted good, the adults who came over later also ate a few." Jiang Wanning sneered. "How many? When I brought it over, the basket was full. You're telling me it's just a few? Is this how you keep things for your customers?" "Ms. Jiang, don't worry. Since the item is missing from our store, we will definitely take responsibility." After Zhu Feifei comforted Jiang Wanning, she looked at Lu Mei with some displeasure. "Sister Mei, these are guest things. How can you let others eat the guest things so casually?" Lu Mei said impatiently. "I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. Besides, they're customers in the store, so I couldn't force them to stop. But don't worry, their parents said they'll consider the lost tomatoes as if they'd bought them and will pay for them. Look, they're coming over." 5 people, men and women, came over. The man with a big belly looked at Jiang Wanning for a few times with a frivolous look in his eyes, and then said proudly, "This tomato is yours. I'm sorry. The child is ignorant and ate it without your consent. I'll transfer it to you for the price." He opened his phone and prepared to transfer money. Is 50 enough? The previous words were barely understandable, but the question, is 50 enough, immediately made Jiang Wanning laugh. Jiang Wanning crossed her arms and said jokingly, "This basket of tomatoes weighs 50 kilograms, and they cost 30 yuan a kilogram. Now there are only these few left. Do you think it's enough? 30 a pound. Why don't you go and grab it? Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to blackmail me? Are you crazy about money? I'll give you 100 at most. Take it or leave it." The group of people suddenly started arguing, and they were almost pointing at Jiang Wanning's nose and cursing. The coldness in Jiang Wanning's eyes grew even stronger. She looked at Lu Mei, who was in charge of keeping the items, and asked, "What do you say?" Lu Mei also thought that Jiang Wanning was asking for too much and advised Jiang Wanning not to be too greedy. "Look, there's still half a basket of tomatoes left. Consider a loss of half. 100 yuan for 25 kilograms is a very fair price." Looking at the disgusting faces of the receptionist and the 5 men and women, Jiang Wanning chuckled. She was too lazy to argue with them, so she reached out to weigh the remaining tomatoes, then took out her cell phone and dialed 110. "Hello, is this 110? I want to call the police. Someone stole something from the 4S store at 799 Anong Road, worth over 1,000 yuan. Everyone present was stunned when they heard Jiang Wanning call the police. They really didn't expect Jiang Wanning to be so serious, and their faces turned very ugly. They pointed at Jiang Wanning's nose and started cursing. "You're f***ing crazy calling the police. It's you who's asking for an exorbitant price, and you think you're right? You even call the police. How shameless. Call the police if you want. I'm also planning to sue you for extortion." Lu Mei, the receptionist, was regretting so much at this moment that she didn't dare let them touch the basket. If the police come, no matter who is right or wrong in the end, she, the receptionist, will definitely be in trouble and may even lose her job. She immediately panicked and stepped forward to try to make amends. "Miss, let's talk it over nicely. If you feel the money is missing, I can make up for it. Okay? Can you please remove the police call?" But Jiang Wanning completely ignored them and just waited for the police to arrive. The police responded very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, 2 uniformed police officers came in, who reported the case. Jiang Wanning calmly raised her hand. "It's me." Then, before the police could ask any questions, the 5 men and women surrounded him and started chattering, adding fuel to the fire and distorting the truth. Chapter 14, Big Tone. "Comrade police officer, we're not unreasonable people. If a child doesn't understand and eats someone else's food, we'll definitely pay for it. But she's asking for 30 yuan a pound. Isn't that extortion?" "That's right, comrade police officer. I saw she was with 2 children and looked quite pitiful. I was thinking of giving her more, but I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful. You're so shameless that you filed a false police report, saying you had something worth 1,000 yuan. Officer, look at these tomatoes. Are they worth 1,000 yuan? Throughout the whole process, Jiang Wanning just looked at them coldly, without arguing or explaining. After they had spoken their hearts out, the older police officer turned to Jiang Wanning and said, "Ma'am, do you have anything to add?" "Jiang Wanning, no." Middle-aged policeman, "So your tomatoes are really 30 yuan per pound?" Jiang Wanning, "Yes." The middle-aged policeman squatted down, took a tomato from the basket, and examined it carefully. "It does look better than the ones on the market, but isn't 30 yuan a pound a bit expensive? Or are these tomatoes some special variety?" Jiang Wanning, "Is it a special variety, especially since it's so delicious? I cultivated it myself, and I've already sold 2 kilograms, priced at 30 yuan per kilogram." The parents of the naughty children immediately started to sneer. "You're even developing new varieties yourself. Do you think you're an agricultural science academy? Tomatoes from the Agricultural Science Academy don't sell for more than 30 yuan per gene. Comrade police, I think she's blackmailing me maliciously. Please arrest her immediately." The middle-aged policeman looked at Jiang Wanning and said, "You said you sold it for 30 yuan per pound before? Do you have any purchase records?" Market economy, freedom of pricing, but rejection of malicious claims. Jiang Wanning said calmly, "Of course." After saying that, he opened his phone and retrieved the transfer record. This is the 2 kilograms I sold before coming to the 4S store for 60 yuan. There's also a transfer note from the other party on it. The note clearly stated, 2 pounds of tomatoes. At this moment, Jiang Wanning was quite grateful to the driver for his careful work style. If it weren't for his remarks, just looking at the transfer record of 60, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was 2 kilograms of tomatoes. Jiang Wanning added, if that's not enough, I have witnesses. Then he pulled up the driver's WeChat account and said, he's the one who bought my tomatoes before. If the police don't believe me, you can ask him. The police called the other party's voice phone with doubt. The driver's puzzled voice rang out from his phone. Hey, sister, why are you calling me? Did you leave something in my car? The policeman coughed lightly, then spoke seriously. Hello, I'm a police officer, and I want to verify something with you. At 9:08 this morning, did you buy tomatoes from Ms. Jiang Wanning? Yes. The driver was obviously frightened by the police's identity and stuttered. Comrade police, is something wrong? Why are you asking me about buying tomatoes? Could it be that these tomatoes are poisonous? That's not right. That girl doesn't look like someone who would do such a wicked thing. Did you make a mistake? The police interrupted the driver's wild thoughts and said, don't worry, these tomatoes are not poisonous. We just want to know how much did you pay for them and how many you bought. The driver was confused, but answered honestly, 30 per kilogram. I bought 2 kilograms in total, so I paid 60 yuan in total. After listening to the driver's statement, the police believed it about 70% of time. I just couldn't help but be shocked. Is driving a ride-hailing car so profitable? I actually bought tomatoes at such a high price. The young policeman standing by couldn't help but ask curiously, are these tomatoes really as delicious as you say? Jiang Wanning, why don't you try one? The police quickly waved their hands in refusal. They have regulations. How can you just eat the food of the person involved? Seeing that the 2 policemen seemed to believe Jiang Wanning's words, the expressions of the 5 bear parents became even uglier. Seeing the police looking over, the leading man with a large belly immediately shouted, it's just a transfer record, not an invoice. What does it mean? Maybe they colluded in advance. The others immediately agreed. That's right. Even if she earned this money from buying tomatoes, who knows how many she sold? If she said 2 Gene, then it's 2 Gene. This online taxi driver, I think he's probably a relative of theirs. If some idiot spends 30 on your rotten tomatoes, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from the crowd. Little girl, are these tomatoes really so delicious? The person asking the question was an old lady with gray hair, but very fashionable clothes. Jiang Wanning affirmed without any modesty. If my tomatoes dare to claim second place in taste, no other tomato dares to claim first place. Wow, you're quite boastful, the stylish old lady said proudly. Just because you're so confident, I'll buy 5 pounds to try. Sorry, I can't sell it right now. Jiang Wanning explained. When I came in, I promised the security guard at the gate that I wouldn't sell anything inside the store. After hearing this, everyone had a better impression of Jiang Wanning. So, everyone looked at the staff of the 4S store. The staff adhered to the principle that customers are God and made things convenient for them. At Jiang Wanning's insistence, she also informed the security guard. There are 11 tomatoes weighing 5 pounds, and each tomato weighs almost half a pound. Auntie, why don't you try one now? If it doesn't taste good, I'll just give it to you. The fashionable old lady really started to act without any hesitation. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then he grabbed one directly from the bag, wiped it with a tissue, and bit into it. How is it? Is it delicious? Is it worth 30 yuan per pound? Many people in the store who were watching the fun were also envious, but they felt that 30 yuan per caddy was too expensive. When they saw the old lady buy 5 caddies at once, they became even more tempted. If it's really delicious, you can afford it 30 yuan per pound. However, the fashionable old lady did not answer their questions at all. She just ate one bite after another until she had eaten the entire half-pound tomato until only the tomato stem was left. In the end, even the juice on the fingers was not spared. After coming to my senses, I met many pairs of eyes full of expectation. The fashionable old lady felt a little embarrassed when she thought about how she licked her fingers just now, but she nodded and said, it's really delicious. I've never eaten tomatoes that are so delicious and have such a strong tomato flavor. Little boss, weigh me another 5 kilograms, no, 10 kilograms. Jiang Wanning reminded her, Auntie, you've already bought 5 kilograms. Wouldn't adding 10 more be too much? My tomatoes are picked when they're ripe. They can only be kept for 5 days at most. If you don't finish them, they'll go bad easily. Chapter 15, what is the legal procedure? It's okay. I have a big family, so if each of us gets 2, that's it. Since the customer insisted, Jiang Wanning was naturally happy to sell it. The people around were also more and more moved the more they looked at it, and after swallowing their saliva countless times, Mediterranean uncle, weigh a pound for me too. I'll try it first. If it tastes good, I'll buy more. Young girl, I want 3 pounds. The tomatoes in the supermarket now don't have tomato flavor, neither sour nor sweet. If they were really delicious, 30 yuan would be worth it. The guy with glasses, I'll take 5 pounds. Customers who bought tomatoes, like the fashionable old ladies, wiped them for a while and put them in their mouths to show off. The scene was suddenly filled with the sweet and sour aroma of tomatoes, and the red fruits gleamed under the light. The crisp sound of crunch when biting into it mixed with the satisfied sighs of customers is like a lively urban tune. Boss, 5 more pounds. The woman with curly hair wiped the tomato juice from the corner of her mouth and took out her phone to scan the code. I'll take it home and mix it with candy for my granddaughter. I'm sure she'll like it. I want one too. The little girl with pigtails next to her tugged at her mother's clothes and shook them. This tomato is so delicious, sweet, and fragrant. I want to eat so many. The staff at the 4S store were also tempted by the temptation. But due to work regulations, I didn't dare join. In less than a quarter of an hour, the whole basket of tomatoes was sold out. As for the basket that was destroyed, Jiang Wanning was not planning to sell it for the time being. After all, the matter has not been resolved yet, and the basket of tomatoes is considered as evidence. The police standing by were stunned. Well, didn't we call the police to let them handle the theft? Why are they suddenly doing business on the spot? The key is that this tomato looks really delicious. If they weren't still on duty, they would also like to buy some a try. Oh, these tomatoes are so delicious. No wonder someone wants to steal them. Auntie Yangwen's sigh instantly brought all attention back to the tomato theft case. Police comrades, please arrest them quickly. Stealing people's things in broad daylight will corrupt the children, won't it? The young mother looked dissatisfied. He is so young and has his hands and feet. He could do anything else but steal things. My son said that the punishment for stealing is based on the value of the things. These tomatoes are 30 yuan per pound. It's too expensive. You could just wait to go to jail. The Mediterranean uncle said gloatingly. Just as everyone was arguing with the 5 men, Jiang Wanning spoke up at the right moment. Comrade police officer, do you have any questions about my tomatoes being priced at 30 yuan per pound? If there was only that one transaction record before, the police would still have some doubts. But now, what doubts could there be about what they had witnessed? The 5 bear parents' expressions were beyond description, but they still insisted. You're a shill, right? You must be the shills this woman hired. The curly-haired auntie started lashing out again. By your mother's grace, you shameless bastards, you're justified in stealing other people's things. I own the 2 car beauty shops next door, and I'm in need of the money to be a shill for them. With all the evidence and witnesses, the 5 men had no choice but to accept the punishment no matter how stubborn they were. The man with the big belly finally said arrogantly, damn it, 30 yuan a pound is 30 yuan a pound. I'll just treat it as charity. Just treat this basket of rotten tomatoes as if I bought them all. Is 1,500 enough? Jiang Wanning refused. Sorry, no sale. Everything will be done according to the legal process. 5 people. What legal procedures? Jiang Wanning asked the police to verify the number of tomatoes she lost. As for how to verify, first check the surveillance to see how many tomatoes were in the original basket. Then everyone saw that it was not only the children who were stealing food, but also the adults. The way he ate so voraciously, as if he had never eaten in his entire life, was extremely embarrassing. Chapter 16, Not Accepting Settlement. Someone mocked. Haha, you said someone's tomatoes were rotten at the beginning, but you secretly ate so many? Of course I want to take advantage. The curly lady stabbed him again without mercy and gave him a big eye roll. No matter how thick-skinned those 5 people were, they couldn't withstand such a socially mortal scene. Their faces flushed red, and they glared at Auntie Yang Mao in anger, thinking she was meddling in their affairs. The curly lady wasn't afraid of them at all. She grabbed the police and complained. Comrade police, they glared at me. I suspect they want to take revenge on me later. The police glanced over with a warning look, scaring the men so much that they all lowered their heads. However, What is even more disgusting is that these people not only ate the tomatoes secretly, but also unscrupulously stuffed the tomatoes into their own bags and their children's school bags. When the bulging bag was opened, it was full of big red tomatoes. We were planning to buy it from the beginning. The owner of the bag tried to justify his despicable behavior. But no one is stupid. If you really want to buy it, do you need to put it in your bag so secretly? The surveillance video was very clear. At the beginning, a large basket was placed on the front desk. Now the tomatoes left in the basket weigh only 16 kilograms. Assuming it is 50 kilograms, 34 kilograms of tomatoes are missing. So the total cost is 1,020 yuan. 1020, right? I'll send you the QR code right now. The representative, the man with a big belly, urged impatiently. Pay early and leave early. At this moment, they didn't want to stay any longer. Jiang Wanning ignored him and looked at the middle-aged policeman, humbly asking, "Comrade policeman, I remember that our country's criminal law stipulates that theft of public or private property worth 1,000 to 3,000 yuan or more should be considered a large amount. Amounts reaching this standard generally constitute theft. I wonder if I'm remembering correctly." When the onlookers heard this, they were stunned at first, and then they all said in their hearts, "Oh my God, he was waiting here." No wonder when he called the police, he specifically pointed out that the stolen items were worth more than 1,000 yuan. The moment they saw the police nod in confirmation, the 5 people finally started to panic. "What theft? Don't accuse us. We ate with the staff's consent." Yes, we got approval from the front desk staff when we ate there. That's her. You saw it in the video just now. We talked to her when we were getting the tomatoes. Lu Mei, the receptionist who had been hiding in the crowd, was dragged in by them. Lu Mei was terrified and quickly started to protest. "When did I agree? Don't blame me. I stopped your kids from eating before. It was obviously you who didn't listen and said you would pay for it later, so I had no choice but to agree." Both sides blamed each other and shifted the blame. The final result was that they were all taken into police cars. Just because Jiang Wanning bit her to death and refused to accept reconciliation. Before getting on the bus, she coldly warned the police, "Comrade police, if someone eats shit while standing upside down, please take a video so that we can open our eyes." The onlookers in the store clapped and cheered as the police car left. "Sister, you did the right thing. You shouldn't have settled it. Let's see if they dare to steal from others next time." Turning around, everyone held a plastic bag and began to pick out the remaining tomatoes in the basket. The remaining 16 pounds of tomatoes, plus those found in their backpacks, totaled more than 30 pounds. But soon, your 3 kilograms and my 5 kilograms were divided up. The staff at the 4S store were dumbfounded when they saw these customers who came to view and buy cars carrying large and small bags of tomatoes. "You guys are exaggerating. A 30,000 yuan car is too expensive for you. But 30 yuan a pound of tomatoes, how come you act like they're free?" The auntie was unconvinced and said, 30 per pound, this is not cheaper than those cherries and durians sold in the supermarket. Let me tell you, these tomatoes taste much better than those expensive fruits. Yes, I've never eaten such delicious tomatoes in my life. Girl, let's add each other's contact information. I could buy more from you after I finish eating. Finally, when Jiang Wanning drove away, in addition to 2 empty baskets, there was also a gas card as compensation from the 4S store. Before leaving, she also gave the security guard 2 kilograms of tomatoes that she had specially left for him. It was a way of making up to him for breaking his promise and finally setting up a stall in their store. The security guard was quite happy as he got 2 kilograms of such expensive tomatoes for free. I thought about sharing it with my girlfriend when I get off work. I never expected to look up and meet a pair of green eyes. "Xiao-chun, was the flour cake I gave you delicious?" "Xiao-chun, you've been doing pretty well recently. I'm optimistic about you." "Xiao-chun, you're almost going to be a regular employee, right?" In the end, he didn't even eat a single bite of the 2 kilograms of tomatoes, let alone share them with his girlfriend. Chapter 17, How much will this cost? It was almost 12 o'clock when we left the 4S store. Jiang Wanning planned to eat first and then go shopping after dinner. As for where to eat, Jiang Wanning looked at the KFC in front of her and walked over. She must try the exquisite food that people in the last days miss. As you push open the door of the shop, the aroma of various fried foods hits you in the face. Jiang Wanning directly ordered a family bucket. Take a bite of hamburger and a bite of Coke. Take a bite of chicken leg and a bite of Coke. The meal was super satisfying. Occasionally eating junk food, the deliciousness of it was something she had never experienced in the apocalypse. After coming out of KFC, She went straight to the nearby electronics store. I bought a double-door refrigerator for over 8,000 yuan, a drum washing machine for over 4,000 yuan, and an LCD TV for over 2,000 yuan. Thinking about the earthen stove at home, it's really hot to cook with fire in this weather. So she bought a gas stove and range hood and made an agreement with the salesperson to bring a gas tank along when the goods were delivered to her door. It also saves her from having to buy gas tanks. When I passed by the electronics counter downstairs, I bought a laptop, 2 tablets, an elderly mobile phone, and 2 children's watches. The notebook belongs to her. Give the elderly mobile phone to the old lady. The tablet and the children's watch are 2 small ones. One for each of the 2 little ones. Then we moved to the large supermarket next door. All the pots and pans upstairs, bedding, clothes, shoes, and socks for the whole family were bought a new set. There are fish, meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, and fruits downstairs. Buy some as long as they are not in the vegetable garden at home. It's not that she can't endure hardship. In the end times, she also survived by sleeping in the open air. But if there are conditions that allow us to avoid suffering, why do we still have to endure it? When I left, I bought an electric wheelchair for the old lady. So much so that when we went back, the back of the pickup truck was almost full. Jiang Wanning saw that it was almost done and was afraid that the elderly and children at home would worry. So after completing the broadband internet arrangement, she went straight home. The car drove into the village, drove along the winding village road, and finally stopped steadily in the yard of the house. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, leaving only the faint sound of tires rolling over gravel. The Jiang family's old house is located in the most remote place at the end of the village, and is some distance away from the nearest neighbor. This saved a lot of trouble. At least there were no curious villagers coming over to watch the fun. In the yard, 2 old ladies who were chatting in the sun were startled by the sudden noise. Oh my God! Wu Guixiang stood up suddenly, her wrinkled face full of surprise. Whose car is this? Why is it driving into someone's yard without even saying hello? As she spoke, she picked up the broom by the door and walked toward the car, tremblingly. There was a vigilant light in her cloudy eyes, and she was thinking, if the person who got off the car was a bad guy, she would give him a broom. Unexpectedly, the car door opened and Jiang Wanning jumped out. Mom! Mom is back! 2 little figures rushed out of the house like arrows, their childish voices full of joy. Jiang Mudong's pigtails jumped happily in the air. Although Jiang Mushuan tried hard to keep a straight face, his sparkling eyes betrayed his excitement. What a big car! Jiang Mudong tilted her little face up, the reflection of the car reflected in her black grape-like eyes. Mom, is this the car you bought? Jiang Wanning bent down and picked up the 2 children, one on each side, and rubbed their little faces affectionately. Yes, this is the new car Mom bought. From now on, this is our family car. Grandma, come and see. The 2 children immediately twisted around and waved their hands at the old ladies, their voices filled with unconcealed pride. Mommy bought a car? It's our car. Jiang Wanning was infected by the children's excitement and smiled as she gently put them back on the ground. As soon as they landed, the 2 little guys jumped around the car like 2 happy little sparrows. The worry and loss that had accumulated because of my mother's delay in returning home had now been thrown out of the window. Grandma, look, Mom bought a car. Jiang Mushuan rarely spoke up, pointing at the shiny car body with his little hand. From now on, we won't have to walk so far to go to town. Jiang Yue looked at the shiny big car and was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. She had never seen such a magnificent car parked in her yard in her life, and she was at a loss for a moment. Oh my goodness! The old lady's voice trembled. Ning, is this really our car? Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. Yes, buying a car will make it much more convenient for us to go out. Whether we go to town or the city, we won't have to rush to catch the bus. Although Wangshan Village is located in a remote area, it was not left out when the country was engaged in rural construction. Not only is the road accessible, but public transportation is also available. But there's only 1 round-trip bus per day, going down the mountain at 7 a.m. and going up the mountain at 6 p.m. If you miss this point, you can only find a way out on your own. Great, that's great. The old lady wiped her eyes and suddenly seemed to remember something. She lowered her voice and said, this must cost a lot of money, right? Before Jiang Wanning could reply, Wu Guixiang had already circled the car several times, exclaiming in amazement, Guixiang, Ning is truly amazing. This car is so impressive. It can haul both goods and people, and it's much more practical than those small cars in the city. Look at this bed. It could easily hold 1,800 kilograms of grain. She patted the sturdy frame and peered into the spacious cab. Oh, the seats are made of leather. They must be comfortable. Wan Ning is such a picky girl. This car is worth buying. After hearing what her old sister said, Jiang Yui's feeling of regret for the money faded. Besides, my granddaughter has always been a person of sound ideas, so there must be a reason why she wanted to buy this car. She squinted her dim old eyes, looked at the car body shining in the sun, and then looked at her two little great-grandchildren who were excitedly circling around the car, and suddenly felt that the money was well spent. But when Jiang Wanning lifted the cloth covering the rear bucket and saw the bucket full of things, the old lady was shocked again. Finally, she couldn't help but nag. Ning Ning, why did you buy so many things? How much does it cost? It's not easy for you to make money outside. You should spend it frugally. Jiang Wanning didn't get angry either. She smiled and said, Grandma, don't worry. I didn't spend money recklessly. These are all things we can use at home. He took the wheelchair down from the back of the car. Grandma, this is the wheelchair I bought for you. Try it. After saying that, he picked up the old lady without saying anything and put her in the wheelchair. The old lady sat in a wheelchair, feeling the armrests awkwardly, her voice trembling. Ning Ning, this wheelchair must be very expensive. Grandma doesn't need it. Why don't you return it? Chapter 18 Natural Aging. Jiang Wanning disapproved. Grandma, this wheelchair isn't expensive, so feel free to use it. Besides, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. If you're lying in bed all day, I'll have to distract myself from taking care of you. With this wheelchair, not only can you take care of yourself, but you can also help me keep an eye on the two little rascals. She winked slyly. This will lighten my burden. What a bargain. The old lady is used to being frugal. If you tell her that she needs to sit in a wheelchair so that she can go out more often, chat with people, and bask in the sun, she will definitely feel uncomfortable. But if it can help reduce her burden, she will probably agree. Sure enough, when the old lady heard that she could help her granddaughter, her eyes lit up. She tentatively turned the wheelchair and was pleasantly surprised to find it effortless. Really? Now I can cook for you and the kids. Grandma, Jiang Mudong couldn't wait to run over and push the wheelchair. I'll push you around in circles. Jiang Mushuan also came over and carefully held the wheelchair handle. The two little ones pushed the old lady around in the yard, and their silver bell-like laughter was particularly crisp in the sunset. Jiang Yui sat in a wheelchair, looking at her great-grandson playing around her, and then at her granddaughter who was busy unloading the goods. A happy smile bloomed on her wrinkled face. Looking at the happy family scene, old Mrs. Wu turned around and quietly wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes. She was genuinely happy for her old sisters. After suffering for half a lifetime, the sweetness is finally coming to an end. Seeing the two little guys pushing the wheelchair in circles, although they were excited, they pushed it very carefully for fear that the old lady would fall. Jiang Wanning then retracted her gaze and prepared to unload the things on the car. When he looked up, he saw Wu Guixiang walking out of the yard alone with a hunchback. Grandma Wu. Jiang Wanning quickly dug out a few things from the car and quickly caught up with her. Grandma Wu, let me take you home. When Mrs. Wu heard the voice, she turned around and saw Jiang Wanning with her hands full of things. Ning Ning, what are you doing? Jiang Wanning said sincerely. Grandma Wu, thanks to you for helping take care of my grandma and the two little ones during this period, I have to thank you. Wu Guixiang waved her hand and refused. Why thank me? We're from the same village. It's just a matter of helping each other. Besides, I've been your grandmother's sister for so many years. Why do you need to thank me? Take it back quickly and give your grandmother some more nourishment. At first glance, all the bottles and jars are filled with precious nutritional supplements. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, My grandma has one. You said you and my grandma are good sisters, so I'll treat you as half your granddaughter and be filial to you. At this time, the twins had already pushed Jiang Yui over. The old lady in the wheelchair chimed in. Guixiang, please don't refuse your child's kindness. If you hadn't come to talk to me so often over the years, I'm afraid my old bones would have long since. Old Mrs. Wu smiled with red eyes and said, Okay, I'll also take advantage of you and enjoy the blessing of having a granddaughter. It turned out that she also had a granddaughter. If she hadn't been careless, she might have been as old as Jiang Wanning. Compared to last night, today's dinner is much more sumptuous. There are roast duck, braised beef, and a platter of braised food. These were all ready-made meals that Jiang Wanning bought in the supermarket. In the past, this was a rare delicacy for the Jiang family, young and old. But now, what makes the family of four pick up their chopsticks the most are the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried rapeseed made by Jiang Wanning. The vegetables my mother cooks are still the best, even better than meat. Mom's tomatoes are the most delicious. The tomatoes my mom makes are delicious, and the vegetables she cooks are delicious too. Flatterer. I'm not a flatterer. Humph, brother is bad. I'm going to eat up all the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and not give any to you. The old lady took a sip of the tomato and tofu soup with enjoyment. The warm soup slid down her throat with a hint of sweetness and sourness, as if instantly awakening her dormant taste buds. But I was still a little dizzy and still immersed in incredible excitement and shock. Ning Ning, are these tomatoes really 30 yuan per pound? In her simple understanding, it is already very good if tomatoes can be sold at 10 yuan per pound. Unexpectedly, my granddaughter sold it at a sky-high price of 30 yuan per kilogram, and all of them were sold out. Jiang Mutong couldn't wait to answer loudly. Atai, it's true. The 2 baskets that Mom brought back are empty, not a single tomato left. The young voice was full of pride. Right. Tong Tong is right. We've sold out all our tomatoes. The old lady's face was filled with joy, and wrinkles appeared on her face. Ning Ning, how many tomatoes are left in our vegetable garden? How many can we sell? I estimate we can pick about 200 to 300 kilograms. With the wood-related ability in hand, Jiang Wanning is well aware of the remaining yield. The old lady quickly calculated the account in her mind. Just calculate it as at least 200 kilograms. 30 yuan per pound. If you sell them all, you can make 6,000 yuan. This is more than the vegetables she sells in a year. Thinking of this, the old lady was so happy that her teeth were showing and her eyes were not visible. But thinking about the fact that most of the vegetable patch was still abandoned, he felt a little regretful and said, "Oh, if I had known that tomatoes would sell so well, I should have planted the entire vegetable patch." Jiang Wanning, it's okay, it's not too late to plant now. I'll open up the vegetable plot tomorrow. It's hot now, and the vegetables are growing fast. Maybe after we sell this batch of tomatoes, we can start selling other vegetables, and we can still make money then. Things grow faster when it's hot. Only Jiang Wanning dares to say that. After all, with the blessing of supernatural powers, diseases and pests are not a problem. At the same time, in the city's most high-end Hentang Villa district, Qian Wenhao was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery in the courtyard with a frown. As a well-known construction king in Linjiang City, he has no intention of appreciating the family business he has worked hard for. Master, the lady only drank a few mouthfuls of porridge for lunch today. Aunt Li, the housekeeper, reported with a worried look on her face. Qian Wenhao rubbed his temples and turned to walk towards his mother's bedroom. When I pushed open the door, I saw the silver-haired old lady, Qian, leaning against the head of the bed, her thin cheeks looking particularly pale in the morning light. This entrepreneur, who is a leader in the business world, now looks like a helpless child. He called softly, "Mom, I asked the kitchen to make your favorite chicken porridge. Would you like to have a few more bites?" The old lady shook her head weakly. How Mom really can eat. Such conversations have been happening almost every day recently. Qian Wenhao remembers that just half a year ago, his mother was still energetic and taking care of her favorite orchids in the yard. But ever since that bad cold, the old man's health has been getting worse. "Mr. Qian, the results of the expert consultation are in." The private doctor handed over a stack of examination reports. The old lady's organs are all declining. This is the natural aging process. Chapter 19, Home Shopping. Qian Wenhao clenched his fists. He recalled that when he was a child, his mother worked in a textile factory during the day and did sewing work at night to support the education of 4 siblings. Now he is worth over 100 million, but he cannot save his mother's fading vitality. "Brother, I airlifted fresh matsutake mushrooms from Yunnan." Second sister Qian Wenhui hurriedly pushed the door open, holding an exquisite food box in her hand. The third brother, Qian Wenshu, also rushed over. "Brother, I asked someone to buy 100-year-old ginseng." The youngest sister, Qian Wenli, said with tears in her eyes, "Mom, just have a bite." The 4 children gathered around the bed, their eyes full of anticipation. But the old lady just looked at them lovingly and patted her children's hands gently. "Don't worry. Mom is fine. You all go and do your own things. Be obedient." Outside the window, an orchid is withering. Just like this mother who has worked hard all her life. After completing her mission of raising her children, she is quietly walking towards the end of her life. In the evening, Wang Lifang brought back 2 large bags of tomatoes. They were bright red and looked very pleasing to the eye. Because I thought it was delicious, I asked the nanny to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and try to feed my mother-in-law a few bites. She didn't hold out much hope at first. I never thought that my mother-in-law actually ate a lot. I even ate half a bowl of porridge with a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Wang Lifang was stunned and could hardly believe her eyes. I immediately ran to the study and told Qian Wenhao the good news. Wenhao. Mom has eaten. She had a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and half a bowl of porridge. Qian Wenhao's pen dropped onto the document with a click, his face full of disbelief. But he also knew that his wife would not lie to him about his mother's affairs. So I couldn't help but try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that my wife praised so highly. In an instant, an unprecedented, delicious taste blooms on the tip of the tongue. The taste is both fresh and naturally sweet. It tastes really good. At least he had never eaten such delicious tomatoes in his life. At first, he thought that Lu Ma, who was in charge of the kitchen, had made great progress in cooking skills, and even thought about giving Lu Ma a raise. Unexpectedly, Wang Lifang smiled and denied his guess, saying that it was all thanks to the tomato. Seeing his suspicious look, Wang Lifang took out a fresh tomato from the refrigerator, handed it to him, and asked him to try it raw. Qian Wenhao took the tomato half-believingly, took a light bite, and the juice overflowed. The pure and rich tomato aroma instantly filled his entire mouth. It tastes much better than the scrambled eggs with tomatoes I had before. He even felt that the deliciousness of the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes might have been overshadowed by the eggs. So he immediately told Aunt Lu to save all the tomatoes and make them for his mother in the future. However, Lu Ma looked embarrassed. Qian Wenhao, what's wrong? Is there any problem? The nurse stammered, Master, the tomatoes my wife brought back are gone. The one you just ate was the last one. When these words were spoken, Qian Wenhao and Wang Lifang were stunned. After asking, I found out that several children in the family tasted the tomatoes and stuffed them into their mouths one after another. The eldest grandson, Qian Mingho, ate while playing games and finished 7 or 8 of them without realizing it. The little granddaughter, Qian Yuqing, even held tomatoes as snacks and skipped dinner. The whole family took turns eating up the 2 large bags of tomatoes. Qian Wenhao was so angry that he almost jumped up. He wanted to rush upstairs and beat these bastards up. They are not good at anything, and eating is their top priority. They even snatched the old lady's food. Wang Lifang quickly pulled him back. Just eat it. They don't know that Mom likes this tomato. And these tomatoes are really delicious. It's normal for them to not be able to resist eating a few more. Although Qian Wenhao knew Wang Lifang was right, he still looked down on her and said, They enjoyed their meal, but what about Mom? Can you still buy tomatoes of his quality tomorrow? Wang Lifang wasn't sure either. I met the girl buying tomatoes at the Wuling Forest store. She probably won't be there tomorrow, but I added her contact information. I'll ask her. However, after sending several messages, there was no reply. I called the voice call, but no one answered. This made Qian Wenhao extremely anxious. He finally found something his mother wanted to eat, and even if it was extremely difficult, he wanted to get it for her. However, since the other party did not respond, they could only worry. After dinner, Jiang Wanning took the 2 little ones to sort out the items they bought today as a way to digest the food after dinner. Who made them greedy? They ate themselves into round little balls. After cleaning the house, Jiang Wanning boiled 2 large pots of hot water. The whole family took a fragrant hot bath and went to bed refreshed. At this moment, the bedroom was so quiet that only the sound of even breathing could be heard. Looking at Jiang Mudong, sleeping with her little but sticking up on the pillow, and Jiang Mushuan, lying on his back snoring, Jiang Wanning almost couldn't help laughing out loud. At first glance, they looked like 2 little pigs, so cute. Finally having some free time, Jiang Wanning took out her mobile phone and prepared to buy some vegetable seeds online to plant the remaining space in the vegetable garden. But as soon as she unlocked the screen, she was stunned. The screen showed more than a dozen missed calls and dozens of unread messages. When I clicked on it, I saw that in addition to Zhu Feifei, the salesperson from the 4S store, there were also several unfamiliar numbers. Worried that something urgent might happen, Jiang Wanning quickly called back. Ms. Jiang, you finally called back. Zhu Feifei's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with obvious relief. Sorry, I was too busy during the day to check my phone. Jiang Wanning lowered her voice, afraid to wake the sleeping child. Is there something urgent? It's like this, Zhu Feifei said quickly. The customers who came to the store today, as well as our colleagues, have been asking for your contact information. They all say your tomatoes are so delicious and want to buy some more. Zhu Feifei continued to explain. According to professional ethics, I cannot disclose your contact information casually, so I wanted to ask for your opinion first. It's okay, you can give them my phone number and WeChat. There is no reason to refuse business that comes to your door. Jiang Wanning agreed readily. I've counted and there are 14 people who want to contact you to buy tomatoes, Zhu Feifei suggested. Why don't you create a group and add me to it? I'll add everyone else later, saving them the trouble of having to verify each one individually. Okay, I'll set up a group chat right now. Jiang Wanning quietly got out of bed and walked into the yard before raising her voice slightly. Wait a moment, I'll send you the group link right away. After hanging up the phone, she opened WeChat, quickly created a group chat called Jiang Family Vegetable Basket, and then sent the group link directly to Zhu Feifei. Then she also added the online ride-hailing driver, the fashionable old lady, and the curly-haired aunt who had added her WeChat separately today into the group. Chapter 20, Going Up the Mountain. Zhu Feifei sent the first message in the group. Okay, I will go and pull everyone else in now. As more and more accounts were added, the group immediately became lively. Boss, where are you going to sell tomatoes tomorrow? I'll come find you. I'm going to. I originally thought my mom would be upset if I bought 30 pounds of tomatoes, but she actually asked me to buy another 5 pounds. Boss, our wallets are ready. Please bring more tomatoes when the time comes. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have enough to sell. Boss, your kids love your tomatoes. They usually eat like they're their grandparents, chasing after them to feed them. But today, they ate 2 bowls of rice with scrambled eggs and tomatoes. It's amazing. My kids are the same way. It's rare that I come across something they like, but it's gone in just one meal. They keep clamoring for more, which is a real headache. Jiang Wanning thought about her plans for tomorrow, so she sent a notice. Sorry, the 2 baskets of tomatoes I brought to the 4S dealership today were originally intended to be delivered to a friend's restaurant, not to a stall. If you still want to buy, you can order in the group chat. I'll arrange for everyone to have them delivered in 3 days. Someone in the group replied almost immediately. Okay, 3 days later, right? I want to buy 5 kilograms and I'll transfer the money to you now. Following closely behind is an exclusive red envelope of 150. Seeing this, the others followed suit and sent the purchase quantity and the corresponding red envelopes. In just 10 minutes, she received exclusive red envelopes totaling 3,690 yuan. Since the customer was so enthusiastic, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Jiang Wanning. Okay, I'll take the payment first. When the time comes, everyone can just pick up the goods at the designated location according to their nicknames in the group and the quantity they ordered. As soon as the message was sent, a voice call request with the word prosperous popped up. Jiang Wanning was slightly stunned. And then she remembered that this was the account of the fashionable old lady, the second customer to patronize her business after the online car-hailing driver. Hello, how are you? Jiang Wanning had just answered the phone when she heard the anxious voice of a strange man from the receiver. Hello, boss. I heard you won't be arranging a delivery tomorrow. I'd like to ask if we can buy directly from your farm. The man spoke quickly, his voice filled with undisguised anxiety. Well, my mother isn't feeling well. The doctor said she might not have much time left. She ate some tomatoes from your shop tonight, and her appetite is much better than usual. Jiang Wanning didn't answer his question right away, but instead asked, Excuse me, are you the owner of the manhwa account? Oh, no. The other party finally reacted and hurriedly explained, This is my wife's account. She's in the shower. I saw the message you sent and got anxious. As she was speaking, there was a rustling sound on the other end of the line, followed by a gentle female voice. Young boss, I'm so sorry. I'm Wang Lifang, and the manhwa account is mine. My husband was in a hurry just now and didn't even say hello. Jiang Wanning finally felt relieved and said with a smile, It's okay. Just confirm it's the real person. Wang Lifang's voice was filled with earnestness. Boss, we'd like to go directly to your house tomorrow to buy some tomatoes. Is that convenient? Of course. Jiang Wanning agreed readily. I'll send you the address later. Remember to let me know before you leave. Okay. Thank you, young boss. Wang Lifang thanked repeatedly. Jiang Wanning. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for patronizing my business. However, Wang Lifeng and her husband were not the only ones who wanted to buy tomatoes. Ride-hailing driver Hu Mingwei also sent her a private message. Boss, can I go to your store tomorrow to buy a few pounds of tomatoes? My wife had severe pregnancy vomiting, but eating your tomatoes stopped it. She hasn't eaten properly since she got pregnant, and our whole family is incredibly worried. Jiang Wanning, sure. Hu Mingwei knew their home address, so she didn't have to send it to him specifically. When I returned to the WeChat homepage, I found that there were more than a dozen messages asking me to add friends. The remarks were all about buying tomatoes. Very good. The Jiang family's vegetable selling group has expanded to more than 20 people. The next day, Jiang Wanning got up at dawn. Considering that she would be going up the mountain soon, she wore a scratch-resistant windbreaker and tied her hair casually behind her head. Seeing that the old lady next door had also woken up, he went in and carried her from the bed to the wheelchair. This wheelchair is electric and very user-friendly in design. It can be controlled well without any push. The old lady asked with concern, "Why are you up so early? Are you not used to sleeping at home?" Jiang Wanning smiled and shook her head. "I slept well. I went to bed early last night and woke up when I had enough sleep. Grandma, I'm going to go for a walk in a while. If Tong Tong and the others are up, please tell them, to prevent what happened yesterday morning from happening again." After hearing this, the old lady frowned slightly and said worriedly, "It's still dark and the mountain road is difficult to walk on. Isn't it too dangerous to go up the mountain now? How about waiting until it's completely daylight?" Jiang Wanning, "Don't worry, I'll just look at the foot of the mountain and won't go in." The old lady was still worried and said, "Okay, then be careful and come back early. The mountains are not like home. Anything can happen, so you must be extra careful." Jiang Wanning agreed with a smile, went out, got a machete from the woodshed, and headed towards the back mountain. In the early morning of September, the sky was just beginning to turn pale, and a faint ray of dawn light penetrated the mist and sprinkled on the mountains, covering this peaceful world with a layer of soft golden gauze. The veil-like mist in the mountains gradually faded away, revealing lush forests and winding paths, as if it were an ink painting carefully drawn by nature. Every breath seems to cleanse the dust from the soul, mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass, making people feel relaxed and happy. Occasionally, the clear chirping of birds can be heard in the distance. They are either jumping happily on the branches or flying freely in the air, adding a bit of vitality and energy to this quiet morning. Jiang Wanning walked up step by step along the path, slightly wet with morning dew. The weeds and shrubs on both sides had grown wildly because no one had trimmed them for a long time, almost completely swallowing up the already narrow path. From time to time, she had to use the machete in her hand to clear a path. The intertwined branches and vines are so dense that they seem indestructible. But in Jiang Wanning's hands, it seemed vulnerable. Not long after walking, she saw a large area of lush fruit trees in front of her. However, due to a long period of lack of management, they appear to be in disarray. The branches and leaves are full of yellow fruits, but they also appear to be particularly wild and unruly because no one takes care of them. Chapter 21, Build a Farm. She quickened her pace, walked closer, and took a closer look, only to find that it was a small grove of pear trees. The pears are densely packed on the branches, but they are very small, with rough skin and dull color. Some even have spots left on them due to wind and rain. She reached out and picked one, taking a light bite. The flesh is dry, has almost no sweetness, and the taste is not good at all. If such pears were placed on the market, I'm afraid few people would be willing to buy them. After all, it grew naturally and has not been carefully cultivated. It is no different from wild fruit, and it is difficult to grow something that tastes delicious. But there was no trace of frustration in Jiang Wanning's eyes. Instead, she looked at the branches full of fruits and smiled happily. So what if it doesn't taste good? With special nourishment, even the bitterest bitter melon can grow into a sweet melon in her hands. After passing through the pear orchard, there is a large persimmon orchard. These persimmon trees also appear particularly thin due to the lack of pruning and fertilization for a long time, and their branches are full of unripe small persimmons. They are of different sizes and shapes, as if they were strokes of nature's freehand brushwork. Without tasting them, Jiang Wanning could tell that these persimmons were definitely not delicious. But it's okay, her wood-based ability can save her. The peach trees next to the persimmon orchard are in an even worse situation. Due to the invasion of diseases and pests, many leaves have turned yellow, and some have even fallen off, leaving only bare branches. There are only a few fruits left, and the remaining ones were riddled with holes from insects. The fruits of this condition are no longer worth saving. We will have to give up the peach harvest for the time being this year. Other fruits growing in the mountains include kiwis and oranges. There are also many fruits, but they don't look good and they taste so sour that they are inedible. The fruit is almost ripe, so it is impossible to improve its appearance. But she believes that as long as it tastes good enough, people will buy it no matter how ugly it looks. Jiang Wanning walked very fast, and it only took her 2 hours to inspect the entire target forest. As he walked, he observed the conditions of each mountain, silently thinking about how to arrange energy shields to improve their growing environment to the greatest extent and improve the quality of the fruit. At the same time, she also cleared the path covered by bushes and branches, making it easier to enter and exit in the future. When Jiang Wanning stood on the top of the mountain and looked back at the forest she had patrolled, her eyes were full of love and longing. This will be her territory in this world from now on. But this place doesn't belong to her yet. Jiang Wanning has already decided to go find the village chief and book the entire hilltop. After going down the mountain, Jiang Wanning's steps unconsciously became lighter. The confusion and alienation of traveling to another world were diluted at this moment by the fresh mountain air and the vast greenery. When her eyes swept across the familiar vegetable garden, she saw 3 figures, 1 big and 2 small, sitting in a row in the yard. Seeing Jiang Wanning, the 2 small figures stood up almost at the same time. Then, like a cannonball, he rushed towards her joyfully. The small body contains endless energy and joy. Mom, can you bring Tong Tong with you next time you go up the mountain? Tong Tong will help her pick fruits. Tong Tong is very capable. I want to go too. I can take care of my sister and help you pick fruits. I can also recognize which fruits are delicious. Jiang Wanning held one in each hand, effortlessly saying, "Okay, next time the fruits on the mountain are ripe, I'll take you up the mountain to pick them. There's so much fruit in this field, I hope I don't end up crying when I pick it." Yeah. Upon hearing this, the 2 little ones cheered together, as if they had already foreseen the happy time of returning home with a full load. They have no idea what kind of challenges may be waiting for them. Breakfast was wheat shrimp made by the old lady with the help of Jiang Wanning, with tomatoes and rapeseed added. They are all freshly picked from the vegetable garden. The wheat shrimps are made with ordinary flour, but the old lady has great skills, and they are very chewy. The sweet and sour taste of tomatoes, the crispness of rapeseed, and the chewiness of the shrimp make every bite unforgettable. Jiang Wanning sighed. "Grandma, the shrimp you made are so delicious." The old lady smiled and said, "If you like it, Grandma will make it for you next time." While eating, the whole room was filled with the sound of slurping. The 2 little ones ate with gusto, their little faces covered with soup. If Jiang Wanning hadn't reminded them in time, the 2 little guys might have overeaten again. After dinner, the 2 little guys rushed to wash the pots and dishes. With the old lady watching over them, Jiang Wanning just let them do what they wanted. She greeted the old lady and walked along the gravel path to the village committee. It was a 2-story building, and the red words, Wangshan Village Villagers Committee, on the white wall had faded a little. The window on the first floor was open, and a figure could be seen through it. She knocked on the door, and Jiang Dahai's voice came from inside. "Come in." When I pushed the door open, I was hit by the mixed smell of cheap cigarettes and aged tea. Jiang Dahai sat behind his desk, his gray hair standing up like steel needles, and his dark face was deeply wrinkled. "Uncle Village Chief," Jiang Wanning called out. Jiang Dahai looked up and saw her. He frowned subconsciously and tapped his fingers on the table twice. "Jiang Wanning? Why are you here? How is your grandma now?" The dislike in his tone was almost overflowing. Jiang Wanning didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Village Chief, for your concern. My grandma is doing fine." Jiang Dahai opened his mouth to say something, but finally sighed softly. "Ning girl, your grandmother has difficulty walking, and the 2 children are young, so they will need someone to take care of them. If you go back to the city, take them with you to live in the city." "Uncle Village Chief, I'm not going back to the city." Jiang Wanning interrupted him, her voice quiet but firm. "From now on, I'll stay in the village with my grandma and the children." The office suddenly became quiet. In Jiang Dahai's ashtray, a half-smoked cigarette burned silently, and a wisp of green smoke rose. "What did you say?" After a long time, Jiang Dahai scratched his ears, thinking he had heard it wrong. Uncle Village Chief, you heard me right. I have decided to stay in the village and develop in the future. Jiang Wanning repeated every word. Jiang Dahai's expression was as if he had heard something out of the ordinary. He put out his cigarette, frowned, and looked at the girl in front of him who had once ignored her family. Stay in the village to develop. Develop what? There was nothing in their village except the endless forests. So saying that you don't want to go back to the city is just an excuse for not wanting to take your family back with you. Uncle Village Chief, I want to contract the mountains and fields in the village. I'd like to ask what the conditions are. Seeing that Jiang Dahai's face was getting uglier and uglier, Jiang Wanning went straight to the point. Chapter 22, I have no money. She reached out and pointed at the floor plan on the table. I want to contract this area. Her slender fingertips drew a large circle on the map. From Black Pine Ridge to Bluestone Cliff, including the calls and streams in between, I've calculated it's about 300 acres. How much? Jiang Dahai stood up suddenly, and the chair legs scraped the ground with a harsh sound. Ning girl, are you kidding? Jiang Wanning's expression remained unchanged. I'm serious. Jiang Dahai's expression turned strange. He walked around the desk and stood in front of Jiang Wanning, pawing at the map with his rough fingers. Do you know how big this mountain is? It'll take most of the day to walk around it. I know. Jiang Wanning met his gaze. I just want to see it this morning. The office fell silent again. Jiang Dahai stared at her for a full 10 seconds. Ning girl, tell me the truth. What do you want to do? 300 acres of mountain land. Just you alone. Could it be that he is planning to do something illegal? Jiang Wanning looked out the window. In the twilight, the outline of Black Pine Ridge looks like the back of a giant beast. She could feel that every tree and every blade of grass there was calling her. That was the intuition of a wood-type mutant. Uncle Village Chief, I want to build a farm in the village, she said softly, one with mountains and water, trees and fields, livestock and fish ponds. Turning around, she saw the shocked expression on the village chief's face and couldn't help laughing. Uncle Village Chief, don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Wangshan Village is also my home. I just want to make it better. Jiang Dahai stared at her for a long time, then suddenly reached out and patted her shoulder with such force that she staggered. Okay, I'll apply for you today. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I'll take you to the town government to handle the contracting procedures. The mountains of Wangshan Village have been abandoned for so long that they are almost forgotten. At this moment, someone wants to contract a farm. The town government is so happy that it will definitely approve it as quickly as possible. As the village chief and a native villager, Jiang Dahai dreams of the day when young people who have gone out to explore the world will come back and build their village together. Unexpectedly, the person who came back in the end was Jiang Wanning, the person he least favored. Even if Jiang Wanning finally rents these 300 acres of mountain land and does nothing with it, the rent can at least bring some income to the village. When a new year and other festivals come, I could buy more rice, flour, grain, and oil for the elderly in the village. Just when Jiang Dahai was still immersed in Jiang Wanning's feat of contracting 300 acres of forest, Jiang Wanning suddenly spoke. Uncle Village Chief, I have a question. Jiang Dahai was stunned. What's the problem? Jiang Wanning. There are many fruit trees and mountain products in those 300 acres of forest. They must have been planted by someone in the past. Now, I have contracted this forest, and I will improve these fruit trees and mountain products. When the time comes, the people who planted the fruit trees and mountain products will not come here to pick peaches, right? This matter must be made clear. If there are unclear property rights issues involved, she might as well just find a bare mountain with nothing on it and start from scratch. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dahai quickly waved his hands and said, Don't worry, this will never happen. The vacant land in our village is all because there are no one at home, so it has been reclassified as collective. If anyone really comes to investigate, that's the business of our village committee, not you. With the village chief's endorsement, Jiang Wanning finally felt completely relieved. Then, just as she walked out of the door, she turned back again with a hint of flattery on her face. Uncle Village Chief, I have another question. Jiang Dahai had a bad feeling. What's the problem? Jiang Wanning smiled and said, I don't have any money right now. The contract fee for the 300 acres of forest. Can you help me arrange an installment payment? After returning home, Jiang Wanning looked at the not-so-strong son, waved her hand, and shouted in a somewhat heroic tone, Children, let's go, follow Mom to the vegetable garden to weed. Before, The family was so crowded that more than half of the 2 acres of vegetable land was vacant. If you want to make use of the large vacant space, you must first clear the weeds on it. Oh, let's go weeding, let's go weeding. The children cheered and jumped for joy. If you didn't know better, you would think they were going to play instead of work. But for the twins, it was no different from playing. They were too small to use sickles, so Jiang Wanning asked them to follow behind her. As the main force, she was responsible for weeding in the front. The 2 little guys were responsible for picking up weeds and grass roots in the back, and then piling them together. Looking at her mother, who was getting farther and farther away from them, Jiang Mudong called out to Jiang Mushuan, "Brother, let's compete." Jiang Mushuan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Comparing what?" Jiang Mudong put her hands on her hips, looking determined to win. "Let's see who picks up the most grass." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mushuan was not willing to be outdone. "Let's compete. Let's see who is more powerful." The battle between the 2 children is about to break out, and the air is filled with a strong atmosphere of competition. The competition is about to begin. However, the accident came so suddenly. The sound of a car engine could be heard in the distance. Jiang Wanning looked up and saw a luxury car slowly coming into view, followed closely by a simple minivan. 2 cars stopped by the vegetable field one after another, the doors opened, and several acquaintances walked out. The people who got out of the limousine were Qian Wenhao and Wang Lifang, and the people in the minivan were Hu Mingwei and an old lady who looked somewhat like Hu Mingwei, probably Hu's mother. When the 4 people followed the old lady's wheelchair, passed through the mottled door, and came to the vegetable garden behind the house, their eyes were instantly attracted by the red tomatoes hanging on the branches. The sunlight shines through the sparse clouds and gently falls on these round and plump tomatoes, making them emit an even more attractive luster, like rubies inlaid among the green vines. "Oh my God!" Wang Lifang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "I remember when I was picking tomatoes from the basket, I thought they were already bright and attractive enough. I didn't expect that tomatoes growing on the vines looked even more tempting." Qian Wenhao stood by, taking a deep breath of the air mingled with the fragrance of soil and fruits and vegetables, and sighed sincerely. "It's strange to say, but ever since I stepped into this vegetable patch, I felt my chest suddenly open up, and my breathing has become much smoother than usual. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but this feeling is truly wonderful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanning just smiled and said nothing. How could it not be smooth? Where there is an energy shield, all things are nourished. Mother, who also felt refreshed at this moment. Yes, I feel the same way. We feel so comfortable standing here, not to mention the vegetables in the field. No wonder the tomatoes are so juicy and delicious. I've never seen such beautiful tomatoes in my life. The old lady sat in a wheelchair, listening to them praise their tomatoes. She smiled cheerfully and said, "Compared to the city, nothing in the mountains is good. The only good thing is the air, so you feel comfortable." The 4 of them nodded, thinking that this was indeed true. Smiling, he said to Wang Lifang and Hu's mother, "How much do you want to buy? I'll pick it for you." Wang Lifang's eyes lit up, and she said eagerly, "Xiao Jiang, can we go down and pick them ourselves? I promise I'll be careful not to damage the vines." Hu's mother standing by was also full of anticipation, her eyes sparkling with longing for a pastoral life. For the children of flower-growing families, no matter how old they are, they always have a love and attachment to growing vegetables in their hearts. Even though I cannot plant the fruits myself now, being able to participate in the picking process is a rare pleasure. Jiang Wanning readily agreed. "Okay, then you can pick them yourselves. Remember to pick the red ones, and pick as many as you want. Grandma, take them to the front yard and get 2 baskets." Chapter 23, Black Material. For people, 2 groups, each carrying a basket, carefully moved onto the tomato racks. Everyone stared with wide eyes, trying to pick out the reddest and largest tomato. I have to look at each one carefully before picking it, for fear of missing out on a bigger and better one. However, after looking at them, they found that these ripe tomatoes were surprisingly similar in shape and size, as if they were works of art carefully crafted by nature. No matter how delicious the tomatoes are, they are still priced at 30 yuan per pound. For Hu Mingwei's family, it's okay to try it occasionally. But if we say we can eat to our heart's content, this condition cannot be met. Now, only pregnant daughters-in-law are eligible to enjoy such special treatment. In the end, after some restraint and selection, The mother and son picked a total of 10 tomatoes. Wu Jinchu nodded. Jiang Wanning gave them a discount and charged them 5 kilograms. Mother, who looked at the big red tomatoes in the basket and said with joy, "I'll give these tomatoes to Lon Lon to make soup. She's sure she'll like it." "Yeah, you can try it too, Mom." Hu Weiming transferred 150 to Jiang Wanning's account and left early. In comparison, Qian Wenhao and his wife seemed much more bold and unrestrained. They had originally planned to buy more tomatoes, not only to satisfy the old lady's taste at home, but also to share some with the brothers and sisters at home so that everyone can taste this delicious food. The process of picking the fruits themselves allowed them to rediscover the long-lost joy of childhood. For a moment, I forgot to control the quantity. As they picked the vegetables, they shared stories from their childhood, and their laughter echoed in the vegetable garden. Before I knew it, the basket was full. It was tossed back and forth 3 times. When I finally weighed it, I found it was over 100 pounds. Jiang Wanning looked at the overflowing tomato basket and said with a bit of a smile, "Isn't that too many? They're all naturally ripe fruits. They won't keep for many days." Qian Wenhao waved his hand nonchalantly. Not much. We just want to pick more and take them back so that our relatives and friends can taste the authentic flavor of tomatoes. Besides, eating so many tomatoes will be a real treat." Just as they were about to pay, Wang Lifang suddenly pointed behind the tomato rack and exclaimed, "Xiao Jiang, are those rape seeds planted behind the tomatoes?" Jiang Wanning turned around and took a look, then agreed, "Yes, I didn't plant much, so I kept it for myself." The entire vegetable garden is planted with tomatoes and rapeseed. The tomatoes are placed on a rack, which makes them look more eye-catching. The rapeseed grows close to the ground, with wild weeds growing wildly next to it. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. Unexpectedly, the sharp-eyed Wang Lifang saw it. "That rapeseed is growing lushly and looks really good. Can you sell some to us?" Wang Lifang asked expectantly. Jiang Wanning readily agreed. "Then you can pick them yourselves. The price is the same as tomatoes. Pick as many as you buy." Wang Lifang immediately grabbed an empty basket and excitedly went to the rapeseed. "This rapeseed looks fresh and tender. It will definitely taste good when I stir-fry it when I get home." After a busy period, the 2 families returned home with a full load. When Qian Wenhao and his wife left, the trunk and back seat of the car were packed full. Jiang Wanning also earned a large sum of money for vegetables. "Grandma, look, we sold over 4,000 tomatoes and rapeseed today." Jiang Wanning put her arm around the old lady's shoulders and showed her the transfer records on her phone. "How is it? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Do you think your granddaughter is amazing?" The old lady's eyes were slightly red. She patted Jiang Wanning and said, Yes, my eldest granddaughter is the best. Little naughty girl, put your phone away quickly and don't let anyone see it." "Mom, what are you looking at? Let me see it too." Jiang Mudong saw her mother hugging her grandmother and laughing so happily that she didn't even bother to pick up the cut grass. He ran over with his short legs, staggering. He didn't care about the mud on his body and hugged Jiang Wanning's thighs. Look, let's not miss our housekeeper Tong Tong," Jiang Wanning joked. Seeing that the sun was getting higher and higher, Jiang Wanning hurriedly called back the uncle and nephew who were still diligently weeding and picking up grass. "Go wash your hands and feet, then come over here for me to check. If you pass, I'll reward you by letting you watch 2 episodes of Boonie Bears on your tablet." The cartoon Boonie Bears is a real temptation for kids. The 2 little ones cheered together and rushed to the sink in the front yard. On a summer afternoon, Jiang Wanning lay on the recliner in the main room, feeling the breeze and enjoying the coolness brought by it. The childish voices of children arguing about cartoon characters echoed in my ears. Jiang Wanning closed her eyes slightly, feeling the tranquility and peace, her heart filled with satisfaction and comfort. Unfortunately, good times are always short-lived. A rapid ring of a cell phone broke the silence. Jiang Wanning picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. She thought it was the call from the technician who had made an appointment to deliver the electrical appliances, so she answered the call without thinking too much. "Jiang Wanning, where the hell have you been? Come back quickly and explain to the police that you went to the hotel on your own and it has nothing to do with me, or I'll never let you go." On the other end of the phone, an angry and sharp female voice came barging in curses. A very familiar voice. It must be Huang Hailey's. After scolding her, she changed her attitude. "Jiang Wanning, please come back and help me explain this to the police. As long as you explain it clearly to the police, I will give you all the resources under my name in the future. She was cursing and begging at times, which showed how panicked she was at the moment. Jiang Wanning didn't bother to pay attention to her. Just hang up the phone and block it. Ha! If you have the ability to do it, you must have the ability to bear the consequences. Now you know to beg her? Too late. Thinking of the negative information about her original self on the internet, Jiang Wanning opened a big eye icon on her phone. This was the first time she opened this app since coming to this world. Type Jiang Wanning in the search box and a series of unfriendly related terms will pop up. Jiang Wanning, get out of the entertainment industry. Shen Yinan pleads with Jiang Wanning for fans. Jiang Wanning is the most vicious female star in history. Fans' families pleaded with Jiang Wanning. When I clicked on Jiang Wanning, get out of the entertainment industry, I saw almost all kinds of curses and insults against her, but there was no news about Huang highly being taken to the police station. I think the company took action and concealed it. A 208 guy actually has a problem with an amateur. He has no dignity left. Jiang Wanning must be trying to force that girl to death. I heard that Wang Yuxuan has just been admitted to university. If she's really locked up, her life will probably be over. Chapter 24 has withdrawn from the circle. Please do not disturb. It wasn't splashed at all, so why is he so persistent? Our brother has already apologized on behalf of the fans. What else does Jiang Wanning want to do? Ha, what apology? People don't look down on it. Unless Shen Yin agrees to be a CP with her, she will probably agree immediately. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That bitch is like a piece of dog skin plaster, riding on the popularity everywhere, and it's impossible to get rid of her. Our brother helped her out of kindness, and she has been pestering him for half a year. Now he is almost afraid of women. How on earth can such a person stay in the entertainment industry for so long? It makes me sick just looking at him. Needless to say, it's all caused by sleeping. Is there anyone who can dig up her financial backer who actually allowed her to mess around like this? Come on, let's sign a petition together and ask Jiang Wanning to get out of the entertainment industry. Jiang Wanning flipped through the pages one by one, her heart as calm as still water. In her memory, the original body was vain and materialistic, but more lustful. She looked down upon the greasy investors and directors that her agent introduced to her. But the evil and charming movie star or the handsome and popular guy she likes doesn't like her. As a result, she has been jumping around in the circle for 2 or 3 years, but apart from some black and red names, she is still a little-known person. The person who smashed the phone, Wang Yuxuan's parent, uploaded video after video online. The purpose of the video is to express how kind their daughter Wang Yuxuan is and how many awards she has won since she was a child. The reason why such a smart and kind child smashed someone's head was because of the instigation of others. Under each video, there are expressions of sympathy for Wang Yuxuan's family, as well as insults and curses against Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning calmly treated it as a joke, but unexpectedly, she saw 2 die-hard fans of the original person amidst the chaotic comments. Flying pig, it is justified to hurt others. Whether to choose to reconcile or not is a right granted to citizens by Guojia law. If you have any opinions, you can go to the public security organs to raise them. Lemon sweet. Killing someone means paying with your life, and injuring someone means being punished. Isn't that just and natural? You're not the victim, so why should you forgive others on their behalf? Among all the black fans, the only ones who can still speak for her should be the die-hard fans. Not surprisingly, their speeches were attacked by countless people. Jiang Wanning logged into Diane's account and prepared to send a private message of thanks to the 2 of them. Then I saw their daily messages of encouragement in private messages. Ningning, come on. I believe you are not that kind of person. Ningning, I will always support you. It was a simple sentence, but it touched Jiang Wanning, who had always been indifferent to the entertainment industry. At the same time, I also have some doubts. Is the original body really as vain and materialistic as I remember? In her memory, she seemed to see a figure constantly shuttling between various crews. It was a little blurry, but inexplicably familiar. I can't see it clearly at all. Jiang Wanning shook her head and sent a reply to the 2 fans. Thank you for your support. From now on, I will no longer participate in any activities in the entertainment industry. I wish you happiness and health. Other than that, the long list of private messages was filled with nothing but vicious insults and curses. Jiang Wanning deleted and blocked them one by one. Then I saw, Lin Xiyun, Sister Wan Ning, did you change your phone number? I couldn't get through to you, so I could only send you a private message. I don't know if you can see it. Shin Yinen's agent put pressure on the company. If you still want to come back, you must be careful. Lin Siyun, the little girl who gave her Japanese grapes worth 800 yuan per kilogram. I couldn't get through on the phone, so of course it was because after she left, she blocked everyone in her circle. Although the two are neighbors, they don't communicate much. The deepest one was probably the $100,000 deal they made on the day she was leaving. I didn't expect that she would still want to tip her off afterwards. Jiang Wanning replied, I have retired, don't worry. When I returned to the personal page of the account, I found that apart from advertisements, there were all kinds of beautiful pictures and selfies. Look at those retouched pictures. Jiang Wanning thought, no wonder there was such a stir on the internet, but when she returned to Linsheng, no one recognized her. The photos were edited to such an extent that even parents couldn't recognize them, let alone passersby. Jiang Wanning read it from beginning to end and did not delete it. After all, she has no right to erase the traces of her original body in this world. Netizens who were keeping an eye on her all the time soon discovered that she was online. So they heard the news and came to her, scolding her under her past Weibo posts and forcing her to reconcile with Wang Yuxuan. The screen was full of dirt, which hurt Jiang Wanning's eyes. Jiang Wanning, no forgiveness, no reconciliation. I've retired, please don't bother me. After posting on Weibo, Jiang Wanning threw away her phone, not caring at all about the online reactions. However, even if she doesn't care, there are people who do. But this has nothing to do with her anymore. Wangshan Village. In the still dilapidated main hall of the Jiang family, there is a washing machine on the left, a refrigerator on the right, and a large color TV in the middle. The two little ones touched this and that. They were so happy that they ran around the room. Jiang Wanning complied with their request, washed the dirty clothes in the washing machine, froze a bowl of tomato smoothie in the refrigerator, and played an episode of Boonie Bears on the TV. Looking at the empty double-door refrigerator, Jiang Wanning suddenly shouted, I'm going down the mountain to buy some things. Does anyone want to come with me? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one answered. Jiang Wanning turned around and saw the 4 eyes of the 2 children staring at the TV without blinking. Obviously, for these 2 little guys, following Jiang Wanning down the mountain has completely lost its appeal compared to the Boonie Bears that is currently being played. Looking at their fascinated expressions, Jiang Wanning shook her head helplessly. Well, since it was her first time watching TV, she allowed them to indulge in it for once. After taking the car keys and saying hello to the old lady, Jiang Wanning drove directly down the mountain. To buy some ingredients, she didn't go to the city, but went straight to the vegetable market in town. The focus of this purchase is to buy some fresh meat ingredients. The old and the young in the family all need to replenish their bodies, so they need to keep up with nutrition. I bought a lot of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Now that I have a refrigerator at home, even if I buy more, it won't go bad. Finally, I bought 5 hens and 5 roosters from the live poultry area. After buying them, put them under an energy shield for a few days. Both the eggs they lay and the meat they grow will be delicious and nutritious. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait to eat the chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep she raised. She wanted to raise one in the end times. But at that time, whether it was poultry or livestock, they were either eaten by zombies or mutated themselves and could not be raised. Now that she has the conditions, she absolutely cannot miss it. Chapter 25, That Fruit is Terrible. However, raising pigs requires a pig pen, and raising cattle requires a cow sheet. This involves the renovation of old houses. She had been planning the repair and renovation of the old house since the first day she came back. But building her dream house would cost a lot of money. But she has no money now and can't afford to build it. We can only wait until she sells all the fruits on the mountain. If she wants to sell these fruits at a good price, she must first settle the contract issue of the forest, and then she can set up the energy shield and then let the fruits grow under the energy shield for 10 days. The fruits picked at that time will definitely taste delicious. However, when thinking about the energy shield, we have to mention the jade used to support the energy shield. The jade jewelry in her hand was not of the best quality. The energy contained in it can only support 500 acres of land for half a year at most, and it will need to be completely replaced after half a year. So before that, she had to earn enough money to buy the jade. After returning home, Jiang Wanning placed the 10 chickens directly in the chicken coop next to the vegetable garden. These chickens seemed to have smelled the presence of supernatural powers. As soon as they landed, they immediately scattered and began to dig the soil with their claws to find food. Jiang Wanning originally thought that the twins were still watching TV. Unexpectedly, when I walked into the main room, I only saw the old lady who was kneading dough in an enamel basin. Jiang Wanning asked doubtfully, "Grandma, what are you doing?" The old lady smiled and said, "I saw that the chives in the front yard were growing well, so I thought of making chive dumplings for you. They say June leeks are so stinky that they can kill dogs. Chives are not edible in summer, but nourished by energy, its quality is even fresher than the first cut of leeks in early spring." Thinking of the delicious leek dumplings, Jiang Wanning felt her mouth watering. "Grandma, I like chive dumplings. Please make a few more." When the old lady heard her granddaughter liked the food, there was no reason for her to refuse. "Okay, Grandma, we'll make more and make sure that Ning Ning can eat as much as she wants." Jiang Wanning looked around and said, "Grandma, where are those two little ones?" The old lady smiled and pointed towards the backyard. "They're all in the vegetable patch. Not long after you left, they went to pick up rocks from the field. They said they had a little surprise for you." Thinking of the two little ones' cleverness, Jiang Wanning's mouth curled up slightly. She walked towards the backyard and saw that they were indeed in the vegetable garden. The twins stuck there, but out and grunted as they picked up stones and weeds from the ground. Jiang Wanning's heart softened at the serious look on his face, and a gentle smile appeared between his eyebrows. "Mother!" The sharp-eyed Jiang Mudong saw Jiang Wanning standing not far away, and her face suddenly turned red with excitement. He subconsciously dropped the weeds in his hand and ran towards Jiang Wanning with his short legs. Mom, look, these are all done by my brother and I." Jiang Mudong ran to Jiang Wanning, raised her head, and looked at Jiang Wanning with anticipation with her big watery eyes, while pointing to the vegetable patch. Jiang Wanning looked at the cute and well-behaved daughter in front of her, and her heart softened. He simply held up Jiang Mudong's rosy little face and kissed her. "Good boy. Mommy has a reward." As he said that, he stuffed a chocolate ball into her mouth. Suddenly, her little mouth was puffed up like a little squirrel stealing nuts. At the same time, Jiang Mushuan, who was standing by, saw his sister get the reward and blinked at Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning naturally wouldn't favor one over the other. I stuffed one into his mouth. "Okay, now let Mom take over. Grandma is going to make chive dumplings tonight. Go back and help her pick some chives." With Jiang Wanning's ability, she could finish cleaning up the vegetable garden of less than 2 acres in half a day. Jiang Wanning weeds first. In less than half an hour, all the weeds were cleared. Then she picked up the hoe and started loosening the soil. Also pick out large grass roots, branches, and stones. By the time the twins came calling her for dinner, she had already prepared the entire vegetable patch, and all that was left was sowing the seeds. Dinner was leek dumplings with tomato and egg soup. The skin of the chive dumplings is golden and crispy, and the chive filling is crispy and tender. The tomato and egg soup is sweet and sour, and the soup is delicious. The whole family sat together in the yard, enjoying the cool mountain breeze and the sunset in the sky, and ate until their stomachs were full. The old lady looked at the 2 children slumped in their chairs, feeling both amused and angry. "Don't eat like this anymore. If you get an upset stomach, you'll be in trouble." Jiang Wanning couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she heard these familiar words. Isn't this what she just said to the 2 little ones this morning? "Grandma, if I really get sick from eating, it's all your fault. It's because you made these delicious chive dumplings. Don't you agree?" The 2 little ones nodded in agreement. "Yes, Grandma's chive dumplings are so delicious, so we ate a lot." The old lady smiled and scolded. "You are the most cunning one." As she spoke, she pushed her wheelchair and took out a basket from the house. "Ning Ning, I took out all these seeds and dried them today. Can you tell me which ones you want to use?" Jiang Wanning was still thinking about how long it would take for the seeds she bought online to arrive after she had prepared the vegetable garden. When he heard the old lady's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. When I took it and looked at it, I saw small paper bags neatly placed in the basket with the corresponding seed names written on them. There are tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, rapeseed, eggplant, garland chrysanthemums, radishes. There are more than a dozen bags scattered here and there. Open a bag of rapeseed seeds at random, and you will see that each seed is plump, full, and shiny. You can tell at a glance that they have been carefully selected. "Grandma, you're really good at collecting these seeds. The vegetables you grow will definitely be good." Jiang Wanning didn't lie down this time. She picked out a few kinds of vegetable seeds to plant and gave the rest to the old lady to put away. The old lady looked at the untouched tomato seeds in her hand and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to plant tomatoes?" Jiang Wanning, "The tomato vines can still produce another crop, so I won't plant them for now." The old lady felt distressed, 31 kilograms. If I don't plant it, I won't be able to sell it for a few days. What a pity. Jiang Wanning. Grandma, if we can't sell tomatoes, we can still sell the fruits from the mountain. I went to the mountain behind us and saw a lot of fruit trees. Now each tree has a lot of fruit. Once the contract procedures are completed, we can pick them and sell them. When the old lady heard this, she waved her hands and said, No, the fruit on the mountain is not only ugly, but also sour and astringent. It can't be sold. Ning, let's not waste our time. Upon hearing this, the two little ones also agreed with the old lady's words. Atai is right. That fruit is disgusting. My teeth are almost broken by the sourness. It's not tasty. Mommy, don't eat it. Chapter 26, Ant's Vision. Jiang Wanning said with a smile. Do you believe that Mom has magic that can make unpalatable fruits taste good? The two little ones both widened their eyes, their faces full of anticipation. I believe Mom is the best. Mom, is your magic as powerful as Sun Wukong's? Can you transform into anything you want? As the day dawned, everyone in the house, except the twins, got up. The old lady rolls noodles and makes pancakes. Jiang Wanning was sowing vegetable seeds in the field. The whole family is busy and having fun. Ever since she knew that tomatoes at home could be sold for 30 yuan per pound, the old lady wanted to send the ripe tomatoes to the market when she saw them in the field. Unfortunately, my legs are not strong enough, so I can only wait for my granddaughter's arrangements. Today, it was finally time to go to the city to deliver tomatoes, and Jiang Yui woke up early with excitement. While kneading the dough, he reminded Jiang Wanning to pick all the red tomatoes to prevent them from going bad. As a result, in the end, the pickup truck's cargo bed was filled with 6 large baskets, weighing more than 300 kilograms. The customers paid and ordered the quantity in advance in the group. There was also a large basket of rapeseed on the driver's seat. The old lady insisted that she take it with her, and she didn't want to spoil the old man's fun. Jiang Wanning pulled the rope and added a lid to ensure that the tomatoes on top would not fall due to the shaking during driving. Jiang Wanning came to Yuanxiao Vegetable Market based on a recommendation of group members. This is the only place where farmers are allowed to sell their own vegetables, fruits, and melons at makeshift stalls. Although it was not yet 7 o'clock, the open space was already densely packed with various stalls. Jiang Wanning circled around and finally found an empty space to park the car. Then she didn't plan to move and just stopped the car and turn off the engine. The location is remote, and there are trucks of all sizes, electric bikes and bicycles parked around it, so there are few pedestrians passing by her, and naturally no customers come to her store. However, she came here today mainly to deliver tomatoes, and selling rapeseed was just a side job, so she didn't care about the seed at all. She first sent the location to the group, then just sit in the car and wait for customers to come and pick up their food. About a quarter of an hour later, a young man walked towards her, looking around, holding a cell phone. When he came to Jiang Wanning's pickup truck, he kept looking at his phone and looked at her with a puzzled look on his face. The person in front of him was young and good-looking, and he really couldn't associate him with a vegetable vendor exposed to the wind and sun. Are you the tomato seller in the Jiang family's vegetable basket? Chen Jian looked at the small pickup truck and felt speechless. He was originally going to go to the nearby gym for a morning run, but his mother sent him here to get tomatoes. What about, it's just on the way anyway. Why don't you go running after you get the tomatoes? This east and west, where's it going? Jiang Wanning put away her phone and nodded. Hello, my last name is Jiang. Are you here to pick up the tomatoes? Yes, that was bought by my mom in the group. I came here to pick up the tomatoes for her. Chun Jiayan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Wanning then said, Show me your transfer records and group nicknames. Oh, okay. Chun Jiayan quickly opened his phone and pulled out a list of receipts. Let it be. I ordered a total of 5 kilograms. Here's the transfer record. However, when he saw the amount on the transfer record, he couldn't help but be shocked. 150 yuan. 5 kilograms of tomatoes for 150 yuan? So, now tomatoes have their own Hermes variety? He still didn't understand until a 5-pound bag of tomatoes was handed to him. But the color looks better and the shape is more symmetrical. Just as he was puzzled, a small group of people came running towards them in a hurry. Hey, little boss, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, my little devil would have destroyed our house. Hurry, here's my account number and transfer record. A total of 10 kilograms. This is mine, 5 pounds. I have 3 pounds. Oh, I'm running low. Boss Jiang, do you have any extra tomatoes? Can you sell me 5 more pounds? It seems that they suffered a loss because they bought too little last time, so they bought in batches of 5 or 10 kilograms. After all, the initial price of 30 yuan per kilogram is really expensive for tomatoes. But who knew that this tomato tasted so good? No matter whether it is an elderly person with no appetite or a child who doesn't eat well, as soon as they see a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, they will grab it. Several pounds of tomatoes were eaten up in one meal. Other dishes always feel tasteless. I didn't feel uncomfortable after not eating for a day, but I kept missing it. Chun Jian was stunned watching from the side, and was even slowly squeezed out as more and more people came. Isn't it said that aunties are the most concerned about value when buying vegetables? For example, her mother would spend a long time nagging when buying garlic sprouts that cost 10 yuan per pound. Now, this is a sex change? Or maybe it's that the aunt's vision has become higher. Don't take the unit price of 30 seriously. While hesitating, he took a tomato from the bag, wiped it casually on his clothes, and started to eat it. Tasty. So delicious. How can there be such delicious tomatoes in this world? In just 3 or 2 bites, the tomato was finished. Not yet satisfied, he took another bite. Then he looked at the tomatoes in the bag. There are 11 tomatoes in 5 pounds. I ate 2, and there are 9 left. There are 6 people in the family. Grandparents, parents, him, and his sister. One person is not enough to get 2. He has the lowest status in the family. After thinking for a moment, Chun Jian squeezed through the crowd and shouted, "Boss, do you have any tomatoes? I want to buy some more." At this time, a sharp-eyed woman saw the basket on the back seat of the car and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Mr. Jiang, you brought some rapeseed. They look so fresh and tender. How much is 1 pound?" While handing tomatoes to the customer and settling the bill, Jiang Wanning replied, "Same as tomatoes, 30 per pound." "Oh, that's not cheap. But if it tastes like tomatoes, give me 2 pounds. Tomatoes that cost 30 yuan per pound are so delicious. So rapeseed that costs 30 yuan per pound must be good too." Nowadays, children don't like to eat vegetables. When grandparents who have picky eaters at home hear that green vegetables are delicious, they immediately think of buying some to add to their grandchildren's snacks. Seeing this, Chun Jian also bought 2 kilograms. When paying, I also joined the group next to it. When he looked at the bag of tomatoes in each hand and the bag of vegetables, he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Is this why his parents like to participate in shopping sprees? More and more people gathered around the small pickup truck. Some had made reservations in the group in advance, while others were brought by their neighbors to see what was going on. Tomatoes and rapeseed were also consumed quickly, 1 bag at a time. Chapter 27. Bring it back to me quickly. After leaving the vegetable market, Jiang Wanning drove her pickup truck straight to the express station. "Hello. Please pack these things for me and send them frozen for express delivery. Here is the recipient's phone number and address." Jiang Wanning handed the plastic bag to the courier and also handed over a note with detailed information clearly written on it. The courier took the bag, took a curious look at the items inside, and explained, "If you choose frozen delivery, the price will be a little higher than regular express delivery. Here's the price list, take a look." Hearing this, Jiang Wanning actually felt a little distressed. Jiang Wanning looked up and found that the delivery fee for frozen tomatoes was indeed not cheap. The price of a bag in her hand was almost the price of a pound of tomatoes itself. However, when I think about the 2 loyal fans of Lin Siyun and the original body, they were able to insist on speaking up for themselves under the siege of many black fans. This friendship is really rare. Is the delivery time written above accurate? I have paid such an expensive express fee, and it would be bad if the contents were damaged due to the delivery time. The courier smiled and replied, "Don't worry about that. Our express delivery within the province will usually arrive tomorrow morning. For shipments outside the province, it will take about 2 days with a margin of error of no more than 1 day. All our express shipments are sent by air transport, ensuring that your fresh produce will be fresh upon delivery." After getting a definite answer, Jiang Wanning felt relieved. She paid the corresponding shipping fee and left. In fact, this time, Jiang Wanning sent tomatoes to Lin Siyun. In addition to thanking her for her reminder, she also had another plan, although she has now withdrawn from that bizarre circle. But she still hopes that her agricultural products can break into the market like the entertainment industry and shine. You know, the person who can buy grapes at 800 yuan per kilogram without blinking an eye. They are definitely her future high-quality customers. So she has to maintain these potential gods of wealth at all costs. After all, Lin Si-yoon is a person in the entertainment industry. Judging from the quality of the fruits and vegetables she irrigates with her supernatural powers, she should be able to attract some wealthy customers. Care for the community. Chun Ji-in walked into the community carrying 2 large bags of tomatoes and a large bag of rapeseed, and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. It was really rare for a big guy like him to have a big bag of tomatoes in one hand and a big bag of tomatoes and vegetables in the other hand so early in the morning. Many old men and women who came out to buy groceries or do morning exercises came forward and joked. Uncle Wong, who often works out with me at the gym, said, "Hey, Xiao Chun, why didn't I see you at the gym today? Did you go to the market to buy groceries? Oh, your tomatoes look really good. I'm craving them. Can you give some to Shuyin?" Chun Jae-in is not a stingy person, and his family often interacts with Uncle Wong. After hearing what Uncle Wong said, he took 2 out of the bag and said, "Uncle Wong, I bought a lot. You can eat these 2. Aunt Zhou, who was standing nearby, also noticed the vegetables in the bag and couldn't help but exclaim, "How come these vegetables are so juicy? Xiao Chun, which market did you buy these from? And you bought so many? Is there a promotion at a nearby supermarket?" The others also looked curious and eager to try. It seemed as if everyone was about to rush over as soon as Chun Ji-in told them the address. Chun Ji-in explained with a smile, "Actually, I didn't buy these tomatoes. My mom ordered them directly from a vegetable farmer. I saw that they looked fresh, so I bought a few pounds as well." Suddenly, a hand reached into Chun Ji-in's bag and grabbed 2 tomatoes. But Aunt Zhou saw it and immediately helped Chun Ji-in to snatch it back. "Hey, you old woman Zhang, why are you taking other people's things so quietly? Hurry and give it back to me." Chapter 28, Strange Mother and Son. Mrs. Zhang is well known in their community for taking advantage of others and being mean and sarcastic. Very unpopular among the neighbors. Even after Aunt Zhou pointed it out, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she said confidently, "Zhou ho ha, this is Xiao Chen's thing. Xiao Chan didn't say anything, so why are you talking so much?" As he said this, he reached out to take it again. But Chun Jiayan dodged with the bag. Mrs. Zhang was immediately furious. She put her hands on her hips and pointed at his nose and cursed, "What do you mean I saw you take 2 for old Wong? We're neighbors, so why don't you give me 1? Do you think my family is poor, and that's why you look down on me? I'm telling you. Old Wong is very smart. Even if he has money, it will be your turn. It's no use trying to curry favor with him." After the conversation, Chun Jiayan's face turned red. Uncle Wong, who was singled out, was also furious, his beard trembling. "Mrs. Zhang, we've all been putting up with you, but you've become even more outrageous. Xiao Chan gave me tomatoes because I gave him something too. We call it reciprocity, understand? Unlike you, who only know how to take advantage of others all day long." Aunt Zhou then retorted, "That's right, you're always eating and drinking for free. Who in the neighborhood hasn't been exploited by you? So, you think Xiao Chun is easy to bully because he's young and shameless, right?" Uncle Lu on the side also spoke up. "Mrs. Zhang, you are really unreasonable. If Xiao Chun gave you tomatoes, it was a favor, and if he didn't give you any, it was his duty. Don't you usually take advantage of others? You even want to take things from a younger generation." Mrs. Zhang was surrounded and scolded by everyone. She immediately lay on the ground and said, "Ah, you guys are bullying an old woman like me. You are trying to force me to death. I won't live anymore." At this time, Zhang Jianbao, the son of Mrs. Zhang, heard his mother crying and rushed over immediately. "What are you doing? What are you doing to my mom? I'm telling you, if anything happens to my mom, none of you will be able to escape." It is true that like mother, like son, everyone took a step back, fearing that they would be contaminated by this strange mother and son. Aunt Zhou, which eye of yours saw what we did to her? I'm telling you, don't even think about trying to scam us. There are cameras up there. Uncle Lu, I don't feel embarrassed at all, even though I do this every day. I'd lose all my skin just for a few tomatoes. Amidst the jeers and ridicule from the crowd, Zhang Jianbao finally understood why his mother was lying on the ground throwing a tantrum. "Oh, aren't they just 2 tomatoes? Mom, if you want to eat them, your son will buy them for you." Zhang Jianbao turned to look at Chun Jian, a hint of resentment in his eyes. 2 tomatoes, 5 yuan, is enough?" As he said this, he deliberately threw the money to the ground and reached into the bag to grab the tomatoes. This time, before Chun Jian could dodge, a figure rushed over and blocked Zhang Jianbao's hand holding the tomato. You want to buy 2 tomatoes from me for $5? You're dreaming. Mom, why did you come down? Chun Jian asked in surprise. He is really not good at dealing with this kind of situation where a shrew scolds people in the street. Now, here comes his mother. You know, his mother, Ms. Wu Meili, is the bully in their community. Grandma Zhang is such a shameless person. She is not afraid of anyone except her mother. After all, he was someone who would call the police just for a steam bun. At this moment, Ms. Wu Meili put her hands on her hips and fired at full force. You old woman, last time you stole apples from my house, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you're hitting my son again. Do you think you've forgotten what it felt like because I didn't send you to the police station for questioning last time? Mrs. Zhang's wailing suddenly disappeared. The resentment in Zhang Jianba's eyes disappeared, and he explained dryly, Auntie Wu, you misunderstood. We're not taking your tomatoes, we're buying them. 2 tomatoes, at most, only weigh a pound. At 5 yuan, you might even make a profit. Bah, you little bastards, are you trying to say that I'm taking advantage of you? Wu Meili shouted angrily. How can a 5 yuan tomato compare to my tomatoes? To tell you the truth, I bought these tomatoes for 30 yuan a pound. Don't you want to buy them? Give me 30 yuan, and I'll give you 2. When Mrs. Zhang heard the price, she sat up in shock from her dying illness and asked, Why don't you just go and rob it? Wu Meili crossed her arms and said with disdain, I want face, but I can't compete with you. Mrs. Zhang was so angry that her face turned pale and blue. Looking at the people around them, she knew that she would not get any advantage today, so she grabbed Zhang Jianba and ran away angrily. Looking at their embarrassed backs as they left, everyone felt suddenly relieved. Aunt Zhou said with admiration, Beautiful. You're really smart to come up with this trick to deal with Mrs. Zhang. Ha! Tomatoes cost 30 yuan a pound. Thanks to you for making it up. Wu Meili, I'm not making this up. These tomatoes are really 30 yuan per pound. Neighbors, do you think we believe it? Wu Meili knew that she couldn't explain it clearly, so she stuffed a tomato into each of their hands as a thank you for helping her stupid son. Chun Jian looked at the empty bag. Well, the extra bag he bought with great difficulty was wasted. Along the way, Wu Meili kept chattering to Chun Jian, the main idea of which was why she, a straightforward and bold person, gave birth to such a handsome son like Chun Jian. Chun Jian knew that if he didn't find a way to divert his mother's attention, she would read all morning. So he picked up the green vegetables in his hand and said, Mom, what do you think of the rapeseed? As expected, Wu Meili stopped muttering, took the bag of vegetables, and looked at it carefully. Yes, it looked so fresh and juicy, without a single insect hole. Could it be that they sprayed a lot of pesticides? As she spoke, she moved closer and sniffed it. Then I smelled a refreshing fragrance. Chun Jian was a little unsure after hearing what his mother said. That shouldn't be the case, right? How about we go home and test it? I bought this vegetable at the same place where you bought your tomatoes. It's 30 yuan a pound. Chen's father works in the agricultural department, which is responsible for the quality supervision of agricultural products. As a result, the Chun family has stockpiled a lot of test papers for detecting pesticide residues. Wu Meili couldn't help but exclaimed, These vegetables are 30 yuan per pound? You are crazy, buying such expensive vegetables. Chun Jian was dissatisfied. Then why did you buy tomatoes for 30 yuan per kilogram? The price of vegetables in the supermarket is more expensive than tomatoes. For a moment, Ms. Wu Meili was choked by her own stupid son. When they got home, the mother and son drained the water and took out the test paper. The Chun family's grandparents, who had just woken up, were very curious. Grandma Chun, Meili, what are you two doing? Wu Meili, Mom, your eldest grandson bought 2 kilograms of vegetables from outside. I saw that there was not even a wormhole on them, so I wanted to check if there was any pesticide residue. Chapter 29 quickly pushed the group to me. Grandma Chun came over, took a look at the fresh, tender, and crisp vegetables soaking in the water, and agreed, we need to test it. It's really strange that such good-looking vegetables can be grown in such hot weather. Grandpa Chun said, there are many insects in the summer, and most leafy vegetables need to be sprayed with pesticides. Wu Jian argued, Grandpa, I bought this vegetable together with the tomato. I thought since the tomato was so delicious, the vegetable might taste good too, so I bought it. Tear off a piece of vegetable leaf, mash it, add water, and then put in the test paper. The test results are divided into 3 levels. When the test paper turns from white to blue, it means that the test sample is very clean and contains almost no pesticide residues. If it turns yellow, It means that the test sample contains pesticide residues, but it is within the safe range. If it turns red, it means that the pesticide residue in the test sample exceeds the standard and fails the test. In the end, the test results of the vegetables in front of them showed blue. Looking at the color of the test paper, Grandpa Chun and Grandma Wu were a little surprised. Isn't this test paper expired? Impossible. Dad just bought this last week. How could it be expired? Chun Jiayan said with a smug look on his face. Look, I knew this dish was okay. Wu Meili said unhappily, it's hindsight. At this moment, her cell phone rang. As soon as the call was connected, Aunt Zhou's loud voice came out from the microphone. Beautiful. Where did you buy these tomatoes? Wu Meili suddenly became proud. Why? Did you think it was so delicious that you wanted to buy more? Aunt Zhou. Yes, this tomato tastes amazing. I took a bite, and my daughter smelled it and rushed over. Such a small child ate a tomato clean. If everyone has this kind of appetite in the future, we won't have to worry anymore. Tell me where you bought it. I'll go buy some more now. Wu Meili. I guess you can't buy today. The boss doesn't have a fixed stall. Everyone pays and orders in the group chat, and she delivers it at the agreed time. Aunt Zhou, what group? Wu Meili. The Jiang family's vegetable basket. Aunt Zhou. Hurry up and send the group to me. However, after Aunt Zhou came Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, and Grandma Zhao. Wu Meili's cell phone kept ringing all morning. Seeing that she was busy, Chun Jiayan probably didn't have time to pay attention to him. He wanted to taste the vegetables, so he made some vegetable rice porridge with the leftover rice in the refrigerator. Add water and bring to a boil, add rice and vegetables, then add lard and finally salt to taste. A pot of rice with vegetables is ready. Smells good. Yin Yan's cooking skills are getting better and better. Grandma Chun praised. Chun Jiayan smiled guiltily. After all, he still knows his own cooking skills. But this also made him look forward to the vegetables inside even more. After cooling it down, he took a big scoop and put it into his mouth. Great times, such great times. Chunjin, Mom, hurry up and go to the group chat and order a few more kilograms of vegetables from the boss. Mom, are you serious? Are you going to take us to the amusement park? Yeah, of course it's true. After we make money from selling tomatoes, Mommy will take you on a long train ride and then to the amusement park. Mom, can we really go to the amusement park? It's true. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. If you don't believe me, I'll make a promise to hang myself for 100 years. The two little ones were so happy after getting a positive answer that they didn't know what to do. Holding hands in the yard, they spun around in circles, shouting, We're going to the amusement park. We're going to the amusement park. The old lady's eyes narrowed with laughter. Jiang Mudong ran over and took the old lady's hand. Grandma, you heard it. Mom said she would take us to the amusement park. My brother, Grandma, and I were all going. The old lady waved her hand and said, I am too old to walk anymore, so I won't go. Jiang Wanning, that won't do, Grandma. I'm counting on you to help me keep an eye on these two naughty kids. The old lady said in embarrassment, but this trip will cost a lot of money. I am so old. Wouldn't it be a waste to go? Jiang Wanning, Grandma, don't worry, I can make money. As he spoke, he pulled the old lady over and enthusiastically counted the accounts of the past few days. The final result made the old lady drop her jaw in shock. Just by selling tomatoes 3 times, he easily earned tens of thousands of dollars. Oh my, why are there so many? Did I make a mistake? The old lady's surprised look made Jiang Wanning laugh. Grandma, your granddaughter is very good at math. How could she possibly make a mistake? And this is totally irrelevant. She leaned over, put her arm around the old lady's shoulders, and said proudly, In the future, we will grow more vegetables and fruits and sell them for more money. When we have money, we will renovate the old house and build a luxurious courtyard house, and let you be the wealthy old lady of our mansion. The old lady was so amused that her teeth were showing. Okay, when the time comes, your grandma, will be waiting to enjoy the blessing of my darling granddaughter. However, thinking of the few tomatoes left on the vines in the vegetable garden, the old lady couldn't help but start muttering, Oh, if I had known our tomatoes would sell so well, I should have planted all 2 acres of land. That way, Ningning, you could sell more. In this way, the family situation will be better and Ningning's pressure will be less. Or we can plow the vegetable patch again and plant tomatoes instead. At most, we'll just waste some vegetable seeds. Hearing that the old lady was still thinking about this, Jiang Wanning said helplessly, Grandma, don't forget, our rapeseed is also 30 yuan per caddy. I even sold a basket today. You know, rapeseed grows much faster than tomatoes. Later, when the cucumbers, eggplants, chrysanthemums, and peppers in the fields are grown, they can all be sold at 30 yuan per caddy. We don't have to sell tomatoes. Only then did the old lady remember the rapeseed. The boss who drove to their vegetable garden to pick tomatoes bought a lot of rapeseed at 30 yuan per pound. She thought it was just a casual purchase. I didn't expect that the vegetables sold this morning were also 30 yuan per pound. Is there really anyone who would buy these vegetables for 30 yuan per pound? Why are people in this city so rich? This pound of vegetables is equivalent to 2 pounds of pork. Jiang Wanning. Of course, Grandma doesn't believe me, but doesn't she believe those transfer records? She is absolutely confident about the vegetables irrigated by her special ability. After all, in China, where food is the most important thing for people, there are many people who are willing to spend money on delicious food. Jiang Mudong, who was running around the yard with her brother, ran over, her face flushed. Mom, I'm festy. Can I have a tomato? Chapter 30 Big Problem. Jiang Wanning looked at her sweaty little girl and suddenly thought, Grandma, Xin Xin and Tong Tong are already 3 years old. Isn't it time for them to go to kindergarten? Jiang Mudong tilted her head, looking confused. Mom, what is kindergarten? Is it fun there? Jiang Mushuan, who came over, said, I know what kindergarten is. Jiang Yonyo learned English and singing in kindergarten. There was some envy in his tone. The old lady was a little anxious. Is it necessary to go to kindergarten? I heard from the village chief that it doesn't matter if he doesn't go to kindergarten. When he is old enough, he could go to school directly. So I didn't think about sending him there. However, Jiang Wanning knew that the old lady didn't want to send it, but she couldn't. All the young people in Wangshan village have left, let alone the children. Naturally, there are no kindergartens. If she wants to go to school, she has to go to town and be picked up and dropped off every morning and evening. Even if the old lady's legs are fine, she can't bear it. Seeing the old lady's self-blame, Jiang Wanning hurriedly said, Grandma, the village chief is right. It doesn't matter whether the child goes to kindergarten or not. I just thought that since the child is young, he would just play around at home every day. It would be better to send him to kindergarten to learn something. Yes, it's better to learn more. The old lady became a little nervous. It's already mid-September. Can it still be delivered? It won't affect you. Jiang Wanning squatted down and looked at the twins, Xin Xin, Tong Tong. Do you want to go to kindergarten? Jiang Mudong looked confused. She looked at her mother and then at her brother. Xin Xin pursed his lips, feeling a little conflicted. If we go to kindergarten, there will be no one to help Mom plant vegetables and weed. Jiang Wanning patted his head and said, Silly boy, Mom is very powerful. Have you forgotten? Jiang Mushuan lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then said crisply, Mom, I want to go to kindergarten. After saying that, he raised his head again and said with a firm face, Mom, when I learn arithmetic as good as Jiang Yonyo in kindergarten, I can help you sell vegetables. When Jiang Mudong heard her brother say he wanted to go, she quickly responded, Mom, I want to go to kindergarten too, and then come back to help Mom sell vegetables. After deciding to send the 2 children to kindergarten, Jiang Wanning immediately took action. The first thing to do is to go to the village committee and ask which kindergarten is assigned to Wangshan village. Her parents have always said that Wang Yushuan was a child. I thought she was a minor, but now she's 18, which is enough to bear criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility? Is it that serious? Attempted sulfuric acid throwing is considered suspected intentional injury, and the punishment is usually mitigated compared to completed crimes. The specific judgment is based on a comprehensive assessment of factors such as the severity of the criminal means, subjective malice, and whether other consequences occurred. Wang Yushuan threw sulfuric acid in public and acted arrogantly afterwards. You'll most likely be sentenced. What if Jiang Wanning issues a letter of apology? I don't know, but he's definitely going to be sentenced to detention. And Jiang Wanning hasn't issued a statement yet, so he doesn't accept any compromise. When Jiang Wanning, the person involved in the topic, heard this, she was afraid that they would continue the conversation and talk about her negative news in the entertainment industry, which would be embarrassing. Knock, knock, knock. The 2 people in a room heard a knock on the door, stopped gossiping, and turned their heads together. When I saw Jiang Wanning, I couldn't help but be surprised. It's not because I recognized Jiang Wanning. After all, Jiang Wanning is now wearing no makeup, work clothes, and a sun-protective straw hat on her head. She doesn't look like the glamorous and exquisite female stars in the entertainment industry at all. What surprised them was that there was such a young girl in Wangshan village during this unusual time of year. Zhu Jingjing went up to him curiously. Hello. Who are you looking for? What can I do for you? Jiang Wanning was equally curious. Who are you? She remembered that there were only 2 people in the Wangshan village committee, the village chief and the old accountant. The man and woman in front of me looked like college graduates. The girl had a neat ponytail, and the boy wore black frame glasses. They both wore white shirts and black pants, with work badges pinned to their chests. Zhu Jingjing quickly introduced herself. Oh, we are clerks from the town. We came here today to deliver documents to the old village chief. Jiang Wanning nodded in understanding, then said, I'm here to see our village chief as well. I'd like to inquire about kindergarten for the children in the village. The village chief is out looking for someone. He should be back soon. Feng Tao interrupted, gesturing for someone to come in. Come in and wait. Are you a villager of Wangshan village? Feng Tao couldn't help asking, and his eyes unconsciously looked at Jiang Wanning a few more times. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. Why? Doesn't it look like it? No. Feng Tao waved his hands quickly, his ears slightly red. It's just that young people like you are rare in the village nowadays, and I'm a little surprised. Jiang Wanning replied sympathetically. Feng Tao scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, when we go to the countryside to do work, we mostly meet elderly people. The 3 were chatting when they heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Jiang Dahai rushed in and laughed when he saw Jiang Wanning. Hey, I went to your house to look for you, but your grandma said you came to the village committee and didn't even bring your phone. I made a wasted trip. Jiang Wanning said with a smile. My phone's out of battery. What does the village chief want to talk to me about? Jiang Dahai pulled a stack of documents from a drawer and said excitedly, What else could it be? Your forest contracting approval has come through. He turned to the 2 clerks and said, I'm sure you've been waiting a long time. She's the Jiang Wanning you're looking for. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao both widened their eyes and said in unison, What? Jiang Dahai was shocked by their reactions. Do you know each other? I know him. No, I don't know him. Zhu Jingjing was so shocked that she almost bit her tongue. Jiang Dahai continued, Ning, this is Feng Tao, a clerk from the town government. He's here to deliver the approval documents and information about agricultural policies. This is Zhu Jingjing from the Rural Commercial Bank, who's in charge of processing agricultural loans. Jiang Wanning was flattered. Is the government service so considerate now? Can you even handle business in person? If Jiang Dahai hadn't been there, she would have thought she had been scammed. Jiang Dahai joked, Rare goods are valuable. After all, you're the first one to come back and contract the forest in all these years. However, Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao were even more shocked than Jiang Wanning. The 2 looked at each other, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Zhu Jingjing pointed at Jiang Wanning with a trembling finger. So, you are really Jiang Wanning? Jiang Wanning tilted her head, looking innocent. Yeah, is there a problem? There is a problem. This is a big problem. Chapter 31, Film and Television Base. Just 10 minutes ago, she was gossiping with Feng Tao about the heavily made-up, glamorous, and artificial 18th tier star Jiang Wanning. Now, the village girl in front of her with no makeup and a clean temperament is actually the same person. She stammered, You. Seeing Zhu Jingjing almost suffocating, Jiang Wanning kindly helped her finish. You want to ask if I am the Jiang Wanning whose head was smashed by Wang Yuxuan? Zhu Jingjing nodded repeatedly, then carefully asked, is it you? Jiang Wanning admitted generously, yes. She admitted it. She actually admitted it. Zhu Jingjing was at a loss. Even though she was a big shot in the community, she didn't know what to say now. At this time, Jiang Dahai said, Xiao Zhu, Xiao Feng, how about we get down to business first? Yes, right? Business is more important. Zhu Jingjing quickly took out a stack of documents from her file bag. Ms. Jiang, this is your loan application. Please take a look first to see if there are any problems. First came the bank loan documents, then the land contract documents. It took a whole morning to complete all the processes. Jiang Wanning, are there any other procedures that need to be reviewed later? Feng Tao sorted out all the signed documents and said with a smile, No more. Now all the procedures have been completed. Jiang Wanning, so now these 300 acres of forest are all mine? Feng Tao, yes, but remember to use the forest land correctly and reasonably according to regulations. After seeing Feng Tao and Zhu Jingjing off, Jiang Wanning began to ask Jiang Dahai about the kindergarten. Jiang Dahai, Xian Xian, and Tong Tong are indeed old enough to go to kindergarten. We had thought about sending the school's enrollment brochure to Grandma Jiang before, but at that time their conditions did not allow it. So we gave up. As he spoke, he rummaged through the folder next to him, then pulled out a list and handed it over. Yangshui Town Blue Sky Kindergarten. Ning girl, do you really want to send Xian Xian and Tong Tong to kindergarten town? You know, our village only has one bus in the morning and evening. Grandma Jiang is old, and she may not be able to pick up the children from school. Jiang Wanting, oh, it's okay. I bought a car, so it's convenient for pickup and drop-off. Jiang Dahai was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, you're buying a car right after you get back. Are you really not planning on leaving? Jiang Wanting, of course. My grandmother is old, and the children are still young. If I leave, who will take care of them? Besides, I just contracted 300 acres of land, and I'm in debt. Why should I leave? Jiang Dahai curled his lips. It sounds good now, but why didn't you think of that when you left your child alone and ran away? It takes about a quarter of an hour to get from the village committee to Lao Zhang's house. Because Jiang Dahai intended to test her, and Jiang Wanting had no intention of hiding it. During this quarter of an hour, Jiang Dahai not only learned about Jiang Wanting's former identity as a little star. I also know that she has retired from the entertainment industry and plans to farm in the future. Jiang Dahai didn't believe Jiang Wanting's plan. Farming? Stop joking. If farming were really that simple, Wangshan Village would have become what it is today. Even a young and strong man could not endure this hardship, let alone a delicate girl like her. But when he was carrying a basket of tomatoes and looking at the transfer record of 150 on his mobile phone, he began to doubt his life. Such delicious tomatoes were actually improved by Jiang Wanting. And it only took 2 days? Is there something wrong with this tomato? A film and television base in the eastern suburbs of Beijing. Because the filming of the TV series Xian Xian has entered the final stage, the entire crew is very busy. Lin Siyun, who plays the role of the heroine's maid in the play, had just finished her last scene and was about to go to the dressing room to remove her makeup after receiving the red envelope from the director. Just then, Lu Fangyu, the crew's head girl, hurriedly came towards her holding a cardboard box. Siyun, here's a delivery for you. Express delivery? Lin Siyun's first reaction was to quickly review in his mind whether he had bought anything on Taobao recently. With some doubts, she reached out to take the express box from Lu Fangyu's hand and lowered her head to carefully check the shipping information on it. When she saw the word fresh frozen marked on the express box, she was even more confused. He muttered to himself, why is it frozen? I don't think I bought any fruit online recently. Driven by curiosity, Lin Siyun found the express delivery note on the box. When she saw a familiar name written on the sender's name, Jiang Wanting, she couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that Jiang Wanting had been asking her about her location on the filming crew, not to use her as an excuse to come to the crew and pester the leading male role of the show, Jian Feibai, the actor. It was to send her a courier. Looking at the express delivery in his hand at this moment, Lin Siyun felt a little guilty. She's just being mean-spirited. I really can't blame her for thinking that. After all, Jiang Wanting caused a sensation in the entire circle in order to pursue Jian Feibai. So much so that later Jian Feibai directly stated that he would never participate in any program or crew involving Jiang Wanting. This is also one of the reasons why Jiang Wanting has never been able to make a name for herself. If Jian Feibai hadn't left early to catch up with schedule reasons, she really wouldn't have given out the address. At this time, Sister Lu, the stage manager, couldn't help but come over. Seeing the name above, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Jiang Wanting? Yin, are you close to Jiang Wanting? Why would she send you a package? When the people around heard Jiang Wanting's name, they couldn't help but look over curiously. Jiang Wanting, is she the woman who tried to pull Shen Yin apart and then got her head smashed by Shen Yin's fans? Assistant Director Qian, you also know Jiang Wanting? That fan's family is crying miserably online every day. She's trending on the internet every day now. It's hard not to know. She finally caught this sky-breaking wealth. This isn't something glorious. It's not considered rich. Director Chun, you don't understand this. There's a saying in the industry, being black and red is still red, and it's better than being ignored. But why did I hear that she has retired? It's all a gimmick. It's hard to get the heat. She must be out of her mind to quit. Wait, maybe in a few days, she will come out again. Listening to the gossip and speculations of the people around him, the smile on Lin Siyun's face became more and more stiff. She recalled the day when she witnessed Jiang Wanning's graceful departure. At that time, Jiang Wanning cleared out all her clothes, bags, and other items without hesitation, as if she wanted to say goodbye to everything in the past completely. Obviously, when she said she wanted to quit the entertainment industry, she was not just saying it casually. Chapter 32. The gift is small, but the feeling is great. She wanted to say a few words for Jiang Wanning. But when he thought about the fact that he was just Karami now, no one would care what he said. The only thing she could do was to leave with her express box. Unexpectedly, the sharp-eyed stage manager's sister, Lu, called her first. Siyun, Jiang Wanning can send you a package. So, does that mean you two have a good relationship? Tell us, is her retirement from the entertainment industry true? Lin Siyun hated sister Lu's unruly and sarcastic attitude. However, due to the presence of the director and producer, he could only say with embarrassment, "Actually, I'm not that familiar with Sister Wan Ning. We're just ordinary colleagues in the same company." But I think what she said about quitting the entertainment industry must be true. When she left, she cleared out all her things. Judging from the way she looked, she probably won't be coming back. The stagehand, Sister Lu, looked unconvinced. She's probably just putting on an act, but she's got to do it with a simple girl like you. And with her ability to stir up trouble, she might still be able to make a living in the entertainment industry. What's she going to do after she retires? Hearing this, Lin Siyun couldn't help but recall the answer Jiang Wanning had given, and couldn't help laughing. Sister Wanning told me that she wanted to go back to her hometown to farm. Looking at the package of fresh produce in her hand, she couldn't help but wonder if it contained specialties from Sister Wan Ning's hometown. Ha ha ha, farming? She actually thought of that. I guess it's the same as what my mother told me. If I can't make it out there anymore, I should go home and farm. It's impossible even to think about it. Jiang Wanning is so skinny and weak, weighing less than 100 kilograms. How could she possibly have the strength to farm? Siyun, could this fresh food package of yours be some farm specialty that Jiang Wanning sent you? Open it quickly and let us see it. Before Lin Siyun could agree, someone handed her a utility knife. Lin Siyun had no choice but to unpack the package on the spot. As the seal was slowly cut open, a white foam box appeared inside. Several dry ice bags were placed inside the foam box. Under the dry ice bag, there are several air column bags neatly arranged. When they opened an air column bag and saw 3 tomatoes neatly arranged inside, everyone present couldn't help but sigh. What? You sent me a few tomatoes from far away. The delivery fee for this box must be as much as the cost of these tomatoes. Exactly. They sent a few tomatoes all the way here. Isn't it possible that they don't have any in Beijing? They don't mind the trouble. The gift may be small, but the thought is great. Maybe Siyun likes it. Looking at those red, round tomatoes, Lin Siyun really liked them. She and Sister Wan Ning didn't have a very good relationship to begin with, so it was only right that she gave her some local specialties as a thank you for her reminder. If the gift was expensive, she wouldn't dare to accept it. And she's trying to lose weight recently, so she eats either cucumbers or tomatoes every day. These tomatoes were bright in color, as if they had just been picked from the branches. She could even smell the unique fragrance of scattered fruits and vegetables. Lin Siyun took a look and found that there were 4 air bags in the box, each containing 3 tomatoes. Enough for her to eat for a week. At this moment, a piece of paper fell from the air column bag. The groundskeeper's Sister Lu took it first and read it out loud. "Siyun, these are tomatoes that my family grows. They taste great. I'm sending some for you to try." After reading it, she burst into laughter again. Haha, could it be that Jiang Wanning really went to farm? There was a burst of playful laughter at the scene. Lin Siyun didn't want to join in their lowbrow jokes, and all her attention was focused on the tomatoes in front of her that were emitting a sweet and fragrant aroma. When a unique aroma entered her nostrils, her taste buds seemed to be awakened. My mouth began to secrete saliva involuntarily, as if I couldn't wait to taste the wonderful taste of this tomato. Thinking so, she did so. He grabbed a tomato, wiped off the dust casually, and prepared to eat it directly. However, at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in my ears. "Is this a tomato? Why does it look so good? It looks delicious." Lin Siyun turned her head and found that Qin Yuan, who had finished the filming at some point, was standing beside her, staring at the tomato in her arms with sparkling eyes. Tan Yuan, also the heroine of Xuanxian, has been very popular for 6 years since her debut. Lin Siyun plays the heroine's maid. The two have a good relationship and often share some delicious and non-fattening fruits. Seeing the desire in Qin Yuan's eyes at this moment. She subconsciously handed the tomato in her hand over. Sister Wenwen, do you want to try it? After saying this, he felt a little regretful, fearing that Qin Yuan's agent would object. After all, as a top-tier young actress, the requirements for body shape are very strict. What you eat every day is controlled by a nutritionist, and the calorie intake is even accurate to the single digit. But before the agent could say anything, the stagehand Lu Fangyu on the side suddenly became inexplicably disgusted. Teacher Qin, if you want to eat tomatoes, you should go to the supermarket and buy them. I don't know if these tomatoes have been sprayed with pesticides. It will be bad if you get sick from eating them. After saying that, he looked at Lin Siyun with an apologetic look on his face. Oh, Siyun, I don't mean to say that your food is bad. After all, these tomatoes were sent to you by someone else. I heard that people in the countryside often use a lot of pesticides when growing vegetables. When you eat them later, it will be better to soak them in water to remove the pesticide residue. After hearing these words, Lin Siyun could no longer maintain the smile on her face. Sister Lu is right. Although I believe Sister Wan Ning won't give me tomatoes that have been sprayed with pesticides. As he said this, he was about to take back the tomato that he had handed to Qin Yuan. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan had already grabbed the tomato in her hand. No, you promised to give it to me, so this tomato is mine. Sister Shui, tomatoes are very low in calories. You will definitely not disagree, right? After saying that, she couldn't wait to put the tomato in her hand into her mouth, fearing that someone would snatch it from her. Zhang Shui, Qin Yuan's manager, smiled helplessly. I can only eat one. Tomatoes won't make you fat, but they are cold in nature. I'll have a stomachache later. Qin Yuan's mouth was full of tomato juice at this moment, and she had no intention of replying. It was sweet and sour, and the juice was delicious, which made her beautiful eyes squint. She ate one bite after another until the entire tomato in her hand was gone, and then she burped comfortably. Tasty. How could tomatoes be so delicious? Just when she was about to eat another one, the chattering around her stopped. Everyone looked at her with different expressions, which made her feel uncomfortable. Chapter 33, Her Lucky Star. Lu Fangyu teased humorously. Teacher Qin, how long has it been since Sister Zhang gave you food? Even a tomato tastes like a delicacy to you. Wang Ruijing, who plays the second female lead in the drama, also joked, Wenwen, I think you have the potential to be a food blogger. Watching you eat tomatoes makes me drool. Qin Yuan said sincerely, is it possible that this tomato is really delicious? After saying that, without giving the people around him time to react, he grabbed Lin Siyun and shook her back and forth, saying coquettishly, Yun, can you give me half of your tomato? Lin Siyun said with a smile, All right, I'll give you half. Then he took out 2 air column bags from the box and handed them over. Qin Yuan immediately reached out and hugged him. It looked like he was holding something precious. Even when Zhang Shui reached out to help her take it, she refused. Seeing Zhang Shui's angry eyes glaring at him, he acted nicely and handed over a tomato. One, just one, the rest are mine, you can't snatch them from me. After saying that, he ran away. Zhang Shui almost laughed out of anger. It's like I really don't give her food to eat. Looking down at the tomato that was forced into my hand, I couldn't help but feel curious. It's just an ordinary big tomato. No matter how delicious it is, can it be better than a cherry tomato? Out of curiosity, Zhang Shui wiped it casually and then opened her mouth to bite it. The sweetness of this bite made her open her eyes wide. It's really delicious. No wonder Xia Wenzi protects it so closely. At the same time, Lin Siyun also tasted the delicious tomato. The taste was so good that she even regretted giving away half. Therefore, when Zhang Shui finished eating the one in her hand and looked at her, she couldn't help but hold the remaining tomato in her arms. Zhang Shui was so embarrassed that she felt embarrassed to talk to her. Zhang Shui's reason for wanting another tomato was not to satisfy her own appetite. But as an agent, she has always been cautious. Her first reaction to something this delicious and a little unusual was to find a place to get it tested to avoid any problems. But thinking about the fact that Xiao Wenzi had taken half of it, it would be the same if the samples for inspection were taken from her. So the words on her lips turned into, Siyun, what are your plans next? Wenwen has a 3rd female role in the drama she's filming next month that hasn't been decided yet. If you're interested, I can recommend her for you. Isn't Qin Yuan's next drama, the political drama directed by Xiao Jin, such a big production? Still the 3rd female lead. Is she dreaming? Lin Siyun was a little dumbfounded and stammered, Shui, Sister Shui. Can I? Zhang Shui smiled and said, why don't you try it and see? Or do you lack confidence in yourself? Lin Siyun nodded wildly. Yes, I am very confident. Zhang Shui simply said, okay, wait for my notification. Sister Shui, thank you. Lin Siyun bowed and thanked him, then thought for a moment and stuffed the remaining air bag into Zhang Shui's hand. Until Zhang Shui left, Lin Siyun still stood there with a silly smile on her face. Shaolin, you can do it. With Sister Zhang's help, you'll be the third female lead. When you become famous in the future, don't forget your brother Qian. Deputy Director Qian joked with a smile, but was also very curious about the tomato. Shaolin, what does this tomato taste like? Can Brother Qian try one too? There were 4 air column bags in total, and she gave away 3 of them. She only kept the one that was removed. She ate one of the 3 tomatoes she had taken apart, so there were only 2 left. Lin Siyun was really reluctant to let go. But Deputy Director Qian was a nice person. He didn't bully her just because she was Karami in the crew. He even gave her a lot of advice. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and sent out another one. The others were also curious about the taste of the tomato. But seeing that Lin Siyun was the only one left, he couldn't bring himself to bring it up. The people around gradually left. Only Lu Fangyu was still standing aside. She looked at the little girl Lin Siyun, who got the role of the 3rd female lead with just a few tomatoes. I'm so jealous. It was she who brought Lin Siyun to the set. At that time, both of them were stagehands. But because Lin Siyun is good-looking and enthusiastic, she was temporarily pulled by the crew to play a fool. Afterwards, he was selected, signed by an agency, and successfully entered the entertainment industry. And she's still a field worker. She usually seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Siyun, but in fact, she was extremely jealous of her in her heart. It's just that she hid it well and didn't show it. I don't know why today, I couldn't help myself. However, Lin Siyun has always been stupid and should not be able to detect the malice in her words. So Lu Fangyu, thinking they were close, put her arm around Lin Siyun's shoulders and jokingly said, Siyun, am I your best sister? As your best sister, do I deserve to eat a tomato? Lin Siyun said with a forced smile, of course it's a good match. Then when Lu Fangyu reached out to take it, he dodged. Sister Lu, you also said that things in the countryside are sprayed with a lot of pesticides, which are bad for your health. So I'll just eat it myself. Anyway, I've been strong since I was a child, and I'm not afraid of pesticides. As Lin Siyun spoke, he removed his hand from her shoulder in a distant manner, then left humming a song in a good mood. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. Sister Wan Ning is simply her lucky star. She has to give her a big red envelope. Lin Siyun, red envelope. Lin Siyun, red envelope. Lin Siyun, red envelope. The limit for a red envelope is 200, but Lin Siyun directly sent out 8. Jiang Wanning, did you receive the tomatoes? Lin Siyun got it. Lin Siyun, Sister Wan Ning, your tomatoes are so delicious, really super delicious. Jiang Wanning, as long as you like it. So, why send out so many red envelopes? Do you still want to buy tomatoes? Lin Siyun, Sister Wan Ning, are your tomatoes still available for purchase? Lin Siyun, if I can buy it, I would like to buy 10 kilograms. Without waiting for Jiang Wanning's reply, Lin Siyun directly transferred 1,000 yuan and noted that it was for buying tomatoes. Lin Siyun, Sister Wan Ning, I want to thank you for those red envelopes. Because of the tomatoes you gave me, I got an audition opportunity for the 3rd female role. Jiang Wanning, congratulations. Jiang Wanning, but forget about the red envelope. I gave you those tomatoes to thank you for your reminder. Jiang Wanning, you could buy tomatoes, but they're only 30 yuan per pound, and shipping isn't included. If you want 10 pounds, including the shipping fee, it'll only be around 450 yuan. You don't need that much. Lin Siyun was not surprised at the price. After all, the taste was simply amazing. They were much more delicious than the cherry tomatoes she bought at the boutique for 50 yuan per pound. Chapter 34, like bald Chong. Lin Siyun, please save the remaining money for me first, and I can deduct it directly from it next time I want to buy something. Jiang Wanning, sure. Jiang Wanning, but after the tomatoes are sold out, they will not be sold this week. Jiang Wanning, starting next week we will start selling fruits. When Lin Siyun saw that tomatoes would not be sold next week, she suddenly became anxious. Why are such delicious tomatoes no longer for sale? Thinking of Qin Yiwen and her agent Zhang Shui, she sent a message directly. Sister Wan Ning, how about this? Use this 1,000 yuan to buy tomatoes for me. Jiang Wanning, sure. Tomatoes have a shelf life of 1 week, so don't keep them for too long. This was because she used a little extra supernatural protection when sending the express delivery to extend the time. Lin Siyun, yes, it won't last too long. Lin Siyun, Sister Wan Ning, do you know Qin Yuan? Her agent got me the audition for the 3rd female role. They both love your tomatoes, so I'm thinking of giving her half. Seeing the sign that they would be selling fruit starting next week, Lin Siyun couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Wan Ning, do you also grow this fruit? How does it taste? Is it delicious? Jiang Wanning, we grow them at home. As for the taste, I can only say it's even better than tomatoes. Lin Siyun, Sister Wan Ning, please let me know when the fruit is ready. I'll definitely be there to support you. Jiang Wanning, no problem. Wangshan Village. Jiang Wanning took the twins to the Blue Sky Kindergarten to complete the enrollment procedures, and then prepare to go to the city supermarket to buy things on the kindergarten list, such as small quilts, small pillows, small school bags, straw cups, etc. Unexpectedly, I received a message from Lin Siyun as soon as I sat in the passenger seat. Thinking of the continuous orders that may come in the future, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She knew that no one could resist her special tomatoes. It seems that she needs to prepare the online shopping link in advance. It is convenient for fruit lovers from all over the country to place orders and pay. Mom, what are you looking at? Why are you laughing so scary? It looks like Baldy Wong is about to do something bad. Jiang Mudong in the back seat saw Jiang Wanning's face through the mirror and couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. Jiang Wanning. Baldy Wong? She has long black hair. She doesn't look like Baldy Wong at all. Jiang Wanning turned around, opened her arms, and growled at the little guy. No, I'm not Baldy Wong. I'm Big Bad Wolf, ready to eat the lambs. Little lambs, Big Bad Wolf is about to start eating. Ah, Big Bad Wolf mother, don't eat me. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Go eat my brother. Jiang Mudong was so amused that she laughed and tried to hide behind Jiang Mushuan. Jiang Mushuan said seriously with a stern face, Mom, it's almost an hour. In an hour, the parking fee will be collected. Jiang Wanning. Mom should be able to afford the parking fee. Jiang Mushuan. But we don't have to pay. Little Jiang Mushuan. You're only 3 years old, but why are you acting like an old man? Jiang Wanning spread her hands. Okay, you win. Perhaps they were poisoned by the idea of bears. The two little guys unanimously chose the backpack and cut with the patterns of Big Bear and King Gigi. Big Bear belongs to Jiang Mushuan, and King Gigi belongs to Jiang Mudong. Both of their reasons were that Big Bear/King Gigi was the smartest. Then on the way back, the brother and sister argued all the way about who was smarter, Big Bear or King Gigi. Until they got home, the winner was still undecided, so they finally pulled Jiang Yue and asked her to take sides. Jiang Yue usually watched cartoons with the little one at home, and at this moment she began to think seriously. I think Baldy Wong is the smartest. Thus, the debate between two people instantly became a debate between 3 people. Jiang Wanning felt that debate was helpful in improving eloquence, so she let them argue endlessly in the yard. She herself held her mobile phone and started a search on how to open an online store. To open an online store, you must first choose a platform. In the internet age, Daodu, Dongdong, Taotao, Zai Hongshu, Pink Sixy, each platform has considerable traffic, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Netizen suggestions are also varied, and each has their own preferences and recommendations. Just when Jiang Wanning was in trouble, she suddenly remembered that her original body had broadcast live on Daodu and registered her own social account. When I went in, I saw that there were quite a lot of fans, more than 10,000 of them. There are ready-made accounts and fans that come with them. Although most of them are black fans, it does not affect her selling products on it. Just do it. First, modify the account profile. The actor's identity with real name authentication was canceled and changed to a farmer. Registered a small shop as an individual, and the shop's name is Zhang's Vegetable Basket. However, when filling in the information, I was stumped by the business license. I checked online the requirements for applying for a business license. The required information is easy to prepare. However, the license processing time is usually 3 to 15 working days, and the specific time varies depending on the region, material preparation, and the efficiency of the industrial and commercial department. If it takes longer than 15 working days, it will delay her from selling the fruits from the mountain. So without thinking, she switched directly to the Taotao platform, which does not require a business license to sell primary agricultural products. As for the traffic on Doudu, it will be used to advertise Powerhouse store. The platform's review process was very fast, and not long after she submitted the information, her Jiang family's vegetable shop was built. Looking at the empty shop window, Jiang Wanting thought that the shop was already built and it would look ugly without merchandise. So she prepared to go to the vegetable garden and pick a few tomatoes to put on the shop window. Set the quantity at 2 kilograms as a token of my appreciation. It just so happened that when she was replying to a message from a group member, she clicked on the moments. Then I saw the village chief's circle of friends. The big tomatoes grown by the villagers are super delicious. Unfortunately, they're a bit expensive. Picture. A close-up photo shows a whole red tomato occupying the entire frame, with even a small drop of water on its surface, making the tomato look even more fresh and juicy. A group portrait of 5 or 6 tomatoes stacked together. The whole screen is filled with red mixed with a few emerald green tomato stems, which is very attractive. There's also a picture of tomatoes hanging on a branch. It should have been taken when he went to the vegetable garden. There was a long vine full of green, yellow, and red fruits. These 3 pictures are almost the most beautiful photos of tomatoes. I didn't expect that the village chief, despite his age, has such good photography skills. Jiang Wanting suddenly had an idea and sent a message. Jiang Wanting, Uncle Village Chief, can you lend me the 3 tomato pictures from your circle of friends? Without waiting for Jiang Dahai's reply, he sent another message. Jiang Wanting, 1 picture and 1 tomato. Jiang Dahai too. Jiang Wanting, deal, come to my house and pick them when you have time. Jiang Dahai, just kidding, I'll pay when the time comes. Chapter 35, The Old Lady of the Pei Family. Jiang Dahai, what do you want that picture for? Jiang Wanting, you don't have to pay for the use of your pictures. The pictures are used to open an online store. Jiang Dahai, really? Which platform? I'll send you the link and I'll promote it for you. Jiang Wanting, I'll send yours after I send the tomatoes. Product name, Big Tomato. Product price, 30 yuan/500 G. Remaining stock, 10 kilograms. Express delivery, Feng Express. The first weight within the province is 12 yuan, and the additional weight is 2 yuan per kilogram. Outside the province, the first weight is 20 yuan, and the additional weight is 15 yuan per kilogram. Return for bad orders is free/7 day. Unconditional return is not supported. Product description, pure natural green vegetables. Picture. I previewed it, it's concise and perfect. Click on a shelf. Jiang Wanting fiddled with it for a while, and in less than 10 minutes, the Jiang family's vegetable basket had its first item. Looking at the big red tomatoes displayed in the window, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. So I shared the link with Xiao Zhu and also sent it to Jiangji Kalin. The vegetable lovers in the group were already very concerned about the group owner's information, fearing that they would miss out if a notice of vegetable sale was issued one day. As soon as the link was posted, the group became lively. Boss, is this your online store? What? Boss, you've opened an online store? Can we still place orders in the group? Oh my goodness, boss. Your delivery fee is too expensive. It's going to scare away all the customers. That's not right. Why is this product sold out? Boss, did you hire someone to fake the order? Sorry, I placed the order. Jiang, is the inventory you said incorrect? Why can I only purchase 20 kilograms at most? Jiang Wanting also received news that someone had placed an order at this moment. When I went in, I found that the 10 kilograms of tomatoes I had just put on the shelf were sold out. Just when I was wondering, I saw the message in the group. Jiang Wanting, don't worry, you can still place orders in the group and pick up your orders at the usual location. This online store was created for our friends from out of town. We're all from the same place, so let's not waste the courier fees. Jiang Wanting, with so many beautiful things happening around here, please cancel your online order. Manhwa Sijin, no need to return. I bought these tomatoes and am sending them to my daughter who lives in another city. Boss Jiang, just ship them to me as usual. Manhwa Sijin, Boss Jiang, I want to buy some online to send to my relatives and friends who live out of town. I wonder if you can put more tomatoes and rapeseed on the shelves. When other friends in the group saw this, they also thought of their children who were far away from home. Boss Jiang, why don't you send more? I also want to send some to my daughter. Yes, I want it too. Every time my son comes home, his face is sallow, and I don't know if he ate well outside. Jiang Wanting saw that more and more people wanted to place orders online, so she replied, sure. Before anyone in the group could cheer, she posted another message. I haven't planted many rape seeds yet, so I won't put any more up there. I don't have many tomatoes left either, so I'll sell them twice at most, and then no more. Now, the group exploded. Boss Jiang, you must be kidding. It's only been on sale for a short time. How come it's sold out? Boss Jiang, my wife and the baby in her belly depend on your tomatoes to stimulate their appetite. If you run out of them, what will we do in the future? Boss Jiang, if you don't sell tomatoes, what do you sell? Do you have any vegetables in your fields? If you have some, I wouldn't mind some greens or radishes. Yes, as long as it tastes as good as tomatoes and rapeseed, we will buy whatever you sell. Seeing those friends who were more anxious than each other, Jiang Wanning quickly sent her own arrangements. Jiang Wanning, apart from tomatoes and rapeseed, other vegetables have just been planted in the vegetable fields, and it will take at least a month before they can be put on the market. Jiang Wanning, so after the tomatoes are sold out this week, we will not sell vegetables for the time being. The group was immediately flooded with all kinds of tearful emojis. In the gap between a bunch of emoticons, Jiang Wanning inserted a message. However, starting next week, persimmons from our orchard will be available. If you're a persimmon lover, don't miss out. Friends, although tomatoes are also known as tomatoes, they are not the same variety as persimmons in the fruit world. Chapter 36, Are you free this afternoon? At the same time, Jiang Dahai, who received the link, had the first thought of recommending such a good thing to his old friends. Those are the crops produced in their Wangshan village, so they must be promoted vigorously. Unexpectedly, when I clicked on it, I saw a page showing that the product was sold out. I subconsciously took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Dahai. Pictures. Jiang Dahai. Ning girl, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wanning. Spreading hands.jpg. Customers in the group bought this for their family members who live out of town. Jiang Dahai. You have a group admin too. After all, I'm your customer. Jiang Wanning naturally had no objection. Jiang Dahai joined the group and looked at the nicknames with a sense of age in the group. He immediately felt that he had found his organization. But after seeing the content of their conversation, he was a little scared. What is this vegetable basket group? Who buys vegetables by the hundreds of kilograms? The wholesale market doesn't produce much. Jiang Dahai couldn't help but ask, can everyone eat all these tomatoes if they buy so much? The boss said that ripe tomatoes can only be kept for 3 to 5 days. Are you stupid? If you can't finish it, just freeze it. Then you can put in soup or stew beef. It will taste great. You can also make it into ketchup and store it. No matter what, it's better than never being able to eat it later. Jiang Dahai, why can't I eat it later? Sunset is infinitely beautiful. Are you a new member of the group? Boss Jiang just said that the tomatoes will be sold out this week and will not be sold next week. He didn't bother chatting anymore. He stood up suddenly and shouted to Li Hongyuan, the old accountant and one of the only 2 members of the village committee. I have to go out for something and will be back soon. Please help me with anything. Li Hongyuan saw his anxious look and asked with concern, what are you going to do? Do you need my help? Go buy tomatoes. What tomatoes? My sister-in-law asked you to buy vegetables, but you forgot again. Li Hongyuan, the village accountant, is often not in the village to work, so he still doesn't know what happened in Jiang Wanning's family. But no one answered him, and there was no one in the river or sea ahead. Jiang Wanning was about to go out when she looked up and saw Jiang Dahai running towards their house quickly. Jiang Wanning. Uncle Village Chief, what happened? Why are you running so fast? Jiang Dahai held his waist and took a breath, then said, buy tomatoes. Jiang Wanning. If you want to buy tomatoes, why don't you just give me a call? Why would you have to run all the way like this? Jiang Dahai. Aren't you worried that you'll sell out? Jiang Wanning. Don't worry, I can still afford your quantity. Jiang Dahai's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then I'll send some to my daughter who lives out of town. Is there any money for that? Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and said, it doesn't have to be more than 20 kilograms. Not selling tomatoes doesn't mean they won't grow. After all, with the energy shield, the tomato vines will not die for a while. But the subsequent quantity is not that much, only about 10 pounds a day, and it is not enough to waste time to sell it. It's better to keep it for yourself. Jiang Dahai immediately smiled and said, 20 kilograms is enough. Give me another 10 kilograms. I promised your aunt that I would bring back tomatoes today. However, he didn't expect that his daughter, parents-in-law, colleagues, relatives, friends, and neighbors would all be there. The 20 kilograms sent over would not even be enough to fill their stomachs. But that's all in the future. Now that he was there, Jiang Dahai decided to pick the tomatoes for himself to avoid any further complications, and then have the courier deliver them to his door as soon as possible. But as soon as he took a step, Jiang Wanning pulled him back. Uncle Village Chief, wait a minute. I also need to talk to you about something. Don't worry. Let Xian and Tong Tong pick the tomatoes you want for you. Jiang Wanning shouted into the house. Xian, take Tong Tong to pick 50 tomatoes for the village chief. Then I got two super loud responses. Okay, Mom. Jiang Dahai looked suspicious. What's the matter? Jiang Wanning smiled cunningly. Uncle Village Chief, are you free this afternoon? Jiang Dahai looked alert. Whether I'm free this afternoon depends on what you want me to do. Jiang Wanning rolled her eyes at him. What are you doing? I'm not going to sell you out. Uncle Village Chief, I just think you're a pretty good photographer, so I'd like to invite you to come up the mountain with me to my orchard and take some photos. I'll use them when I put the products on the shelves. Jiang Dahai was dumbfounded. Orchard? Where did you get an orchard? Jiang Wanning. I just contracted 300 acres of land. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Jiang Dahai. I know, but isn't that just abandoned forest? Where would the orchard be? Jiang Wanning said innocently. Maybe the previous owner of the forest planted them, and they're starting to bear fruit now. I went up the mountain to see them a few days ago, and they tasted pretty good, so I thought I'd pick some and sell them. Jiang Dahai. He wanted to say that this forest had been abandoned for more than 10 years. Over the past decade or so, the fruit trees planted on the mountain have not been taken care of, so they have all become wild fruits. How can this taste good? But for fear of hurting the little girl's confidence, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Let's go and see if it's delicious. After all, he is the village chief of Wangshan Village, and he wants to help the villagers get rid of poverty and become rich more than anyone else. Although, Jiang Wanning doesn't look poor at all. Jiang Dahai nodded and said, Okay, let's go early and come back early before the sun sets. Jiang Wanning flattered him. Uncle Village Chief, you are indeed a good comrade of the people. When my fruit comes on the market, you can have as much as you want. Chapter 37 Fired. Just when Jiang Wanning was busy running her online store. Haiqing People's Hospital. A middle-aged woman walked into the inpatient department with a cheerful face, carrying a large thermal bag. Her face was full of smiles, without any trace of the sadness she had in the past few days. Even her voice seemed happier than usual. Zhu, you must be anxious waiting. Mom had something urgent to do at noon, so I was delayed. Chen Baozhu put down her phone, then looked up at her mother and asked curiously, Mom, why are you so happy today? Mother Chen placed the thermal bag on the table and said with a smile, Did you figure it out? Chen Baozhu. With such a big smile on his face, only a fool wouldn't be able to see it. Chen Baozhu. Did you pick up some money on the road? After thinking about it, the only thing that could make a mother who is worried about money so happy is unexpected wealth. At this time, Mother Chun had already opened the thermal bag and took out the lunchboxes one by one. As he took it, he laughed and said, What are you talking about, kid? Even if you found money, you should hand it over to the police. Am I the kind of person who gets something for nothing? Who are you? But Chen Baozhu didn't dare to say it. Then he looked at her mother silently, waited for her to lose control, and then told her what good thing had happened. However, her mother didn't seem to want to share it with her at all. He was only concentrating on fiddling with the lunchbox on the table. Mother Chen smiled and said, I made you scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed beef brisket with tomatoes, and tomato tofu soup for lunch. Do you want to try them? All three dishes included tomatoes. Could it be that the tomatoes in the supermarket are on sale? However, the next moment, her attention was completely drawn to the aroma wafting from the lunchbox. Smells good. Mom, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Mother Chen smiled and said, It's not that my cooking skills are good, but the tomatoes your friend sent you are good. Chen Baozhu was stunned for a moment. My friend sent me tomatoes? Chen Baozhu thought about it, but couldn't figure out which friend would send her tomatoes. Mother Chen, it's a friend named Jiang Wanning? I saw that name written on the sender of the express delivery. Jiang Wanning? It's Ningning. It's her idol Ningning. Chen Baozhu's eyes suddenly widened, and she almost jumped out of bed with excitement. Chen Baozhu looked at her mother excitedly and repeatedly confirmed, Mom, are you seeing things? Mother Chen smiled and scolded. I'm not old and my eyes are not blurry. How could I be wrong? Besides, your friend is our family's benefactor. Even if I'm wrong, no one can be wrong about her. Chen Baozhu looked confused. What benefactor? Mom, how do you know Ningning is my benefactor? She became a fan of Jiang Wanning in the summer after the college entrance examination. In a talent show called Youth With Me, she fell madly in love with a contestant named Kai Shuyu, an all-rounder who can sing, dance, and compose. He was also the final champion of Youth My Life and later the captain of Flying Girls. On the other hand, Jiang Wanting's singing and dancing are average. However, because of her good looks, although her number of fans cannot be compared with Kai Shuyu, it has always been at an upper middle level. So much so that Chen Baozhu was not very fond of her. I thought she was just a simple-minded vase with uncoordinated limbs. Even because of the competition with Kai Shuyu, she turned from an indifferent passerby into a black fan. Along with other fans of Kai Shuyu, they often mocked her on some social platforms. Even during a live event, because of the position issue, she almost got into a fight with Yu Weiwei, a big fan of Lemon, Jiang Wanting's fan nickname, at the time. At that time, she would never have thought that someone she hated so much would risk his life to save her when she was almost dragged away by human traffickers. From then on, she became a die-hard fan of Jiang Wanting. Even after Jiang Wanting disappeared inexplicably for a year and the lemons around her left one by one, she still stayed where she was. A year later, Jiang Wanting appeared in front of them again, and she seemed like a completely different person. But she still believed that she was still herself, the same one who had risked her life to rescue her from the human traffickers. So much so that, faced with overwhelming negative information and black fans, the number of lemons decreased from a mere 200 to the last 2. She still didn't leave. Mother Chen looked at Chen Baozhu in confusion. What do you mean by your benefactor? He's our family's benefactor. Let me tell you, your friend's tomatoes have been a great help to your father. Chen Baozhu withdrew her thoughts and asked curiously, Hey Mom, please tell me quickly, what's going on? Mother Chen sighed. Didn't you see I looked unhappy a few days ago and asked me what was wrong? Your father was fired that day. They said he was too old and it was unsafe for him to be a driver anymore. Chen Baozhu was shocked. What? Even though Dad was a private driver for the Pei family, he had a formal employment contract. How could he be fired just like that? Chapter 38, No Need to Endure Anymore. The Pei family is the richest family in Haicheng. When Mr. Chan was young, he worked as a driver for their family. He is only in his 40s now and in the prime of his life. How can he be considered old? Mother Chen quickly pulled Chen Baozhu down. Don't be startled. Your surgical wound doesn't hurt anymore. Chen Baozhu's facial features suddenly twisted. It hurts. I just had an appendectomy the day before yesterday, and the wound is still bleeding a little today. How can it not hurt? Mother Chen, serves you right. I wonder who this impatience comes from. He glanced at her, wound anxiously, making sure it hadn't broken open before continuing. I thought the same thing at first. I wanted to go to the Pei family and ask why they fired your father. But your father is shameless and thinks that there must be a reason why they fired him. So he insisted on stopping me from going. When talking about Dad Chun, Mom Chun seemed to be full of anger. Although you've graduated now and your family doesn't have much of a burden, your father is still our family's financial pillar. If you lose your income now, you'll be under tremendous pressure in the future. Seeing her mother's conversation drifting further and further away, Chen Baozhu quickly interrupted. So what happened next? Later. Why are you interrupting me? Just listen to me. Mother Chen seemed to be thinking of something happy, and her brows relaxed involuntarily. We've all accepted our fate. Let's just fire him. At worst, we can find another job. So, your dad inspected the car yesterday and returned it to the Pei family after confirming there were no issues. It just so happened that morning that we received a package from your friend. Your dad wanted to return the car and go to the hospital to be with you, so he brought a few tomatoes in the bag. I don't know if it was fate, but when your father left, he left the bag behind, and the tomatoes were left in the car. In the end, they were eaten by the old lady of the Pei family. At this point, Mother Chen couldn't help but clap her hands and said excitedly, The old lady ate the tomato and thought it tasted really good, so she asked the housekeeper where it came from. Doesn't this just ask your dad? Then, the old lady called your dad and asked him to bring her a few more when he goes to work tomorrow. Your dad just told me about being fired. Mother Chun pretended to be mysterious and asked, Guess what happened next? Chen Baozhu cooperated and said, The old lady asked Dad to go back to work again. Yes and no. Mother Chen's smile grew even more smug. So, it wasn't the Pei family who fired your father because he was too old. It was that housekeeper Wang who, in order to allow his nephew to take over your father's job, took the initiative to fire your father. Then he turned around and told the main family that your father resigned because of his poor health. This is too insidious. Chen Baozhu couldn't help but frown. Mother Chen was also furious. Who said it wasn't true? If it weren't for those tomatoes your friend sent us, we would have been ripped off. But now, he's reaping the consequences. That guy surnamed Wong has been fired. At this point, her tone suddenly became much gentler. So, to thank Mrs. Pei, Mom took the initiative and sent all the remaining tomatoes at home over. You won't blame Mom, will you? After all, it's my daughter's stuff. No matter what, it's always wrong to deal with it without her consent. Chun Baozhu suddenly felt like she was having a heart attack. You didn't leave any for me? It was a gift from her idol. Could it be that she didn't even see the shadow of it? So how does she take pictures? How to post on Moments, Sweet Potatoes, and any other social media platforms that can be posted? Mother Chun immediately said seriously, "That's impossible. Look at these scrambled eggs with tomatoes, beef brisket stewed with tomatoes, and tomato tofu soup. I used a tomato in each dish." As he said that, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and brought it to Chun Baozhu's mouth. "Try it. It tastes delicious." I took a bite when I was trying to judge the saltiness, and the taste was amazing. No wonder even the old lady of the Pei family praised it highly. Although Chun Baozhu did not blame her parents, her mother had finally given in to her, and she still wanted to argue for a while. But the fresh and sweet aroma of tomatoes hit her face, making her swallow her saliva involuntarily. However, no, you can't eat it yet. Chun Baozhu swallowed her saliva, grabbed her mother's hand, and put the tomato and egg with chopsticks back. Mother Chun thought her daughter was still angry and was about to say something. The next moment, Chun Baozhu quickly picked up the mobile phone beside her and started taking pictures of the 3 dishes. Then I checked it again, carefully. Okay, now I'm going to start. I remember what my mother said. That is, she tasted a bite while cooking, and then she said, "Mom, there's so many I can't finish it. You can eat some too." She was halfway through her words when she saw Mother Chun, who was sitting in front of the bed, had already opened a lunchbox full of rice. "What are you thinking? Of course, we should eat together. Do you think you want to eat alone?" Without waiting for Chun Baozhu's response, she couldn't wait to pick up a tomato from the scrambled eggs with chopsticks and stuffed it directly into her mouth. After wolfing down 3 mouthfuls, she remembered that she had a sick daughter, so she quickly looked up at her and urged her carelessly, "Eat quickly, or the food will get cold." God knows, when she took the first bite, she almost couldn't help herself and started eating it directly from the wok. It can be said that for the first time in her life, she was impressed by her own cooking skills. With this taste, she feels that it is not inferior even if it gets 3 Michelin stars. Fortunately, her little bit of conscience reminded her of her daughter who was still in the hospital. So I have endured it until now. No need to hold back any longer, just eat it with big mouthfuls. Chapter 39. Tomatoes Delivered by Ningning. Chun Baozhu was silent for a moment, then picked up the spoon and reached for the thermos containing soup. After the operation, her appetite was not very good, but when she smelled the fragrance of the food, she suddenly felt her stomach rumbling. Until a mouthful of tomato tofu was put into my mouth, the indescribable fragrance and sour and sweet intertwined together, bursting in my mouth. A silent eating contest began between mother and daughter. Not until all the juice in the 2 dishes and 1 soup was gone did they both burp and put down their chopsticks with satisfied looks on their faces. Chun Baozhu picked up her phone and began to prepare the copy for her Moments. As soon as I entered the circle of friends, my attention was attracted by the bright red 9-square grid picture. Looking closely, the 9 pictures were all close-ups of tomatoes. Copywriter, today was like a dream. I received a gift from Ningning, a super delicious tomato. This surprise came so unexpectedly. I feel like the luckiest person in the world. Ningning, fly bravely, and Lemon and Wei Wei will always be with you. The owner of this circle of friends is her former mortal enemy, later best friend, and one of Jiang Wanning's only 2 loyal fans, Yu Wei Wei. Chun Baozhu immediately sped up, edited the copy, and then sent it. I received a super surprise today, a tomato gift from Ningning herself. This is the best gift I received this year, bar none. My idol, you're such a fan favorite. I'll always be rooting for you. Then I prepared to call Yu Wei Wei to share our joy and double the happiness. Unexpectedly, Yu Wei Wei called in first. Meanwhile, Mother Chun asked, "Baozhu, can you ask your friend where she bought these tomatoes?" As soon as Chun Baozhu picked up the phone, she heard the dead woman's excited scream. So much so that she didn't hear clearly what Mother Chun said to her. Chun Baozhu used her mouth to signal her mother to wait for her to finish her call. Mother Chun understood and picked up the lunchbox on the table and took it to the bathroom to wash. On the phone, Yu Weiwei excitedly exclaimed with laughter. I told you Ningning hasn't forgotten us. Ha ha. What's wrong with retiring? Even though she retired, she's still our best Ningning. Chun Baozhu tried her best to lower her voice and joined in the exclamations and laughter. That's right. The entertainment industry is too chaotic and unworthy of Ningning. Ningning has become so strange over the years. It must have been forced out of her. It's good that she retired. After leaving the circle, she has become the sincere and kind Ningning again. Yu Weiwei enthusiastically agreed. That's right. And even if she retires, we can still continue to support her. When Ningning's tomatoes are available, I'll buy 100 or 80 kilograms and then run a lottery on various platforms. When those haters get to eat Ningning's delicious tomatoes, we'll see if they can still curse at her. Chun Baozhu excitedly echoed. Yeah. Count me in then. Wait a minute. What did you just say? What are you going to do with Ningning's tomatoes? Yu Weiwei, it's on sale. In case you didn't know, Ningning posted an announcement on Daodu, saying she created a store on Taodao. I went in to check, and they had tomatoes on sale. But when I checked in, they were sold out. I don't know who had such good taste. Yu Weiwei. By the way, did you eat the tomatoes Ningning gave me? I'm telling you, I've eaten a lot of good food since I was a kid. But I've never had tomatoes this delicious. Not only me, but my parents also love them and kept asking me to buy more. After hanging up the phone, Chun Baozhu immediately ran to Daodu. Sure enough, I saw the announcement posted by Jiang Wanning, and then I went to Taodao and searched for the Yun Family Vegetable Basket store. There's only one item in the store, and it is still in a gray sold-out state. Mom, were you trying to ask me where my friend bought his tomatoes? Chun Baozhu shouted towards the bathroom. Mother Chun came out with a stack of clean lunchboxes, and while drying them with paper towels, she said, Yes. Mrs. Pei really likes the taste of those tomatoes, so she wanted your father to help her find out where to buy them. And these tomatoes are really delicious. We can buy some for ourselves to try. Chun Baozhu didn't say anything and directly handed the tomato product page to her mother. Mother Chun looked at the price of the tomatoes and was shocked. Oh my God, 30 yuan a pound. That's really expensive. Before Chun Baozhu could defend her idol, her mother continued. But there's a reason why this thing is expensive. After all, the tomatoes taste so good. Chun Baozhu looked at her stingy mother in surprise. When did you become so sensible? Didn't you always say that those extremely expensive imported fruits and vegetables were like luxury goods? They were just for show, but they weren't worth it at all. Mother Chun patted her lightly and scolded her. You silly girl, are you teasing me? How can those imported fruits and vegetables compare to the tomatoes your friend gave you? And the price is several times higher than ours. If it weren't for face, who would buy them? Okay, quickly send the link to the tomatoes to our family group and tell your dad. Chun Baozhu stuck out her tongue playfully. Yes, my mother. Chapter 40 Photography Association. You know, the Pei family is the most famous and richest family in Haicheng. If Ningning's tomatoes could be lucky enough to catch the eye of the old lady of the Pei family, then her online store business would definitely be prosperous in the future. Thinking of this, Chun Baozhu couldn't help but ponder inwardly. She knew very well that her family's financial strength could not be compared with Yu Weiwei's. It is impossible for her to be so generous as to buy hundreds of kilograms of tomatoes at once just to hold a lottery and slap the faces of those haters. Despite this, she also wanted to do her best to support Jiang Wanning and do her part. After all, as one of the only two big fans of Ningning, how could she do nothing? So, Chun Baozhu decided to use her connections and expertise to do various promotional and publicity work for Jiang Wanning's online store. The biggest connection among them is the old lady of the Pei family. What about professionalism? After all, she graduated with a degree in marketing. At this moment, Jiang Wanning was leading Jiang Dahai through the mountains and forests. The forest path in front of me looked particularly clean and tidy. Obviously, it had just been taken care of. It doesn't look like it has been abandoned for a long time. Seeing this, Jiang Dahai couldn't suppress his strong curiosity and asked, Hey, Ning girl, didn't you clean up this path yourself after returning to your hometown? This mountain has been abandoned for so long. How could there still be such a clean path? Jiang Wanning nodded and replied, Yes. The first time I went up the mountain, I found that the road was densely covered with various vines and weeds. If we don't clear them out, we won't even be able to go up the mountain. Jiang Dahai thought to himself, you also know that this forest has been abandoned for a long time. Even if you use the best fruit tree seedlings when planting, if no one takes care of them, the fruits that grow will probably become wild fruits. However, As the head of village, he cannot easily dampen the enthusiasm of the villagers who are eager to get rich. Let's wait until we taste the fruit before making any decision. In this way, Jiang Dahai followed Jiang Wanning, turning left and right and left. I looked at my watch and found that they had been walking for almost half an hour. After climbing the mountain for half an hour, he didn't feel tired or sore at all. Even the breathing was steady. He has been sitting in the office for a long time in recent years, which has made him very weak. No matter how high the mountain is, he will be tired and breathless after walking up a few steps. Could it be that I am still strong and vigorous despite my old age? Comrade Jiang Dahai didn't think about the situation of the mountain itself at all. He simply thought that he was extremely strong and terrifying. He even happily planned to show off to his wife when he got home. Just as Jiang Dahai was indulging in his beautiful imagination, a corner turned in front of him. Suddenly, everything in front of me became clear. A large persimmon forest appeared in front of Jiang Dahai like a picture scroll. What scene it was! The branches are full of yellow persimmons, as if they were decorated with countless small lanterns. This large forest of persimmons is like a golden ocean with no end in sight. Jiang Dahai was stunned by the magnificent and beautiful scenery and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, when did this place become so magnificent?" Before Jiang Wanning could say anything, the excited Jiang Dahai couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone. Then, like a happy old dog, he rushed towards the persimmon forest. I saw him running to a distance, pressing the shutter button, facing the entire persimmon forest, and then taking pictures nonstop. As he was patting, he knelt down, leaned forward, and patted the branch above his head. As he was patting, he lay down again, staring at his legs, and began to spin automatically. After taking pictures of the distant and panoramic views, he aimed his camera at the persimmons on the branches. In order to capture the beauty of persimmons from all angles, Jiang Dahai did not hesitate to twist his body into all kinds of bizarre shapes. Or they may stick out their buttocks, twist their waists, and split their legs. These strange postures almost made Jiang Wanning laugh to death. But at the same time, he also saw comrade Jiang Dahai's love and professionalism for photography through these strange photo poses. This made Jiang Wanning make a decision in her heart on the spot. That means from now on, Comrade Jiang Dahai will be the official photographer of the Jiang family's vegetable basket. I believe that under Jiang Dahai's lens, her fruits and vegetables will be photographed to look both beautiful and delicious. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Dahai himself was very dissatisfied with the results of this photo shoot. He was looking at the photos on his phone, then at the persimmon forest in front of him. He kept taking pictures and couldn't help complaining in dissatisfaction. "Oh my, Ning girl, it's all your fault. Why didn't you remind me earlier how beautiful this place is? Otherwise, I would have brought my SLR camera. It's such a waste to only use a phone to take pictures of such a beautiful scenery." He's a member of the city's photography association. If people knew that he took pictures of such beautiful scenery with a broken mobile phone, he would definitely be despised. Chapter 41, Ugly Persimmon. And so he kept shooting and shooting. When Jiang Wanning was about to call for a stop, he reluctantly walked back to her and handed her the photos he had just taken on his phone. "Alas, there's nothing I can do. This is the best the camera on my phone can do right now. Can you please see if you can use it?" As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Jiang Wanning a chance to respond, Jiang Dahai revealed a look of deep regret and began muttering to himself, "Let's not use it. Let's come back tomorrow and take another good photo with my SLR." Jiang Wanning took the phone and looked carefully at the persimmons in the photo. The red persimmons are inlaid on the branches like gems, round, plump, and bright in color. It seems as if you can smell their sweet scent through the screen, making you salivate. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but sigh. "I think these photos are already quite good. Is it really necessary to do it again?" Jiang Dahai nodded without hesitation and replied, "If you want to come, you must come. If you don't come to reshoot it, I will always feel resentful, and I won't be able to get over it." He was so stubborn, as if even if Jiang Wanning disagreed, he would come up and shoot again. Jiang Wanning naturally would not raise any objections. After all, Party B is so dedicated to Party A. As the Party A, wouldn't it be a bit inhumane if she undermined the other party's self-confidence at this time? In recognition of his efforts, Jiang Wanning generously made a promise. "Uncle Village Chief, as a reward for your hard work, I have decided that you can eat as many persimmons as you want from my orchard." Hearing this, Jiang Dahai showed a conflicted expression. He hesitated for a moment before whispering, can we replace the persimmons with tomatoes? Jiang Wanning asked curiously. Why do you want to change? Don't you like persimmons? Jiang Dahai explained with a bitter face. Ning girl, are the persimmons you have the most common golden bullet ones? Honestly, do you really think these persimmons are delicious? The so-called golden bullet persimmon gets its name from its shape, which resembles a bullet. This persimmon is an original variety that has not been improved in any way. Its biggest advantage is that it is easy to survive and produces a large number of fruits. But at the same time, it also has a fatal flaw. It tastes extremely sour and astringent. Even with careful cultivation and care, the taste is still unsatisfactory. Compared with high-quality persimmons, such as seedless square persimmons, oxheart persimmons, and luotian sweet persimmons, there's a world of difference. Because of this, it is almost impossible to find golden bullet persimmons in the market today. Jiang Wanning said confidently, Of course. This is grown in my field. How can it not taste good? She took a few steps forward and picked a ripe persimmon from a nearby persimmon tree. This persimmon looks bright yellow, with a slightly rough skin and many small black spots of different sizes on it. At first glance, it looked a bit ugly. However, when Jiang Wanning tore the persimmon in his hand in half, in an instant, the tender and juicy flesh is revealed. She smiled and handed half of it to Jiang Dahai. Uncle Village Chief, try it. Try it and see if it tastes good. However, Jiang Dahai's mind was filled with the unbearable sour taste in his childhood memories. So he subconsciously wanted to refuse. But at this moment, a rich and unique persimmon aroma rushed in her nostrils like a surging torrent. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Just like that, Jiang Dahai seemed to be under a spell. He stretched out his hands and took the half persimmon that Jiang Wanning handed over. The moment he put it into his mouth, an unprecedented sweet taste instantly swept through his entire mouth like a flood, quickly occupying all his taste buds. This wonderful feeling made him open his eyes wide in surprise, and he couldn't even speak. After a long while, he finally uttered a series of inarticulate exclamations, as if waking from a dream. Delicious, so delicious. As he spoke, he unconsciously quickened his chewing pace, fearing that he would miss even the slightest bit of the delicious taste. After finishing the half in his hand, he still felt unsatisfied. He looked at Jiang Wanning with a gleam of desire in his eyes. Hey, you ate that one too fast. I haven't tasted it yet. Can I have another one? That greedy look makes people laugh. Jiang Wanning looked at the yellow liquid still stained on the corner of his mouth and couldn't help laughing. Uncle Village Chief, didn't I tell you before that these persimmons are your reward? You can eat as much as you want. Just don't think I'm stingy. After all, the appearance fee of a good photographer is very expensive. Chapter 42, The Last Wave of Orders. Jiang Dahai was very happy. I don't mind it. My favorite thing to eat is persimmon. Then Uncle will not be polite to you. As he spoke, he couldn't wait to pick the biggest and reddest persimmon for himself. The persimmons were heavy, and holding them in her hands, she could feel as if the plump and juicy flesh was waving to her. Jiang Dahai held the persimmon in both hands and tore it in half with a little force. In an instant, a rich, fruity aroma hits your nose, making you salivate. He no longer cared about anything else, and opened his mouth and took a big bite. The sweet juice instantly overflowed in the mouth, slid down the throat into the stomach, bringing a sense of satisfaction. At this time, Jiang Wanning also began to taste the remaining half persimmon in her hand. The delicate and soft flesh touches the tip of the tongue, and a faint sweetness spreads in the mouth. Jiang Dahai, who was standing by, looked at her expectantly and asked anxiously, How is it? Is it delicious? At this moment, he had already forgotten that Jiang Wanning was the owner of this persimmon forest. I was completely immersed in the joy brought by the food and couldn't wait to share this delicious food with others. Jiang Wanning savored it carefully and said, It tastes pretty good. However, now is not the best time to eat persimmons. We have to wait a few days until they're fully ripe. Then the taste will be amazing. The ripeness in her mouth means that it has been nourished by the supernatural power. On the day she got the contract, she set up an energy shield in the orchard. Counting the time, it's been almost a week. Jiang Dahai's eyes widened, his mouth dropped open, and he exclaimed in amazement, Ning girl, I never realized you're such a boaster. This food is so delicious, it's almost intoxicating. and you're saying it's not even at its peak yet? How delicious does it have to be when it's at its best? Jiang Wanning said confidently. You'll know when the time comes. Some delicacies cannot be appreciated unless one tastes them personally. Jiang Dahai showed his anticipation and asked eagerly, When is the best time to eat it? Tell me quickly. I must eat it first. Jiang Wanning said with a smile, Don't worry. Wait patiently for another 3 days. By then, I guarantee you'll taste the most delicious persimmons in the world. After hearing this, Jiang Dahai quickly nodded and said, Okay, then we won't come over tomorrow. I'll come back to see you in 3 days with my SLR. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily turned to the large and lush persimmon forest. I saw red persimmons hanging on the branches, like small and exquisite lanterns dotted among them, which was beautiful beyond words. Just then, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Jiang Dahai turned around with shining eyes and stared at Jiang Wanning. Ning girl, look at all these persimmons. You definitely can't handle them all by yourself, right? Shouldn't you hire some help to pick them? Jiang Wanning saw through his thoughts immediately and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I'm worried about where to find help. Uncle Village Chief, do you have any good suggestions? Ahem, that's what I thought. Jiang Dahai pretended to cough lightly, cleared his throat, and said, Look, your persimmons are all grown halfway up the mountain. Going up the mountain to pick them and then carrying them down the mountain in loads is no easy task. If you go outside and recruit people, let's not even talk about whether the people you recruit are reliable. It's still unclear whether people in the city can do such hard work. And since you're in a hurry, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find suitable people in a short time. Yeah, it's really hard to find people for hard labor in the summer. So what? Jiang Wanning nodded in agreement. So, I thought it's better to invite someone familiar than someone new. Jiang Dahai grinned and said, Look at our village. Although there aren't many strong young people, everyone here has trained themselves through years of farm work. Their strength is definitely not much worse than those young men. If you like, I can help you gather the villagers to come pick persimmons. In order to successfully convince Jiang Wanning to accept this proposal, Jiang Dahai's mind was racing at this moment, trying hard to think of more convincing arguments. After all, as the head of a village, what he hopes most is to lead the villagers on the road to prosperity. However, as the young people in the village left one by one, he gradually became numb. This village has long lost its former vitality and vigor. Young people left their hometowns and went out to explore the world. Only a group of frail old people are left to guard this homeland. Even if you have unlimited passion and ambition in your heart and want to do something. But faced with such a situation, we can only sigh and do nothing. It was not until this moment that he saw Jiang Wanning's endless orchard with his own eyes. The lush fruit trees in the garden are loaded with heavy fruits, emitting an enticing aroma, especially after tasting the sweetness and juiciness of these fruits. A dying flame seemed to be ignited deep in Jiang Dahai's heart. His originally quiet heart began to stir again. Chapter 43 Vaccination. Jiang Dahai racked his brains to think of the most appropriate words to persuade Jiang Wanning to hire the elderly people in the village. Because he was worried that Jiang Wanning would refuse because she disliked the elderly people's old age and frailty. Just as he was racking his brains, he heard, Good. Jiang Wanning gave her the answer without any hesitation. You agree? Jiang Dahai asked in disbelief. Jiang Wanning nodded. As long as they can work, we'll hire anyone, including the high-temperature allowance. Picking is 200 yuan a day, and carrying down the mountain is 300 yuan a day. Food is not provided, though. Hearing this, Jiang Dahai almost jumped up in excitement and quickly responded, No problem. This salary level was definitely beyond his expectations. During the slack season, the elderly in the village often go to the town or the city to do odd jobs. For higher income, they're about 300 a day. But that was all work on the construction site. In addition to physical strength, you also need skills. On a low day, it might be as low as 40 or 50. Compared with this, the salary offered by Jiang Wanning is much higher. He was sure that once the news spread in the village, people from the entire village will surely rush to apply for the job. For a moment, Jiang Dahai's eyes sparkled brightly as he stared at Jiang Wanning intently. There was gratitude and deep admiration in his eyes. But at the same time, there was also a hint of shame that was difficult to conceal. Back then, he thought Jiang Wanning was a selfish and cold-blooded person, and he disliked her from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, After 3 years away, she came back to give him and their village such a big surprise. Jiang Wanning looked up at the sun that was gradually setting in the sky. The orange-red afterglow dyed the surrounding clouds as brilliant as flames. Looking at the sky, it's getting late. Let's get ready to go down the mountain. Yes, it's dark, and the mountain roads are hard to walk on. The older generation said that there are wolves in our mountains at night, but I don't know if it's true. Jiang Dahai finished speaking and grabbed the basket at his feet. Wait for me a little longer. I'll go pick some persimmons and take some close-up photos of you when I get back. He had already taken photos of the entire orchard and the persimmons hanging on the branches. But I haven't taken close-up shots of the persimmons themselves or the flesh inside. If we say that before going up the mountain, this place was just Jiang Wanning's orchard. Photography is his hobby and a simple task for the younger generation. From now on, this will be the hope of their Wangshan village. Photography is his job and the embodiment of his lofty ideals. Jiang Wanning just watched Jiang Dahai's shuttle through the persimmon forest. A pair of eyes scanned the persimmons on every tree like a radar. After comparing them back and forth, he picked one and put it in the basket. Seeing how serious he was, Jiang Wanning thought that the persimmons he picked must be round, plump, and colorful. When I took it and looked at it, I found it was in strange shapes and spotted. Forget about the pretty ones. It seems like they're specifically picking the ugly ones. Jiang Dahai said with a smug look on his face, "How about it? Are you wondering why I didn't choose the most beautiful persimmon?" Without waiting for Jiang Wanning's response, he couldn't help but explain, "It's true that our persimmons are ugly. If we only select good-looking ones to shoot, the actual product the customer receives won't match the picture, and there will be a discrepancy. If there's a discrepancy, we'll give you a bad review. So, it's better to show the ugly appearance of the persimmons from the beginning. When customers taste the persimmons, they might even think that these persimmons are just like ugly oranges. The uglier the better. Then your ugly persimmons will be famous." The ugly persimmons from Wangshan Village. He couldn't help but let out an obscene laugh when he thought that Wangshan Village would become famous because of the reputation of the ugly persimmons. But my persimmons are only ugly for 1 year at most, and they won't be ugly next year. Jiang Wanning suddenly poured a basin of cold water on him. Why? Ugly persimmon is such an interesting name, just like the famous ugly orange back then. Jiang Dahai was puzzled. What Jiang Wanning, grow must not only taste the best, but also look the best. Jiang Wanning said this lightly and walked down the mountain. Jiang Dahai hurried to follow. Thinking about the things he needed to prepare later, he stopped worrying about whether it looked ugly or not and asked, "Ning girl, when are you going to start picking these persimmons?" Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and replied, "Next Monday. As for the specific number of people needed, just wait for my notification. I guess it won't take too many people at the beginning. After all, the number of orders may not be particularly large at the beginning. If the number of orders increases in the future, the number of people needed will naturally increase accordingly." Jiang Dahai, "Ning girl, don't worry. With how delicious your persimmons are, they will definitely be in short supply." Jiang Wanning nodded without any modesty. With her wood-related abilities, it would be strange if people didn't scramble to buy the things she grows. Thinking about how tempting those fruits were, she decided to take precautions first. "Uncle Village Chief, let's be frank. Hired personnel are not allowed to steal my persimmons without my permission. Also, anyone who slacks off or doesn't work seriously will be fired if we find out. Don't blame me for being inconsiderate when the time comes." Chapter 44 is back on the shelves. After hearing this, Jiang Dahai patted his chest and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, when selecting people, I will personally screen them for you and will definitely not choose those who are not down to earth in their work. If there really is such a sneaky guy, I will be the first to rush up and chase him away without waiting for you to speak." Don't be fooled by the fact that Jiang Dahai usually looks like a good guy and is easy to talk to. But actually, it depends on the situation. When he gets aggressive, he can even make a man cry. Hearing Jiang Dahai's firm statement, Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll leave it to you when the time comes." Speaking of not eating persimmons secretly, Jiang Dahai immediately frowned. "Ning girl, have you installed any protective fences or anything like that around the orchard? You know, these delicious fruits are grown so defenselessly in the mountains. If someone with bad intentions follows the smell and finds out, they will suffer heavy losses. There are so many mountains, it's impossible to defend against them even if you want to." Facing Jiang Dahai's worries, Jiang Wanting seemed much more confident. She replied calmly, "Of course there are. Don't worry, no one dares to go up the mountain to steal persimmons." You know, this seemingly ordinary forest is not ordinary at all after her transformation. Jiang Wanting set up an energy shield throughout the forest. Anyone who enters without authorization, unless she has her permission, there will be serious consequences. After coming down the mountain, Jiang Wanting immediately saw a group of 2 people, 1 adult and 2 children, sitting upright in the backyard of her house. You don't need to look to know that they must be twins and an old lady. Every time she came down from the mountain, she could always see their waiting figures. Looking at the familiar and friendly figure in front of her, Jiang Wanting couldn't help but feel a warm current in her heart. At this moment, she had this feeling for the first time in her life. It turned out that the world was more beautiful than she had imagined. In addition to countless delicious foods, there are also families who always care about you. The old lady carefully examined Jiang Wanting, who had come to her side. After confirming that she was unharmed, she began to mutter, "My dear little ancestor, you're finally back. If you were any later, it would be dark and the mountain road would be difficult to walk on. Hurry, hurry, wash your hands. The food is ready. Let's eat right away." Seeing this, Jiang Dahai smiled and waved to everyone, saying, "Ning girl, I'll go back first. I'll come get the tomatoes later." However, before he could finish his words, Jiang Wanting pulled him back. "Why are you going back? Uncle Village Chief, you've been helping me out for most of the day. How can I not let you stay for dinner before you leave?" After saying that, she dragged Jiang Dahai into the house without saying anything. The old lady also persuaded with a smile on her face. "That's right, Dahai. Come and have dinner with us today. You don't know, Xian caught a fish this morning, and it's really big." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands to indicate the size of the fish. Jiang Dahai was already starving, and when he smelled the faint aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, his stomach started to growl even more. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, Aunt Jiang, I'll shamelessly stay here and have a free meal today." When the old lady heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She kept saying, Okay, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Auntie, I wish you could come over and eat more often." Although life has been difficult over the years for her 2 children, she has managed to get by. This is all thanks to Jiang Dahai's help. Now the eldest granddaughter is back. It's very hard running around all day for this family. The old lady saw it and felt pain in her heart. "I feel like I'm useless and a burden to her." Now that Jiang Dahai is the village chief, he is willing to help her more. The old lady is really grateful from the bottom of her heart. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled into the yard, illuminating the simple dinner on the square table. There were 2 dishes and a soup on the table. It's very simple, even a little shabby. But whether it is the tempting braised fish, the fragrant stir-fried mushrooms and vegetables, or the steaming tomato and egg soup, one look at it whets your appetite. Every time Jiang Dahai tasted a dish, his eyes lit up. The braised fish is tender and juicy, and every bite of the fish is full of the rich aroma of the sauce. Stir-fried mushrooms with vegetables perfectly combines the delicious flavors of the 2 ingredients, leaving a refreshing and pleasant taste. The tomato and egg soup is sweet and sour and delicious, leaving a lasting impression. "Auntie, your cooking skills are amazing. This fish is so delicious. And these vegetables, how can you cook them so delicious?" Jiang Dahai was praising the food while stuffing it into his mouth with relish. The old lady said cheerfully, "If you like, eat more. There's more in the pot." Jiang Dahai's cheeks were so bulging that he couldn't speak at all. I could only nod my head vigorously to express my love for these delicacies. Chapter 45, Expert Guidance. It was very quiet throughout the meal. For a moment, the only sound was the crisp sound of cutlery and plates colliding with each other, intertwined with the sounds of chewing and swallowing food. Everyone was focused on enjoying the food in front of them, and no one had time to chat. Everyone was working hard, savoring this rare delicacy. Finally, when all the plates were cleared, everyone was full. As usual, the Jiang family, young and old, sat lazily on bamboo chairs, each holding their round bellies, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Jiang Dahai joined in without any sense of disobedience. He burped loudly with contentment. He was still not satisfied and said, "Auntie, what kind of fish are we eating today? How come it is so fresh and delicious? It is simply the most delicious fish I have ever eaten." As the village chief of Wangshan Village, Jiang Dahai actually doesn't have much income. But he has a wife who can make money and two promising children. Moreover, his wife and children are real foodies. Whenever they had a holiday, they would drag him around to look for delicious food. Whether it is an inconspicuous little restaurant on the street or a bustling open-air food stall. Whether it is the coveted Michelin 3-star restaurant or the delicious dishes prepared by the state banquet chef. He's tasted almost all of them. However, although he thought he had seen the world, Jiang Dahai still felt that the fish served tonight by the Jiang family was the most delicious fish he had ever eaten in his life. This kind of fish has neither the lingering fishy smell of sea fish nor the hard-to-conceal muddy smell of river fish. The only thing left in your mouth is the endless delicious taste. Without even needing the old lady to reply, the chatty Jiang Mudong couldn't wait to answer. Grandpa Village Chief, I know that. Grandma said it was a grass carp, a super big one. I saw her waving her short and cute little hands excitedly and constantly gesturing the size of the fish in the air. Then he said proudly, Mom, I was the first one to find this big fish. I saw it call my brother over, and then he caught it. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but be amused when she heard the little guy's innocent words. In a deliberately teasing tone, she asked, Oh, our Tong Tong is so amazing. Then can you tell Mom where you saw this big fish? When Jiang Mudong heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and she became extremely excited. I saw her quickly stand up from the small bamboo chair, and her little feet took quick and brisk steps, jogging forward with a ding-ding-ding sound. Soon they reached the edge of the yard. She stretched out her chubby little hand and pointed directly at the sparkling pond in front of her. He said in a baby voice, Mom, this is it. Let me tell you a secret. The fish in the water love to eat the vegetables we grow. I just accidentally threw a piece of vegetables into the pond, and those little fish immediately jumped out to grab it. The children's talk of throwing vegetables and attracting fish to grab them was not taken seriously by anyone except Jiang Wanning. They just thought that the two children were lucky. Tong Tong is great. Jiang Wanning smiled and applauded her. However, she knew very well that these fish did not really like to eat vegetables. What they covet are nothing more than the traces of supernatural powers contained in the vegetables in their own vegetable gardens. However, the taste of the braised fish in the evening reminded her. This pond also belongs to their family and is within the coverage of the energy shield. Wouldn't it be a shame to just leave it idle like this? We must find a way to make good use of it. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanning took out her cell phone. I started searching online for information on buying fish fry. Sea bass has tender meat and rich nutrition. Persian carp is delicious and easy to breed. Grass carp grows fast and is large in size. Mandarin fish has a unique taste and is very expensive. Snakehead carp is tenacious and adaptable. The variety of fish fry is dizzying. But as long as the fish tasted good, Jiang Wanning decided to raise some of them all. As for the question of whether it is easy to raise, with ample supernatural nourishment, would you still worry about not being able to feed these little things? Jiang Dahai, standing by, couldn't help but sigh. Ning girl, don't you think this piece of land of yours is a feng shui treasure? The tomatoes grown in this vegetable garden are big and red, juicy, and deliciously sweet and sour. And look at that newly contracted forest. The Huangshan Yilin trees, which were once unwanted, are now bearing fruit. Each one is fresh, juicy, and sweet. And the fish raised in this pond are so tender and delicious that you can't stop eating them. After saying that, he licked his lips with satisfaction. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, and jokingly responded, Yes, you found out, Uncle Village Chief. To tell you the truth, the reason I returned to the village was because of the guidance of an expert. Otherwise, how could I have the courage to contract so much land? Jiang Dahai rolled his eyes in annoyance when he heard this and said jokingly, Oh, if you put it that way, could it be that a small landlord like you has been specially blessed by some god? Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanning nodded seriously. You really don't say it. Maybe you really guessed it right. Jiang Dahai was speechless when he heard this. Finally, he gave Jiang Wanning a hee-hee in response. Chapter 46, Getting Close. When the vegetable friends in the Jiang family's vegetable basket learned that the Jiang family's delicious tomatoes were about to go off the market, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They are afraid that they will miss out on this crop of sweet and juicy tomatoes and never be able to taste such wonderful flavor again. Thus, a vigorous stockpiling war began. Some people bought 10 or 20 kilograms and planned to put them in the refrigerator to enjoy slowly. Some people buy 30 or 50 kilograms of tomatoes and then search for end storage methods. For a time, various booking information came in like snowflakes, making it difficult to cope. Jiang Wanning looked at the piles of orders weighing dozens or even hundreds of kilograms and couldn't help but groan inwardly. Judging from this trend, if we don't stop, even if we count the smallest fruits that had just grown on the tomato vines, it will be difficult to meet their needs. However, even though she had called a halt in advance. But at this time, the total amount of all the orders added up has exceeded an astonishing 1,000 pounds. Ordinary vegetable farmers are absolutely helpless when faced with such a huge demand, but only have a small tomato patch in their own vegetable fields. However, our Jiang Wanning is not an ordinary vegetable farmer. You know, she is a wood-type mutant who can turn decay into magic. In order not to disappoint the newbies in the group, Jiang Wanning decided to use some of her own special abilities. She held her breath, concentrated, and gathered all the supernatural powers in her body into her palms, and then carefully injected them into the tomato vines in the vegetable garden. As the strange energy was continuously input, the thumb-sized green fruits originally hanging on the tomato vines began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if cast by magic, and began to grow, change color, and then mature. Just like that, after 2 rounds of careful induction of supernatural powers, many big, red, round tomatoes appeared again on the tomato vines that had been picked once. Although the quantity is still limited, it can at least meet the order demand. Jiang Wanning. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, please go to the Yuanxiao vegetable market parking lot to pick up the tomatoes you have reserved. At 7:30, I take the twins to kindergarten. Then we went to the vegetable market, just in time. A simple notification instantly caused the entire group to explode. It was as if this group of friends had paid special attention to the Jiang family's vegetable basket. As long as there was any slight disturbance, they would jump out to respond with lightning speed. Boss Jiang, I ordered 20 kilograms of tomatoes for my daughter. Can we pick them up tomorrow as well? Didn't you say we had to order online? Let's pick it up together. Boss Jiang doesn't offer shipping anyway, so I'll take it back and mail it myself. I agree. I finally managed to squeeze in 10 pounds for my son. If someone else buys it, who will I turn to for justice? Yes, we should just send it ourselves. We won't bother Mr. Jiang anymore. Boss Jiang, I heard from my daughter that if you ship a large quantity, you could get a discount. If your order volume increases in the future, you can go and have a good talk with the courier company. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up slightly. It turns out that if the express delivery volume is large, you can negotiate the price with the express delivery company. She had never known such important information before. Although I have made up my mind not to offer free shipping, it would be great if I could help customers save some express delivery fees. So, she secretly took note of this matter in her heart and planned to find time to talk to the express station. Jiang Wanning, thank you for your reminder. I'll talk to the courier company. This time, you should take it back and send it yourself. I'll deliver it tomorrow according to your order quantity. The next morning, sunlight shone through the thin clouds and fell on the earth. In the Yuanxiao vegetable market, located in a corner of the city, the originally empty parking lot has become extremely busy at this moment. I saw a long line of people winding and twisting like a long, crooked worm. Many people who wanted to go to the vegetable market or were passing by the vegetable market couldn't help but stop and watch out of curiosity. People who didn't know the truth couldn't help but wonder. What are these people doing in such a long line? Are there free eggs to be had? When they heard that there were eggs, the old men and women started to get excited. Who cares what they're getting? Everyone's queuing up anyway, so we might as well follow them. In this way, more and more people joined the queue, making the queue, which was not short to begin with, gradually become longer. Finally, after much urging from the grandpa and the lady, a small and cute pickup truck slowly drove into the parking lot. The driver was Jiang Wanning. She drove the car carefully while looking left and right for a suitable parking space. However, when she saw the long and winding queue in front of her, she was shocked. As far as she knew, there were only 22 people in the Jiang family's vegetable basket. But right now, just looking at the length and size of this team, it is obviously far more than 20 or so. Here he comes. Boss Jiang is here. I don't know who shouted this first, but then the whole team became excited. The people in the queue began to whisper to each other and became excited. Hey, don't squeeze in the back there. We have to save space for Boss Jiang to park. An old man shouted, trying to maintain order at the scene, but it was obviously to little avail. The people at the back couldn't wait to get forward, fearing that they would miss out on the gifts if they were late. Yeah, don't push, don't push. Why are you pushing? We've already reserved the quantity in advance. It's only a matter of time before we get the tomatoes. You won't be left out. An old lady was almost pushed out and complained in an unhappy tone. However, at this moment, a puzzled voice rang out. What do you mean by reservation? We don't have a reservation. Do we need a reservation to receive the gift? Who told you this is for free gifts? We all ordered tomatoes and lined up to pick them up. After hearing this, those who originally thought they were here to receive gifts suddenly became dissatisfied. Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? Isn't this a waste of our time? You didn't even ask. We were just lining up on our own, but who knew you'd just follow us in line without caring? Chapter 47, What to Add. Suddenly, the queue became noisy. Some people complained that they had queued in the wrong line and waited for so long in vain, and then left in frustration. Some people are curious about what kind of tomatoes there are, why not only are there such long queues, but they also require reservations. So I stayed and wanted to see what was going on. At this time, Jiang Wanning's car had also stopped. She got out of the driver's seat, climbed into the back of the car, and said to the people queuing below, "Don't worry, as long as you've made a reservation in the group, you can get it." The Annie at the first position in line hurried forward and said, "Boss Jiang, my name is Udaihua. I ordered 30 kilograms. Look, this is my transfer record." Jiang Wanning found Udahihua's account number on the form, ticked a box, and said, "Yes, it's 30 kilograms. You get 10 kilograms per bag, so 3 bags in total. It's a bit heavy, so please hold on to it." Annie Butterfly Flower said with a smile, it's okay. I'm plenty strong." As he spoke, he glanced towards the car and said, "Boss Jiang, you didn't bring any rapeseed today? I wanted to buy some to take back." Jiang Wanning explained with a smile, "I packed a lot of tomatoes today, so I didn't bring any. I'll let you know in the group when I bring some next time." Annie Butterfly Flower smiled and nodded. Okay. Then he carried the heavy tomatoes, put them on a small cart, and left happily. The people around were shocked to see the cart full of tomatoes. "Sister, what kind of tomatoes are these? Why did you buy so many?" Sister Butterfly Flower smiled and said, "Of course, it's the fairy tomato. Let me tell you, Boss John's tomatoes are incredibly delicious. After eating their tomatoes, I can't eat any other tomatoes." Some people don't believe it. Is it true? It's just a tomato. Aunt Butterfly Flower wanted to argue a few more words, but was interrupted by the second aunt who received the tomato. "Hey, they haven't eaten it before. Why are you telling them so much?" "Big sister, didn't you just say you were going to the express station to send it to your daughter who lives out of town? Come on, let's go together." So the two aunts each pulled a cart and walked away happily. Even as they were far away, the Annie was still whispering in Annie Butterfly Flower's ear, "Big sister, are you stupid? There aren't enough tomatoes and rapeseeds for us to share. If more and more people find out, will we still be able to grab some?" Annie Butterfly Flower suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are still thinking ahead. The quantities are all predetermined, so there is no need to weigh or collect money. In less than half an hour, all the tomatoes in the truck were taken away. The old men and women who had been waiting on the side, hoping to get some bargains, were disappointed. "Boss, are you still selling these tomatoes? We want to buy some to try." Everyone has a herd mentality. Seeing so many people buying and everyone buying so much, I also became eager to buy. Jiang Wanning explained with a smile, "I'm sorry, all the tomatoes are sold out, and we won't be selling them for the next few months." The curly-haired woman didn't give up and asked, "What about rapeseed? I just heard them asking you about rapeseed." Jiang Wanning took out the group QR code and said, "Annie, this is our family group. Why don't you join the group and take a look? I will inform everyone in the group in advance of what vegetables I will sell in the future." Grandpa and Auntie, Okay, this is good." At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Haijun, the owner of Feng Feng Express Station, pulled up the shutter door on time. I was halfway through yawning when I was frightened by the huge crowd outside. "Hey, boss, you finally opened the door. We have been waiting for more than half an hour. Hurry up, we need to send a courier." Zhou Haijun was a little confused. A group of gray-haired grandpas and aunts came together to send express delivery? Could it be that Feng Feng headquarters is having some kind of cashback promotion where you can get cashback for every express delivery? Auntie Butterfly Flower, who was first in line, saw the boss standing there in a daze and urged him, "Hey, boss, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and pack up all these tomatoes for me. Don't you see there are so many people waiting behind you? Oh, okay. Regardless of whether there is an event or not, he will still lose money overall, which has nothing to do with his small store. All he has to do is send the express delivery. Zhou Haijun quickly took the tomato from the aunt's hand. Then weigh, calculate the money, and pack. Zhou Haijun. Auntie, your shipping address is the provincial capital. The first weight within the province is 12 yuan per kilogram, and the additional weight is 2 yuan per kilogram, plus the packaging fee of 3 yuan, for a total of 43 yuan. Someone called out from behind, "Boss, we're all in this together. Please give us a discount." The others echoed, Yes, we're all in this together. You see, we're all sending tomatoes, so just give us a discount." Zhou Haijun was dumbfounded when he saw them each holding a tomato on a handcart. "Oh, all tomatoes?" "Everyone, yes. I heard that if you send a lot of express parcels, you can give a discount." Zhou Haijun was also straightforward. "Okay, I'll give you a 15% discount." He knew they were sending tomatoes, but Zhou Haijun was still surprised when he saw them bringing big bags of tomatoes to him. "Uncle, what's so special about your tomatoes? Why did you send so many?" The old man smiled and said, "It's nothing special. It's just very delicious. I thought of sending it to my children who are away from home to try it." The old man was also generous. He took a tomato from his share and handed it to me. "You will know after you try it." Zhou Haijun wanted to refuse, but the tempting aroma made him unable to resist taking it. "Thank you, sir. I haven't had breakfast yet." He wiped it casually, opened his mouth wide, and took a bite. The next moment, his eyes widened in amazement at the delicious taste he tasted. Why does this tomato taste so? But his behavior amused the old men and women present. "Haha, how is it? Delicious, right? We had the same reaction when we first ate it." Let alone the tomatoes. The rapeseed from Boss Zhang's house is also incredibly delicious. My grandson, who never touches even a single leaf of vegetable, can eat half a plate by himself. Yes, add some rapeseed to rice cake soup. It will taste so delicious. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but ever since I ate the tomatoes from Boss Zhang's shop, I've been sleeping through the night for the past few days. I haven't had such a good night's sleep in over a decade. So it wasn't just my illusion? I had the same feeling. When I told my old man about it, he said I was overthinking it. He said my appetite and sleep improved. Oh, do you think there's something added to these tomatoes? I'm a little scared after hearing what you said. Chapter 48 sold out? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. I'm afraid some technology and hard work have been added to it. At this time, a voice came from the back of the team. "Don't worry, everyone. These tomatoes are very good." Everyone turned to look and saw that the man who spoke was also dragging a small cart full of tomatoes. The people around her couldn't help but ask curiously, "Meili, didn't you ask old Chun to send her to the unit for testing?" Everyone asked curiously, "Big sister, tell me, what's going on with this tomato? It's such a delicious thing, and our family wants to eat it for a long time. If you tell us, we can eat it with peace of mind." Wu Meili cleared her throat and spoke loudly. "My husband works for the Ministry of Agriculture, specifically responsible for supervising agricultural product safety. These tomatoes taste so much better than those on the market, and we were worried there might be something wrong, so we want to get them tested. What do you think the results were? Everyone, what's it like?" Wu Meili smiled and said, "Not only is there no problem, the lycopene, malic acid, organic acid, and vitamins in it are all higher than those in ordinary tomatoes." What are lycopene and malic acid? The old men and women don't understand. But it didn't stop them from understanding that Boss Zhang's tomatoes were great. Ha! I was saying, there must be nothing wrong with such delicious tomatoes. Hints come after the fact. Wu Meili continued, Hey, I haven't finished yet. Besides the tomatoes, we also sent Boss Zhang's rapeseed for inspection. After all, it's so hot out here, and they say vegetables can't grow without pesticides. But Boss Zhang's rapeseed doesn't even have a single hole in its leaves. Shouldn't I be worried? Yes, I was worried about that at first. I washed the baking soda water several times. What are the final test results? Are there any pesticides? Wu Meili exclaimed, No, there's not even a trace of pesticide residue. Is there really no agricultural residue? Boss Zhang is truly a conscientious boss. She said she wouldn't use pesticides, so she did. Even though the prices are high, the quality is good. That's right, but it's a pity that we won't have tomatoes to eat for a long time. Didn't they say they would sell persimmons? They're all from Boss Zhang's family, so they shouldn't be much different. Zhou Haijun was packing while listening to the conversation of the old men and women. Then the more I listened, the more curious I became, and the more excited I became. Uncle and Annie, you've been talking for so long, but where did you buy these tomatoes? And who is Boss Jiang? Upon hearing this question, the old men and women who were chatting happily suddenly fell silent. They exchanged glances with each other, as if conveying some secret code. Finally, the old man who gave Zhou Haijun the tomatoes spoke. Ahem, it's useless for you to know. Boss Jiang said that today's tomatoes are the last batch, and they won't be sold anymore. Zhou Haijun was not discouraged. Didn't you say you would sell persimmons later? I like eating persimmons. Uncle, maybe. After all, we haven't started selling them yet, so we're not really sure. Anyway, no one will say who Boss Jiang is or where he sells his vegetables. Just then, Zhou Haijun's cell phone rang. Hello, who is this? Would you like to pick up the package? Where are you located? Wangshan village is too far away. I probably can't go there. What did you say you were sending? 220 kilograms of tomatoes, delivered to 8 provinces. Okay, I'll be there before 3 in the afternoon. I concealed the truth, and Boss Jiang came forward on his own initiative. Wangshan village. Jiang Wanning was weighing the tomatoes while talking on the phone to Lin Siyun. Jiang Wanning, it's 220 kilograms in total. I'll send you the link when the time comes. You can sort it out and then place the order. Lin Siyun said embarrassedly, Yeah, thank you, Sister Wanning. Sorry to trouble you again. In just a few days, 3 express deliveries were made. The first time, it was 50 kilograms, which was shared by her, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Shui. The second time, it was 100 kilograms, and it was still shared by the 3 of them. But seeing that Qin Yuan took the lion's share, it was obviously for someone else. This time it was even more outrageous. They directly created a tomato group and asked for 220 kilograms. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, What are you thanking me for? I should thank you for taking care of my business. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Mushuan and said, Xian, Tong Tong, follow your mother's example and try weighing 10 kilograms of tomatoes. The 2 little guys nodded seriously. I picked up 20 tomatoes, put them in a bag, and placed them on the electronic scale. Looking at the number 4.89 displayed on the screen, Jiang Mushuan was silent for a moment, then took another tomato and put it on. The number changed from 4.89 to 5.11. The electronic scale next to Jiang Mudong showed 5.23. She said uncertainly, Mom, it's already 5, but what if there are 2 more numbers? Jiang Wanning gave a thumbs up. Xian and Tong Tong both did a great job. The number after 5 is just a gift for the guest to taste. It doesn't matter. But if it's only 4, then we need to add a few more until it reaches 5. Jiang Mutong grinned. Then Mom, has Tong Tong learned how to weigh? Jiang Wanning. Yes, Xian and Tong Tong are very smart and have already learned it. So, can you complete the next weigh-in? The little guy said loudly, Yes. Jiang Wanning watched for a while, and after making sure that there was no problem with the 2 little guys' operations, she began to edit the product information for listing, then put it back on the shelf. After putting on the shelves, he sent the link to Lin Siyun. At the same time, in the Pei family's old house, which is full of ancient atmosphere and has a long history, sunlight shines through the mottled leaves and falls on the ground in the courtyard, forming patterns of interlaced light and shadow. Old Mrs. Pei was sitting on an antique rattan chair, holding a mobile phone tightly in her hand, with an expression of confusion and dissatisfaction on her face. She wore a pair of reading glasses, stared at the screen intently, and kept muttering something. The driver, Lao Chun, who was standing nearby, stood respectfully with his hands lowered. He is Chun Baoju's father. Hearing Mrs. Pei's question, Old Chun hurried forward and looked at the phone screen carefully. The screen displayed the interface of a shopping website. A bright and juicy tomato picture was particularly eye-catching, but the 3 big words sold out were clearly marked below. Old Chun, take a good look at this. Is this something you bought from there? I've been waiting for several days. But why is it always in this unavailable state? Old Mrs. Pei raised her head and looked at Old Chun with a puzzled look. Old Chun also looked confused. Ma'am, my daughter sent me this product link, so it shouldn't be wrong. Could it be that the tomatoes are so popular and selling so well that they're sold out? Chapter 49. Hands are faster than brains. Hey, those tomatoes are really delicious. It makes sense why they are so popular. Old Mrs. Pei poked at the screen unhappily. Suddenly, I didn't know where I clicked, and the screen refreshed. The column that was originally sold out has now become available for purchase. Old Mrs. Pei suddenly became excited and called Old Chun while holding up her reading glasses. Lao Chun, do you think it's time to buy it now? Old Chun hurried over. Yes, you can buy it now. Old lady, please buy it quickly, otherwise it will be sold out soon. Next, the two elderly people who were not very skilled in operating mobile phones bought 100 kilograms of tomatoes with some difficulty. Mrs. Pei looked at the order and laughed. Ha! I mentioned it to those old ladies a few days ago, saying that I had the most delicious tomatoes in my life, and they laughed at me. I'll make them envious to death when the time comes. Old Chun couldn't help laughing when he heard this and said, Then you, old lady, must take good care of the tomatoes when the time comes. Old Mrs. Pei also thought of the robbery behavior of her old girlfriends. If they were to taste the tomato, they would definitely fight with her for it. That 100 kilograms was not enough for them to share. Old Chun, you're right. I'd better buy some more just in case. Mrs. Pei placed another order for 100 kilograms. Seeing the old lady buying hundreds and hundreds of dollars at a time, Old Chun was also tempted. Now he has secured his job, and the Pei family has also given him a raise. Baozhu also graduated and started working. Although 30 yuan per pound is expensive, it is not unaffordable. Originally, these tomatoes were sent to Baozhu by her friend. In the end, he gave it to Mrs. Pei. Baozhu didn't eat much, so she also bought 10 kilograms. At the same time, in a university in High City, Yu Weiwei had just finished an academic exchange meeting with her graduate supervisor. After leaving the meeting room, she turned on her cell phone. Then I received a notification immediately that the store had products on the shelves. I opened Daodu and saw tomatoes in the window. He immediately put the documents in his hand into his bag, and then his fingers quickly started operating on his mobile phone. Order quantity, 100 kilograms. Recalling the scene where her family almost fought over those tomatoes, Yu Weiwei decided to keep 50 kilograms for her family and give the other 50 kilograms for a raffle. However, warning, low on stock. Yu Weiwei hurried back to check the inventory display. 10 pounds. There are only 10 kilograms left. Hands are faster than brains. While she was still wondering why Ningning only put 10 kilograms of tomatoes on the shelf, her hands had already completed the order. Looking at the product page that has once again become sold out, Yu Weiwei suddenly felt very awesome. I grabbed this 10-pound quantity for myself. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, happiness is all about comparison. At the Beijing Film and Television Base, Lin Siyun was filming a falling into water scene, so she didn't see the Link Jiang Wanting Center right away. After she finished filming, she saw the link and quickly joined the tomato group. That's right. Because of tomatoes, they created a tomato group. In addition to her, an 18th-tier little actress, the group also includes first-tier traffic stars, gold medal agents, well-known directors, producers, and talented singers. They were all people brought in by Qin Yuan. When Lin Siyun first learned the identities of these people, he was really shocked. Everyone inside is beyond her reach. After sending the link, Lin Siyun sent another group message. Lin Siyun, actor, the boss has specially put 220 kilograms of tomatoes on the shelf for us. When you place an order, please be sure to place it according to the reserved quantity. For a while, there was no movement in the group. After all, each of them is extremely busy. Lin Siyun thought about placing the order for his 10 kilograms first. But before he could click it, he heard the assistant director calling his name. Lin Siyun didn't bother to place an order. He put down his phone and ran over. However, when she returned from her second scene, there were several missed calls on her phone. They were all calls from Tan Yuan. Lin Siyun thought it was something urgent and called back quickly. Qin Yuan's voice was filled with confusion. Siyun, didn't you say the boss had already put tomatoes on the shelves? Why is it still sold out when I clicked on this link? Did you send it to the wrong person? Lin Siyun, that shouldn't be the case. I got this link from Sister Wan Ning. Let me take a look. After hanging up the phone, she went to the product link interface and found that it was sold out. I opened the tomato group, and everyone was asking why I sent a link to a sold-out product. Lin Siyun sent a screenshot of her shopping list. Lin Siyun, actor. Dear seniors, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Wait a moment. I'll go ask Sister Wan Ning. Lin Hai, director. Oh, I just want to buy a tomato, but I queued up twice and still couldn't buy one. Actress Qin Yuan. Director Lin, please stop crying. I couldn't buy it last time, and you snatched half from me. If I hadn't given you half, I might have been able to eat it for a few more days. Su Jun, producer. Tell the truth. Did one of you take all 220 kilograms of our tomatoes? I promised my wife I'd bring back tomatoes today. You don't know, but my troublemaker has been causing a scene these past few days. Su Xiaoyin singer. Anyway, it wasn't me. I didn't buy any tomatoes. Zhang Shui, agent. Xiyun, why don't you ask Jiang Wanning and let her see who bought it? Qin Yuan, actor. Why go through so much trouble? Just drag Ningning indirectly. Su Xiaoyin, Xing He. Ningning? Zia Wenzi. When did you and Jiang Wanning become so close? Qin Yuan, actor. You care about me. JPG. Director Lin Hai. I agree. Then when we want to buy tomatoes, we could just contact Jiang Wanning directly. That's more convenient. Zhang Shui, agent. Does everyone agree? Su Xiaoyin, singer. I agree. Su Jun, producer. Agree to add one. Lin Xiyun had just finished talking to Jiang Wanning on the phone when she saw everyone in the group unanimously requesting that Jiang Wanning be added to the group. Lin Xiyun, actor. Sister Wan Ning said that the 220 kilograms of tomatoes were bought by 3 customers from Haiqing. At first, she thought it was us who bought them. Lin Xiyun, actor. Regarding joining the group, I will ask Sister Wan Ning to see if she is willing to come in. Everyone. I almost forgot that Jiang Wanning has been forced to quit the entertainment industry. It's still causing a stir online. Many people in the circle even personally stepped in and made many remarks to add insult to injury. I guess she doesn't have any good feelings towards people like them in the same circle. Zhang Shui, agent. Regarding the online incident, I think no one in our group has done anything to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Chapter 50, Self-Introduction. Director Lin Hai. Right. If anyone has done anything wrong to Jiang Wanning, please come forward and confess. Otherwise, it'll cause a mess and affect our tomato purchase. I'm the type to help my relatives, not my friends. Anyone who delays my tomato purchase is my enemy. Qin Yuan, actress. Director Lin is awesome. I voted for you. Qin Yuan, actress. Speaking of which, the makeup artist said I become fairer and my skin has become much smoother. I thought about it and realized it's all thanks to the tomatoes from Ningning. Director Lin Hai. Xiao Tan, you're right. For the past 3 days, I haven't made any changes to my sleep schedule or diet. I've only eaten a few pounds of tomatoes you gave me, and I've been sleeping much better every night. Su Xiaoyin, singer. I definitely have never offended Jiang Wanning. I'm just a singer and have no connection with her. Su Jun, producer. What's really going on in the entertainment industry? True and false, real and fake. Who knows what the truth is? But regarding this recent incident, I really admire Jiang Wanning. She said she wouldn't reconcile, and she fought straight to the end. One after another, big names in the circle spoke out to prove their innocence. There's even a subtle tendency to want to get closer to Jiang Wanning. Soon, they saw the news that Jiang Wanning had joined the group. Before they could even say hello, they saw the system prompt that Jiang Wanning had changed her nickname in the group. From the original Jiang Wanning to Jiang Wanning Fruit and Vegetable Supplier. Jiang Wanning Fruit and Vegetable Supplier. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Wanning. Qin Yuan, actress. Welcome Ningning. I am Qin Yuan. Su Xiaoyin Xing He. Welcome. Yam Su Yoing. Just like a chain game, everyone introduced themselves one after another. Lin Xiyun felt very embarrassed. Aren't these nicknames written with names? Why do I have to introduce them one by one again? But since all the big names have posted, if she, a Karami, doesn't post, she will seem out of place. Then, Lin Xiyun, actor. Welcome Sister Wan Ning. I am Lin Xiyun. Qin Yuan, actress. Xiyun, don't you know Ningning? Why did you introduce yourself? Lin Xiyun, actor. Keep in formation, cover your face. JPG. Director Lin Hai. Jiang Wanning. Have you really considered quitting the entertainment industry? If you still want to come back, perhaps I can help you. Everyone. It has to be Director Lin, otherwise no one in the group would dare to say this. Oh, and there's also Agent Zhang. Zhang Shui. Agent. I heard that you terminated your contract with the agency automatically. If you're interested, you can also come to our company to have a look. Qin Yuan, actress. Ningning, Director Lin, and Sister Shui are guaranteeing you. So if you still want to come back, you can come back boldly and with confidence. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Are you sure you want me to return to the entertainment industry? Lin Hai, director, I have seen your photos. You are very photogenic and have a good sense of camera. You are suitable for the big screen. Qin Yuan, actor. Of course, Ningning, if you come to Sister Shui, we will be colleagues in the future. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. So you don't want to eat the tomatoes and fruits I grow in the future, right? Everyone. Qin Yuan, actor. Kong Han. JPG. Qin Yuan, actress. Ning Ning, your tomatoes are so delicious. I miss them every day. If I can't eat them anymore, I will definitely cry. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. I'm relieved to hear that. I'm really leaving the entertainment industry, and I won't be going back. Jiangwan lemon fruit and vegetable supplier. Pictures. The picture content is today's order information. Then people in the group saw that the newly listed 220 kilograms were sold out within a minute of being put on the shelves. Qin Yuan actor. Who is Mrs. Pei? She actually bought 100 kilograms. Lin Xian actor. It's not 100 pounds, it's 200 pounds. Compared with the 200 gene order, the remaining 10 gene is definitely not a problem. Qin Yuan, actress. Who is it? Who stole my tomato? I'm gonna fight her. Zhang Shui agent. Is there anyone among us with the surname Pei? Su Jun producer, no. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Are these 3 orders from Haicheng? Are you in Haicheng? Zhang Shui agent. No, we're all in Beijing now. Otherwise, there would be no way to eat the tomatoes from Qin Yuan's hand. It has been out of control since then. Qin Yuan, actress. So what should we do now? They stole our tomatoes. They are our tomatoes. Lin Hai director. The hand speed is too fast. Isn't this bullying the elderly? Zhang Shui, agent. Wan Ning, do you have any more at home? Can you send us another batch? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. The tomato vines in the field have been pulled out. If the original vine is left, it can indeed grow again. But the last wave of orders exceeded the budget, so she had no choice but to use the method of forcing growth and used her supernatural powers to promote the birth twice. So much so that the vine was completely useless. Qin Yuan, actress. What should I do? Wow, I was hoping to be a little whiter. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Why don't you try the new persimmons that will be available next week? Su Jun, producer. Forget it. My family doesn't like the taste of persimmons. When will the next batch of tomatoes arrive? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. The earliest it will take is probably 2 months. Su Jun, producer. Then I will buy it in 2 months. Others were the same and had little interest in persimmons. Especially the appearance of this persimmon is so ugly. All I'm thinking about are the tomatoes that are out of season. Zhang Shui, agent. Wan Ning, you said you grew these tomatoes. Besides tomatoes, what else do you grow? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Currently, we only have some vegetables and fruits. Vegetables are in short supply, so we're not planning to sell them online anymore. Going forward, we'll focus on fruit. Lin Xian, actor. Sister Wan Ning, I think your tomatoes are so delicious, and the persimmons must be delicious too. Can I pre-order 10 kilograms? Qin Yuan, actress. I want 10 kilograms too. I heard that persimmons are also high in vitamin C, which can whiten the skin, promote skin metabolism, and prevent pigmentation. Zhang Shui, agent. Wan Ning, besides persimmons, do you have any other vegetables at home? Persimmons are too high in sugar, and my elderly family may not be able to eat them. They still prefer vegetables. Jiangwan lemon fruit and vegetable supplier. Pictures. In the picture, the rapeseed is lush and green and looks particularly beautiful. Jiang Wanning, a fruit and vegetable supplier. Right now, I only have rapeseed in my fields, but not much. I originally kept it for myself. If you want, I can sell you some. Chapter 51. Let be green. Zhang Shui, agent. I'll buy 5 kilograms. How much? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Same price as tomatoes, 30 per pound. I'll send you the link later. People who originally had no interest in the vegetables were inexplicably tempted when they saw the price of 30 yuan per caddy. After all, if tomatoes that cost 30 yuan per pound are so delicious, then vegetables that cost 30 yuan per pound must not be much worse. Qin Yuan, actor. Ning Ning, the price of rapeseed is the same as that of tomatoes, so does it taste just as good? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. I can only say that at 30 yuan per pound, you won't lose anything if you buy it. The longer something comes from the same piece of land and stays in the ground, the stronger its supernatural power becomes. In addition to the improvement in taste, there'll even be extra surprises. Zhang Shui agent. Then I'd better buy 10 kilograms. Lin Xian actor. Sister Wan Ning, I weigh about 5 kilograms. Qin Yuan actor. Ning Ning, I want 10 kilograms. Su Xiaoyin, singer. Xiao Wenzi, you can't cook. Why did you buy so many vegetables? Actor Qin Yuan, I mix it in a salad. If that doesn't work, I boil it. Sister Shui forces me to eat choy sum every day to lose weight, and Ningning's choy sum is definitely better than the ones you buy at the market. Su Xiaoyin, singer. I suddenly feel that what you said makes a lot of sense. Ningning, please order 10 kilograms for me too. Lin Hai, director, I want 10 kilograms too. Qin Yuan, actor. Director Lin, are you also losing weight? Lin Hai, director, I can't eat it with instant noodles. Qin Yuan, actor. Awesome.jpg. Seeing that everyone else in the group had bought tomatoes, Su Jun, who was eager to wait for the tomatoes, could no longer sit still. Su Jun, producer, I'll take 5 Gene, approximately 100 G of it. Just enough to take home and report back to my wife, so she doesn't complain about me not caring about the child. Zhang Shui, agent. Wan Ning, just in case if the link is snapped up by someone else, can we place the order directly in the group? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Sure, but only this time. From now on, all my product will be sold in my shop, and I won't be accepting individual orders anymore. For store transactions, you can directly fill in the express delivery information, and it will be automatically transmitted to the express delivery station. She doesn't even need to contact anyone. The courier will come to pick up the package. It's much more convenient than buying it herself in the group. Zhang Shui, agent. Okay, thank you for your help this time. Actress Qin Yuan. Ningning, if everything in your house is this delicious, it will definitely be very popular. Is there still time for us to practice our hand speed now? Jiang Wanning, a fruit and vegetable supplier. It's not that exaggerated. The reason tomatoes are so scarce is that there weren't many planted to begin with. Production will gradually increase. Little did she know that no matter how much she planted, the goods in the Jiang family vegetable basket store would always be in short supply. Of course, this is a later story. At this moment, after Jiang Wanning confirmed the order, she sent the changed express delivery requirements to Zhou Haijun of Feng Feng Express. Then I took the basket and went to pick vegetables from the vegetable garden in the backyard. For 50 kilograms of vegetables, I guess I have to pick all the vegetables in that patch. It doesn't matter if they pick them all. The new vegetable seeds have already been planted, and they will be able to eat fresh and tender cabbage in less than half a month. This vegetable field, along with the tomato field, were cleared and replanted. The old lady knew that the vegetables from her vegetable garden were sold at a good price again. I'm so happy. He pulled a handful of straw and waited aside. After Jiang Wanning brought the dishes up, she was responsible for weighing and bundling them. 1 pound is bundled in a bunch, clean and neat. What? You mean we should send this to Beijing? It will cost a lot of money to send this amount of food to Beijing. The old lady looked surprised. Jiang Wanning was hoeing the ground while chatting with the old lady. The delivery fee is 20 yuan per kilogram. The old lady gasped. 20 yuan a kilogram. Oh my goodness. That would cost them 40 yuan a kilogram for this kilo of vegetables. Beijing is the capital of our country. Why would they buy vegetables from a place like ours in the countryside? Jiang Wanning smiled and said, that must be because our food is delicious. Excuse me, is anyone here? At this time, there was a voice calling at the door in the front yard. The old lady quickly turned her wheelchair and shouted back, yes, there's someone there. Jiang Wanning also came out from the vegetable garden and followed them out to greet them. Feng Feng Express. Zhou Haijun nodded, his eyes fixed on the baskets of tomatoes in the main room. Then he blurted out subconsciously, Boss Jiang, can you sell me some of these tomatoes? He had been thinking about it ever since he tasted it this morning. So much so that as soon as he finished the orders in the store, he couldn't wait to rush over. Now seeing this room full of tomatoes, my mouth is watering. Jiang Wanning was stunned for a moment, then apologized. We're all sold out of tomatoes. We don't have any left. If you want, can I buy you some of these vegetables? Green vegetables? Isn't that the rapeseed that the uncles and aunts have been longing for, with 0 pesticide residues and great taste? Zhou Haijun immediately said, okay, then I want 5 kilograms of vegetables. How much? Jiang Wanning, 30 yuan per gene, 150 yuan for 5 genes. 30 yuan per pound of vegetables. Zhou Haijun couldn't help but gasp. Come on, young man, have some water. The old lady handed Zhou Haijun a glass of boiled water and explained, young man, our food tastes better than others, so it's a bit expensive. You can buy it and try it, and you'll know if it's worth it. Look at these 2 baskets of vegetables. They've already been bought by people from Beijing. These are the only ones left. If you don't want them, we'll keep them for ourselves. The old lady pointed to 2 baskets of vegetables beside her, her face full of pride. I want. When he heard that these were the only ones left, Zhou Haijun gritted his teeth and bought it even though he felt his heart bleeding. I can't buy tomatoes, so I can't taste the vegetables. In order to avoid regretting it, he paid the money directly. Then pick out 5 handfuls of vegetables and set them aside. There are 10 express parcels in total, 4 to Haicheng and 6 to Jing City. Is that correct? Zhou Haijun took out his cell phone and checked the list. Jiang Wanning nodded. That's right. All the tomatoes are from Haicheng. The vegetables are from Jingshi. The weights have all been weighed. If you're not sure, you can weigh them again. I've already sent you the corresponding quantity and address. Zhou Haijun took out the foam boxes and airbags used for packaging from the car. These are the largest foam boxes in his store. With the airbag installed, one box can hold 20 kilograms of tomatoes. Because green vegetables are light in weight and large in volume, they can only weigh 10 kilograms. All packed, 18 boxes in total. Chapter 52, Panacea. Zhou Haijun took out a calculator and began to calculate the express delivery fee. Boss Jiang, I'm not going to be rude to you. If you need express delivery for a long time in the future, I can give you a 30% discount. Jiang Wanning. Is there a certain number of orders you must have every month? Zhou Haijun. According to company regulations, customers with more than 1,000 orders a month can be promoted to VIP customers and enjoy a 20% discount. Customers with more than 2,000 orders are VVIP customers and enjoy a 30% discount. 30% discount is the highest discount I can offer. Even if the number is not met, it will not affect us. Jiang Wanning. What about orders above 2,000? Zhou Haijun was stunned. There's also a VVVIP tier that offers a 40% discount, but the monthly order quantity must be over 10,000 pieces. The quantity requirement is quite strict, and you can only qualify if you meet the requirements. Jiang Wanning. If we offer a 30% discount now, and the quantity meets the requirements at the end of the month, can we still get a refund? Zhou Haijun nodded stupidly. Sure. Jiang Wanning. Okay, then let's go with a 30% discount now. Zhou Haijun couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss Jiang, will your next orders be worth tens of thousands? You know, there's so many stores on Taodao, and how many of them have monthly orders exceeding 10,000? Anyway, as far as Yanshui Town is concerned, none of the online shop owners he has cooperated with have it. Jiang Wanning. I'm just asking, trying to understand. What if? Zhou Haijun, haha. Thinking about the tomatoes he couldn't buy, he couldn't help but ask, Boss Jiang, aren't your tomatoes and vegetables sold out? What else are you planning to sell? Jiang Wanning sent him the Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Group and the Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Store link. For local purchases, you can join the group and wait for notifications. If you need express delivery, you can buy in the store. Wangshan Village Committee. Li Hongyuan stood up suddenly and looked at his old partner in front of him with disbelief. What did you say? Jiang Lei's daughter wants to hire people from the village to help her pick persimmons? Jiang Dehai nodded. Li Hongyuan, 300 a day? Jiang Dehai nodded, then added, the wages for picking are 200 yuan a day. If you are responsible for carrying the fruits down the mountain, it is 300 yuan a day. Li Hongyuan was filled with questions. Could Jiang Lei's daughter be stupid? Those persimmons aren't worth much. Why would she spend so much money picking them? It is certainly a good thing to employ villagers and provide them with jobs. But we can't let an ignorant child suffer from this good thing. No, I have to ask her. Knowing that his old friend would definitely not believe it, Jiang Dehai just let him go. Seeing is believing, right? Aunt, are you home? Li Hongyuan came to the Jiang family yard and walked into the main room as if he was familiar with the place. Yes, I'm in the house. The old lady was sewing buttons in the house. When she heard the noise, she immediately controlled her wheelchair to go out. At the door, he almost bumped into Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan thought the old lady was not in good condition and was lying in the house, so he wanted to go in and take a look. I was shocked when I saw the old lady sitting in the wheelchair. Then I felt happy. Li Hongyuan looked around the wheelchair and said in surprise, Auntie, your wheelchair is electric. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Did Ning buy it for you? You also think this wheelchair is not cheap, right? Ning actually lied to me and said it was worthless. The old lady smiled and scolded. I told her I didn't want it, but that girl insisted on buying it for me, and she wasn't happy if I didn't buy it. Only then did Li Hongyuan realize that the old lady's spirit and energy were completely different from when he came to visit her a few days ago. At that time, looking at the old lady's appearance, they all thought that she was going to die. That's why he tried every possible way to contact Jiang Wanning. But the old lady's current state doesn't look like she's in any condition at all. If you don't know, you might think she took some magic medicine. I think this eldest granddaughter is the old lady's panacea. Now that her eldest granddaughter has returned, her illness is completely cured. Li Hongyuan was genuinely happy for the old lady. Third, Aunt must be very happy that her eldest granddaughter is so filial. The old lady said worriedly, I'm happy, but it will be hard for the child. Li Hongyuan comforted her. Third, Aunt, don't overthink it. We're a family, and no matter how hard things are, they will eventually pass. And I think your daughter Ning is very capable. You just wait to enjoy your life. When the old lady heard him praising her granddaughter, she laughed again. Li Hongyuan looked around and asked doubtfully, Auntie-san, where is Ningning? Isn't she home? The old lady invited them to sit down and drink water while she said, Ningning sent the 2 children to kindergarten a few days ago, and now she's going to town to pick them up. Hongyuan, what do you want from Ningning? Li Hongyuan, I heard from Dahai that Ningning wants to hire people from the village to help pick persimmons from the mountain. So I came over to ask. That's right. The persimmons on the back hill are ripe, so we thought we'd pick them and sell them. That would at least bring in some income, right? Jiang Wanning mentioned this to the old lady. She also agreed with the decision to hire help. This way Ningning can feel more relaxed. Li Hongyuan frowned in confusion. Are there people who want to buy persimmons? That golden bullet is available on every hill in Wangshan village. If it could really be sold, no one in the village would leave since there are only so few people left. You know, when he first became an accountant, their village was a big village with more than 600 households. Thinking about the current situation, he sighed. Seeing Li Hongyan's disgusted expression, the old lady smiled and said, Hongyuan, this matter was decided by Ningning. Why don't you sit for a while and wait for her to come back? As he spoke, he pushed the water cup on the table towards them. Li Hongyuan came jogging all the way over. I'm thirsty now too. So he picked up the cup and started drinking it. He didn't know if it was because he was too thirsty, but he always felt that the water was sweet and delicious. But it doesn't taste like sugar. After drinking a glass of water, he felt that all the heat in his body disappeared. After drinking a whole pot of boiled water, Jiang Wanning finally came back in a pickup truck. Atai, we are back. Jiang Mudong rushed into the house first, ready to share her wonderful day in kindergarten with Atai. But when he saw other people in the room, he stopped in his tracks. He glanced at Jiang Dahai uneasily and subconsciously turned around to run. Then she bumped into Jiang Wanning, who was following behind her. Jiang Wanning, Tong, what's wrong? You told your mother in the car that children should be polite. Why don't you say hello to the accountant now? Chapter 53, Anin is in a bad situation. That golden bullet is available on every hill in Wangshan village. If it could really be sold, no one in the village would leave since there are only so few people left. You know, when he first became an accountant, their village was a big village with more than 600 households. Thinking about the current situation, he sighed. Seeing Li Hongyan's disgusted expression, the old lady smiled and said, Hongyuan, this matter was decided by Ningning. Why don't you sit for a while and wait for her to come back? As he spoke, he pushed the water cup on the table towards them. Li Hongyuan came jogging all the way over. I'm thirsty now too. So he picked up the cup and started drinking it. He didn't know if it was because he was too thirsty, but he always felt that the water was sweet and delicious. But it doesn't taste like sugar. After drinking a glass of water, he felt that all the heat in his body disappeared. After drinking a whole pot of boiled water, Jiang Wanning finally came back in a pickup truck. Atai, we are back. Jiang Mudong rushed into the house first, ready to share her wonderful day in kindergarten with Atai. But when he saw other people in the room, he stopped in his tracks. He glanced at Jiang Dahai uneasily and subconsciously turned around to run. Then she bumped into Jiang Wanning, who was following behind her. Jiang Wanning, Tong, what's wrong? You told your mother in the car that children should be polite. Why don't you say hello to the accountant now? Jiang Mudong hugged Jiang Wanning's legs and shook her head in refusal. Before she could figure out what was wrong with Jiang Mudong, Jiang Mushuan hugged her and said anxiously, Accountant Grandpa, no, don't send my sister away. We want to be with Mom. Even though Jiang Mushuan's eyes were red, he still spoke clearly to Jiang Wanning and complained, Mom, the accountant is mean. He wants to send my sister and me to an orphanage. Jiang Mudong's eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Mom, Tong wants to stay with Mom, Atai and brother. Don't go to the orphanage. The two little ones' repeated accusations made Jiang Dahai feel uneasy. Oh, my little ancestors, the accountant was just joking with you. Why did you take it so seriously? The two little ones were still angry and didn't believe it. Jiang Wanning probably guessed what was going on, so she patted Jiang Mudong, who was hanging on her lap, and said, "Little friend, don't be so stingy. The accountant has apologized to you, so why don't you forgive him?" Jiang Mudong's face was twisted into a knot, but the accountant didn't even say sorry. Jiang Mushuan, the teacher said that you should say sorry when you apologize. Jiang Wanning spread her hands and looked at Li Hongyuan. Uncle Accountant, children are most likely to take things seriously. If you don't apologize, they might remember you for the rest of their lives. Li Hongyuan wasn't one to argue with a child, so he said cooperatively, Okay, it's the accountant's fault. Accountant apologizes to you. I'm sorry. Jiang Mushuan said seriously. The teacher said that if you can admit your mistakes and correct them, you're a good child. Accountant, we forgive you. Jiang Mudong finally let go of her mother's thigh and then ran to the village chief with her short legs. Grandpa Accountant, you're a good kid. This is for you. Li Hongyuan looked at the white rabbit milk candy in his hand, feeling both amused and helpless. Jiang Wanning smiled and pulled the little guy in front of her, then pushed him next to Jiang Yue. Didn't you say you learned a song today and would sing it to Grandma when you get home? Go quickly. Mom wants to hear you sing it for me tonight. After receiving the task, the two little ones immediately went into the house hand in hand. When the old lady saw that Jiang Wanning looked unhappy, she thought she was angry about the orphanage. So I explained, Ning, the thing about the orphanage was because I fell and your village chief was worried that no one would take care of the children. So he said that out of anger. Don't take it seriously. How could that be? Uncle Accountant was also thinking about the children. It's my fault for not leaving you contact information. Otherwise, Uncle Accountant wouldn't have been so anxious and thought of the orphanage. Jiang Wanning bowed sincerely to Li Hongyuan. Uncle Accountant, thank you for taking care of our family over the years. Although this was an inhuman thing, it was done by the original body. But now that she has taken over her life, she has the obligation to take over all her messes. Although Li Hongyuan was smiling in front of the children just now and did not show any emotion. But when facing Jiang Wanning, Li Hongyuan was still a little angry. It is so irresponsible to just leave the elderly and children at home and not care about them for so many years. I was originally thinking of giving a few lectures, but seeing her like this, most of my anger subsided. That's enough. You don't need to thank me. From now on, just be down to earth, be filial to your grandmother, and take good care of the two children. Jiang Wanning solemnly assured. Uncle Accountant, don't worry. I will take good care of Grandma. Chapter 54, Eaten All. Jiang Wanning, of course. Uncle Accountant, maybe you won't believe it, but after a few years out there, I realized that farming is what I'm best at. Li Hongyuan almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Ahem, what did you say? You're best at farming? Do you even know how to farm? And with your skinny arms and legs, even if you knew how to farm, you wouldn't have the strength to do it. Jiang Wanning didn't waste any words and turned around to leave. Then he grabbed a millstone with one hand. The stone mill was more than 1 meter in size and looked to weigh at least 100 pounds. Li Hongyuan was so shocked that he almost fell off the bench. Li Hongyuan stared at the millstone and wisely did not go forward to test his strength. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Hearing this, Li Hongyuan finally recovered from the shock of Jiang Wanning's Popeye and said with a look of disapproval, Ning, since you said you're good at farming, then you should know that those persimmons on our mountain are simply not sellable. If you have enough money, don't hire someone to pick persimmons. Just hire someone to renovate the orchard and buy some good fruit trees to tend to. I heard someone in the next county has built a large kiwi fruit plantation. They asked the people at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to select the saplings, and the fruit is really good. How about I ask someone for you later? Jiang Wanning. Uncle, I also have a piece of land on the mountain where I grow a lot of kiwis. Li Hongyuan rolled his eyes at her and said, Can your varieties compare to those from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Don't be afraid to bother me. After all, I'm the village chief. It shouldn't be a problem for me to get some fruit tree seedlings. Jiang Wanning sighed helplessly and took a tomato from the kitchen. Fortunately, there were still a few left, otherwise I would have to go to the mountains to pick persimmons. Li Hongyuan looked at the tomato handed to him with a puzzled look on his face. What for? I just want to drink water. I don't want to eat this. You know what? This water is really delicious. Jiang Hongyuan, if you finish eating tomatoes and still think Ning selling persimmons is unreliable, then we will all listen to you and stop selling them. Jiang Wanning. No, I still have to sell it. I'm counting on it to make money and build a house. Or how about I perform a handstand walk for the accountant uncle? For a moment, Li Hanyuan felt that the tomato in his hand was heavy. Okay, can't I just eat? Don't do that handstand thing, it sounds scary. Having said that, he opened his mouth and took a bite. He couldn't hold it in place for a moment, and the tomato juice flowed all over his hands. Li Hanyuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly raised his head and drank all the dripping tomato juice in his mouth, fearing that not a single drop would be wasted. Hey, what kind of tomato is this? Why does it taste so good? Li Hanyuan ate the whole tomato in just a few bites, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Jiang Wanning looked very proud. Uncle, if I said that persimmons taste better than tomatoes, do you think they would sell well? How could it possibly taste better than this tomato? Li Hongyuan's first reaction was that it was impossible. Jiang Wanning retorted, why not? I've tasted it myself. If you don't believe me, ask my grandma. Jiang Yue nodded to Li Hanyuan. It's very sweet, not astringent at all. It looks like a gold bullet, but it doesn't taste like a gold bullet at all. After saying that, he couldn't help swallowing. God knows, he doesn't really like eating fruit. Now I'm actually greedy. So embarrassing. And this made Li Hanyuan believe his words. He looked at Jiang Wanning and said, Ning girl, were those tomatoes also grown by your family? Jiang Wanning nodded. I originally wanted to save some for you, accountant uncle, but when I heard you were on a business trip, I thought I would give you some persimmons to try. Li Hanyuan didn't ask Jiang Wanning how her family grew the tomatoes, or why Jiang Dehai was so obsessed with the persimmons on the mountain. After all, what industry doesn't have its own confidentiality skills? Maybe the Jiang family has some ancestral skills in farming. He thought for a moment, then said, Ning Ning, since you already know what's going on, I won't say any more. Jiang Wanning, Uncle Accountant, I know you're doing this for my own good. Li Hanyuan waved his hand. No matter what, I'm very happy that you have the ability to make a career in your hometown. At the same time, as a member of the village committee, I also want to thank you for providing an income for the elderly in the village. Don't worry, our village committee will definitely take care of this for you. If you need any help, just ask. We will do what we can and will not shirk our responsibilities. Uncle Accountant, thank you in advance. The accountant is not only the village accountant, but also a think tank and an elder of Wangshan Village. With him in charge, she doesn't have to worry about anyone getting jealous and trying to trip her up. Li Hanyuan said cheerfully, if you can expand and strengthen your family's agricultural products, it will be a glory for our village. At this moment, Li Hanyuan seemed to have a little more passion. He is already in his 50s and will retire in a few years. The children at home have all settled down in the city and are waiting for him to come and live with them and enjoy the company of their grandchildren. Originally, he didn't have much energy facing the unchanging and lifeless village. I just want to keep going like this until I retire. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanning, who he had always criticized for being heartless and inhuman, not only came back, but also brought him this surprise. Chapter 55, The Pei Family in Haiqing. Qian Family Villa. Today is the Qian family's weekly family day. It was originally scheduled to be once a month, but because the old lady's health was not very good, it was changed to once a week. As long as there is nothing important to discuss, the Qian family members will gather at the eldest brother Qian Wenhao's house on this day. Qian Wenhui brought her husband and children and rushed over early in the morning, carrying large and small bags. As soon as she stepped into the house, she went straight to the old lady's room. I am concerned about my old mother's condition. Unexpectedly, I came up empty-handed. Brother, sister-in-law, where is Mom? Why isn't she in the room? As soon as Qian Wenhui entered the room, she found that there was no one inside. She suddenly panicked and hurried to find her elder brother and sister-in-law. Wang Lifeng is teasing her little grandson. Hearing the question, she smiled and replied, Didn't you see when you walked in just now? Your eldest brother is walking with Mom in the garden. Qian Wenhui was stunned when she heard this, her eyes full of disbelief. Sister-in-law, what did you say? Mom is walking in the garden? Before she finished speaking, she rushed out like a gust of wind. The garden is full of colorful flowers and green grass. Qian Wenhui was anxiously looking for someone everywhere. Sure enough, I saw my eldest brother Qian Wenhao carefully supporting the old lady and walking slowly. Mom! Qian Wenhui shouted excitedly and rushed over in 2 or 3 steps. Mom, can you get out of bed? Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were red. You know, at the last party, the old lady was lying in bed without the strength to move. Qian Wenhao glanced at his noisy sister and joked with a smile. Look at you making such a fuss. I've been taking our mother for a stroll for several days. Old Mrs. Qian's face flushed. She patted her eldest daughter's hand and smiled kindly. I've been lying in bed all day, and my body is almost falling apart. I want to get down and move around. Qian Wenhui scolded. Brother, Mom can walk now. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qian Wenhao was helpless. Why didn't I tell you? I called you a few days ago and told you that our mother's condition has improved a lot. When Qian Wenhui heard this, she was speechless. Thinking back to when her elder brother always said these words on the phone, she never took them to heart and just thought of them as words of comfort from her elder brother. Mom, let me walk with you. My brother is so dull. He doesn't even chat with you while walking with you. You must be feeling bored. Qian Wenhui rolled her eyes and pushed Qian Wenhao away. He held the old lady's hand and helped her walk slowly forward. The old lady laughed so hard that she couldn't stop. You are still as funny as when you were little. After all, the old lady is old and has limited physical strength. After walking slowly around the garden, I felt a little tired. Qian Wenhui hurriedly helped the old lady back to her room to rest together with her elder brother Qian Wenhao. As soon as the old lady was settled, Qian Wenhui couldn't wait to pull Qian Wenhao's sleeve. Her eyes were red, and her voice was trembling with anticipation. Brother, tell me the truth. Is Mom really getting better? What the doctor said before, could be wrong. There's not much time left, she didn't dare say in the end. Qian Wenhao's eyes were filled with worry, but also a hint of hope. You can see that Mom has been in good spirits these past few days. However, we need to go to the hospital for a detailed examination to know the exact situation. Qian Wenhui was so anxious when she heard this that she stamped her feet and said, What are we waiting for? Let's take Mom to the hospital now. She was really scared, afraid that this sudden improvement might be the ominous last gasp. Qian Wenhao sighed helplessly, reached out and gently patted his sister's shoulder, and said soothingly, Why are you in such a hurry? Mom has been talking about wanting to have a meal with the children these past few days. After all, it won't be too late to go after dinner. Qian Wenhui calmed down, raised her eyes and stared at Qian Wenhao, asking, Brother, what did you do? Why did Mom suddenly get better? Qian Wenhao hesitated for a moment, and then said, Have you eaten the tomatoes and vegetables I sent to your house earlier? When Qian Wenhui heard this, her eyes widened instantly, and her face was full of surprise. Soon, Qian Wenhao's second brother Qian Wenshu and fourth sister Qian Wenli also came. When they saw that their old mother could not only get out of bed and walk around, but also hold their hands and chatter nonstop, their eyes instantly became moist and they almost shed tears. During the meal, the old lady sat at the head seat. There was a table full of delicacies, but in front of the old lady was a bowl of seemingly ordinary tomato and egg noodles. There were also a few vegetable leaves on top. However, the old lady ate with gusto, a satisfied smile on her face. He ate every bite very seriously, as if this bowl of noodles was the most delicious delicacy in the world. Qian Wenhui's 2-year-old grandson is very cute with his chubby face. The little guy sat on the children's dining chair, and his chubby little hands reached out to the plate of green vegetables with oyster sauce on the table. She mumbled incoherently, Kai Kai, I want some Kai Kai. Seeing this, the child's father quickly picked up a piece of vegetables with chopsticks and fed it to the child. But unexpectedly, the little guy only chewed it twice and then spat it out with a poof. The little face wrinkled up and he complained in a baby voice, It's not good. Mom, I want good vegetables. At the same time, Qian Wenshu's granddaughter, who was in junior high school, also scooped a large spoonful of tomatoes from the tomato beef brisket and put it into her mouth. Then, her expression froze instantly. But she was a grown-up girl after all, so she didn't spit it out like the little brother did. Instead, she frowned and swallowed it. His throat moved slightly, as if he was trying to suppress the unpleasant taste. The same goes for others. After the food was served, he first scooped a spoonful of tomato beef brisket on the table and put it into his mouth, then looked disappointed. It's not that it's not delicious, it's just that it's so different from the delicious food they have had before. Not giving up, they extended their chopsticks to the vegetables with oyster sauce next to them. I thought it would be different, but the result was still disappointing. Now, everyone couldn't hold it in any longer and started to complain. Uncle, this tomato doesn't taste right. Did I buy the wrong one? This vegetable has become the taste I hate the most. Aunt, are the tomatoes and vegetables you sent to our family gone? Wang Lifang looked at everyone's reactions and couldn't help but smile as she explained. They've sold out of the tomatoes and vegetables from before, so they're temporarily closed. Your uncle and I even went to take a look, and we saw that the soil in their vegetable garden has been completely turned over, and not a single leaf is left. If you want to eat those vegetables again, you'll have to wait at least a month. Suddenly, a wailing sounded at the dining table. Qian Wenhao said unhappily, "Why are you being so weird? Just eat your meal well. Didn't you eat well even before we didn't have those tomatoes and vegetables?" There was a hint of the majesty of a patriarch in his voice, which quickly quieted the younger generations. Qian Winley said with a worried look on her face. "Brother, what should we do if the vegetables are gone? Mom's condition is finally getting better. I just found out that the old lady's improvement might be related to these vegetables and tomatoes, so I won't sell them anymore. What should I do?" Qian Wenhao saw what his sister was thinking, waved his hand, and comforted her. "Don't worry, your sister-in-law has already made preparations. She has stockpiled over 100 kilograms of tomatoes, specially for Mom." When Qian Wenhui heard this, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Wang Lifang gratefully. "Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work and for being so thoughtful." The old lady sat at the table, looking at her young great-grandchildren who were looking at her eagerly, her heart full of love. "So I wanted to pick out the tomatoes in the bowl and feed them to them, but they were blocked by Qian Wenhao and his companions. Mom, these tomatoes are good for your health. We save them for you. The children have so many other foods to eat. You don't have to worry about them. Everyone knows that the old lady's health is the top priority at the moment, and these tomatoes are the key." Qian Wenhui was worried that the children were young and ignorant, and if they made a noise, they would disturb the old lady's meal. So she quickly signaled to her son and nephews. They understood what he meant and immediately carried the children out. In the afternoon, the group took the old lady to the hospital for examination. The inspection results showed that although there were still many problems, all indicators were much better than before. Seeing those indicators, the doctors couldn't help but sigh. "You have taken good care of the old lady. The organs that had already begun to deteriorate actually showed signs of repair. This is really rare." Thinking of his own elderly, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Qian, can I ask how you usually take care of the old lady?" Qian Wenhao didn't hide it. When my mother was first brought home, she had a very poor appetite and could hardly eat anything. Later, by chance, we bought some tomatoes and vegetables from Villager. These vegetables were extremely delicious, and my mother ate them with a great appetite. Since then, we have changed up to 3 meals a day and combined them with other ingredients to make food for her." As he spoke, he took out several vegetable and fruit test reports and handed them to the doctor. "Dr. Sun, this is the test we asked someone to do. Please take a look." Dr. Sun took the report and examined it carefully. There were 2 tomato inspection reports and 2 vegetable inspection reports. In contrast, one of the tomatoes and greens from the farm had significantly higher levels of various nutrients. Dr. Sun tapped the 2 reports lightly, then looked up and asked, "Are these vegetables grown by the villager himself?" Qian Wenhao nodded and replied, "Yes, we don't really understand the ins and outs of this either. After all, it's something the old lady is supposed to eat, so we thought we'd be cautious and did a test on it. We brought it here for you to take a look." After reviewing the report again, the doctor commented, "From these test indicators, everything is indeed good. There is no problem." When Qian Wenhui heard this, her eyes lit up immediately, and she asked anxiously, "Dr. Sun, according to what you said, is my mother's condition really starting to improve?" Dr. Sun nodded affirmatively. Sisters Qian Wenhui and Qian Wenli almost cried with joy. Qian Wenhao was more rational and asked for confirmation. "Dr. Sun, you are very experienced. In your opinion, is there a direct relationship between my mother's improved health and this dish?" Dr. Sun pondered for a moment and then said, "It's hard to say, but these dishes can help the old lady resume her normal diet and ensure that her body gets enough nutrition. This way, her body functions may naturally improve." However, when the 4 Qian brothers and sisters heard this, they immediately concluded that their mother's health had improved because she had eaten these dishes. Qian Wenhui said anxiously, "Brother, we have to keep in touch with a vegetable vendor. Our mother is counting on his vegetables in the future." Qian Wenli also echoed, "Sister-in-law, please add me to the group and count me in when you buy groceries from now on." Qian Wenhui nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes, and me too. You can't leave me behind." Seeing this, Qian Wenshu quickly pushed his wife forward and said to his sister-in-law with a smile, "Sister-in-law, please pull my wife and I in. This dish is too important for our mother's health. We all have to keep an eye on it." Seeing what their parents were doing, the younger generation of children and grandchildren couldn't help but join in, especially those who have already started a family and moved out. The tomatoes and vegetables tasted good to their grandmother, so they must taste the same to them. And the taste is also unique. You can't always run home every day just for a bite to eat. It's better to grab some food in the group and bring it back home. The crowd gradually gathered around and pushed Dr. Sun aside. Dr. Sun raised his hand several times to speak, but was ignored by everyone, until Qian Wenhao saw his hesitant look. Dr. Sun scratched his head a bit sheepishly and said, Can you add me to that group too? To be honest, my elderly family member's condition is similar to yours. He's been unable to eat anything lately, and his health is getting worse day by day. Qian Wenhao responded readily, "That's nothing. I'll take you in right away. However, Boss John's vegetables have all been sold out recently. If you want to buy groceries, you have to wait for the next batch, which will probably be over a month later. If you're in a hurry, you can ask Boss Jiang if she has any other solutions." As he spoke, he pulled up the QR code for the Jiang family vegetable basket and handed it to Dr. Sunday. "This is the group we use to buy vegetables. The group owner is the owner of the vegetable store. Thank you so much." Dr. Sun's face immediately showed a look of joy, and he happily scanned the code to join the group. I was prepared to ask Boss Xiao Jiang as soon as I was done with my work. See if I can also buy the vegetables that the Qian family treasures. Even if I can't make my elderly family member's health better, at least he can eat something. At the same time, in a quiet courtyard in Beijing, Qian Xiaoya followed her husband, Gu Jingxing, carrying a basket of tomatoes back to her parents'-in-law's house for dinner, who knew that as soon as I entered the door, I was met with ridicule. "Hey, what the hell are you bringing, Xiaoya? I'm not saying this as your older sister, but you finally come back to the old house, and all you bring are a few tomatoes. That's too shabby and outrageous." The person who spoke was Qian Xiaoya's sister-in-law, Gu Jingxing's elder sister, Gu Feifei. She crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes full of criticism and disdain. The tone was as if she was some high and mighty noble lady, scrutinizing the poor people who didn't know the rules. Chapter 57, Su de Bao Can't Poop. When Gu Jingxing heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy. "Sister, you and your brother-in-law go back to my parents' house every day for free meals. What have you ever brought back? Besides, what we bring back is a token of our appreciation, not for you. Why are you being so picky?" When Gu Feifei heard this, she jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "You little bastard, you've already forgotten your sister after you got a wife. You're actually turning your elbow outward and helping her speak." Gu Jingxing snorted coldly. "If I help you bully Xiaoya, that would be the real turning of the elbow outward." Gu Feifei was still trying to make a scene, but her husband Ji Qingyuan quickly reached out and pulled her, whispered a few words in her ear, and she calmed down. Gu Jingxing narrowed his eyes and deliberately joked, "Sister, you usually act aggressively towards everyone, but I didn't expect you to listen to your brother-in-law." When Gu Feifei heard this, her eyes widened as if she wanted to eat someone. "You little bastard, are you itching for trouble? Are you picking on me on purpose?" Ji Qingyuan helplessly stroked the glasses on his nose and smiled bitterly. "Xing, please stop teasing me. Everyone knows that in our family, your sister is the one who has the final say. I have no choice but to do this because I'm afraid she'll get sick from being angry." There was a hint of helplessness and doting in his eyes, but there was also a bit of indulgence in the look he gave Gu Feifei, as if he were a completely infatuated little man. Gu Jingxing curled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of disdain, and then turned his face away, too lazy to pay attention to this strange couple. "My eldest sister is so bad and stupid that she was sold and still has to help count the money. Then she will cry." The same was true for Qian Xiaoya. She was unwilling to even give this arrogant and unreasonable sister-in-law an extra glance. She sat down next to her mother-in-law, Su Mumei, and said, "Mom, where's an in? How's her health recently? Is she feeling better?" Su Mumei shook her head helplessly, a look of worry on her face. "I still can't eat anything. I vomit everything I eat. Now I can only rely on nutritional injections every day to survive." Qian Xiaoya turned her head to look at Gu Jingxing and said softly, "Xing, give the tomatoes to Aunt Wang and ask her to make tomato and egg soup." Gu Feifei got excited again when she heard this. tomato, and egg soup? What on earth are you two doing here today? Why are you thinking of making soup here? Gu Jinxing rolled his eyes at her, then looked at his mother and explained, Mom, these tomatoes were specially sent to Xiaoya by her mother. They were originally prepared for her grandmother at home. We tried one, and it was really delicious, so we wanted to give it to my little sister. When Qian Xiaoya's grandmother was critically ill, the couple made a special trip back to Linqing. Therefore, the Gu family also knew something about Grandma Qian's health condition. Although they don't hold out much hope, it's also a token of their brother and sister-in-law's good intentions. Suma Mei didn't stop it either. Gu Feifei said sarcastically, it's just a tomato, and you're talking about it like it's some kind of magic pill. Xiaoya, your family is in business. Don't you think you can praise everything to the heavens? I'm telling you, my little sister throws up when she sees food, so stop messing with her, or you'll make Mom worry even more. But no one cared about her. The tomato and egg soup was ready soon. In order to comfort her mother-in-law, Qian Xiaoya took the lead in filling a small bowl and handed it to Suma Mei. Mom, try it. Suma Mei took the bowl and took a sip. In an instant, her eyes widened and her face was full of surprise, as if she had eaten the most delicious food in the world. This tastes good. You can give it to Inen. Maybe it will work. After saying that, she stood up as if she was worried and said, I'll go up with you. Seeing my mother talking so weirdly, I really took this broken tomato seriously. Gu Feifei felt even more dissatisfied. She curled her lips and muttered, Mom, you don't really think this lousy tomato is a miracle cure, do you? As she spoke, her eyes fell on the remaining tomatoes on the table. She picked one up and took a bite out of spite. But as soon as she opened her mouth, her eyes couldn't help but widen, and her original disdainful expression froze instantly, replaced by full shock and disbelief. The three of them came to the door of a room on the second floor together. Qian Xiaoya raised her hand slightly and knocked on the door a few times. After hearing a faint voice of permission from inside, she carefully and slowly pushed the door open. Inside the house, a skinny girl appeared before them. She leaned lifelessly on the recliner, staring blankly out the window. He looked like a puppet with its soul taken away, and the three of them felt heartbroken. Although Gu Ainen at that time could not be described as graceful, slender, and slim, but she is very cute and lively, with a round face that is always full of youthful vigor and two deep dimples when she smiles. A pair of big eyes are like clear lake water, full of love and longing for life. However, all this beauty came to an abrupt end after encountering the PUA of a scumbag. From then on, she fell into a crazy weight loss spiral. Fasting and vomiting became commonplace. Over time, the body could not bear the burden and eventually suffered from severe anorexia. Although later the Gu family mobilized all their strength to teach that scumbag and his family a lesson. This left them with no place to stand in Beijing, and they had no choice but to leave in disgrace. But Gu Ainen's illness never got better. Every time they see him like this, they want to say something to encourage her and comfort her. But it feels like it's futile to say anything. Gu Jinxing suppressed the turmoil in his heart, picked up a small bowl of tomato and egg soup, and placed it in front of his younger sister. And then your sister-in-law brought some tomatoes from her hometown and made tomato and egg soup. It's really delicious. Would you like to try it? He spoke softly and moved carefully. I was afraid that I would accidentally disturb the fragile Inen. When she heard the name of the food, Gu Ainen's body instinctively stiffened slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to turn her head and escape. But soon, her mind flashed with the worried faces of her parents and the concerned eyes of her brother and sister-in-law, and her heart ached. She knew she couldn't go on like this. So I suppressed my inner fear and resistance, forced myself to turn my head, and slowly approached the bowl of steaming tomato and egg soup. Then, a faint fragrance drifted into her nostrils. Unexpectedly, this time, I didn't feel nauseous like before. On the contrary, the fragrance made her feel very comfortable. It made her subconsciously want to get closer. The three people in the room watched Anne's every move quietly, not daring to breathe. I was afraid that a slight sound would break this hard-earned change. Smells so good. Gu Ainen's voice, as weak as a mosquito's, sounded softly. But in this silent room, it was like a thunderclap, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Gu Jinxing suppressed his excitement and asked softly, Little sister, do you want to try it? As he spoke, he picked up the spoon inside, scooped a little soup on it, and handed it to her. Gu Ainin looked at the spoon in front of her. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. But under the expectant gazes of the three people, she finally slowly opened her mouth. The soup gently touched the tip of her tongue and stayed in her mouth for a moment. She frowned slightly, as if trying to adapt to the long-lost taste. Then she swallowed gently. When Su Mume saw this scene, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands, fearing that she would cry. Qian Xiaoya squatted down, her eyes full of concern. Do you feel uncomfortable? Gu Ainin shook her head gently. Sister-in-law, I'm not uncomfortable. And I feel a little comfortable. Brother, I want to drink more. Seeing Gu Jingxing's dazed look, Qian Xiaoya pushed him aside and took his place. Sister-in-law will feed you. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls. Qian Xiaoya fed and impatiently, being extremely careful with every spoonful. Gu Ainin ate very slowly. It took her several minutes to drink a small bowl of tomato and egg soup. But the three people in the room did not show any impatience. There is only excitement and happiness. Therein was finally able to eat. Su Mume was so happy that she wanted to rush downstairs immediately to make another big bowl of soup for an inn. Until Gu Jingxing called the doctor. We learned about an Anne situation and needed to proceed step by step, not too hastily. Only then did she suppress her inner excitement and temporarily give up the idea. After leaving the room, Su Mume held Qian Xiaoya's hand and kept thanking her. Xiaoya, Mom really doesn't know how to thank you. Qian Xiaoya patted Su Mume's hand gently and comforted her. What are you thanking me for? And it is also my biological sister. We are a family. It is my duty to do all this for her. Annie Wong, you know what? And just finish that bowl of tomato and egg soup. She can eat now. After going downstairs, Su Mume couldn't hide her excitement and couldn't wait to share with Wang Ma and others that Gu Ainin was able to eat. Gu Feifei looked incredulous. Mom, are you telling the truth? My little sister can really eat now? How is this possible? Su Mume rolled her eyes at Gu Feifei and said unhappily, That's not true. This is all thanks to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I'd like to trouble you to talk to your mother and ask her to send some more tomatoes over. When it gets better, I'll take her to thank them in person. Then, he turned and shouted to Wang Ma, Wang Ma, where are the tomatoes that Xiaoya brought back? Hurry and put them away. Cook them for an from now on. No one else is allowed to touch them. When Aunt Wang heard this, she looked at Gu Feifei with some uneasiness and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Gu Feifei noticed Wang Ma's gaze and looked a little guilty. She said evasively, Mom, I saw Xiaoya treat this tomato like a treasure, so I was really curious about what it tasted like, so I couldn't help but eat one. When Su Mume heard this, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. You ate one? Xiaoya brought back a basket. So where are the rest? Gu Feifei touched her nose guiltily. I just thought this tomato tasted good. I couldn't help myself and ate it all. Su Mume felt a black screen before her eyes. A dizziness. Her body swayed a few times, and she almost fainted. Gu Jingxing was quick to support her and pat her back gently. After Su Mume recovered from her shock, her face flushed with anger. She raised her hand and hit Gu Feifei on the back several times. While beating her, she scolded her. You ignorant thing, this is what Xiaoya brought for your sister. Your sister is so sick, and you are still trying to grab food from her. Xiaoya knows to save the delicious food for your sister. How can you, as her biological sister, be so cruel and not think about your sister at all? Why did I give birth to such a heartless thing like you? Gu Feifei hid while shouting, It hurts. Mom, it's just a few tomatoes. I didn't know my little sister wanted to eat them. Don't worry, just ask Xiaoya's family to send us some more. Gu Jingxing was worried that his mother might get hurt from being angry, so he quickly supported her. Mom, don't worry. I think there are still a few tomatoes at home. I'll get them later. Su Mume finally calmed down a little, turned her head, and looked at Xiaoya with anticipation on her face. Xiaoya, what did your mother say? Can you ask her to send some tomatoes over urgently? Anan is finally able to eat now, and we can't run out of tomatoes. Qian Xiaoya sighed helplessly. Mom, my mom said that the tomatoes are sold out. If you want to buy some, you have to wait for the new tomato seedlings to grow, which will take at least 2 or 3 months. Upon hearing this, Gu Feifei immediately jumped up and pointed at Qian Xiaoya's nose and asked, Qian Xiaoya, did you do this on purpose? Did you make up this excuse to alienate my mother and me? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that they were sold out as soon as they said they were sold out? Qian Xiaoya's face suddenly darkened, and she said coldly, I didn't expect you to be so greedy, sister-in-law, to eat all the food I gave to my younger sister. If I had known this, I should have brought them home one by one. As she spoke, she thrust her phone directly into Gu Feifei's face. Look for yourself. This is a screenshot my mom took. The boss said it himself. The tomatoes are sold out. I didn't lie to you. Gu Feifei was so angry at Qian Xiaoya's words that her face turned red and her chest heaved violently. He pointed his finger at Qian Xiaoya and shouted, Stop pretending to be nice. This is my home. I can eat whatever I want. It's not your turn to give me orders. Before she could finish her words, Gu Jinxing suddenly raised his hand and slapped her hand away. Who's pointing fingers? You did something wrong, and you're still right. These tomatoes are delicious. Didn't we know that when we were eating them? But we were thinking of my younger sister, so we each only tried one, hoping that if she could finish it, we could leave the rest for her. What about you? What were you thinking when you were eating them? You knew we brought them specially for my younger sister, but you ate them all. 8 whole tomatoes. Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself to death? As he said this, he glanced with disgust at Ji Qingyuan, who was sitting motionless on the sofa. Chapter 59 Recruitment. How could Gu Feifei possibly finish these 8 tomatoes by herself? It would have been fine if she had eaten it, but at least she had the guts to admit it. But Ji Qingyuan, as a man, hid behind Gu Feifei without saying a word. Gu Jinxing got angry just by looking at it. He couldn't help but question Ji Qingyuan. Brother-in-law, my sister is ignorant. Aren't you ignorant too? You just watched her eat all 8 tomatoes. Aren't you afraid that she'll get stomachache from eating too much? These indirect remarks made Ji Qingyuan's originally fair face turn blue and red. When Gu Feifei saw her husband being accused in this way by her younger brother, she immediately became furious. Like an enraged lioness, she jumped up and down, shouting, That's enough. It's just a few tomatoes. Are you done yet? I'm telling you, I'll buy you a truckload later, okay? Gu Jinxing snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Okay, I'll wait and see you buy a truckload. If you can't buy it, don't come back. Gu Feifei wanted to argue back, but Ji Qingyuan, with a gloomy face, grabbed her arm and dragged her towards the door, muttering, That's enough. They've already told us to leave. If you don't feel ashamed, I do. Go home. Gu Jinxing looked at their backs and said with disdain, Humph, you dare to do things but not take responsibility. What kind of people are you? You usually just pretend in front of my dad, but when it comes to things, you don't take responsibility at all. Su Mumei stood aside, also somewhat disappointed with her son-in-law. But he still patted Gu Jinxing's shoulder gently and persuaded him, Okay, he is your brother-in-law after all. Don't make the relationship too awkward. After saying this, she frowned deeply again and began to worry. What should I do now? Without this tomato, will Lin still be able to eat? Obviously not. Looking at her little daughter vomiting all over the floor, Su Mumei was heartbroken. Seeing her son coming home to get tomatoes, she burst into tears. Xing, what should I do? I bought the best tomatoes from outside, but Lin still can't eat them. Gu Jinxing quickly handed the 9 tomatoes in his hand to Wang Ma and asked her to make a soup first. Then he turned around and comforted his mother. Mom, don't worry. Xiaoya has already called my mother-in-law. When my mother-in-law and her family knew that tomatoes were about to go off the market, they stocked up some for Grandma and said they could share some with us as an emergency measure. After hearing this, Su Mumei felt a little relieved. Putting his hands together, he muttered, Ba, it's all thanks to your father-in-law and mother-in-law. There's still some wild ginseng at home. When the time comes, you can send it to your father-in-law and mother-in-law to nourish the old lady at home. But she still said with some concern, But this is not a long-term solution. We can't keep using the old man's food rations, right? Didn't Xiaoya say that the old man is not in good health? Gu Jinxing nodded slightly and said, Yeah, I thought so too. So I just joined the group and asked the boss, and he said that they will start selling persimmons in a few days and that the taste of persimmons is no worse than tomatoes. Why don't we try it then? Maybe it can eat it too. Haicheng, Pei family manner. As soon as Mrs. Pei received 200 kilograms of tomatoes, she immediately got busy with work in high spirits. She personally directed the servants to carefully divide the tomatoes into exquisite small packages and send some to relatives and friends. After finishing all this, Mrs. Pei hesitated for a moment, then walked to the phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hey, Shiyin. Mrs. Pei's voice was gentle and loving. Get off work early tonight. Grandma has prepared some delicious food for you. You must come back. A slightly tired but still steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "Grandma, I'm afraid it won't be possible tonight. I have an important meeting to attend." The smile on Mrs. Pay's face paused for a moment, and she continued softly, "Then when you come back after the meeting, your grandfather and I will wait for you to come back for dinner." What he meant was, if you don't come back, we two old people won't eat. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, followed by a helpless sigh, and finally compromised. "Okay, then I'll try to go back early, Grandma. You and Grandpa don't have to wait for me specially." After the call was hung up, Mrs. Pay sighed. Old Master Pay sat next to them, holding a fork in one hand and a fruit plate in the other. The plate contained carefully prepared tomatoes mixed with sugar, which would not affect his blood sugar while satisfying his craving. Hearing the conversation between his wife and grandson, he couldn't help but mutter, "Why do you care about that bastard? He's not home all day, so he shouldn't be able to eat such delicious tomatoes." When Mrs. Pay heard this, she raised her hand and slapped the old man in anger. There was a hint of reproach in his eyes. "How can you be a grandfather like this? Don't you think about it? If it weren't for your crappy company, would Sure Yin be so busy that he had a stomach bleed? Don't you feel sorry for the child?" When old Master Pay heard this, he immediately cried out in injustice. "God, is he doing that for the company? He just doesn't want to drink those messy tonics, so he uses the company as an excuse to not go home." As soon as he finished speaking, old Master Pay realized that he had said the wrong thing. A look of regret appeared on his face, and he quickly covered his mouth regretfully. As expected, Mrs. Pay's eyes turned slightly red, and there was a hint of sadness and self-blame in her eyes. Seeing this, old Master Pay immediately panicked. "Xiangyu, that's not what I meant. Don't take my words to heart." Mrs. Pay waved her hand gently, her voice choking with sobs as she said, "You're right. It's all my fault. I've been pushing Sure Yin too hard." She tucked away the tears from her eyes, then said with a look of relief, "I've thought about it carefully. We hope Sure Yin gets married and has children. Our original intention was just to have someone who understands him and keeps him company after we're gone. But now, I've put the cart before the horse. I only think about holding my grandson, but I've ignored Sure Yan's feelings, making him unhappy." Old Master Pay gently put his arm around his wife's shoulders, his eyes filled with relief and heartache. "I'm glad you can figure it out. If you can't have a child, then don't have one. If Sure Yin wants a child in the future, we can just adopt one. As long as he lives a happy life, that's all that matters." Alas, who would have thought that Pei Sure Yin, the heir of the richest family in Haicheng, the Pei family, who was like a diamond bachelor in the eyes of celebrities and rich girls, lost his fertility due to an accident. If this gets out, it will definitely break the hearts of many celebrities. Although old Master Pei spoke in a nonchalant manner, wasn't he feeling better than old Madam Pei in his heart? Chapter 60 Pre-Sale Video. Think of Pei Shiwu, who started from scratch when he was young. He and his wife went through many ups and downs and worked hard for half their lives to build this huge Pei group. During this period, they also did a lot of good deeds and charity. "I thought I could enjoy my old age with many children and grandchildren, but I didn't expect fate to play such a trick on me." Their only son and daughter-in-law died early in a plane crash, leaving behind only Pei Sure Yin as their grandson. Pei Sure Yin was extremely intelligent since childhood and showed extraordinary business talent at a young age. That ruthlessness made many veteran business owners feel frightened. At the age of 24, his grandfather was hospitalized due to illness, and he resolutely took over the burden of the Pei group. When she should have been full of energy and ambition, she was maliciously plotted against and lost her ability to reproduce. For 4 years, he and his wife traveled around, visited famous doctors at home and abroad, and tried various methods, but the results were not satisfactory. It has no effect except pushing the grandson further and further away. Now, instead of continuing to insist and making everyone suffer, it is better to accept this reality calmly. In the evening, the old couple cooked a table full of delicious dishes, waiting for their grandson to come back. Hearing the sound of the car engine, Mrs. Pei hurried out to greet it. Although she said that she had let it go, she couldn't help feeling sad when she saw her grandson, whose handsome face was as shining as a star, getting out of the car. Why can't her grandson, who is such a good person, get married and have children like normal people? Seeing his wife's expression was not right, old Master Pei quickly feigned anger and scolded Pei Shirin. "Little bastard, you still remember to go home? Think carefully about it. How long has it been since you came back? Do you still have this home in your heart?" Pei Shiyan rubbed his temples. Sorry, the company has recently expanded new business overseas, so it's been quite busy. Mrs. Pei hurried forward and pulled Pei Shiyan to sit at the dining table, her eyes full of pity. Okay. It's good that you're back. Come and try the dishes that Grandma made especially for you. As she spoke, she personally scooped a bowl of tomato beef soup and put it in Pei Shiyan's hand. This is the soup that Grandma made herself. Try it. Pei Shiyan looked at the tempting tomato beef in the bowl and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No weird ingredients. But he still didn't dare to be careless and leaned in to smell it. I was afraid that the old lady had extracted the essence of some weird food into it. I didn't smell any strange smell. Finally, under the old lady's eager gaze, he held his breath and took a big sip. Just as he was about to swallow it quickly, he felt a sweet and sour taste exploding on his tongue. It made his frown relax slightly. This soup. Mrs. Pei looked very pleased. How is it? Is it delicious? Pei Shiyan nodded, then took another sip. It is indeed very fresh and sweet and very delicious. Old Mrs. Pei and old Mr. Pei looked at each other, and a smile flashed in their eyes. You're in luck, little brat. Grandma finally managed to snatch this tomato, so she wanted to save it for you to try. I, an old man, can't even eat one more. As he said that, he pushed a plate of sugar-coated tomatoes on the table in front of Pei Shiyan. He asked for credit. Try it, Grandpa made it himself. Mrs. Pei rolled her eyes at him. I just cut up 2 tomatoes and sprinkled some sugar on them. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were making Buddha jumps over the wall. Watching the 2 elders bickering, Pei Shiyan couldn't help but relax, and very considerately forked a large piece of tomato into his mouth. The beef soup just now was already more fresh and sweet than I could have imagined. Then the taste of this piece of sugar-mixed tomatoes is even deeper. Pei Shiyan felt that perhaps the quality of the beef lagged behind the tomatoes, which made the soup taste a little worse. Once you have the first bite, there will be countless bites to come, until all the tomatoes in the small pot were gone, and only a little soup was left. But soon, the soup was gone. Old Master Pei poured it all into his mouth. That look is a bit embarrassing, but old Master Pei said confidently, what do you know? The remaining soup is the essence. Sour and sweet. The key is that drinking it does not raise blood sugar. If it's not the essence, then what is it? Old Mrs. Pei turned her head away with a look of disgust, but immediately put on a smiling face when facing Pei Shiyan. Shiyan, don't learn from your grandfather. Grandma grabbed a lot this time. If you want more, I'll mix you another dish. Pei Shiyan felt a little guilty. Thank you, Grandma. He thought he would have another nourishing meal when he came back today. Mrs. Pei smiled and served him another bowl. Why thank me? As long as you want to eat it, Grandma will squat in that store from now on and grab it as soon as it's on the shelf. Pei Shiyan, which store? Grandma, tell me the address and I'll ask Xiao Zhou to buy it. Old Mrs. Pei thought that she was old and her hand speed was indeed not as fast as that of young people. He opened his phone and showed Pei Shiyan the store on it. Jiang family's vegetable basket. To Pei Shiyan's surprise, this turned out to be an online store. The only product in it is tomato. Still sold out. No wonder the old lady said she had to squat down to grab it. Mrs. Pei was dissatisfied and underestimated. This store has very few products and they are often sold out. I was lucky enough to be able to wait for it last time. When I came back to buy some more, it was sold out again. It's okay, Milk. Let Xiao Zhou grab it when the time comes. He will definitely help you get it. Pei Shiyan transferred the online store address to his mobile phone and said with certainty, if you really can't get it, let Xiao Zhou contact the boss. It's just a tomato. For Pei Shiyan, who is in charge of the entire Pei group, he doesn't care at all. Unexpectedly, they never got it later. If he wanted to eat from the Jiang family's vegetable basket, he would have to rely on his grandparents in the end. Of course, this is a later story. At this moment, Mrs. Pei's cell phone kept ringing. The news came from her group of close friends. Please call me Queen Mother. Xiang Yu, where did you get these tomatoes? Why do they taste so delicious? Phoenix Fairy, tell us the purchase address quickly. If we can't buy it, those naughty monkeys in my house will be furious. Xiaoyer, Daodu store link. Xiaoyuer, Jiang family's vegetable basket, but it's sold out now. Orange cat. Tomato? What tomato? Why didn't I get any? Pei Xiangyu, are you being partial? Xiaoyuer, Han Chengsheng, can you ask your housekeeper to make sure that he didn't receive it? Xiaoyuer, because of our bet, I even gave you a few more. Phoenix Fairy, what's the stakes? Why don't you give me a few more? Please call me Queen Mother. I know. Last time, Xiangyu said she had eaten a tomato that tasted heavenly and unbelievable, and the two of them started arguing. Chapter 61 Thanks. Xiaoyuer, that's right. Han Chengcheng said that if the tomatoes didn't taste as good as I said, she would give me her black pearl necklace. Orange-flavored cat. Then why don't you just say that if you lose, you can give me the jade bracelet on your hand? Phoenix Fairy. Ha ha ha. Chengcheng. Then you can't keep your black pearl. Please call me Queen Mother. Xiangyu. I can vouch for you that the taste of your tomatoes is truly heavenly and unparalleled on earth. So, could you please give me a few more pounds? Phoenix Fairy. I can vouch for you. So give me some too. My grandchildren are ravenous after trying it. Mrs. Pei glanced at Pei Shiyan, who was eating a raw tomato with the old man, and ruthlessly refused. No, my grandson is not enough to eat. A residential area in Beijing. A family is staging a feeding battle. Don't eat it, don't eat it. The vegetables are bitter, I don't want to eat them. Wah 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 wah. Mom is bad, I don't want to eat vegetables. No, you must finish the vegetables in your bowl today. If you don't finish them, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Mother Huang Lina's voice sounded very impatient, and she was obviously on the verge of getting angry. 3-year-old Su Debao cried even louder. His little face flushed red, and he looked so pitiful. Lina, let's forget it. If Debao really doesn't like it, don't force him. Grandma Su said with concern. It is said that grandparents are closer than grandchildren. Not to mention that Su Debao was Su Jun's late-born son when she was 40 years old. As a grandmother, she loved him as if he were her own life. Normally, she would feel extremely distressed whenever he cried. Not to mention that I'm almost out of breath from crying like this. Sulina felt bad too, but she had a heart in her heart. Mom, don't spoil him. The doctor said that Su Debao just doesn't eat enough fruits and vegetables, so he can't poop every day. Thinking of Su Debao crying in pain every day when he went to the toilet, Grandma Su also advised, Debao, eat 2 more bites, just 2. Grandma will take you to buy Ultraman, okay? Su Debao was not moved at all. Even if Huang Lina forced the food into his mouth, he would still spit it out. As he vomited, he started to dry heave. Now neither the mother-in-law nor the daughter-in-law dared to force him to eat. Grandma Su held her eldest grandson in her arms and coaxed him. Seeing her daughter-in-law's face was really ugly. She couldn't help but complain. Did Junzi say when he would be back? Not only is he so busy all day that he's not even home, but he didn't even send a response when he asked her to buy a tomato. The first rule for harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is to pull the son out and scold him first, no matter whether there is something wrong or not. Sure enough, Su Lina, who was originally full of resentment, felt a little better after hearing her mother-in-law complain about her husband. At the same time, he also missed the tomato that Su Jun had brought home earlier. Since Su Debao started eating complementary foods, he hardly eats any fruits or vegetables. Even if it is mashed into a paste or made into juice, I won't eat it. Every time I feed him vegetables, it's like asking him to die. Because the intake of dietary fiber is too little, the bowel movements are very uncomfortable. When it was serious, I held it in for 3 days. In the end, I still had a stomachache, so I went to the hospital and it was solved. For this reason, the whole family worried about his diet. But the 2 tomatoes that Su Jun brought back from the set that day gave them hope. After all, this was the first time Su Debao took the initiative to ask for vegetables. After eating one, I actually wanted to eat a second one. The next morning, my bowel movements were even smoother. So after that, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went to major supermarkets and bought all kinds of tomatoes, big and small, just so that Su Debao could have a bite. Unfortunately, the little ancestor vomited as soon as he ate it. Without any touch, Huang Lina thought about calling Su Jun to ask if he had bought the tomatoes. If he can't buy it again, his precious son will die of suffocation. As soon as I turned on the phone, I heard the sound of the door lock opening. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law turned around at the same time and saw Su Jun coming in with a courier box. As soon as Su Jun entered the door, he received a double gaze from his mother and wife, which made him shrink back. This look is murderous. Where are the tomatoes? Did you buy any? Take them out quickly and let Debao have one first. Grandma Su rushed to Su Jun with the fat boy in her arms, staring at the cardboard box in his hand and urging him on. Huang Lina was more direct. She took the cardboard box, picked up a utility knife, and started to take it apart. The words fresh food delivery, written on the cardboard box, must be tomatoes. Jun didn't even change his shoes, just watching the two women in front of him open the packages with great interest. Until I opened the box, and then the phone box. I saw a lush green area appearing inside. Both women's faces turned green. What is this? Where's the tomato? Huang Lina frowned and looked at Jun, her eyes full of displeasure. Grandma Su had the same expression and glared at Jun. I asked you to buy tomatoes, but why did you buy a box of vegetables? Did you buy the wrong ones? Jun first took the fat son from Grandma Su's hands and acted as a shield. Then he muttered, "The boss tomatoes are all sold out, leaving only vegetables. I figured since they're all grown by the same boss, they should taste about the same, so I decided to buy some to try." Grandma Su raised her hand and wanted to hit her silly son, but she held back for fear of scaring Sudabeo in her arms. "You're on a pig's body, so why do you like to eat the ribs instead of the pig's intestines? You've grown so big for nothing. How come you don't have any brains?" Huang Lina didn't even bother to scold him. She rolled her eyes at him and carried Sudabeo back. Jun was unwilling to give up. "Let's give it a try. What if Debeo likes it?" Huang Lina said angrily. "Don't you know that your son hates eating vegetables the most? Other vegetables can occasionally be coaxed into a few bites. I don't touch any green vegetables at all." Jun touched his nose, looking guilty. I also felt that I was confused at that time. Why did I think that these vegetables could replace the tomatoes? I even waited for the express delivery to arrive before rushing home, and didn't even have dinner. Walk into the kitchen and take a look. The pot was empty. There was no food in it. Only on the dining table were the vegetables left over by Sudabeo, carved into the shapes of various small animals. "Mom, what are you guys having for dinner? Why didn't you leave any food for me? You didn't say you were going home today?" Although she said that, he was her son after all, so Grandma Su went into the kitchen and prepared a bowl of noodles for him. So he just used the vegetables he brought back. You know what? As soon as these green vegetables are put into the pot, a fresh fragrance wafts out from the kitchen. After Grandma Su served Jun a large bowl, she couldn't help but serve herself a bowl as well. This smell is so fragrant. She had no appetite at first because of the delicious food, and now she felt a little hungry. Chapter 62, Little Classmate. Jun ate without even raising his head, until I felt a tugging sensation on my legs. He looked down and saw his fat son pulling at his pants, drooling and looking up at him. "Dad, noodles." Debeo is hungry and wants some noodles. Jun picked up a little guy, put him on his lap, and then gave him some noodle soup from his big bowl. But after smelling that fragrance, how could the little guy be satisfied with just a little noodle soup? The little guy stretched out his two chubby hands, hugged the big bowl, and buried his whole head in it. Jun was afraid that he would choke on the noodles, so he quickly moved the bowl away. Then I saw the little guy sucking a few noodles in his mouth, with a vegetable leaf hanging in the middle. The funny look made Jun laugh. After having fun, he found that his mother was staring at Debeo with a serious face. Looking down, the noodles and vegetable leaves in the little guy's mouth were gone. And that's not all. After he finished eating what was in his mouth, he reached out, picked up a piece of vegetable from the bowl, and put it into his mouth. The little mouth moved quickly, and it ate up the food in just a few bites. Grandma Su was immediately happy. "Oh, Lina, come and see, Debeo is eating vegetables." Soon, Huang Lina ran out of the bathroom. Then I saw the child's father holding his big fat son, and the child's grandmother feeding him with a chopstick of vegetables and a chopstick of noodles. In a few seconds, he had eaten half a bowl of vegetable noodles, leaving not even the soup base. Grandma Su wiped Debeo's mouth and teased him. "Debeo, is the food delicious? Debeo, great? The vegetables are sweet, not bitter at all. Grandma, Debeo, I want sweet vegetables next time instead of bitter ones." Grandma Su was so happy that she hugged the child and kissed him. "Okay, Grandma will save all the sweet vegetables for Debeo. No one else can touch them. They're specially for us, Debeo." The grandfather and grandson laughed continuously, without any of the tension they had before. Huang Lina looked incredulous. "Is this dish sweet?" Grandma Su smiled and said, "How could it be sweet? But it tastes really good, not bitter at all, and it feels really good after eating it. Debeo can't describe it, so just say it's sweet." Seeing that Huang Lina was curious, Jun volunteered to make her a bowl of vegetable noodles. Just by smelling the smell, Huang Lina felt hungry. Not caring about the heat, he picked up a piece of vegetable with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. "Oh, hot." Jun quickly reached out to catch it. "My silly wife, you spit it out because it's too hot. No need to vomit, good times." Huang Lina's slurred speech really looks a bit like Su Debeo. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she swallowed the vegetables in her mouth. With this taste, no wonder Su Debeo enjoyed it so much. Su Debeo, whose name was called, smelled the fragrance and began to twist his little body restlessly while nestling in his grandmother's arms. Grandma Su was afraid that he would fall, so she put him down. As soon as the little guy landed on the ground, he ran to Huang Lina's legs with his short legs. She said coquettishly, "Si kai kai. Mom, I want si kai kai." Debeo, what did you say? You want to eat vegetables. But didn't you say you hate eating vegetables the most? In that case, Mom will eat it for you. After saying that, while the little guy was confused, Huang Lina happily started to eat. Thinking back to how she had coaxed him into eating some food like she was coaxing an ancestor, without even giving her any face. Want to eat now? Too late. The little guy was persistent and wanted to climb onto Huang Lina's legs to eat the vegetables. However, before I could climb up, I saw that my mother had already eaten all the vegetables. Huang Lina even deliberately turned the bowl upside down in front of him and said smugly, "There's no more. Mommy has eaten all the vegetables." The little guy was stunned for a moment. Then his mouth pouted and he burst into tears with a wow. "You're so grown up, but you're still acting like a child." Grandma Su patted Su Lina in annoyance and quickly picked her up to comfort her. "Junzi, what magical farm have you found? The food they grow is so delicious." Huang Lina looked unsatisfied. Su Jun's guilty conscience vanished, and he immediately started boasting. What did I say? If someone can grow tomatoes so well, they can probably grow other vegetables just as well. Mom actually used pork ribs and pig intestines as an analogy. How can that be compared? Grandma, Su rolled her eyes at him. "All right, you're amazing, all right? Come on, tell me where you bought this vegetable. Our Debeo's dietary fiber will depend entirely on it from now on." Thinking about what happened when he just bought vegetables, Su Jun's expression froze for a moment. "What's wrong? Don't tell me. These vegetables are sold out too." Huang Lina inexplicably had a bad feeling. "Wife, how did you know?" Su Jun smiled wryly and said, "Originally, these greens weren't for sale. We originally ordered tomatoes, but after the boss posted the link, someone else bought them. To compensate us, the boss sold us the greens he'd been saving for his own consumption. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself." As he said that, he handed the group chat page directly to Huang Lina. Huang Lina flipped through the chat history, and her face became even darker. "Why did everyone else buy 10 kilograms, but you only bought 5? Su Jun, are you a pig? You know the dish tastes so good, but you only bought this little. After you finish this little food, if your son can't poop, take him to the hospital." When Grandma Su saw Huang Lina was yelling, she hurriedly asked what was wrong. After knowing what happened, his roar was even louder than Huang Lina's. "Oh my, what should we do now? There are only 5 kilograms of vegetables. No, now, it's probably only 4 kilograms. Not enough for Debeo to eat for a week." Faced with the 2 female tyrants, Su Jun immediately became helpless. Although he was not convinced, he could only whisper in defense. "Well, didn't the boss say that persimmons would be served in 2 days? Huang Lina said angrily. "Can persimmons be compared to vegetables? Children's stomachs are weak to begin with. If they eat too many persimmons, they will definitely get a stomachache." Su Jun said weakly, "Well, how about I find someone else to share some of the money?" Seeing that no one objected, he made a phone call. It's a call from director Lin Hai. After all, the two have collaborated on several dramas and have a very close relationship. "Su Jun, Lao Lin, did you receive the vegetables?" Lin Hai's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "Got it. I received it yesterday. Let me tell you, the taste and benefits of this vegetable are just as good as tomatoes. I added a few to my instant noodles yesterday and slept through the night." Lin Hai continued proudly. "Haha, luckily I was smart and bought a lot. Otherwise, I would definitely regret it." Vegretful Suyun. Chapter 63, Recruitment Requirements. After feeling proud, Lin Hai asked, "By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Is there any change in the filming plan?" Suyun, "No, I just care about you." After saying that, he hung up without waiting for the other party to respond. Lin Hai on the other end of the phone shuddered. "What the hell is this crazy? If one doesn't work, try another. Zhang Shuet definitely can't do it. With such a large family, she definitely can't pull out a single leaf of vegetable. Dan Yiben? He had stolen 2 tomatoes from her before, so now she had to guard against him like a thief, which was definitely no use. Lin Siyun. Although the little girl was easy to talk to, she also respected him as her senior. But she only bought 5 kilograms. How could he, as a senior, have the nerve to bully her? After all this, only Su Xiaoyin was left. Xiao Su, your family is all abroad, so in Beijing, if one person is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. Besides, I don't cook very often at home, so I definitely can't finish 10 kilograms. It would be such a pity if such delicious food went bad. After following the logic, Su Jun dialed the number with confidence. Su Xiaoyin, Brother Su, what's up? There was a faint, noisy sound coming from the phone. Su Jun, are you hanging out with friends? Su Xiaoyin, well, after the show ended, everyone suggested eating hot pot. Su Jun, did you receive the food? Su Xiaoyin sighed helplessly. I got it, but I'm almost done eating. Su Jun, what? You bought 10 kilograms. Have you finished eating? Even cows don't eat grass so fast, right? Su Xiaoyin, the hot pot location is at my house, and I was planning to add some green vegetables to help with the greasiness. Who knew that in the end, those animals only stared at the vegetables. The greasy red oil pan is filled with green vegetables. That scene was so eye-catching. Wangshan Village, which had always been quiet, became lively at this moment. It all started because of the job recruitment notice posted in the village. Xiao Zhu, is it true that they're hiring people to pick persimmons? Xiao Feng, please tell Uncle, is the salary really 300 yuan a day? Oh, Uncle 6, you read it wrong. 300 is the wage for a porter. Picking persimmons is 200 a day. I didn't see it wrong. I just wanted to sign up for the porter job. Uncle, you're over 60. Can you still carry it? How about we have a competition? I saw more and more people gathering around the village committee. Judging from the situation, most of the village has come out, although the permanent population of their entire village is only a few dozen people. Seeing that he was about to be drowned by the old men and women, Jiang Dehai quickly took a loudspeaker and shouted a few times. Quiet, everyone be quiet. Anyone who wants to sign up for the job, line up here. Anyone who doesn't line up won't be able to sign up. As soon as I heard it was about registration, the originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet. The clever ones had already rushed to the front in just a few steps and were standing at the very front of the line. Jiang Dehai cleared his throat and said in a very impressive manner, "Don't worry, everyone. If you have any questions, you can ask them when you register. Now, just listen to what I have to say. Village chief, you go ahead, we're listening." The villagers all looked well-behaved. Jiang Dehai. The recruitment request was put forward by Jiang Wanning, the granddaughter of Aunt Jiang San who lives at the back of the village. After returning to the village, she planned to tidy up the orchard left by her parents, so she asked us to find a few people to help pick fruit in the mountains. Isn't Aunt Jiang San at the back of the village the family of the deceased Jiang Lei? Oh, it's Jiang Lei's daughter who's back. I thought she despised the child at home as a fool and would never come back. Jiang Jianxun, what are you talking about, idiot? Can you speak? If not, just shut up. When Grandma Wu heard this, she was unhappy and scolded him immediately. Jiang Jianxun is in his early 50s, but looks like an old man in his 60s. Seeing that Grandma Wu, an old woman, dared to scold him, he immediately retorted, "Grandma Wu, who are you telling to shut up? Isn't Jiang Lei's son a fool? I'm not wrong. Haha, you are so anxious. Do you want that idiot to take care of you in your old age? If I were Grandma Jiang, I would definitely not associate with you, lest I be killed by you. Tough life. Kill the whole family." Over the years, Grandma Wu has been scolded like this. Sometimes, she believed it herself. At this moment, she was shaking with anger, but more of it was pain. He glared at Jiang Jianxun fiercely, then prepared to leave with red eyes. Jiang Dehai was just about to scold Jiang Jianxun, the scoundrel, but when he saw Grandma Wu was about to leave, he immediately called out to her. Aunt Wu, please don't leave yet. Miss Ning specifically asked to hire you as a supervisor for packing and crating. If you leave, how am I going to explain this to Miss Ning? Grandma Wu looked up in surprise. Did Miss Ning say that? Jiang Dehai, isn't it? Ning Yadu said she believes in your ability the most and even offered you 300 a day. Are you willing to do it? If you are, I will add your name to the list. Ever since Ning came back, she has never been to their house again except for the time when Xian asked her to take care of their grandmother. The main reason is that he is afraid that his unlucky fate will really bring bad luck to them. The Jiang family never came to see her again. Although she felt a little lost, she did not feel resentful. But he didn't expect that Ning Yada was still thinking about him and wanted him to be a supervisor. This is not trusting her ability at all. It was just a disguised way of taking care of her. The tears that had not fallen until now began to fall. Li Hongyuan quickly helped her onto the table, then jokingly said, "Dahai, what are you asking? What do you mean by willing to do it?" Aunt Jiang said that Aunt Wu is her biological sister. How could a biological sister not want to help her grandniece, right? Grandma Wu wiped her tears and smiled as she said, "Yes, I will definitely do it to help my grandniece. But I don't want that much salary." Okay, then Dahai, quickly register fifth aunt's name. As for the salary, it's all up to Ning girl to decide. It's not our business. After comforting Aunt Wu, Jiang Dahai turned back to deal with Jiang Jianxun. "Jiang Jianxun, you and your wife don't need to queue up. Your family won't be included in this recruitment." Jiang Jianxun stiffened his neck and said, "Why wouldn't she recruit me? According to seniority, she should call me uncle." Jiang Jianxun's wife also shouted in dissatisfaction, "Village head, you are not fair. Why can Wu Lao sure be hired and get a salary of 300, but the two of us can't? We are not stronger than that old woman." When third aunt was in trouble, not only did you not help, but you also spread gossip about their family everywhere. Jiang Dahai said angrily. Chapter 64, Picking Wild Fruits. Jiang Dahai looked at the villagers in front of him and said with a straight face, "I won't hide it from you. For this recruitment, we will definitely give priority to those who have helped Aunt San's family. You don't have to feel unfair. This is the granddaughter who paid for the workers, and you've all seen the wages. 200 a day for picking, 300 a day for carrying. Even in the city, this wage is not low. But why would they be willing to pay old men and women like you instead of recruiting young and strong workers from the city? Isn't it because we in the village take care of their grandmother and several children?" Jiang Jianxun and his wife also knew that they had no hope. He left cursing. Before leaving, he even spat and made a vicious comment. "It's great to be rich, but I don't even know where the money comes from." Jiang Dahai was so angry that he almost threw the teacup in his hand. "Uncle Village Chief, calm down, calm down. They are so confused. They will regret it later." Feng Tao pulled the furious village chief back and comforted him. And he wasn't just saying it. He was also so sure in his heart. Judging from the taste of the fruits and vegetables grown by Jiang Wanning, it is only a matter of time before they become the biggest and strongest. As long as she is willing, it would be easy for her to lead the villagers. It was such a hot day, and he yelled loudly. Jiang Dahai felt like his throat was about to smoke, so he picked up the teacup that he had not thrown away and took a few sips of water. Why isn't the water as delicious as the one at Third Aunt's house? Still not thirsty. Okay, everyone line up and come up to register one by one. When you register, please clearly state what type of job you are applying for. If you are admitted later, we will come to inform you. Li Xinghua, sign up to pick, next one. Jiang Yuanliang, signed up for picking, failed. Next. Why not? You don't even know how to take care of your own farm, and you want to work on someone else's farm. While the village committee was busy organizing recruitment, Jiang Wanning was patrolling the persimmon forest, checking the ripeness of the persimmons, in order to ensure that these persimmons have the best taste when they are picked. These days, she secretly gave them extra powers every night. After making sure that all the persimmons were ripe for picking, she took out her cell phone and turned on the camera. Then I started shooting at the entire persimmon forest. Panorama, close up, close up. Basically, the shots were taken from the angles that Jiang Dahai used when taking the photos. But this time she shot a video. The persimmon forest covers an area of about 20 acres. Because of the blessing of supernatural powers, the yield per acre can reach tens of thousands of kilograms. Then the total output of the entire persimmon forest can reach more than 200,000 kilograms. With so many persimmons, they must all be sold within a month at the latest. Because behind the persimmons, there are other fruits waiting to be picked. In this case, relying solely on the 20 or 30 new friends in the group is not enough. Selling goods through live streaming and selling goods online. Only by targeting the market across the country can we sell as many of the more than 200,000 kilograms of persimmons as possible. And these more than 200,000 kilograms of persimmons are just the beginning. Only when this beginning is successful can the hundreds of thousands of kilograms of citrus, kiwis, and other fruits be sold more smoothly. She had already made up her mind ever since she discovered her original identity's Douyin account. The video I shot today is used as a live pre-sale. Mountains, forests, orchards, persimmons. Jiang Wanting's composition is very simple, and there is no filter added at all. The entire video is supported entirely by the color of this forest. Finally, she simply added some melodious music and uploaded it directly to her Doudu account. The title is even more straightforward. Wild Persimmon Golden Bullet will be officially on sale at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Below the video copy is a product link. Jiang Wanting edited it casually. The photos used were carefully taken by Jiang Dehai. Previewed it. Promotional video is available. The product presale link is available. Click on the product presale link. Product name, Golden Bullet Persimmon. Product price, 40 yuan/500 grams. Remaining stock, 100,000 kilograms. Express delivery, Feng Express. The first weight within the province is 12 yuan, and the additional weight is 2 yuan per kilogram. Outside the province, the first weight is 20 yuan, and the additional weight is 15 yuan per kilogram. Return for bad orders is free/7 day. Unconditional return is not supported. Product description, pure natural green fruit. Pictures. Simple and clear, simply perfect. One click to publish directly. Then, a mountain countryside video appeared on the homepage of the account. It's so awkward when put together with the original videos of him acting cute, singing, and dancing. But Jiang Wanting didn't care at all. That was a trace left by the original body, and she had no right to delete it. After sending the video, she saw that it was almost time to go home from school, so she quickened her pace and went down the mountain. But I don't know. The moment the video was posted, someone noticed the updates on her account. Holy shit, what's going on? This is Jiang Wanting's account, right? Yes. Look, all those old videos of her posing are still there. So what's going on with this Tian Yuan video? Could it be that the account was hacked? What account hacking? They found a new way. See the product link below? They can't make it in the entertainment industry anymore, so they're planning to start selling goods through live streaming. Damn, that merchant is so blind that he dares to use such a tasteless person. Blacklist. If she dares to use a bad artist as a broadcaster, then the products must be of poor quality. Let's boycott her and make sure she can't sell a single one. Oh my god, you're right. I think the merchant is just like the lemon bitch, a shady merchant. Golden Bullet Persimmons, selling for 40 yuan per pound. Do you know what kind of persimmon the Golden Bullet is? It's a wild persimmon that tastes sour and astringent. One bite can make you lose your sense of taste for the whole day. This is outrageous. These rubbish persimmons are being sold for 40 yuan per pound. I'm going to file a complaint with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Brothers, let's do this together. Just when netizens were trying every possible way to report Jiang Wanting's store, a group of people were like chicken blood, calling on their aunts and uncles at home, ready to grab the persimmons when the time came. Needless to say, they're all loyal customers of Jiang's tomatoes. On the set of a film in Beijing, Lin Xiun, who was taking a break, saw a message on her phone and let out a small scream when she couldn't recognize it. What's wrong? Why are you so startled? The makeup artist was startled and complained unhappily. Lin Xiun quickly apologized, then ran to the corner and quietly sent the presale link to the tomato group. Lin Xiun, actor, my dear family, the new products from Zhang's vegetable basket are coming to the market. The new products from Zhang's vegetable basket are coming to the market. The new products from Zhang's vegetable basket are coming to the market. Chapter 65, A Rich Family. Important things should be said 3 times. And the tomato group at this time is no longer the original tomato group. After missing out on the tomato order last time, they realized how popular the Jiang family's vegetable basket items were. So he called his friends and brought in his helpers. Your assistant, my parents, his wife. There were also some colleagues who accidentally tasted the taste of this vegetable. For example, the group of singers at Su Xiaoying's party. After the spicy hot pot party, they were all prepared for the possibility of throat swelling, hoarseness, and other discomfort symptoms the next day. I never thought that when I woke up, not only did I not feel any discomfort, but I felt much better than usual. This made everyone, who were already fascinated by the taste of rapeseed, even more eager to ask Su Xiaoying to join the group. As a result, the group originally had only 7 people, including the later owner Jiang Wanting. There are now 32 people. Of course, there's also an audit process for joining the group. That is, they have never offended their fruit and vegetable supplier Jiang Wanting. If you bring family members into the group, each person can only bring 1 person at most. After all, the group is full of celebrities from the entertainment industry. There are so many people, and it will be troublesome if someone with ulterior motive sneaks in. Therefore, as soon as Lin Siyun's message was posted, there was movement in the group. Already added to shopping cart, 10 caddies. Waiting for the sale. Persimmons are easy to preserve, so I added 20 kilograms. You've added too much. Isn't it too exaggerated? Haha, Xiaohan. Why don't you ask Su Jun, the producer, and learn from him before deciding how much to buy? What's going on? Haha. Old Su looked down on the rapeseed at first and bought too little. Later he looked for people to share it with. Hey. Director Lin, please don't slander me. When did I ever look down on rapeseed? Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, right? My home internet speed is not very good. I need to find a place with good internet speed. Is it so hard to grab? Anyway, I only bought that tomato once. I only bought rapeseed once. Chio, Sister Win's assistant. I'm counting on you to get my 10 kilograms. When you get one, I'll give you a red envelope. Okay, Sister Win. Zhang Shui, agent. 1-1, everyone in the group is here for Ningning's fruits and vegetables. Why don't you transfer this group directly to Jiang Wanning, the fruit and vegetable supplier? In this way, she doesn't have to let people into the group every time and ask her to find people to do background checks everywhere. No need to worry. If there is no strict control at the back and people who shouldn't be allowed and are let in, wouldn't that cause trouble for Jiang Wanning? Qin Yuan, actor, agree. Ningning, if you want, I will transfer you now. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Jiang Wanning is queuing at the kindergarten gate to pick up her child. When I saw the group message, I was immediately happy. There is no reason not to have such a customer base that I got for free. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Okay. Thank you. The group leader handover is complete. The group name was also changed from Tomato Group to Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Group Number 2. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Qin Yuan, actor, please send me your address privately and I will send you my family specialties. Actor Qin Yuan, but that's not necessary. Chio has very fast hands and can definitely grab it for me. Qin Yuan, actor, if I don't get it, you could just sell me some separately. Fruit farmers work very hard. However, it was a group that was formed on the spur of the moment, so she felt embarrassed to take advantage of others. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. These are not persimmons, but some wild fruits from our mountain. They taste pretty good. Jiangwan lemon fruit and vegetable supplier. Pictures. The pictures are taken now. A glass lunchbox. The lunchbox was filled with various wild fruits. There's sorghum bubbles, wild strawberries, golden berries, wild hawthorns, and jujubes. Each one is very large and brightly colored, and does not look like a wild fruit at all. It makes people want to swallow their saliva subconsciously. There are many wild fruits in the mountains. If we really pick them and sell them, the quantity will not be less than tomatoes. But Jiang Wanning disliked the hassle of picking. Every time I go up the mountain, I bring some back and give them to the two little ones as snacks. Sujun, producer. Oh my god, these wild fruits are making my mouth water. I want to buy some. Lin Hai, director. Will these be sold in the store? Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. There are not many wild fruits, so we don't sell them. Su Xiaoyin, singer. Zai Wenzi, you've won. Qin Yuan, actress. The address has been sent. Ningning, just choose cash on delivery for the courier. She should take advantage of this. I'll return it when I have the chance. Zhang Shui, agent. Xiao Wenzi, whoever sees it gets a share. Give me some when the time comes. Han Jojo, singer. Xiao Wenzi, you have a day off next week. I will go to visit you on set. Lin Hai, director. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. If I also go to attract a customer base now, can you also give me some wild fruits? Su Jun, producer. Director Lin, I have known you for so many years, but I didn't expect you to be such a director, Lin. Lin Hai, director. You know nothing. For someone who has trouble sleeping for years, is it such a luxury to be able to sleep all night long? But Jiang Wanning's tomatoes and rapeseed gave him this luxury. This made him have great trust in Jiang Wanning. He wanted to try everything in her house. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. There is no need to attract a customer base. If possible, just help me promote it. Everyone. Although director Lin Hai is the director, he works behind the scenes. There aren't many fans, but there are a lot of passersby. Some wild fruits in exchange for an advertisement. It's not worth it no matter how you think about it. The originally lively group suddenly became quiet. Everyone thought Lin Hai would refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Hai, director, no problem, but I only have a Big Eyes account and I don't have many fans. Is that okay? The publicity she was talking about was just publicity among relatives and friends. I really didn't expect to be on a social media platform. But if she could really go, she would naturally not refuse. What was even more unexpected was that there was more than one person who had this idea. Soo-jun, producer. I can too. Can you send me a copy too? This fruit looks delicious. My picky eater Sudabeo will definitely like it. Zhang Shui, agent. Count me in. You see, there are benefits behind the scenes. There are no contracts, no competitors, and you can post whatever you want on social media platforms. Although it was said in a joking tone. But everyone could see that Zhang Shui was endorsing these actors and singers on the stage. Jiang Wanning hadn't originally expected those celebrities with millions of fans to promote her. So no ideas. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Thank you very much. I'll clean the pond in a couple of days, and I'll send you a few more fish then. Zhang Shui, agent. Do you raise fish at home? Chapter 66, Plastic Box. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Well, there's a pond at home, but it's empty anyway, so I'm going to plant some fish fry. Lin, high director. Will you sell fish in the future? He is a meat lover. Of course, I prefer to eat meat compared to fruits and vegetables. If there is meat of the same quality as tomatoes and rapeseed, he will buy it no matter the price. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Yes, I do. But shipping live items is too troublesome, so I only plan to sell them in local groups. The pond wasn't very big to begin with. At best, I can raise a few thousand kilograms of fish, and that's enough to take them to the vegetable market a few times. The others had no interest in the fish. It shouldn't be difficult to grow such delicious vegetables and fruits. After all, they all grow from the soil and have something in common. But raising fish is different. Moreover, they're used to eating deep-sea fish and are not used to the earthy smell of freshwater fish. Soo-jun, producer. I don't want to fish anymore. My kids are too young to eat them. I just hope that when I get the persimmons, you can find a back door for me. Everyone, we also want to open a back door. Jiang Wanning, fruit and vegetable supplier. Don't worry, we have a lot of persimmons in stock this time, and they will be available. Amidst a series of chuckles, there was complete disbelief. Since there was the Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Group number 2, in order to unify it, Jiang Wanning changed the name of the original Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Group to Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Group number 1. Group number 1 is also very lively at this moment. Everyone was looking at Jiang Wanning, asking her if they could order persimmons in the group. Boss Jiang, we are all local. Do we also need to buy online? Boss Jiang, can we order directly in the group like we did with the tomatoes before? Yes. It's not that we feel bad about the few dollars of express delivery. It's just that we are old and can't compete with those young people. Boss Jiang, if that doesn't work, we could just go to your store and buy it ourselves. That's a great idea. We can carpool and go together. When Jiang Wanning went in, she saw that they had already formed teams of 3 or 4 and were about to set off. Jiang Wanning, don't worry, there are plenty of persimmons this time, and you can buy them. Jiang Wanning, online shopping is not recommended for local customers. You can make reservations directly in the group, and I will deliver it to your destination at the usual time. Jiang Wanning, you can come directly to buy, but you need to make an appointment in advance. It's very busy during the persimmon picking season, so if you come without asking, they won't accept you. 3 notifications were sent out in succession. The group, which was originally lively and bustling, now had no response from anyone. Just as I was wondering, I saw the twins' class slowly walking out under the leadership of the teacher. So he put away his phone. Little did they know that after seeing those notices, the uncles and aunts in the group called their relatives and friends who were out of town. My dear, if those persimmons are hard to find online, I'll buy them for you. Boss Jiang said we're local, so you can pre-order them directly in the group. Son, didn't you say you wanted to buy tomatoes to sell in the store? They're sold out, but that store's persimmons are about to start selling. They're all from the same farm, so they're sure to taste great. Just tell me the number, and your dad and I will come over to buy them. After a long while, messages flashed one after another in the quiet group. Okay, I'll make a reservation. I'll order 5 kilograms first. I'll order 2 kilograms first. My whole family has stomach problems, so I'll just buy 2 kilograms to try it out. Mr. Jiang, we would like to purchase the goods at your door. Which day do you think would be a good time for us to come? Jiang Wanning, who was busy picking up her child, had no time to watch. 2 eyes were busy looking for children in the team. Soon, she saw 2 children raising their short hands and waving them at her. If the teacher hadn't stopped them, they would have rushed out. Mom. After swiping the card, The little ones rushed into her arms. Jiang Wanning held one of them in each hand and carried them to the back seat of the car. Then he stuffed a small lunchbox of wild fruits into each of their hands. Wow, it's delicious. Thank you, Mom. Our mom is the best mom in the world. The sweet-talking Jiang Mudong immediately started to praise. The sensible Jiang Mushuan picked out the largest and most beautiful fruit and handed it to Jiang Wanning. Mommy, have some too. Jiang Wanning opened her mouth to take it, then gave each of them a kiss. The two little guys immediately started to laugh. After fastening the seat belts for the two kids and preparing to close the rear door, I heard a puzzled voice from the side. Have you ever sold tomatoes in front of a 4S store before? Jiang Wanning turned around and saw a young mother holding a little kid in her arms. The little kid was very thin, and his face was a sickly pale color. Jiang Wanning was about to reply when she heard Jiang Mudong excitedly shout, Suziang, hello. Mom, this is little Suziang. He's in the same class as my brother and me. Then she smiled and said to Suziang's mother, Auntie, my family used to sell tomatoes. Do you want to buy some tomatoes? Suziang's mother said with surprise, It's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I didn't expect to run into you here. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded at the smart little Jiang Mudong, then said, Hello, Suziang's mother. What can I do for you? Suziang's mother, I want to buy some tomatoes from you. My Yang was sick a while ago and has a poor appetite, but he likes the tomatoes I bought from you last time. Sorry, we've sold out of tomatoes. Jiang Wanning naturally noticed that the little kid in front of her was in poor health and thought it was no minor illness. She wanted to try their persimmons. Before he could say anything, Jiang Mudong handed over the wild fruit in her hand. Suziang, we have no tomatoes left, but this fruit is also very delicious. Do you want to try it? Looking at the colorful fruits, Suziang felt like eating some, but he didn't reach out his hand. Instead, he turned to look at his mother beside him. Mom, can I eat it? Ever since her child fell ill, she has been strictly controlling everything that enters the body. As a result, the child has developed the habit of asking his mother before eating anything. Suziang's mother said with some distress, Yang, do you want to eat? Suziang thought for a moment, then nodded. Suziang's mother held him and moved closer to Jiang Mudong. Then you should thank this little sister. Jiang Mudong corrected dissatisfiedly. Auntie, I'm not Suziang's little sister. My name is Jiang Mudong, and I'm Suziang's classmate. Chapter 67, The Little Greedy Girl. Okay, Jiang Mudong. Mother Su's face, which was originally a little sad, was actually amused at this moment. Seeing his mother happy, Suziang also happily showed his little teeth. Classmate Jiang Mudong, thank you. As he spoke, he carefully took out a thumb-sized red fruit from the small lunchbox. Then he took a small bite cautiously. In an instant, those cute big eyes widened a little. So sweet, so delicious. Then he put the remaining half into his mother's mouth. Mother Su was caught off guard by the food. When she wanted to say she didn't want to eat it, the fruit had already entered her mouth. When the juice of the fruit touched the tip of her tongue, she made an expression exactly the same as her son's. It's really delicious. It doesn't taste like the wild fruit I imagined. Seeing that her son liked it, Mother Su asked a little embarrassedly, Mother Jiang Mudong, how much is this fruit? Can you sell me some? Jiang Wanning really didn't want to sell this wild fruit. It's really too troublesome to pick it up. The efficiency is too low. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mushuan, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Mom, we have a lot of wild fruits on the mountain. Can we sell some to Auntie? Jiang Wanning raised her eyebrows in surprise. If I heard correctly, the little guy wants to take this business. So I deliberately said, Mom has been very busy recently and may not have time to pick these small fruits. Jiang Mushuan immediately patted his chest and said, I'll pick them after school. No need for Mom. The little follower, Jiang Mudong, immediately agreed. I want to go too. I want to pick wild fruits with my brother. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Okay, from now on, the Yiguwa business will be handed over to you. Mom will also keep all the money she earns for you. When Jiang Mushuan heard this, his big eyes suddenly lit up. Mom, are you serious? Can we also do business and make money like you? Jiang Wanning nodded. Of course, when the time comes, Mom will open a bank account for you all, and all the money you earn will be deposited into your account. The two little guys cheered immediately. Wow, we can make money too. We can make money too. Suziang and his mother watched with envy. I envy their health and their vigor. Suziang, this box of wild fruits is for you to eat. If you like them, You can come to me to buy more. Jiang Mudong handed the wild fruit lunchbox in her hand to Su Xiang without saying a word. Su Xiang held a box of wild fruits and looked at his mother helplessly. Mother Su smiled and nodded. He then said to Jiang Mudong seriously, "Thank you, Jiang Mudong." Jiang Mudong waved her short hand. "You're welcome. But this lunchbox was just bought by my mother. You have to return it to me tomorrow." Su Xiang nodded. "Yeah, I will wash it and return it to you." Mother Su couldn't help laughing at the two little guys in front of her. She leaned over to the car window and said to the twins inside, "Young bosses, I want to buy a pound of wild fruits. How much do you want?" The two little guys immediately looked at Jiang Wanning for help. But Jiang Wanning just smiled and refused. "Mom just said that these wild fruits will be your business from now on. So naturally, you need to set the prices for your business. Whether the family is selling tomatoes, vegetables, or persimmons that are about to be sold. She always set prices and calculated the bills in front of the whole family. In order to keep up with her pace, Jiang Muxuan even learned addition and subtraction within 1,000 by following the online course on the tablet. There's no doubt that both little guys are very smart, especially Jiang Muxuan. Sometimes, he even surpassed her in digital sensitivity. At this moment, she was really looking forward to how they would respond. The two little guys were confused for a moment, then they huddled together and whispered. Mom said vegetables are 30 yuan per caddy, and fruits are 40 yuan per caddy. Brother, then should our wild fruits also be 40 yuan per caddy? No, you forgot about that video we watched last time. It said wild mushrooms are more valuable than cultivated ones. Our wild fruits are also wild, so they should be more expensive than cultivated ones. How much does that cost? They thought they were speaking quietly, but Jiang Wanning outside the car heard it clearly. When she heard them say that wild ones are more expensive than cultivated ones, she almost laughed out loud. Generally speaking, wild ones are indeed more expensive than cultivated ones. For example, medicinal herbs, such as mushrooms. But it does not apply to fruits. After all, most wild fruits are small, ugly, and taste bad. It tastes okay if you try it occasionally, but if you take it to the market, almost no one will buy it. It cannot be compared with the fruit varieties that are carefully cultivated artificially. But the wild fruits on the mountain behind their house are all nourished by supernatural powers. The quality has been greatly improved. The taste is no worse than persimmon. In terms of nutritional content, it is even better than persimmon. This can be considered as the two little guys accidentally guessing it right. So, after a serious discussion, the two little ones finally agreed on a price for the wild fruits. Mom, we've agreed that our wild fruits will be 60 yuan per pound. We can't go any cheaper. When Jiang Wanning heard the price, she almost couldn't help but applaud them, because if she were to sell it, it would be about the same price. Are you sure it's 60 yuan per pound? You can't change it once it's decided. The two little guys nodded seriously. It's 60 yuan per pound, no change. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but tease, then tell Su Xiang's mother the price. If she thinks it's too expensive and doesn't want to buy it, you can't cry. Jiang Mudong hesitated when she heard this. Jiang Muxuan nodded with a determined look on his face. Wild fruits are delicious and very hard to pick. 60 yuan a pound, no less. He had calculated that to pick a pound of tomatoes, only 2 would be enough. But to pick a pound of wild fruits, you have to pick a lot of them. At such a young age, he doesn't even know what labor costs are. But subconsciously, I feel that the time they spend should be included in the price. When Mrs. Su heard their offer, she was also surprised. This price is really very reasonable. It's so reasonable that it doesn't seem like it was decided by 2 3-year-old kids. Seeing that Mrs. Su didn't say anything, Jiang Mudong became a little anxious. Her face flushed red as she tried to explain. Auntie, wild fruits are delicious, even better than tomatoes. Moreover, they're all wild and have a lot of nutrition. So, 60 yuan a pound is not expensive. Seeing the child's anxious face flushed, Mother Su quickly said, Yes, it's really not expensive. Jiang Mudong, can you bring a pound for Annie tomorrow? Sure. The two little guys nodded excitedly. Chapter 68 Yang Yang's Condition. While Jiang Muxuan was excited, he also reminded her, Auntie, if you want to order now, you have to pay first. This is what many grandparents and mothers did when they ordered tomatoes before. Mother Su was once again amazed by the little kid's cleverness. She glanced at Jiang Wanning enviously and said readily, Okay, Auntie, I'll pay now. But Annie doesn't have any cash with her, so she can only pay by scanning the QR code. What should I do? Jiang Mudong quickly reached for Jiang Wanting's hand and said, "Mom, can you keep it for us first and return it to us later?" "Good." Jiang Wanting pinched the little guy's face and then successfully collected the first transaction amount from the two little ones. Having their own small business and successfully selling an order, the two little guys were so excited that they kept chattering all the way. "Brother, I made 60 yuan today. How much money can I get?" Jiang Mudong bent her fingers several times but couldn't figure it out. Jiang Mushuan, 60 yuan, exactly 30 yuan each for us. Money-loving Jiang Mutong cheered. "Oh, I have money. I have 30 yuan." Jiang Mushuan reached out and covered Jiang Mudong's mouth. "Shoo. They say on TV that wealth should not be exposed. If people knew that we were making money, the bad guys would steal it away." Jiang Mudong's eyes widened, and she immediately covered her mouth with both hands. "Brother, I won't tell anyone. I won't tell anyone except Mom, Grandma, and Brother." Jiang Wanting, who was driving in the front. It turns out that the TV was not bought in vain. It even shows that wealth should not be shown on the surface. "Xian, you set the price at 60 yuan per kilogram. Aren't you just going to split the profits among the three of you?" This doubt arose when she heard Jiang Mushuan say, "We have exactly 20 yuan each." Jiang Mushuan nodded coolly. "Yeah, at first we wanted to say 50 yuan per pound. But then I realized that there are three of us, and 50 yuan per pound is not easy to divide the money." Sure enough, a very good and powerful reason. As soon as they got home, the two little guys couldn't wait to get out of the car. Then he ran and shouted, "Atai, Atai, I have good news for you. We made money." The two little ones huddled together, chattering away. Then they hugged each other and jumped around happily for a while, then happily found their own small backpacks and prepared to go up the mountain. Although she had not returned to the village yet, the two little ones often went up the mountain by themselves to pick some wild vegetables and fruits. But Jiang Wanting still decided to go with them and pick some wild fruits to give to Qin Yuan and others. After the picking location is fixed, let them go up the mountain independently. This time, the two little ones' main picking targets are sorghum bubbles, wild strawberries, and jujubes. Sorghum strawberries and wild strawberries are both vine-like shrubs that lie directly on the ground, making them easier to pick. Although the jujube tree grows tall, the short ones are 2 or 3 meters tall, and the tall ones are more than 10 meters tall. However, when the jujubes are ripe, they will fall off naturally, and they can just pick them up from the ground. As for wild hawthorn and golden cherry, first, they don't grow in the same place. Secondly, there are barbed thorns on the stems of the golden cherry plant, which makes it difficult to pick and easy to get pricked by the thorns, making it unsuitable for children to pick. If she hadn't taken photos of Qin Yuan and others before, she would have brought wild hawthorn and golden berries. She didn't want to go through the trouble either. After all, they're the main customers of her Jiang family's vegetable basket, so she still has to value them. A child who grew up in the mountains. Even though the two little kids are only 3 years old, they are very steady when walking on a mountain road. Jiang Wanting led the two little ones around a small bamboo forest and then came to a relatively flat slope halfway up. "Mom, there are so many wild fruits. So many wild fruits." Jiang Mudong pointed at a large field of sorghum and wild strawberries in front of her and cheered excitedly. In the long-abandoned forests, there are many wild fruits that reproduce and grow. So basically you just look for a large area. Not far away, there are 2 jujube trees. Although there are only 2 trees, the ground is already covered with densely fallen reddish-brown fruits. The ripening period of jujube is generally from October to November every year. It takes frost for the fruit skin to change color to reddish-brown. It is not yet October, so it is not the time for the jujubes to ripen and fall. But who can blame this mountain for having supernatural powers? It is natural to arrive 10 days or half a month earlier. Xian, you and Tong pick wild fruits here, and Mommy will go over there to take a look. If anything happens, just call me loudly, okay? Jiang Wanting pointed upwards. There grow golden berries and wild hawthorns. The two little ones nodded obediently, and then ran towards the wild fruits with excitement. An hour and a half later, seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Wanting picked up 2 almost overflowing baskets and walked towards the two little ones. The two little ones also had a good harvest. The 2 small backpacks were almost full. They also divided the work. Jiang Mudong picked sorghum bubbles, and Jiang Mushuan picked wild strawberries. So the 2 kinds of fruits are packed separately. Clean and refreshing, especially convenient for subsequent packing. When they got home, The old lady was also surprised by their harvest. Oh my, the wild fruits are growing so well this year. Ning Ning, can't you ask someone to help pick them and sell them? Especially the sorghum bubbles and wild strawberries, which are big and red. When she thought that this wild fruit could be sold for 60 yuan per pound, she felt both happy and sad. I feel sad that my legs are not strong enough, and I can't go up and pick the fruits with them. Jiang Wanning saw through the old lady's thoughts at a glance, and said with a smile, Grandma, we still have the fruit trees in the back mountain to take care of. How can we have time to take care of those wild fruits? Besides, I've already promised them 3 that this business will be under their management. If you hire someone to pick the fruits, be careful, they might get angry with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 little ones who were busy picking and packing came running over. Atai, Mom said that we will be the ones to sell the wild fruit from now on. You can't snatch them from us. Jiang Mudong put her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out. The old lady Dayo was about to make a scene if she tried to steal their business. Atai, wild fruits are hard to pick. You should help Mom sell persimmons. Mom said there are lots of persimmons on a mountain. Jiang Mushuan seriously analyzed the pros and cons, trying to dissuade Atai from stealing their business. Afraid that the old lady would be sad, he added, Grandma, when Tong Tong and I make money, we will buy you and Mom nice clothes and lots of delicious food. The old lady was so moved that she almost shed tears. All right, I won't take your business away from you. The 2 little ones achieved their goal and continued to happily pick fruits for their first customer. The first guest. They must pick the best wild fruits so that they can attract more customers to buy them. Chapter 69 Neighbors. Jiang Wanning also came over. I found that the 2 little ones were really attentive. 5 kinds of wild fruits, 2 tails of each, were weighed, then piled into a corner and placed in a glass storage box. To prevent the fruits from getting mixed up, they also used paper to separate them. The red and yellow are spaced apart, which looks very beautiful. Mom, please find a photo and tell Aunt Sue that we've picked it. We'll bring it back to her tomorrow. Jiang Mudong's face was full of a sense of accomplishment. What a clever little fellow. Jiang Wanning tapped her forehead and said, Look, Mom collected the money for you and took photos for you. Do you want to help Mom too? Mom, Xian will help you. Jiang Mushuan agreed, without even asking what he needed help with. Jiang Mudong was afraid that she would fall behind, so she immediately raised her hand. Mom, I want to help too. Jiang Wanning first took a photo of their wild fruit platter, and then sent it to the Jiang family vegetable basket number 1 group. Jiang Wanning, pictures. Jiang Wanning, peace and joy, Mother Sue. The children asked me to tell you that we have prepared the wild fruits you requested and will bring them to you tomorrow. Mother Sue did not reply to the message immediately, but other people in the group were shocked when they saw the picture of the wild fruit platter. Oh my God, this wild fruit looks so juicy. It must be delicious. Boss Jiang, when did you start selling wild fruits? I want to buy some too. Boss Jiang, we're already regular customers, so why didn't you tell us you were selling wild fruit? I want to buy 10 kilograms. This rich man who doesn't even ask about the price and directly orders 10 kilograms of it. Needless to say, it must be Qian Wenhao, the boss Qian. Ever since I found out that my mother's health has improved a lot because of Zhang's vegetables, their family almost decided to rely on the Jiang family's food basket. I was afraid that if I was a step late, all the things would be snatched away. Place the order immediately. However, my request for 10 kilograms seemed to have turned on a switch, and a long list of messages followed asking me to buy 10 kilograms as well. Jiang Wanning roughly counted and found that there were more than a dozen people. When did this group have so many rich people? Seeing that more and more people were following suit, Jiang Wanning quickly stopped talking. Jiang Wanning, everyone, calm down. I don't sell wild fruits. These are picked by my 2 children, so the quantity won't be huge, and the price will be a bit high. Boss Jiang, your food is delicious. No matter how expensive it is, it's worth it. Just name a price, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Once the money is transferred, the order is confirmed, and there is no way to escape. Jiang Wanning, it is not easy to pick wild fruits, and the children have to go to school, so the supply can only be limited based on the daily inventory. Jiang Wanning glanced at the baskets containing each type of wild fruit, then picked up the wild strawberries with the smallest quantity and weighed them on the electronic scale. It weighs more than 6 kilograms. After deducting the amount sold to Su Xiang's mother and sent to Qin Yiwen and others, there are probably more than 4 kilograms left. Including the other 4 kinds of wild fruits, if we make a 5-fruit platter, it will weigh 20 kilograms. After calculating, Jiang Wanning looked at the 2 children, Xian Tong Tong, Mom just sent the photo of your wild fruit platter to our group. Many uncles and aunts saw it and want to buy it. Do you want to sell it to them? The two little ones immediately opened their eyes as wide as copper bells. Mom, how much are all these uncles and aunts? Can they buy our wild fruits too? Jiang Mushuan suppressed his excitement. Jiang Wanning nodded. Yes. They like your wild fruit platter very much and want to buy a lot. Not only can they buy up all the wild fruits here, even if you pick so many more, it may not be enough. Mom, there's still a lot of wild fruits on the mountain that haven't been picked yet. Let's go pick them now. When Jiang Mudong heard that these wild fruits were not enough to sell, she immediately rushed up the mountain. Jiang Wanning pulled her back. No, it's too late to go up the mountain. Seeing Jiang Mushuan, who was also eager to try, Jiang Wanning was really afraid that they would become addicted to making money and get up in the middle of the night to climb up and pick wild fruits. So she straightened her expression and said seriously, "Listen up, both of you. I gave you the wild fruit business not because I want you to make money, but because I want you to gain more experience and learn. You are still children, and children need to study, play, and watch cartoons. You can't just focus on selling fruit and neglect other things. From now on, you're not allowed to go up the mountain without permission. You must get my permission before going. Otherwise, Mom will take back the wild fruit business." Jiang Mudong immediately became anxious. "Mom, we'll be obedient. Please don't take it back, okay?" Jiang Wanning remained unmoved, her face still stern as she asked seriously, "Then can you do what Mom asks?" The two little ones answered loudly in unison, "Yes." Jiang Wanning extended her little finger. Seeing this, the two children also stretched out their little fingers and hooked them. "We'll make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. At this time, the old lady's voice calling for dinner came from the kitchen. Jiang Wanning quickly took the children to wash their hands and then started eating. I forgot about the group I was halfway into. So when I joined the group after dinner, the number of unread messages showed 99. Almost everyone was discussing wild fruits. Because she, the group owner, did not respond, Su Xiang's mother, who came out to reply to the message, became the target of their questioning. "60 per pound? It's a bit expensive indeed. What's so expensive? Do you know how much wild mushrooms cost? How can this be the same? Many wild fruits don't taste good. How could the food sold by Boss Jiang not be delicious? Peace and joy," he said. "Peace and joy, very delicious. Peace and joy." My son's appetite improved a lot after eating the wild fruits. He usually only eats half a bowl of rice, but tonight he ate a whole bowl. As a result, no one thought that 60 yuan per kilogram was too expensive, and they all placed orders. "I want to buy these for my picky eaters." Jiang Wanning thought about it and sent a message. Jiang Wanning, the wild fruit is limited to 20 kilograms. No one is limited to buying 1 kilogram. Orders are placed in the order they were placed. Those who haven't received their turn can wait for the next batch. It's only 1 pound, which is not enough to eat. Transfer 60 yuan. The guy above, please don't push your luck. We haven't even bought it yet. Boss, when is the next batch? Can we order the next batch now? Jiang Wanning, I will notify everyone once the next batch is available, and then we will start taking pre-orders. Time flies. Big brother, I also bought a pound, and we'll give it all to our mom when the time comes. Time flies. Uncle, we each grabbed a pound, and we'll give it to grandma when the time comes. Chapter 70, The Village Chief's Yearning. Like water time, Qian, Wenhao's nickname. At this time, Jiang Wanning and the people in the group realized that at the beginning, the more than 10 people who came in a row were all from the Qian family. Damn, boss, these 20 kilograms of wild fruits. Could it be that your family has taken all of them? No, there are only 16 copies. Vomiting blood.jpg. Bro, you know how I get mad. Mr. Jiang, let me be clear. We are not maliciously grabbing orders. We all place orders legally, reasonably, and in compliance with regulations. You can't treat us differently next time just because we grab more orders this time. Jiang Wanning, don't worry, it won't happen. Whether you are one family or several families, in this group, only one account is recognized. Customers who place orders immediately without asking for prices due, so based on their absolute trust in her. How could she possibly treat customers like this differently? Jiang Wanning sorted out the order and sent it up. Jiang Wanning, same time, same place tomorrow. Mom, the fuse box at home is gone, so we can't store wild fruits. Jiang Mudong ran over with an anxious look on her face. Although there were 3 rules that required them not to spend all their time on the wild fruit business. The two little ones are still very concerned about their business. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the kitchen, I was ready to pick and plate the food. However, he found that there were only 2 glass storage boxes at home. One was given to Su Xiang, and the other was about to be given to Su Xiang. Jiang Wanning was also a little worried. Whether it was the tomatoes and greens before, or the various fruits later, she only thought of packing them in plastic bags. However, these wild fruits, especially berries such as sorghum and wild strawberries, are the easiest to be squeezed and cannot be packed in plastic bags. Using a food storage box is too expensive. You can't let people finish eating and then return the lunchbox. Just then, old Mrs. Wu came over with a box of things. Ning Ning, have you finished your meal? Jiang Wanning immediately stood up and went to greet him. Grandma Wu, why are you here? It's so dark, it's so unsafe. Grandma Wu smiled and said, No, I've been walking on the roads in the village for decades. Even with my eyes closed, I can walk smoothly. As he said that, he stuffed a box in his hand into Jiang Wanning's hand. Your grandma said you all like to eat rice buns. I made some when I was free and brought them to you for you to try. When Jiang Wanning saw the box in her hand, her eyes lit up. A round, transparent plastic box. These are the packaging boxes generally used by fruit stores to pack strawberries, cherries, and other berries. She hadn't thought of it before, but when you think about it, you can't blame her. After traveling through time, she didn't even spend a single day in the fast-paced city life and went straight back to the village. As a result, there is no impression of many things in the original body's memory. Jiang Wanning opened the box, grabbed a rice bun, and put it into her mouth. Then he gave a thumbs up and praised, Delicious! This is not just her courtesy. Using ordinary ingredients, you can make something that doesn't make her feel uncomfortable, which shows that the taste is really good. If she had used ingredients she grew herself, I wonder how much better it would taste. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that if she wanted to live a life of luxury, she would have a long way to go. When Grandma Wu saw that Jiang Wanning really liked it, she immediately became happy. Jiang Wanning escorted Grandma Wu into the house and said, Grandma Wu, please chat with my grandma. I have something to do and need to go down the mountain. The old lady immediately became worried. Ning Ning, where are you going so late? It's dark now, it's not safe to drive. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Grandma, don't worry, I'll drive carefully. I'll just go to town to buy some plastic boxes and be back soon. Grandma Wu asked in confusion, What are you going to buy this plastic box for? I have 2 more at home. Why don't I go get them? I know. Jiang Mudong, the quick answer expert, was online again. Mom bought this plastic box for us to store our wild fruits. Many people want to buy our wild fruits, but now we have no boxes to store them in. Grandma Wu followed Jiang Mudong's finger and saw several wild fruits in the backpack. Oh my, these wild fruits can be sold. Ning Ning is really capable. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Grandma Wu, please sit down for a while. I'll be leaving first. When she arrived in town, Jiang Wanning went to 2 supermarkets but couldn't find such a plastic box. Finally, when I passed by a fruit shop, I saw many boxes of colorful cut fruits inside. The style and size of the box are just right. Jiang Wanning was delighted and quickly picked up a box and walked towards the counter. The proprietress was busy sorting out the accounts. When she saw someone coming, she subconsciously reached out to take the box. He scanned the code quickly and then opened his mouth to quote the price, 15. Jiang Wanning took a box and went to the counter. The proprietress subconsciously reached out to take it, then scanned the code, 20. Jiang Wanning was slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry, Madam Boss, I don't want to buy this fruit. I want to buy the box that contains the fruit. The proprietress looked puzzled and said, looking at the plastic box in her hand, You mean this plastic box? Jiang Wanning nodded. Yes, can you buy some for me? I'm willing to pay $1 each. You could buy 10 plastic boxes of this size online for $1. In order to get the boss lady to sell it to her, she paid a high price. Sure enough, the proprietress was tempted. How many do you want to buy? Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and said, 100. Is that okay? These 100 should be enough for the online orders to arrive. The proprietress responded readily. Okay, wait a moment. I'll get it for you. When we got home, the 2 little ones ran out excitedly before the car even stopped. Mom, did you buy the box? Jiang Wanning grabbed a bag from the back seat of the car and held it in her hand. The little ones immediately started dancing with joy. Brother, hurry up. Let's go pack our wild fruits. Grandma Wu and the old lady also came up to help. There are more than 6 pounds of wild strawberries and more than 7 pounds of sorghum and jujube. Jiang Wanning picked the largest quantities of golden berries and wild hawthorns, weighing more than 10 pounds each. Because we all think the 5-fruit platters made by the little ones look very nice, so we can make all of them based on the 5-fruit platters. After using up all the wild strawberries, a total of 33 boxes were made. 1 box is an order from Su Xiang, and 20 boxes are orders from group number 1. The remaining 12 boxes were gifts of thanks to group number 2. Qin Yuan, Zhang Shui, Lin Hai, and Su Jun, exactly 3 boxes each. Looking at the extra wild fruits, Jiang Mushuan took the lead and said, "Mom, can we keep these and sell them after we pick other wild fruits tomorrow?" Chapter 71, 3 Rules. Can. Jiang Wanning laid out 3 rules. But tomorrow Mom will start picking persimmons. You can only pick them where you did today. No running around. If you don't obey, your wild fruit business will be confiscated. We will start picking persimmons tomorrow. There will be many people on a mountain by then, and they can help look after them. Yes, sir. The 2 little ones raised their hands and saluted, imitating the actions they saw on TV. Since the persimmon picking work tomorrow was mentioned, Grandma Wu took the opportunity to ask about her job content. Ningning, I heard from the village chief that you want me to be in charge of packing the fruit. Is that like sorting and packing the fruit like we do now? Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Grandma Wu, you're wrong. I didn't ask you to do the packing work, but to be the team leader of the packing work. Grandma Wu was surprised for a moment. Little team leader? What does that do? I know. Jiang Mudong came running over, looking very proud. Grandma, our kindergarten also has group leaders. They are responsible for organizing the children to play games and supervising the children to be civilized and polite. Only the children who get the little red flower can become group leaders. Jiang Wanning gave the little guy a thumbs up to encourage him. Tong Tong is so smart. Only the best children can be group leaders. Now that Aunt Wu is going to be the group leader, doesn't that mean she is the best? Jiang Mudong nodded seriously. Yeah, Aunt Wu is the best. Aunt Wu's rice buns are the most delicious. Little greedy cat, you can only eat 1 piece at most, otherwise you'll be too full to sleep and you'll have to get up and go to school tomorrow. Children who don't go to school can't be group leaders. Seeing the excited look on the little guy's face when he was talking, he must want to be the team leader very much. Sure enough, after Jiang Wanning said this, the little guy immediately withdrew his little hand that was reaching for the rice bun. Mom, I'll be obedient. I won't eat anymore. Jiang Wanning patted her little head and said, Well, go watch cartoons with your brother. Watch 2 episodes, then take a shower and go to bed. After getting rid of the chatterbox, Jiang Wanning explained to Grandma Wu, Grandma Wu, don't be afraid. I was originally planning to let my grandma do this, but her leg is still injured, so I can only ask you to help her. Grandma Wu was a little nervous. Can I do it well? Because she was ordered to marry someone by force. She didn't interact much with the people in the village. What if those people don't listen to her? Wouldn't that delay Ningning's business? Why can't you do it well? The old lady glared at the older sister and said, Have you forgotten that back in our production team, you were our team leader? If you can do so well as a team leader, how can a group leader be better than a team leader? Grandma Wu thought of her youth, and a glint of light appeared on her face. Then let me try. Jiang Wanning smiled. I definitely have to try it. Grandma Wu also relaxed. Okay, since you trust me so much, Ningning, I definitely won't embarrass you. But the salary needs to be changed. 300 a day is too high. I'm old. Why do I need that much money? That can't be changed. Jiang Wanning flatly refused. Grandma Wu, I have other plans for you to be the team leader. During the persimmon picking days, there will definitely be a lot of people coming in and out of the house. I'm afraid I'll be too busy to take care of Grandma, so I'll have to ask you to help look after her. The front yard is large and can be used directly for packing and packaging. There will definitely be a lot of people and a lot of things to do by then. Just based on my relationship with your grandmother, I'll help take care of them without you having to tell me. You don't need to give me a raise. I heard from the village chief that packing and crating makes 150 yuan a day, so I'll take 150 yuan. Grandma Wu was determined and decided on her own salary. Jiang Wanning also lost her temper. This was the first time she saw someone complaining that the money was too much. Afraid that the old lady would get angry if he insisted any further, he had no choice but to agree. I'll find a way to make up for it later. When the phone rang suddenly, Jiang Wanning was tidying up the corners of the quilts for her 2 children. Hello, is this Ms. Jiang Wanning? A gentle female voice came from the other end of the line. I'm a staff member of the Hope Welfare Home in Province S. Jiang Wanning frowned. I am. What's the matter? Excuse me. Do you know someone named Lin Shichin? Lin Shichin? Jiang Wanning searched her memory for the name, but couldn't quite place it. I don't know him, but can you tell me who he is? Why did you contact me? The voice on the other end of the phone paused. Lin Shichin is an autistic patient in our hospital. His only guardian, his mother, died of illness some time ago, and he was sent to us. But the staff member's voice was filled with helplessness. He often escapes in the middle of the night. Every time we ask him why he runs away, he keeps repeating, "My mother told me to go to Wangshan village to find sister Jiang Wanning. We had no other choice but to find your village committee, and then your village committee gave us your contact information." Jiang Wanning's fingers unconsciously clenched around her phone. How old is Lin Shichin? What are his parents' names? I should be 17 this year. My father's name is Lin Anji, and my mother's name is Chun-Li Juan. Lin Anji. Jiang Wanning's heart skipped a beat. As I recall, this was the name of my original uncle. Then Lin Shichin is her cousin. As far as she could remember, her uncle's family left the village when she was very young. She only heard that her cousin was sick, and they took the child to seek medical treatment everywhere. Can you send me the address of the orphanage? Jiang Wanning took a deep breath. I'll try to buy a ticket to visit him tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wanning turned to Jiang Yue, who was mending clothes. Grandma, what happened to my uncle's family? Jiang Yue's hand trembled, and the needle tip pricked her finger. She sighed. There was something wrong with your uncle's son when he was born. They took him to see doctors everywhere. Later, the old man's voice became hoarse. Not long after, your aunt called and said that your uncle had an accident at the construction site and died before he even got to the hospital. Later, your parents also had an accident, and after that, the two families lost contact. The welfare home in Province S just called and said my aunt has passed away too, Jiang Wanning said softly. My cousin is in that welfare home now. Jiang Yue suddenly opened her eyes wide. Is the child okay? Jiang Wanning shook her head. The specific situation is still unclear. I plan to go over and take a look tomorrow. The old man looked worried. Ning, that child has a miserable life. Your uncle only has this one child. I know. Jiang Wanning patted the old man's hand. I'll take care of it. Outside the window, dusk is falling. Jiang Wanning looked into the distance, her thoughts drifting away. She didn't expect that in this world, there was such a blood bond waiting for her. The next morning, the twins woke up half an hour earlier than usual. Just because I wanted to go to school early and hand the box of wild fruit platter to Su Ziyang's mother. Successfully completed the first business in their lives. As the kindergarten has had food safety incidents caused by outside food, the kindergarten does not allow children to bring their own food. Therefore, they naturally cannot bring wild fruit platters into school. She could only wait outside for Su Ziyang to come and then hand it over to her mother. Then the next moment, when they heard Jiang Wanning say that she would take them on a train to visit a sick cousin, the two children were so excited that they immediately forgot about business. Mom, are you going to take my brother and me to the amusement park? Little Jiang Mudong's face turned red with excitement. Mom said she would take them to the amusement park. It takes a long train ride to get to that big and fun amusement park. So in her eyes, a train is equivalent to an amusement park. Even Jiang Mushuan, who is usually calm, had his eyes shining with excitement. However, Jiang Wanning looked at them with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, honey, we took the train this time to visit your cousin. Next time, when we have time, Mommy will take you to the amusement park, okay? She and the old lady had agreed last night to take the twins out together. Because she was not there, there was no one to pick up the two children from school. Moreover, the two children are still clinging to her very closely. They must be worried and scared if they knew that she was going on a long journey. It's better to just carry it with you all the time. As for the old lady, Wu Guixiang was asked to continue to help take care of her. Uncle, what is that? The two little guys looked curious. Jiang Wanning patiently explained, That's Mom's cousin, your uncle. Great, we have an uncle now, and we're going to take the train to see him. Obviously, for the two little guys, whether they're going to see their uncle or to the amusement park, they're going out with their mother. They're all happy things. It was still early, and there was plenty of time for them to send their two children to kindergarten to ask for leave, and then complete the wild fruit trade they had been longing for. So early in the morning, the mother and her two children acted as door gods at the kindergarten gate. Every child passing by couldn't help but take a look at the fruit platters in their hands with curiosity in their eyes. One of the Shinyu kids even came up and asked, What are those things in your hands? Can you eat them? Are they delicious? Jiang Mudong, who also has the trend of being a sociable, is the most representative speaker. She answered seriously, "This is a wild fruit platter. It's super sweet and super delicious." The child was so greedy that he couldn't help licking his tongue and said, "Can you give me one?" The child's parents were immediately embarrassed. "Zhou Sini, that's enough. You're such a grown-up, and you're still asking a little girl for food." Zhou Sini's grandmother nodded to Jiang Wanning embarrassedly and was about to take her to school. Unfortunately, little Zhou Sini refused to cooperate. Her chubby little body kept falling down, and her grandmother couldn't pull her up. "Grandma, I haven't eaten wild fruit yet. I want to try it. Do you want to try it?" Jiang Wanning almost couldn't help laughing when she saw the look of that little greedy boy. The twins looked confused. They are not stingy children. If the wild fruits in their hands are their own, they will definitely be willing to share them with other children to have a taste. But the box in my hand is for sale to customers, so I definitely can't let others taste it. Seeing that the little sister was about to cry because of her grandmother's dragging, Jiang Mudong hurried forward and comforted her. "Little sister, don't cry. This wild fruit platter is bought by us for other children, so we can't give it to you. If you want to eat it, I will bring some from home for you tomorrow, okay?" The tears that were about to fall from Zhou Sini's eyes because she was sad that she couldn't eat the delicious fruit disappeared in an instant. "Really? You're not lying to me." Jiang Mutong patted her chest and promised, "I'm not lying to you. I will definitely bring it to you tomorrow." Grandma Zhou Sini was made even more embarrassed by her granddaughter's outrageous behavior. "I heard from Jiang Mudong that this wild fruit platter was sold to someone else." So he quickly looked at Jiang Wanning and said, "Sorry, this greedy little girl has been spoiled by her family. Do you sell this wild fruit? How about you sell us a box tomorrow?" Before Jiang Wanning could respond, Su Xiang and his mother came over. Chapter 72 done. Jiang Mudong quickly handed the fruit plate over. "Auntie, these are the wild fruits you bought. We carefully selected them. They're the reddest and most delicious." Then he breathed a sigh of relief like a little adult. It seemed as if they didn't come, this box of fruit would be lost. However, just as he let out his anger, Zhou Sini also rushed over. Jiang Mudong wanted to say that this was Su Xiang's wild fruit, and she couldn't eat it. Then Zhou Sini called out with a familiar look on her face, "Aunt Xiao, it turns out you bought this wild fruit." A pair of small eyes stared straight at the fruit plate, without blinking. Su Xiang's mother couldn't help laughing when she saw this. "Sini, have you ever eaten wild fruit? Do you want to try it?" Zhou Sini immediately jumped up and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Aunt Xiao, you are so nice. You are the best aunt in the world. Hongxiao, just spoil this stinky girl." Grandma Zhou Sini patted her shameless granddaughter in annoyance and complained, "This greedy girl is pulling the little girl to eat so early in the morning. She is making me lose face." Li Hongxiao, who is also Su Xiang's mother, smiled and said, "Teacher Qian, being able to eat is a blessing. I envy you more than I can count." Zhou Sini's grandmother is Qian Hongba, who was a middle school teacher in the town before she retired. Li Hongxiao was once her student. Naturally knowing Su Xiang's situation, he immediately changed the subject and said, "This wild fruit looks really juicy." No wonder the dead girl was so greedy that she couldn't move. Li Hongxiao opened the box, grabbed some fruits, and put them in the hands of Zhou Sini, who was looking at her eagerly, then grabbed some more and handed them to Qian Hongba. "Teacher Qian, you should try some too. These fruits are not only beautiful to look at, but they taste even better." Qian Hongba wanted to refuse, but he saw that his little granddaughter was already shaking her head while eating. That intoxicated little look made her greedy. So the words that came to my mouth became, "Then I'll try this." This sorghum soup was a snack we often had when we were kids. I haven't had it in years. As he said this, he grabbed a grain of sorghum and stuffed it into his mouth. Just sip it with your tongue, and all the juice from the sorghum soup will come out. A little bit of sourness can better bring out the sweetness of the fruit. Soft and juicy, it tastes very refreshing. It tasted much better than she had imagined. She ate one fruit after another until she had finished all the fruits in her hand, and then she came to her senses. It's over. She was infected by her own greedy girl. Qian Hongba coughed lightly, wanted to say something to ease the embarrassment on his face. Unexpectedly, when they turned around, they saw a group of adults and children surrounding them. Each of them held 3 or 5 wild fruits in their hands and was eating them with relish. It goes without saying that he was attracted by them. Li Hongxiao's originally full box of wild fruits was now only half full. Qianhongba glared at his granddaughter unhappily. It's obvious that this fruit is not cheap. Hongxiu must have bought it for Yang Yang. Now it's almost destroyed. She turned to Jiang Wanning and said, this mother. Jiang Wanning smiled. My last name is Jiang. You can just call me Xiao Jiang. Qianhongba, oh. Xiao Jiang, could you bring us 2 boxes of this wild fruit tomorrow? 1 box was given to Li Hongxiu, and 1 box was left for her granddaughter. When the parents around heard this, they hurried over. Mother Xiao Jiang, these wild fruits are sold by your family. They taste really good. Can you sell us a box too? Mother Xiao Jiang, where did you pick these wild fruits? How come they're so much tastier than the ones we pick? Yes. Last weekend, we also went to the mountains to pick sorghum strawberries and wild strawberries. Not only were they small, but they were also very sour. They can't compare to what you have at home. They were talking to each other in a noisy manner, as if they had completely forgotten that they were here to send their children to school. It was not until the kindergarten teacher came out to urge them that the parents hurriedly took their children in. When waving goodbye, "Damn on Grandpa, Grandma, don't forget to buy some wild fruits." Got it. You just study hard and listen to your teacher. If you don't listen, there will be no wild fruit. After sending the little ancestors away, the parents immediately came to Jiang Wanning again and scanned the code to join the group. Jiang Wanning. These wild fruits were picked by our children themselves, so there aren't many. Tomorrow, I'll make an exception and bring 1 for each of you. From now on, you'll need to follow the same rules as everyone else in the group on a first-come, first-served basis. Look at this group that is about to break 100. Parents have no doubt about the popularity of this wild fruit. After all, the taste is so good that not only the kids, but also they themselves can't stop eating it. Parents immediately scanned the code to pay, fearing that they would lose this hard-earned privilege. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Qianhongba immediately pulled Jiang Wanning aside and said, "Xiao Jiang, could you bring me 2 boxes tomorrow? If it weren't for that girl at home, Hongxiu's box of wild fruits wouldn't have been so small after being divided up. I want to buy an extra box for her." Li Hongxiu quickly refused. "Teacher Qian, no thanks. I'll buy some tomorrow, and it's enough for Yang Yang." Then she looked at Jiang Wanning with some embarrassment and pleaded, "Boss Jiang, to be honest, my Yang Yang was diagnosed with leukemia last year. Although his condition has stabilized a lot now, he has been taking too many medicines, which has caused him to have a poor appetite. The doctor said that if nutrition is not adequate, it will be detrimental to the treatment and recovery of the disease. We tried many methods, but nothing worked." Speaking of this, she remembered that Yang Yang was afraid that they would worry, so he deliberately forced himself to eat a lot of food and finally vomited it all out. Her eyes suddenly turned red. After blinking hard a few times to force back the tears, he continued, "But after eating the wild fruit from your house yesterday, he ate a whole small bowl of it. So I was wondering if you could sell me 2 boxes of wild fruit every week." According to Yang Yang's appetite, 2 kilograms of wild fruits are enough to last him a week. Afraid that Jiang Wanning wouldn't agree, she added, "I can pay more. Any amount is fine." Seeing Jiang Wanning shaking her head, her heart suddenly became nervous. Then Jiang Wanning said, "No need to pay extra. I'll leave you 3 pounds every week. Wild fruits aren't always available, so you can save some in advance. If you just want to stimulate your child's appetite, the vegetables from their vegetable garden and the fruits from the orchard have this effect. But for Yang Yang, who suffers from leukemia, wild fruits are more suitable for him. Because compared to fruits cultivated by humans, wild fruits are more edible and medicinal. With the blessing of supernatural powers, the nutrients in the pulp will be enhanced." Although she could not guarantee that eating this wild fruit would completely cure Yang Yang's illness, but it is certainly possible to prevent the disease from getting worse. Chapter 73, Carrying the Load Down the Mountain. Li Hongxiu's tears really fell this time. On weekdays, no matter how hard or difficult it is, she can bear it all. But the understanding and help given by strangers always brings tears to her eyes. Seeing that there was only an hour left before departure, Jiang Wanning said goodbye to the 2 children and left in a hurry. "First, I went to the vegetable market to buy a platter of wild fruits, and then went to the train station." The 2 little ones were very excited as it was their first time riding a train. Jiang Mutong leaned against the window, her big round eyes wide open, watching the houses speeding by, and exclaimed from time to time, "Mom, the houses are running so fast." Although Jiang Mushuan pretended to be calm with a tense face, his little hands were tightly gripping the armrests of the chair, and there was a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Wanning looked at their excited faces, but her heart felt heavy. She didn't know what to do with Lin Shichen. An autistic child requires a lot of patience and energy to care for. She already has to take care of her elderly grandmother and young twins. If she brings a 16-year-old autistic boy back home, she wasn't even sure she could handle it. If that doesn't work, just place him in a nearby nursing home. This way I can at least visit him more often and make sure he's being well taken care of. After the train arrived at the station, she took a taxi and took her 2 children straight to the Hope Welfare Home. The staff led them through a quiet corridor and finally met Lin Shichen in a sunny room. He was a thin young man, wearing a clean white t-shirt and dark trousers. He sat quietly by the window with his head lowered, holding a yellowed photo in his hand. Hearing the footsteps, he didn't even raise his head, but just repeated in a low voice, "Looking for Sister Jiang Wanning." Mom said to look for Sister Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning was stunned. She originally thought that she would see an emotionally unstable and difficult to communicate child, but the boy in front of her was surprisingly quiet and even gave people a gentle feeling. He's usually like this. He has some difficulty communicating, but he can take care of himself and isn't aggressive, the staff member explained in a low voice. His mother took good care of him and taught him many basic life skills. Jiang Wanning took a tentative step closer and asked softly, "Lin Shichen?" "Chin-shun." The boy still had his head down and didn't respond to her call. Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan could no longer contain their curiosity and trotted over. "Uncle!" Jiang Mudong called out crisply and reached out to pull Lin Shichen's sleeve. The staff member was startled and tried to stop him. "Be careful. He doesn't like others touching him, he might." However, the expected resistance did not occur. Lin Shichen just stiffened slightly, but did not shake off the 2 children's hands. Jiang Mushuan was even bolder. He directly held his finger, raised his little face, and said seriously, "Uncle, I am Xian." Lin Shichen still lowered his head, but Jiang Wanning keenly noticed that his fingertips curled slightly, as if in response. At that moment, something in Jiang Wanning's heart suddenly softened. She squatted down, gently held Lin Shichen's other hand, and said softly, "Chen-shun, I am Jiang Wanning's sister. Can I take you home?" The young man finally responded. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on her face blankly, his lips moving slightly. "Looking for Sister Jiang Wanning." "Yes, I am." Jiang Wanning nodded, her eyes slightly warm. "Your mother asked you to come find me, right?" Lin Shichen stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly nodded slightly. Jiang Wanning took a deep breath, turned to the staff, and said, "I'll take him home." "But," the staff member hesitated, "are you sure you could take good care of him?" Jiang Wanning looked at the older boy who was sitting there quietly, letting the 2 children hold his hands, then looked at the twins whose faces were full of anticipation, and suddenly smiled. "Let's take him back and try first," she whispered. "If he doesn't adapt, we can think of other ways." At least now, she's willing to give it a try. Jiang Wanning came well prepared and brought complete information, so the procedures went smoothly. It was just after 3 in the afternoon when we came out of the welfare home. After consulting the twins and Lin Shichen, the twins had no objection and Lin Shichen had no response. Jiang Wanning directly booked a high-speed train to go home at 5 o'clock. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when the train arrived. The 2 little guys slept like little pigs on the train, and Jiang Wanning was ready to hold one in each hand. Unexpectedly, when she picked up Jiang Mudong, Lin Shichen, who had been following her quietly, had already picked up Jiang Mushuan. When we arrived at the village, we could see from a distance that the lights were still on in the old house. Jiang Yue and Wu Guixiang had already cleaned the main room on the east side and even dried the bedding in the sun to make it fluffy and soft after receiving Jiang Wanning's call. "Chen-shun, this is your room. Do you like it?" Jiang Wanning gently pushed open the door. Lin Shichen stood at the door, his eyes sweeping across the tidy room, his fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of his clothes. Jiang Yue's eyes were red as she wanted to pull his hand. "Child, let Grandma see you." The boy took a sudden step back, avoiding the touch. The old lady's hands froze in midair, her eyes filled with heartache. "Good boy. Don't be afraid. Go home." Jiang Wanning patted the old man's shoulder soothingly and took Lin Shichen to familiarize himself with the environment. Surprisingly, when she handed him the toothbrush, the boy squeezed the toothpaste and brushed his teeth skillfully. Tell him how to use the water heater, and he will remember the operating sequence in one go. After settling Lin Shichen to sleep, Jiang Wanning returned to the main room. Under the light, She and Jiang Yue talked in a low voice. I want to let him stay here first. Jiang Wanning rubbed his temples. If he doesn't adapt. Ningning, the old woman said, holding her hand. No matter what decision you make, Grandma will support you. But, her voice was a little hoarse, don't overwork yourself. The next morning, Jiang Wanning came back from morning exercise on the mountain and smelled the fragrance of rice from afar. When I walked into the kitchen, I saw hot white porridge, golden fried eggs, and a plate of stir-fried rapeseed and tomatoes with sugar on the stove. Chen did all this, Jiang Yue said with surprise. This kid got up very early. After getting up, he cleaned his room and washed his clothes. When he saw me enter the kitchen, he made breakfast for me. Jiang Wanning looked at Lin Shichen in surprise as he was quietly wiping the table. The boy continued to mechanically wipe the already spotless table without noticing anything. After dinner, Jiang Wanning called the welfare home because she was really curious about how Lin Shichen, who thought he had the ability to take care of himself, would end up being sent to an orphanage. The staff's explanation made her feel sad. It turned out that Lin Shichen could cook and wash clothes, but she couldn't communicate with others or go shopping. After his mother died, he almost starved to death at home alone and was rescued by his neighbors. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wanning looked at Lin Shichen, who was picking up fallen leaves with the twins in the yard. The sunlight shone on him in patches through the shadows of the trees. Although the boy remained silent, he did not dodge when Jiang Mutong stuffed a red leaf into his palm. Chen, would you like to go to the fields with your sister to pick some vegetables? Jiang Wanning came close to her and asked tentatively. Lin Shichen did not respond, but stood up obediently and stood beside her obediently. Jiang Wanning walked forward, and he followed her. Jiang Wanning took a basket, and he followed suit and took a basket. Jiang Wanning demonstrated to him how to pick tomatoes and rapeseed, and he learned it after just one time. Jiang Wanning asked him to pick half a basket of tomatoes and half a basket of rapeseed. In less than an hour, he brought back half a basket of tomatoes and half a basket of rapeseed. Jiang Wanning was surprised by his strong ability to act. However, after spending a weekend together and discovering the potential talent of the autistic teenager Lin Shichen, she felt that she had found a treasure. A well-behaved boy who can fill up the kitchen and replicate a dish by watching a cooking video once. What else can he be but a treasure? Early in the morning, after Jiang Wanning sent the twins to kindergarten, she went to the express station. As soon as Zhou Haijun saw Jiang Wanning, he immediately came forward. Boss Jiang, why are you here? If you want something delivered, just tell me and I'll pick it up. Jiang Wanning, just a few boxes of wild fruits. By the way, can you deliver fresh fish? Ever since they started eating the Jiang family's food, all the young and old in their family have become fans of the Jiang family's food. Especially his little daughter. Before every meal, she always has to talk about delicious dishes before she can start eating reluctantly. We finally got a wild fruit platter yesterday, but none of the four of them could get one. So when he saw several boxes of wild fruits in Jiang Wanning's hands, his eyes turned red with envy. This wild fruit is big and red. You know it's delicious without even trying it. But his attention was quickly drawn to the fish in Jiang Wanning's words. Boss Jiang, do you also sell fish? Feng Express does deliver live fish. They put freshly caught fish into custom sealed bags, half-fill them with water and oxygen, and heat seal them to keep the fish alive for 36 to 48 hours. Where are you sending it to? Jiang Wanning, Beijing. Zhou Haijun, for Beijing, we can send it directly by Air Express, and it can be delivered in 24 hours at the fastest. Jiang Wan nodded. Okay, I'll bring the fish over then. Zhou Haijun quickly said enthusiastically. No need. I'll pick it up at your door on time. Air cargo flights have fixed points every day. Arriving too early or too late may affect the survival of the fish. When I visit, I can also take a look and see if I can buy some vegetables like last time. Ugh. This saves her trouble, so Jiang Wanning naturally has no objection. I thought about my recent arrangements. Today, we started picking persimmons in the mountains. The picked persimmons are mainly supplied to customers of Jiangjia Vegetable Basket No. 1 group. At 5 p.m., the products began to be put on the shelves in Daodu Jiangjia Vegetable Basket Store. If the online sales go well, the courier service will be very busy. After thinking about it, it turns out that today is the day I have the most free time. So she said, how about today? What time can you come over? I'll prepare the fish before you come. Zhou Haijun paused while packing. So urgent. Jiang Wanning, it's not urgent. We'll start selling our persimmons online tonight. I'm worried that if there are too many express delivery orders later, you won't have time to deal with those fish. Yes, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Zhou Haijun didn't really forget. But as a native of Linsheng, he suffered a lot from the poison of golden bullets when he was a child. The sour taste still makes his scalp tingle when he thinks about it now. So when he saw the pre-sale notice about persimmons on Jiangjia vegetable basket and looked at the familiar picture of the golden bullet in his memory, he really didn't think anyone would buy these persimmons. I'll go there at 3 p.m. I can catch the 4:30 p.m. train. If everything goes well, it can be delivered tomorrow. In the main hall of the Jiang family. Not long after Jiang Wanning left, the village chief Jiang Dahai came to report for work with the villagers who were going to work that day. Grandma Wu, who had arrived earlier than them, was already watering the vegetable garden in the backyard. Hearing the noise, he quickly washed his hands and feet, then pushed old Mrs. Jiang out to meet them. The old lady said, "Dahai, why are you here so early? Ningning told me it was 9 o'clock. Are you all anxious? Instead of sitting at home and waiting, why not just come over?" After Jiang Dahai finished speaking, he unceremoniously picked up the Jiang family's cold water kettle and poured water into his cup. He tilted his head back and took a sip. I couldn't help but smack my lips. What Oldie said was right. The boiled water from Ning Yada's house was indeed better tasting than the water at their home. Seeing this, the old lady quickly asked others to sit down and drink water. There are a total of 6 villagers who came to work this time. They're all people who have helped them and their family in some way or another. Therefore, the old lady was also very enthusiastic and asked Wu Guixiang to help take out snacks from the refrigerator to entertain them. "Auntie, we're not strangers, so there's no need to be so polite. Leave such delicious cakes for the children. We won't eat them." The person who spoke was Wang Ying, who lived at the east end of the village and came with her husband Jiang Wutian. She was responsible for picking persimmons, and Jiang Wutian was responsible for carrying the load. They are all people who are used to working in the mountains. Although he is in his 50s, he looks capable and efficient. In addition to Wang Ying and his wife, the other 4 are also husband and wife partners. They are Chun Aijiu and Jiang Qingtian, a couple who also live in the east end of the village, and Li Yunyun and Jiang Liu, a couple. They are all around 50 years old and are among the most capable families in their village. The old lady smiled and said, "The children have them all. These are specially prepared by Ningning for everyone." When Jiang Wanning was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but become curious. "Auntie, I heard from the village chief that Ningning plans to stay in the village to farm. Is that true? Oh, this land is not easy to farm. If there is a way, it's better to go to the city." Each tone was filled with concern. There was no cynicism at all. After all, in their perception, anything is better than farming. Who will want to go back to their mountain village when they can stay in the city? Speaking of this, the old lady's face became darker and darker. Although Jiang Wanning said that she wanted to stay because she liked the environment of the village and liked farming. However, the old lady actually didn't believe it. Deep down, she still felt that she was a burden to her granddaughter, forcing her to stay in the village to take care of them. Alas, working in the city has its own hardships. Seeing the old lady's unhappy expression, Chun Aiju quickly changed the subject. "Just look at my daughter. Every time she comes home for the new year, her face is uglier than mine. Every time I call her, she's either working overtime or working overtime. I'm really worried that she's ruining her health at such a young age." That's right. Leaving your hometown and making your way in a foreign land is never easy. Li Yunyun also sighed. Take my son, for example. Last year, he had gastric bleeding from drinking too much and stayed in the hospital for a long time. His salary is so little. It's been several years since he graduated, and he hasn't saved any money. Li Yunyun's son works in sales. In order to build closer relationships with customers, eating and drinking are inevitable. In addition, due to being busy all the time and having a irregular diet, my stomach became damaged over time. Unfortunately, the overall environment has been bad in the past 2 years and sales have been difficult. Not only is the income getting less and less, but I also have to worry about being laid off. To the point that I was extremely anxious. Chapter 74 Rewards. When it comes to children, parents always have endless worries. Wang Ying, whose children had always been envied for their promising future, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Living in the city, everything from food to drinks is free. Last time I went to the city to visit my son, even pork at the nearby supermarket was over 20 yuan per pound. How could I afford that? The old lady froze for a moment. You know, my granddaughter's vegetables and tomatoes are more expensive than pork. I could only chuckle twice. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. The most important thing is that the pork is delicious and we raise it ourselves. I might as well come back to raise pigs, and then I can give some money to the children. So, compared to living in the city, I still prefer living in the village. My son asked me to move to the city before, but I couldn't stand it after living there for less than a month, so I just came back. The old lady quickly chimed in. Ningning also said that the food outside isn't as delicious as the food at home. So, she thought of keeping it here to grow some for herself. Not only can she eat it herself, but she can also sell it to people in the city. I heard that people in the city really appreciate what we grow in the countryside. I think Ningning is a promising person. She will definitely be able to do it. Jiang Dehai has great confidence in Jiang Wanning, just because before that, he tasted tomatoes and persimmons. It tasted so good that he almost swallowed his tongue. At that moment, he felt stable. You know, a few years ago, a village built a kiwi fruit base, and it was even featured on TV. It's so beautiful. The persimmons from Ning Yada's house are enough to push the kiwis into the mud. He even began to imagine what he should wear and what he should say when the TV station came to interview him. Just then, the sound of a car engine was heard outside. Jiang Dehai rushed out first. Ning girl, you're finally back. All the people who went to work these days have already come here, and they're just waiting for you to take them up the mountain. Jiang Wanning looked at the people behind Jiang Dehai. She had some impression of them, but for a moment she didn't know who was who. So as he got out of the car, he apologized. Uncles and aunts, I'm sorry, I was delayed this morning. Please wait for me for a few minutes, and we will go up the mountain soon. Everyone waved their hands. It's okay, We're just too early. Jiang Wanning returned to the house, said hello to the old lady and Grandma Wu, then picked up the basket and prepared to leave. Then I saw Lin Shichen also carrying a basket, ready to follow me up the mountain. Chen, where are you going? Jiang Wanning stopped the man. Lin Shichen suddenly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the tips of his shoes, his shoulders slightly hunched, like a frightened little animal. His fingers twisted the straps, and a muffled sound came from his throat. After a long while, he spoke intermittently. Go to the mountains to pick wild fruits. Yesterday, Xian and Tong and I agreed. He paused, as if to confirm something, and repeated, I don't have to go to school. I can pick fruits at home. As he spoke, his feet drew light circles on the ground, again and again, with a rigid rhythm. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Wanning was very satisfied. Although I was still nervous, at least I could reply normally. It was worth it for her to provide him with supernatural powers for several nights in a row. But when she thought about what he said, she almost laughed out of anger. She really couldn't realize how the twins had become so close to Chun in just one weekend. While going to school, he did not forget to ask his uncle at home to help them pick wild fruits. No, Jiang Wanning said seriously, you don't have to go to school, but you forgot that you have to take classes with teacher Jojo on the platform. This was a course she found for him online, specifically for people with autism. Lin Shichen's fingers tightened suddenly, his knuckles turned white, and the strap of the backpack was deformed by his pulling. He still lowered his head, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. But, I can take classes with teacher Jojo in the evening. His voice became weaker and weaker, the last few words almost drowned in his throat. At the same time, he began to tap the ground with his toes, with a faster and faster frequency. Jiang Wanning said with a stern face, Lin Shichen, you're not listening to me, are you? If you insist on going, then I'll have no choice but to cancel Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan's wild fruit business. Seeing that her sister was angry, Lin Shichen raised her head in surprise, but then quickly lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Jiang Wanning. His breathing became rapid, and he waved his hands helplessly in the air twice, then hugged his arms tightly, his body shaking slightly. Sister, Chun is wrong. Chun won't go up the mountain. Chun goes to class. As he spoke, he mechanically repeated the word class. As he said this, he quickly put down the backpack. His movements were a bit clumsy, and the backpack fell to the ground with a clang, but he seemed not to hear it and turned around and ran towards the room. Before closing the door, he secretly glanced at Jiang Wanning, as if to say, I'm going to class. You can't cancel the wild fruit business. Jiang Wanning laughed and shook her head. Wu Guixiang, who was helping the old lady clean the house, smiled and said, Ning, don't worry. I will help you look after Chen. You can go and get busy. Then Grandma Wu, I'll trouble you at home. Jiang Wanning, carrying a large basket, came to the group waiting for her and said, "Dear uncles and aunts, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's set off now." It's okay. We're just sitting around doing nothing at home anyway." Several people waved their hands, and then some of them, some carrying baskets on their backs, some carrying loads on their shoulders, followed Jiang Wanting's footsteps and walked towards the back mountain. Jiang Dahai was about to follow when he suddenly forgot that he had left his equipment in the office. So he said hello to Jiang Wanting and ran back. I saw Li Hongyuan running towards me in a hurry. "Lao Li, what are you doing in such a hurry?" Li Hongyuan panted and said, "Isn't today Ning Yada's first day of work? I came over to take a look. Now Ning Yada's orchard is a key project in their village, so he has to go and see how big it is." In recent years, the country has been implementing rural support programs. Many villages have gradually started to develop various industries. There was no movement in their village. During this period, we were often ridiculed by other villages, especially the village that planted kiwi fruit on a large scale. Every time they had a meeting, they only dared to sit in the corner for fear of being called out by those above them. It's okay now. If Ning Yadu's orchard is successful, he will apply for all policy benefits for her. Let those who look down on their Wangshan village take a good look. There are also capable people in their village who can accomplish great things. Jiang Wanting walked very fast. "Ning girl, don't walk too fast. It will drain your energy and you won't be able to crawl later," Wang Ying and others kindly advised. After all, Jiang Wanting had just returned from the city and wasn't as strong as them. Jiang Wanting thought they were tired and couldn't keep up with their pace. So he smiled and said, "Aunt, uncle, are you tired? How about we walk slower?" Li Yinyan quickly said, "It's just a short mountain road, why bother?" Before our village was open to traffic, we had to walk up and down the mountain every day. "Ning girl, they're worried that your body won't be able to handle it." Li Hongyuan thought of the stone mill that Jiang Wanting had lifted and said to Wang Ying and the others, "Don't worry about that little girl, Ning. She's much stronger than you." A few people just listened and didn't believe it at all. How much strength can a girl with such thin arms and legs have? But seeing that Jiang Wanting didn't find it difficult, they stopped trying to persuade her. This time the journey was very fast, and it only took a quarter of an hour to reach the persimmon forest. Everyone was stunned when they saw the densely packed yellow persimmons that stretched as far as the eye could see. These persimmons are growing really well. "Ning girl, are you sure the fruit trees in this forest weren't taken care of by someone your family hired in recent years?" Jiang Guotian, who had been quiet all this time, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As an old farmer, he has farmed and planted fruit trees. I have never seen a persimmon tree with so many and such big persimmons. It was so heavy that it bent the branches. Wang Ying said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Ning has been away for the past few years, and there are only Aunt and the children at home. How can they have the energy to take care of such a large forest? And didn't you hear the village chief say that this land has been abandoned for more than 10 years and was only contracted after Ning came back? But look at how the forest is growing. Can it grow so well on its own?" Jiang Guotian really couldn't understand it. Jiang Wanting shrugged and joked, "Maybe this is God's reward for me returning home to farm." Chapter 75 Show Off. Although they knew this wasn't true, Li Hongyuan and the others listened and kindly echoed, "It's hard to say. I remember a lot of effort went into growing this orchard, but none of the fruit we grew was edible, so it slowly became abandoned. Isn't it? My dad and I helped plant those fruits." Speaking of this, Jiang Guotian was the most touched. After all, the orchard was the only one of its kind in the village. Having heard that selling fruit is very profitable, they also want to try it, but they are afraid that the investment will be too high and the crops may not survive. So everyone wants to see first whether other people's fruit trees can be successfully planted. If so, they will plant fruit trees on their own mountains. Therefore, during that period, I ran around and helped a lot. Unexpectedly, the fruit tree survived, but the fruit was not tasty and could not be sold at all. This also caused other people who wanted to plant fruit trees to suddenly lose the idea. He looked at the endless persimmon forest and couldn't help but sigh. Such a large forest. How many fruits can it produce? Oh, what a pity. If I could swap this for a rarer, more expensive fruit, I might actually make a fortune. Even a persimmon would be fine. This golden bullet is really too weak. What if I can't sell it? Speaking of this, everyone became worried about Jiang Wanting. It doesn't matter if the fruit can't be sold. After all, it didn't take much effort. But the salary for picking persimmons is not small. Jiang Wanning, however, looked unconcerned. Uncles and aunts, don't worry. These persimmons are selling well. In the past few days, all her supernatural powers have been concentrated on this persimmon forest. She has used up so much of her supernatural powers, and if she still can't sell it, then she won't farm this land anymore. Li Hanyuan was also a little worried. After all, he had tasted tomatoes, but he didn't know what persimmons tasted like. But in front of Jiang Guotian and others, he couldn't just pick them and eat them. Jiang Wanning could have clearly stated in the recruitment agreement, during the picking process, you are not allowed to eat the fruits in the orchard without permission. So he hurriedly urged them to work, and then asked Jiang Wanning to take him around and pick some persimmons to taste. Okay, stop rambling. Move quickly. Miss Ning paid you a high salary, and you can't let Miss Ning suffer any loss. Accountantly, you sound like we're going to take advantage of Ning Ning. A few people joked with each other and started moving their hands quickly. Uncles and aunts just start from this side and keep picking the fruits inwards. Pick all the fruits that are ripe. Jiang Wanning's fingers moved from east to west. Become. The aunts answered quickly while picking a large ripe tomato. Wow. I thought these persimmons were big before, but I didn't expect them to be this big. Each one must weigh nearly half a pound. Yeah, I've never seen persimmons this big. Even if they're sold at a lower price, with so many persimmons, they're sure to fetch a lot of money. The uncles were responsible for carrying the load. But when the basket is not full, they will help pick the fruits very consciously. Li Hanyuan also took the opportunity to suggest that Jiang Wanning take her around for a look. Ning girl, do you know approximately how many acres this persimmon forest is? Jiang Wanning, about 20 mu. Li Hanyuan nodded with satisfaction. Since he can tell how many he has planted, he must have considered it carefully. When he went up the mountain before, looking at the well-maintained mountain path, he already understood that this girl's statement about wanting to farm in the village was not just a casual remark. If these persimmons could be sold successfully, he wouldn't have to worry about her giving up halfway. Ning girl, tell me the truth. Can these persimmons really be sold after they're picked? Jiang Wanning watched Li Hanyuan glance at the big tomato next to him from time to time and swallow his saliva from time to time, and she suddenly understood. He took the initiative to pick the big tomato and handed it to Li Hanyuan. Uncle, try it first. Okay, I'll try it then. Li Hanyuan took it, didn't even wipe it, and bit it directly. The moment the persimmon entered his mouth, a refreshing sweetness filled his mouth. Even his throat seemed to smell the fragrance of persimmon. Delicious. This persimmon is so good. Are you sure this is the golden bullet variety? Golden bullets don't taste like this at all. It wasn't long since he had finished his breakfast, and now he had eaten about half a pound of persimmons. Li Hanyuan was so full that he burped. A sweet breath escaped from his mouth, making him sigh in satisfaction. I think your Uncle Guotian and the others might have made a mistake. This isn't a golden bullet at all. They probably just look similar, so they got it wrong. Jiang Wanning just smiled and didn't comment. No matter how they guessed, they couldn't guess it was the superpowers. After all, that's something that only exists in fantasy novels. After walking around the persimmon forest with Jiang Wanning for a while, Li Hanyuan became more and more surprised. I saw that the leaves on every persimmon tree had dried up and turned yellow and were constantly falling down due to the wind. Huge orange and red tomatoes are crowded together on the branches, too many to count. Judging from the growth, the yield per mu can reach 8,000 kilograms. Liumiwan Siga. But it's more than 8,000 kilograms. At least 10,000. But Jiang Wanning didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear of scaring Li Hanyuan. I don't know the details yet. I'll have to pick them all to find out. Li Hanyuan said with a tone full of experience. Definitely, it will not be less than 6,000 kilograms at least. Let's say 1 acre yields 6,000 caddies, so 20 acres would yield 120,000 caddies. Ning girl, with all these persimmons, have you figured out how to sell them? Jiang Wanning, I'll sell some in the city first. I've also opened an online store, and I'll sell it online when the time comes. Yes, sell them online. Young people like to buy things online these days. The kiwi fruit-growing village in the next county broadcasts live every year during the kiwi harvest season, and they sell thousands of kilograms a day. At this point, Li Hanyuan slapped his thigh and said with an annoyed look, yeah, we can also do live streaming. How could I have forgotten about this? Ning girl, you know about live streaming. If you don't know, you can ask Xiao Zhu. She buys things in the live streaming room every day, so she must know how to do it. At this moment, Jiang Wanning also looked annoyed. How could she forget such a good sales channel? Chapter 76, Good Boss. You should know that the original person also did live streaming to sell goods. However, after only a few days of selling, he couldn't help vomiting while eating in a live broadcast room. Not only was he fired by the merchant for this, but he also had to pay a large sum of liquidated damages. She remembered that when the live broadcast room had the most people, there were about 20,000 to 30,000 people. 20 to 30,000 potential customers. If everyone could place an order, 200,000 kilograms of persimmons would be sold out in minutes. Live streaming must be broadcast live. Although she is confident in the quality of the persimmons she grows, anyone who has tasted them will definitely be willing to pay for them. But now her two groups combined only have more than 100 members. How long will it take to sell nearly 200,000 kilograms of persimmons, relying on more than 100 people spreading word of mouth? But she was still thinking of repairing the house before the new year. At this time, Ning girl, Lally, I'm here. Jiang Dahai ran over breathlessly, holding an SLR camera. Speak of the devil, and here comes the devil. Dahai, you've arrived just in time. I told Ning Yadu that we could sell persimmons live. After all, there are more people online, so sales will be faster. Indeed, if we only rely on a small group in one region to sell so many persimmons, the market will be too small and easily saturated, resulting in poor sales. However, with live streaming, this problem doesn't exist. Consumers across the country and even around the world are our sales targets. When the higher-ups were developing the rural economy, they provided them with a lot of training in live streaming, and Jiang Dahai was very knowledgeable about it. Li Honyuan couldn't help but pour cold water on the topic, saying, but you have to find a big streamer to work with you. If you broadcast it yourself, you won't have traffic and won't be able to sell anything. Big streamers get very high commissions. Ido. Jiang Wanning looked eager to try. The original Daodu still has more than 10,000 fans. The pre-sale video released earlier now has hundreds of thousands of views. There are thousands of messages, although they're not nice words. But isn't that all traffic? Jiang Dahai and Li Hongyuan were both startled and looked at Jiang Wanning with suspicion in their eyes. After all, they had all seen the promotional video released by Jiang Wanning, and they had seen a lot of malicious comments towards Jiang Wanning on the internet. Are you sure? The voices on the internet are not pleasant. Jiang Dahai said worriedly. Jiang Wanning shrugged. I'm just a farmer. I don't care if they talk nicely or not. As long as I can sell my persimmons, that's all I need. If you really don't mind, this might actually be an opportunity. Li Hongyuan said seriously. In the internet age, how many people are willing to risk their lives just to gain traffic and attract attention? What does it matter if you get scolded a few times? With Jiang Wanning's popularity this time, I wonder how many people are jealous. Jiang Dahai also changed his mind and felt that this method might really be feasible. So, this live broadcast can really be done? If this really happens, then wouldn't their Wangshan village be considered to be on half of the TV? Yes. Jiang Wanning made the final decision. He casually threw out another question. But I don't have time to live broadcast. Do I need to find someone to do the live broadcast? After all, her original body's memory told her that the highlight of the live broadcast was 3, 2, 1, link up. Without a host, no one will post the link. I also sell wool. The Jiang family has old people and young people. As the pillar of the family, she has too many things to do and is simply too busy to handle it all. Several people looked at each other, and for a moment, they really couldn't find any good solution. Suddenly, there was a series of knocking sounds. I saw Li Honyuan turn on his mobile phone at some point, and the voice came from his phone. In fact, live streaming sales don't necessarily require a live streamer. You can take a look at this. As he said that, he handed over the phone. When a few people came forward, they saw a live broadcast room displayed on the mobile phone page. In the live broadcast room, there's a picture of two old men doing carpentry. Jiang Dahai clicked on the product list below, and a long list of handicrafts appeared in front of them. Li Honyuan, the camera in this live broadcast room is fixed. From morning to night, it shows the two elderly people doing carpentry work, and the small ornaments they make are the merchandise in the live broadcast room. Then I could just show the scene of picking persimmons or packing them in boxes, and then put the link in there. Jiang Wanning's face was filled with sudden enlightenment. The more I think about it, the better this method seems. By then, she won't even have to do it herself. When Aunt Wang and her friends went up the mountain, they could just put their phones on the mount. That's a good idea. Let's film the persimmon picking scene. This persimmon forest is so fascinating. Who knows, when the persimmons aren't popular, this forest might be. Many people want to come and visit. Jiang Dehai looked excited. Even Li Hanyuan looked excited when he heard it. If the persimmon forest becomes popular, doesn't that mean that their Wangshan village is also popular? So he couldn't help but urge her, Okay. Ning girl, why don't you start the live broadcast right now? Your Aunt Wang and the others have just started picking them. Jiang Dehai, not bad. My tripod is perfect for you. Jiang Wanning looked at the two members of the village committee who were even more anxious than she was, and suppressed her laughter as she said, Uncle Village Head, Uncle Accountant, there's no need to rush. I need my phone to contact clients, and if I want to live stream, I need to buy another one. In addition to mobile phones, there are also mobile phone holders and power banks. Of course, the most important thing is to ask Aunt Wang and their wishes. After all, the live broadcast will focus on them later. If they don't want to appear on camera, she will have to find someone else. Ning girl, are you saying that you will use your phone to broadcast live here and film us picking persimmons? Shen Aiju couldn't help but get excited. Jiang Wanning nodded. Yes. I wonder if you guys are willing to appear in a video. Oh, why wouldn't you like that? It's just a video, right? We do it sometimes ourselves. It's just that no one's watching you. Wang Ying continued with great interest. Li Yinyan also echoed. That's right. If the live video goes viral, then we can become famous too. Ha. Seeing that they all agreed, Jiang Wanning said, That's fine. Ants, from now on, you will be the protagonist of my live broadcast room. As long as you appear on camera, I will give you an extra 50 yuan a day on top of your original salary. Now Wang Ying and the other two were even happier. Oh my, they're such a good thing. Ning girl, we've met a good boss. Chapter 77, Who is more tired? Being famous and making money. Where else can you find such a good thing? Shen Aiju's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into slits, and she looked as if she had gotten a great bargain. Ning, don't worry. We will definitely behave well and will never embarrass you. Wang Ying patted his chest and made the promise, his face full of confidence. Oh, should we change your clothes? We've been thinking about working, so we've put on the worst clothes in the house. Li Yunyan tugged at her patched and washed-out clothes and said with some concern. Jiang Wanning smiled, her eyebrows curved. Ants, this is how you dress to work. No need to act pretentiously. Just be like you normally are, and that's all that matters in the future. Just be casual, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Wang Ying said seriously, that won't do. If they're too sloppy, it'll affect the live streaming business. We don't ask for fancy clothes, but we do want them to be clean and tidy. Don't you agree? Everyone nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Seeing their wives all smiling happily, Jiang Wutian and other men couldn't help but feel envious. Jiang Wutian scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. He said hesitantly, Hey, Ning, can you include us in the live broadcast? We don't want to raise, we just want to join in the fun. Jiang Qingtian and Jiang Liu grinned and nodded in agreement with Jiang Wutian's words. Why not? We need to include both picking and carrying scenes, and then we can film some packaging and boxing. Jiang Dehai agreed on behalf of Jiang Wanning without hesitation. The villagers who usually look a little dull are now full of energy, lively and cute. Their enthusiasm and initiative were beyond his expectations. After all, most people in the city value privacy. When taking a photo, they ask the other party to blur the image. Li Hanyuan looked at Jiang Wanning and suggested, Ning, if you're busy, why not hand over the live broadcast to Aunt Wang and the others during the harvest period? Every day when they go up the mountain, they bring their mobile phones and tripods for live streaming. After determining the picking range, they point the phone steadily at that area. As he spoke, Li Hanyuan walked to Jiang Dehai, took the tripod from his hand, and started demonstrating on the spot. Just like this, fix your phone here. Wang Ying, before you start picking, remember to turn on the live broadcast room. After that, you don't have to worry about it. Those who need to pick persimmons, pick their persimmons. And those who need to carry their loads, carry their loads. As long as people enter this shooting area, they will be automatically recorded. When you go down the mountain, just turn off the live broadcast and bring your phone back. Wang Ying's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he couldn't help but applaud. That's a great idea. I can do it. Ning, leave it to me. I'll pick up your phone before I go up the mountain, and then return it to you when I get down. I guarantee it'll be safe and sound. Everyone was discussing the matter enthusiastically. It didn't take long to finalize all the details of the live broadcast. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Wanning couldn't resist and nodded immediately. Okay, I'll have someone send over the phones this afternoon and give them to you. We'll start the live broadcast this afternoon. The original sales start time marked in the pre-sale video was also 5 p.m. today. I don't think it would have any impact if we move the time forward a few hours. It just so happened that Zhou Haijun would come to pick up the express delivery of live fish in the afternoon, so I could ask him to help by mobile phone and bring it over. When they were preparing to go down the mountain, Wang Ying and his friends had already skillfully picked several large baskets of persimmons. On the side, Jiang Wutian and 3 others were already prepared and planned to carry the persimmons down the mountain. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning simply walked forward and prepared to carry 2 baskets down the mountain. "Hey, Ningning, what are you doing? These 2 baskets of persimmons weigh over 100 pounds. How can you lift them?" Before Chen Aiju finished her exclamation, everyone was surprised to see Jiang Wanning carrying a load with ease. The man did not look like he was trying at all, as if the pole under him was not carrying heavy persimmons, but light cotton. "Hence, I'll go back first. When the phone arrives, I'll bring it up to you." Jiang Wanning finished speaking without blushing or panting, and then walked forward with brisk steps. Her posture was so light that it seemed as if the 2 baskets of persimmons on her shoulders did not exist at all, and did not hinder her movements at all. Jiang Wutian and others who were walking in front heard the noise behind them and were about to turn around to check. Then they saw a slender figure carrying 2 baskets of persimmons steadily, passing by them lightly. This is Ningning." Jiang Wutian widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. When did Ningning become so strong? Jiang Liu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Li Hongyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm. "What are you guys still doing here? Don't let Ningning get down the mountain, and you still be stuck halfway up the mountain. That would be embarrassing." Everyone had the same expression. In fact, Jiang Wanning's delicate appearance and slender figure are too inconsistent with her amazing strength. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Shichen was still taking online classes in his room, while the old lady was folding cardboard boxes with Grandma Wu. Jiang Wanning customized it online and uses it to store persimmons. Just pulled it back from the rapid transit station 2 days ago. There are 1 gene, 5 gene, and 10 gene packages. These are also the 3 specifications that Jiang Wanning plans to sell online. The 1-pound package is a sample package. If you eat well, you could buy 5 or 10 kilograms. One of the 2 old ladies folded the cardboard box while the other put transparent tape on the bottom. It is also very easy to do. Then, when they first saw Jiang Wanning carrying the load, their eyes instantly widened into disbelief. Their brows were twisted into the shape of the Chinese character Chan, and their heartache and anxiety were beyond words. "Dahai, you just gonna watch Ningning pick up these 2 baskets of persimmons? That's just ridiculous. What if Ningning gets hurt from all the hard work?" Wu Guixiang was reluctant to blame Jiang Wanning, so she directed all her attacks at Jiang Dahai, who was panting from exhaustion from chasing Jiang Wanning. Jiang Dahai supported his old waist with both hands and was speechless when he heard Grandma Wu scolding. "Aunt Wu, why don't you take a look and see who looks more tired between me and Ning Girl?" As he spoke, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with his hand. Chapter 78, Buying Fish. Grandma Wu looked Jiang Dahai up and down, curled her lips, and said with disdain, "Dahai, you have been the village chief for a long time, and your health is not as good as before. I think you were a good hand in the village back then. How did you become like this now?" He felt wronged, but he didn't say it. This half-hour downhill journey was compressed into 10 minutes, and anyone would be out of breath. Moreover, Jiang Wutian and others who went down the mountain with him are nowhere to be seen. The old lady next to her was pulling Jiang Wanning up and down to check her. Her words were filled with disapproval. "Ningning, Grandma knows you're strong, but you can't be so arrogant. These 2 baskets of persimmons are so heavy, and we're walking downhill. What if you get hurt?" Jiang Wanning bent down, put her arm around the old lady's shoulders, and said soothingly, "Grandma, just keep your heart in your stomach. I know what's going on. I know what's going on." After that, she reached out and pulled the persimmons from the 2 baskets, then turned to Grandma Wu and said, "Grandma Wu, let's put these persimmons in bags, 5 pounds per bag, and then put them directly back into the baskets. It's okay to have a few more ounces per bag, but it can't be less." Most of the persimmons picked today were orders from the Jiang family vegetable basket #1 group. It's either 5 or 10 kilograms. The size of the bag is 5 kilograms, which makes it convenient to distribute when the time comes. Take it directly to the vegetable market tomorrow morning. It would be a waste to pack in boxes. After all, boxes are also an expense. Okay, Grandma Wu responded promptly and started working swiftly. The old lady had nothing to do, so she joined in. Jiang Dehai walked out of the main room with a large glass of boiled water in his hand. Seeing that the persimmons had already been packed into bags, he hurried over. Auntie, weigh the persimmons now. If people don't want so many when the time comes, wouldn't it be a waste of weight? The old lady kept moving her hands and said with a smile, "This is a reservation from a customer who bought tomatoes before. We'll pack it now, and Ningning will take it directly to the city tomorrow." Jiang Dehai was really shocked this time. Some people have already bought them. Have they tasted the persimmons? If that's the case, I can understand it. Otherwise, anyone who sees this persimmon that looks like a golden bullet will take a detour. The old lady smiled and shook her head. No, maybe they think our tomatoes are delicious, so they believe our persimmons will taste good too. Jiang Dehai, isn't this trust too rash? Fortunately, the persimmons taste really good, so they won't be disappointed if they buy them. By the way, where's Ningning? The old lady said. She went to the bamboo forest behind and said she wanted to cut a bamboo stick to make a fishing rod. Upon hearing this, Wu Guixiang asked curiously, Ningning, do you want to go fishing? But there's no place to fish here except for a few streams. The old lady smiled and pointed at the pond in front of her. A few days ago, a fish jumped out of the pond by itself and was picked up by Xian and the others. I guess Ningning wants to try it too. Jiang Dehai didn't care about Jiang Wanning's fishing at the moment. His eyes were fixed on the persimmon. Auntie, the persimmons in your house are so delicious. How about selling me 5 pounds? The old lady waved her hand and said, They are just persimmons. Dehai, if you want to eat some, just take a bag back. Jiang Dehai insisted, That won't do. These persimmons taste so good, they might fetch a good price. I can't just take them for free. I'll buy 5 pounds, and I'll pay whatever I want. When the old lady heard this, she looked embarrassed. It's hard to say the price. The main reason was that the price Jiang Wanning set was really high, and she was a little hesitant to open her mouth for a while. Besides, considering everything the village chief has done for their family over the years, how could she accept the money? Thinking of this, the old lady reached out and grabbed a bag of persimmons without saying a word and stuffed it into Jiang Dehai's hand. Just take it if I tell you to. Don't be so nagging. Haven't you helped our family enough over the years? You're asking me to pay for a few persimmons. Isn't that embarrassing? Seeing the old lady's firm attitude, Jiang Dehai knew that refusing would seem awkward, so he accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Annie. I'll give these persimmons to my sons and ask them to help promote them. Annie, to be honest, these persimmons are grown so well. I think it would be great for Ningning to stay at home. She could take care of the family and still earn money. I think your family will have better and better lives in the future. These words made the old lady very happy. She smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits, and the wrinkles on her face were filled with joy. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, Ha, I don't expect to make a lot of money. As long as the children are healthy and safe, that's all I need. The three of them were chatting enthusiastically when Jiang Wanning came back. In one hand, he held a thin bamboo stick, and in the other, he held a persimmon. Ning girl, what are you holding in your hand? Jiang Dehai asked curiously. My fishing rod for fishing later. Jiang Wanning raised the bamboo pole in her hand and explained with a smile. Then she asked the old lady for the cotton thread in her home. She wanted to use nylon thread, but she didn't have any at home. Fortunately, this cotton thread is used by the old lady to sew shoe soles, and it is very strong. Catching a few fish shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Dehai watched with interest. He saw Jiang Wanning first pull the cotton thread and fix it to one end of the thin bamboo pole. Then he took out an embroidery needle and carefully roasted it over the fire. Until the embroidery needle was burned red, she slowly bent it into the shape of a fishhook. Seeing her playful tricks, Jiang Dehai couldn't help but pour cold water on her. Ning girl, let's not talk about your homemade fishing rod being too crude and not catching any fish at all. You might as well find a net and fish in the pond instead. Jiang Wanning, however, looked confident. Uncle Village Chief, what if I catch it? Jiang Dehai said stubbornly, Impossible. If you can really catch it, I will give you the fishing rod my son gave me. Then you'll have to watch. Jiang Wanning grinned, and with a flick, she threw the fishhook with a piece of persimmon flesh on it into the pond. Jiang Dehai was stunned. You use persimmons to fish? Jiang Wanning nodded innocently. Persimmons are so delicious, the fish will definitely take the bait. Jiang Dehai was extremely speechless. Come see. Nothing happens. Jiang Dehai was sitting on the side, about to say a few words about his fishing experience, when he saw the water around the fishing line suddenly boil. Take a closer look. There are a lot of fish tumbling below. At the same time, the fishing rod in Jiang Wanning's hand suddenly bent down. It's hooked. Quick, pull the line. Jiang Dahai shouted excitedly. He wished he could just snatch the fishing rod from Jiang Wanning's hand and take her place. In contrast, Jiang Wanning was very calm, as if everything was within her expectations. After all, she had added extra powers to that persimmon. Chapter 79 Genius. Jiang Wanning pulled up the fishing line casually. A fish that looked not small was thrown up. Jiang Dahai caught the fish immediately, his face full of disbelief. Wow, such a big silver carp. It must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds. Then he immediately ran to the scale, and the fish, including the basin, weighed more than 5 kilograms. After removing the weight of the plastic basin, the net weight of the fish is over 5 kilograms. Auntie, when did you start raising fish this big in your pond? Jiang Dahai asked curiously. As far as I can remember, this pond was dug when Jiang Lei's father was still alive. During this period, I also raised fish for a few years, but I didn't do very well. I gave up later. The pond was gradually abandoned. When Jiang Lei was here, it was cleaned once a year at most. This is to prevent the silt inside from accumulating thicker and causing the pond to be filled up, which would waste the cost of digging the pond. After Jiang Lei and his wife passed away, there was no news at all. You can tell by looking at the messy aquatic plants growing on the water surface. Jiang Yue, we don't have the time to raise fish. I guess they're just some old fish left over from when we cleaned the pond. They grew up on their own. Jiang Dahai was still puzzled. This is silver carp, not some other fish? Could it be that Lazy put some fish fry in there before? But when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. It has been almost 5 or 6 years since Jiang Lei and his wife passed away. If these were really the fish fry released by Jiang Lei, they couldn't have been this big after so many years. Jiang Yue seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, then it was probably Xian Xian and Tong Tong who put it there. Jiang Dahai was even more curious after hearing this. How old are Xian Xian and Tong Tong? Where did these little fish come from? Didn't you give it to them? Jiang Yue said with a smile. Every time you came back from fishing, you would bring back a bucket of small fish for Xian Xian and Tong Tong to play with. In the end, they kept the fish in the bucket, saying they would catch them and eat them when they grew up. I didn't expect them to really grow up. Several people looked at Jiang Dahai together. Jiang Dahai seemed to have thought of something, and his old face flushed slightly. That was because every time he went fishing in town, he only caught some thumb-sized fish. He was reluctant to throw them away, but was also afraid of being ridiculed by his wife if he took them home. So I would give it to the kids to play with. Jiang Dahai thought about the small fish he had caught, and then looked at the silver carp in front of him that was as long as his arm. No matter how you look at it, you can't associate the two together. At this moment, Grandma Wu exclaimed. They all turned around and saw Jiang Wanning throwing up another big fish. Jiang Dahai rushed over quickly. Take a closer look. Good job. It's still a black carp, and it looks a little bigger than a silver carp. When I weighed it, it was almost 7 kilograms. Chen Shun, please help get some water to raise these fish. I also fed them a little bit of supernatural power to enhance their vitality. When Lin Shichen heard that Jiang Wanning had returned, he came out as soon as he finished his online class. I was just afraid of interacting with people, so I hid in a corner. When he heard Jiang Wanning's call, he immediately ran to get some water excitedly. At this moment, Jiang Dahai didn't care how the fish grew so big in this abandoned pond. Her mind and eyes were filled with the fishing rod in Jiang Wanning's hand. A bamboo pole, a piece of cotton thread, an embroidery needle, and a few pieces of persimmon flesh. With such outrageous fishing equipment, he caught 2 big fish in less than 10 minutes. With this record, why would he buy a nanoboron fiber fishing rod? So he asked with a shameless face, Ning girl, didn't you say you were busy before? How about letting your uncle help you fish? Jiang Wanning. Why should I trouble you, village chief? It's just a few fish, it will be quick. No trouble, no trouble. Jiang Dahai said, Little Ning, stop envying your uncle. Jiang Wanning, upholding the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, handed over the fishing rod. Uncle Village Chief, just catch 6 fish of similar size. 4 express deliveries were sent out. 1 was kept for dinner, and 1 was given to the village chief. Just consider it as a way to thank him for sponsoring the fish fry. Jiang Dahai happily took it and hung a small piece of persimmon flesh on it. Before I even sat down properly, I felt a pulling force from the fishing rod. Bait, bait. This persimmon is truly amazing. He quickly stood up and quickly put the club away. When he saw the big crucian carp hanging on the hook, he was so happy that his teeth popped out. Haha, I caught a fish. I caught a fish. Now I wonder who dares to call me an Air Force guy again. Seeing Lin Shichen coming, he wanted to put the fish into the basin. Wait a moment. Just wait a moment. Jiang Dahai dodged sideways and shouted to Jiang Wanning, Ning girl, hurry up, take a picture for me. He took photos in various poses, then selected the most satisfactory photo, put it in a 9-square grid, and posted it on his moments. Where the heart is set, the fish will take the bait. Jiang Wanning looked at the copy and couldn't help but feel a pang of discontent. I didn't expect that the bold and rough village chief also has such artistic talent. After showing off, Jiang Dahai became very proud. I keep refreshing the page, waiting for the envious and jealous comments from fellow anglers, and then show off again. Unexpectedly, what I waited for was, where did you buy this crucian carp? Haha, I've used this trick a long time ago. Old man, just pretend if you want to. But why do you have to buy such a big one? It's too fake. Jiang Dahai looked at these messages and was almost angry to death. He angrily typed out a series of replies. I'm not as hypocritical as you, lying when you can't catch any fish. This is what I caught. Anyone who lies is a jerk. Good, good. What you fished for wasn't good enough. You're not young anymore. Why are you still so irritable? Watch your blood pressure. It was obvious from the tone that it was just to please him. Lin Shichen, who was waiting for him to catch the fish, was very confused when he saw Jiang Dahai jumping around anxiously. The occasional glances seemed to be saying, You caught such a big fish. Why are you still angry? Jiang Dahai said angrily, I told them I caught a big fish, but they didn't believe me. Photos. Lin Shichen was puzzled and uttered 2 words softly. Of course, he had never caught such a big fish in his fishing career. Jiang Dahai is a very proud person, so of course he would not expose his shortcomings. I can only sulk by myself. Jiang Wanning couldn't understand the fisherman's thoughts, but she still patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Uncle Village Chief, if they don't believe it, then you can fish for them. If they see it, they'll believe it, right? Jiang Dahai had an idea when he heard this. Chapter 80, Don't Believe. Yes. If they don't believe the photos, he could take a video of fishing and show it to them. Haha, Ning girl, you're really smart. Come on, Shin Shun, hold the phone for me. When I'm fishing, you take pictures of me, okay? So the 3 big fish gave him confidence, and he never thought about whether he could catch such a big fish again. Lin Shichen wanted to step back somewhat reluctantly, but then she heard Jiang Wanning say, Chun Shun, help the village chief take good pictures and supervise him fishing. I want 6 more fish. For his sister, he gritted his teeth and took the phone. Uncle, hurry up, my sister wants 6 fish. It seems like he really wants to help his sister supervise the work. Jiang Dahai swung his fishing rod and threw the hook into the pond. An old man and a young boy just stared at the water, until ripples began to appear on the water's surface, and then became more and more violent. Fish, Lin Shichen reminded. Jiang Dahai was very excited, but he still wanted to keep a video as evidence. I know. Hold the phone steady and make sure you can capture a clear shot of me fishing. As he spoke, he lifted his hands up with force. A big fish, still swinging its tail vigorously, was thrown up. Lin Shichen obediently held the phone and pointed it at Dayu and the village chief. Jiang Dahai took the fish off the hook, and then, without caring about his clothes, he held it in his arms. He looked at the camera of his mobile phone with a smug look on his face and said, Hey guys, did you see it clearly? I caught it. If you still don't understand, I'll catch another one for you to see later. Ha ha ha. After showing off, he quickly put the fish into the basin and then checked the video on his phone. Well, from the time he hooked the persimmon flesh, swung the club, to the time he finished the club, the picture of the fish being hooked in the middle is a little blurry, but it doesn't affect it at all. So I uploaded the original video and posted it on WeChat Moments. Can you see it clearly? If not, I'll go catch another one. Having said that, he happily refreshed the page, waiting for the reactions of those old guys. Lin Shichen was waiting on the side, and when he saw that the village chief was taking no action, he became a little anxious. Thinking of the 6 tasks his sister mentioned, he looked at the fishing rod placed on the ground. I thought about the village chief's fishing actions just now. Hang persimmon flesh on the fish hook, then put the hook into the water. When you see the water moving, pull up the fishing rod. Jiang Dehai was completely immersed in the flattery from his friend's circle at this moment and couldn't extricate himself. Holy shit, you really caught it. Lao Jiang, where did you go for further studies? Nothing more to say, awesome. Bro, please share your fishing spot. Please take me. I want to catch big fish too. Why does your fishing rod look so strange? Is it some kind of fishing artifact? Seeing this, Jiang Dehai couldn't help but burst into laughter. My eldest niece made a fishing rod out of a bamboo pole, cotton thread, and an embroidery needle, and used it casually. That cocky tone really deserves a beating. I was just about to take a photo of the simple fishing rod and show it to them so they could take a closer look. A phone call came in. Caller ID, Lao Zhang, a fishing friend who lives in the same community with his son. The two of them often made plans to go fishing at the reservoir. They are fishing friends and also sworn enemies. The other person is luckier than him and can always bring home a few kilograms of fish every time. It makes him seem even more useless. Now seeing the call from him, Jiang Dehai straightened up immediately. Hey, Lao Zhang, didn't you say you found a great fishing spot? How's your catch so far? Lao Zhang, who was in the conversation, was so choked by the tone that he almost hung up the phone. Anzai, Lao Ziang, tell me your location right now. I'll come find you. When Jiang Dehai heard this, he subconsciously refused. Joke. He had finally found this great fishing spot, and he hadn't even caught enough fish himself, so how could he possibly share it with others? However, on second thought, I felt that it would be a good idea to let Lao Zhang come over. Maybe I can even sell him some of Ning Yada's persimmons. That old guy retired a few years ago. Every day I'm either looking for a good place to eat or a place to fish. If you let him taste persimmon, I'm sure he will be attracted to it. Then, this is my eldest niece's pond. I need to ask her first if she's willing to let you come over. Lao Zhang urged on the phone. Then just ask. Just say I can pay. Just like at those fishing spots. Jiang Dehai. Okay, I'll go ask first and call you back later. After hanging up the phone, he wanted to find Jiang Wanning, and then he saw Lin Shichen holding a Big Mac and putting it into the basin of water. He was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. It's called a Big Mac, and it really is huge. It was half the size of his body. This fairly large plastic basin in front of me seems to be unable to hold it. Chun-chun, did you catch this fish? The fish in his arms kept twisting and wagging its tail, and Lin Shichen had a hard time holding it. Seeing this, Jiang Dehai hurried over to help. After a lot of effort, the two of them finally lifted the big fish up. Then I found a large plastic bucket to put it in. After weighing it roughly, it weighed 12 pounds. Jiang Dehai's original sense of pride and accomplishment seemed to be dampened. He silently took out his cell phone and took a photo of the big fish and the electronic scale. Then sent it to Lao Zhang. You can't bear this kind of blow alone. Soon, Lao Zhang sent one exclamation emoticon after another. Finally, add one more sentence. Have you asked for me? I can offer double the price. At this moment, Jiang Wanning is counting the number of persimmon orders from the Jiang family vegetable basket #1 group. The number of orders is much higher than the previous tomatoes. But compared with the proportion of orders placed in the group, it is much less. Originally, there were only 10 people in the group, and all 10 of them were vying for the spot and placing orders in a rush. However, the group now has nearly 100 members. But the number of people who placed orders accounted for less than 1/3 of them. Jiang Wanning understood that they were all put off by the persimmon's appearance. She's not in a hurry either. Anyway, she knows best the quality of her own persimmons. Anyone who has tasted it will have nothing to say about it. So I sent a message in the group. Pick up the goods at the Yuanxiao vegetable market parking lot at the usual time tomorrow. If you're interested, you can come over tomorrow and we will give you a persimmon for free. Please feel free to try it. Sure enough, people who had never been very fond of persimmons immediately jumped out after seeing such remarks. Wow, Boss Jiang, if it's free to taste, then I will definitely go and show my support. Hey, actually, I really get scared when I see these persimmons. They're a true haunt of my childhood. If you guys go try them tomorrow, remember to come back and tell me what they taste like. I like persimmons, but I don't like the golden bullet ones. If they are really delicious, I will definitely buy them. Persimmons at 40 yuan per pound. You must try them. Chapter 81 Prices in a Small County. Sure enough, as long as it's free, no matter whether it tastes good or not, or whether there are any shadows, there will always be people who want to try it. As long as they have a taste, Jiang Wanning is not afraid that they will not come back. If the subsequent response is good, we can try it in the live broadcast room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jiang Dehai walking in from outside with a depressed look on his face. Uncle Village Chief, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wanning asked curiously. Didn't you have fun fishing before? This old man's heart is like a needle in the sea. Can't guess. Jiang Dahai shook off his inexplicable jealousy and said seriously, Ning girl, I have something to tell you. A fishing friend of mine saw my fishing video and wants to come over to your pond to fish. Is that convenient for you? Jiang Wanning was a little confused. He wants to buy my fish? Jiang Dahai sat down opposite Jiang Wanning and picked up the kettle on the table to add water to his cup. No, he mainly wants to catch your fish. He can also buy the fish he catches. Jiang Wanning didn't understand the difference. But if someone wanted to buy her fish, she would naturally agree. Before releasing new fry, the pond needs to be cleaned. The fish caught at that time must also be sold. They can fish by themselves and savor the trouble. If we can buy all the fish we catch, anyone who wants to come and fish can. Jiang Wanning responded readily. Okay, then I'll promote you in the fishing group. When they come over, you can let them taste the persimmons, and I'm sure you'll be able to sell some. Thinking of the group of people in his circle of friends who were screaming at him to share his address, Jiang Dahai took out his cell phone and prepared to send them a message. After sending the message, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis again. In the fishing circle, he is a well-known Air Force guy. Now, with great difficulty, I have managed to gain some face thanks to the pond at Ning Yada's house. If we wait until all those old guys come over, what if he comes last again? At this moment, Jiang Wanning's attention has returned to the chat content in the group. When she heard someone mention how to eat persimmon cakes, she was tempted. I quickly went to search for the prices of processed and finished persimmon cakes. Jiang Dahai looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing that Jiang Wanning ignored him, he finally spoke reluctantly. Ning girl, it's not that I want to pry you apart. I'm just curious why the fish in your pond are so easily caught. Is it because of the fishing rod, the bait, or the fish? There has to be a reason. Otherwise, he won't be able to catch any fish anywhere. No one would believe that I have become an expert at catching fish with one shot at a time. But the fishing rod is the simplest homemade fishing rod. The bait is persimmons from the Jiang family orchard. Fish. Could it be that this fish is stupid? Jiang Dahai wanted to figure out the secret to successful fishing so that he wouldn't be left hanging when those old guys came. Jiang Wanning couldn't say for sure because those fish were attracted by the supernatural power. So he said it another way, because I use persimmons from my garden. Persimmon? Jiang Dahai was stunned. There are various types of fishing baits available on the market. It is usually formulated based on the taste preferences and habits of the target fish species. For example, Crucian carp likes light-colored bait, while carp prefer dark-colored bait. This will increase your fishing success rate. But your persimmons are indeed delicious? Could it be because of this? That's right, persimmons taste good and fish like to eat them, so they're hooked, right? Jiang Wanning spoke nonsense very calmly. There was unquestionable confidence in his tone. This made Jiang Dahai believe it a little. Ning girl, are you sure you're not kidding me? Don't make fun of me. Jiang Wanning. Uncle Village Chief, what good can I get from fooling you? If you don't believe me, why don't you try it yourself? Just give it a try. If it was really because of the persimmons from Ning Yada's house, then does that mean that he could also catch fish in other places? Just use this persimmon. Jiang Dahai ran out excitedly. Then he also brought Lin Shichen along as a reference. Finally, it was verified that Jiang Wanning really did not fool him. The persimmons they have are really popular with fish. Ha ha ha. He was so happy when he thought about how he would stand out in front of all the old guys. I completely forgot that when that group of fishing friends come, they will know the secret of the persimmon sooner or later. Otherwise, the fish in that small pond wouldn't like the regular bait. Seeing Jiang Dahai preparing to leave, Jiang Wanning quickly added, Uncle Village Chief, tell your friends in advance that my fish is 50 yuan per pound. No bargaining. Jiang Dahai was so frightened that he almost stumbled. How much? How much per pound do you think this fish is? Jiang Wanning said calmly, 50. Any problem? 50 yuan per pound, and asked him if there was any problem. Jiang Dahai felt that there was really something wrong with Jiang Wanning. Ning girl, you might be used to living in a big city like Beijing, and you don't understand the prices in our small county. He turned around and prepared to talk to her about the prices in lynching. But before he could even begin, Jiang Wanning asked with a puzzled look on his face, Uncle, do you think 50 yuan a pound is too expensive? Jiang Dahai nodded. That's quite expensive. In the supermarket, except for some rare species, sea fish is usually around 20 yuan, and river fish is relatively cheaper, usually around 10 yuan. Your 50 yuan per caddy is almost as expensive as imported deep-sea fish. But my tomatoes are 30 yuan per pound, and persimmons are 40 yuan per pound. This fish can't be cheaper than tomatoes and persimmons, right? Jiang Wanning looked as if it was a matter of course. Wild fish, not feed-fed, are inherently expensive. Add to that supernatural powers. She felt that she had sold it too cheaply. Just when she was wondering whether she should raise the price a little more, she saw Jiang Dehai looking like he was about to faint. Persimmon. How much is a pound of persimmon? Jiang Dehai felt that his brain was lacking oxygen, and he couldn't think anymore. Jiang Wanning patiently answered, 40, didn't I tell you before? When did you tell me? Jiang Dehai's face was filled with resentment. If he had said it, if he told it, it seemed like there was nothing he could do. Chapter 82 Satisfied. Tomatoes for 30 yuan per pound, persimmons for 40 yuan per pound, fish for 50 yuan per pound. Oh my god. Although, the tomatoes and persimmons do taste very good. But how can this girl afford such an expensive price? Ning girl, are you sure you can sell them at such a high price? There's so many persimmons here. If you can't sell them, they will just be sitting there and you'll lose money, right? As the old saying goes, small profits, but quick turnover. That's the key to doing business. Jiang Dehai spoke with a serious expression and gave gentle persuasion. Uncle Village Chief, I'm already making a small profit. If I sell it any cheaper, I'll lose money. Jiang Wanning felt really wronged. That's a superpower. Even in the end times, the price will be determined by crystal cores. You know, the exchange rate between crystal cores and gold and silver is thousands of times different. But she knew in her heart that the village chief was genuinely thinking about her. So she found the order form from the Jiang family vegetable basket number 1 group and handed it to him. Uncle Village Chief, don't worry. As long as my food is delicious, there will be no shortage of buyers. Look, this is the order for persimmons. I've already paid for them, and they'll be shipped to the city tomorrow morning. Jiang Dehai widened his eyes and looked at the number of orders in front of him in disbelief. This much. There are actually so many people willing to buy it at 40 yuan per pound. Uncle Village Chief, Ningning's persimmons are sold at 40 yuan per pound, which is really not expensive at all. The speaker was Zhu Jingjing. It's still the bank uniform of white shirt and black pants. Seeing everyone looking at her, she shook the document bag in her hand and said, the loan has been approved. She came to deliver documents. You know, she was the one who got this job, who made her the first person to discover the tomatoes in the Jiang family's vegetable basket and share them with everyone. This time she came not only to deliver documents, but also with the task of purchasing goods. Try the persimmons. If they're delicious, take a few boxes home. As soon as I arrived, I heard the village chief's exclamation, so I shouted into the house at the top of my voice. Uncle Village Chief, think about it. Those imported fruits in the supermarket are often dozens of yuan a pound, and they don't even taste as good as Wan Ning's tomatoes, yet a lot of people still buy them, don't they? Jiang Dehai subconsciously retorted, that's different. Imported goods have a high cost, so the price is naturally higher. Why is it different? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jingjing's face was filled with dissatisfaction. When we consumers buy things, what we value most is taste and quality. If the imported goods are indeed better quality than ours, and the price is a little higher, everyone will accept it. But if their quality is worse than ours, but the price is ridiculously high, why should we be the ones being taken advantage of? Jiang Dehai was speechless for a moment. But on second thought, this is indeed the truth. Especially the entrance stuff. Of course, I choose whoever tastes better. It doesn't matter whether you import it or produce it in your own land. Uncle Village Chief, you can rest assured. Wan Ning's things will sell well. When the time comes, just wait for her to lead your village to prosperity. Zhu Jingjing looked at the village chief who lowered his head and did not respond to her words for a long time. My heart skipped a beat, and I wonder if I'd said something too harsh just now, embarrassing the village chief and making him angry. She tiptoed over quickly and discovered that the village chief was concentrating on writing a message on his mobile phone. The message displayed on the screen was, Note, my niece's fish is wild-caught, not feed-fed. While the price is relatively high, it's definitely worth it. If you're bothered by the price, don't come here. Big Crucian carp, big silver carp, big black carp. Fixed price, 50 yuan per caddy. Zhu Jingjing watched and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This old man was just being stubborn, but now he turns around and helps with publicity. However, her attention was soon attracted by the price of 50 per caddy. Wan Ning, can I buy this fish from your shop? Zhu Jingjing's eyes lit up, and she looked at Jiang Wanning with surprise, as if she had discovered some treasure. Jiang Wanning raised her eyebrows slightly. You want to buy it? Zhu Jingjing nodded hurriedly. Buy. Such delicious fish. How can I not let my parents taste it too? Such a good thing must be enjoyed by the whole family. How do you know this fish is delicious? At this moment, Jiang Dahai was being questioned by several old friends in the group, and he felt uneasy. After all, I haven't tasted this fish, so I really don't know how to praise it so that everyone will be convinced. Hearing Zhu Jingjing's words, he quickly asked, Have you eaten it? Zhu Jingjing said unconvincedly, I haven't tried it, but that doesn't stop me from trusting the products made by Wan Ning's family. After hearing this, Jiang Dahai felt much better, but he still looked at Wan Ning and then at the fish from time to time, and his saliva was about to flow out from the corners of his mouth. Jiang Wanning instantly understood what he meant and immediately shouted to Jiang Yuei in the yard. Grandma Wu, the village chief, and Comrade Xiao Zhu are staying for lunch. Please cook some more rice. Okay. Wu Gui Xiang. Then I'll add another cup of rice. You girl, when did I say I wanted to stay for dinner? Jiang Dahai blushed a little. Alas, I'm already old, but I was eagerly waiting for something because of my stuttering, and this little girl even saw through it. It is really embarrassing. Uncle Village Chief, you caught this crucian carp. Don't you want to know what your trophy tastes like? Besides, after you taste it, you can help me promote it better, right? After all, delicious food can only be convincing if you experience it yourself. Jiang Dahai coughed lightly and said seriously, That's right. If this fish is really that delicious, I'll definitely promote it to my friends when they get here. After saying that, he looked at Zhu Jingjing and said, Xiao Zhu, didn't you just say you wanted to buy some fish? Buy a few, and I'll help you catch them. Jiang Wanning added, I just happen to have an appointment with a courier to pick up your package this afternoon. If you need it delivered, I'll send it to you all at once. Zhu Jingjing looked at Jiang Dahai in disbelief. Uncle Village Chief, can you catch fish now? Hey, Xiao Zhu, what are you talking about? What do you mean I can catch fish too? When Jiang Dahai heard that his fishing skills were being questioned, he immediately became unhappy. With a glare on his face, he feigned anger and said, Come on, today I must show you what a true fishing master is. I'll let you know that I'm not just a name. After saying that, he straightened his back, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the yard with big strides and a heroic and confident look. Zhu Jingjing and Jiang Wanning looked at each other and hurriedly followed, feeling both amused and helpless. Chapter 83. The Filial Piety of a Niece. Dahai Xiaozhu, it's time to eat. Wu Guixiang shouted at the top of her voice towards the pond. Jiang Dahai used Jiang Wanning's persimmon bait to catch 3 big fish in one breath. Show off in front of Xiaozhu. At this moment, he was very excited and was reluctant to put down the fishing rod. However, just when he was about to show his skills again, when he turned around, he found that Comrade Xiaozhu, who had been squatting beside him and constantly exclaiming and praising, had suddenly disappeared. Alas, without the support of the crowd, my interest in fishing has dropped by half. He sighed helplessly, put away his fishing rod in disappointment, and walked slowly towards the house. Wow, this crucian carp stewed with tofu is almost making me dizzy. Grandma Jiang, your cooking skills are simply amazing. It's no exaggeration to say that you can rival a Michelin chef. As soon as Zhu Jingjing entered the room, her eyes were attracted by the large pot of steaming crucian carp stewed with tofu on the table. The milky white soup is thick and fragrant. Chunks of fresh and tender tofu are faintly visible in it, and the crucian carp is stewed to perfection. The fish skin is slightly golden and dotted with chopped green onions and coriander. The color is extremely tempting. The rich aroma hit Zhu Jingjing's nose, instantly arousing her appetite. I almost couldn't hold back the saliva that kept flowing out. Grandma Wu set the table and said with a smile, Xiao Zhu, you are wrong. All the dishes on the table today were made by Chun Shan. Is all this done by Chun Shan? Zhu Jingjing widened her eyes, looking as if she had heard something out of the ordinary. This was the first time he met Lin Shichen. The village chief said that he was Jiang Wanning's cousin and was also an autistic person. She was still lamenting in her heart that Jiang Wanning had a heavy burden. There are old and young people in the family, and now there is a special patient. But now, the delicious food on the table before her was actually made by the autistic boy. How could Zhu Jingjing not be surprised? Even though there are only 3 dishes on the table. The main course is crucian carp stewed with tofu, served with scrambled eggs with wild onions and vegetable meatball soup. But just looking at the bright colors, smelling the tempting aroma wafting in the air, and looking at the carefully arranged dishes. Anyone who doesn't know the dish would think it's the work of a famous chef. After everyone was seated, the old lady smiled and said, "We haven't prepared any delicious dishes at home, so please don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home and eat whatever you want." As soon as the old lady finished speaking, everyone's chopsticks reached out to the crucian carp stewed with tofu placed in the center of the table. The first bite of fish meat, the tender texture and rich flavor instantly bloom on the tip of the tongue. Tasty. It's so delicious. The eyes of several people present lit up instantly. Then they all quickened the pace of picking up their chopsticks. For a moment, the only sound on the dining table was the clatter of dishes and chopsticks. The meal was eaten quickly and quietly. And clean. It was clean except for the fish bones. Not even the ginger slices and green onion segments used for seasoning were left. Chun, your dish is so delicious. It's almost as good as the chefs in the restaurant. Zhu Jingjing was sincere and generous with her praise. Take this scrambled eggs with green onions, for example. It's a simple dish, but you made it so delicious. How can you be so amazing? This praise was like a series of sugar-coated bullets, which made Lin Shichen very nervous and even increased the speed at which he ate his rice. Jiang Dehai quietly loosened the belt around his waist, obviously a little full. At this moment, he was also amazed. "Ning girl, you really picked up a treasure." Chinchin's cooking skills are more than enough to be a chef. Although Lin Shichen was not from their village, his parents often brought him to visit Jiang Wanning's family when he was a child. At first, the child was young and didn't notice anything was wrong. "I just think she is fair, clean, well-behaved, and lovely." When people in the village knew something was wrong with the child, everyone said it was a pity. Jiang Wanning looked at Chun, who started to clean up the dishes, and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to his mother's good teaching." The staff at the welfare home told him that after Chinchin's mother learned that she had a terminal illness, she began to worry that no one would take care of him after she passed away. "First, make money and save money like crazy. Then I often taught him to do various things in different ways. Could really be self-reliant with a house and over 500,000 yuan in savings left to him by his aunt." Lin Shichen, who had been silent all this time, lowered his head and murmured, "Sister, teach me." Everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning was also very satisfied with the crucian carp stewed with tofu at noon. At this moment, she was searching on Daodu for cooking methods of various fish, intending to let Lin Shichen try each method. Noticing everyone's gazes, she generously took out her cell phone and pulled up a cooking video. What was played on the screen was the detailed production process of crucian carp stewed with tofu. "Damn it, Ning, you're not saying that Chun just learned it by watching videos, are you?" Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but utter a catchphrase. Jiang Wanning raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a smug smile, and reminded, "Don't be impatient. Watch to the end." Zhu Jingjing and Jiang Dehai were confused, but I still watched the entire video carefully. It was just an ordinary cooking video until they saw the final picture of the finished product. Oh my god, this presentation! It's almost exactly the same as in the video. If you look closely, even the number of green onions floating on the soup surface seems to be almost the same at first glance. Jiang Dehai's eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. He slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Shichen, who was standing next to him with a simple and naive look on his face, as if he was re-examining this familiar yet unfamiliar child. "Ning, is Chinchin's condition limited to cooking, or is there something else going on?" It took Zhu Jingjing a long time to find her voice. "More than just cooking." Before Jiang Wanning could answer, Jiang Dehai suddenly exclaimed, as if he remembered something extraordinary. "When Chun fished before, it seemed like he learned it all at once just by watching me. So, Chun is a genius, right?" Zhu Jingjing blurted out subconsciously. "They say that when God gives you a door, he will leave you a window. Turns out it's true." After saying that, I felt a little regretful. Is this considered opening someone's scars? What god or no god? That's Chinchin's own ability. Jiang Dehai joked. Jiang Wei looked at Chun lovingly the entire time, smiling broadly as she said, "What's the use of being a genius? As long as they are healthy and happy, that's better than anything else." Right. Annie, you really see things clearly. For a person, health and happiness are the most important things in life. Everything else is just a passing cloud. Jiang Dahai laughed heartily, trying to use the cheerful atmosphere to dissolve the sadness he had just felt. Just then, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from outside the door. Chapter 84 Live. When several people were puzzled, a loud shout came in. Lao Jiang, I'm here. Jiang Dahai reacted instantly when he heard the voice. He stood up quickly and strode towards the door. I saw a figure carrying a fishing rod coming out of a car. It was none other than old Jiang, who had been clamoring to go fishing. Why are you alone? Didn't Lao Yu and the others say they were coming too? Jiang Dahai's face was full of confusion, and he couldn't help but ask. You said the fish you caught would cost 50 yuan per pound. That price scared them so much that they didn't dare come. As Lao Zhang spoke, he looked at the fish pond in front of him curiously, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Those big fish you posted earlier, were they caught from this small pond? There was an unconscious hint of disgust in his tone. To be honest, this little pond does look a little pitifully small. Looking around, the entire pond covers less than 1 acre. In Lao Zhang's eyes, what kind of decent fish can be caught in such a palm-sized place? When Jiang Dahai heard this, he immediately became unhappy. What's wrong with a small pond? The pond doesn't matter how big it is. As long as you can catch fish, even a small puddle is a good place for good feng shui. Old Jiang curled his lips and said, Why do I just not believe it? It's just a small pond. How could there be any big fish? Could it be that you bought them and put them in there yourself? After all, many fishing grounds do this. The fish that was caught was half dead and lifeless. Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. Come on. Today, I have to fish for you to see, so that you can open your eyes. Jiang Dahai was completely irritated by Lao Zhang's suspicious attitude, especially when he heard the other party questioning Ning Yata's pond. He felt that this was more infuriating than others calling him an Air Force guy. At this moment, he didn't care that it was noon and the sun was scorching outside. He picked up a straw hat, pulled Lao Zhang with him, and walked towards the pond. Halfway through the walk, Jiang Dahai seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly jogged back. He shouted into the house, Xiao Zhu, you wanted to buy some fish. Uncle will go catch them for you now. 5. Zhu Jingjing calculated quickly. Leave 3 for my parents, so they can enjoy their meal. To avoid the same problem as last time with tomatoes, where they always urge me to ask for them. My grandparents and my great-grandparents each kept one. Zhu Jingjing looked at the bright sun outside the window and advised worriedly. Uncle, it's very hot outside now. Why don't you wait a while before going? It would be bad if you get heat stroke. Jiang Dahai waved his hand nonchalantly and said loudly, It's only this warm. How can you get heat stroke? It's 35 degrees, isn't it hot? Zhu muttered quietly. As soon as I said this, I felt something strange. After taking a closer look, it seems that today is not as hot and unbearable as I imagined. In fact, she didn't know that it was because of the trace of supernatural power contained in the air that dispelled some of the heat, making people feel not so hot. Once you leave the Jiang family's territory, the temperature is no longer the same. Jiang Wanning, the instigator of all this, was now leisurely lying on a bamboo chair, closing his eyes and resting, entering his regular lunch break. Poor old Jiang. He had just arrived and hadn't even had time to enter the Jiang family's door when Jiang Dahai dragged him to the edge of the pond. However, he was not angry. After all, he was very curious in his heart whether he could catch fish in this seemingly inconspicuous little pond. You're going to use this fishing rod? Old Jiang was stunned when he saw Jiang Dahai hanging persimmon flesh on the fishhook. In his opinion, this fishing rod was too simple. That thread with frayed edges could be cotton thread? With just this, can you catch the big fish in the video? Jiang Dahai glanced at Lao Zhang with a proud look that said, What do you know? Then he casually swung the fishing rod, and the hook drew a graceful arc in the air and fell into the pond with a whoosh. Looking at Jiang Dahai's confident look, Lao Zhang thought for a moment that he had developed some kind of delusion due to being in the air for a long time. The small pond in front of me is overgrown with aquatic plants and has a small area. It doesn't look like a place where big fish can be found. Old Jiang secretly regretted it, thinking that he must have been possessed by a ghost to believe Jiang Dahai's words. I drove for more than 30 kilometers with great effort and got here on a bumpy road. The thing about fish costing 50 yuan per pound might have been something Jiang Dahai made up on purpose to scare them away. Look at Lao Yu and the others. Weren't they scared away by the outrageous price? The more old Jiang thought about it, the angrier he became. His face was filled with regret, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Dahai. He snorted in his heart and thought secretly, if he fails to catch any fish later, I will make fun of him and let him know the consequences of bragging. However, just as Lao Zhang was thinking about how to ridicule Jiang Dahai later, the scene in front of him made him open his eyes wide in shock. The originally calm surface of the water suddenly began to ripple without any warning. Before he could take a closer look, he saw that the thin bamboo pole seemed to be pulled by a huge force and suddenly bent down, as if it would break in the next second. Oh my God! Lao Zhang stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open, and shouted excitedly, "It's hooked! Pull the rod! Pull the rod!" At this moment, he had already thrown away his previous dissatisfaction and doubts. My heart and eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation of catching a big fish. As for Jiang Dahai, he was just like Jiang Wanting at the beginning. There was no panic on his face. He looked calm and composed, and even a little proud. He held the fishing rod slowly and pulled it up slowly. His movements were steady and skillful, as if everything was under his control. With a crash sound, a big fat fish broke out of the water under the pull of the fishing rod. The sunlight shone on the fish scales, reflecting a dazzling light, which instantly attracted all of Lao Zhang's attention. "Ha, it's a black carp. Such a big black carp. It's really big. It must be more than 10 kilograms. Lao Jiang, you're amazing. I never thought you could catch such a big fish in this small pond." Hey, Lao Yu and the others insisted that you were bragging and deliberately used the price of 50 yuan per kilogram to scare them away. But I don't think so. Looking at the big black carp jumping around in the big basin, Lao Zhang talked excitedly. After all, he has been fishing for more than 10 years. One look at the spirit of this fish, and you'll know it's incomparable to the free-range fish you buy from the market. I think he came to the right place this time. Old Zhang looked eager to try. As for his previous resentment, he threw it away without hesitation the moment he saw the big black carp come out of the water. Chapter 85 Breaking Up. Watching Jiang Dahai catching big fish one after another, in less than a quarter of an hour, the net bag was filled with 3 fish. But there was no movement on my side. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be anxious even if there was no movement for an hour or two. After all, fishing is all about fishing for a state of mind. Whether it's fish or not is not very important. But now, there has been no movement for only a dozen minutes, and Lao Zhang can no longer sit still. Could it be that the fish in this pond recognize people? Otherwise, why would you be the only one to take the bait? Old Zhang was full of confusion and couldn't help but mutter. Jiang Dahai almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard this. He finally managed to suppress the grin that was about to reach his ears, pretending to be cocky and saying, "Why can't it be that I got some fishing secrets and my skills have improved by leaps and bounds?" That look was as if he had really become a peerless master in the fishing world. "Well, you old fellow, you're still keeping me in suspense and making fun of me, right?" When old Zhang heard this, he knew that Jiang Dahai must be hiding something fishy. He put down his fishing rod and, with an expression that he would not give up until he achieved his goal, began to coerce and bribe. "A cup of 5-star wine. Will you tell me?" Jiang Dahai licked his lips subconsciously and replied, 2 cups. The corners of Lao Zhang's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words. "Hurry up and tell me." Jiang Dahai knew when to stop, and with a smile, he picked up an inconspicuous small jar from the side, deliberately pretending to be mysterious, and said, "Hey, the secret is in here." When old Zhang took a look, he was stunned. There was only an ordinary persimmon inside. "Are you telling me that the fish in this pond only like to eat persimmons and look down on my imported high-end bait?" Jiang Dahai said confidently, "You'll know if you try it." Old Zhang was skeptical and hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and grabbed a piece of persimmon flesh from the jar and prepared to replace it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Dahai was quick-witted and snatched the persimmon flesh back. "These are not ordinary persimmons. They are precious. We have to use them sparingly." As Jiang Dahai spoke, he carefully broke the persimmon in half and handed it to Lao Zhang. Old Zhang looked at the tiny persimmon and almost laughed out of anger. He said unhappily, "Old Jiang, why didn't I realize you were such a stingy person before?" Jiang Dahai pretended not to hear and took the jar of remaining persimmon flesh to a place where Lao Zhang couldn't reach. "I was afraid that he would discover the benefits of it and snatch it away." Lao Zhang really couldn't bear to watch it. He took the tiny persimmon and hung it up, He was still wondering in his mind until he cast the fishing hook again. Do you think such a small amount of persimmons can have much effect? But just as he was daydreaming, he suddenly felt a strong pulling force on the fishing rod, and his hand sank suddenly. There's fish! Lao Zhang shouted excitedly, immediately stood up and started reeling in the line. After a thrilling tug, a silver carp as long as his arm broke out of the water, gleaming silver in the sunlight. Ha ha, I actually caught it. Old Zhang looked at the lively silver carp and completely believed Jiang Dahai's words. This persimmon is indeed not an ordinary persimmon. When he thought of this, Lao Zhang's mind immediately became active. He stared at the jar in Jiang Dahai's hand and began to think about the remaining persimmons. Old Jiang, we've been friends for so many years. It's just a few persimmons. You can't be so stingy, right? Old Jiang smiled and tried to play the emotional card. Jiang Dahai didn't even think about it and shook his head like a rattle. Seeing this, Lao Zhang gritted his teeth and said, 2 cups of 5-star in exchange for this persimmon. That should be fine, right? Jiang Dahai still shook his head with a firm attitude. Lao Zhang made up his mind. 3 cups. Jiang Dahai thought of the mellow taste of the 5-star wine, and his throat couldn't help but move, almost shaking. But in the end, he resisted the temptation. There is only half of it left, and he is planning to show it off when he goes fishing in the wild at night. Old Zhang, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. My eldest niece said that all the fish we catch here is sold for 50 yuan per catty. Look at this silver carp. It's so big, you can show it off when you take it home. If you catch another one, your wife will accuse you of wasting money and may even refuse to let you into the house. As Jiang Dahai spoke, he hid the jar behind him again, fearing that Lao Zhang would suddenly snatch it away. Old Zhang thought of the powerful woman at home. If she knew I bought this expensive fish, she would nag me endlessly. Maybe he would even forbid himself from going out fishing. Thinking of this, he suddenly lost the confidence to persist. I could only settle for the next best thing and said, then you have to tell me where you got these persimmons from? He didn't believe that ordinary persimmons could have such magical effects. If any persimmon you buy can attract fish so much, anglers like these won't have to bother looking for all kinds of expensive and rare baits. Jiang Dahai's eyes rolled around, and he felt very conflicted. He was still thinking of using this persimmon bait to make a big splash. But if Lao Zhang knew the source of the bait, wouldn't his plan be ruined? But then he thought of the angler's crazy pursuit of these unique baits. If this matter was publicized, perhaps a new trading channel for Ning Yada's persimmons could be opened up. After a fierce ideological struggle, Jiang Dahai pretended to be heartbroken and said, to tell you the truth, these persimmons are grown by my niece's family. They are not ordinary persimmons. If you want. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Dahai discovered that Lao Zhang opposite him had disappeared. He looked blankly at the empty space ahead and shouted, where are you going? Lao Zhang, buy persimmons. Chapter 86 Satisfied. When she heard that Zhang wanted to buy persimmons, the old lady enthusiastically asked Jiang Dahai to pull out 2 bamboo chairs from the house and invited Zhang to sit down. Wu Guixiang went into the house and poured him a glass of water. She smiled and said, you've been sitting in the sun for most of the day. You must be scorching hot. Drink some water and take a rest. Lao Zhang was indeed very thirsty. After taking the water, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one breath. Andy, this water tastes so good. Is it the spring water here? Old Zhang smacked his lips and asked curiously. Jiang Dahai smiled and said, haha, you think this water tastes good too, don't you? As he said that, he poured him another glass. The old lady said cheerfully, what mountain spring water? Ever since the village got running water, no one has gone up the mountain to fetch water to drink. Maybe you've been out in the sun for too long and are very thirsty, so you think this water tastes especially good. After hearing this, Lao Zhang thought it made sense and stopped worrying about the water. Instead, he focused his gaze on the persimmons that filled the yard and couldn't help but sigh. Auntie, so many persimmons. Are they all grown by you? The old lady smiled broadly, her wrinkles revealing a kind heart. She nodded and said, yes, they say you live by the land. We don't have much else here except a lot of mountains. I was thinking of growing some fruit. I could make some money to supplement the family income. As she spoke, she bent down and searched carefully in the basket. He picked 2 persimmons that looked great, handed them to Lao Zhang and Jiang Dahai respectively, and said enthusiastically, come, try the persimmons we grow here. Lao Zhang took the persimmon, looked at it in his hand, but was reluctant to eat it. Looking at his appearance, You can tell that he has been tortured by those astringent persimmons in the past. Moreover, he bought the persimmons not for himself to eat, but for fishing. But it seemed a bit inappropriate not to eat when invited by the host family. Just as I was struggling with this, I saw Jiang Dahai next to me wolfing down his food. I saw his eyes narrowed slightly, his face full of intoxicated expression. With that look on his face, people who didn't know the situation would really think that he was eating the peaches of the Queen Mother of the West, a rare delicacy in the world. However, the look of enjoyment he showed also dispelled Lao Zhang's concerns. It tastes so delicious. No matter what the actual taste is, at least it is definitely not astringent. So he plucked up the courage to take a bite. The sweet taste instantly bloomed on the tip of the tongue, and Lao Zhang couldn't help but sigh softly. The sweet taste, rich and mellow, instantly dispelled the last trace of doubt in his heart. Then he took another big bite. The sweet juice of the persimmon fills your mouth like a clear spring, slowly slides down your throat, bringing a refreshing and satisfying feeling. Seeing the two of them finish a persimmon in just a few bites, the old lady felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The smile on his face grew even brighter, and he asked expectantly, "How is it? Does it taste your liking? Is it delicious?" Old Zhang nodded hurriedly, his tone full of admiration. "Delicious. So delicious. Annie, I've never eaten persimmons that taste so good. What kind of persimmons do you have? Why do they taste so unique and sweet?" The old lady's lips curled up, her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. She said proudly, "Haha, there's nothing special about it. It's just our most ordinary persimmon. Since you think it's delicious, have another one." As she spoke, she swiftly picked out two big, round persimmons from the basket and stuffed them into their hands enthusiastically. Seeing this, Jiang Dahai quickly waved his hands and said, "Auntie, I really can't eat anymore. My lunch is still in my stomach, and I won't be able to digest it if I eat more." In fact, Lao Zhang was still thinking about the delicious persimmon and wanted to eat another one. But these persimmons were grown by the villagers with great effort, and they rely on selling them to make a living. How can I eat them for free? After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Auntie, these persimmons are so delicious. I want to buy some to take back for my family to try. Please weigh 5 pounds for me." When the old lady heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across her face, and she said a little embarrassedly, "These persimmons are not cheap. They cost 40 yuan per pound. How about you ask for less?" Old Zhang was slightly stunned, and the expression on his face froze for a moment. But soon, he waved his hand nonchalantly and said in a generous tone, "It's okay. Auntie, you can weigh it without worry. There are many people in my family, and if I buy less, there won't be enough to share." When the old lady heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She quickly said, "Okay, then I'll pick the best ones for you. I guarantee they'll be sweet and big." Lao Zhang has also caught some fish and bought them. After eating the persimmons, I bought 5 more pounds. So he prepared to leave with satisfaction. Chapter 87, A Different Day. Lao Zhang, don't leave in a hurry. Bring me something for my son. Jiang Dahai hurriedly called out to Lao Zhang. As he spoke, he grabbed the persimmons that the old lady had prepared for him early in the morning and picked out a weighed herring. "Ning girl, 5 kilograms of persimmons, plus this 7-kilogram grass carp. The total is 550 yuan, right?" As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer the money. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning quickly reached out to stop him. "Uncle Village Chief, what are you doing? These persimmons and fish are originally prepared for you. What's the point of paying for them?" "That won't do." Jiang Dahai was firm. "I didn't know the prices of persimmons and fish were so high at first. If I took them for free, wouldn't that be a mistake? I can't take advantage of them." When the old lady heard this, she deliberately frowned and pretended to be angry, saying, "What's wrong with that? This is something I, an old woman, gave to my eldest nephew. What'd be wrong with that? Dahai, if you insist on giving me money, then you don't treat me as your own family and you look down on me." In Wangshan village, most families have the surname Jiang. The people in a village are more or less related to each other. If the relationship is good, it's no different from being a family relative. Jiang Wanning quickly cleared out the bucket and put Jiang Dahai's black carp and Lao Zhang's silver carp into it. Then he helped to carry it to Lao Zhang's car without saying a word. "Uncle Village Chief, you always say I'm your niece. It's just a small thing, so don't ask me for money. If you refuse again, I will be unhappy." Things have come to this point, and it would be impolite for Jiang Dahai to refuse. "Okay, then let me. as an uncle, be shameless and accept the filial respect from my eldest niece. When he has the chance in the future, he will pay it back. After seeing Lao Zhang off, Jiang Dehai also returned to the village committee. After handing over the loan matters, Zhu Jingjing also left. Jiang Wanning looked up at the time and estimated that it was almost time for the courier to pick up the package. So she began to count the fish she had caught that day. A total of 12 fish were caught. There are 3 types: silver carp, black carp, and Crucian carp. On the market, silver carp is the cheapest, with black carp and Crucian carp being almost the same. But to save trouble, Jiang Wanning gave everyone the same price. I ate a Crucian carp while cooking at noon. When Jiang Dehai and Lao Zhang left, they each took away a black carp and a silver carp. The remaining 9 fish included 5 silver carp, 3 black carp, and 1 Crucian carp. At this moment, Lin Shichen arranged them neatly under the wall in order from largest to smallest. Qin Yuan sent 4 packages by express, and Zhu Jingjing sent 5 packages by express. The quantity exactly matches the order. However, in terms of weight, 2 of the fish were a bit too big compared to the others. It looked a bit abrupt. Chun Chun put these 2 biggest fish back into the pond, and then catch 2 more fish of similar size. When Lin Shichen heard that he could go fishing again, he hurriedly got up and went to pick persimmons. My sister said that you don't need good persimmons for fishing. He was watching his sister when she was picking persimmons. Already learned it all. My sister said that from now on, all the fishing work will be left to him. He must do his job well. After a while, he took a bump persimmon and ran to Jiang Wanning to present it as a treasure. Sister, look, this fishing, is it okay? Jiang Wanning exaggerated without any emotion. Great. Let's go fishing. The delivery guy will be here soon. Okay, sister. Lin Shichen took the fishing rod and persimmon and immediately went to the small pond. Watching Lin Shichen carefully hanging persimmons on the hook, the old lady couldn't understand why persimmons could be used to catch fish. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Ning, how can persimmons catch fish? Jiang Wanning said the same thing. Maybe our persimmons taste good, so the fish like them and they took the bait. Wu Guixiang couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Li, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel like your family has been infused with energy since Ning came back. It's so full of life. Look, the vegetables and fruits in your fields are growing better than before. The fish in the pond are big and fat. Even you are more energetic than before. And your 2 children are much smarter now. Even Lin Shichen changes every day. She remembered that on the first day Qinshin came home, he was not as smart as he is now. Wu Guixiang frowned, as if trying to find the right words to describe this strange feeling. Finally, she said seriously, I think the word vitality is the most appropriate to describe the changes in your family. Jiang Wanning raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this, with a faint smile on her face, and praised, Grandma Wu is really amazing. You can even notice this. Then if you have time in the future, please come visit my grandma more often and share this vitality with me. I hope you can get better and better. After hearing this, Mrs. Wu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, then I'll come often in the future. Zhou Haijun drove over on time in the familiar minivan. Jiang Wanning took the initiative to go forward and took the 3 brand new packaging boxes from his hands. This is the invoice for the phone, holder, and power bank. If there's any problem, you can return or exchange it in the store within 7 days. Zhou Haijun explained one by one. This is a mobile phone card, a high data card, with 200 yuan in credit. Please. Jiang Wanning transferred the money to him according to the price on the invoice. Boss Jiang, have you caught the fish yet? Zhou Haijun walked into the yard and was pricked in the eyes by the piles of persimmons. I quickly turned my head and saw various large basins and buckets neatly placed at the foot of the wall. When I got closer, I saw that there were many big, strong, and fat fish inside. That head, that freshness, instantly attracted his attention. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed one of the fish, wanting to take a closer look. But who could have imagined that this fish was so incredibly strong? Suddenly, he slapped him hard in the face with the tail of the fish. Wow, Boss Jiang, that fish of yours is really strong. Look at the color, it looks like it's wild. Zhou Haijun was not annoyed at all. He was very happy about it. Wild fish are usually slightly lighter in color than farmed fish. Jiang Wanning handed over a few tissues. These fish grew up on their own in the pond. No one has ever taken care of them, so they can be considered wild. After hearing this, Zhou Haijun swallowed subconsciously. Then the taste of this fish must be right. Boss Jiang, how much do you sell it for? Chapter 88. Unkind Visitors. 50 per jean, no matter what kind, it's the same price. Jiang Wanning quoted the price calmly. When Zhou Haijun heard this, he took a breath. So expensive. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. He'd better go to the market and buy farmed fish. When packing the fish into bags, Zhou Haijun finally saw how powerful these fish were. They kept struggling and twisting and almost broke free from the bag several times, leaving him in a panic. At this time, Lin Shichen was squatting in the corner, poking the cracks in the ground with his fingers. Hearing the sound of the bag rubbing, he raised his head, glanced at the struggling fish and Zhou Haijun's panicked hands, then stood up and walked over with somewhat stiff movements. He didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand, curled his fingers, and carefully pinched the edge of the bag. With his other hand, he pressed down along the opening of the bag, and his fingertips repeatedly stroked the folds of the plastic bag, as if confirming something. Zhou Haijun was stunned for a moment, then followed his strength and successfully completed the packing work. After all the tossing and turning, Zhou Haijun was sweating profusely. Lin Shichen stared at the empty fingers in his hand for a few seconds, suddenly turned around and ran away, but came back soon with a persimmon in his hand, which was slightly deformed by his fingers. He walked up to Zhou Haijun, lowered his head, stuffed the persimmon into Zhou Haijun's hand, then quickly withdrew his hand, put it behind his back, and twisted his fingertips together. He didn't look up at Zhou Haijun, but just stared at the tip of his shoes, making a sound in his throat as if urging him. Seeing Zhou Haijun's hesitation, he swayed slightly, his toes making small pits on the ground. After a long while, he repeated in an almost inaudible voice, "Eat, persimmons delicious." Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and he quickly pursed his lips after speaking. Zhou Haijun couldn't refuse the kindness, so he had to bite the bullet and take a small bite. After taking a bite, the sweet taste instantly spread in his mouth, which amazed him. As a result, when Zhou Haijun left, in addition to the express parcels to be delivered, there was also a 5-pound bag of persimmons in the car. To thank him for bringing her goods, Jiang Wanning gave him the 5 kilograms of persimmons as a thank you gift. Otherwise, the express delivery fee he earned would be in vain. Lin Shichen watched Zhou Haijun's car go away and suddenly turned around on the spot, gently waving his hands at his sides as if imitating a flying bird. He walked over to Jiang Wanning, not looking at her. Instead, he stared at the basket at her feet. He tapped the persimmons in the basket with his toes and repeated, "Sell persimmons, chun-chun. Help?" His voice was intermittent, but with a stubborn seriousness. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Wanning was slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Chun-chun, so when you gave the delivery Uncle persimmons just now, did you want him to buy persimmon from our store?" she asked in disbelief. Lin Shichen slowly raised his head, glanced quickly at her face, then immediately looked away, looked at the tree trunk in the distance, and nodded slightly. His fingers rubbed the crotch of his pants repeatedly, and the corners of his mouth were slightly pursed, as if he was restraining something. Jiang Wanning originally thought that he was just handing the things over out of instinct, but she didn't expect that he would have such an idea. "Chen-chen, why do you think they will buy it after eating persimmons?" Lin Shichen's eyes fell on a fallen leaf on the ground, which he kicked back and forth with his toes. After a long while, he slowly said, "Grandma, Uncle fishing, eat, pot." He paused, then added tomatoes too. His words were brief, like pieces being pieced together, but his meaning was clear. Jiang Wanning was filled with surprise when she heard this. She didn't expect that Chun-chun could connect these scattered things and put them into action. Does this mean that he is learning to understand the rules of this world bit by bit? Seeing Jiang Wanning remain silent, Lin Shichen's shoulders slowly slumped. He hugged his arms tightly with both hands, his body trembling slightly, and his voice was filled with tears. "Wrong?" Jiang Wanning felt a little distressed when she saw him like this. She raised her hand and gently touched his buzz cut, a gentle smile blooming on her face. "No, Chun-chun is very smart and did a particularly good job this time." Her tone was full of affirmation and encouragement. Lin Shichen's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. He didn't smile, but just tilted his head slightly so that Jiang Wanning's hand could touch his hair more easily. He was like a kitten having its fur stroked, with a barely perceptible hint of dependence in his eyes. Jiang Wanning couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw his cute appearance. "Okay, it's almost time for your class." After Xian Xian and Tong Tong finish school, I'll take you to the mountains to pick wild fruits, okay? Lin Shichen did not answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Jiang Wanning's lips for a few seconds, confirming that her tone was gentle, and then he said softly in a light and quick voice. Then he walked up to the old lady and Mrs. Wu, stopped, bent down and bowed to the ground at their feet, and then said quickly, Grandma Wu, class. After saying that, without waiting for their response, he turned and walked into the house, his steps quick and hurried, his back straight. The old lady had a kind smile on her face and said kindly, Go ahead and listen carefully in class. As soon as Lin Shichen entered the room, Jiang Wanning picked up the new phone and started tinkering with it. She skillfully found the Dowdo app in the App Store, clicked to download, and logged into her account. Then I found out that Dowdo Live can only go directly to Dowdo's store. And her Jiang family's vegetable basket is on the Taobao platform. It seems that I still need to register for a business license. Now, we can only put the Taobao store on the live broadcast interface. Open. Look, we're already on the screen. Chen Aiju pointed at the phone screen excitedly, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement in her voice. Is it starting so soon? Can you help me check if my hair is messy? Don't make a fool of yourself. Your collar, turn it up quickly. Li Yinyan looked at Wang Ying while nervously adjusting her hair. As soon as the live broadcast started, the ants fell into a little panic and began to tidy up their appearance in a hurry. Jiang Wanning couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. Ants, you all look really good right now. We just need to stay calm and don't be so nervous. Yes. Our live broadcast is about picking persimmons. It's a real labor scene, not a performance on stage. Everyone just needs to be natural. Wang Ying echoed Jiang Wanning's words, trying to make everyone relax. Yingzi, if you could stop running your hands through your hair, I would believe you. Li Yinyan joked, causing everyone to laugh. All right. The live stream has already started. Everyone hurry back to your positions and continue working. The purpose of our live stream is to show everyone how we pick persimmons. As Chen Aiju and Li Yinyan talked, they quickly returned to their original positions. He skillfully put on the backpack and started picking persimmons with skillful and smooth movements. Only Wang Ying was left behind. Jiang Wanning looked at Wang Ying and said, Aunt Wang, from now on, every time we go up the mountain to broadcast live, I'll trouble you to be in charge of operating the mobile phone live broadcast. Is that okay with you? Wang Ying responded readily. Sure. It's just a matter of choosing a location and starting the live stream. It's easy, I can do it. After saying that, she leaned closer to take a look at the phone screen curiously. At this moment, the live broadcast room was empty, without a single audience member, and it seemed particularly deserted. Ning, why is there no one in the live broadcast room? What should we do if no one comes to watch our live broadcast? She also watches live broadcasts when she is free. Know the difference between when there are people in the live broadcast room and when there is no one. But as soon as she finished speaking, a barrage of comments flashed across the screen as fast as lightning. It's Ning. Ning, you're actually live streaming. Immediately afterwards, a series of identical comments came like a tide. It's obvious that someone is copying and pasting. At the same time, the number of people in a live broadcast room also changed from 0 to 1. Wang Ying's eyes widened in surprise. He asked curiously, Ning, this person actually knows you. Could he be from our village? Chapter 89, Qiuqiu's Worries. Jiang Wanning had already prepared herself mentally for the overwhelming barrage of insults. After all, based on her reputation in the entertainment industry, any report about her on the internet is filled with negative comments. But at this moment, the first comment that appeared on the screen was not scolding her. This really surprised her. I wondered if this netizen was a fellow vegetable lover in the Jiang family vegetable basket group. However, before she could even open her mouth, the comments on the screen had already given the answer. Ning, I am Lemon, and I am your fan, Ning. At the moment this sentence appeared, an extremely gorgeous carnival special effect exploded on the screen like a gorgeous firework. The colorful light instantly filled the entire live broadcast room, and the dazzling light made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. This scared Jiang Wanning and Wang Ying in front of the screen. Wang Ying was simply frightened by the gorgeous special effects that appeared without any warning. Jiang Wanning was surprised by the title of fan. After all, in her perception, the original body was just an 18th-tier artist who was blackened by the entire internet. Moreover, the other party gave such a high reward right away, which made him a die-hard fan without a doubt. This made Jiang Wanning, who was used to seeing all kinds of bad reviews, inexplicably moved. Jiang Wanning smiled at the camera and said hello. Welcome to the Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Live Broadcast Room. Today is the first day of the Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Live Broadcast. As the first fan to enter the live broadcast room, congratulations, you will receive a Jiang Family Vegetable Basket gift package. Remember to send me a private message with the address in the background. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of reward effects flashed across the screen again. So happy. Thank you, Ning Ning. Just from these short words, one can seem to feel the other person's excitement and joy that are beyond words. Little did they know that Yu Weiwei, who was offline, was so excited that she jumped up on the spot. Ning Ning replied to me. Ning Ning replied to me. The voice was filled with irrepressible joy and excitement, as if one had received the most precious gift in the world. That's right. The wealthy fan who spent a lot of money in the live broadcast room was none other than Yu Weiwei. At this time, she was shopping in the mall with her classmate Yang Hongli. Yang Hongli chose a gold bracelet and was happily preparing to try it on her hand to see the effect. However, he was frightened by Yu Weiwei's sudden excitement, and his hands began to tremble, and he almost lost his grip. Yu Weiwei, what are you crazy about? You almost scared me to death. Yang Hongli frowned and complained with an unhappy look on her face. Luckily, all she had in her hand was a bracelet. If it was a fragile jade bracelet, it would definitely be smashed to pieces after being shocked. Yu Weiwei was not angry at all because of Yang Hongli's accusations. Instead, she said with a silly smile, Lily, my idol, went live. Not only did she greet me, she also said she wanted to give me a big gift package. He looked like a little kid who got his favorite candy. Which idol? Yang Hongli came forward with a curious look on her face. When her eyes fell on Yu Weiwei's mobile phone screen, and she saw Jiang Wanning, her smiling face instantly turned gloomy. Weiwei, don't tell me your idol is Jiang Wanning? His tone was filled with disbelief. Yu Weiwei was immersed in her own joy and didn't notice the change in Yang Hongli's expression at all. She happily edited the courier address, preparing to receive the big gift package from her idol, while happily saying, yes. Let me tell you, I have liked her for a long time, since she just debuted. I thought she had retired and I would never see any news about her again, but I didn't expect her to start live streaming. Hee hee. Yang Hongli looked at Yu Weiwei's excited expression and couldn't help but frown with a hint of disdain and blame in her tone. Yu Weiwei, are you crazy? How could you like someone like Jiang Wanning? When Yu Weiwei heard this, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. She raised her head and stared straight at Yang Hongli. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by someone like Jiang Wanning? What kind of person is she? Why can't I like her? Her eyes were full of coldness, and she was obviously very disgusted with Yang Hongli's words. Yang Hongli sneered and said, disapprovingly, I'm too lazy to talk about her vanity, materialism, and shamelessness in the past. Take the recent incident, for example. That Wang Yuxuan was driven to suicide by her, and she was so vicious that she refused to let her go. What on earth do you like about her? In her opinion, Jiang Wanning is an unforgivable bitch. Such people should be despised by everyone. Don't deserve anyone's love. Yu Weiwei's face darkened instantly. She retorted bluntly, wasn't Wang Yuxuan's suicide because she did something wrong and didn't want to bear the consequences? What does this have to do with Ning Ning? Upon hearing this, Yang Hongli immediately raised her voice and said confidently, how can it be okay? If she hadn't been so persistent, would she have been forced to commit suicide? In her opinion, Jiang Wanning was the culprit who caused Wang Yuxuan to commit suicide. What do you mean by refusing to give up? Ning Ning, as a victim, sought justice for herself according to the law. Is it refusing to give up? If you say that, then murderers can go online and play their pity, then commit suicide and be forgiven and escape legal punishment? Yu Weiwei went all out and refused to give it at all. Yang Hongli was left speechless by Yu Weiwei's series of questions, but she still stubbornly insisted on her own opinion. How could it be the same? Yu Weiwei had a cold face and continued to attack without mercy. How is it different? Murder has its own punishment, and so does wounding. The law stipulates that the sentence should be followed. Why should the victim be blamed? Yang Hongli couldn't argue with Yu Weiwei, so she could only say angrily, I don't care. I just think Jiang Wanning is not a good person. Because of her, Arna was also implicated. If you still like her, then we will be enemies from now on. She tried to use these threatening words to make Yu Weiwei change her mind. Yu Weiwei sneered disdainfully after hearing this. Haha, I don't care what you think. My liking for her is my business. And you're wrong. That Wang Yuxuan threw sulfuric acid on Ning Ning because of Shen Yinan. So it was Shen Yinan who implicated Ning Ning. It turns out that he is a fan of Shen Yinan. She's birds of a feather with that Wang Yuxuan. If she had known earlier, she would have ignored her. After saying that, Yu Weiwei grabbed the shopping bag on the counter and left without looking back. Chapter 90. The Arrogant Old Zhang. Seeing this, Yang Hongli hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going? That's my bag." She didn't expect Yu Weiwei to be so angry all of a sudden and take away her things. Yu Weiwei responded bluntly, "I bought this. I used my credit card." Yang Hongli's face froze for a moment, and she tried to slow down her tone and said, "Weiwei, why are you like this? You said before that you would give it to me as a birthday present." Yu Weiwei said sarcastically, "I was going to give it to my friend, but now you're no longer my friend." After that, she shook her hair casually and left in big strides. She knew very well that there had been a lot of controversy about Jiang Wanning on the internet in recent years. Many people are prejudiced and malicious towards her and don't like her. Many of her friends were also influenced by this public opinion and had no good impression of Jiang Wanning. Although she could accept that her friends had different opinions, she could never tolerate them slandering her idol in front of her. In her heart, Jiang Wanning has always been the kind and beautiful person who deserves her love and support. Yang Hongli looked at Yu Weiwei's resolute back, and her face turned red with anger. He was angry at Yu Weiwei's sudden change of attitude, and was also furious because his plan had failed. Just then, the salesperson who had been standing nearby watching the show came forward. With a professional smile on his face, he politely reminded, "Miss, do you like this bracelet?" The salesperson's tone was polite, but it sounded particularly harsh to Yang Hongli. Yang Hongli looked at the bracelet she had longed for, and a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. To be honest, she really likes this bracelet. From the first moment she saw it, she was attracted by its exquisite craftsmanship and unique design. But this bracelet is very expensive. If Yu Weiwei had not vowed to buy it for her as a birthday present, she would never have stepped into this high-end jewelry store. Thinking of this, Yang Hongli's resentment grew stronger. She glared at the salesperson fiercely, then threw the bracelet back with a dark face. "It's so ugly, I don't like it at all." After saying that, he left angrily. "Salesperson, damn, where did this psychopath come from? If it weren't for that little salary, she would have used all her life's knowledge to greet her 8 generations of ancestors." At this moment, Jiang Wanning was concentrating on tinkering in the backstage of the live broadcast room and was completely unaware of what was happening offline. She never expected that her rare fan would fall out with his friend because of her. Looking at the astonishing amount of tips, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but think that many fans often spend a lot of money to support their favorite stars. Some people even fall into the abyss of online loans due to excessive consumption and eventually become burdened with heavy debts and fall into trouble. So she went straight to the back end and turned off the live broadcast reward function. Recently, Wang Yuxuan's incident has become a hot topic because of her suicide. The incident has caused a lot of uproar online and remains hot. Since Wang Yuxuan's parents couldn't find Jiang Wanning, they placed all their hopes on Shen Yinan. They pestered Shen Yinan, and in front of the media reporters, they cried and said that their daughter made the mistake just to vent his anger. I want to ask Shen Yinan to help them for the sake of fans. Because of Shen Yinan's traffic, it attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. Especially Shen Yinan's fans, they are particularly concerned about this matter. Always keep a close eye on Jiang Wanning's every move. This caused the live broadcast room, which was initially deserted, to be instantly flooded with a large number of viewers. However, along with these people came overwhelming malice and attacks. Jiang Wanning, how dare this bitch live stream? She's driven a young girl to suicide. A vicious woman who doesn't even let a little girl go. Fortunately, Wang Yuxuan was fine, otherwise Jiang Wanning would be a murderer. Did she know that she was banned from the entertainment industry? So, she switched to being a live streamer? The threshold for this live broadcast is too low. Anyone can come in? Report. Block. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was like a surging black tide, flooding with malicious insults against Jiang Wanning. Many of the filthy words were so foul, they could only be replaced with a series of asterisks. The entire screen was filled with these disgusting words, which made people feel disgusted. Wanning was frightened by this sudden malicious attack. She looked at Jiang Wanning with concern. "Ning Ning, what is going on? Why are these people talking so harshly? And things like suicide and murder are too scary to watch. Jiang Wanning, however, remained calm and unconcerned as she said, Auntie, don't worry, it's okay. You don't have to worry about this. Just follow the process we agreed on before and broadcast live. In order not to worry her aunts, she simply turned off the barrage. After confirming that Wang Ying had no problem with the live broadcast operation, they each went about their own business. Jiang Wanning's original plan for the live broadcast was to have no host. Just make sure the live broadcast equipment is operating normally and the image is transmitted stably. So she didn't plan to stay in a live broadcast room to respond to these malicious remarks, although Wang Ying was still nervous and full of worry. But seeing Jiang Wanning's calm appearance, he chose to follow her instructions, turned around, and went back to the persimmon tree to continue picking fruits. Jiang Wanning was preparing to go down the mountain. Looking at the baskets full of persimmons, he picked up 2 and left. In fact, Jiang Wanning really doesn't care about these malicious remarks. She was not her original self. Don't care about comments from the entertainment industry. Moreover, sometimes black and red is also a kind of popularity. As long as it can be used cleverly, attention can be converted into actual economic benefits and drive product sales. To a certain extent, these negative voices are not completely worthless. The popularity of the live broadcast room did not diminish at all because of Jiang Wanning's departure. Instead, it burned more and more vigorously like a flame that was poured with oil. More and more people were attracted by the verbal battle and excitement. The number of people online in the live broadcast room rose rapidly, reaching more than 300 people at one point. The screen was originally filled with nonstop abuse, but suddenly paused briefly when the image of Jiang Wanning carrying 2 baskets of persimmons appeared on screen. Damn, these 2 baskets don't look light. Is Jiang Wanning so strong? It's just a show, but you took it seriously. Maybe there's a layer of persimmons on top. By the way, this mountain of persimmons is really beautiful. It's a pity that the owner of this persimmon forest is blind and hired a bad artist to do the live broadcast. Otherwise, I really want to go there to collect some folk songs. Chapter 91, Husband and Wife Quarrel. Through the lens, a large and beautiful persimmon forest appeared before everyone's eyes. The lush persimmon forest instantly attracted many people's attention and gradually fascinated them. As time went by, those who stared at the persimmon forest found that their inexplicable irritability and hostility had unconsciously subsided a little. But just when they subconsciously wanted to explore the reason for this tranquility, the rapidly passing barrage of comments instantly broke this beauty. Didn't you see the pre-sale video before? This Jiang family vegetable basket account originally belonged to Jiang Wanning. She was the owner of the account. Oh my god, is that the persimmon that sells for 40 yuan per pound? Black-hearted merchant, please don't buy from them. It's obvious that this persimmon is the worst variety. Anyone who buys it is a fool. As soon as this barrage passed by, a yellow system announcement appeared on the public screen. Lemon is slightly sweet and ordered item number 1. There are only 2 products in the product list of the live broadcast room. Product number 1 is a 500g Golden Bullet Persimmon Savoring Pack. Product number 2 is a regular pack of 2,500 grams of Golden Bullet Persimmons. Holy shit, is there really anyone buying this? It must be a shill. Let's not talk about what kind of person Jiang Wanning is. Just look at these persimmons with spots on the surface, and they're sold for 40 yuan per pound. Only a fool would buy them. Haha, this is all marketing. If these persimmons can really be sold, I will eat the keyboard in my hand. Just as the barrage of comments from this keyboard-eating player floated to the middle of the screen, yellow system announcements popped up one after another. All of them are, lemon slightly sweet, ordered item number 1. After Yu Weiwei separated from her close friend Yang Hongli, she went into a nearby coffee shop. Then he found a quiet corner to sit down, couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone, and started the immersive mode of watching his idol's live broadcast. However, it is a pity that Jiang Wanning is no longer in the camera at this moment. But this did not affect Yu Weiwei's enthusiasm for contributing traffic and data to her idol. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone, skillfully clicked on the product list with her fingers, and then added items to the shopping cart with a clang-clang. As she operated, she was silently calculating in her mind. There are many relatives in my family. If each of them contributes 1 kilogram, it would take about 100 kilograms. There are also professors and classmates in the school. To get rid of that annoying Yang Hongli, we need to prepare at least 50 or 60 kilograms. Well, We also have to arrange 100 kilograms of the lottery event that was put on hold because we couldn't buy tomatoes. Thinking of this, Yu Weiwei counted on her fingers and carefully calculated how many orders she should place. Just then, the cell phone rang suddenly, interrupting her thoughts. Seeing that it was Chun Baozhu calling, Yu Weiwei immediately picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Chun Baozhu's excited voice, almost screaming, came out from the phone. Chun Baozhu, ah? Weiwei, did you see that? Ningning is live streaming. Ningning is live streaming. I see it. Because he was too excited, he couldn't control his voice for a moment, which attracted the attention of many people around him. Yu Weiwei stuck out her tongue awkwardly, quickly gave the people around her an apologetic look, then lowered her voice and excitedly responded. Wow, I thought Ningning had retired and I wouldn't see her anymore. I didn't expect there would be such a surprise. Chun Baozhu. Ningning made the right decision to quit the entertainment industry. Did you notice that Ningning was wearing no makeup when she was live streaming? She looked so good. Yu Weiwei nodded continuously, her eyes never leaving the screenshot of the live broadcast on her phone screen. She said, I've discovered it. It seems like there's no filter on, but the skin looks so white and tender. It's absolutely amazing. The two diehard fans just held their phones and praised their idol one after another. Suddenly, Chun Baozhu's voice was filled with anger. Damn, a lot of haters have entered the live broadcast room. They actually said that Ningning is a black-hearted merchant. Anyone who buys persimmons from Ningning is an idiot. When Yu Weiwei heard this, her expression changed instantly. She gnashed her teeth and said, a bunch of shit. Wait, I'm going to slap them in the face with a sheet. After hanging up the phone, Yu Weiwei looked at the haters in the live broadcast room who were constantly swearing at her, and she was so angry that she almost spitted back at them through the screen. Fortunately, I held back. I am weak and alone, and I am no match for those black people. The next moment, her hands quickly tapped on the mobile phone screen, turning her into an order-placing machine. The original plan to purchase more than 200 kilograms of goods was directly split by her into orders for item number 1. That's right, Lemon Sweet is Yu Weiwei's online nickname. At this moment, she is using this nickname to frantically place orders in the live broadcast room, supporting her idol with practical actions. However, the crazy screen swiping orders from the same account made netizens in the live broadcast room more certain that this was the order swiping account that Jiang Wanning found in order to save face. Ha ha ha, she's so anxious. She didn't even change her account number when she was swiping orders. She's afraid that others won't notice she's cheating. This is too arrogant. Go ahead. The more she swipes, the more she loses. Major shopping platforms are now cracking down on fake orders. Every order must have a corresponding express delivery receipt for the transaction to be valid. By the way, can we report her for illegal order fraud? Didn't someone report her before? Why hasn't her live streaming room been banned yet? Reporting it is useless. She's just doing normal live streaming to sell goods, without any illegal operations, and the platform will not deal with it even if I report it. What should we do? Are we just going to watch her jumping around here and disgusting us? Hee, it's easy to ban her live broadcast room by something from the live broadcast room. And then, got it +1. Immediately after Lemon Sweet placed the order, more and more order information was sent to the store backend like snowflakes. All of them are number 1 products. That is the 1-pound package for tasting. At the same time, Chun Baozhu was not idle either. She immediately called Father Chun. Dad, didn't Mrs. Pei ask you to help her keep an eye on the store? The Jiang family's vegetable basket has new products today. After receiving the news, Mr. Chun did not dare to delay and immediately ran to tell Mrs. Pei. Old Mrs. Pei waved her hand and placed an order for 100 kilograms. Father Chun looked at the list of 100 kilograms and was a little worried. Old lady, you can't eat too many persimmons. How about we buy less? Mrs. Pei disagreed. Who knows how long these persimmons will last? What if I buy too few and can't buy more later? Don't worry, I won't eat too much. I'll just buy some and stockpile them. Chapter 92, Dietary Taboos of Persimmons. Who was it that ate 8 tomatoes in one day and ended up not being able to eat even a bite of a regular meal? After Jiang Wanning came down from the mountain, she rushed to pick up her child without stopping. Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong were eager to go home after learning that many people wanted to buy their wild fruit platters. As soon as they got home, the 2 little guys jumped and ran into the house with their short legs moving very fast. He was still shouting, Uncle, we are back. Uncle, hurry up and change your clothes. After you change, let's go up the mountain to pick wild fruits. Lin Shichen's equally impatient response came from inside the room. Xian Xian, Tong Tong, change your clothes. At the same time, Jiang Wanning had just gotten out of the car when she saw Zhu Jingjing, who had already returned to the unit, appear in her yard again. You shouldn't be off work at this hour. Why are you here again? Is there something wrong with the loan? Zhu Jingjing pulled everyone into a corner, then looked around with a sneaky look in eyes. After confirming that the old lady and the others weren't looking in this direction, he carefully lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Ning Ning, have you seen what's going on in the live broadcast room? Jiang Wanning asked in confusion. What's wrong? Did something happen? Something terrible has happened. Take a look for yourself. As Zhu Jingjing spoke, she quickly took out her cell phone, skillfully entered the live broadcast room, and then handed it to Jiang Wanning without saying a word. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Wanning took the phone and saw the situation in the live broadcast room, she actually nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. There are actually over 2,000 people online. When Zhu Jingjing heard this, she rolled her eyes and complained helplessly, Look carefully. Who are the people coming in? Jiang Wanning raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the negative comments in the comments? Zhu Jingjing nodded and said with a worried look, They come with bad intentions. It's obvious at a glance that these people aren't here to buy persimmons. If this continues, even if a customer comes in who really wants to buy something, they'll be scared away. Jiang Wanning, however, seemed not to care at all and calmly pulled up the product list. Looking at the ever-increasing number of orders, she smiled and said, But they bought it. Zhu Jingjing looked at the display, showing 1,000 plus sold behind item number 1, and 100 plus sold behind item number 2. Her brows were twisted into the shape of the Chinese character Chan, and her expression became increasingly unsightly. She quickly pulled out the screenshot of the previous barrage and handed it to Jiang Wanning. Take a look at this. Jiang Wanning glanced at the screenshot and said calmly, You mean they deliberately placed the order and then planned to file a complaint on the grounds that the product was substandard? Zhu Jingjing nodded, her face solemn. If you file a complaint about a quality issue with a business, the business may face a lot of penalties, including fines, confiscation of illegal income, revocation of business licenses, and in serious cases, even criminal liability. Jiang Wanning shrugged lightly and said nonchalantly, Whether there are quality issues or not is not up to them to decide. If they can detect substandard persimmons from my persimmons, then I lose. She had seen this kind of trick many times during the end of the world. In the end, they all came to me one by one. What a confident and domineering answer. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but feel admiration in her heart, and her original worries instantly dissipated a little. It's good that you're aware of this, but it's better to be proactive. I think you could send the persimmons to a testing agency and include the results in the product details. Jiang Wanning nodded and said, Okay, I'll send it off when I'm free. Seeing her indifferent look, Zhu Jingjing sighed helplessly and said, Forget it. I'll deliver it to you on my way to work tomorrow. Who made her a loyal fan of Jiang Wanning and Jiang Family Vegetable Basket? Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Thank you. I'll give you a Jiang Family Vegetable Basket gift pack later. Zhu Jingjing's eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, What gift package? Jiang Wanning kept it a secret. You'll know when you receive it. At this moment, the 3 little ones have already changed their clothes, and they're all in high spirits and ready to go. Seeing that there was no movement from Jiang Wanning for a long time, they finally couldn't hold back and started to urge her. Mom, can we go up the mountain now? Seeing this, Zhu Jingjing remembered the wild fruit platter she had taken a photo of in the group before. She really wanted to buy it at that time, but when she saw the news, it was already too late, so she regretted not being able to buy it. Therefore, she couldn't help but shamelessly look at the 2 little ones with anticipation and asked, Tong Tong, Annie really wants to eat wild fruits too. Can you sell me a box? After hearing this, the 2 kids subconsciously turned their gaze to Jiang Wanning, seeking her advice. This is your own business. You can make your own decisions. Jiang Wanning looked at them with a smile, encouragement in her eyes. Jiang Mushuan tilted his head and thought for a moment, then put on an adult look and said seriously, Annie Xiao Zhu, you are our good friend, so I'll give you a chance to cut in line. Zhu Jingjing pretended to be aggrieved and said coquettishly, Oh, just once? Jiang Mudong thought Annie Xiao Zhu was really sad and quickly said, Annie Xiao Zhu, Tong Tong will also give you a chance to jump the queue, okay? Thank you, Tong Tong. You are really my aunt's sweetheart. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but kiss Tong Tong on her red cheek. Afterwards, she turned her gaze to Lin Shichen. Chun Chun, Xian Xian, and Tong Tong were both given a chance to jump the queue. What about you? Lin Shichen's gaze fell on the stones at his feet, his fingers unconsciously picking at the corners of his clothes, his fingertips repeatedly stroking the patterns on the fabric. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, his eyes quickly swept over Zhu Jingjing, and then immediately fell back to the ground. His voice was low, with a hint of imperceptible stiffness. Then insert it once too. After saying that, he suddenly pursed his lips as if he was worried about something. After a few seconds, he added, "No, don't tell anyone." His voice was very soft, and he spoke each word very clearly, as if he was afraid of making mistakes if he spoke too fast. Zhu Jingjing was slightly stunned and subconsciously glanced at Jiang Wanning. Then, pretending to be very curious, she asked, "Chun Chun, why can't you tell others?" Lin Shichen's fingers tightened, his shoulders hunched slightly. He didn't look at Zhu Jingjing, but instead stared at the box of wild fruit in front of him. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and spoke slowly. "Line up, uncles and aunts. I know, I'll be sad." His tone was very calm, as if he was stating an established fact, without any extra emotion, but he expressed his meaning very clearly. After saying this, he lowered his head to count the wild fruits in the box. 1, 2, 3. His fingers pointed at the fruits with a kind of rigid seriousness. When Zhu Jingjing heard this, a hint of genuine surprise flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously looked at Jiang Wanning and asked doubtfully, "Did you teach him?" Jiang Wanning raised the corner of her mouth slightly and shook her head. Qinshin has been taking a special online course designed for his condition these past few days. Maybe it was taught by the teacher in the course. Zhu Jingjing opened her mouth. "I originally wanted to say that, judging from Qinshin's current performance, his condition is obviously much better than that of ordinary autistic patients. Is it possible to fully recover afterwards?" But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. After all, in matters like this, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment in the end. The topic of Jiang Wanning's live broadcast became a hot topic. More and more people flocked to the live broadcast room. Each and every one of them was either here to join in the fun or to attack Jiang Wanning. Chapter 93, It Smells So Good. The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly, all of which were offensive words. "Jiang Wanning, I advise you to be kind. Quickly choose to reconcile and let the girl go. As a human being, you should always forgive others when you can. You only got a little skin broken on your head, but Wang Yuxuan is going to lose her bright future because of you." This type of people are typical of those who advise others to do good without experiencing their own suffering. She likes to stand up for others on the internet, acting like a saint, full of righteousness and morality, but in fact her words are empty and pale. "Jiang Wanning, you bitch, not only did you try to scam my brother, you also caused him to be slandered. I curse your entire family to death. You have until nightfall to publicly apologize and reconcile with Wang Yuxuan. Otherwise, you will never be able to survive in this world." The person who keeps calling brother is obviously a fanatical fan of Shen Yinan. In their perception, their idol, Shen Yinan, is the absolute center of the universe and will not tolerate any slander or harm. "Bitch, Jiang, didn't you get out of the entertainment industry a long time ago? Why are you fooling around again? Haha, I'm no longer selling meat, but selling fruit. This business is quite a big deal." This group of people are incompetent in real life, but dare not express their anger, so they can only vent their emotions by wantonly attacking others in the online world. They are typical keyboard warriors who curse at everyone they see without any logic or bottom line. For a moment, the entire barrage was filled with all kinds of bad words, as gloomy as a garbage dump. As soon as Qin Yuan finished filming, she couldn't wait to take the cup from her assistant, tilted her head back, and took a big gulp of her secret beauty and slimming nutrient solution, vegetable juice. The taste is refreshing and pleasant, with a slight sweetness, mixed with a hint of the unique grassy smell and bitterness of green vegetables. Very light. It does not affect its refreshing taste at all. Since receiving the vegetables, she has been eating vegetable salad for 2 consecutive days. And it was during these 2 days that Qin Yuan discovered the wonderfulness of green vegetables. Although green vegetables do not have the obvious whitening effect like tomatoes, their laxative effect is very good. The ultimate effect of smooth bowel movements is detoxification, beauty, and weight loss. Qin Yuan has the physique that if she eats one more bite today, it will show up on her face the next day. However, in the past few days, she not only enjoyed 3 meals a day normally, but even occasionally sneaked in a few midnight snacks, but it did not affect her camera condition at all. This discovery made Qin Yuan ecstatic. He treated these 10 kilograms of vegetables as treasures, guarding them tightly and not allowing anyone to touch them. In order to extend the shelf life of vegetables, she spent a huge amount of money to buy a refrigerator worth 6 figures. When it comes to food, she makes the most of green vegetables. 3 meals a day cannot be separated from vegetables. Have a bowl of vegetable and tofu soup in the morning, a vegetable salad at noon, and stir-fried vegetables in the evening. The 1,000 milliliters of vegetable juice, which she drank from morning to night, became her life-saving magic weapon. However, the more she realized the many benefits of green vegetables, the more anxious Qin Yuan became. After all, there are only 10 kilograms of vegetables in total. At the rate of consuming 1 kilogram per day, it can only last for 10 days. She became very worried when she thought that all the vegetables would be eaten up in 10 days. What to do after worrying? Chochio, I'm counting on you to grab the persimmons later. If you can grab them, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope. After experiencing the surprises brought by tomatoes and rapeseed, Qin Yuan developed an absolute filter for the items in the Jiang family's vegetable basket. So much so that she simply didn't believe Jiang Wanning's claim in the group that there was sufficient stock. After hearing this, Chochio had an expression on his face as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Qin Yuan asked in confusion, "What's with that expression on your face? Could it be that the persimmons were put on the shelves early and were snatched up again?" "We haven't grabbed all the items yet. We really haven't grabbed all the items yet. There's still a lot left." Chochio shook her head at first, then nodded. Sister Wan Ning just started a live broadcast to launch the product ahead of time, but before she could finish her words, Qin Yuan interrupted her impatiently. "What? It's really released early? Then what are you still standing there for? Place your order now." Chochio looked conflicted and stammered. "But should I use a different number to place the order?" "Oh, it's just a persimmon. No matter what number I use, the most important thing is to place the order first." Qin Yuan looked indifferent, but seeing Chochio procrastinating like this, she couldn't help herself and decided to rely on herself. She quickly took out her mobile phone, skillfully entered the Daodu account of Jiangja Vegetable Basket, and clicked into the live broadcast room. Before I could see the picture clearly, my fingers were clicking like the wind, completing a series of operations of placing an order and paying. The whole process was done in one go. She didn't notice at all that Chochio beside her was jumping up and down in anxiety. After seeing the order showing 20 kilograms of persimmons waiting to be shipped, Qin Yuan contentedly turned her attention to Chochio. "What on earth did you want to say just now?" Chochio was about to cry at this time. "Sister Wenwen, which account did you just use to order the persimmons?" "It's just my own trumpet. What's the matter? Is there any problem?" Qin Yuan asked with a puzzled look on her face. "This is a serious problem. If Sister Shui finds out, she'll definitely beat me to death." Chochio frowned and looked worried. Although it was a small account, it had been used for many years after all. Everyone in and out of the circle knew that it was Qin Yuan's small account. Qin Yuan was even more confused and asked, "Why did Sister Shui want to beat you to death?" Chochio quickly handed the Jiang family vegetable basket live broadcast page to Qin Yuan and said with a worried look on her face, "Sister Wenwen, you should watch it yourself." Qin Yuan looked down at the phone that Chochio handed to her. Everywhere you look, you see obscene words that are too disgusting to be read. In an instant, her brows twisted into the shape of the Chinese character Chan, and she couldn't help but swear. Holy shit, this is cyberbullying, right? Who are these people? Did Ningning kill someone in their family, or dig up their graves to deserve such vicious curses on her? Chochio hurriedly lowered his voice and whispered, "Most of these people are fans of Shen Yenin." After hearing this, Qin Yuan suddenly understood. Now I understand why Chochio asked her which account she used to place the order. It turned out that they were afraid that she would conflict with Shen Yenin and her fans because of her support for Jiang Wanning. Shen Yenin debuted through a talent show. He doesn't have any outstanding works, but he has a group of crazy and extreme fans. These fans act in an extremely extreme manner, attacking anyone they can get their hands on, completely irrational. Although Qin Yuan has current achievements and status in the entertainment industry, She is not afraid of these people. But who would want to provoke a group of crazy guys for no reason? Chapter 94, Add Pocket Money. Just as she sorted out the interests involved in her mind, she saw someone in the barrage recognize the small account she used to place the order. Oh my God, Xiao Wenzi? Could this be the celebrity Xiao Wenzi? I checked it out specifically and confirmed that this was Qin Yuan's second account. Is Qin Yuan crazy? She actually bought persimmons from Jiang Wanning. Is she publicly supporting Jiang Wanning? You're crazy. How could Qin Yuan possibly support Jiang Wanning? They have nothing in common, whether in the entertainment industry or not. How could they possibly have anything in common? So why did she buy persimmons? Did she accidentally click on the wrong one? Couldn't it be that she was simply greedy and wanted to buy some persimmons? Jiang Wanning had even changed her account name to Jiang's Vegetable Basket. People who didn't specifically follow her wouldn't know it was Jiang Wanning's account. Ha ha, just buying persimmons? That's even more ridiculous than saying Qin Yuan was endorsing Jiang Wanning. Those persimmons look pretty hanging on the tree, but do you really think they're edible? The vegetables in the Jiang family's vegetable basket are delicious, so I guess these persimmons should be pretty good too. Haha, where's the funny thing about this? Are you trying to make your grandpa laugh? Haha, the guy in front, this funny guy is called Lin Hai, and he's a director. In an instant, the netizens who posted barges seemed to have collectively pressed the pause button, and the screen of the live broadcast room was rare to be clean for a moment. But this calmness only lasted for a moment, and then the barrage of comments swept in even more crazily, occupying the entire screen again. At the same time, the Jiang Wanning live broadcast entry, which was originally on the hot search list, quickly dropped 2 places and was replaced by 2 new hot searches. Qin Yuan placed an order for persimmons in Jiang Wanning's live broadcast room. Lin Hai praised the delicious persimmons in Jiang Wanning's live broadcast room. At the same time, various speculations appeared on the internet. It is speculated that Qin Yuan was forced by Capital to cooperate with the unacting Shenyanin to film a drama, so she deliberately used Jiang Wanning's live broadcast room to express her dissatisfaction. I guess Lin Hai spoke in the live broadcast room because he wanted to help Qin Yuan. After all, the drama they collaborated on has just finished filming. Anyway, no matter how you guess, the focus of the topic is either Qin Yuan or Lin Hai. Jiang Wanning is a tool in their game. Toolman Jiang Wanning was so happy seeing the number of online users keep increasing, which has now exceeded 100,000 and the orders weighing thousands of kilograms. According to this traffic, this speed, could she find a designer to look at the house in advance? Ever since he caught that big silver carp in Wangshan village, Lao Zhang has been exuding an unconcealable excitement. After leaving the village, he did not go directly home. Instead, he carried the 2 particularly conspicuous big fish and strolled around the various fishing spots he often visited. It looked just like a proud peacock showing off its feathers. Hey, Laoli, you're still holding your ground here? Look at your bucket. You've got quite a catch today. It's a pity for me. I only caught 2 in the whole afternoon, but they're not big enough. Hee. You'll know when you take a look. As he spoke, he deliberately moved the bucket closer to Laoli, his eyes full of pride. Old Chun, I'm leaving first. You ask why I'm leaving so early? Look at my bucket, it's almost full. If we're any later, there won't be any room for the fish. Old Zhang smiled and exaggeratedly gestured the size of the bucket. In this way, Lao Zhang leisurely visited all the fishing spots he was familiar with, making his fellow fishermen jealous and almost killing people for the fish. Only then did he prepare to go home with satisfaction. At this moment, the sun in the sky has quietly set and gradually disappeared into the horizon. However, this is not the end. After returning to his community, he deliberately did not drive the car into the community, but parked the car in a parking space outside the community. Then he pulled his big silver carp out of the bucket with one hand and held the bucket with the other hand, and in the bucket was Lao Zhang's big black carp. Then he walked towards the community with a slightly heavy but proud step, panting. Along the way, the big silver carp that he was holding in his hand was like a spotlight, instantly attracting the attention of many passersby. Hi, Lao Zhang. This fish is so big. Where did you buy it? It's so fresh. Neighbors who were out for a walk couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lao Zhang suppressed a smile and feigned composure, saying calmly, Bought it? Come on, I caught all of this myself. What? Caught? Lao Zhang, you're amazing. You actually caught such a big fish. Tell me where you caught it. I'll try my luck someday. Look at Mr. Zhang, and then look at yourselves. You go fishing every day, so why can't you catch a fish this big? It only takes a few minutes to get from the entrance of the community to the downstairs of my house. It took old Zhang a full half-hour before he finally returned home slowly. Although his arms were a little sore at this moment, he couldn't hide the smile on his face, and he felt so satisfied in his heart. When I opened the door, I saw my wife Wang Chunhua sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Old Zhang walked into the house, pretending to be exhausted. In fact, he was eager to show off his trophy and shouted, "Hey Chunhua, come over and give me a hand. I'm exhausted from carrying it all the way." But he waited for a long time, but there was no sign of his wife. At this time, Lao Zhang vaguely realized that something was wrong in the atmosphere. He quickly turned around and saw Wang Chunhua with a dark face, staring straight at him. He said in a cold tone, "Hey, you still remember to come back? I thought you were going to spend the night outside with your fishing rod." When Lao Zhang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His nerves tensed up instantly, and he carefully explained, "How could that be possible? I promised you that I would come home for dinner every day. I won't break my promise." Wang Chunhua snorted disdainfully and asked, "Oh, then look at what time it is now." Old Zhang subconsciously looked at the wall clock and was surprised to find that it was already past 7 o'clock. When we left Wangshan village, it was clearly not yet 2 o'clock. Did he stay there for that long? Old Zhang tried to make amends. "Well, the sun set late today, and I was so busy fishing that I forgot to check the time. Didn't you keep nagging me to catch some crucian carp for our daughter's confinement? I didn't catch any, and I was so disappointed. So, as soon as I caught some, I rushed back without stopping." As he spoke, he deliberately lifted up the big silver carp in his hand, trying to divert attention. Wang Chunhua was still furious. "I was talking about crucian carp. Is that a crucian carp in your hand? Have you ever seen anyone eating silver carp during confinement?" Chapter 95, Clash of In-Laws. After listening to his wife's complaints, old Zhang felt aggrieved. But he didn't dare to object loudly, so he could only mutter quietly, "Whether it's crucian carp or silver carp, they're all fish in essence. How big of a difference can there be?" Unexpectedly, this mutter was like the fuse that ignited a powder keg, instantly arousing Wang Chunhua's even greater anger. She glared at him and said angrily, "What? You still think you're right? According to what you said, you and Jack Ma are both human beings, so why aren't you as rich as Jack Ma?" How did this escalate into a personal attack? When Lao Zhang heard this, he felt wronged, but he knew that it was useless to say more at this moment, so he could only shut his mouth tactfully and said no more. In fact, from a scientific point of view, it is not forbidden to eat silver carp during confinement. However, if crucian carp and silver carp are compared together, whether in terms of nutritional value, therapeutic effects, or taste after cooking, crucian carp can better meet the nutritional needs of mothers and babies. For this reason, when people prepare food for postpartum women, they will naturally prefer crucian carp. Under normal circumstances, if Lao Zhang brought home such a big fish, even if Wang Chunhua didn't say anything to praise him, she would definitely not get so angry. But the reason why it happened today was entirely because of my anger. It turned out that my daughter's mother-in-law was a very capable and helpful person. After her daughter-in-law gave birth, she took on the job of taking care of her during the confinement period without saying a word. On weekdays, this mother-in-law seems easy to get along with. But if she had to have a flaw, it was that she loved to secretly compete with Wang Chunhua and try to outdo herself. Every time Wang Chunhua sent something to her daughter, her mother-in-law would openly or covertly belittle and talk her down. Thinking back to what happened today, Wang Chunhua felt aggrieved and angry. She worked hard and spent a lot of money to buy an old hen, and was happy to think about using it to nourish her daughter who was in confinement. I took great pains to make a pot of chicken soup, thinking it would satisfy my daughter. As a result, my daughter vomited all over the place after drinking just a few sips. The daughter's mother-in-law immediately suspected that there was something wrong with her chicken. After taking a bite, he bluntly said that the chicken was not fresh and the soup made from it had a distinct fishy smell. In addition, the postpartum meals for new mothers require less salt and seasoning, so the fishy smell became even stronger, which caused my daughter to vomit continuously. When the mother-in-law spoke, she was still polite on the surface. In fact, there was always a sarcastic tone in the voice that made people feel uncomfortable. From what she said, it seemed as if she was saying that she, as a biological mother, was not as attentive and meticulous as her mother-in-law. In the past, Wang Chunhua would have responded rudely on the spot. But today, it is an indisputable fact that the chicken is not fresh. She had indeed done something wrong, and she could only swallow her anger. No matter what her mother-in-law said, she endured it and listened silently. In the end, Wang Chunhua returned home with a lot of anger. Unfortunately, Lao Zhang was so unlucky that not only did he come back late, but he also failed to catch the crushing carp she had been longing for. In Wang Chunhua's eyes, this was simply a mistake on top of a mistake. At this moment, she heard Lao Zhang still mumbling and trying to be stubborn, and she immediately exploded. Look at you. Day after day, your mind is completely focused on fishing. What else is on your mind? Does this family still mean anything to you? You might as well not come back and just live by the river. Turning around, he saw Lao Zhang still holding the big silver carp in his hand, and his anger grew even greater. She pointed at the door and said angrily, "If you want this fish, clean it up yourself, and don't expect me to help you. If you don't want to clean it up, just throw it away and stop getting in the way." Old Zhang was frightened by this series of anger and quickly said submissively, "Auntie, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it right away. Is that okay?" Having said that, he obediently carried the fish and went into the kitchen. After entering the kitchen, Lao Zhang started to kill the fish skillfully. I saw that he was very skilled and could cut open the belly and scrape the scales off the fish in one go. After all, his years of fishing were not in vain, and he had mastered the skill of killing fish. After a while, the big silver carp in hand was processed. Old Zhang subconsciously reached out to take the big black carp in the bucket. Halfway through the action, he suddenly remembered that the fish was not his. Jiang Dehai asked him to give it to his son. Besides fish, there are also persimmons. He was so busy showing off today that he almost forgot about his business. Thinking of the unforgettable taste of persimmons he had tasted before, Lao Zhang instantly became energetic and felt that he had found a magic weapon to please his wife again. He firmly believed that his wife would be attracted by the taste of the persimmons. So, Lao Zhang hurried to the living room and said to Wang Chunhua, who was still angry, "Chunhua, I left something in the car. I'll go get it now." However, Wang Chunhua was immersed in his own thoughts and had no time to pay attention to him. He wandered around various buying groups on his own, hoping to buy a top-quality old hen to save his face and avenge his previous shame. Under the swearing and guarantee of the buying group leader, Wang Chunhua finally made up his mind and successfully placed an order to buy 2 old hens. She also specifically noted, it must be alive and never process it in advance. There's no way a live chicken isn't fresh anymore. When Wang Chunhua heard the sound of the door opening again, she saw Lao Zhang happily walking into the house, carrying 2 large bags of persimmons. In an instant, the anger that she had suppressed with great difficulty suddenly rose up again, threatening to explode. Where did these persimmons come from? Wang Chunhua asked through gritted teeth, his eyes full of warning. He looked as if he would make Lao Zhang sleep on the sofa tonight and reflect on his actions if he dared to say that he bought it with money. This time it wasn't that Wang Chunhua was angry for no reason. The truth is that Lao Zhang has a long history of being a goody-goody. He would buy all the vegetables that the old people on the street couldn't sell without saying a word. As a result, the vegetables were old and unpalatable and could not be sold, which made sense. When he went to the mountains to dig bamboo shoots, he spent 100 yuan on 5 kilograms of raw bamboo shoots, which was several times the market price. There are countless things like this. Anyway, every time Lao Zhang bought something, nothing could make Wang Chunhua satisfied or happy. Old Zhang knew his wife's temper very well and knew that explaining at this moment would only add fuel to the fire. Then, he had an idea and did not answer the question directly. Instead, he picked out a plump and round persimmon from the bag, handed it to Wang Chunhua, and said with a smile, "Try it first, and then I will tell you where this persimmon came from." Wang Chunhua glared and said angrily, "If you get ripped off again this time, your pocket money next month will be cut in half." Chapter 96, Reconciliation. When Lao Zhang heard that his pocket money would be cut in half, his heart ached. But thinking of the intoxicating taste of the persimmons, he mustered up the courage and tentatively said, "If the persimmons this time are worth the money, can I double my pocket money?" Wang Chunhua rolled her eyes in disdain and responded arrogantly, "You wish." As she spoke, her attention shifted to the persimmon in her hand. "Are you sure this persimmon is edible? Are you setting a trap for me to get back at me?" Wang Chunhua's face was full of suspicion. After all, When she was young, she had a painful experience of eating a persimmon and having her mouth numb for 3 days. Looking at the persimmons in front of me at this moment, except that they're a little bigger than I remember, they look almost the same. Faced with his daughter-in-law's blatant questioning, Lao Zhang pretended to be angry. Without saying a word, he grabbed a persimmon from the bag and started eating it in big mouthfuls. His cheeks bulged as he ate with relish and gobbled it down voraciously. After eating, he licked his lips with satisfaction written all over his face. Wang Chunhua was really a little greedy seeing old Zhang's appearance. After eating, Lao Zhang looked normal and did not have any discomfort. Wang Chunhua's doubts were alleviated a little, and he carefully took a bite of the persimmon in his hand. In an instant, the sweet persimmon juice overflowed in her mouth. The rich, fruity aroma and just the right sweetness instantly conquered her taste buds. Her originally skeptical expression suddenly brightened, and her eyes were full of surprise. Seeing this, Lao Zhang immediately raised his chin proudly and said in a somewhat boastful tone, "How is it? It tastes good, right?" Wang Chunhua was immersed in the deliciousness of persimmons at the moment. She was too lazy to pay attention to Lao Zhang's showing off and was only concerned with savoring the persimmons in her hand. Inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of Lao Zhang reaching into the bag again, as if he wanted to eat another persimmon. Wang Chunhua was quick to grab all the persimmons in the bag and said bluntly, "These persimmons taste so good. I'll send some to Xiaoya tomorrow." After hearing this, old Zhang frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Can women who have just given birth eat persimmons? Isn't it said that persimmons are cold in nature and that pregnant women and mothers should avoid eating them?" Wang Chunhua rolled her eyes at him and explained, "It's not like you're eating it as a meal. Eating one a day has many benefits." As for what the benefits are, Wang Chunhua has always paid attention to factual basis. She picked up her cell phone, skillfully pulled up the encyclopedia introduction to persimmons, and handed it to Lao Zhang. Persimmons are rich in vitamins, such as vitamin C, vitamin A, and so on. Vitamin C has an antioxidant effect, can enhance the immunity of postpartum women, help the body resist disease, and also has a certain auxiliary effect on postpartum wound healing. Vitamin A can maintain the normal vision of the mother. It is also beneficial for the baby's nutritional intake through breast milk and can promote the baby's vision development. As long as the mother does not have diabetes and does not eat with incompatible foods, eating 1 to 2 medium-sized ripe persimmons a day is very suitable. However, compared with the rich nutritional value of persimmons, Wang Chunhua actually values its taste more. Because during the confinement period, her daughter cried to her more than once, saying that the confinement meals were bland and tasteless, and she was almost depressed from eating them. Wang Chunhua thought that her daughter's mood would definitely improve after she ate such delicious persimmons. Postpartum depression is no small matter and must be taken seriously. When old Zhang heard his wife was going to give both bags of persimmons to his daughter, he quickly protested, "You can't give them all to her. They weigh several kilograms. And this bag is..." Wang Chunhua interrupted him impatiently. "And what? And are you reluctant to give your daughter some persimmons? There are only about 20 persimmons in these 2 bags. Persimmons are long-lasting, so let your daughter keep them and enjoy them slowly." At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Old Zhang hurried to open the door, only to see Jiang Yongyan, Jiang Dahai's son, standing there. "Uncle Zhang, you said my dad asked you to bring me something. What is it?" Jiang Yongyan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Jiang Dahai is the village chief of Wangshan village. In order to facilitate work, I live in the old house in the village on weekdays. Only during holidays will she return to the city to reunite with her son. In the past, whenever he had something to give to his son, he would usually bring it back himself on the weekend. This is the first time in all these years that I have asked someone to send him something. Wait a moment. As Lao Zhang said this, he turned around and walked quickly into the kitchen, carrying out a large bucket with difficulty. Then, regardless of Wang Chunhua's astonishment, he took a bag of persimmons from her and stuffed them all into Jiang Yongyan's arms. "This fish was caught by your father, and these persimmons were given to you by the villagers. Your father thought they tasted good, so he asked me to bring them to you." Only then did Wang Chunhua realize that one of the 2 bags of persimmons belonged to someone else. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lao Zhang. Why didn't you say it earlier? It would have embarrassed her. Jiang Yongyan had no interest in the persimmons in his arms. After all, I grew up in Wangshan village, and I saw persimmons all over the mountains when I was a child. Because they were not picked They eventually fell into the mud and returned to the earth. I guess my father helped the old people in the village again, and the old people gave it to him to thank him. But when his eyes fell on the huge black carp in the bucket, his jaw dropped in shock. Uncle Zhang, was this fish really caught by my dad? Why is he so unconvinced? After all, his father, who had been fishing for years but often came back empty-handed, suddenly gave him such a big fish. It would be hard for anyone to believe that he had caught it himself. Looking at Jiang Yongyan's reaction, old Zhang couldn't help but say happily, "Really? It's even more real than gold. And maybe your dad will be able to catch a bigger fish in the future. As long as Jiang Dahai is willing to spend the same high price of 50 yuan per kilogram as he did, it'll be fine." After seeing Jiang Yongyan off, Wang Chunhua asked curiously, "So these persimmons are grown in old Zhang's village. Could these persimmons of yours also be gifts from the villagers?" Lao Zhang, what good things are you thinking? Lao Jiang is the village chief. He works hard every day for the villagers, going up the mountains and down the river. That's why the villagers gave him persimmons. I'm just an outsider who went there to fish. Why should they give me persimmons? Wang Chunhua thought this made sense and asked, "How much did you spend on it? If the price is right, you can buy more later." Lao Zhang felt that sticking his head out was a risk, and hiding it was also a risk, so he said directly, 40 per jean. Wang Chunhua was so shocked that her voice almost split open. "How much did you say?" Lao Zhang took a few steps back and said confidently, "Just for the taste, tell me if it's worth it. It tastes really good, but the price is too outrageous." Wang Chunhua still couldn't accept it. Old Zhang said coldly, "Your daughter often buys durian that costs hundreds of yuan a pound. Which do you choose, durian or persimmon?" "Well, then it's this persimmon." Chapter 97, Not Enough to Sell. Early the next morning, Wang Chunhua received 2 lively old hens that could still flap their wings. These 2 chickens were her treasures to save her face, so she personally instructed Lao Zhang to kill and pluck the chickens. This busy work took up the entire morning. The 2 of them were struggling in the kitchen, filled with chicken feathers and the smell of chicken. The strong smell made them dizzy and their whole bodies numb. By noon, I had no appetite at all. I just planned to make some porridge and eat it with pickled mustard greens and fermented tofu. Just then, Jiang Yongyan's wife Wu Yanan, who lived upstairs, knocked on their door, holding a bowl of steaming braised fish and tofu. "Uncle, Aunt, my family made some extra fish for lunch and brought it over for you to try." Wu Yanan smiled and handed the casserole in her hand to Wang Chunhua. At the same time, a strong fish aroma instantly spread. Mr. Zhang and Wang Chunhua almost drooled. Then my stomach started to growl uncontrollably. He just said he had no appetite, but now he's been slapped in the face. The 2 looked at each other awkwardly, then warmly welcomed Wu Yanan into the house. Wang Chunhua was all smiles, exclaiming in amazement, "Hey Yanan, how did you cook this fish? How come it smells so good?" Wu Yanan smiled and said, "It's just a regular braised dish with some tofu added." Wang Chunhua was still puzzled and continued to ask, "But why is this smell so unique and fragrant?" Wu Yanan explained, "It's all because of the fish my dad and his friends caught. Uncle, Aunt, you'll know once you try it. It's incredibly fresh. My daughter Han-Nin usually won't touch fish, no matter how I cook it. But today she ate half a bowl of this fish for once." Wang Chunhua couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. "Okay, then we have to try it. Children have the most sensitive sense of taste, and they don't like anything that is fishy or bitter. I think the taste will definitely not be bad." Old Zhang, who was standing by, had been waiting there eagerly with chopsticks in his hand. Hearing what his wife said, he immediately handed her a pair of chopsticks, then couldn't wait to pick up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. In the past, people believed that the taste of black carp was actually very ordinary, even inferior to that of grass carp. Moreover, the cost of breeding black carp is high, and the price is much higher than that of grass carp. So most people would rather choose to eat grass carp or other types of fish and are not keen on black carp. But at this moment, Lao Zhang tasted the fish and couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious. It's so delicious. No wonder this fish can be sold at 50 yuan per catty." When Wang Chunhua and Wu Yanan heard what Lao Zhang said, they all turned their eyes to him at the same time. "How much is a pound?" Wang Chunhua frowned, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Only then did Lao Zhang realize that he had accidentally let the cat out of the bag and secretly groaned in his heart. But there was no other way. I had already said it, and there was no way to hide it. I could only bite the bullet and confess. It's 50 per pound. Wang Chunhua's expression remained unchanged, but his tone grew colder. Didn't you say before that Lao Jiang caught the fish himself? Why are you bringing up the 50 yuan per gene thing now? Lao Zhang quickly explained. The fish were indeed caught by Lao Jiang. But the owner of the fish pond where we fish has a rule. If you fish there, you have to buy back the fish you catch at 50 yuan per gene. Wang Chunhua's eyes narrowed dangerously, as if he could see through Lao Zhang. What about your fish? Don't tell me you bought that silver carp for 50 yuan a pound. When Lao Zhang heard this, his eyes began to avoid unconsciously, and his guilty feeling was evident in his words. Before he even opened his mouth, Wang Chunhua was already certain that he had guessed correctly. Wang Chunhua was instantly trembling with rage. He ignored Wu Yanen's presence and shouted, Zhang Jianzhong, do you think our family has mountains of gold and silver? You're squandering it like this. First, persimmons for 40 yuan a gene, and now silver carp for 50 yuan a gene. Don't you know the market price of silver carp? It's even cheaper than black carp. Old Jiang at least managed to catch a black carp. And you, on the other hand, only buy the cheapest fish. Old Jiang felt aggrieved and muttered quietly, how can I choose what fish I want to catch? When it comes to fishing, the fish always choose them, so they're lucky enough to get some harvest. On weekdays, when he goes fishing, he wouldn't mind even if he caught a fish the size of a finger, let alone such a big silver carp this time. Wang Chunhua wasn't buying it and continued, you bought silver carp for 50 yuan a gene, and you still think you're right? If you could catch a black carp like Lao Jiang did, I wouldn't be so angry. Lao Zhang quickly protested, trying to defend himself. The boss said that the fish in their pond, regardless of species, are of the best quality and taste the best. Who knows, my silver carp might even taste better than this black carp. Wang Chunhua almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Comrade Lao Zhang, you're really not crying until you see the coffin. Fine, just wait, I'll go cook that silver carp right now. If it doesn't taste good, your pocket money for next month will be cut in half. This trick again. Wang Chunhua would often threaten him by cutting his pocket money in half. But after all these years, Lao Zhang has never seen or give him more pocket money as a reward for his good performance. However, Lao Zhang only dared to repeat these words silently in his heart. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Last night, Lao Zhang cleaned the silver carp and cut it into pieces. Now you can take it out of the refrigerator and put it into the pot. Wang Chunhua's cooking skills are quick and efficient, without any hesitation. First, fry the fish pieces until both sides are golden brown, then add onions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. Pour an appropriate amount of cooking wine and soy sauce. Add boiling water, and the amount of water should cover the fish. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low heat and simmer until the soup thickens and the fish is cooked through. Finally, add appropriate amount of salt, sugar, and pepper to taste. When the taste is just right, collect the sauce and serve. The three of them looked at the braised fish on the plate and swallowed their saliva. Fragrant. It smells so good. If they hadn't been trying so hard to hold back, they would have picked up their chopsticks and started showing off. However, this was not the last time they swallowed their saliva, nor was it the first. As soon as the fish pieces are put into the frying pan, the hot oil comes into contact with the fish body, making a sizzling sound. A rich and fragrant fragrance instantly spread and filled the entire room. Chef Wu Chunhua and 2 bystanders began their saliva-swallowing journey. Wu Yanen, who had originally stayed because she was curious about the taste of the silver carp, could no longer contain her excitement and cried out in surprise. Chapter 98 Busy. Andy, this is the smell. When I was making braised fish and tofu, it smelled the same. I stood in front of the stove, my mouth almost watering with greed. Wang Chunhua stood aside, subconsciously touching the corner of his mouth, secretly thanking his luck. Fortunately, I held back, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. It is said that people who cook often don't like to eat the food they cook. It's just because the smell of cooking fumes has already made me lose my appetite. But when cooking the silver carp this time, Wang Chunhua did not have such a feeling at all. Although the appearance of the fish in front of me is only average, this is probably due to the fact that Wang Chunhua's cooking skills still have room for improvement. The aroma it exudes is extremely tempting and hard to resist. Looking at this scene, Old Zhang was certain that his pocket money was safe without even tasting it. So he proudly launched his counterattack. Wife, we've been married for so many years, and this is the first time I've noticed how amazing your cooking skills are. An ordinary silver carp, in your skillful hands, can become so fragrant and tempting. Snort. Wang Chunhua snorted in his heart. Don't think she can't see that this petty man is secretly mocking her. Whether it tastes good or not, we'll tell you after we eat it. Wang Chunhua rolled his eyes at Lao Zhang and said unhappily. Old Zhang looked very attentive. He couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat from the tenderest part of the fish and put it into Wang Chunhua's bowl, with a flattering smile on his face. Then, he did not forget to warmly greet Wu Yanan, who was standing beside him. Yanan, don't be polite. Come and try your aunt's cooking. This fish is very fragrant. Wu Yanan responded straightforwardly. Okay, uncle. I can do it myself. I won't be shy with you. In fact, she was full of curiosity about the taste of the silver carp and could not wait to try it. The moment the three of them put the fish into their mouths, the expectant expressions on their faces all froze. So salty. I guess it feels only slightly better than falling into a salt jar. Without any prior agreement, the three of them moved in unison, quickly picked up the bowls of porridge in front of them, and began to drink from them in big gulps, trying to use the light taste of porridge to alleviate the overly strong salty taste in my mouth. Wang Chunhua was a little embarrassed and subconsciously explained, I was in a hurry and put too much salt. Seeing this, Wu Yanan hurriedly comforted her. Auntie, it's okay. This saltiness is just right for porridge. It has a unique flavor. Lao Zhang expressed his opinion directly through practical actions. A bite of fish, a mouthful of porridge, I can't stop eating. As expected, as the last piece of fish on the plate was finished, the three of them were so full that their stomachs were round and bloated. This fish is really delicious. It's not about how much fish they ate, but to neutralize the strong salty taste, everyone drank bowl after bowl of porridge. This is enough to show how delicious this fish is. Even though it was extremely salty, they still couldn't stop eating it. Old Zhang held his belly contentedly, a slightly provocative smile on his face as he asked, Wife, now you don't have to deduct my pocket money, right? At this time, Wang Chunhua had to admit that he was completely convinced. Whether it was the persimmons I tasted before or the fish today, the taste was absolutely amazing. In comparison, the persimmons and fish I ate for the past 40 years felt fake. Wang Chunhua didn't directly respond to Lao Zhang's question, but instead asked, could the persimmons and fish you bought come from the same place? Old Zhang nodded and said, that's right. The persimmons and fish are from Boss Zhang's. I only knew about this place because Boss Zhang introduced me to it. He secretly thanked his luck that he was not scared away by the high price of 50 yuan per kilogram. Otherwise, you would miss such delicious persimmons and fish. Although the price is indeed not cheap, as long as the quality is outstanding enough, there will surely be people willing to pay for it, even if it is more expensive. Lao Zhang was not the only one who had this idea. Wang Chunhua also changed his mind at this moment. She looked at the empty plate on the table and thought about her previous complaints about the price of silver carp. Now she no longer felt that 51 kilograms of silver carp was expensive. Thinking of my daughter who is in confinement after giving birth, and the old hen I bought for 38 yuan per catty, a strange feeling suddenly came over me. It seems like I'm losing money to sell such good fish at 50 yuan per catty. In an instant, Wang Chunhua no longer worried about making chicken soup with the old hen. His mind and eyes were filled with the silver carp that Lao Zhang brought back. She couldn't help but ponder. If the silver carp can be raised to be so delicious, if it is replaced with crucian carp and then carefully stewed in a fish soup, how delicious would the soup be? Thinking of this, Wang Chunhua looked at Lao Zhang and said, as long as you can catch a crucian carp from Boss Jiang, I will give you extra pocket money. How about it? What's up? This is simply pie in the sky. Old Zhang was so happy that he couldn't possibly disagree. With this excuse, he could go to Boss Jiang's pond to fish openly. However, although he was as excited as if he had a little rabbit in his arms, jumping up and down, Lao Zhang pretended to be conflicted on the surface. There aren't many crucian carp in Boss Jiang's pond, and I'm not sure if I can catch them next time. But for my daughter, I'll go fishing no matter how hard it is. I'll go more often if I can't catch them. How could Wang Chunhua not hear the hidden meaning behind Lao Zhang's words? But considering that the persimmons and silver carp he brought back were indeed delicious and had brought a unique experience to his family, she didn't bother to argue with Lao Zhang and pretended not to notice. Wu Yanan, who was about to leave for home, overheard their conversation and had a similar thought. There's a long-held belief that eating fish makes children smarter. Regardless of whether this claim is scientific, fish is rich in high-quality protein, unsaturated fatty acids, and other nutrients, undoubtedly beneficial to a child's growth and development. Previously, Wu Yanin had taken great pains to coax her children to eat fish. She bought all kinds of fish, including river fish, sea fish, and deep-sea fish, but her children never appreciated it and were unwilling to eat more than a bite. Now that she has finally found a fish that Hanin is willing to eat, Wu Yanin naturally does not want to miss this good opportunity to supplement her child's nutrition. In her opinion, what's the big deal about 50 yuan per gene? She had previously bought deep-sea fish for hundreds of yuan per gene without hesitation for the sake of her children's nutrition. But she was embarrassed to let her father-in-law buy it for such an expensive price. I can only ask Lao Zhang for help. Uncle Zhang, if you catch any extra fish when you go fishing next time, can you give them to me? Chapter 99, A Naturally Born War Man. Your family wants to eat fish. Do you really need my help? Boss Jiang is your father-in-law's niece. As Lao Zhang spoke, his tone unconsciously took on a sour tone. I kept wondering, why doesn't he have such a caring and capable niece who can also build a fish pond for him to fish? Wu Yanin was a little confused when he heard this. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, my father-in-law's eldest niece? Who is she? She counted on her fingers and began to recall. I have been married for several years and have met almost all of my husband's relatives. Most of them work in the city to make a living. But I have never heard of anyone returning to their hometown to engage in breeding. No, if I can get in touch with such a good relative, my children will never have to worry about eating fish in the future. You must quickly understand it clearly and move around more. Then uncle, aunt, I'll go back first. Wu Yanin became impatient and wanted to go home and ask her husband what was going on. Before leaving, Wang Chunhua enthusiastically stuffed a cleaned old hen into her hand. Seeing this, Wu Yanin quickly declined. Auntie, this old hen is prepared for Xiaoya's confinement. How can I take it? Wang Chunhua smiled and waved her hand, saying, take it, take it. Xiaoya still has some, and she's been drinking chicken soup every day lately. She's probably getting tired of it. I'm thinking of giving her some fish to change her taste. Just for the fish given to Lao Zhang's niece, this chicken should be given away. The grandchildren at home are still young. Eating fish is the most nutritious. Wu Yanin couldn't refuse and had to accept it. I thought, anyway, the two families interact with each other on a daily basis and have a close relationship. I'll accept it this time and return it next time I have the chance. After Wu Yanin left, Wang Chunhua immediately began to instruct Lao Zhang to clean up the kitchen. As Lao Zhang was cleaning up, he asked, what are you going to do with this chicken? Stew it whole or cut it into pieces? Wang Chunhua answered without hesitation, chop it up. Haven't you been talking about fried chicken? I'll make it for you tonight. Old Zhang acted flattered when he heard this and said, but isn't this for my daughter's confinement? Moreover, this old hen is too old and tough to be used for stir-fried chicken, so it will definitely not taste good. It is best to use 3 yellow chicken. The meat of that kind of chicken is more tender, has less fat, and is not too greasy to eat. Wang Chunhua said with a bit of pride, Grandma Xiaoya has been stewing chicken for her every day these days. She must have gotten tired of it. I'll make her some fish soup. She's sure to be very happy when she drinks it. Wang Chunhua still had his own plans in mind. I thought of letting my mother-in-law taste this delicious fish soup as well. She just didn't believe that such a delicious fish couldn't convince her mother-in-law. When Lao Zhang thought of the delicious taste of the fish, he couldn't help licking his lips and said, then make more. I wasn't full just now. Wang Chunhua's eyes widened immediately. Eat, eat, eat. Just now you were saying you were full, and now you're saying you're not full. I'm telling you, this little bit of fish is for Xiaoya, and you're not allowed to snatch it from your daughter. Lao Zhang, those bowls of porridge are very watery. They're gone after a few peas. How can they be considered a proper meal? But he only dared to think about this in his heart, but did not dare to say it out loud. At noon that day, Wang Chunhua couldn't wait to rush to her daughter's house with a plate of steamed fish. The reason for choosing steaming is not only because it can preserve the original flavor of the fish to the greatest extent. More importantly, the operation steps are simple and it is not easy to make mistakes. For Wang Chunhua, who is not good at complicated cooking, it is undoubtedly the best choice. As soon as she entered her daughter's house, her mother-in-law saw the insulated lunchbox she was carrying and a warm smile appeared on her face. My dear, you're here to bring soup to Xiaoya again. This morning, Xiaoya was complaining that she was tired of drinking soup every day and asked me to change her taste. As soon as these words were spoken, It was clear that the soup Wang Chunhua sent today would be wasted. If it were in the past, even if Wang Chunhua was not carrying soup, just by looking at the tone, she was already furious and retorted angrily. With her noisy temper, even if she's right, she often gives people the impression that she is in the wrong because of her arrogant attitude. But today is different. Since having the help of the plug-in, Wang Chunhua is no longer the impatient girl she used to be. She smiled brightly and replied gently, "Indeed, who can stand eating chicken soup or fish soup every day?" Yesterday, her dad finally caught a fish, so I thought I'd change Xiaoya's taste and made some steamed fish. As she spoke, she opened the food box neatly and presented the plate of steamed fish to her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law took a closer look and saw that there were indeed pieces of steamed fish on the plate. Only, she frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "My dear, why does this fish look like a silver carp?" Wang Chunhua still kept smiling and said frankly, "My dear in-law, you have a good eye. It is indeed a silver carp. I originally wanted Lao Zhang to catch a Christian carp, but unfortunately he was not good enough, so he brought me a silver carp instead." My mother-in-law shook her head slightly and said slowly, "Fishing is never accurate, so catching fish is already great. But this silver carp tastes really average, and the fishy smell is particularly strong. If it's braised, perhaps the seasoning can cover up the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. But if it's steamed..." She didn't say the rest directly, but the disdain revealed in her eyes already showed her attitude. Then, she said apologetically, "My dear, I'm not saying you didn't cook well. I'm mainly worried that Xiaoya won't be able to get used to it. You know, she vomited once yesterday, and her appetite is obviously much worse today. If she gets uncomfortable because of eating fish again, I'm really worried that Xiaoya won't be able to handle it." Wang Chunhua was so happy in her heart, but had a smile on her face. He even put on an attitude of humbly seeking advice, and said in a gentle voice, "Mother-in-law, you are right. This fish is a gift from her father, and I wanted to cook it for Xiaoya to try. But Xiaoya is in confinement after her childbirth, and greasy and sauced meals don't suit her, so I thought of steaming it. But no matter how good it is, it can't compare to Xiaoya's health. How about this, mother-in-law, you try the fish first. If it really doesn't suit your taste, I promise not to trouble Xiaoya with it, but take it back immediately." The mother-in-law was really surprised to see Wang Chunhua's performance. I was secretly surprised at her transformation. However, what emerged more spontaneously was a sense of pride. In her opinion, Wang Chunhua asking her to help taste the food was equivalent to showing weakness and admitting that her cooking skills were inferior to others. However, even though her inner pride was about to overflow, the mother-in-law tried her best to restrain herself and did not show it at all. Chapter 100 Kitchen. Not only that, she also deliberately put on an embarrassed expression and said, "My dear, this is not very appropriate. You know, my cooking skills are just ordinary. How dare I help you taste the food?" Wang Chunhua was so disgusted with her mother-in-law's pretentious behavior that she almost rolled her eyes to the sky. But he still had a sincere smile on his face and said enthusiastically, "My dear, don't be so modest. Try it quickly and give me some advice. If you think it's not tasty, I will take the fish away without saying a word." Seeing that she couldn't refuse, the mother-in-law pretended to be reluctant and said, "Okay, then I'll try it." This is what Wang Chunhua said herself. "If the comments are unpleasant and make her angry, it has nothing to do with me." Seeing that her mother-in-law finally agreed, Wang Chunhua immediately handed over the chopsticks attentively. Anyone who saw her proactive attitude could feel that she was sincerely inviting her mother-in-law to try the food, without any pretense. The mother-in-law was full of doubts, but she still took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and put it into her mouth. The moment the fish touched her taste buds, the contempt in her eyes instantly disappeared. Instead, there was a lot of surprise, amazement, and doubt. I was surprised by the taste of the silver carp. It did not have the rough texture that I remembered silver carp to have, and there was not even a trace of fishy smell. She was amazed by the taste of the steamed fish, which was fresh, mellow, and long-lasting, far surpassing any fish she had tasted in most of her life. What is surprising is that such delicious steamed fish was made by Wang Chunhua. Could it be that she hired some famous chef to do the job for her, just to show off? Wang Chunhua stared at her mother-in-law, taking in the ever-changing expressions on her face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, almost reaching his ears. But he still pretended to be humble and asked sincerely, "My dear, please tell me, how is this steamed fish? If it's not delicious, please don't worry about my face. Just tell me what you think. I can bear it." The mother-in-law had a strange look on her face and stared at Wang Chunhua. At this time, her mind began to turn and she slowly came to her senses. Recalling what happened yesterday, she wondered what the fish tasted like. Wang Chunhua must have tasted it in advance. Since he has tasted it, Wang Chunhua must know what the fish tastes like. If even this fish can be called unpalatable, then it would be difficult to find delicious fish in this world. If I now say that the fish is not tasty in order to save face, who knows, this petty-minded woman in front of me might even drag other people to try and judge for her. By then, wouldn't it be confirmed that I was making things difficult for her? She said that Wang Chunhua looked strange today. The feeling is to set a trap for her. Snort. She would never fall into this trap. So, the mother-in-law immediately put on a smile and said in an exaggerated tone, "Delicious. It's absolutely delicious. My dear, to be honest, the fish you cooked is the best fish I have ever eaten in my life. With your cooking skills, you are more than qualified to participate in the chef competition." When Wang Chunhua heard this, his mouth stretched from ear to ear. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. It's just edible home cooking." The mother-in-law opened up and said, "My dear, don't be so modest. You have such great cooking skills. Why do you usually hide them? If I had known that your cooking was so delicious, I wouldn't have shown off my skills in front of you before." Wang Chunhua felt a little embarrassed when she saw her mother-in-law's sincere words. With a slight blush on her face, she said, "Sister, please don't say that. Aren't you being disrespectful to me? My cooking skills are nothing compared to yours. To be honest, the fish I cooked was so delicious thanks to the fish itself." When a mother-in-law heard this, her curiosity was instantly piqued, and she quickly asked, "What's wrong with this fish? Is there anything special about it?" Wang Chunhua pointed to the steamed fish in the insulated food container and explained, "This fish is indeed silver carp, but not just any silver carp. This is high-quality silver carp that sells for 50 yuan per pound. The fish itself is extremely tender, so no matter how you cook it, the taste is perfect. Take this steamed fish, for example. I simply added some scallions and ginger, steamed it until cooked, drizzled it with steamed fish soy sauce, and finally splashed it with hot oil. If I used any other fish, I wouldn't be able to achieve this taste." When my mother-in-law heard this, she was really shocked this time. His eyes widened as he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, 50 yuan per gene for silver carp? That's ridiculously high. Ordinary silver carp are much cheaper on the market. The price difference is huge." Wang Chunhua nodded in agreement. Yes, it's certainly not cheap. But as long as Xiaoya can enjoy her meal and feel good about it, it's worth spending any amount. After all, she's weak right now and needs to be nourished. Eating something that suits her taste will be good for her recovery. After hearing this, the mother-in-law agreed with it deeply. Reaching out, he took Wang Chunhua's hand and patted it gently. An expression of deep emotion crossed his face as he nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Nothing is more important than Xiaoya eating happily and staying healthy. As parents, we all hope that our children will be successful and happy. Back then, these two mothers were at loggerheads over many things because of their children, just like two sharp needles that refused to give in to each other. However, now they finally reached a reconciliation due to their shared love and concern for their children. Xiaoya lay quietly on the bed, with the steamed fish her mother sent placed on the small table in front of her. The fish is tender and fragrant. She put a spoonful of fish in her mouth, savoring its delicious taste and fragrance. Looking up, I saw two mothers surrounding the baby, with loving smiles on their faces, teasing the baby affectionately. A rattle is shaken gently, making a crisp sound that makes the baby giggle. The other one held a colorful toy and gently shook it in front of the baby's eyes, making the baby wave his hands and feet excitedly. Looking at this warm and harmonious scene, Xiaoya's depressed mood, due to postpartum physical discomfort and trivial matters, inexplicably improved a lot. Wangshan Village. Batch after batch of persimmons are packed into boxes and then delivered to all parts of the country. When Wang Ying saw the netizens in the live broadcast room being unfriendly to Jiang Wanning, he thought that the persimmon was bound to fall into his hand. Unexpectedly, all the persimmons they picked every day were sold. You know, the 6 of them can pick and transport about 2,000 kilograms of persimmons a day. Chapter 101. Navy? 2,000 kilograms of persimmons were successfully sold in one day. This is undoubtedly an astonishing number for the villagers of Wangshan Village. It's 5 o'clock, time to call it a day. The alarm clock rang on time. Wang Ying quickly put away the live broadcast equipment, then neatly packed up other things and prepared to go down the mountain. Seeing this, the other busy villagers also stopped what they were doing. This scene is completely different from the situation in the past few days where everyone insisted on working until dark every day. It was because Jiang Wanning greeted everyone in advance today and specifically reminded everyone to get off work on time at 5 o'clock. Then they gathered at her house and said that she had something to discuss with them. Chen Aiju was filled with curiosity and couldn't help asking, "Ingzi, what do you think Ningning wants to tell us?" Li Yunyun speculated. Didn't Ningning say before that we should pick persimmons for a few days to see how the market reacts? Could it be that we've picked too many recently and can't sell them all, so we need to pause for a few days? Okay, stop guessing. Ningning's persimmons are selling really well. We'll know what's going on when we get there. Because Wang Ying had to go to Jiang Wanning's house every day to return the live broadcast equipment, he knew best whether the persimmons had been sold or not. But it's too early to say anything. It's better to listen to what Jiang Wanning says in person. 5:30 sharp. 6 people sat in the main hall of Jiang Wanning's house. Although they are all Jiang Wanning's elders, they seem particularly reserved in front of Jiang Wanning. In comparison, Jiang Wanning was much more at ease. She smiled and said, "Dear uncles and aunts, thank you for your hard work these past few days." Wang Ying waved his hand and responded cheerfully, "It's just picking persimmons, what's the big deal? When we worked as temporary workers in the city, planting flowers and trees for others, it was much more tiring than this." Chen Aiju quickly agreed. "That's right. Planting flowers is hard work, and the money I earn is sometimes not even as much as what you pay me, Ningning. If I had no other choice, I wouldn't do it." I think Chen Aiju really doesn't like the job of growing flowers and plants, and there is a sense of resentment in her words. Li Yunyan agreed and said, "If there were always jobs like the one Ningning and your family of doing in the village, I would be happy to stay even if the salary was a little lower." Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "As long as the ants don't feel wronged, that's fine." Jiang Wutian and the others waved their hands hurriedly, saying sincerely, No, we're more than happy to do so. How can we feel wrong? Uncle, it's all right for the ants to say that, but please don't try to fool me. I heard that working on a construction site pays well." Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Wutian and said with a little surprise. Jiang Wutian listened, sighed slightly, and said, "The wages at the construction site are indeed a little higher, but not that much. Besides, working at the construction site means eating and sleeping there, and the conditions are tough and miserable. It's nowhere near as comfortable as living in the village." Jiang Chengtian and Jiang Liu were listening on the side, feeling the same way, and nodded in agreement. Jiang Liu added with a silly smile, "Besides, we are old. If there are young and strong people to choose from, the construction site will not be willing to hire old guys like us." Every word they said came from the heart. They've been thinking carefully at home these days. After working outside and deducting miscellaneous expenses such as food, drink, and toilet, the money you can actually save is actually not much different for what you earn working for Jiang Wanning. You know, in the village, they eat the food and vegetables grown in their own fields, live in their own houses, and don't have much extra expenses throughout the year. In this way, almost all the money earned can be saved. If Jiang Wanning had work to do every day, they would come to help every day. Coincidentally, Jiang Wanning also had the same plan. So she got straight to the point, "Uncle, and this is the case. The market demand for persimmons is increasing, so we have to increase the daily picking volume accordingly. So I plan to recruit a group of people to help in a few days." Ningning, are you saying that the 2,000 kilograms of persimmons we pick every day aren't enough to sell? Wang Ying's face was filled with shock, his eyes widened. Before, she saw that there were no persimmons piled up at Jiang Wanning's house, and thought that the 2,000 kilograms per day had been sold out. But now it seems that I was too conservative. This is not sold out. This is not enough to sell. Jiang Wanning raised the corner of her mouth and nodded in affirmation. Yes, the order volume has increased very rapidly recently. Many orders are already scheduled for 3 days later. If we don't increase the harvest, the latest orders will probably be delayed for a week before they can be shipped. When the people sitting in the room heard this, they did not feel jealous at all, but were filled with joy instead. "Oh my, this is such great news. If we had known there wouldn't be enough persimmons to sell, we should have gone down the mountain later tonight and picked more." Jiang Wutian's face was full of smiles, and his words were full of joy about the hot sales of persimmons. Jiang Wanning shook her head and refused. "Uncle and aunt, we agreed that the working hours were 8 hours, so we must strictly adhere to them and not engage in overtime. Wang Ying suppressed his smile and said seriously, Ningning, tell me what you want us to do. As long as it's within our capabilities, just arrange it and we'll ensure it's completed. The others nodded, expressing their willingness to fully cooperate. Okay, then I won't be polite to my uncles and aunts. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning smiled with relief. I've already discussed it with the village committee. They'll select another 30 people from the village to help the day after tomorrow. However, with so many people, there's always more trouble. To prevent any accidents, I've decided to divide these 30 people into 6 groups. I'd like you to be group leaders, each responsible for managing 5 people. Team leader, everyone exclaimed in unison, with surprise and joy written all over their faces. After all, who doesn't want to take on a leadership role at work? Even if you're just a team leader who manages 5 people, you are still a boss and can demonstrate your own value. Chun Aiju was the quickest to react and asked excitedly, is the team leader the same as the team leader of the previous production team? Jiang Wanning nodded affirmatively and replied, yes, that's right. Chun Aiju suddenly perked up, puffed out her chest, and said loudly, then I'll do it. My mother used to be a team leader, and she often told me about her glorious deeds back then. Now I can be a team leader too, and I'm sure I can do better than my mother. Although the others were not as straightforward as Chun Aiju, their faces were also filled with excitement, and they were full of anticipation for this new responsibility. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm was so high, Jiang Wanning was also generous. It was immediately announced that each team leader's salary would be increased by 50 yuan per day. Chapter 112 accidents. This news instantly made Wang Ying and others happy. For workers, no matter how many big promises are made, salary is the most real thing. Li Yunyun slapped her thigh in excitement and said loudly, oh my, if this continues after I work for a full month, my salary will be higher than my son's. Who says it's not? Chun Aiju smiled broadly and quickly took over the conversation. My daughter just graduated from college and found a job in the provincial capital, earning only 5,000 yuan a month. Ningning, don't worry. Since you trust us so much and are offering us a raise, we will definitely do our best to fulfill your kindness. After hearing this, Wang Ying looked solemn and serious, and he almost raised his hand to swear an oath on the spot to express his determination. After leaving Jiang Wanning's house, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the sight along the way. Everyone expressed their admiration for Jiang Wanning's incredible ability to sell persimmons so well. Chun Aiju, who was always outspoken, couldn't suppress her doubts. She turned to Wang Ying beside her and asked, Yingzi, do you think the persimmons from Ningming's family are special? Although everyone has been busy in the persimmon forest for several days, no one has tasted the persimmons yet. After all, the rules were set when we first recruited the workers. No one is allowed to eat secretly without Jiang Wanning's permission. They are all honest and decent people, so they naturally listen to whatever you say. Li Yunyun was deeply touched by what he said and quickly agreed, perhaps you're right. Haven't you noticed that the fragrance of the persimmons is so wonderful? Normally, I get exhausted after working in the mountains and fields for a short time, but this time I've been picking persimmons for several days straight, and not only do I not feel tired, I'm actually more energetic than before. I heard that if plants are well cared for, they can be very nourishing to people. I've seen the persimmon orchard at Ningming's house, and that's exactly the same principle. After hearing this, everyone nodded, and they all felt that what Li Yunyun said made sense. For a moment, everyone talked to each other and shared their wonderful feelings. Some people said that they used to have back pain all the time, but after working in the persimmon forest for a few days, the back pain was gone. Some people also said that they slept more soundly and no longer woke up frequently at night. The more they talked, the more magical it seemed, as if this persimmon forest concealed some unknown magic. What a pity! The persimmon forest is so small. Once the 30 new people arrive, all the persimmons will be picked in just a few days, Chun Aiju said regretfully. That's not necessarily true. Wang Ying responded mysteriously. Yingzi, do you know any news? Everyone's curiosity was instantly piqued, and they all looked at Wang Ying. Wang Ying said angrily, what news can I know? Have you forgotten that Ningming's family owns over 300 acres of mountain land? Even though Jiang Lei only planted half of it, it's still over 100 acres. After the persimmons are picked, there will be other fruits. Yingzi, you are really smart. Everyone praised it. Actually, we don't need to think too much. We just need to do our current job well. As long as there's new work, Ningning will definitely think of us and ask us to help. Wang and Yu gave a serious exhortation. I'm afraid they might get carried away and do something they shouldn't do, which would be counterproductive. Right. We must work hard and never let Ningning down. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes full of determination and resolve. After Wang Ying and others left, dusk quietly enveloped Wangshan village. Jiang Wanning sat alone in the house, concentrating on the back end of Tao Tao's store, focusing on handling matters related to order delivery. With the click of the mouse and the tapping of the keyboard, lines of data jump on the screen. As of now, the weight of persimmons corresponding to unshipped orders has accumulated to more than 10,000 kilograms. Looking at the ever-increasing numbers, Jiang Wanning frowned slightly. In order to avoid the continued increase in the number of unshipped orders, which would bring huge pressure to subsequent work, she decided to directly remove the product link of persimmons from shelves. I was secretly thinking that I would put the products back on the shelves after all the newly recruited pickers were in place and all the work was on track to ensure that the orders could be sent out in a timely and accurate manner. At this time, Jiang Wanning looked up and saw Lin Shichen and the twins walking into the kitchen. Judging from the little one's expressions, they are getting ready to start cooking dinner. Jiang Wanning raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a hint of a smile, and shouted to them, "Chun Chun, I want to eat pickled fish." Hearing his sister's request, Lin Shichen had almost no hesitation. "Sour fish. Let's go fishing." The twins beside them were not to be outdone and said in unison, "Mom, let's go to the store to buy some pickled vegetables." Outside the courtyard, Wu Guixiang, who was busy weighing and packing, heard the children's words and immediately stopped what she was doing. She said loudly, "No need to buy. Grandma has some at home. Xian, you know where the pickle jar is at Grandma's house. Go get it from Grandma's house later." Ever since Grandma Wu took on the job of weighing and packing, she has almost become half a member of the Jiang family. If they had enough rooms, Jiang Wanning would have let her stay at home. "Okay, Mrs. Wu, I'll get it now." Jiang Mushuan responded loudly and ran away. Seeing that she couldn't help by sauerkraut, Jiang Mudong turned around and went back to the side, continuing to concentrate on arranging their wild fruit platter. The small wild fruit business became even more popular with the addition of Lin Shichen. But these three little guys' daily lives are also very busy. Those who should go to school on time, and those who should take online classes should never miss any class. Therefore, they have limited time to spend on picking wild fruits, and can only prepare 20 boxes of wild fruit platters at most every day, completely in short supply. In the kindergarten, the children love it and praise it. In the Jiang family vegetable basket group number 1 and group number 2, the scene was so hot that it was hard to get a box. Anyone who has tasted the wild fruit platter is attracted by its unique flavor and has a strong desire to repurchase it. Especially those wealthy people in the entertainment industry in the Jiang family vegetable basket number 2 group, such as Qin Yuan, Lin Hai, and others, who are not hesitant to offer high prices of hundreds or even thousands. They just want to cut in line during the rush to buy and grab this delicacy. But this is something that the three little ones who stick to their principles would never agree to. In order to demonstrate fairness and justice, no matter how many boxes of wild fruit platters are prepared every day, the three little ones will distribute them strictly according to the principle of equal treatment. Chapter 103, don't even think about it. There's no chance. The little guys will divide the platter into 2 equal parts so that customers in both groups have equal opportunities to buy. In their small world, fairness and integrity are the most important principles. Because of this, their wild fruit platter is becoming more and more popular and sought after. After Lin Shichen finished fishing, Jiang Mushuan also brought back sauerkraut from Wu Guixiang's house. Lin Shichen walked into the kitchen, went straight to the corner of the cupboard, and picked up the exclusive tablet whose edges had been rubbed to a shine. His fingers repeatedly made a shallow scratch on the back of the tablet. That was the marking point he found for himself. He would touch this mark every time before picking it up, as if to confirm something. This was taught to him by his sister. My sister said that whenever she encounters something she doesn't know how to do, she can find the answer in this magical little box. He placed the tablet on the chopping board, not stopping until the edge of the screen was aligned with the edge of the chopping board. Then he took a deep breath, pressed his lips into a straight line, and said to the tablet in an almost rigid tone, "Please, how do you make this sour fish?" Each word was pronounced with great emphasis, as if completing a procedure that required precision. Soon, many related cooking videos popped up on the screen. Lin Shichen's fingers tapped the screen 3 times quickly. This was his usual way of selecting, and then he clicked on the video with the most likes. He sat on a small stool, his back straight, staring at the screen without blinking. Even his breathing slowed down. When the person in the video flips the fish fillets, his fingers will unconsciously follow and gesture in the air, repeating the trajectory of the action until the steps in the video are completed. He will then stop and watch it again from the beginning. He didn't turn off the video until he had engraved all the content in his mind through motion memory. When he stood up, his knees made a slight sound, but he acted as if he didn't hear it and walked straight towards the fish in the basin. First, kill the fish, then remove the scales. Lin Shichen muttered softly, his voice intermittent like a stuck tape, while he pulled the fish out of the water. He did not start working immediately, but stared at the fish for half a minute, as if to confirm whether its position was as expected, and then carefully placed the fish in the center of the chopping board. Then he closed his eyes slightly, clenched his fists at his sides, and took a deep breath. Then he quickly picked up the kitchen knife, and the angle of his wrist movement was exactly the same as in the video. He always did things in this replica way. The back of the kitchen knife hit a certain point on the fish's head precisely, which was the position he had memorized after watching the video repeatedly. In an instant, the fish, which was originally lively and jumping around, quickly fell unconscious and stopped struggling. The video says that doing so can not only reduce the pain of the fish during subsequent processing, but also make the slaughtering process smoother. Lin Shichen mastered these fish-killing techniques after practicing 7 times following the video when he tried to cook fish for the first time. At that time, he always deviated from the direction when scraping fish scales. Later, he drew a line on the chopping board and scraped along the line every time, and finally he learned it. Then, he used a kitchen knife to slowly start from the tail of the fish and scrape the scales carefully from bottom to top against the direction of the scales' growth. His shoulders were slightly hunched inward, his eyes focused only on the point where the blade met the fish scales, as if the entire world only contained this piece of fish body. After each scrape, he would pause for half a second to check if there was anything missed. He even used the tip of the knife to clean the easily overlooked parts of the fish's belly and fins. After scraping, he turned on the faucet and let the water flow just onto the fish. The water level should not be too high or too low. This was the standard he had figured out. He put the fish under water and rinsed it 3 times, no more, no less, until he was sure all the scales were washed off. After removing the scales, remove the gills. Lin Shichen picked up the scissors, his fingers turning white from the force. Instead of cutting directly, he first opened the fish gills and gestured twice in the air with the tip of the scissors before actually cutting. When he cut the base of the fish's gills, his breathing became noticeably heavier, as if he was completing a very challenging task. I remember that the video specifically emphasized that fish gills, as the respiratory organs of fish, will accumulate a lot of dirt and impurities when in contact with external water for a long time. They must be cleaned thoroughly, otherwise the fish meat will become unpalatable. This is the pickled fish that his sister wants to eat. He doesn't want to make it taste bad and disappoint his sister. This thought was like a small hook, which made him dare not be careless at all. Now it's time to gut it. He continued to use scissors to start from the fish's anus and cut along the midline of the abdomen all the way to the fish's throat. He had traced this line with a marker the first time he did it, and later, even though there was no mark, he could still cut straight by muscle memory. Then he pinched the internal organs with his fingers, moving very slowly, as if he was disassembling a precision part, and took out the fish intestines, fish liver, fish bladder, etc. one by one. He was extremely careful in this step because the fish gallbladder was the most fragile part. As his fingers groped in the fish's belly, his eyes were tense and a little straight. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was sure that the fish gallbladder was completely removed. He didn't want his grandmother, sister, Xian and Tong Tong to eat the bitter fish meat. That strange taste would make him feel uncomfortable too. After slaughtering the fish, he put it into clean water and rinsed the belly of the fish carefully and circled his fingers in it 3 times. This was the rule he set to ensure that there was no residual blood or internal organ fragments. Afterwards, he lifted the fish out of the water and rinsed the surface of the fish with clean water again, 3 times, no more and no less. At this moment, Jiang Wanning walked out of the house and happened to see Lin Shichen had already cut off the fish head. He was standing in front of the chopping board, holding the knife tightly in both hands, concentrating on slowly cutting along the fish's spine from the head to the tail. His eyes were fixed on the point of contact between the blade and the fish bone, as if that was the only focus. His hands exerted force evenly and steadily, and each cut was extremely precise. This was the strength he had mastered after practicing more than a dozen times. As the blade went deeper, the fish meat on one side gradually separated from the bones until the entire piece of fish was sliced off intactly. Then, he used the same method to skillfully fillet the fish from the other side. At this moment, Lin Shichen was completely immersed in his own world. His brows were slightly furrowed. His lips were pressed into a straight line. All his attention was focused on the movements of his hands, and he was completely unaware of the sounds outside. Lin Shichen gently placed the sliced fish on the chopping board with the skin facing down. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the surface of the fish, and tapped it lightly with his fingers, as if counting something. He was carefully observing the direction of the fish bones. After determining the location of the fish bone, he used a knife to remove the bone from the fish meat bit by bit, his movements slow but steady. For those smaller fish bones that are difficult to handle with a kitchen knife, he would use tweezers, firmly grasp the fish bones with the pointed ends of the tweezers, and slowly pull them out, for fear of injuring the surrounding fish flesh. Every time he pulled out a fish bone, he would place it neatly on a small plate on the edge of the chopping board. Jiang Wanning stood aside and was a little surprised when she saw his meticulous operation. "Chen Shun, are you going to find all the fish bones?" What he caught was grass carp, which has relatively more bones than other fish. Lin Shichen didn't even raise his head, his hands moving nonstop, only making a hum sound in his throat. After a long while, he spoke again, his voice still slow and a little stiff. "Tong Tong, it's too small, it will get stuck." What he meant was that in order for Tong Tong to enjoy the pickled fish without any worries, he had to clean out all the fish bones. Looking at Lin Shichen, who was concentrating on removing fish bones for Tong Tong, his fingers were a little red from the prolonged force, but he still patiently checked every piece of fish. Jiang Wanning's eyes were full of pity. Lin Shichen may be a born warm-hearted guy. Even though his way of expression is different from others, it does not affect his ability to warm everyone around him in his own way. Jiang Wanning looked at Chunshun, who was working hard, and asked distressfully, "Do you need help from your sister?" Lin Shichen stopped what he was doing, shook his head, and his eyes quickly swept across her face, then immediately fell back on the fish. Then he frowned slightly and tapped the chopping board unconsciously with his fingers. This was his habitual action when he felt worried. "Sister, are you hungry?" Jiang Wanning didn't understand why he asked this for a moment and shook her head subconsciously. Seeing that his sister was not hungry, Lin Shichen breathed a sigh of relief and stopped tapping his fingers. He picked up a piece of processed fish, looked at it against the light, and said seriously, "I'll be quick." After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued to fight with those tiny fish bones. The small plate on the chopping board was already full of fish bones. Chapter 104 Complaint. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but laugh and said softly, "Okay, but I'm not hungry. Chun Shun, you can take your time." Lin Shichen seemed not to hear and tapped the edge of the chopping board 3 times quickly. This was his signal to confirm speed up after receiving the order. He lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the fish meat. The frequency of the blade's rise and fall increased significantly, but still remained astonishingly stable. In just a moment, the fish bones were cleaned up, and then he flipped his wrists, slicing the fish meat into thin slices and cutting the fish bones into small pieces. The thickness of each piece of fish seemed to have been measured with a ruler, precisely controlled at about 0.3 centimeters. The size of each piece of fish bone was almost exactly the same, and he arranged them into a straight line along the edge of the chopping board, with even the spacing between them being surprisingly uniform. Jiang Wanning stood aside, staring at the scene in front of her, stunned. I really can't understand how Lin Shichen can control his hand movements so precisely. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that these fish fillets and fish bones were cut by a machine. Lin Shichen was completely immersed in his own rhythm, his brows slightly furrowed, his lips pressed into a straight line, as if the whole world was left with only the ingredients on the chopping board. He didn't notice Jiang Wanning's surprise, but just arranged the fish meat and fish bones in a different plate step by step. As he placed each piece of fish, he gently adjusted the angle to ensure the edges were aligned. Each section of fish bone is placed so that it is perfectly parallel to the previous one. This is more like an arrangement ritual following some hidden rules than a simple dish preparation. Then he turned to the ingredients. When picking up the sauerkraut, he first aligned the stems, scratched a shallow mark on the cabbage with his finger, and then cut along the mark, cutting the small pieces into almost the same length, as if they had been cut with a mold. After cutting, he put the sauerkraut into clean water and rinsed it strictly twice. No more, no less. This was the standard procedure he wrote down from the video. Then, he clenched the sauerkraut with both hands and squeezed out the water until his palms turned white. He then placed it on an empty plate beside him, still arranging it neatly. Next, process the pickled peppers, pickled ginger, garlic, scallions, dried chilies, and cilantro. He first laid out each ingredient in a straight line on the chopping board before starting to cut. The pickled peppers are chopped into evenly sized pieces, and the pickled ginger and garlic are cut into granules, each one looking like it was carved from the same mold. The green onions are precisely cut into segments, with a length error of no more than 1 millimeter. The dried chilies are cut into sections, the coriander is cut into sections, and all the ingredients are placed into different small bowls in different categories. The edge of the bowl must be aligned with the edge of the chopping board before it is considered complete. Jiang Wanning stood aside, her initial surprise gradually turning into silence. She watched Lin Shichen mechanically and precisely repeat the cutting and placing movements. There was no extra emotion in her eyes, only the ultimate pursuit of standards. This is not preparing food. It's more like a precision instrument with a set program executing instructions. Every detail is perfect and there is no deviation. Seeing Lin Shichen pick up the ladle to scoop water to wash the pot, Jiang Wanning knew it was time to start the fire. She took the initiative to walk behind the stove and wanted to help light the fire. Although she knew nothing about cooking, she still had some experience in lighting fires. But just as she sat down and her hand hadn't touched the pine branches, she saw Jiang Mushuan running towards her with his short legs. "Mom, you go and have a rest. I'll help my uncle light the fire," Jiang Mushuan said as he reached out to pull Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Actually, Mom can also make fire." Jiang Mushuan said in a serious tone, "No." Nyonyo's mother said that the smoke in the kitchen is not good for girl skin. "Mom, you should go and rest." After hearing this, Jiang Wanning was speechless for a moment. She felt amused and touched, but more than that, she was curious. She had heard about this classmate Nyonyo several times from the three little ones, and each time she became curious about this child she had never met. In the end, Jiang Wanning was unable to persuade Jiang Mushuan and was forced out of the kitchen. Alas, she finally wanted to be diligent for once, but was disdained by her younger brother and son. She could only obediently leave and wait for dinner. However, what Jiang Mushuan said about the smoky and fiery atmosphere was not an exaggeration in their house. There was only an earthen stove in the kitchen and no range hood. Every time they cooked, thick smoke billowed out, and the smoke and ash filled the entire space. The roof and walls had long been smoked and turned yellow and black. When I renovate the house in the future, I must build the most comfortable kitchen. As soon as this idea came up, it quickly took root in her heart. She couldn't wait to pull out her phone and start searching for modern kitchen designs. On the screen, exquisite pictures switch one by one, and advanced concepts and facilities come into view. Smart appliances that can be controlled with just a command, space-saving and efficient integrated designs, self-cleaning materials that can automatically decompose oil stains, air purification systems that can filter out harmful gases. Every detail makes her heart beat. Jiang Wanning became more and more fascinated as she looked, and she didn't notice at all that because the link to the persimmon product had been removed from the shelves, the back end of her Taotao store had been bombarded with private messages. Countless messages urging for delivery came in like a tide, crowding the store. "Boss, where are the persimmons? Why are they off the shelves? My wife is divorcing me because I can't buy persimmons. Please help. Weren't there still plenty of live broadcasts? It was just a few minutes late, so why's the link gone? I want to buy persimmons. If you don't link me, I'll come to your house to find you." In a dimly lit room, Chao Jiong hunched his back, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. His fingers tapped on the keyboard like a storm, and the text and pictures on the screen jumped rapidly under his control. The report was carefully crafted and accompanied by pictures that seemed to be reasonable and well-founded. He considered every detail over and over again, and after confirming that nothing was missed, he curled up a sinister smile and clicked the submit button without hesitation. After completing all this, he immediately switched to the Big Eye platform and couldn't wait to edit a highly inflammatory post. Chow, a member of the entertainment industry's disciplinary inspection committee, said, "Comrades, I've already reported Jiang the bitch's Dowdu store. Just follow my instructions, and within 2 weeks, her store will be shut down." Then, he uploaded all the pictures he had prepared for smear campaign. After posting, Chow Jiang leaned back in his chair comfortably, crossed his hands behind his head, a smug look on his face, and waited happily for the traffic to come in like a tide. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the 2 persimmons in the corner of the room. They were covered with mottled black spots, which looked very ugly. A sarcastic smile appeared on Chow Jiang's lips. He picked up one of them and tossed it around in his hands casually. Chapter 1:05 Stop. Then he pointed the persimmon in his hand at the trash can not far away. He bent his arm, shook his wrist slightly, and made a standard shooting posture. He even imitated the tone of a basketball commentator and shouted loudly, "Bingo!" The persimmon drew an arc in the air and fell steadily into the trash can with a dull sound. Then he did the same thing and threw the remaining persimmon in the same way. With a plop, it disappeared into the smelly trash can. The final destination of trash persimmons should be the trash can. Chow Jiang, a self-proclaimed self-media blogger, has always had a despicable career path. His method is to fabricate gossip and scandals about various celebrities to attract attention and gain traffic. For a long time, his account has been ignored and has received very few clicks. However, the gears of fate began to turn strangely after he was maliciously involved in the crusade against Jiang Wanting. He was like a villain corrupted by darkness, and he wantonly fabricated many disgusting scandals for Jiang Wanting. No one had expected that such immoral and despicable behavior would be like opening the Pandora's box of traffic, causing his account traffic data to soar like a rocket. The number of fans has increased dramatically, and the number of likes, comments, and reposts has also shown explosive growth. After tasting the huge benefits brought by malicious hype, Chow Jiang was completely swallowed up by greed and desire. He seemed to be possessed by a demon, completely caught up in the endless malicious attention towards Jiang Wanting. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight shines into the room, he does not think about how to create valuable content, but racks his brains and thinks about how to fabricate more sensational rumors. During this period, the hot search terms on the internet, such as Jiang Wanting forced fans to commit suicide, Jiang Wanting ignored the lives of fans and refused to accept reconciliation, Jiang Wanting took advantage of others' misfortunes and started live broadcasts to sell goods were all from his hands. Therefore, he was also the first person to discover that Jiang Wanting was doing a live broadcast. When he saw Jiang Wanting's live broadcast and online store, he came up with a brilliant plan. That is to report Jiang Wanting openly under the guise of justice. This is to incite those brainless netizens who have no discernment on the internet and force Jiang Wanting to shut down the live broadcast and close the store. Some people may wonder what benefits this behavior will bring to him. From an emotional point of view, Jiang Wanting's life or death has nothing to do with him. From the perspective of material interests, there seems to be no direct connection. But in Chow Jiang's heart, which was blackened by interests, he had his own wishful thinking. Through this, he was able to further expand his influence in the online world. Once he successfully brings down Jiang Wanting, he will be able to become famous and successfully join the ranks of millions of self-media. Millions of self-media accounts mean a lot of wealth. Earning tens of millions a year is no longer an unattainable dream, but a reality within reach. Luxury houses, luxury cars, beautiful women, these extravagant things like shining stars kept flashing before his eyes. Chow Jiang was immersed in the beautiful fantasy he had carefully constructed. His eyes were blurred, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, and his saliva was almost flowing. That greedy look made him look just like a thief peering at treasure in the dark. At this moment, the sharp ring of the phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the room and waking Chow Jiang from a sweet dream. He reached out and grabbed the phone impatiently. As soon as the call was connected, a burst of urgent voices rushed out from the other end of the receiver. "Lao Chow, what the hell are you doing? Check online. That post you posted has gone viral." The person speaking was Zhao Wenbin. As gossip bloggers, he and Chow Jiang often chat together during live broadcasts. He attracts attention by revealing some shocking news that is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Chow Jiang instantly became alert, his eyes widened, and he asked anxiously, "Which post? Is it the one reporting Jiang Wanting?" It had only been less than half an hour since he posted that post. Could it have become popular so quickly? Without waiting for Zhao Wenbin's response, he couldn't wait to exit the call interface and quickly opened the Big Eye platform to check the situation with his fingers flying. What comes into view is a series of shocking data. There were 1,543 reposts, 8,765 comments, and a whopping 23,545 likes. Not only that, the entry Lao Chao teaches you how to report Jiang Wanting has soared all the way and firmly occupied the 5th place on the hot search list. Ah, I'm famous. I'm famous. Chao Jiang was so excited that he danced and shouted wildly in the room like a crazy gambler, as if the whole world was under his control. But at this moment, Zhao Wenbin's slightly cold voice came from the phone again, like pouring a bucket of cold water. Don't be too happy yet. Hurry up and read the comments below. Chao Jiang curled his lips nonchalantly and snorted. Who cares about the comments? Those are my traffic and data. In his eyes, people in his line of work have seen all kinds of bad reviews and have long developed a thick skin that is immune to all kinds of poisons. He felt that Zhao Wenbin was too young and too impatient. Besides, Jiang Wanting doesn't have many fans in traffic and has become notorious due to previous malicious slander. If netizens want to curse someone, they will definitely curse Jiang Wanting. How could they possibly target him? Chao Jiang thought smugly, with a scornful smile on his face, and casually clicked on the comment section. However, when the comments came into view, his smile froze on his face, and he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Where did this idiotic thing come from? You're saying persimmons are sour and astringent and hard to eat? Are you sure you've actually eaten persimmons from Jiang Wanting's? Stop spouting crap here. Were the persimmons in the Jiang family's vegetable basket pulled off the shelves because of you, a bastard? You have to compensate me for my persimmons. Unscrupulous media, all they do is spread rumors and slander. I have already reported you to the platform. Just wait for your account to be blocked. Don't say anything else, just forward it. If it gets 500 forwards, I'll call the police and let them take care of this scum. Damn it. If it's because of you that I can no longer eat persimmons from the Jiang family's vegetable basket, I will curse your ancestors for 8 generations to die a miserable death. The comments section was filled with insults, accusations, and threats against him. But Chao Jiang was only stunned for a moment and quickly adjusted himself. He blurted out, "What the hell? What the hell is going on? Could it be that Jiang Wanting hired some online trolls?" Chapter 106 Mysterious Background. Otherwise, why would so many people speak up for Jiang Wanting? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Chao Jiang felt that he had revealed the truth. This is definitely a navy. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Wenbin sighed helplessly and advised earnestly, "Lao Chao, didn't you buy that batch of persimmons before? Listen to my advice and try them quickly. Maybe after trying them, you will understand." As long as Chao Jiang has tasted the delicious persimmon, he will understand why there are so many people scolding him in the comment section. Chao Jiang scoffed and replied with disdain, "As for that persimmon, I can tell it tastes bad at first glance. How could I possibly try it? I threw it in the trash a long time ago. It's garbage and doesn't belong in a place like that." His tone was full of contempt. Zhao Wenbin was speechless for a moment, paused, and said, "Okay, then go check out the trending searches first." "Gao Ziong Lao Get Ji Fan. You mean my trending search? I saw a long time ago. I have Jiang Wanting to thank for that. I've become a regular on trending searches lately." When talking about the trending searches, a smug look appeared on his face. Those are all his achievements. Every time he becomes a trending topic, his number of fans increases. I think the results of this battle will be even more impressive. Zhao Wenbin said speechlessly. Take a look at the other trending searches. I'm giving you some sincere advice. It's best to delete that post, otherwise things will probably get worse. Chao Jiang immediately became displeased upon hearing this. Why would you delete it? With such great buzz, only a fool would delete it. I worked so hard to create such a big buzz. How can I give up so easily? Heat is everything. He doesn't care about the truth and consequences of the matter at all. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Zhao Wenbin said helplessly, "Okay, I wish you good luck." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhao Wenbin and Chao Jiang once stirred up trouble in the gossip circle together and did many shameful things. Considering the past collusion between the two, Zhao Wenbin felt that he had given Chao Jiang enough warnings and had done his best. He glanced at the interface where the editor was ready to report Jiang family vegetable basket. Without hesitation, I decisively chose to quit. Then he picked up the remaining persimmon and took a small bite. The expected sweet taste instantly spread in his mouth. As he ate each bite of persimmon, the regret in his heart grew stronger. If I had known these persimmons were so delicious, I should have bought a 5-gene bag. All in all, it's the Taobao platform's fault. How could it so hastily remove someone's product from shelves based on just a few complaints and reports? No matter what, we have to conduct an in-depth investigation before making a decision. Zhao Wenbin, once a veteran Jiang wanting hater, had a 180-degree change of attitude after taking a bite of this delicious persimmon. Without hesitation, he joined the team to save the Jiang family vegetable basket store and quickly sent a complaint message to the Taobao platform, trying to save the persimmons that had been taken off the shelves. On the other hand, although Chao Ziyong refused to accept Zhao Wenbin's suggestion, he couldn't help but be curious and check the hot search list as advised. Qin Yuan said that this was the most delicious persimmon she had ever eaten. Lin Hai recommended the persimmons from Zhang's vegetable basket. Su Xiaoyin and Han Zhozhou fight over persimmons. Persimmon? What kind of persimmon is it? Chao Ziyong's gaze slowly fell on the 2 smashed persimmons in the trash can. In an instant, an indescribable sense of foreboding, like a surging tide, suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart and quickly spread throughout my body. Could this persimmon be from Jiang Wanning's family? No way. Absolutely impossible. How could it be such a coincidence? He tried to dispel the doubts in his heart by self-denial. But the ever-growing doubts were like stubborn weeds that could not be pulled out. Qin Yuan, Lin Ai, Su Xiaoyin. These names kept circling in his mind. Who are those people? In the entertainment industry, each of them is a well-known figure. How could they possibly stand up for Jiang Wanning, who is mired in scandals and despised by the entire internet? This is simply incredible. Chao Ziyong's brows were twisted into the shape of the Chinese character Chan, and his heart was full of confusion and puzzlement. However, fate always seems to play tricks on people. Often the more you worry about something, the more reality tends to move in that direction. When Chao Ziyong's eyes fell on the post published by Qin Yuan, his pupils suddenly contracted and he felt as if struck by lightning. The box of persimmons in the post and the 2 he had received before looked like they were carved from the same mold. It is also covered with dense black spots, looking inconspicuous and even a little ugly. Looking at Lin Hai's post, Su Xiaoyin's post, and Han Zhozhou's post, without exception, they're all exactly the same pictures of persimmons. These pictures were like sharp blades, stabbing Chao Ziyong straight at him. He was horrified by what he saw. Chao Ziyong began to realize that the overwhelming abusive comments under his posts, even if they were not the work of the internet trolls hired by Jiang Wanning, were most likely related to the fans of these celebrities. But he really couldn't figure it out. Are these people crazy? Jiang Wanning is now recognized by the entire network as a bad artist. Aren't they afraid of any negative impact on their image or attacks from public opinion by being associated with her? However, Chao Ziyong was completely overthinking it. When he opened the social accounts of Qin Yuan and Lin Hai with a nervous mood, what came into view was not the expected public attacks caused by supporting Jiang Wanning, but only curiosity and expectation. Netizens left messages expressing their strong curiosity about the taste of the persimmon. Phrases like, "What does this persimmon taste like?" and "I really want to know how delicious it is" kept popping up. There are even many people who vow that they would go to Jiang Wanning's Taobao store to place an order. Looking at these comments, Chao Ziyong's face became increasingly ugly, and he felt mixed emotions. At this moment, Zhao Wenbin's words urging him to taste the persimmons suddenly rang in his ears. Chao Ziyong felt conflicted and his eyes were full of struggle. After a few seconds, he seemed to have made up his mind and suddenly reached out and grabbed the trash can. He reached in and rummaged through the trash for the persimmons he had previously discarded. After a lot of effort, he dug out the 2 smashed persimmons. I saw that the surface of the persimmon was covered with all kinds of filth. There was a saliva and leftover takeout. The various flavors mixed together, emitting a disgusting smell that made people's stomachs churn just by looking at it. But at this moment, his strong curiosity drove him to do anything. Chao Ziyong gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and put the dirty persimmon into his mouth as if he was going to complete a life-and-death test. However, the moment his teeth touched the persimmon flesh, his eyes suddenly widened. The whole person was stunned, as if he had been cast under a spell. Damn! Chao Ziyong cursed in his heart, his face full of disbelief. How come this persimmon is so delicious? The sweet taste exploded among his taste buds, instantly conquering his taste nerves and even making him forget that the 2 persimmons in front of him were picked up from the trash can. He gobbled up all the persimmons without leaving any and licked his fingers with satisfaction, as if he was still immersed in the amazing taste. However, it is one thing to admit that persimmons are delicious. Asking him to delete the post is harder than climbing to the sky. In his distorted value system, this is a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. The fact that top stars and famous directors all came out did not frighten him, but played into his hands. There was a greedy glint in Chao Ziyong's eyes. This is great. There will definitely be more traffic coming in. Traffic is money. As for whether the traffic comes from people scolding him or praising him, he doesn't care at all. In his eyes, they will eventually become his bargaining chips. He didn't care at all about the harsh words from netizens in the comments section, such as, if he gets 500 reposts, I'll report him to the police for defamation. A sneer of contempt appeared on his lips, as if he was mocking the naivety of netizens. Not only that, he felt that the incident was not big enough, and was determined to add fuel to the current heat so that he could make a fortune. So, he contacted the operator of the Dian platform without hesitation. With a big wave of his hand, he spent 100,000 yuan to buy a hot search. Jiang Wanning is a black-hearted merchant, and netizens have jointly reported it and removed it from the shelves. It was as if he had seen countless traffic rushing towards him, and money was waving to him. A smug smile appeared on Chao Ziyong's face. Beijing's suburban film and television base. The filming site of certain crew. Yang Xinjin hugged Qin Yuan's arm affectionately and said coquettishly, "Wen, you are my best sister. Just give me half of the persimmon, okay?" The voice is soft, and the ending tone has a slight rise, just like a kitten begging for food. Qin Yuan, however, didn't bite at all and rejected it mercilessly. No. The tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Even though Yang Xinjin is her sworn sister, it cannot shake her determination to protect persimmon. When Yang Xinjin heard this, she immediately became unhappy and pouted in a wronged manner. "You don't keep your word. You clearly promised me before I bought your persimmons, you would give me half first. That's only if you can buy the persimmons and return them to me. But now, all the persimmons in the Jiang family's vegetable basket are gone. If I give them to you and you can't pay me back, I'll be at a huge loss." Qin Yuan spread her hands, a look of regret on her face. Yang Xinjin still refused to give up and continued to pester. "Are you really so heartless that you won't give me any part?" Qin Yuan shrugged, looking like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. "I don't have any persimmons, but I have my life." After saying this, she seemed to suddenly think of something. He approached Yang Xinjin mysteriously, half covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "Why don't you try Director Lin? I heard he buys the most." But who could have imagined that Lin Hai would suddenly stand behind him silently like a ghost? Suddenly, he said, "Don't even think about it. It's impossible. He only bought 20 kilograms of persimmons. Even if you save a little every day and only eat one a day, it will be enough to last you for a month or so. I don't know if it can last until Zhang's vegetable basket comes out with new products." However, compared to those people who cried and complained in the group that they bought too little or didn't buy anything at all, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little proud. "Fortunately, I didn't believe Jiang Wanning's words there will be enough of it. Otherwise, I would be the one crying now. The products of Jiang family's vegetable basket are all the best of the best. Of course, you have to act as soon as possible to get such good stuff and buy as much as you can. If he wasn't worried about buying too much and it being difficult to store, he would have bought 100 kilograms at once." Seeing that neither of them would give in, Yang Xinjin immediately started to go crazy and shouted at the top of her voice, "I don't care. I want to eat persimmons. I want to eat persimmons. If I can't eat persimmons, I'm going on strike." Qin Yuan curled her lips in disdain and rolled her eyes at her. "Tiske, don't tell anyone I know you when you get out. It's so embarrassing." Lin Hai was even more direct and poured cold water on her without mercy. "Go on strike. You've already finished filming, and there's no more scenes for you." All right, I'll give you 2. Just calm down for a while." In the end, it was Qin Yuan who gave her 2 of them out of consideration for their years of sisterhood, and only then did she calm down. Ning clearly promised us that there would be plenty of persimmons. They've only been on sale for a few days, so why are they suddenly off the shelves? Qin Yuan was puzzled. If she had known this earlier, she would not have thought of tasting it first, and would have only bought 10 kilograms. Her large, ultra-fresh refrigerator is still empty. Yang Zhenjin jokingly said, "Who can you blame for this? It's because you guys were showing off on the Big Eye platform, and everyone snapped it up." Lin Hai felt the same way. The reason why he posted on the platform to promote it was because he had promised Jiang Wanning that he would fulfill this promise. Moreover, he himself knew that with the number of fans he, Zhang Shui, and Su Jun had, it should not have caused such a huge traffic storm that led to all the persimmons being sold out. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Qin Yuan, pointing the finger at her. "We posted this because we promised Jiang Wanning. Why are you joining the fun? Why are you posting something for the right reason? Don't you know your ability to bring in goods?" When asked this, a trace of guilt flashed across Qin Yuan's face. "Well, the wild fruits and fish Ningning sent were so delicious. I got so excited that, you know what I mean?" At this moment, even Qin Yuan herself began to doubt whether it was her fault. What? There are also wild fruits and fish? Are they also produced by the Jiang family's vegetable basket? Yang Zhenjin came up to Qin Yuan with a questioning look on her face. When Qin Yuan heard this, she immediately became interested. A smug smile appeared on his face, like a proud little peacock. Yes, that wild fruit is even more delicious than persimmons. And that fish, let me tell you, I have never eaten such delicious fish in my life. And the preparation is super simple, just a simple steaming. The taste is amazing. She swallowed as she spoke. I originally wanted to show off to Yang Zhenjin, but I almost drooled while talking. Lin Hai nodded beside him, looking as if he was reminiscing about the past. The fish really tastes good. I wonder if Jiang Wanning will sell them online later. It would be great if we can still eat them later. Yang Zhenjin's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Besides wild fruits and fish, what else did you eat? It turned out that Yang Zhenjin had been filming in another place for some time and was very busy. After the filming was finally finished, she came to visit the set when she had some free time. Inadvertently, she discovered the persimmons that Qin Yuan had hidden like a treasure. She only tasted one and was amazed by its unique taste. I thought that the only amazing thing in the Jiang family's vegetable basket was persimmons, but I didn't expect there were so many treasure delicacies. When Qin Yuan heard this, the smugness on her face became even stronger. He deliberately kept the question in suspense and said slowly, "It's nothing, just a few tomatoes and some rapeseed." That smug look really deserves a beating. Qin Yuan, what happened to the promise of sharing happiness? When Yang Zhenjin heard this, she immediately exploded. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "You ate tomatoes, rapeseed, wild fruits, and fish without asking me, but now you won't even give me a few more persimmons. You're too much." Just as the three of them were arguing with each other, Qin Yuan's assistant Xiao came hurriedly with a mobile phone in hand. With a worried look on his face, he said, "Sister Wenwen, take a look at this." Qin Yuan took the phone and scanned the screen. The moment she saw the trending search terms, Jiang Wanning is a black-hearted merchant, and netizens jointly reported it and removed it from the shelves, her expression froze. His expression was filled with shock and anger. "What's going on?" Yang Zhenjin also came over, and after reading the entry clearly, she couldn't help but blurt out, "So, these persimmons weren't taken off the shelves because they were sold out, but because they were reported by netizens?" She opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Lin Hai took a look and became even more furious. This is sheer nonsense. Just because persimmons are sold for 40 yuan per pound, they're accusing people of being dishonest? Why don't they report those imported fruits that cost hundreds of yuan per pound? What worries Lin Hai the most is not just the persimmons being taken off the shelves. What he was worried about was that if the persimmons were reported and taken off the shelves, Jiang Wanning would become discouraged and stop selling her family's agricultural products. If that were the case, where would he find such delicious food that had such magical, sleep-inducing properties? Thinking of this, Lin Hai became anxious. He paced back and forth for a long time, then suddenly took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hey, Xiaoli, didn't Powerhouse operations director contact you earlier and ask me to shoot a promotional video for their platform? Give me his contact number right now. The sooner the better." Seeing this, Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, and she turned to her assistant Xiao and said, "Xiao, help me find Sister Lu's phone number." Sister Lu is a senior executive at the Taotao platform. She has extensive connections and abundant resources, so she might be able to be of great help in this matter. Yang Zhenjin, standing nearby, rolled her eyes before suddenly blurting out, "Taotao seemed to have contacted me before, saying they wanted me to join their platform. What do you think?" If I can help this time, could Jiang Wanting also give me some wild fruits and fish to try? Under Chao Ziyong's malicious instigation, a group of black fans wanted to buy a pound of sample persimmons. In order to collect evidence, to report the Jiang family's vegetable basket and deal a heavy blow to Jiang Wanting. But when they took the first bite of the persimmon with disdain, their original arrogance was instantly extinguished by the amazing taste and turned into anger and regret, and they all cursed and complained on the internet. Which idiot reported this? How could they have the heart to eat such delicious persimmons? Jiang Wanting is Jiang Wanting, and persimmons are persimmons. How could one take out their anger on such a delicious persimmon just because of their personal prejudice against Jiang Wanting? This is simply unreasonable. Who understands this? I've had trouble pooping for years, and after eating one of these persimmons, my poop was instantly smooth. This persimmon, considered a miracle drug, was reported and removed from shelves. I curse those who reported it to never be able to poop again. Brothers, we're kindred spirits. I don't care who Jiang Wanting is. Whoever can help me poop with pleasure is my benefactor. Everyone, don't just stand there and watch. Go to Taodao and file a complaint. Ask them to put the persimmons back on shelves. Someone launched a call in the comment section, which instantly received responses from many netizens. Everyone took action and flocked to the Taotao platform, hoping to bring the delicious persimmons back to the light of day. At the same time, the message prompt sounds from the back-end customer service of the Taotao platform kept ringing. Countless complaint and appeal messages popped up on the computer screen of customer service Xiaohong. The complaints all accused the platform of being indiscriminate and arbitrarily banning Jiangjia Vegetable Basket Store. The appeal was made in support of the persimmons sold at Zhang's Vegetable Basket Shop, emphasizing that they are absolutely worth the money and should not be taken off the shelves. Xiaohong looked at the information that came in like a tide, her heart full of doubts. In her work experience, she rarely encountered a small store that could attract such large-scale attention and controversy. So, she took the sorted information and hurried to report to the customer service manager Wang Defa. At this time, Wang Defa was nervously preparing to report his work progress to his leader. I don't have the energy to deal with complaints from a small shop. He waved his hand impatiently and said to Xiaohong, "What Zhang's vegetable basket? Just take it off the shelves. Why are you so concerned about it? If you can't even handle such a small matter, don't bother me." After saying that, he sent Xiaohong away. After sending Xiaohong away, Wang Defa tidied himself in front of the mirror, making sure his hair was not messy and his tie was straight and crisp. Then he took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the leader's office with his carefully prepared report materials. The door opened, revealing Secretary Qian's gentle face. "Manager Wang, please come in. Mr. Fong is on the phone. Please wait a moment." Secretary Qian smiled and gestured for invitation. Wang Defa nodded in thanks and walked lightly into the office. At this time, Mr. Fong was standing in front of the window with his back to the door, concentrating on talking on the phone. His voice was low and powerful. Although Wang Defa could not hear the specific content clearly, he still keenly caught the words, "Jiang Family Vegetable Basket." Wang Defa sat down in the secretary's seat next to him, as he was told, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Jiang Family's Vegetable Basket? Why does it sound so familiar? He repeated it silently in his mind, and the anxious look of the customer service Xiaohong just now and the complaint she reported about Zhang's Vegetable Basket Store instantly emerged in his mind. Could it be that something really went wrong in that small shop? The complaint call actually came to Mr. Fong. Chapter 107 Farming. Wang Defa sat there, his brain spinning like a clockwork machine, all kinds of thoughts whizzing through his mind. He racked his brains, trying to analyze from a few words why this Jiang Family Vegetable Shop was mentioned by Mr. Fong. For a moment, curiosity and uneasiness intertwined in his heart. He felt so uncomfortable that the chair under his but seemed to be covered with thorns. Finally, he couldn't sit still any longer and forced a smile at the busy secretary beside him, saying, "Secretary Zhang, I'm so sorry. I got the wrong contract and need to go and change it quickly. Could you please take care of Mr. Fong's side for me?" After saying this, without waiting for the secretary's response, he hurriedly stood up and almost ran out of the office. As soon as he stepped out of the office door, Wang Defa immediately changed direction and hurried to the workstation of customer service representative Xiaohong. He looked anxious, even breathing rapidly, and asked hurriedly, "What exactly is going on with that Jiang Family Vegetable Shop you mentioned just now? Tell me in detail." Xiaohong, The customer service representative was startled by his sudden move. She quickly stood up and said nervously, "Manager Wong, this is what happened. Our platform suddenly received a large number of complaints today. Is it about the Jiang family vegetable basket shop?" Wang Defa interrupted her anxiously, his eyes fixed on Xiaohong, as if to say, "Don't beat around the bush with me." Customer service, Xiaohong nodded subconsciously. Lots of complaints? It seems that the complaint Mr. Fong received on the phone was most likely about this small shop. Complaints from small shop can go directly to Mr. Fong. I think this store must have offended someone it shouldn't have. In his opinion, a good subordinate must solve the problem before the leader speaks, so as to demonstrate his ability. So, without hesitation, he gave the order. Just shut down that store. We've received so many complaints. If we keep it open, it will definitely affect the reputation of our platform. Customer service representative Xiaohong looked embarrassed when she heard this and tried to explain, but those complaints are... Wang Defa was so focused on getting back to Mr. Fong's office that he didn't have the patience to hear her finish. He interrupted her again impatiently. "No need to worry. Just do as I say. Remember to hurry up and don't delay the important matter." After saying that, he turned around and hurried back to Mr. Fong's office without caring about Xiaohong's reaction. Customer service representative Xiaohong opened her mouth, but swallowed the words back. She originally wanted to tell Wang Defa that these complaints were actually users banning Jiangja Vegetable Basket Store for no reason on the complaint platform. But in fact, the store was not banned by the platform at all. It was just that the owner took the products off the shelves himself. In her opinion, in this case, all that is needed is to issue an announcement and explain the matter clearly. But she was just an intern who had not yet been hired as a full-time employee and had little influence in the company. Since the manager has given the direct order, she just has to do it. Moreover, when she calmed down and thought about it, she felt that Manager Wang's decision seemed to make sense. After all, the platform is now facing complaints, and the root cause is indeed this Jiangja Vegetable Basket Store. With so many complaints out there, the impact on the platform is bound to be significant. Just as customer service representative Xiaohong was dealing with the related matters of banning Jiangja Vegetable Basket Store. In the office, Mr. Fong had already ended his call. He raised his hand and waved towards the door, signaling Wang Defa to come in. Mr. Fong sat behind his spacious desk, his expression serious. He said, "Old Wang, you've arrived just in time. I just heard that a small shop called Zhang's Vegetable Basket was banned due to malicious reports. Can you check to see if this is true? And who is responsible for the ban?" The confident smile on Wang Defa's face froze in an instant. My heart skipped a beat and a strong sense of unease surged. His voice trembled unconsciously as he asked nervously, "Boss Fong, are you saying that the shop was maliciously reported?" Mr. Fong rubbed his temples, looking like he had a headache. He sighed helplessly and said, "Yeah, I don't know what the background of this Jiang family vegetable basket is. Just now, Special Assistant Zhou from the group called me personally and asked me why I banned this store." Special Assistant Zhou of the group? He is the CEO of the group and the most important person around President Pei. Wang Defa was shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. He just couldn't understand how a small shop could be able to attract the attention of the top management of the group. What made him even more devastated was that the other party called not to complain, but to accuse him. At this moment, Wang Defa wanted to slap himself hard, regretting his rash decision. "Mr. Fong, please wait a moment. I'll go ask and give you an answer right away." Wang Defa no longer cared about his image. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran out like a gust of wind. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Even Mr. Fong was stunned by his sudden action. "Mr. Fong, there's no need to be so anxious." On the other side, customer service representative Xiaohong had just finished filling in the reason for the ban, with her mouse hovering over the submit button and her finger about to press it. Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of her like lightning. She was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and she almost dropped the mouse in her hand. Her heart was pounding as if it was going to jump out of her throat. Wang Defa panted and asked hurriedly, Zhang's vegetable basket shop. Have you closed it?" Customer service representative Xiaohong was still in shock and stammered, I was just about to submit it. It will be ready soon." "Stop!" Wang Defa shouted excitedly, his voice almost a roar, and was particularly loud in the quiet office area. The customer service representative Xiaohong was so frightened by the shouting that her hand trembled, and she quickly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. He looked terrified and helpless, not knowing what he had done wrong to make the manager so angry. Wang Defa didn't care about the customer service representative Xiaohong's reaction at all. He turned the computer monitor around and looked at the ban page that had not yet been submitted. His tense nerves relaxed instantly, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fine. Fortunately, I didn't submit it. He quickly closed the blocked page on his computer, then adjusted his mood, put on a friendly smile, looked at the customer service representative Xiaohong, and said gently, Chen Xiaohong. Customer service representative Xiaohong was almost frightened and crying, her eyes red as she hesitantly explained, Manager, I'm sorry. I'm just a little slow because I was writing the reasons for the ban. You're doing great. Prepare to submit your application for regularization next month. Wang Defa seemed like a different person, with a relaxed tone and a smile on his face. Customer service representative Xiaohong thought she had misheard. She widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and looked at Wang Defa's departing back in confusion. Did I get a regular job early? But what did I do? Wang Defa adjusted his state, returned to the office with a relaxed smile on his face. He stood in front of Mr. Fong's desk and reported calmly, Mr. Fong, we have indeed received a large number of complaints about Zhang's vegetable basket recently. But rest assured, our platform has always adhered to the principle of not wronging a single customer or a single store. We will never arbitrarily ban any store without a thorough investigation. So, as of now, Zhang's vegetable basket store is operating normally and has not been banned. Mr. Fong's originally tense nerves relaxed, and he directly called Special Assistant Zhou to tell him the result. Afterwards, he looked at Wang Defa with admiration and said, Old Wang, well done. We must have this rigorous attitude in doing things. This is how we are responsible to the platform, customers, and merchants. Just at this moment, his phone rang. An unknown number was displayed on the screen. Worried about missing important calls like the one from the group's Special Assistant Zhou, Mr. Fong pressed the answer button without hesitation. Seeing this, Wang Defa tactfully stepped back a few steps and stood quietly by waiting. Hello, who are you? Director Lin, hello. You said you accepted our invitation? Okay. Feel free to ask for any conditions you have. As long as our platform can meet them, we will do our best. Zhang's vegetable basket. Our platform has never banned this store. Director Lin, don't worry. We will never ban any small store without reason. Our platform has always strictly controlled this. Good job. This is another person who came to support the Jiang family's food basket, and he is also a famous director. Wang Defa couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had stopped the ban operation in time. Otherwise, at this moment, his position as a manager would be in real danger. However, this is just the beginning. As soon as Director Lin hung up the phone, Zhang Da's agent called. When Wang Defa heard this, he realized that it was about the Jiang family's food supply again. These calls came one after another, as if they had been arranged in advance, and were made to Mr. Fong in a relay manner. Wang Defa felt a little numb after listening to it. What is the origin of the Jiang family's vegetable basket? Why are there so many prominent figures endorsing it? Any one of these people is a well-known figure in the industry. Full of curiosity and confusion, Wang Defa quietly took out his mobile phone, entered the Daodu platform, and searched for Zhang's vegetable basket. What caught my eye were the empty shelves of the shop and the desolate atmosphere. He clicked on the transaction record again, and there were only sales records of tomatoes and persimmons, nothing else. The name of the store really lives up to its name. Jiangjia Kelanchi is indeed a small store selling vegetables and fruits. The transaction record simply lists the sales information of tomatoes and persimmons. The page is plain and unpretentious, without any fancy decorations. Even the store introduction is as brief as it can be. At first glance, it is so ordinary that you can find it in every corner of the internet. But the more ordinary it was, the more doubts Wang Defa felt. How on earth can such an ordinary little shop, which can't be found in a crowd, attract a group of extraordinary and influential people in their respective fields to come forward to support it? Is there some unknown and shameful secret hidden behind this? For example, DP, XQ. In an instant, all kinds of horrifying and absurd speculations flooded into his mind like a tide. Once these thoughts took root in his mind, they grew wildly, making him feel more and more terrified the more he thought about them, and a chill ran down his spine. Just as he was immersed in his own wild thoughts and was about to be swallowed up by these terrible ideas, Mr. Fong's phone, which had been ringing one after another, finally quieted down. Mr. Fong, What is the origin of this Jiang family's vegetable basket? How can it have such great power? Mr. Fong's eyes also showed the same confusion and puzzlement. No matter where it comes from, we just need to know that we have to worship this store. The top floor of Pay Group. Inside the luxurious president's office, the city view is unobstructed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After receiving the call back from the platform, Special Assistant Zhou did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately walked quickly to Pei Shiyan's desk to report the news to him as soon as possible. Pei Shiyan was concentrating on the documents in his hands. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the report. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Not banned? What's going on with the old lady? She said that she suddenly couldn't find the link to persimmon. As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously cast on the exquisite lunchbox placed on the table. The lunchbox was originally filled with various persimmon desserts carefully prepared by the family chef. But he had eaten it all. Pei Shiyan has never liked desserts, but this time the persimmon dessert broke his usual preference. The unique sweet taste and melt-in-the-mouth texture made him love it. What's even more amazing is that after eating, his stomach, which used to ache occasionally, felt exceptionally comfortable, as if it was being gently soothed by a pair of gentle hands. For people with severe stomach problems, doctors usually recommend eating less or no sweets at all. But this persimmon dessert had such a miraculous effect that it really puzzled him. Special Assistant Zhou reported to Pei Shiyan everything he had learned from his online searches. Finally, he concluded, "Boss Pei, in my opinion, our persimmons are incredibly popular and the supply can't keep up with demand, so they've been sold out and pulled from the shelves. It just so happens that someone maliciously threatened to report our shop online, and all sorts of rumors are flying around, which is why the old lady misunderstood and thought we were banned by the platform. It's not surprising that such delicious persimmons are sold out. However, the old lady and the old man are probably going to start arguing again over who gets to eat the more persimmon. Just like the tomato. Pei Shiyan, try to contact the store and ask if they can supply the goods directly. Dowdo should have the merchant's contact information. I'll take care of it right away." Special Assistant Zhou agreed and went out. Families like the Pei family have their ingredients directly supplied by merchants. It's just an unknown little shop, so it shouldn't be a problem. However, what he didn't know was that this would become the first Waterloo in his career. The online world was in an uproar, with all kinds of public opinion storms sweeping around Jiang's vegetable basket store, Jiang Wanting. But Jiang Wanting knew nothing about all this. In fact, her days were filled with busyness, and her life pace was as tight as a clockwork machine. Especially today. The mountain hand tiller she had been looking forward to finally arrived. Also delivered was a small and convenient portable seeder. Looking at these small and convenient agricultural tools, Jiang Wanting's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She always had one thing in her heart and never forgot it. That is the more than 300 acres of contracted mountain land, half of which is now idle. That vast expanse of wasteland was like a glaring scar, a constant reminder to her. As a wood-type mutant, Jiang Wanting has an almost devout awe and love for the land. In her mind, wasting an inch of land is a blasphemy to her profession. What's more, it is a vast land of more than 100 acres. As early as the first time she went up the mountain to inspect, she had already made plans for this land in her mind. The undulating terrain is an ideal place for growing tea and medicinal herbs. At the end of the world, she became keen on drinking various energy teas. Whether it is sweet and sour fruit tea or fragrant flower tea, or the fresh and elegant green tea, or the mellow and rich black tea. She has a soft spot for them all. However, the tea she drank at that time was full of energy. It was not only delicious, but also helpful for the cultivation of supernatural powers. Even if it wasn't for satisfying her own appetite, she had to work hard to grow energy tea in order to improve her superpowers. The purpose of growing medicinal herbs is to take care of the elderly and children at home. The old and young people in the family are now the people she cherishes most. She didn't ask them to practice like her, but living a long life was definitely the minimum requirement. If the old lady had been able to use medicinal herbs containing energy, perhaps her leg injury would have healed long ago and she would have been able to walk freely. As for the terraced fields on the mountain, she plans to plant grain and oil crops. The reason is simple. Her special ability requires energy to cultivate. She wanted to eat energy-rich food that she grew herself. No matter how good the rice, flour, grain and oil on the market are, for her, they're useless except for satisfying the most basic need of fullness. That's right. Of the more than 100 acres of idle mountain land, 2/3 are cultivated terraced fields. Once upon a time, this terraced field should have been the main place where the villagers worked. They will plant food crops such as rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and corn on it. Part of the harvest is used as food for the family, and the other part is taken to the market and sold. But food prices were low, and one couldn't earn much money after working for a whole year. This is also the reason why everyone goes out to work and abandons this land in pursuit of a better life. This terraced field, once full of vitality, is like a forgotten child, gradually becoming deserted, overgrown with weeds and barren. Now, Jiang Wanning is back. She would never allow such a good land to continue to lie in wasteland. At this time, it is approaching October, which is the golden season for autumn planting. At this time, there are many types of crops suitable for sowing. There are wheat, late rice, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, rapeseed. Jiang Wanning bought all the crop seeds suitable for growing in this season. Several hundred kilograms of seeds were enough for her to plant the 100 acres of land. Let this land be revitalized. Shinshun, let's go up the mountain and plant corn with your sister. Jiang Wanning held a light hand tillage machine in one hand and a large bag of corn seeds in the other. The movements were effortless and natural, as if they weighed nothing. Grow corn. Lin Shichen's movements were clumsy. He held a portable seeder in one hand and a large watering can in the other. But the whole person exudes a sense of vitality. Jiang Yue sat in the yard early in the morning, packing persimmons. Seeing the brother and sister coming out of the house, he asked with concern, Ningning, do you need someone to bring you lunch upstairs at noon? Or do you want to come down the mountain to eat by yourselves? His eyes were full of love. Grandma, let's go down the mountain and come back to eat. Jiang Wanning said without thinking. Work is work, but a daily nap is also essential. Only after a good sleep at noon can you have the energy to continue working in the afternoon. She knows the importance of combining work and rest, and she will never forget to have a good rest, even if she has a lot of things to do. Jiang Yue smiled and nodded. Come back and eat well. You can rest after eating. Then what do you want to eat for lunch? Tell Grandma, and she will make it. She always wanted the best for her children. The smell of smoke in the kitchen is her way of expressing love. Jiang Wanning thought for a moment, then licked her lips and said, Scallion? Crucian carp. The scallion and crucian carp cooked by Jiang Yue is a real delicacy. In addition, the crucian carp are grown in their own pond, and the wild onions are also grown in their own vegetable garden. The combination of supernatural powers and fresh fragrance is something even she can't resist. She couldn't stop thinking about it after eating it last night. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Lin Shichen on the side, just like my sister. His voice was full of dependence on his sister. A complete sister con. Jiang Yue smiled and said, Okay, when your village chief comes over later, I'll have him catch a crucian carp. Take it easy when you go up the mountain to work. If you get tired, come back quickly. Don't force yourself. The words were full of heartache and concern. Why? If she wasn't useless, the children wouldn't have to suffer so much. Jiang Wanning responded and said, Grandma, I know. Let's go then. If you have anything, just call me. As she spoke, she carried the corn seeds on her shoulders and prepared to set off. At this time, Wu Guixiang came out of the house and said with a smile, Don't worry, your grandma has me. Wu Guixiang came over early in the morning. After helping to clean the house, he went to the yard and sorted persimmons with Jiang Yue. Jiang Wanning looked at Wu Guixiang gratefully and said, Grandma Wu, I'll ask you to take care of the family. Chapter 108 The Fish That Slipped Through the Net. Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen arrived at the edge of the field, and the scene before them came into view. The once fertile terraced fields are now overrun by various weeds. The weeds grew extremely lushly. Some are even more than half a person's height, swaying freely in the breeze, as if declaring their sovereignty over this land. Most people would get a terrible headache after seeing this. However, Jiang Wanning was not worried at all, and there was even a hint of joy in her eyes. I saw her holding the joystick of the tiller with both hands. Accompanied by the roar of the machine, the tiller started slowly. The sharp plowshare cut into the soil and moved forward steadily. In a moment that was imperceptible to others, Jiang Wanning quietly activated her own spiritual power and absorbed all the essence of the plants and the weeds that were sucked into the tiller without leaving a trace. Under the influence of her spiritual power, The essences of these plants quickly condensed into crystal-clear spiritual liquid, which was continuously collected into the glass bottle she carried with her. This herbal essence is a treasure. Just one drop can nourish a large area of land. The effect is no worse than Reiki. Lin Shichen followed closely behind Jiang Wanning, looking down at the plowed land with full concentration. Holding the cedar in both hands, he carefully planted the seeds into the soil. His movements were meticulous, and he followed every step strictly according to what Jiang Wanning taught him, placing 2 seeds accurately in each place. If he put 1 extra seed in, he would immediately squat down, pick up the extra seed, and put it back in its place. He was so absorbed in his work that he didn't even notice. The weeds that were caught by the tiller were finally turned into ashes after being processed by Jiang Wanning. It blends silently into the land, adding a unique vitality to the land. As the plowed soil continued to turn, a strong, earthy smell hit me in the face. It is the unique scent of the land, mixed with the primitive taste of life. The mountain terraces here are cultivated according to the terrain. Each field is of a different shape and size. Looking up, it looks like a unique painting carefully painted by nature. The smallest plot of land is only 3 mu, and the largest plot of land is no more than 1 mu. Although they are not large in area, in Jiang Wanning's eyes, they're all places of hope for a good harvest. Standing in the mountains surrounded by terraced fields, one can deeply feel the unique difficulties faced in farming here. The terraces on the mountain are built according to the terrain and vary in shape and size, which makes large-scale mechanized operations a luxury. Although there is small agricultural machinery that can provide some assistance. But in many key links, human resources are still the indispensable main force. This hardship is also the reason why many people are reluctant to give up the mountain terraces. But for Jiang Wanning, these difficulties are just passing clouds. She held the tiller's handles firmly with both hands and pushed it forward in the field. Her movements were smooth and natural, as if the tiller was weightless, just like her daily walk, relaxed and comfortable. And Lin Shichen is not bad either. Following closely behind Jiang Wanning, there was no sign of fatigue at all. Instead, he became more and more motivated as he worked, his eyes full of enthusiasm and concentration on this work. In his eyes, this is not just a farm work, but also a fun adventure to complete with his sister. Sister, there are no more seeds. Lin Shichen raised his head, a look of confusion on his face. That look seemed to say that he had not planted enough. It could be seen that he is full of infinite enthusiasm for this work. Jiang Wanning stopped what she was doing when she heard that. I looked at my phone and realized that it was almost 12 o'clock. They went up the mountain around 9 o'clock in the morning, and in just 3 hours, they had used up a large bag of corn seeds. This big bag of corn seeds is enough to plant 5 acres of land. In other words, the two of them successfully completed the farming work on 5 acres of land in just 3 hours. If others knew about this astonishing speed, they would be shocked. Jiang Wanning looked at Lin Shichen, who seemed to be still wanting more, with eyes full of doting. She smiled and praised him. Chun, you're awesome. Our mission today is to plant corn. Now that the corn seeds have been planted, it means our mission for today has been successfully completed. Lin Shichen's fingers were still twisting the last corn seed in the soil. When he heard this, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes bright enough to be dazzling, but he didn't look directly at Jiang Wanning. Instead, he stared at the weeds on the ridge of the field. He opened his mouth, but after a few seconds he uttered, "What should I plant this afternoon?" After asking, he lowered his head and poked small holes in the ground with his toes, with a steady rhythm as if he was counting something. Jiang Wanning gently touched his head and reminded him with a smile, "You can't plant in the afternoon. You still have classes in the afternoon. Did you forget? Chinchin's study is the top priority." She would not let farming delay his studies. If she really doesn't have time, she can ask someone to do it. At the rate of 5 acres a day, it could be done in less than half a month. Lin Shichen's shoulders collapsed instantly, and the corn seeds in his hand were squeezed out of shape. He didn't say anything, but just slowly squatted down, buried his face between his knees, and his back rose and fell slightly. After a long while, he uttered a muffled and drew crooked lines in the soil with his fingers, as if venting his unspeakable loss. Compared to learning from teacher Jojo in front of the screen, he prefers the moist soil under his feet, the plump seeds in his hands, and the sense of security of having his sister by his side. Jiang Wanning noticed Chinchin's disappointment and said with a soothing smile, "Let's continue planting tomorrow morning, okay?" Lin Shichen suddenly raised his head, the light in his eyes brightened up again, and his fingers stopped moving. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Jiang Wanting's lips for a few seconds to make sure she wasn't joking. Then he asked hurriedly, "Really? Tomorrow, what are you going to plant?" Each word seemed to pop out from his throat, with a hint of cautious expectation. "Plant potatoes." Jiang Wanting gave the answer, which was simple and clear. "Shredded potatoes, delicious." Lin Shichen's voice dropped, and he began to count the squares on the ground with his fingers. More varieties, more than corn. He counted and spoke as if confirming his decision to himself. The more he planted, the longer he could stay in the fields with his sister. This logic was extremely clear in his mind. Jiang Wanting tilted her head slightly and asked with interest, "Chun-chun, don't you like corn?" Lin Shichen's movements suddenly froze, with his fingers hanging in the air. His brows slowly furrowed and his eyes wandered, as if searching in his mind for the sweet aroma of roasted corn and the richness of corn and pork rib soup. After a long while, he finally said quietly, "The same amount." The mountain breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Along the way, Jiang Wanting kept chatting with Chun-chun while walking briskly down the mountain. Along the way, she also discovered several pecan trees. The branches are full of heavy fruits, which look ripe. When she went up the mountain before, she didn't even notice these treasures. It seems that there are still many slippery fish hiding in this mountain. When she has free time in the future, she will definitely explore every inch of land on the mountain and then make new plans. We can't keep doing this all over the place. It's a waste of time. The two of them picked the walnuts. This is a small hickory nut. After frying, it tastes better than big walnuts and is the best snack. Chapter 109 Heartache. The snakeskin bag that was previously used to store corn seeds came in handy at this moment. Jiang Wanting took Lin Shichen to pick pecans with great interest, and the plump fruits happily jumped into the bag. After picking only 2 hickory nuts, the snakeskin bag was filled to the brim and could no longer hold a single one. Lin Shichen looked at the walnuts, still hanging on the branches, his eyes full of reluctance. He was so anxious that he even wanted to stuff the walnuts into his clothes. Seeing this, Jiang Wanting quickly reached out to stop him. "That's enough. We can pick the rest next time. Take these back today, so you can practice. If you can cook something delicious, keep it for yourself. If you can't do it, just sell it." Lin Shichen was curious. "Sister, do you like it? It's hard and I can't bite it." Jiang Wanting. "This hard fruit is called hickory. It can be steamed, boiled, or roasted. It's fragrant and crispy, and it's really delicious. Don't ask her when she ate. It is true that these nuts can no longer be eaten in the end times, but the original body still has the memory of them. It is also good for the brain, nourishes the kidneys and improves essence, and moistens the intestines and promotes bowel movements, making it especially suitable for the whole family to eat." Lin Shichen was full of confidence. "I'll make it. It's delicious. Whatever his sister likes, he will learn no matter how difficult it is." After saying that, he took the initiative to step forward, grabbed the snakeskin bag of walnuts, and carried it on his shoulder. That seriousness seemed to be fulfilling an extremely important mission. When they got home, the old lady saw them coming back and hurriedly called out to them with concern. "Ningning, Chun-chun, why are you back just now? You must be starving. Hurry and wash your hands and eat. The food is almost cold." Wu Guixiang also turned around hurriedly and went back to the house to set the table. Jiang Wanting walked towards the sink and asked with concern, "Grandma, have you eaten?" "No, and we're not very hungry, so we thought we'd wait for you to come back and eat together." Jiang Wei skillfully controlled the wheelchair and went into the house to help serve the dishes. Jiang Wanting couldn't help but persuade her, "Grandma, from now on, you guys should eat first when it's time. You don't have to wait for us. Don't starve yourself." Jiang Yue refused without hesitation. "That won't do. A family should sit together and eat together. That's what home is. And I don't do anything every day. How can I be so hungry?" At this time, Wu Guixiang had already served the meal. Lin Shichen's gaze lingered on the bowl of rice in front of Jiang Wanting for a long time, his fingers unconsciously picking at the corner of his clothes. He slowly raised his head and looked at Wu Guixiang, his voice soft and urgent. "It's too much. Sister doesn't like it." As he said that, he immediately picked up the bowl in front of Jiang Wanting, his wrist trembling slightly as he wanted to push out half of the rice. His movements were very focused, his eyes fixed on the rim of the bowl, as if it was something that required precise operation. Old Mrs. Wu hurriedly stopped him. Plowing and sowing is hard work. How can you have the energy without rice? You'll starve. Lin Shichen's movements were interrupted, his hands froze in midair, and his bowl of rice shook. He turned his head, his face flushed red, and he pursed his lips again and again. After a long while, he stammered, "Really, really?" He curled his fingers together, then unclenched them. "Sister, each time, only eat a little bit." After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Wanning quickly. There was no panic seeking confirmation in his eyes, but instead a kind of stubborn seriousness. Then he immediately lowered his head, staring at the bowl of rice, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the bowl, as if calculating how much to set aside. Jiang Wanning raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. In fact, she didn't dislike eating rice, but she preferred eating food grown under the energy shield. Such food can provide her with more energy and help her cultivate her supernatural powers. This is why she is eager to grow a variety of crops herself. In fact, this was just an unconscious act of picky eating on her part, but she didn't expect that the attentive Chun-Chan would notice it. Facing the inquiring glances from the two old ladies, Jiang Wanning didn't hide her feelings and spoke frankly. "It's not that I don't like rice, it's mainly because I prefer food grown at home." The old lady thought about it carefully and actually discovered the problem. When eating on weekdays, no matter how many dishes are on the table, Jiang Wanning always prefers dishes cooked with homemade ingredients. She enjoyed eating tomatoes and vegetables picked from her own vegetable garden and fish caught from her own pond with gusto. As for the chicken, duck, fish, and meat bought from outside, she rarely touches her chopsticks. Homemade food really tastes better than what you buy outside. Old Mrs. Wu sighed sincerely. She originally thought that there were still a lot of vegetables in her own vegetable garden, so why not bring some over for Jiang Wanning to change her taste? But after dining with the Jiang family these days, she deeply felt that the Jiang family's ingredients had unique taste far better than her own, so she gave up the idea. However, out of concern, she couldn't help but advise, "But you should at least eat some other foods. Eating only one kind will lead to malnutrition." "Yes, I will." The old man's care was warm and thoughtful, so how could Jiang Wanning refuse it? The old lady looked at Jiang Wanning with heartache, her tone full of self-blame. "Child, why didn't you tell me earlier that you can't get used to eating outside food? After this busy period, Grandma will ask someone to catch some chickens and ducks, and we will raise them ourselves. Then we can give you a good nourishment. She can't even get used to the food outside. I wonder how much hardship my granddaughter must have suffered in the past few years. No wonder he's always so thin. When the time comes, we'll hire someone to repair the pig pen and get a few more piglets. The pork we raise at home must be delicious." The old lady became more and more excited as she spoke, and she couldn't wait to prepare all the good things for her granddaughter. Jiang Wanning felt warm in her heart when she saw the old lady's enthusiasm. In fact, she had such a plan. Since the old lady mentioned it, I said, "Okay, Grandma, if we raise it now, maybe we can even have a pig-killing meal during the New Year." There are still about 4 months until the Chinese New Year. If she works hard, she should be able to raise pigs and sell them before the New Year. Seeing Lin Shichen listening attentively, Jiang Wanning joked, "Chun-Chun, do you want to help your sister raise pigs?" Lin Shichen paused his finger movements, slowly raised his head. His empty eyes seemed to be thinking about how to raise pigs. After a long while, he finally said, softly. The sound was light and muffled. Seeing this, the old lady couldn't help but smile and joked, "Okay, then Grandma will take care of the chickens and ducks. Let's divide the work and work together to make our family's breeding business prosperous." Ever since they knew Jiang Wanning's food preference, everyone at the dinner table subconsciously pushed the plate of fragrant grilled crucian carp with green onions towards her. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but said with a smile, "Grandma, this crucian carp weighs more than 4 pounds. I can't finish it all by myself." As she spoke, she took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks and picked up a large portion of fish for each person. The tender fish meat trembled between the chopsticks, and the aroma spread. Wu Guixiang picked up the fish and put it in her mouth, chewing it carefully. With every bite, she couldn't help but express her sincere admiration. "How come his fish tastes so delicious? It's all thanks to Ningming that I can still enjoy such a delicious meal in my old age." Chapter 1:10 Going Up the Mountain Again. Jiang Wanning smiled and responded, "Grandma Wu, Your blessings are yet to come. In the future, we will grow more and better food so that everyone can enjoy a feast every day. After dinner, Grandma Wu quickly took over the job of cleaning the kitchen. Jiang Wanning came to the yard and instructed Jiang Yichen to pack up the big snakeskin bag of pecans. Shun, pour out these walnuts first and spread them out to dry. This will remove the moisture from the surface of the walnuts, making it easier to handle them later. Jiang Wanning patiently explained word by word on a Baidu encyclopedia. Jiang Yichen nodded seriously, obediently dragged the snakeskin bag into the house, and then untied the rope at the bag. With a crash sound, the pecans poured out of the bag and piled up into a small mountain on the ground. The two old ladies who were chatting nearby turned around when they heard the sound. Seeing this mountain of walnuts, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, where did you pick so many walnuts?" Jiang Wanning explained with a smile. "On the way back, we saw a few walnut trees with lots of fruit on them, so we picked some." Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Is it the one behind the bamboo forest?" Jiang Wanning nodded. "Yes, that's it." Jiang Yi's eyes revealed a trace of emotion, and she slowly said, "I didn't expect those walnut trees to actually grow. You were the one who picked up the saplings back then, and your dad planted them to cheer you up. Later, everyone was busy and didn't take care of them much. I didn't expect them to not only survive, but also bear so many fruits. Look at this one, it's quite big." Jiang Wanning listened and became more and more curious about the mountain land at home. She couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, have you ever grown anything on our mountain?" In addition to the more than 300 acres of mountain land she had newly contracted, the Jiang family also had 20 to 30 acres of mountain forest in addition to the bamboo forest. "Let me think about it." Jiang Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in memories. Those few acres of terrace fields were basically used to grow crops. We hadn't decided what to plant in the mountains at the time. We just followed what others were planting. We planted some tea trees, chestnut trees, and I think we even had oil tea trees. But later on, I was busy taking care of the crops in the fields and didn't pay much attention to them. Gradually, they became abandoned. I don't know what they look like now. When Jiang Wanning heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Tea trees, chestnut trees, and oil tea trees are all absolute treasures. The tender green leaves of the tea tree can be made into fragrant tea through processes such as picking and frying. In your spare time, make a cup of tea, take a sip, the fragrance of tea lingers on your tongue, and you are completely immersed in the comfort. The oil tea tree will produce oil tea seeds when the season comes. These tea seeds can be pressed to produce nutritious tea oil. Whether it is cooking or daily maintenance, it is of extremely high value. And the chestnut trees, let alone the others. The sweet and soft sugar-roasted chestnuts are each covered with sweet caramel. Take a bite, and you will instantly feel a surge of happiness. There is also the delicious chestnut stewed chicken. The tenderness of the chicken and the mellowness of the chestnuts are perfectly blended. Just thinking about it, her saliva is almost flowing uncontrollably. Although these trees have been neglected for many years, this is not a problem for Jiang Wanning. She decided to take a short nap at noon and then go to the mountains to explore. See how these precious trees are growing. If they don't look good enough, she will add some ingredients to them to make them grow better. "Grandma, what about the area behind our mountain? Has anyone planted anything there before?" Jiang Wanning was full of curiosity and continued to ask. Before Jiang Wei could answer this question, Wu Guixiang beside her took over the conversation. That piece of land was originally considered public land of the village. Back when the production commune was still in place, a lot of kudzu root and yam were planted on the mountain. But harvesting these kudzu root and yam takes a lot of time and physical effort, which is too tiring. After the land was contracted to households, no one felt it was cost-effective, so no one wanted to farm anymore, and it gradually became abandoned. Kudzu root and yam? Let's not talk about Puraria for now. Yam is rich in starch and can be used as a complementary food or as part of the staple food. With it, she no longer has to eat rice and flour with impurities. After hearing this, Jiang Wanning could no longer sit still. "I don't plan to take a lunch break either." He stood up quickly and walked hurriedly towards where the backpack was placed. "Grandma, I'm going to take a walk in the mountains." As Jiang Wanning spoke, she nimbly picked up the backpack, her eyes gleaming with impatience. The old lady looked at her anxious look and couldn't help but wonder. "You just finished your meal and your stomach is still full. Can't you take a nap before going?" Jiang Wanning said with a smile, "It's okay. Grandma, I'm still full, so I'll just take a walk to help digest the food. For the sake of her own appetite, she was unwilling to wait even a second. Here, Lin Shichin, who had just spread out the pecans in the main room, was squatting on the ground, using his fingers to push the pecans that had rolled to the edge back to their original positions one by one and arrange them into neat small piles. When he heard his sister say that they were going up the mountain, he stopped abruptly, his fingertips still hovering above a walnut. After a few seconds, he stood up and turned to walk toward the basket in the corner. He picked up the basket, tried putting on his back, and adjusted the length of the straps 3 times until he felt comfortable. Then he moved step by step to Jiang Wanting's side. He lowered his head and gently touched his sister's arm with his shoulder to express his desire to go with her. Jiang Wanting raised her hand and touched Qinchin's head, then refused mercilessly. No, you still have classes in the afternoon. If you don't take a nap, you will definitely fall asleep during the afternoon class. When Lin Shichin heard this, his body stiffened for a moment. He slowly raised his head, his eyes quickly swept across his sister's face, and then immediately dropped to his hand holding the straps. There was no obvious expression on his face, but his shoulders slumped slightly, and his fingers began to repeatedly stroke the buckle of the strap. Once, twice, 3 times. A very light sound came from his throat, as if he was responding, or as if he was mentally preparing himself. After a long while, he slowly took down the basket and put it back in its original position, placing it upright and at the exact distance from the wall. After bidding farewell to her family, Jiang Wanting set out on the path up the mountain. Along the way, the breeze blows gently, bringing the unique freshness of the mountains and forests. She quickly found the locations of the tea trees, oil tea trees, and chestnut trees. The sight before her made her eyes light up. Although these trees have not been taken care of for many years and have grown completely wildly, their growth is very gratifying. There are more than 20 tea trees in total, and because they have not been pruned for many years, they grow wildly. It becomes tall and big, with lush branches and leaves. However, compared to the tea garden, those carefully tended, short and flat tea trees. Jiang Wanting prefers the naturally grown tea trees in front of her. Looking at these tea trees, she seemed to have seen the pleasant scene of herself drinking tender green tea in the spring of next year. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Chapter 111. Spiritual tea is available. In order to make these 20 or so tea trees grow energy tea with a taste similar to that in memory next spring, Jiang Wanting gritted her teeth, took out a glass bottle, and then dropped 2 drops of herbal essence into the palm of her hand. You know, after working hard to plow the weeds in 10 acres of land in the morning, I only managed to collect 5 drops of plant essence. 2 drops of crystal clear essence slowly flowed in Jiang Wanting's palm. Under the guidance of her special power, it gradually turned into wisps of misty white fog. Jiang Wanting waved her hands lightly, and the white mist floated slowly towards the tea tree like a lively elf, covering the entire tea tree. As the essence of the plants is slowly absorbed, the branches and leaves of the tea tree seem to be injected with vitality, and they rapidly expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally sparse leaves became increasingly dense, and the color gradually changed from light emerald green to a deep and vibrant dark green. Each leaf sways gently in the breeze, as if dancing happily, expressing its joy for this nourishment. Jiang Wanting didn't stop until the essence of the plants was completely absorbed. Then pick a fresh leaf from the top of the tea tree and put in your mouth and chew it. This tea tree is more than 10 years old and has absorbed a lot of natural essence from heaven and earth. Now that it has been doubly nourished by spiritual energy and plant essences, how could the taste be bad? A fresh tea aroma fills the mouth, first with a hint of sweetness. Then there is a hint of bitterness, which is rich in layers and has a long aftertaste. Jiang Wanting was very satisfied. It just so happened that the 2 chickens she bought at the vegetable market some time ago started to be ordered recently. She was a little craving the taste of tea eggs. These old leaves are not suitable for making tea, but they're definitely enough to make tea eggs flavorful. So, when she left, she put a handful of tea leaves in her backpack. The oil tea trees are located not far from the tea trees. There's just a small pine forest in the middle, and you can't see it unless you go through it. After passing through the small pine forest, you will see a large area of densely packed tea oil trees in front of you. A rough count of Jiang Wanting trees reveals that there are probably over 100 of them. Each tea oil tree is full of tea oil fruits. Many tea oil fruits have matured and cracked, revealing the shiny black tea oil seeds inside. Looking around, we see fruitful results. Jiang Wanning then remembered that it was the harvest season for tea seeds. The fruit skin is shiny, the red-skinned fruit is red with yellow, and the green-skinned fruit is green with white. The fuzz on the peel has fallen off. The tea fruit is slightly cracked and easy to peel. Jiang Wanning picked a cone and peeled it open, only to find that the tea seeds were shining. When you peel open the tea seeds, you will see that the inside is white with yellow and shiny. This indicates that the cones are fully ripe and can be picked. Looking at the tea oil orchard in front of her, she seemed to have seen the scene of them squeezing out golden and translucent tea oil. The fruit of the tea oil tree is a capsule. When it matures, it will naturally crack and the seeds inside will fall to the ground. As long as the temperature, humidity, and soil conditions are suitable, these seeds will take root and sprout in the nourishment of nature and gradually sprout into new tea oil tree seedlings. I think that except for the few trees that were originally planted by humans, the rest of the oil tea trees in front of me must have reproduced and grown on their own. My eyes fell on the ground, and I found that many ripe fruits had fallen from the tree and landed on the ground. When I think about taking these plump tea oil fruits back home and pressing them into oil, from now on, the family can use the spiritual and impurity-free tea seed oil for cooking. Jiang Wanning couldn't contain her excitement and squatted on the ground to pick it up impatiently. She was very fast, and the basket she brought with her was filled up in no time, and there's still quite a few left on the ground. At this time, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but think about the spatial power of the end times. Storage space that can be accommodated without any effort is a great helper for farming and storage. In the end times, people with spatial abilities can take objects at any time and anywhere, which is extremely convenient. But now, she could only recall that convenient scene in her mind with a sigh. After all, I'm not a space ability user. Continue along the winding mountain road. Along the way, there are only messy bushes and tall, straight pine trees. From time to time, you would step on a few scattered pine cones. She picked up a pine cone and gently broke it open and was surprised to find pine nuts hidden inside. Although these pine nuts are small, they exude an enticing aroma. She couldn't help but put a pine nut in her mouth and took a light bite. The rich fragrance instantly filled her mouth. Jiang Wanning looked up. I saw a lot of pine cones hanging on the branches of the pine trees. She couldn't help but smile. Haha, pecans, pine nuts, and chestnuts later, now we have all the mountain product for the new year. Unfortunately, there were no extra baskets at the moment, so Jiang Wanning had to pick up a few plump pine cones and stopped. In this way, after traveling through the mountains and forests for about 20 minutes, she finally found the chestnut forest. The sight before her made her eyes light up. I saw that the chestnut tree was densely covered with small, furry thorn balls. She looked carefully and found that many of the thorn balls had cracked, revealing the brown chestnuts inside. It is indeed the golden month of October, with ripe fruits everywhere. This bountiful harvest seen all over the mountains and plains made Jiang Wanning extremely happy. After finding the location of the chestnut forest, Jiang Wanning did not stay for too long. Just set up a coordinate array on the ground as a mark. Then he continued to walk northwest to look for traces of kudzu root and yam. However, kudzu and yam plants are not as conspicuous as trees. Even though Jiang Wanning used a lot of mental energy to explore, she still couldn't find their specific location. In desperation, she had to use her supernatural powers to penetrate the ground and carefully explore the underground roots, and finally determine their location. And her limited supernatural powers were almost completely used up. However, what surprised Jiang Wanning was that there were quite a lot of kudzu root and yam here. It's just that their roots are very deep, especially Puraria root. It must have been because it was not dug out cleanly back then, and it remained underground over the years and has grown back into a large area. It will probably take some effort to dig them out intact. She picked up the pickaxe, swung it a few times, dug out some kudzu roots and yams, and prepared to go down the mountain. On the way back, I thought of Aunt Wang Ying and the others, so I took a detour to the persimmon forest. Before I got close, I heard bursts of laughter coming from the woods, and there was no trace of fatigue in the voices. Chapter 112 Fan Benefits. Ningning, why are you here? Wang Ying had sharp eyes and spotted Jiang Wanning at a glance, and immediately greeted her warmly. But he didn't stop picking persimmons at all. Hey, Ningning, what are you holding in your hand? Li Yinyan's curiosity was piqued when she saw the several crooked sticks in Jiang Wanning's hands. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "They're kudzu root and Chinese yam. I saw them when I passed by and dug up a few." As she spoke, she shook the trophy in her hand and showed it to everyone. "Ningning, if you want to eat this, tell me. I have plenty of it on the mountain." Chun Aijiu complained bitterly whenever she mentioned kudzu root and Chinese yam. They're easy to grow but hard to dig. Back then, kudzu root was selling for a good price, and your uncle was ambitious and wanted to make a big splash. But while digging, he accidentally injured his back. Not only did he not make any money, but he also spent a lot on medical bills, and in the end, the kudzu root just rotted on the mountain. After hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement. It's really hard to dig. People who work in the fields can use machines, but people like us who live in the mountains can only rely on physical strength. Most people can't handle it. Who says it's not true? They say the kudzu root from the mountains is better quality than the one from the fields and sells for a higher price. In the end, it's just a couple of dollars more. From their complaints, it can be seen that they have suffered a lot in this regard before. After chatting with the ants for a few words, Jiang Wanning inadvertently caught a glimpse of a mobile phone used for live broadcasting. It was then that he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell Wang Ying in the morning that the live broadcast needed to be suspended during the days when persimmons were off the shelves. Coming to the camera of her mobile phone, she raised her hand and prepared to stop the live broadcast. However, when her eyes fell on the phone screen, she was stunned. The number of people in the live broadcast room is as high as more than 50,000. 50,000 people is not a small number. It can't be that all of them are haters looking for trouble, right? Jiang Wanning was full of curiosity and opened the barrage with a tap of her finger. In an instant, dense barrage of comments came like a tide, almost occupying the entire live broadcast screen. "Ah, here you come. The anchor is here. I've been waiting for you to finally come. Host persimmons. I want to eat persimmons. Aren't there still a lot of persimmons on this mountain? Why are they taken off the shelves? Ah, host, hurry up and upload the link. I'm just waiting for your persimmon to go to the toilet." What a vicious word in the previous sentence. For those who don't understand, you will understand after eating that persimmon. Jiang Wanning, I'm joining Lemon and becoming your fan. Can you sell me a few persimmons? Holy crap, Jiang Wanning is so generous, hiring so many internet trolls. She must be scared of being scolded. Didn't you see that her 40 yuan persimmons were reported and taken off the shelves? You can tell she's guilty. Damn you, Water Army. Stop slandering people here. It turns out that the anchor took persimmon off the platform because of you black fans. That's right, the anchor's persimmons are so good. Not only do you not buy them, but you also maliciously slander him. Humph, and you still say you're not a scammer. What kind of persimmons can be sold for 40 yuan per pound? And they're obviously garbage persimmons. Do you think we're easy prey? As for the previous one, don't criticize it if you haven't tried it. The taste of persimmon is unforgettable after one bite. What if eating it can make you immortal? Even if it tastes good, is it worth 40? It's pure IQ tax. You know shit. If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense here. The anchor's persimmons are pure natural, taste good, and are worth the price. I think you're all in the same group, all hired by Jiang Wanning. Eat it or not, don't get involved here and block everyone's way to buy persimmons. Jiang Wanning stared at the scrolling comments on the screen with great interest. She was actually addicted to the verbal battles. I have to say that these netizens use one abusive word after another. It was novel and interesting, making her, who had just returned from cultivating immortals, feel very refreshed. But as she continued reading, she felt a little unhappy. The number of the original Body's haters far exceeds the number of fans who like her persimmons. After all, only a few people have truly tasted persimmons. Perhaps it was her situation that attracted those black fans to flock in from all directions, and then they gained the upper hand in the live broadcast room with their numerical advantage. The screen was filled with obscene language that was too disgusting to read, and the comments of the persimmon fans were ruthlessly suppressed and almost invisible. Persimmon fans are also her fans. How can Jiang Wanning watch her fans suffer? She frowned slightly and was about to speak out to support her fans. Just then, a big character poster announcement suddenly appeared on the screen. Hi everyone, I'm a fan of Ning Ning. Lemons are slightly sweet. Thank you for liking Ning Ning's persimmons. As a token of my appreciation, if you support Ning Ning's persimmons, please contact me and I'll give you a pound of persimmons for free. Slightly sweet lemon? Isn't she the rich fan who generously gave a carnival of rewards right after the live broadcast started? I didn't expect the other party to be so generous. As soon as the announcement was made, the barrage of obscene language on the screen disappeared for a moment. After a brief silence, it was replaced by false compliments. Wow, I've heard that these persimmons are incredibly delicious, and I knew it must be true. The persimmons from the host house are absolutely amazing. You can't forget them once you take a bite. I have always loved them. Yes, these persimmons are simply delicious. We must support them. They're also direct copy and paste. You can tell at first glance that it couldn't be more fake. Shameless. For a pound of persimmons, you don't care about your dignity. It's 40 yuan per pound. It's a waste. Just take it first. Makes sense. If she dares to give it to us, we dare to take it. Let her send us bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. Looking at these shameless comments, Jiang Wanning was so angry that she laughed. Taking advantage of fans is taking advantage of her. What she hates most is others taking advantage of her. Jiang Wanning cleared her throat and spoke directly into the camera of her phone. Lemon is slightly sweet. Hello. I'm Jiang Wanning, the owner of Jiang's Vegetable Basket. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I'll pay for the persimmons as a reward to the fans. I'll post a link exclusively for fans, and everyone can place an order at the normal price. After receiving the goods, please fill out your true tasting experience. As long as you think the persimmons are delicious after tasting and truly approve of my persimmons, then this order will be considered my treat, and I will refund the full amount. Screen, what if you don't like to eat it? Jiang Wanning's lips curled up in sarcasm. That means you and my persimmons aren't meant to be together yet. If you don't like my persimmons, then they're not worth my gift. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments instantly became lively again. Ah, how cunning. Isn't this cheating to get a good review? What a lie. They said this is for fans only. If you don't like it, don't grab it. What are you yelling about? That's right. The host is also trying to thank the fans who really like her persimmons. What's the problem? Chapter 1, 13 Efficacy. Jiang Wanning is also generous. Without saying anything, he put 1,000 fan benefits on the shelves in the live broadcast room. Each benefit is a pound of persimmons. All in all, these 1,000 benefits are equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of persimmons, at the price of 40 yuan per caddy. This wave of benefits directly gave out up to 40,000 yuan. The scale of the project is astonishing. However, although the number of benefits is not small, but compared with the 50,000 to 60,000 people online in the live broadcast room, it is just a drop in the bucket. As soon as the link was put on the shelves, it was sold out. Damn, I didn't get it. It's been stuck on the order page and won't move. My hand speed is too fast, but I didn't get it. The special code is unreasonable. Is the anchor cheating? Damn, I used the flash sale software, but I didn't even get anything. Who on earth got it? Haha, I got it. Thank you, Boss Jiang. I can finally taste those delicious persimmons again. So happy. I got one too. Wow, this is the first time in my life that I've gotten a bonus in a live stream. This luck is incredible. Oh my god, I finally got it. I've been thinking about it for 2 days. I've been waiting in the live broadcast room every day, looking forward to this moment. There's a lot of discussion on the barrage. Those who got the benefits were overjoyed. Those who didn't get the chance cursed the heavens and the earth. Amidst the barrage of laughter and scolding, a sharp-eyed netizen suddenly discovered the problem. By the way, looking at the comments, why does it feel like those who got the benefits have all eaten this persimmon before? These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. I bought it. I got it. I was amazed by the flavor when I tried it before. I wanted to buy more, but it was sold out. I thought I'd never see those magical persimmons again, but I didn't expect to get one this time. I'm so lucky, ha ha ha. I bought it and got a +1. I didn't believe how delicious this persimmon could be at first, but after trying it, I was completely conquered. The taste is secondary. The effect of a defecation pill is more effective than any medicine. Those who grabbed the benefits came forward one by one to respond. Then he started praising the persimmon. After checking one by one, everyone found that those who got the benefits were indeed those who had placed orders in the live broadcast room before. You have to know that when they placed the order, many people did so with the intention of causing trouble for Jiang Wanning, simply wanting to see what the trick was with these high-priced persimmons. But who would have thought that after tasting it, they were completely conquered by the unique taste of persimmons and became loyal fans of Jiang's persimmons from then on. However, those who did not get the benefits were furious. Damn, this is a blatant, unspoken rule. Did you set some conditions, host? Like only existing customers can grab the bonus? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the only people who get the bonus are those who have already bought it? If you can't afford it, don't give it. Is this kind of trick fun? It's really annoying, isn't it? Haha, worthy of being called a bitch Jiang. She likes to play the hidden rules wherever she goes. She plays dirty here, it's really disgusting. For a moment, a large amount of unbearable abuse swept over like a surging tide, densely filling the entire screen. If we say that the original insults from the black fans were mostly out of groundless malice, just for the sake of insulting. Now, this wave of criticism seems more genuine. After all, not allowing them to grab welfare benefits has actually harmed their own interests. In their eyes, no matter how worthless this free thing is, it is still a bargain. Now that they're suddenly not allowed to pick up the items, how can they not be angry and embarrassed? However, the angrier these haters got, the happier Jiang Wanting became. She suppressed the corners of her mouth that were slightly raised and added coldly, "Can you set up who can grab the bonus link for the live broadcast, and who can't?" When she said this, her tone was serious and her expression was innocent. Pure and pitiful little bywafing. Haters. Yes, moments can be set to be visible to specific people. I have never heard that product links can be set to be available to specific groups of people. However, no one cared at this time. There was a momentary pause in the barrage. Then it exploded again immediately. Ah, Ningning is so beautiful, it touches my heart directly. This appearance is absolutely stunning. Wow, what a beautiful face. It makes my heart flutter in just one click. I love it. Has Jiang Wanting always looked like this? Why didn't I think she was so pretty before? At this time, netizens suddenly realized that Jiang Wanting in front of the camera seemed to have been reborn. She is completely different from the Jiang Wanting who used to make faces. The facial features are still the same, but the overall feeling is completely different. Now she has a simple bun and wears a simple short t-shirt and jeans. But it doesn't affect her beauty at all. Her whole body exudes a unique temperament, as if she has her own light. Haha, you finally realized that I, Ning, have always been a beauty. You just didn't recognize me before. No filter, pure makeup. Is this skin real? It's so smooth like a peeled egg. It's fake. She must have used some kind of makeup cream or nude makeup. How could someone have naturally such good skin? Are you blind? Didn't you see Ningning wiping her face with the towel around her neck from time to time? What kind of nude makeup can withstand such wiping? Stop arguing. Could it be that the persimmons I ate were to blame? I ate 2 persimmons and my acne suddenly cleared up. I don't know if it's just my imagination. As soon as this barrage was released, it was like a stone thrown into a lake causing ripples. It's not an illusion. I feel the same way. My face was particularly dark and dull before, but I ate 2 persimmons. Today at work, my colleagues all commented on how much brighter my face was and how much more radiant I looked. I didn't notice that, but after eating persimmons, my morning toileting became much smoother. Just like that, the topic shifted again without a trace. It naturally evolved into sharing the delicious taste and magical effects of persimmons. Everyone was talking and enthusiastically sharing their eating experiences. The words are full of love and admiration for persimmons. However, this scene was like a fire, completely igniting the anger in the hearts of those who did not get the persimmon benefits, making them even more irritable. Damn it. How can you make this persimmon compare to the Queen Mother's peaches? After all, it's just an ordinary persimmon. Do you, the shills, have any character? Can you be more dedicated? Don't be so boastful. Are those persimmons you're talking about? If you don't know, you might think there's some kind of magic pill. Chapter 114, Grandma Wu's Skills. If I lie, I will never get rich in this life. Believe it or not. Damn, brother, what kind of price are you charging? It's so steep. Aren't you afraid that you won't make a fortune? I didn't lie. What am I afraid of? Brother, you have guts. Tell me secretly, how much did Jiang Wanting give you? If the price is reasonable, I can also do it. Yes. We're just agents. We are telling lies. Please don't believe us. That's right. These persimmons aren't tasty at all, and they don't have any health benefits. So don't buy them, and don't compete with us for them. Haha, I let you scold the anchor and dislike the anchor's persimmons. You deserve that you can't grab the anchor's welfare persimmons. When Jiang Wanting saw this comment, she couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Hee. She really got it right. Those who harbored evil intentions towards her and the persimmons could not snatch the persimmon she gave them. Because they don't deserve it at all. The Tao Tao platform naturally does not have a function that can restrict specific groups of people from grabbing links. But she does. It just consumes some energy. Well, it can't be said to be just a little. Combined with the energy she had consumed while searching for Puraria root and Chinese yam, the energy in her body has now been completely depleted. It has really been completely used up. Jiang Wanning glanced at the time, and it was almost time to deliver the goods to the express station. Then I have to pick up the twins from school, so I can't be late. So, she turned off the barrage and no longer thought about turning off the live broadcast. She thought that it could still attract traffic by keeping it on. Then, he said hello to Wang Ying and the others. "Ince, I'm going down the mountain first. You guys get busy." Then, we went down the mountain along the winding mountain road. When they returned home, the two old ladies heard the noise and hurried out of the house to greet them. At a glance, I saw Jiang Wanning coming back with a basket full of treasures. After taking a closer look, I was surprised to see that there were tea fruit, kudzu root, and yam. Oh my goodness, how come this oil tea fruit is so big? And it's shiny and oily. It must produce a lot of oil. Wu Guixiang's face was filled with surprise and joy. I think this basket can squeeze out 5 or 6 kilograms of oil. As he spoke, he nimbly helped to pour out all the tea oil fruits from the basket, preparing to dry them in the yard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but give Wu Guixiang a thumbs up. "Grandma Wu, you're amazing. You can estimate this so accurately." Generally speaking, 1 pound of fresh tea fruit can produce about 0.2 to 0.4 pounds of dry tea seeds. The amount of oil that can be squeezed out from 1 pound of tea seeds is approximately between 275 grams and 300 grams. This basket of fresh oil tea fruit weighs more than 40 kilograms. It turns out that about 7 kilograms of oil can be squeezed out, which is very close to what old Lady Wu estimated. Your grandma will used to go up the mountain quite often, picking tea oil fruits and bringing them back to make oil. Our family used to benefit from her and used a lot of the tea seed oil she gave us. Jiang Yue's face was full of smiles. As she recalled the past, her eyes were full of warmth and gratitude. She smiled and told Jiang Wanning the story. Wu Guixiang sighed softly, feeling overwhelmed. "Well, it all started when we were poor. Back then, we couldn't even afford oil, so we had no choice but to go to the mountains to pick this up. Who would have thought that tea seed oil would be so ridiculously expensive now, making it prohibitive and unaffordable?" The words express both nostalgia for the difficult times in the past and helplessness about the current changes in prices. After all the oil tea fruits were poured out, the old tea leaves hidden underneath were revealed. "Hey, Ning Ning, is this tea? Look at how old the leaves are. If I use them to make tea, it will definitely taste very bitter and undrinkable." Wu Guixiang leaned in to take a closer look and said with regret. Jiang Wanning explained with a smile. "Grandma Wu, I'm not planning on using it to make tea. I'm thinking of using it to make some tea egg sachets. I'm sure they'll be delicious when I boil them." The tempting aroma of tea eggs has already emerged in my mind. After hearing this, Wu Guixiang nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. I'll help you fry it later. The tea leaves will be more fragrant after frying." Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously, "Grandma Wu, can you also fry tea leaves?" There was surprise and anticipation in his tone. Wu Guixiang nodded slightly, recalling the past. "Well, in my early years, I went to the mountains with everyone to pick tea. Later, the price offered by the tea merchants was too low, so I got angry and didn't sell any. I thought it shouldn't be wasted. So I learned a little about tea roasting from someone and planned to roast it myself and sell it." Having said that, she sighed slightly, because in the end, she didn't sell any of the tea and kept it all for herself. "I haven't finished drinking it yet." Jiang Yue laughed and joked. "Don't listen to your grandma, Wu's modesty. What do you mean she only learned the basics? She was a tea roaster for several years back then. Her skills were among the best here. Many people were vying for her tea." His words were full of praise and pride for old Mrs. Wu. When Jiang Wanning heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a treasure. "Grandma Wu, I'll pick some tea leaves tomorrow, and you have to help me roast them. I haven't tasted the tea you roast yourself yet. It must be very fragrant." His eyes were full of earnestness and expectation. Wu Guixiang looked at Jiang Wanning's eagerness and couldn't help but smile. "Okay, as long as you don't mind my old skills, I'll fry it for you." His face was filled with a kind smile, full of doting on Jiang Wanning. At this moment, Jiang Yue's gaze inadvertently fell on the 2 sticks in Jiang Wanting's hands. She bent down slightly and took a closer look. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but say, "Ning, where did you dig this? We really have kudzu root and yam in our mountains." His tone was full of surprise, as if he found it incredible that these two things existed on his own mountain. After all, growing kudzu root and yam was a thing of the past many years. Jiang Wanting smiled and nodded. "Yes, there are still quite a few. They're on that hillside to the northwest. I thought it would be hard to dig, and maybe they hadn't dug it all out back then, so I tried looking for it. Unexpectedly, I actually found it." Wu Guixiang was also attracted and came forward to look at the kudzu root and yam. She couldn't help but praise them. They are growing quite thick and better than when we dug them before. The ones we dug before were not this big. She stroked the kudzu root gently, her eyes full of admiration. The old lady thought about the things she grew, each one tasting better than the last, and couldn't help but speculate. Maybe it's because they've been growing for so many years without anyone disturbing them, so they've absorbed enough nutrients and grown well. Our mountain land is perfect for growing these kinds of crops. Chapter 1:15 Beating the Bad Guys. After hurriedly delivering the packaged persimmons to the express station, Jiang Wanting looked at the time and thought to herself that something was wrong. It was already 10 minutes later than the usual time to pick up the twins. She didn't dare to delay and drove to the kindergarten quickly. As soon as the car stopped at the kindergarten gate, she saw two little guys running towards her excitedly like cannonballs. "Mommy, mommy." Following behind them was their class teacher, Huang Jini. Jiang Wanting looked at Huang Jini and said apologetically, "Teacher Huang, I'm sorry to bother you. I was delayed for a few minutes today. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Huang Jini waved her hand and said with a smile, "This is what I should do." And it didn't take more than a few minutes, and the children were very well behaved. After hesitating for a moment, she continued somewhat embarrassedly, "Tong's mother, I see the persimmons in the Jiang family's vegetable basket have been taken off the shelves. Will they be put back on later?" Jiang Wanting was slightly taken aback, then reacted and explained with a smile, "It will be back on the shelves. The pickers haven't arrived these days, so it's temporarily off the shelves. Teacher Huang, do you want to buy some? Do you want me to bring you a box tomorrow?" Huang Jini looked a little embarrassed after hearing this, and said hesitantly, "Is that okay? If it's too much trouble, forget it. I can buy it from your online store." Jiang Wanting quickly said, "It's not a big deal. I deliver a truck to the vegetable market every few days. It's just a side job." Huang Jini immediately became happy. "Well, I'll trouble you, Tong's mother. Thank you so much." As she spoke, she hurriedly took out a piece of paper from her trouser pocket and handed it to Jiang Wanting. Jiang Wanting took it and looked at it in confusion, only to see a string of names written on it. Each name is followed by a number representing the weight of persimmons they want to buy. Finally, there is a total of 50 kilograms. It seems that the kindergarten teachers are preparing for group buying. Huang Jini looked at Jiang Wanting and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, isn't that too much? If you don't have time to prepare, it's totally fine for us to wait a few days. Please don't make it difficult for us." Jiang Wanting, "Not much. I'll bring it to you tomorrow when I take them to school. It won't delay you." Huang Jini was immediately grateful when she heard this. "Tong's mom, thank you so much. You have no idea how delicious your persimmons are. Our whole family raves about them. We heard you were selling them online, so we thought about placing an order. But when we clicked on them, they were gone. We were so disappointed." When she talked about the Jiang family's persimmons, her eyes sparkled with a genuine love for the delicious food. At this time, Jiang Mudong, who was standing by like a little adult, raised her cute little face and said crisply, "Teacher Huang, you can join our grocery shopping group. Many uncles and aunts are buying persimmons with my mom in it. It's so lively." He was talking and gesturing at the same time. So cute. Huang Jini was slightly stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help asking, "You still have a group?" Jiang Wanting smiled and nodded. "Yes, this group is exclusively for local customers, so it's convenient for everyone to place orders." After hearing this, Huang Jini happily took out her mobile phone and couldn't wait to join the group. Afterwards, she smiled and saw Jiang Wanting and her two children off. When I returned, I saw my colleagues looking at me eagerly, their eyes full of anticipation. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she proudly made an okay gesture to them. That look seemed to say, "Don't worry, it's all done." Seeing this, her colleagues gave her a thumbs up. As soon as she got on the bus, Jiang Mudong was like a happy little bird. and couldn't wait to share the interesting things that happened at school. Her two pigtails swayed happily with her movements, and her eyes sparkled like two sparkling black gems. Mom, today the teacher taught us how to draw. I drew a big castle. Inside are Grandma, Mom, Uncle, my brother, and me. We are all having fun playing in the castle. It's so lively. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands to make a castle, which was so adorable. In comparison, Jiang Mushuan seemed much calmer. He sat quietly by the side, listening to his sister's story. He only murmured a few words occasionally, and did not compete with his sister for a word. His eyes showed a calmness that did not match his age. Along the way, Jiang Wanning drove and responded to the children's words with a smile from time to time. The warm atmosphere is like a warm current, filling the small carriage and making people feel warm in their hearts. Suddenly, Jiang Mudong clung to the car window and screamed loudly. Mom, there are bad guys. The bad guys are beating the dog. The sharp voice was filled with fear. Jiang Wanning's heart tightened, and she immediately looked in the direction her daughter pointed. Not far away, two men were waving a wooden stick and chasing a dog frantically. The dog's body was covered with shocking scars and blood, and it looked particularly miserable in the afterglow of the setting sun. It limped and fled desperately. Every step seemed so difficult. Its eyes were full of fear and despair, as if it was sending a helpless cry for help to the world. The two men chased after him relentlessly, cursing at him with anger in their voices. Where can you run to, you little bastard? We're going to catch you today. Once we catch you, we'll sell you for a good price. That vicious look makes people feel disgusted. Jiang Mudong's eyes turned red instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes and could burst out at any time. She begged in tears, Mom, please save the dog. They're so mean. The dog is so pitiful. The childish voice was full of heartache, which made people feel distressed. Jiang Mushuan also echoed seriously, Mom, let's call the police. The teacher said that if you encounter bad people, you can find the police. We can't let them hurt the dog. Although he tried to remain calm, his tone was still filled with anxiety. Jiang Wanning looked at the anxious children and felt a surge of anger in her heart. Without any hesitation, she stepped on the accelerator with her right foot, and the car rushed out like an arrow. Then, with a beautiful and thrilling drift, he positioned himself steadily in front of the two men, blocking their way. The sharp and piercing sound of brakes was particularly abrupt in the quiet street, startling the two men so much that they trembled all over and stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and then their eyes widened in anger as they looked at Jiang Wanning viciously. Are you fucking sick? Do you know how to drive? One of them was a burly and strong man with a face full of flesh. His name was Wang Chong. He roared at the top of his lungs, the veins in his neck bulging like an angry bull. Chapter 116, Spoils of War. He roared at the top of his lungs, the veins in his neck bulging like an angry bull. While cursing, he strode towards Jiang Wanning's car with a menacing look, as if he wanted to eat Jiang Wanning alive. The other shorter man with shifty eyes was called Li San, who followed Wang Chong like a little tail. He kept muttering, That's right, you almost bumped into me. Get off and compensate me quickly. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. His eyes flickered, revealing a sense of cunning and greed. Stay in the car and don't get out. Jiang Wanning turned around and instructed the twins. Jiang Mushuan's eyes were filled with worry, and he said anxiously, Mom, don't go down. They look so strong. What if they hurt me? Jiang Mutong's eyes also turned red, and she cried out worriedly with tears in her eyes, Mom. The fear and anxiety in the voice were heartbreaking. Jiang Wanning looked at the two little guys, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident and comforting smile. Don't worry, my dears. Mommy is very powerful. Just stay in the car and watch how Mommy takes care of these two bad guys. That smile seemed to have magical power, which made the two children's originally anxious hearts calm down a little. Then, he unbuckled his seat belt calmly and gracefully, opened the car door and got out. After she stood still, her expression was stern, and her eyes were as cold as a sharp blade as she looked at the two of them. Finally, it fell on the two blood-stained sticks in their hands that they used to beat dogs. Did you guys beat this dog? Wang Chong's face was filled with disdain, and he snorted, None of your business. This dog is ours. We can do whatever we want with it. Why would you meddle in other people's business? As he spoke, he deliberately shook the stick in his hand and waved it vigorously in the direction of the dog, as if in protest. His arrogant look was infuriating. Jiang Mudong was extremely anxious. She clung to the car window with her little body and cried, "Mom, they lied. The dog is so pitiful. They have been bullying it. It's not their dog." After saying that, his face was still filled with anger, and he shouted at the two men viciously, "You big bad guys, you can't bully little dogs." Lee Sin looked at the woman in front of him with two children. Not only did they not restrain themselves at all, but they became even more unscrupulous. He had a lewd smile on his face and stared at Jiang Wanning with lustful eyes. He licked his lips unconsciously, and his disgusting look made people nauseous. "Hey, you're a pretty girl. If you come play with us, we'll let you off the hook for scaring us just now." As he spoke, he bravely took a step forward, stretched out his dirty hand, and tried to put his arm around Jiang Wanning's shoulder. A cold light flashed in Jiang Wanning's eyes, and she quickly grabbed Lee San's outstretched hand as fast as lightning. Then, with a clean and smooth backhand grab, Lee San was pinned to the ground. Lee San's features were distorted with pain, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ouch! It hurts so much, let me go." The pig-slaughtering screams echoed in the air. Wang Chong was immediately furious when he saw this. He roared, swung the thick stick in his hand, and smashed it towards Jiang Wanning with a whistling sound. The posture seemed as if he wanted to smash Jiang Wanning into a pulp. Jiang Wanning remained calm, dodged to the side, and easily avoided Wang Chong's seemingly fierce attack. Then, she used the force of turning around to kick Wang Chong accurately in the stomach. The kick was so powerful that Wang Chong flew backwards uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Play? Is it fun? Still playing?" Jiang Wanning looked down at the two people lying on the ground in a miserable state. Her voice was icy and her eyes revealed a frightening and fierce aura. "No, no more. Auntie, we were wrong. Please let us go." The two men lay on the ground grimacing in pain, with no trace of their previous arrogance. They looked like two stray dogs, their voices full of fear and pleading. "Damn it, is this woman human? Looks thin and small. So fierce. Tell me, where did this dog come from?" Jiang Wanning's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. She stepped heavily on Wang Chong's back and questioned him harshly. That tone seemed to be able to penetrate people's souls, making people dare not hide anything. Wang Chong was so frightened that his face turned pale as paper in an instant, and even his lips trembled slightly. He begged for mercy hurriedly. "Auntie, we were wrong. It was just a stray dog. We were afraid that it would hurt others, so we thought of catching it." And then, when the words came to his lips, he paused with a guilty conscience. Jiang Wanning snorted coldly, a hint of understanding and anger flashing in her eyes. "And then sent it to the dog meat restaurant?" The voice seemed to be wrapped in frost, so cold that it made people shiver. Just then, she caught a slight whimpering sound. She subconsciously turned her head and saw that the puppy, which had originally run away, had run back again without her knowing when. It was seen carefully approaching Jiang Wanning's feet, looking up at Jiang Wanning timidly and whimpering softly. There was still blood in those big wet eyes. But when he looked at Jiang Wanning, there was pleading in his eyes. Seeing Jiang Wanning looking at it, it immediately dragged its injured leg and limped forward. And in the direction it was heading, there was a van that looked a bit shabby parked. A lot of the paint on the car body has peeled off, and there are mud spots all over the car body. The puppy shook its weak body and finally came to the van. Finally, due to exhaustion, he fell to the ground with a plop. Even so, one of its front paws was still paddling forward desperately, as if trying to convey something to Jiang Wanning. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning felt a tightness in her heart and hurried to the side of the van. Through the car door, she vaguely heard the sounds inside the car. Her eyes instantly turned cold, and she reached out and opened the door of the van with a swish. In an instant, the scene before her made her gasp, and she was completely stunned. There were 7 dogs crammed tightly together in the small, dimly lit van, of all sizes and breeds. They were stacked up close together. He shivered and let out intermittent faint whimpers. His body was covered in blood and dirt. Several dogs were seriously injured, their wounds bloody and mangled. He could only lie weakly in the corner, dying, the breath of life fading away bit by bit. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with fear and despair. Jiang Wanning couldn't bear it, so she reached out and touched them one by one, trying to sneak some of her supernatural powers into their bodies. Chapter 117 Intentional Injury. Every dog that received the superpower couldn't help but whimper, and then stretched their heads and pushed into her palm. The wet eyes were full of admiration. Be good. It's okay. No one will hurt you anymore. Jiang Wanting's heart softened, and an idea came to her mind. Haven't the village chief and his men always been worried that her orchard is not protected? It would be a good idea for her to raise a few dogs to protect the forest. Jiang Wanting looked back at the dogs seriously. Would you like to come back with me? Go back and help me look after the house. I don't know if they understood, but the dogs struggled to get up and pounced on Jiang Wanting. Unfortunately, the dog thieves broke their legs to prevent them from running away. Damn, if she wasn't afraid of being charged with excessive self-defense, she would also want to break the legs of those two dog thieves. After comforting the dogs, Jiang Wanting took out her cell phone and called the police. In addition to ensuring that the two dog thieves receive the punishment they deserve, she also needs legal and compliant procedures to adopt these dogs. After receiving the report, the police arrived quickly. Comrade Police, you're finally here. Quickly arrest this crazy woman. She beat us to death. Li San, with disheveled hair and bruises on his face, saw the police car approaching and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. As he shouted, he covered his stomach exaggeratedly, as if he was about to faint from the pain in the next second. Wang Chang also echoed, covering his feet, grinning, and looking extremely painful. Yes, Comrade Police Officer, we are so unlucky to have encountered such a violent person. She started punching and kicking us. My leg must have been broken by her. Jiang Wanting watched the performance of the two dog thieves, and a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes. It seems that the beating was not light enough, and they still had the energy to shout. After the police car stopped, two policemen got out. When Jiang Wanting saw the two policemen, she couldn't help but be stunned. What a coincidence. The people who came were two acquaintances. The two policemen who previously handled the tomato incident at the forest store. The middle-aged policeman is called Wang Jianshu, and the young policeman is called Zhang Yuming. Wang Jianshu recognized Jiang Wanting at first sight. After all, it is rare to see a person who calls the police so calmly and methodically to send the other party to the police station. Ms. Jiang, we meet again, Wang Jianshu said with a smile. He is tall and looks particularly energetic in his police uniform. Zhang Yuming also nodded, then looked at the two people who were knocked to the ground. The two dog thieves who were still wailing on the ground saw the police and shouted even more excitedly, as if they had seen their savior. Comrade Police Officer, help! Help! We were almost beaten to death by this woman. Zhang Yuming, you said she beat you? 1 against 2. On one side is a frail girl. On the other side is a strong and muscular man. Who hit whom? It's her. She must have beaten me so hard that I'm bleeding internally. My stomach hurts so badly. I'm going to sue her for assault. Arrest her now. Li San screamed heart-wrenchingly. It looks quite realistic. Wang Jianshu looked at Jiang Wanting and asked, did you really hit him? Jiang Wanting nodded, then said innocently, I saw them abusing the dog, so I got out of the car to stop them. Not only did they not stop, they even tried to attack me. I had no choice but to fight back. After saying that, he calmly took out his cell phone from his pocket, called up the dashcam footage, and handed it to the police. Comrade Police Officer, you can see for yourself. After all, I was acting bravely and in self-defense. Wang Jianshu took the phone and started looking at it. The picture clearly shows two dog thieves chasing a dog with sticks. Then, Jiang Wanting got out of the car to stop them. Li San tried to attack her, but was thrown to the ground by Jiang Wanting. Then, Wang Chang rushed up with a stick, but was kicked away by her. After that, when both of them fell to the ground, Jiang Wanting did not move them again. In the video, Jiang Wanting's neat movements made the two policemen admire her. Wang Jianshu, you're quite skilled. Jiang Wanting shrugged, just a little too strong. By then, Zhang Yuming had already spotted the truckload of dogs and couldn't help but feel a surge of rage. How dare you steal so many dogs in broad daylight? Do you have any respect for the law? You deserve to be beaten for all the immoral things you've done. Upon hearing this, Li San quickly argued, Officer, we were just worried the stray dog might go crazy and hurt someone, so we thought we were doing a good deed. How can that be considered stealing? This woman attacked us without a second thought, and she was so ruthless. We're in excruciating pain all over. She's committing aggravated assault, and we're suing her. Zhang Yuming, whether it's a stray dog or not is not up to you to decide. Wang Chong said fiercely. No matter what, we were severely injured. Officer, we demand a medical examination. We want to sue this woman for intentional injury. Jiang Wanning crossed her arms and said sarcastically, whatever you want. She was aware of their injuries. It can indeed cause them to feel severe pain, but there will definitely be no actual injuries. No matter how they tested, they couldn't find any problems. Wang Jianshu watched the two sides deadlocked and looked at Jiang Wanning with some concern. Ms. Jiang, even though they're dog thieves, you still have to be careful when you attack. If you really act too defensively, this matter will be troublesome. Jiang Wanning said innocently, Comrade police officer, don't be fooled by them. They were all pretending. You saw it too? I didn't do anything. Wang Jianshu recalled the dashcam footage, which showed Jiang Wanning throwing him over the shoulder and kicking him, which really shouldn't have caused any serious injuries. But looking at the painful expressions on the two dog thieves' faces, it didn't seem like they were pretending. No matter what, let's call an ambulance and send those two people to the hospital to prevent something bad from happening. Soon, the ambulance arrived. When the two dog thieves were lifted into the car by medical staff, they were still groaning and shouting that they would teach Jiang Wanning a lesson. Zhang Yuming was responsible for following the car and traveling together. Wang Jianshu looked at the car full of dogs and sighed. He examined each dog carefully. Unfortunately, none of these 8 dogs were injected with identity chips. This is troublesome. Without a chip, it will be difficult to find the dog's owner. Jiang Wanning, Comrade police officer, can I adopt these dogs? Wang Jianshu, of course they can, but these dogs need to be sent to a cat and dog shelter first, and then we'll see if we can find their owners. After all, many of the reports to the police station are about searching for lost pets. If there is a match, it must be returned to the original owner first. If you really want to adopt, you can talk to the shelter staff at that time and go through the formal adoption process. Chapter 118 Adoption. Jiang Wanning nodded to show her understanding. Going through legal procedures can at least prevent some people from using adoption as a means to abuse their pets. Wang Jianshu contacted the cat and dog shelter. By the way, I took a brief note of Jiang Wanning, recording her address and contact number. After all, she still needs to cooperate with the investigation before the medical examination results of the two dog thieves come out. The twins who had been staying in the car couldn't help but get out. They squatted beside the van with a distressed look on their faces and fed the dogs the snacks in their small bags. After receiving the call, the staff of the cat and dog shelter rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. They were wearing neat work clothes and carrying professional tools, and they carried out basic handover with Wang Jianshu as soon as they got off the car. Then, holding a professional capture net, they carefully approached the van and tried to safely transfer the dogs inside to a special transport vehicle. However, when they looked through the van window and saw the miserable condition of the dogs, they stopped moving instantly. His face was filled with anger and pity. One of the staff members couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn dog thief, this is too cruel. Jiang Mutong hurried over to the staff member with her short legs, raised her tear-stained face, and asked anxiously, Uncle, can you take the dogs to see a doctor? They look so pitiful. That childish voice was full of worry for the dog. Jiang Wanning also stepped forward and asked with concern, If you take the dog back, well... When the words came to her lips, she hesitated, as if she had a premonition of a bad answer. A trace of pity flashed in the staff member's eyes, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. They lowered their heads, avoiding Jiang Wanning's gaze, and the atmosphere became a little heavy. Jiang Wanning keenly caught the look in their eyes and pressed, Can I ask what you'll do with them after you take them back? Her voice was calm, yet it held a firmness that left no room for evasion. The staff sighed helplessly, their tone filled with helplessness and regret. We will provide them with basic treatment. However, the shelter has limited funds. If the injuries are too severe, the treatment costs are high, and no one is willing to adopt them. They will most likely be euthanized in the end. Don't want. When Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan heard this, their eyes widened, and the tears in their eyes burst out, and they burst into tears. Don't kill the dog. We have money and we keep the dog. Jiang Mudong cried, while frantically taking out her pocket money from her pocket. The little hands trembled slightly as they held the crumpled banknotes. Although the denomination was not large, it was all her savings accumulated over a long period of time. Jiang Mushuan also said loudly, Yes, we can make money. We will pay for the dog's medical treatment. We will take good care of them. The little face turned red with excitement. The little guy who rarely cried was now crying like beads with broken strings. That serious and eager look is touching. Jiang Wanning felt a pang of sadness when she saw the children's red eyes. She squatted down, gently touched the children's heads, and comforted them. "Don't worry, the dogs will be fine." Then he stood up and said to the staff with a serious face, "Hello, my name is Jiang Wanning, and I live in Wangshan Village, Yanshui Town. My family has leased over 300 acres of mountain land, and we need a few dogs to guard the forest. If you agree, I would like to adopt all 8 dogs." The words were powerful and revealed unquestionable determination. 8 items? All of them. When the staff and Wang Jianshu heard this, their eyes widened, with shock written all over their faces. Let's not even talk about how much it costs to raise 8 dogs. Just considering the current injuries of these dogs, the cost of curing them all would be no small amount. After all, dogs are not like humans and do not have medical insurance, so the cost of any treatment is staggeringly high. Such jokes are often circulated on the internet, making fun of those dog owners who would rather catch a cold themselves than let their cats and dogs get cold. Because if you have a cold, you may be cured by taking medicine that costs $100. But once cats and dogs get sick, they can't leave the pet hospital without spending $1,000. So much so that a hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the staff. They looked at Jiang Wanning, secretly wondering if she had some ulterior motive in adopting so many seriously injured dogs. For example, taking it back and killing it to eat dog meat. Therefore, when they looked at Jiang Wanning, there was not only a bit more scrutiny in their eyes, but their tone also became cautious. "Ms. Jiang, adopting a dog not only requires registering all your information, but our shelter will also need to make regular visits to check on the dog's condition." Jiang Wanning nodded, not thinking there was anything wrong with this approach. "You are welcome at any time. If necessary, I can also send you their videos regularly so that you can keep up with the dog situation." The tone is sincere and the attitude is generous. Seeing the other party's sincerity, the staff gradually let down their guard. "Ms. Jiang, thank you for your cooperation, but we still need to verify your situation first. After all, adopting so many dogs is no small matter." The staff member's tone softened considerably as he explained the necessary procedures. Jiang Wanning nodded, indicating that she fully understood. "No problem. I can provide all the information you need. However, the most urgent priority now is to deal with the dog's injuries first." At Jiang Wanning's request, the shelter staff quickly and carefully lifted the injured dogs onto the vehicle together with Wang Jianshu after completing the basic registration, then rushed to the nearby pet hospital. After Jiang Wanning paid all the surgery fees in advance, the doctors quickly provided emergency treatment to the dogs. In the operating room, the shadowless lights are on. The doctors are concentrating, and the instruments in their hands are busy in an orderly manner. Outside the operating room, Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan stood guard closely, staring at the door of the operating room without blinking, their little faces full of worry and concern. As the dogs were pushed out of the operating room after completing emergency treatment, the 2 little guys' eyes turned red again and tears welled up in their eyes. "Dog, you need to get better soon." Jiang Mudong squatted on the ground, gently stroking a golden retriever with plaster casts on its limbs, trying to bring it some comfort. But as she spoke, tears rolled down uncontrollably, drop by drop, falling on the golden retriever's body. Jiang Mushuan nodded vigorously, his young face full of pity. "When you get better, let's go to the mountains to play together. It's so fun there. There are lots of delicious wild fruits. We can pick wild fruits together and make a lot of money to buy you delicious food." Chapter 119, Returning Home. Meanwhile, shelter staff have drawn up an adoption agreement. The contents of the agreement are all the most basic terms, and the core revolves around not abusing or abandoning these adopted dogs and ensuring that they have a stable life in the future. Jiang Wanning naturally had no objection to these. After all, from the moment she decided to adopt them, she was prepared to take good care of them. However, before signing, Jiang Wanning looked at Wang Jianshu seriously and raised the questions in his mind. "Officer Wang, I adopted these dogs according to the official procedures. If their original owners come back to find me later, what will happen then? This issue concerns the dog's future, and she must figure out." Wang Jianshu's expression was serious when he heard this, and he replied seriously. "According to the regulations, the property must be returned to its original owner." After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and added, The prerequisite is that they can provide sufficient evidence to prove that the dog belongs to them. However, everyone present knew that it was not easy to produce such proof. None of these dogs have identification chips implanted in their bodies, so their ownership cannot be confirmed through chip identification. This is also the reason why many dog owners have to pay money to redeem their dogs, even if they recognize their dogs in dog meat restaurants. After all, animals are different from humans. There is no way to identify relatives and confirm identity through DNA like humans. After hearing this, Jiang Wanning nodded thoughtfully to show her understanding. Then, she said calmly and generously, "If their owner comes to find them and they are willing to go back with their original owner, I will not hold them hostage. I adopted them just because I hope they can have a good home. As long as they live well, that's enough." Her words showed her kindness and open-mindedness. After hearing this, the staff at the shelter and Wang Jianshu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Ms. Jiang, you are so sensible. If it were someone else, they might not be so magnanimous." The shelter staff even warned, "You must keep a detailed list of the dog's treatment and recovery costs. If their original owners come to you, they must pay for all the dog's expenses." The cost of treatment is not a small amount. The dogs whose legs were broken were considered the least injured. Some were blinded, some had their ribs broken and were bleeding internally. The surgery costs several thousand for each dog, not to mention the subsequent maintenance. It not only costs money, but also manpower. It is right to return the property to its original owner. But you can't let people do good things and then pay for it, right? That's also disheartening. Moreover, people tend not to cherish things that they get without paying any price. Perhaps because they have worked in shelters for many years and have seen so many abandoned pets, they have long seen through the complexity of human nature in the world. Indeed, if anyone doesn't believe me later, I can testify for you," Wang Jianshu added. Jiang Wanning sincerely thanked them for their kindness, and then asked the staff of the pet hospital for videos of all the surgical treatments and detailed treatment costs for each dog. Although she knew in her heart that this information might not be used at all, because she said that she would only return the dog if it was willing to go back with its original owner. Jiang Wanning was secretly determined in her heart that she would rely on her special abilities. Once the dogs get on her mountain, they can't leave. After all the dogs received first aid, the doctor suggested that they stay in the hospital for observation, but Jiang Wanning politely declined. No matter how good the environment in the hospital is, how can it compare to your home? And pet hospitals are different from ordinary hospitals. There was no doctor on duty at night. If the dogs encounter any emergency at night, there is no one to deal with it in time. But there was a tricky problem right now. The bed of her pickup truck was uncovered and could not block the wind. These conditions are not suitable for transporting these injured dogs. Just as Jiang Wanning was thinking about a solution, 2 staff members from the shelter stepped forward and volunteered, "Let's take you back." They are truly grateful to Jiang Wanning. After all, Jiang Wanning adopted these 8 dogs and really solved a lot of problems for them. Although most dogs that are seriously injured and cannot be cured will be brought home, they will be euthanized. But in fact, which normal person would be willing to easily decide the end of a life? Wang Jianshu also expressed his opinion. "I will come too. It must be a huge task to move so many dogs, all tied up in splints and seriously injured. Just think of it as one more person means one more strength." In the end, Jiang Wanning drove a pickup truck to lead the way. The shelter's car loaded with dogs followed steadily in the middle, and Wang Jianshu's police car escorted the team at the back. 3 cars lined up in a row and headed towards Wangshan village in a mighty manner. Along the way, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the road, as if giving the escort team a layer of warm glow. On this side, the old lady and old lady who had already received the news in advance and were waiting in the yard early with Lin Shichin. They looked forward to it, their eyes fixed on the direction of the village entrance. Lin Shichin stood beside the old lady, holding the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, his fingers rolling over the fabric repeatedly, and his toes drawing small circles on the ground. He did not look around as frequently as the others. He only raised his eyes occasionally to quickly glance at the village entrance, and then immediately lowered his head, as if counting the stones on the ground. Seeing the car slowly driving in, Lin Shichin's body suddenly tensed up, his fingers clenched tighter, and his knuckles turned white. He did not run, but walked quickly in small steps, each step stepping on the cracks in the stone slabs in the yard, moving toward the car. Old Mrs. Wu immediately pushed the old sister's wheelchair and walked forward quickly. "Sister dog," Lin Shichen walked to the side of the car, but did not open the door. He just stood half a meter away from the door, his eyes scanning the car body, but he did not dare to look directly into the car. His voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor, and he pursed his lips after asking the question, as if waiting for an important answer. But there was nothing inside the car, nothing to see. "Uncle, the dog is in the back." Jiang Mudong was extremely anxious. She couldn't wait for Jiang wanting to unbuckle her seatbelt, so she asked Lin Shichen for help and jumped out of the car. Then she grabbed her uncle's hand and ran hurriedly to the car behind. Lin Shichen was being dragged along, his steps staggering a little, but he did not struggle. He just followed passively, his eyes fixed on the ground, until he was dragged to the side of the transfer vehicle and stopped. As soon as the shelter's transport vehicle came to a steady stop, Jiang Mudong rushed over eagerly, shouting excitedly, "Doggy, doggy, Uncle, look, the doggy is in there." Lin Shichen raised his head following her voice, and his eyes fell on the car window. When he saw the dog inside, his lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. He stood there, leaning forward slightly, his fingers unconsciously picking at the corner of his clothes again. There was curiosity in his eyes, but more of a cautious observation. The shelter staff and Wang Jianshu followed Jiang Wanning and parked the car at the gate. When they saw the very dilapidated house in front of them, they were stunned, and their faces showed a mixture of surprise and confusion. The house looked really dilapidated, with crumbling walls and several broken tiles on the roof. It looks rickety, like a dilapidated building, and looks particularly shabby. It is hard to relate this living environment to the ability to adopt 8 dogs. Their original full trust in Jiang Wanning began to decline at this moment. Is this your home?" Zhuang Xuan, one of the staff members of the shelter, couldn't help but feel confused and asked cautiously. Jiang Wanning said calmly, "Yeah, what's wrong?" She didn't seem to notice the other person's doubts. As he spoke, he had already walked to the shelter's car and opened the door. Then he took out a cage containing a dog. Chapter 1:20 Worry. "Hey, this is heavy, let's..." Wang Jianshu stopped talking halfway, as if something was choking his throat. A pair of small eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. It was because he saw Jiang Wanning holding the heavy cage with steady steps and a light body, without feeling any effort at all. Lin Shichen stood by the car, stroking the iron bars of the cage door repeatedly with his fingers until he felt the familiar cool touch. Then he bent down and got into the car. He imitated Jiang Wanning and clasped the horizontal bar at the bottom of the cage with both hands. It had to be the outermost one, which was the point of force he secretly memorized. Then he straightened his back and picked up the cage. His movements were not fast, but they were extremely steady. His steps were even, and each step was on the cracks between the bricks on the ground. He followed Jiang Wanning closely towards home, his eyes always fixed on his sister's heels, as if tracking a moving marker. This scene gave Wang Jianshu a strange illusion, as if these cages were not as heavy as he had imagined. So Wang Jianshu was eager to try and wanted to hug one himself. He held the cage with both hands and exerted force secretly, but the cage only moved slightly, which scared the dog in the cage and made it whimper. He quickly let go, fearing that he would shake the dogs in the cages and cause them more harm. He could actually lift this weight, but not as easily as Jiang Wanning and her brother. Cheng Jinxin, another staff member of the shelter, stepped forward quickly and said, "Not counting the dog, this cage must weigh about 50 to 60 kilograms. As he spoke, he gestured to illustrate the size and weight of the cage. Adding the weight of the dog, it must be over 100 pounds. It's not easy to move it steadily." As he said that, he gestured to Wang Jianshu, and the two of them each lifted one side and moved the cage out together. Wang Jianshu lifted the cage with great effort and couldn't help but sigh. With such strength, no wonder he was able to subdue those 2 dog thieves. However, Zhuang Xian was still a little conflicted, her brows furrowed as she muttered softly, "Are we really going to give the dog to her?" She was a little worried and still had doubts about Jiang Wanning's living environment and ability to raise a dog. Cheng Jinxin looked at her helplessly and shrugged. "The adoption agreement has been signed. Do you still want to regret it?" There was a hint of ridicule in his tone, but also a hint of helplessness. After all, the agreement has come into effect, and it is not so easy to go back on it now. Zhuang Xuyan sighed and said worriedly, "But what if she can't afford it in the future?" "We can afford it. We sell wild fruits every day and make a lot of money." Jiang Mutong raised her rosy little face and declared loudly in a baby voice, her childish voice full of determination. They will never be allowed to take the dog away. After saying that, she lay down at the car door, her eyes sparkling, and gently comforted the other dogs in the car. Don't worry, Mom and Uncle will be back to pick you up soon. That gentle look is like talking to the closest friend. The amazing thing is that the dogs seemed to really understand what she said and barked at them one after another. There was a hint of expectation in his voice, as if responding to the warmth. Wang Jianshu watched this scene and said with a smile, "Don't forget, Ms. Jiang paid tens of thousands of yuan for treatment at the pet hospital. This money is enough to buy several healthy dogs." These words brought Zhuang Shuiyan and Cheng Jinxin back to their senses instantly. Both of them blushed at the same time, feeling embarrassed. Yeah, how could they have forgotten about this? Jiang Wanning could pay such a large sum for treatment without hesitation, so how could she not be able to support these dogs? Obviously, they were mistaken. The room where the dog was housed was originally a storage room that had been abandoned for a long time. Jiang Wanning called home in advance and asked Grandma Wu to help Lin Shichen pack up. At this moment, the entire room was emptied of all its clutter and a thorough cleaning was done, leaving the floor and walls spotless. To prevent moisture, many cardboard boxes were neatly laid on the ground, with the edges of each box aligned to form regular squares. Although it looks simple, it is full of care. Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen were very efficient. After Wang Jianshu and his team had just made one move, the siblings had already moved all the dogs. When Lin Shichen put the cages in place, he made sure the doors of each one faced the same direction, measuring the distance between them with his toes to ensure they were exactly the same. He squatted in front of the cages and gently touched the dog's nose with his fingers through the bars. He then repeated this action, one by one, as if completing some kind of ritual. Looking at their busy figures coming in and out, Wang Jianshu couldn't help but secretly envy them. If he had such divine power, he might be able to join the criminal police team. Zhuang Shuiyan looked at the slightly simple environment in the house and couldn't help muttering. Just live here? These dogs are still injured. How can they recover properly? It's better to stay in a pet hospital. Seeing this, Cheng Jinxin quickly pulled Zhuang Shuiyan's sleeve and signaled her to shut up. Then he whispered carefully, "Isn't this place nice? It's sheltered from the wind and rain. If you're worried, come and visit more often." Really, staying in a pet hospital is free? Zhuang Shuiyan is good in every way except that she doesn't know how to think from other people's perspectives. She thinks everyone is like her, a rich and free young lady. That's right. Zhuang Shuiyan is the daughter of a wealthy family. Coming from a wealthy family, she came to the shelter purely out of her love for animals, working for free. He also invests a lot of money out of his own pocket every month just to provide better conditions for those stray animals. Because of this, she's always very demanding of adoptive parents. I am determined to find a most perfect and reliable home for every little animal. However, Jiang Wanning did not hear their whispers, and Lin Shichen didn't even pay attention to them. At this moment, Lin Shichen's attention was completely attracted by the dog in the cage. He moved slowly between the cages, his steps light, as if he was afraid of disturbing them. Every time I walked to a cage, I would stop, stretch out my hand with my palm facing up, and wait for the dog to come over and smell it before gently touching its head. After doing all this, he walked over to Jiang Wanning, leaning forward slightly. His voice was louder than usual, but still a little stiff. "Sister, the fish soup is ready. Can I give it to the dog?" His gaze paused on Jiang Wanning's face for a second, then fell back to his hands. "Eat," Jiang Wanning said quickly. "These puppies have been hungry for a long time. Go find some large bowls of rice and feed them." After saying that, she went to greet Wu Guixiang. "Grandma Wu, is dinner ready?" Officer Wang and these two comrades from the shelter came specially to help us bring the dog back. "It's so late. Let them have dinner at home before going back." Old Mrs. Wu quickly responded. "It's been prepared a long time ago and has been warming in the pot. You wash your hands and we'll start eating right away." As she said that, she turned to prepare the dishes and chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianshu quickly waved his hand and said politely, "Auntie, no need. I have to go back now. There's lunch at work. I have to go back and take care of some things today, so I really can't spare the time." Cheng Jinxin also refused, explaining that she had to hurry back to hand over her shift. "Yes, Auntie, we won't have dinner. It's my turn to work the night shift today, so I have to go back quickly. Otherwise, my colleagues will be worried." Only Zhuang Shuiyan remained silent. It's not that she wanted to stay for dinner, but she was still nervous and couldn't leave the dogs alone. She was still worried that Jiang Wanning didn't have enough ability to take care of these dogs, so she thought about staying and taking a closer look. If that doesn't work, then she will take the dogs back. Chapter 1:21 Dog Food. It's time to eat. Lin Shichen held a stack of neatly stacked stainless steel basins in one hand, and the edges of the basins had to be aligned to ensure safety. In the other hand, he carried a large bucket of fish soup and rice and walked over with somewhat stiff steps. He did not run, but took steps at a steady rhythm, each step being of almost equal distance. When he reached the doghouse, he squatted down and arranged the bowls in a straight line. He measured the distance between them with his fingers and confirmed that they were all the same width. Then he picked up the spoon and scooped 2 spoonfuls of rice into each bowl. No more, no less, just 2 spoonfuls. This was the rule he set for himself. When Zhuang Shuiyin saw this, she immediately got furious again. Oh my, these dogs just had surgery and are still very weak. How can they eat this? Didn't the pet hospital send them prescription food? They have to be fed prescription food. Her voice was sharp and urgent, as if she had discovered something huge. As he spoke, he walked quickly towards Lin Shichen. Lin Shichen was startled by the sudden high-pitched voice and shrank his shoulders. The spoon in his hand stopped in midair. He glanced quickly at Zhuang Xin, then immediately lowered his head to stare at his knees, his fingers unconsciously scratching the edge of the basin. He didn't say anything, but his shoulders trembled slightly, like a frightened little animal. Seeing him like this, Zhuang Shuiyin knew that she couldn't expect him to understand what she meant, so she simply turned around and ran out without saying anything more. After a while, she struggled to carry a heavy bag of dog food from the pickup truck and rushed into the house panting. However, when she went in again, the 8 dogs had already eaten everything. They buried their heads in their rice bowls and ate with relish. Oh, you can't eat this. Let's eat dog food. As Zhuang Shuiyin spoke, she reached out to pour out the fish soup and rice in the bowl and replace it with dog food. But unexpectedly, as soon as she touched the food bowl, the dog bit it tightly in its mouth and it didn't move at all. The dog let out a few low whimpers from its throat, as if defending its delicious food. Zhuang Shuiyin was startled. She was worried that using too much force would hurt the dog's wounds. After all, they had just undergone surgery and their bodies were still very fragile. I could only stand aside, stamping my feet anxiously, but there was nothing I could do. At this moment, Lin Shichen's voice came from the side, soft and thin, as if he was afraid of disturbing anyone. Fish soup is delicious. Dog likes it. As he spoke, he drew circles on the ground with his fingers, his eyes never leaving the ground. Zhuang Shuiyin quickly retorted when she heard this. What do you know? Dogs can't eat too much salt, you know? Eating too much is bad for their health. Lin Shichen slowly raised his head and this time finally glanced at Zhuang Shuiyin, but his eyes were vague and unfocused. He nodded, nodding his head vigorously, as if to emphasize something. I know. Sister said it. He paused, curled his fingers, and then slowly unfolded them. No seasoning, just fish and water. Each word was pronounced clearly, but without much fluctuation in tone. Zhuang Shuiyin was choked by these words, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face, but she still insisted. But this soup and rice are not very nutritious. The dog is sick now, so he should eat these prescription foods so that he can get better quickly. She pointed to the bag of dog food on the ground, her eyes full of determination. Lin Shichen looked in the direction of her finger, stared at the bag of dog food for a long time, then slowly curled his lips. The arc of his mouth was very small, but very serious. Fish soup is nutritious and delicious. He paused, then added more quietly, this isn't delicious. Nonsense, dogs love dog food the most. If you don't believe me, I'll feed it to you and show you. Zhuang Shuiyin took it seriously. She couldn't believe that such an expensive prescription food would be inferior to a bowl of humble fish soup and rice. So she grabbed a handful of dog food from the bag and carefully placed it in front of the Chinese native dog in front of her. Let me tell you, dog food is scientifically formulated. The nutrients in it are perfect for dogs, and it tastes great too. There's no dog that wouldn't like it. But before he could finish his words, the Chinese native dog in front of him turned its head away with a look of disgust, as if it had seen something unpleasant. Yes, Zhuang Shuiyin clearly saw disgust in the dog's eyes. That look seemed to be saying, what is this? I don't want to eat it. When it turned around, it even did not forget to hold its food bowl with it, for fear that Zhuang Shuyan would snatch away its delicious fish soup and rice. Zhuang Shuyan refused to give up. Her stubbornness came out, and she refused to believe that a dog would not like to eat dog food. She reached out her hand again and handed the dog food forward, trying to let the Chinese native dog in front of her see clearly what was in her hand. But the dog seemed to have sensed her intention and cautiously dodged again with the food bowl in its mouth. Although its movements seemed a little slow due to its leg injury, its attitude of dodging was very determined. Seeing Go Zi's resistance, Zhuang Shuyan was furious. This is a local dog. It may have never eaten dog food before, so it doesn't know how delicious it is. In order to prove her point, she decided to change her target and turned her attention to the German Shepherd next to her. This German Shepherd has a strong body, and you can tell at a glance that it was once well-fed and raised. Perhaps it resisted most fiercely when being caught by the dog thief, so it was seriously injured. Not only was one of its eyes cruelly gouged out, but all 4 of its legs were broken, and a large gash was opened on its stomach. Despite suffering so many hardships, it still survived tenaciously. Even the doctor at the pet hospital couldn't help but sigh that it was a miracle. What's even more amazing is that it is in very good spirits now. At this moment, he was wolfing down the fish soup and rice in front of him, and the slurping sound of his eating was louder than that of the Chinese pastoral dog next to him. Zhuang Shuyan first carefully reached out her hand and gently touched the German Shepherd's big head, trying to comfort it and let it relax its vigilance. Then she slowly reached out her hand and tried to take the food bowl in front of it. Who knew that the German Shepherd would get angry in an instant? It let out a low roar from its throat and bared its teeth fiercely at Zhuang Shuyan. Its sharp teeth flashed coldly in the dim light. The only remaining healthy, I stared straight at Zhuang Shuyan, his eyes full of warning and anger. Zhuang Shuyan was so scared that her hands trembled. She quickly let go of the food bowl and took several steps back. Jiang Mudong, who was busy petting other dogs nearby, saw this and immediately ran over like a little adult with a serious face. She taught the German Shepherd, "Dog, you are not behaving well. Aunt Zhuang is a good person. You can't be mean to her." As she said this, she really did it and patted the German Shepherd on the head lightly as a punishment. The German Shepherd seemed to understand what she said. It did not resist, but just whimpered in grievance, its voice full of innocence. Then it held its food bowl in its mouth, silently changed direction, and continued to enjoy its delicious food. It seemed as if it was declaring to Zhuang Shuyan its obsession with fish soup and rice. After teaching the dog a lesson, Jiang Mudong turned around and said to Zhuang Shuyan seriously, "Aunt Zhuang, the dog is eating. How could you steal its food bowl?" In her opinion, being disturbed while eating is very impolite. Zhuang Shuyan subconsciously retorted, "I just want them to eat dog food. Dog food is more nutritious and good for their injuries." Jiang Mudong blinked her big eyes and said nothing. Instead, he reached out and took the handful of dog food from Zhuang Shuyan's hand, gently placed it in front of the dog's food bowl, and then said with a smug look on his face, "That's good. The dog can eat it whenever it wants." Chapter 122, Fish Soup. Zhuang Shuyan looked at the German Shepherd, who didn't even look at the dog food next to him, and continued to eat the fish soup with rice. Suddenly, she became like a deflated ball and completely lost her temper. She admitted that the smell of human food is indeed more attractive to these dogs than dog food, but she still insisted that eating dog food is best for dogs. At this time, the urging voice of Mrs. Wu came from outside the house. "It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Shun shun, xin xin, tong tong. Hurry up and take the guests out to eat. The food is almost cold." Wang Jianshu and Cheng Jinxin really didn't want to stay for dinner at first. After all, they were just doing their business, and they didn't feel comfortable staying at someone else's house for dinner. Unfortunately, the Jiang family was too welcoming, and both the old and the young came together to invite them to stay for dinner. It was hard to refuse such a kind invitation, and the aroma of the food brought out from the kitchen filled the air and penetrated straight into my nose. It was already past mealtime, and their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Wang Jianshu secretly planned to pay for the meal after finishing it, so as not to take advantage of the common people and to make himself feel more at ease. Because Jiang Wanning called in advance to inform that there would be guests in the evening, the Jiang family's dinner changed from the original simple 2 dishes and 1 soup to a sumptuous 4 dishes and 1 soup. Most of the ingredients used are homegrown. 1 fish, 2 ways to cook it. The fish head and fresh tofu are stewed into a pot of milky white fish head and tofu soup. The soup is delicious and steaming hot. The fish body is made into attractive braised fish pieces, and the rich sauce wraps the fish meat, which is fragrant. The fresh and tender greens that had just grown in the vegetable garden were also picked and stir-fried into a dish. The emerald green color makes people's appetite increase. Jiang Wanning used the yam she dug from the mountain and the pork ribs to make a yam and pork rib stew. The soup was delicious and had a rich aroma. There's also their family dish, scrambled eggs with wild onions, which is made with 3 fresh eggs taken from the chicken coop that day. They were all very ordinary home-cooked dishes, but in the eyes of Wang Jianshu and Cheng Jinxin, they were extremely tempting, making them drool. Even Zhuang Shuyan, who had just come to the table, was no exception. She was originally in a bad mood because the dog refused to eat dog food, and she was thinking that she had no appetite. But as soon as I sat down, my stomach started to rumble. The old lady was all smiles as she greeted everyone warmly. It's not anything fancy, just some homely food. Everyone, please make do with what you have. Wang Jianshu smiled and replied, There's fish and meat here. How can you say there aren't any good dishes? You're very kind. Actually, we didn't help much, but we had such a good meal. It's really embarrassing to say it. After a few simple greetings, the old lady took the lead in eating. The rest of the people also marched towards the front of them. Wang Jianshu picked up a piece of bright red braised fish and put it into his mouth. The rich aroma spreads in the mouth instantly. His eyes suddenly widened, his face full of surprise, and he said incoherently, This braised fish is amazing. I have eaten so many home-cooked dishes, but I have never tasted anything so delicious. The fish flavor is mellow, and the sweetness and saltiness are just right. As he spoke, he picked up a few more pieces. He ate it with relish along with the rice in the bowl. Cheng Jinxin was not to be outdone. He couldn't wait to scoop a spoonful of the delicious fish soup. The soup slid down his throat, and the deliciousness reached his heart. He smacked his lips and gave a thumbs up. This fish soup is so delicious it makes my eyebrows drop. The fish is so tender and the broth is rich. I dare say this is the best fish soup I've ever had, bar none. As he spoke, he kept pouring soup into the bowl, not caring at all about the noise he made when drinking the soup. Zhuang Shuyan picked up the chopsticks and picked up a handful of green vegetables, intending to just eat a few bites. But when she took a bite of the vegetables, the fresh taste and unique aroma instantly changed her mind. How come these vegetables are so delicious? They're so refreshing and tasty, with a hint of sweetness. So delicious. Her originally slightly frowned brows had already relaxed, and her face was full of satisfaction. The depression that I had felt before, because my dog didn't eat dog food, has long since disappeared. Jiang Mushuan, who was sitting next to her, was very considerate and scooped a bowl of fish soup and placed it next to her. With an innocent look on her face, she said, Aunt Zhuang, this fish soup is delicious. You must try it. In order to maintain her figure, Zhuang Shuyan is very particular about her diet. I rarely eat these soups. In her opinion, food such as fish soup and meat soup contain high levels of purine and cholesterol, which are not conducive to body management. However, faced with the child's enthusiastic kindness, she found it difficult to refuse. I thought to myself that just taking a small sip would not disappoint the child. But who could have imagined that just this small sip of fish soup would instantly bring out a wonderful flavor on her taste buds, and Zhuang Shuyan was immediately stunned. The delicious taste seemed to have a magical power that made her drink it one sip after another involuntarily. Before I knew it, I had finished the whole bowl. After drinking it, she still felt unsatisfied, and her tongue seemed to be still savoring the deliciousness of the fish soup, so she subconsciously reached for a second bowl. Jiang Mushuan watched from the side and asked with a smile, Aunt Zhuang, is the fish soup delicious? Zhuang Shuyan drank the fish soup in the bowl and praised it highly. It's delicious. Grandma Jiang, how did you make this fish soup? Why is it so delicious? She really couldn't understand how a seemingly ordinary fish soup could be better than the soup made by the state banquet master. Grandma Jiang smiled and said, Chen did all of this. Zhuang Shuyan was about to praise Lin Shichen when the fish soup with rice that the dogs drank suddenly flashed through her mind. She subconsciously asked, Is this the soup that the dogs drink too? If that's the case, no wonder the dogs were drinking so happily. After all, the taste of this fish soup is hard to resist, even for me who is picky about food, let alone a dog with a keen sense of smell who has no resistance to delicious food. When Lin Shichen heard the question, he explained seriously, "Dog, fish soup is crucian carp." He paused, rubbing his fingertips along the seam of his pants, and continued, "No seasoning. Ours is silver carp. We add onions, ginger, and salt." He was silent for a few seconds, as if recalling something. Then he tilted his head slightly and repeated the words in his memory. "Grandma said, crucian carp is more nourishing. The dog is injured. It needs to eat well. Make soup with crucian carp." His tone was flat, as if he was reciting a memorized text. His eyes never left the door frame until he finished speaking. Then he lowered his head and stared at his fingers. Zhuang Shuiyan's expression froze for a moment. "Good job." She used to complain about people feeding their dogs fish soup with rice, worrying that it was not nutritious. Unexpectedly, the fish soup that the dog drank was made with more nutritious crucian carp and was better than the fish head soup they ate. Thinking of this, Zhuang Shuiyan felt her face getting hot. Jiang Wanning looked at Xian, who was eating seriously as if nothing had happened, and a smile flashed in her eyes. This little guy is quite vindictive. She was wondering why he was suddenly so enthusiastic and took the initiative to serve soup to Zhuang Shuiyan. It turned out that he was waiting here. Chapter 123, Meal Money. The meal was very lively, and in the end, all the soup on the table was eaten up without a drop left. The old lady looked at the clean table and was very happy that her food was liked by the guests. But I was also worried that there wouldn't be enough food and the guests wouldn't be full. "You guys sit down first. I'll go to the kitchen to see if there are any dishes left and add another one for you." As he said this, he turned his wheelchair and went to the kitchen. Seeing this, Wang Jianshu hurriedly spoke out to stop her. "Auntie, there's really no need. Look at my belly. It's so bloated that I can hardly walk." He patted his round belly and showed an embarrassed expression on his face. "This was my first time eating at someone's house, and I almost licked the plate clean. It was really inappropriate. But the food was so delicious that people couldn't stop eating it. Although there are only 4 simple dishes and 1 soup, each dish is very generous in portion. Except for scrambled eggs with wild onions and stir-fried chicken greens, normal plates are used. The other 3 dishes, such as fish head tofu soup, braised fish cubes, and yam and pork rib soup, are all served in large bowls. The basin is almost as big as a wash basin. If you don't know them, you might think they're the reincarnation of starving ghosts because they eat so much." Chung Jin-shin also quickly agreed. "Auntie, your food is so delicious, we couldn't help but eat too much. If we eat any more, our stomachs will really explode." "Yes, Auntie, I haven't eaten so much in a long time." Zhuang Shuiyan's face showed both satisfaction and conflict. Poor thing. In order to maintain her figure, she counts the calories of everything she eats every day. Tonight, she not only ate 2 bowls of rice, but also poured various soups on them. This amount of calories could probably cover her intake for several days. When the old lady heard what they said, her face was full of smiles, and she was very happy. "It's just some home-cooked food as long as you like it. As long as you are satisfied with the food, I will feel at ease." At this moment, the notification tone of 200 yuan has arrived suddenly sounded. The scene suddenly became quiet for a moment, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Jiang Wanning looked at the incoming money information on her phone and looked at Wang Jianshu in confusion. "Officer Wang, did you transfer money to me?" Wang Jianshu explained seriously. "Our company has regulations that prohibit taking advantage of ordinary people. I'm not sure if 200 yuan is enough for such a nice meal. If it's less, please don't complain." When the old lady heard this, she quickly said, "Hey, officer, it's just an ordinary home-cooked meal. Why are you paying for it? Ning Ning, please return it." She felt that having a meal together was fate and that no money should be charged. Wang Jianshu quickly reached out to stop her. "Don't return it. Absolutely don't return it. Auntie, our company has strict regulations. If I don't accept the money, I will make a mistake. You must accept this money, otherwise I will feel guilty." His tone left no room for doubt. Seeing how persistent he was, the old lady and Jiang Wanning had no choice but to accept it. Seeing this, Chung Jinshin and Zhuang Shuiyan also took out their mobile phones and asked Jiang Wanning for the transfer QR code. Jiang Wanning smiled and jokingly said, "Could it be that your company also has such a rule?" Chung Jinshin hurriedly explained, his tone serious. "Regardless of whether there is such a rule or not, we can't take advantage of you. Logically speaking, you're the one who helped us with today's matter. If you hadn't adopted these dogs, Who knows how much more trouble our shelter would have had to go through. Seeing that Jiang Wanning was determined not to give it, the two of them looked at each other and then turned directly to Wang Jianshu. Wang Jianshu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and then pointed to an inconspicuous corner. The two looked in the direction he pointed and saw two QR code signs. One is a payment QR code with black text on a white background, which is very eye-catching. The other is a group QR code with the words, "Welcome to join the Jiang family's vegetable basket," written below. Zhuang Shuiyan smiled and joked, "You're worthy of being a police officer. You can even find this." Without any hesitation, the two men followed Wang Jianshu's example and transferred 200 yuan each. After the transfer was completed, the phone's notification tones rang one after another. When the old lady heard the notification tone, she looked a little embarrassed and said quickly, "Ah, look at what's going on. I just wanted to treat you to a meal, but why do you have to pay? And it doesn't need to be so much as 200 yuan. There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice, and her eyes were full of regret. Zhuang Shuin, "Grandma Jiang, 200 is a bargain for us. Such a delicious meal. If we eat out, 200 is not enough to get such delicious food." They chatted about family matters for a while, and when they realized it was getting late, they all got up and prepared to leave. When they got in the car, Jiang Wanning quickly stuffed a bag of persimmons into each of their cars. "I grow it at home. It's all natural, no pesticides used. If you like it, just help me spread the word." Several people took the persimmons and looked at the persimmons in the bag. They did not look very good. The skin was a bit rough, and the color was not that bright orange-red. Thinking it wasn't worth much, he accepted it without hesitation. Before leaving, Jiang Wanning asked Wang Jianshu, "Officer Wang, can I ask what the punishment will be for those two dog thieves?" Wang Jianshu sighed slightly, a look of helplessness on his face, and slowly said, "The current situation is a bit tricky. Because we can't confirm whether these dogs are strays or domestic dogs, it's difficult to determine whether they are stealing." He paused, gathering his thoughts, and continued, "Moreover, beating or capturing stray dogs doesn't constitute a crime from a legal perspective. After all, stray dogs don't have clear owners, and the criminal law doesn't define the intentional killing of stray dogs as a crime." Jiang Wanning frowned and said unhappily, "So there's no punishment at all?" Wang Jianshu consoled him. "That's not the case. Your dashcam clearly recorded their threats, intimidation, and harassment. While these actions aren't serious enough to warrant prosecution for forced molestation or insult, they are still considered public security violations under the law, and they will be subject to detention for a minimum of 5 to 10 days. This can be considered a form of punishment for them." Jiang Wanning's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "Thank you, Officer Wang, I understand. In that case, let them suffer for a few more days and taste the pain they inflicted on the dog." Wang Jianshu said earnestly, "Regardless of whether they stole the dogs, they attacked you first. A preliminary examination at the hospital showed no serious injuries, so it doesn't constitute excessive self-defense. Just live your life in peace. I'll contact you if there's any further information." Chapter 124, Welcome New Friends. Wang Jianshu returned to the police station. As soon as I entered the office, I smelled a strong, greasy smell of food. Looking closely, he saw his apprentice Zhang Mingyu sitting at the desk, his head almost buried in the lunchbox, wolfing down the food. Wang Jianshu frowned subconsciously. It's really strange to say. When he worked overtime on weekdays, he often had to eat this kind of boxed lunch. Every time he ate it, he felt it was very fragrant, could fill his stomach quickly, and tasted pretty good. But today, for some reason, when I smelled this smell, I felt a slight discomfort in my stomach. It was as if my body suddenly developed a resistance to this familiar taste and no longer had any appetite. Zhang Mingyu looked up and saw Wang Jianshu walk in. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Master, you're back. I was thinking of calling you later." Wang Jianshu frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Why are you eating now?" "Don't mention it. It's still those two bastards." Zhang Mingyu instantly lost his temper. He slammed his chopsticks down and said angrily, "Those two are such bastards. The doctors have clearly checked them out, and there's not a single injury on their bodies. Yet they're still pretending, acting like they've lost limbs, and they keep yelling about suing this and that. They're trying to pull a scam right in front of us police officers. I wonder how much more shameless they are in private. Wang Jianshu, you can't hide from them. Wait until the detailed medical report comes out from the hospital before bringing them back to the station to deal with them." After Zhang Mingyu finished his meal, he burped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. I started looking around the office, trying to find some fruit to relieve my greasiness and sweeten my mouth. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the bag of persimmons that Wang Jianshu placed on the table. "Master, did you buy these persimmons?" Zhang Mingyu leaned over and took a look of disgust on his face. "Why is it so ugly?" Having said that, his hands were honest, and he grabbed a persimmon from the bag with swift movements. Wang Jianshu looked at him and smiled helplessly. "Eating persimmons right after a meal, you're not afraid of a stomachache." Zhang Mingyu waved his hand nonchalantly. "I have a strong stomach and a healthy intestine. I'm fine, so I'm not afraid." After saying that, he didn't care whether the persimmon was clean or not. He put it directly into his mouth and took a big bite. The moment the persimmon juice flowed into his mouth, Zhang Mingyu's eyes suddenly widened. With an expression of amazement on his face, he murmured, "Delicious. So delicious. Master, where did you buy these persimmons? I'll buy some too. They taste amazing." As he spoke, he took a few more bites and ate with gusto. Wang Jianshu looked at him and explained with a smile. This was a gift from Ms. Jiang. They grew it themselves, and they should be selling it. Zhang Mingyu was chewing on the persimmons, and the juice was flowing down the corners of his mouth, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. I asked curiously, weren't they selling tomatoes before? They were 30 yuan a pound, and those Annies were rushing to buy them like crazy, like they were free. I thought at the time, they must taste really good. If I hadn't been on duty at the time, I would have bought a few to try. After swallowing the persimmon in his mouth, he couldn't help but sigh. This persimmon tastes so good. It must be expensive, right? Wang Jianshu looked up when he heard this and asked, "How much do you think a pound of tomatoes is?" 30 ah. Weren't you there at the time? After Zhang Mingyu finished speaking, he had already eaten a persimmon, but he was still not satisfied. He quickly grabbed another one from the bag and continued to chew it. Wang Jianshu looked at the rough-skinned, somewhat ugly persimmon, then at Zhang Mingyu wolfing it down, and couldn't help but wonder, are these persimmons really as delicious as you say? Master, if you try one, you'll know. Zhang Mingyu's mouth was full, and he spoke incoherently. Feeling the delicious taste in his mouth, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you know where Ms. Jiang usually sells her things? I want to buy some persimmons from her. They taste amazing. I want to buy some back for my parents to try." Wang Jianshu didn't listen to Zhang Mingyu's words at all at this time. His attention was completely attracted by the persimmons in front of him. Finally, he couldn't help but picked up a persimmon and took a bite. In an instant, the rich, mellow, sweet, and juicy taste spread in his mouth, and he was directly shocked by the taste. Is this really what persimmons should taste like? Could it be that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences has developed some new variety? Wang Jianshu finished a persimmon in just 3 or 2 bites. Then he couldn't wait to take out his phone and send a text message to Jiang Wanning. "Hello, I'm Wang Jianshu. Your persimmons are delicious, so I want to buy some more. I wanted to ask the price." Not long after, I received a message on WeChat asking me to add a friend. Looking at the note, it was Jiang Wanning. Wang Jianshu had just accepted the friend request when the message from the other party came. "Jiang Wanning, persimmons are 40 yuan per pound. Officer Wang, if you want to buy some, you can join the group to make a reservation. Do you want to join the group?" Wang Jianshu looked at the words 40 per pound and couldn't help but gasp. He thought the persimmons were worthless, so he accepted them without any burden. This bag weighs about 5 kilograms. Jiang Wanning returned the 200 yuan meal money to him. Then he caught a glimpse of Zhang Mingyu stretching out his claws again, ready to bite his persimmon, and quickly reached out to hold it down. It's not good to eat too many persimmons. You've already eaten 2. You can't eat anymore. As he spoke, he quickly tied the bag of persimmons and stuffed it into the drawer. Zhang Mingyu looked at this scene with his eyes wide open and his face full of shock. If he hadn't seen the distressed expression on his master's face, he would have really believed that his master didn't let him eat too much because he was worried about his health. Wang Jianshu coughed lightly, trying to hide his little thoughts of protecting persimmon just now. Then he said to Zhang Mingyu, "Don't you want to buy these persimmons?" Jiang Wanning said you can join their group to make reservations. "Do you want to join?" Zhang Mingyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, we definitely have to buy these. It would be a shame not to buy such delicious persimmons." Wang Jianshu immediately replied to Jiang Wanning on WeChat, "Join the group." After joining the group, he pulled Zhang Mingyu in as well. As soon as Zhang Mingyu entered the group, He couldn't wait to send a message. Boss, by Persimmons. However, the boss did not respond. Enthusiastic food friends in the group came out one after another. Friend 1, welcome new friend. It was followed by a cute welcome emoji. Friend 2, if you want to buy persimmons, just transfer the money to Boss Jiang and add group nickname Persimmons, wait, in the remarks. Friend 3, after Boss Jiang receives the goods, he will inform you of the pickup time. Chapter 125, too busy to have time. Oh, there's also a guide for beginners. Are group buying groups nowadays so formal? From ordering to picking up, everything was arranged clearly. Zhang Mingyu, I want to buy 5 kilograms of persimmons, but I don't know how much they cost. Vegetable friend 4, 200. Oh no, he said that these persimmons are not cheap, but the taste is worth it. Without any hesitation, he transferred the money. I also wrote a note as required. Just as he sent the transfer information, another transfer information popped up right after it. Zhang Mingyu looked closely with curiosity and found that this nickname belonged to his master Wang Jianshu. Looking up at Wang Jianshu, who was sitting opposite him, he couldn't help but teasing, "Master, did your wife increase your pocket money?" He knew clearly that his master only had 1,000 yuan in pocket money every month. This 1,000 yuan is only enough for him to smoke a cigarette and have a drink. If you want to do anything else, you have to report to the master's wife. Wang Jianshu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smug smile. It's not rising now, but I think it will soon. He thought to himself that his wife loved eating fruit the most. But I always complain that the fruits on the market nowadays have only a monotonous sweetness and no longer have the rich flavor that fruit should have. This persimmon has a unique flavor and excellent texture. If I bring it back to her, she will definitely like it. These persimmons are quite big. There are only about 10 of them in 5 pounds. He and Zhang Mingyu each ate 2 just now. After counting like this, there are only 7 left in the bag. These persimmons taste so good, there will be no problem selling them. He had to plan ahead and make preparations in advance so that his wife could have more persimmons before she finished eating them. That way, when she's happy, her pocket money might increase. After hearing what his master said, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. As expected of someone who can chase after the school beauty, his tricks are too sophisticated. Because he was still thinking about the taste of the tomatoes, Zhang Mingyu sent a message in the group. Boss, do you have any tomatoes left? The first to respond were still the enthusiastic friends in the group. His question seemed to have triggered the long-standing nerves of the bitter tomatoes in the group, and for a while, the message notification sounds rang one after another. Friend 1, don't ask. The tomatoes haven't been sold for a long time. We all still miss them, but there's nothing we can do but think about them. Friend 2, oh, I can never forget the taste of tomatoes. Now that we don't have tomatoes at home, my meals feel a little soulless and not as delicious. Friend 3, exactly. Although persimmons are delicious, they're not a good meal. I don't know when the boss will sell tomatoes again. I'm so greedy. Friend 4, the boss's rapeseed is also very delicious. If there are no tomatoes, the rapeseed is also very good to satisfy your craving. Vegetable friend 5, don't even think about it. It will take at least 1 or 2 months. Didn't the boss say last time that the vegetables in the garden have just been planted, so we have to wait for some time? It will take at least 1 or 2 months for them to grow. Friend 6, I wonder what else the boss grows besides tomatoes and rapeseed? I feel like anything grown by the boss is delicious. Dear vegetable lovers, I have never wanted to eat vegetables so much in my life. It's so painful. The screen was filled with longing for Zhang's vegetables, and the group was filled with wailing. Just as the craze of asking for food was intensifying, the group leader, Boss Jiang Wanning, finally showed up. She first received the order transfers from Zhang Mingyu and Wang Jianshu, and then replied to each of them one by one with a specific pickup time and location. Then start responding to topics of concern to the netizens. Jiang Wanning, there is some Chinese cabbage in the vegetable garden now. Do you want some? Chicken feather cabbage grows very quickly and can usually be harvested within 20 to 40 days after sowing. Because of the blessing of supernatural powers, the growth cycle of Jiang Wanning's vegetable garden was shortened by half. Because the seeds were sown quite densely at that time, now they have grown into a large area, crowded together. Seeing that it was chicken feather vegetables, Zhang Mingyu's first reaction was lack of interest. After all, for carnivore, Chinese cabbage is just an ordinary green leafy vegetable. What's so delicious about it? However, when I saw the group page being flooded with crazy requests, The reply speed of my own master was so fast that it was astonishing. He was so shocked that his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Zhang Mingyu looked at Wang Jianshu with a puzzled look on his face and couldn't help asking, "Master, it's just a piece of chicken feather vegetable. Why are you so excited? When we were grabbing red envelopes in a group, I didn't see you moving so fast." Wang Jianshu didn't even raise his head. "You haven't eaten it. You don't understand." Seeing the message Jiang Wanning sent in the group. Chicken feather vegetables 30 yuan per caddy. Each person is limited to 1 caddy, and the limit today is 20 caddies. His eyes lit up instantly. Without saying a word, he quickly clicked his fingers and transferred the 30 yuan. Yes. After confirming that he had successfully made it into the top 20, he excitedly pumped his fist like a middle school boy. This scene completely aroused Zhang Mingyu's curiosity. I became more and more curious about the taste of this chicken feather vegetable. Unfortunately, because of his momentary hesitation, when he wanted to place an order, the 20 kilograms of chicken feather vegetables had been sold out. I can only wait until next time. Wangshan Village. The night is as dark as ink and dotted with stars. Jiang Wanning sat under the lamp in her yard, replying to messages in the group. After processing the information in Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Group Number 1, her fingers subconsciously slid towards the icon of Group Number 2, thinking of sending the news about chicken feather vegetables to this group as well. After all, they're all her friends, and she doesn't want to favor some over others and make everyone think she is biased. However, she gave up the idea as soon as it came to her mind. When she thought about the huge amount of time and energy required to pick Chinese cabbage, she felt overwhelmed. Today's life is as busy as a clockwork clock, and it can't stop for a moment. Persimmons to sell, terrace fields to plant, tea oil fruits, chestnuts and pine nuts to pick, kudzu roots and yams to dig, and the pond to clean out. There are countless things. With so many things to do, how could she have the extra time to pick greens? No, this won't work. Jiang Wanning muttered to herself. I still have to ask for help. She began to carefully consider the difficulty of each task and the allocation of manpower in her mind. She also plans to continue using the weeds on the terraces to collect the essence of plants, thereby nourishing the land and producing better quality crops. Therefore, she had to personally take Shun to plant the terraced fields. As for digging kudzu root and yam, it is a bit difficult. Chapter 1, 26 Real Pain, Fake Pain. Let's not talk about whether anyone is willing to do such a hard job. Even if someone is willing, the fee will definitely not be low. Since she had no intention of digging it out and selling it anyway, she decided to put it aside for the time being. When you want to eat it, you can take the time to dig some back. In this way, the remaining work of picking tea oil fruits, chestnuts and pine nuts, as well as cleaning the pond and picking chicken feather vegetables can all be done by hiring someone else. I have to have a good talk with the village chief tomorrow. The village chief has extensive connections in the village and is well informed. He will definitely be able to help her find the right person. After sending Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan to bed and waiting for them to fall asleep, Jiang Wanning quietly closed the door and turned to the doghouse. The dogs lying quietly on the ground pricked up their ears when they sensed the familiar and pleasant smell. The originally dim eyes also lit up, and they raised their heads one by one. "Awoo!" The dogs barked excitedly, their voices full of intimacy and dependence on Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning quickly made a hushing gesture. The amazing thing was that the dogs seemed to understand what she said and instantly quieted down. He just stared at her without blinking, his eyes full of trust. "Jiang Wanning, be good and don't make any noise. I'll give you some painkillers." He walked to the nearest big golden retriever, slowly squatted down, and gently placed his hand on its broken limb. Then, a gentle supernatural power slowly released from her palm. At this time, the effect of the surgical anesthetic had gradually worn off, and severe pain began to sweep through the dogs' bodies. Although they tried hard not to cry out, the pain they felt did not diminish in the slightest. From now on, they will be members of her family, so she will naturally not let them suffer any grievances. The strange energy was continuously injected into the body of the big golden retriever. Under the nourishment of supernatural powers, the big golden retriever's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed, and its originally slightly trembling body slowly relaxed. After the supernatural treatment, the dogs fell asleep comfortably one by one. And those 2 dog thieves in the city hospital won't be able to sleep tonight. Not to mention sleeping, the waves of pain in their bodies were like sharp knives, torturing them again and again. They were like crazy, shouting at the top of their lungs, their voices so sharp and piercing that the entire ward was in turmoil. "Ah, doctor, doctor, my hands and feet hurt. They must be broken. Please save me, save me." Lisan's face was distorted. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and his hands were waving wildly in the air, as if he was desperately grasping the last glimmer of hope. My eyes hurt so much. Please take a look at them quickly." Wang Chong was not to be outdone. He pounded the hospital bed frantically and cursed at me. All kinds of obscene words gushed out of his mouth, and the whole ward was in chaos. The doctor stood aside, his brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chan, his face full of helplessness and annoyance. He couldn't stand it any longer and raised his voice, yelling, "All right, stop pretending. The police have all gone back. If you keep yelling like that and disturb other patients in the hospital, we'll call the police." The two dog thieves showed no sign of stopping. Wang Chong seemed to have lost his mind due to the pain, and his eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly picked up the cup on the bedside table and threw it at the doctor viciously, shouting, "Damn it! I told you I'm not pretending. You don't understand me. Come here and treat my injuries, or I'll kill you." The cup brushed past the doctor's clothes and fell to the ground with a clang, breaking into pieces. The doctors and nurses on duty were startled by this sudden action and retreated from the ward one after another. For his own safety and the rest of other patients in the hospital, the doctor called Zhang Mingyu directly. "Officer Zhang, please come over and take a look. These two are too dangerous. We really can't control them." At this time, Zhang Mingyu had just left the police station and was driving home. Hearing the chaotic situation in the hospital, he sighed helplessly and could only turn around and rush towards the hospital. Afraid that the two bastards might cause trouble in the hospital, he stepped on the accelerator all the way. As soon as I arrived at the hospital ward, the deafening sound of ghosts howling and wolves howling hit me. The ward door was crowded with curious onlookers, all whispering and talking. Zhang Mingyu struggled to walk through the crowd and entered the ward, where he saw the two dog thieves, one covering his eyes and the other hugging his legs, crying miserably. The expression on his face was distorted, as if he was tortured to death by severe pain. Looking at their appearance, it really looks like that. It's much more real than what is shown in TV dramas. Could it be that they were really seriously injured? Otherwise, with their acting skills, why would they steal dogs? They might as well just become actors. He turned to the doctor with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Doctor, are you sure they are not seriously injured?" The doctor hurriedly brought all the examination reports from the office and handed them to Zhang Mingyu. He said firmly, "Officer Zhang, based on all the medical knowledge I've learned, all their physical indicators are normal, and there's no substantial damage. The man named Li Si said his leg hurt, as if it was broken, but his leg bones were intact, with no signs of injury. And Wang Chong, he said his eyes hurt. Aside from the red bloodshot from his rage, there wasn't anything wrong with him." Zhang Mingyu frowned, looking puzzled. Then why are they in so much pain? Maybe it's psychological. The doctor wanted to say that they were probably faking it, but he felt that was not rigorous enough. He adjusted his glasses, thought for a moment, and then said, "In psychology, there's a condition called psychological suggestion. When a person constantly suggests to themselves that certain parts of their body are in pain, the brain receives this signal and actually experiences the pain. This phenomenon is called psychological pain or somatization. I suspect they're probably trying to evade responsibility, subconsciously putting pressure on themselves, and thus creating this phantom pain." Zhang Mingyu has only a vague understanding of the concept of psychological suggestion in psychology. After listening to the doctor's explanation, I was convinced that these two dog thieves were just pretending. He didn't want to bother with these two people anymore. He decisively called two colleagues on night shift and planned to take the two guys back to the police station and lock them up. Out of sight, out of mind. This will prevent them from continuing to make trouble in the hospital and affecting other patients and medical staff. But when they were about to take action to bring people with them, the two dog thieves escalated their actions. They cried so miserably, their faces were covered with tears and snot, and they kept crying and shouting. The movement was as if he had suffered the most cruel torture in the world. Chapter 127, No One Left. Even the most battle-hardened police officers and experienced doctors couldn't help but feel puzzled by such a performance. I started to doubt myself. Are they really in so much pain? The doctor, feeling a real headache, suggested, "How about giving them a painkiller injection? If it really hurts, it'll definitely help." "Then give it a try." Zhang Mingyu and his colleagues nodded in agreement. "If we take him back to the police station in this crying state, won't the other people in the station be disturbed by the noise?" The two dog thieves in question needed painkillers more urgently than anyone else. So the nurse quickly prepared the painkiller injection and injected it into both of them. Everyone thought that this would give them some peace and quiet. But who would have thought that after an hour, the two men not only did not calm down, but were still crying out in pain. The voice was still sharp and piercing, and the crying was earth-shattering. This shows that pain relief is completely ineffective for them. This almost confirms what the doctor called the psychological suggestion symptoms. After Zhang Mingyu confirmed with the doctor again and again that they had no substantial injuries, he and several colleagues grabbed the two dog thieves, forcibly took them back to the police station, and then locked them up in a temporary detention room. With their departure, the hospital finally returned to peace. But the police officers on duty at the police station suffered. Throughout the night, the shrill cries echoed in the police station, and the sound seemed to penetrate the walls and reach everyone's ears. The police officers on duty were unable to work normally, let alone take a break, and could only listen to the ghosts howling helplessly. Worried that the two might have an accident in the detention room, the police had to take them to the hospital early the next morning. What was shocking was that the moment they stepped into the hospital, they suddenly became quiet. The painful expressions on their faces disappeared without a trace, as if they had become different people. Zhang Mingyu watched this dramatic scene, furious and yelling, "Damn it, you're just faking it. Not only did you threaten and indecently harass the victim, you're also trying to falsely accuse her. Your crimes are aggravated. Just wait for your time in detention." No, comrade police officer, we were really hurt last night. We weren't pretending. The two were still struggling, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. They themselves are also confused. "The pain was so severe last night that it went deep into my bones. How come it was gone after one night?" However, facts speak louder than words. No one will believe their lies anymore. Jiang Wanning, the instigator who has hidden his merits and fame, just came down from the mountain and saw the village chief Jiang Dahai sitting by the pond. After fishing for a whole morning without catching a single loach, Jiang Dahai had completely given up hope. The fish in this pond will not bite unless they catch the vegetables and fruits from the Jiang family. That's right. After several attempts, he has determined that in addition to persimmons, tomatoes, and vegetable leaves can also catch the fish in the pond. As soon as he saw Jiang Wanning, he immediately became energetic. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Ning girl, hurry up and pick up some yellow leaves for me." His tone was filled with anxiety. "I'm really fed up. Isn't my bait tastier than vegetable leaves? This fish won't even look at it. You've tried so many times. Why don't you give up?" While responding to Jiang Dahai, Jiang Wanning turned around and told Lin Shichen to pick some yellow leaves from the vegetable garden. Lin Shichen nodded obediently and ran towards the vegetable garden. Jiang Wanning skillfully poured out all the tea oil fruits in the basket and spread them out to dry. In order to distinguish it from the oil tea fruits that were dried yesterday, she also placed a bamboo pole in the middle. "Uncle Village Chief, why are you here? I was thinking of going to the village committee to look for you this afternoon." Jiang Wanning brushed the dust off her hands and went to the pool to wash the dirt off her body. "Jiang Dahai, isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon? I want to buy some fish from you. This fish is expensive, but it tastes really good. Whether you eat it yourself or entertain guests, it will be very face-saving." He smacked his lips as if he was already savoring the deliciousness of the fish. "Have all the villagers who pick persimmons arrived this morning? Is there anything else?" Jiang Dahai asked with concern. Jiang Wanning didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "There's too much work to do at home, so I'd like to find a few people to help." Jiang Dahai was surprised when he heard this. "Besides persimmons, what else has your family been busy with recently? There can't be enough people to pick persimmons, right?" Jiang Wanning pointed to the oil tea fruits drying on the ground and explained, "There are quite a few oil tea fruits and chestnuts on the mountain. I want to find someone to pick them up." Jiang Dahai was puzzled and couldn't help asking, "When did your family plant oil tea fruit and chestnuts? I've never heard of them." Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, "My grandma said my grandpa planted them. Later, they weren't taken care of, and they grew all over the mountain. It's a shame to leave such good things like this to waste, so I want to take them back." Jiang Dahai frowned and looked embarrassed. This job is not easy. Almost all the villagers who can go up the mountain to work have come to your house. There were 6 people in Na Ying's group, plus the 22 who arrived at the post in the morning. Most of the strong laborers in the village, those middle-aged people in their 50s and 60s, were already working in her house. The rest either had jobs outside or were unreliable people, such as Jiang Jianxun, who almost had a quarrel with old Mrs. Wu. There was no one in the village, which was something Jiang Wanning had not expected. But even so, she didn't want to go down the mountain to recruit people. Work in the mountains is inherently complicated. For outsiders who are not familiar with the terrain and work processes, not only is the efficiency low, but if a work-related accident occurs accidentally, it will be a big trouble. Once medical compensation and liability determination are involved, it will not only delay things, but may also lead to a series of disputes. Seeing her conflicted expression, Jiang Dehai thought for a moment and suggested, "If you're not in a hurry, why not wait until all the persimmons are picked?" Jiang Wanning nodded. At present, it seems that this is the only way. At the current picking rate, each person can pick about 200 to 300 kilograms of persimmons per day on average. She plans to keep half of the more than 200,000 kilograms of persimmons, let them dry naturally on the trees, make them into persimmon cakes, and sell them as New Year's goods at the end of the year. Persimmon trees are different from other fruit trees. Persimmons do not fall off on their own after they are ripe. They can hang steadily on the branches for a long time without worrying about rotting or falling. This also saved her a lot of trouble. In this way, 28 people can pick about 100,000 kilograms of persimmons in about half a month. The amount of tea fruit, chestnuts, and pine nuts is not much. With so many people, it will be done in about 3 days. It does not delay the picking of mountain pears, kiwis, and oranges later. Yamanashi and kiwi fruit are actually ready for picking now. But with the nourishment of superpowers, they can definitely hold on until the middle of next month. And the further you go, the better it tastes. Chapter 128, The Old People. By the time we finish picking the pears and kiwis, it will be almost November. It was the perfect time to pick oranges. It's a pity for those more than 10 acres of peaches. The fruits were eaten by insects before they were ripe. I don't know how much the wood-based ability can repair. It depends on the situation when the time comes, and I'll sell it if I can. If you can't sell them, dry them. Just as I was thinking about it, Mrs. Wu's voice came, "It's time to eat. Stop working." Hearing this, Jiang Wanning turned around and called out to Jiang Dehai, "Uncle Village Chief, let's have dinner together." When Jiang Dehai heard this, a smile instantly broke out on his face, and he agreed without hesitation. It's because the Jiang family's food is so delicious that he will think about it for several days after eating it. On the dinner table, there are still the familiar 3 old things: braised fish, scrambled eggs, and recently added chicken feather vegetables to the table. The Jiang family has now become accustomed to eating ingredients nourished by supernatural powers. I would rather eat the same food every day and rarely buy ingredients from outside, because it tastes bad. At first, Jiang Dehai had no interest in this seemingly ordinary chicken feather vegetable, thinking it was just an ordinary green leafy vegetable. However, when he picked up a piece of it with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, he was instantly conquered by the unique taste. Did Miss Ning also grow these vegetables? The old lady smiled broadly, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Isn't it? It's growing so fast. It's become a large patch in just a few days." Jiang Dehai couldn't help but give a thumbs up and joke to Jiang Wanning, "Ning girl, you must be the reincarnation of Shinno. Even the chicken feather vegetables you grow are so delicious." Jiang Wanning had no intention of being modest at all. While peeling the yam, he said shamelessly, "I think so too." After hearing this, Jiang Dehai couldn't help but laugh at her. This child is good in every way except that he is thicker-skinned than most people. Just as he was thinking, his eyes were attracted by the steamed yam in Jiang Wanning's hand. Jiang Wanning ate with gusto. Her satisfied look made Jiang Dehai a little greedy. He blurted out, "Where did you buy this yam? It looks delicious." Jiang Wanning seemed to have sensed Jiang Dehai's coveting and swallowed the steamed yam in her hand in just a few bites. Her movements were so fast that she didn't give Jiang Dehai any chance. After all, this is the only staple food she can eat at the moment. She treasures it so much that she won't give it up easily. "I didn't buy it. I dug it from the mountain. If the village chief wants it, you're welcome to dig it up any time." She swallowed the last bite of yam and said with a smile. There was a hint of cunning in that smile. Jiang Dehai became curious and asked, Did you dig it from the mountain? How many things do you plant on the mountain? Not only is there a large orchard, but there are also tea fruit trees and chestnuts. Now another yam has appeared, and Jiangjia Mountain is simply a treasure mountain. When Lin Shichen heard the question, the chopsticks in his hand paused. Then he lowered his head, stretched out his right hand, and spread out his fingers one by one, moving very slowly, as if he was counting some important numbers. Kuzu root, he broke off a finger, curling his fingertips slightly. Pine nuts, he broke off another one, his eyes falling on the back of his hand. Wild fruits. So many. The old lady smiled and explained, those kudzu roots and yams were planted by the production team back then. I guess they weren't dug up completely, so some seeds were left on the mountain, and that's why they started growing. After all these years, they've become wild products on the mountain. Jiang Dahai was shocked when he heard this. That's going to be hard to dig, right? This thing has deep roots it's hard to get at. Old Mrs. Wu nodded repeatedly and agreed. Who says it's not? Ningning is so strong. She only brought a part of it down with her. When Jiang Dahai heard this, he immediately understood the deeper meaning of Jiang Wanning asking him to dig it out himself. It's a pity that he is so old that he is exhausted even from digging bamboo shoots. Not to mention digging up the kudzu and yam buried deep underground. They were enjoying their meal when a loud call suddenly came from the door. Yue, Yue, we are here to work for your family. Everyone turned to look when they heard the sound. 3 elderly ladies with gray hair appeared at the door in high spirits. Jiang Wanning quickly stood up to greet him. He took Lin Shichen with him to move stools, pour tea, and asked the old people to sit down. Grandma Lu, have you guys eaten yet? Do you want to eat something together? I'm really sorry. Among the 3 old ladies, Jiang Wanning only knows one, Grandma Lu. The old lady, known as Granny Lu, quickly waved her hands and said with a smile, We've eaten. Ningning, go back and eat. Don't worry about us. Yes, we're here to work, not to be guests. Why we need you to greet us? The other 2 old ladies followed suit. As they talked, they looked at the baskets full of persimmons, eager to start working immediately. These 3 old ladies are all lonely elderly people in the village. On weekdays, they rely on government subsidies to make a living. They had heard that Jiang Wanning's family was hiring people to pick persimmons, so they also wanted to come and earn some money to supplement the family income. But Jiang Wanning took into consideration that they were old and the work in the mountains was dangerous, so she was really hesitant to let them go up the mountain. But based on the principle of using as many as possible, Jiang Wanning still asked Old Lady Wu to find them. They were assigned to help with weighing and packing work, earning 150 yuan a day. This is a considerable income for the old ladies, and they are so happy. So much so that they couldn't wait and rushed over right after lunch, even though they had originally agreed to report at 2 p.m. As their team leader, Mrs. Wu saw this and finished the rice in her bowl in a few mouthfuls, then hurriedly prepared to take them to familiarize themselves with the work content. The old lady finished her meal quickly and joined them. 5 old ladies gathered together, teaching and learning at the same time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Although they are old, they are very nimble. When it comes to weighing and packing boxes, his movements are skillful and smooth, and he is not inferior to young people at all. Jiang Wanning was watching from the side and suddenly asked, Uncle Village Chief, is there anyone else in the village who is as efficient as Grandma Lu? Jiang Dahai asked in confusion, What do you want to do? Let me tell you, even though these old ladies may seem quick and efficient, it's absolutely impossible to get them to go up the mountain. These elderly people are old, and the terrain on the mountain is complicated. If they fall, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jiang Wanning, don't worry, we can go down to the ground instead of up the mountain. Jiang Dahai was puzzled. What land do you want to cultivate? What piece of land in this village have you not used yet? Jiang Wanning explained, Some customers wanted to buy the broccoli from my garden, but I didn't have time, so I thought I'd find a few people to help. After hearing this, Jiang Dahai suddenly asked, How much is 1 pound of chicken feather vegetables? Jiang Wanning answered without hesitation, All my vegetables are the same price. Jiang Dahai took a breath when he heard it. 30 yuan per pound of chicken feather vegetables, so expensive. But when I thought about the delicious taste of the chicken feather vegetables, I suddenly felt that the price seemed reasonable and not expensive. Chapter 129 Grandparents. Jiang Dahai cleared his throat and said, This job is easy and can be done. How many people do you need? Although all the young and strong laborers in their village have left, there are still many elderly people. Moreover, perhaps because they have been working in the mountains and fields for many years. The elderly who can still move are very skillful in their work, and their hands and feet are not clumsy at all. As he spoke, he was thinking about the situations of the elderly people in the village in his mind, trying to screen out suitable candidates from them. 2 for now. Jiang Wanning pondered for a moment and replied, "Now only the Chinese cabbage needs to be picked. When other vegetables mature one after another, more manpower will definitely be needed. Moreover, she plans to open more vegetable plots to expand the scale of vegetable cultivation. By then, the demand for manpower will increase significantly." Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and added, "Work hours are from 5 to 7 a.m., and I need to pick 20 kilograms of Chinese cabbage every day. 1 kilogram per bundle, and that's 50 yuan a day. 2 hours of work, paid 50 yuan. Although it is a bit early, this kind of compensation is already quite considerable for the elderly people in the village. After all, to be honest, if his salary as the village chief is calculated based on hourly wages, it would probably be at this level." Jiang Dahai was about to say that it was no problem, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an old lady who was picking persimmons. The old lady's name is Yin Sanshan, and she's about the same age as old lady Jiang. But she looks much older than old Mrs. Jiang. Yin Sanshan stood up and said awkwardly, "Ning Ning, is it only from 5 to 7 every day? I can do it. Can you let me do this job?" Jiang Wanning was stunned for a moment and said, "Of course I can, but Granny Yin, you still have to sort persimmons during the day. Can your body handle it?" No matter how efficient an elderly person is, his physical condition is still not as good as that of a young person. Yin Sanshun quickly assured him, "I can handle it. I can handle it. Haha, we're old and don't sleep much anyway. I usually get up at 4 o'clock to work in the fields, so this little bit of work is nothing to me. If you don't believe me, ask the village chief." Jiang Wanning subconsciously glanced at Jiang Dahai. Jiang Dahai nodded slightly and gave her an affirmative look, indicating that Yin Sanshun was fine. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning agreed. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Okay, then Granny Yin, you'll be the only one. But if you can't take it anymore, you must tell me immediately. Don't force yourself to do it." Yin Sanchuan's voice trembled with excitement. "Thank you, Ning Ning. Don't worry. I'm in good health and I won't cause you any trouble." Jiang Wanning waved her hand and said sincerely, "You guys coming here to work is a big help to me. Then, Uncle Village Chief, please help me find someone else." At this time, Granny Lu enthusiastically offered advice. "Sanshun, Ning Ning needs 2 people. Why don't you ask your hyphen?" After hearing this, Yin Sanshun was immediately moved. After all, being able to work with his granddaughter, take care of each other, and earn more money was the best thing. But when he thought of his granddaughter's condition, he couldn't help but feel a little worried and hesitated for a while. Jiang Dahai slapped his thigh when he heard this. "Yeah, how could I forget about your hyphen? She's perfect for this job. If she's afraid of people, she can start work earlier. As long as you pick the required amount before 7 o'clock, as Ning Yada requires, it'll be fine." Jiang Wanning was unfamiliar with Jiang Hyphen, whom they mentioned. After all, she didn't have any deep impression of Yin Sanshun, let alone her family. But she did not refute Jiang Dahai's words, because Jiang Dahai was right. As long as the other party could complete the work on time, with the right quality and in the right quantity, everything else would be easy. At this time, Grandma Lu seemed to see Jiang Wanning's confusion and took the initiative to explain to her. Jiang Hyphen is Yin Sanchuan's granddaughter and is a few years younger than Jiang Wanning. The reason why Jiang Wanning had no impression of her was that she left Wangshan village with her parents when she was very young. Logically speaking, since Yin Sanshun has a son, he does not meet the requirements for applying for poverty subsidies. But her son was a complete scumbag. He had not fulfilled his responsibility to support his mother and didn't care about Yin Sanchuan's life or death. Even if the court ordered him to pay alimony, he would turn a deaf ear to it and not care at all. What's even more outrageous is that Yin Sanchuan's son and daughter-in-law have serious patriarchal ideas. This made Jiang Hyphen timid and cowardly, and she had no sense of existence at home. 2 years ago, at the critical period of her senior year in high school, Jiang Hyphen suddenly committed suicide by jumping from the school building. Fortunately, the floor was not high, and she only suffered some injuries which were not life-threatening. But after his injury healed, he became even more silent, staring blankly all day long and doing nothing. When asked what happened, she always remained silent and shut herself off. Not only did her parents fail to give her enough care, but they also thought she was a burden. She was sent directly back to the village and left to the elderly Yin Sanshun. Yin Sanshun felt sorry for his granddaughter and could only silently take on the responsibility of taking care of her. After returning to the village, Jiang Haifen's condition improved slightly, and she was able to help Yin Sanshun with some simple housework and farm work. But she was extremely afraid of contact with people. She locked herself at home every day and rarely went out. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Wanning and advised, "Ningning, why don't you let Granny Yin and the others try for 2 days, and then find someone else if it doesn't work?" Jiang Wanning naturally had no objection and nodded. "Grandma Yin, let's start tomorrow. As long as you pick 20 kilograms of broccoli before 7:30, it will be fine." When Yin Sanshun heard this, his eyes instantly turned red. She looked at Jiang Wanning and her grandson with gratitude, her lips opening and closing as if to say something thankful. But she was choked up and couldn't utter a complete sentence. She could only repeat over and over, "Thank you. Thank you, Yue. Thank you, Ningning." After dinner, Lin Shichen squatted by the stove, tapping the edge of the food bowl prepared for the dogs with his fingers. The edge of the bowl had to be polished to a shine before he would start working. He didn't hum a tune, but when he scooped the fish soup, his lips unconsciously moved slightly to the rhythm of the spoon. He placed the big bucket on the ground, scooped 3 spoonfuls of fish soup, and then 2 spoonfuls of rice. His movements were so precise, as if he was completing a fixed procedure. He paused for half a second after each scoop to make sure the amount was neither too much nor too little. It was still fish soup made from big fish, plus the rice left over from lunch. He stared at the basket of eggs in the corner for a long time, then suddenly stood up and stood on tiptoe to lay 2 eggs. The eggshells hit the stove with exactly the same force. When peeling the eggshell, pinch it very gently with your fingers for fear of breaking the egg white. After peeling, put in a bowl and crush it, then mix it into the rice little by little. This is how his mother added eggs to his food when he was sick. The image kept playing in his mind, making him feel that this was the right thing to do. "Sister, feed the dog." Lin Shichen picked up a bucket and wrapped the rope around his hand twice, neither more nor less. He didn't look up at Jiang Wanning, but his voice was a little louder than usual, as if he was reporting an assigned task. Jiang Wanning smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Go ahead, be careful." She had already checked on the dogs in the morning. With the help of their supernatural powers, the dogs recovered very well. Those originally weak little guys now have a lot of vitality, and their wounds are healing quickly. She estimated that the dogs would be fully recovered within half a month. Chapter 130 Plan. After the dogs recover, they can no longer live at home and have to be sent to the mountains. In this case, we have to build a doghouse for them on the mountain first. Since you're going to build one, you have to build a sturdy one. It is built directly with cement so that it can withstand the wind and rain in the mountains. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanning's thoughts drifted to the construction of the house again. I don't know if the 100,000 kilograms of persimmons can be sold out in half a month. If she could sell all of them, at the price of 40 yuan per caddy, she would earn 4 million yuan. With these 4 million, she can almost start building the house she has been dreaming of. The house they live in now, including the front yard, is over 600 square meters. All of them were used to build a house with 2 halls, 2 horizontal rooms, and 1 enclosure. That's right. Her ideal home is not a simple rural villa, but a Chinese-style house full of ancient charm. The courtyard is deep with flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted buildings. I don't know if 4 million is enough to build a house like this. If it is not enough, she will not worry. At worst, she could just earn money and build it. Pay a down payment first, and when the house is built, you should be able to earn the balance. She has confidence in what she grows. But before that, she had to find a designer to design her ideal house and then estimate the price. Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Dehai's exclamation suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "You have a dog?" Jiang Dehai's face was full of curiosity, and he searched around the house, trying to find any trace of the dog. Lin Shichen was squatting on the ground, counting ants. When he heard the word dog, his fingers suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his head, his eyes surprisingly bright, but he didn't look at Jiang Dehai, but stared at the direction of the doghouse. After a few seconds, he suddenly stood up, leaning forward slightly, and said in a high and urgent voice, with a stiffness that was almost excited, "Eight. So much." Jiang Dehai was genuinely surprised. He stood up and said excitedly, "Come on, take me over to have a look." You really can't blame him for not noticing it before. As soon as he came in the morning, He went straight to the pond with his mind focused on fishing. He didn't notice that there were so many dogs hiding in the house. Lin Shichen turned around immediately, walking quickly and hurriedly, but he did not forget to pick up the large bucket with a shiny edge in the corner. The bucket must face outwards. This was his habit every time he picked up a bucket. He walked in front with his back straight, but he would occasionally glance at Jiang Dahai behind him to make sure he could keep up. When he reached the door of the utility room, he suddenly stopped, tapped the threshold 3 times with his toes, and then reached out to push open the half-open door. Before they even walked into the house, the dogs smelled the aroma of food. They all raised their heads, ears erect, and eyes staring straight towards the outside of the house. The moment they saw Lin Shichen, the dogs became extremely excited. They whimpered and wagged their tails like out-of-control propellers. If their limbs were not unable to move, they would have rushed to his side immediately. As soon as Jiang Dahai stepped into the house, the scene in front of him made him open his eyes wide in shock, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. There were a group of injured dogs lying in a mess in the house. They all had injuries to varying degrees. Some had thick bandages wrapped around their legs, and some had bloodstains on their bodies. They looked very miserable. Where do these dogs come from? Jiang Dahai couldn't help but blurt out. He originally thought they were adopting a few puppies. But the scene before him was far from what he had imagined. Not only were they all adult dogs, but their injuries were also quite serious. Jiang Wanning, who followed, recounted what had happened. When Lin Shichen heard his sister say that she decided to adopt these dogs, his shoulders tensed slightly, and then he slowly straightened his back. He didn't look at Jiang Dahai, but instead stared down at his clenched fingers, his fingertips rolling repeatedly across his palms. After Jiang Wanning finished speaking, he slowly raised his head, his eyes drifting towards the dog cage in the corner. His voice was not loud, but unusually clear, with a deadpan seriousness. Sister said, "They belong to our family." He paused, as if recalling some important detail, then took a small step forward, puffed out his chest slightly, and repeated, "The injury is healed. Look after the house." Each word is separated, as if it is a code that must be said correctly. After saying that, he quickly lowered his head, his ears turned red, and his fingers unconsciously picked at the corner of his clothes, as if the pride just now had exhausted all his courage. As if in response to Lin Shichen's words, the dogs all howled. Jiang Dahai turned to look at Jiang Wanning behind him, frowning and saying worriedly, "These dogs' injuries will cost a lot of money. Besides, they're already so big. Will they be obedient? Why don't you get some puppies to raise? Puppies are easier to train and more family-friendly." Jiang Wanning said nonchalantly, "If I meet one, I'll raise it. Besides, they're very smart. You know, in the end times, her wood-related abilities can make mutant animals develop intelligence. Although her current ability level is not as high as that of the end of the world, it is still easy for her to be obedient." Jiang Dahai wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. After all, this is his own family matter. Besides, the dogs have already been raised, so Jiang Wanning can't just throw them away now. I also thought about the vegetables and fruits that Jiang Wanning sells, which should be quite profitable. Thinking of this, he looked up at the dilapidated house in front of him. The walls were peeling off, and a little light was still shining through the roof. I couldn't help but remind her, "Ning Ning, if you have enough money, find someone to fix up this house. Look at what it's become. It's not safe to live in." Every year when it rains or blows, their family is still the village committee's top priority. In the past, I had no money and could only make do with what I had. If conditions permit, it must be repaired as soon as possible. Jiang Wanning raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Isn't this a coincidence? Just as she was thinking about building a house, Jiang Dahai brought it up. So, she followed up on this topic and said calmly, "Uncle Village Chief, I'm thinking of demolishing this house and rebuilding it, and then including this piece of land in the front yard. Is that okay?" Jiang Dahai, "The front yard is the foundation of your house, so there's nothing wrong with that. However, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to use all of this large piece of land to build a house? There are only 4 people in their family. Are you planning to reserve a house for the 2 little ones to use for their marriage? They are only 3 years old." Jiang Wanning, "Not all of it will be used to build a house. I plan to enclose the yard and build a courtyard house." After hearing this, Jiang Dahai couldn't help but nod in agreement and said, "The courtyard is indeed a good idea. With a fence, it will be safer. It's not like now. The front yard is an open threshing ground. Although parking is convenient, there is no security or privacy at all. I have to close the doors and windows tightly when I go to bed at night for fear that something might go wrong. After all, they're in the mountains. It's not uncommon for a wild boar or something to come down occasionally. However, he couldn't help but remind her, you have to think carefully about this. Building a courtyard house is not cheap. Jiang Wanning didn't say anything too confident, but simply nodded in response. Yeah, I have an idea. I'll find a designer to discuss it with me when the time comes. You have to think it over carefully. This is not a small amount of money. A few years ago, someone in the village came back to renovate their old house. They just built a 3-story building without any decoration, but it cost 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Jiang Dahai sighed. Building a house on the mountain is naturally more difficult than building it down the mountain, and the relative cost is also higher than usual. By the way, if everything is demolished and rebuilt, where will you live? Jiang Dahai suddenly thought of this question. There are quite a few vacant houses in the village, but because they have been empty for too long, many of them are no longer habitable. Chapter 131 National Policy. Jiang Dahai suggested sincerely, if there's no place to live when the house is built, you can stay at my house. There are only your aunt and I in my house now, and there are several empty rooms. It's very spacious. When every household built a house in the past, they were thinking of preparing a house for their children and grandchildren to get married and have children. Who could have expected that later on, the children would get married, go out to explore the world, and settle down in big cities? This has resulted in many homes being empty, with only 2 elderly people left guarding the empty houses. Some houses even collapsed because no one had lived in them for a long time. Jiang Dahai's family used blue bricks and tiles to build their house, which is more sturdy and durable than those wooden and mud houses and is not easily damaged. There is absolutely no problem in living there again. Just a simple cleaning is all that is needed. However, Jiang Wanning politely declined Jiang Dahai's offer. Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need it. I plan to clear the wasteland to the east and build a warehouse. I'll pave the rest of the land with cement and use it as a threshing ground in the future. During the construction of the house, the family temporarily lived in a warehouse. There are always many inconveniences when staying at someone else's house. Differences in living habits and limited privacy will cause unnecessary trouble to both parties. Once the warehouse is cleaned up, it might be even more comfortable than the shabby house they live in now. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed to the wasteland. The Jiang family's geographical location is not good. Of course, in this remote village, there is not much distinction between good and bad locations. But relatively speaking, the Jiang family lives in the most remote corner of the village. It is located at the northernmost end of the village, and there are not many houses nearby. Old Mrs. Wu was the closest to them, but still more than a kilometer away. It is also the farthest from the village entrance. If you want to catch the bus on weekdays, you have to walk for about 20 minutes. Behind the house is a bamboo forest and mountain, which is evergreen all year round. The scenery is nice, but it also seems a bit desolate. There is a narrow cement road in front of the pond that can only accommodate 1 car. As for the gravel road connecting the entrance to the cement road, it was paved by her grandfather and father themselves, just to facilitate their family's travel. But this remoteness is not entirely without advantages. When Jiang Wanning's grandfather built the house, he was full of long-term considerations for future generations and deliberately reserved a large area. A spacious main room, matched with 4 neat side rooms, has a total area of more than 200 square meters. The layout is open and grand. In order to facilitate drying of grain, my grandfather paved an open space of more than 300 square meters in front of the house. It has a wide view and plenty of sunshine, which is perfect for drying grain. This does not include the area on the west side that is used for raising chickens, ducks, and building pig pens. But no one expected that the old couple would only have 1 child in their lifetime, Jiang Wanning's father. The vacant rooms, originally prepared for children and grandchildren, were gradually used to store miscellaneous items. In those days, everyone was poor, and there were almost no brick houses in the village. Most of the houses are built with adobe and wood. The roof is covered with tiles to protect against wind and rain. Over the years, this house has been patched up countless times and is now in a dilapidated state. Jiang Wanning planned to tear down all the houses and rebuild them. In this way, the large open space in front would definitely be included in the new house. However, She still hopes to retain an open space that can be used for parking, convenient daily travel, and for drying clothes. Jiang Dahai was naturally very familiar with the wasteland next to the old Jiang family. The land is not big, only about 300 or 400 square meters. The ground is full of rocks of all sizes and is not suitable for growing crops. In the early years, the village reserved this land as a residential site. But times have changed. Now the population of the village is constantly leaving, and every household has too many houses to live in. Who still cares about residential land? If it were a few years earlier, Jiang Dahai would definitely have waved his hand without hesitation and directly granted this piece of land to Jiang Wanning to fulfill her plan. But now the control over land is becoming increasingly strict, and Jiang Wanning's family's existing homestead area is already very large. According to regulations, you do not meet the conditions for applying for homestead land again. But Wangshan village is so poor that it makes people sad. It was so hard to find a promising person like Jiang Wanning. Not only did he make a fortune himself, but he also cared about his fellow villagers. He provided many jobs for the left-behind elderly in the village to help them increase their income. As the village chief, Jiang Dahai naturally attaches great importance to Jiang Wanning. Everyone hopes that Jiang Wanning can go further and further on the road to wealth, and then lead the whole village out of poverty and become rich, so that Wangshan village can completely get rid of the label of poverty. If the village is prosperous, people will live. Then those who left can slowly come back. After all, working outside is not as comfortable as being at home, because he would prescribe any convenient prescription for her. If you can't open it, then find a way to open it. Thinking of Jiang Wanning's plan for the warehouse, Jiang Dahai suddenly had an idea and said excitedly, "Ning girl, do you want to build a few more warehouses on that wasteland?" Jiang Wanning nodded. "Yes, Uncle Village Chief. You see, the persimmons we pick every day can only be piled up in the yard. If it doesn't rain, it's fine. But if it rains, the persimmons will be soaked and inedible, which will be a huge loss. So I'm thinking of building a few warehouses for storage. And then everyone can pack and unpack in front of the warehouse, and then move the boxes directly into the warehouse and wait for the courier to pick up the goods. This is both convenient and efficient." Jiang Dahai's eyes lit up, and he continued, "You already have an online store, so why not start a family farm? Then, under the name of your family farm, register an agricultural and sideline products company. Then, I'll grant you this land as business land. What do you think? In fact, there are such family farms in many rural areas." He also did a lot of publicity in the village in the early years. But their village is really poor and remote, and the villagers don't want to start their own business even if they go out to work. Family farm? Agricultural product company? Jiang Wanning had no idea about these things, and they sounded very complicated, so she didn't agree immediately. But the more Jiang Dahai thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. He pulled Jiang Wanning aside and began to lobby nonstop. "Ning girl, you don't know that the country is vigorously promoting the rural revitalization plan. As long as you register a family farm, you can not only get subsidies, but also be exempted from many taxes. Even electricity is subsidized." Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up when she heard that she could not only save money, but also earn subsidies. "Okay, let's start a family farm and register an agricultural and sideline products company. Uncle Village Chief, what exactly do we need to do?" Chapter 132, Pick It Yourself. Jiang Dahai wasn't very familiar with this kind of business, but he patted his chest confidently and said, "Let's go to the village committee to find Lao Li. I'll ask him to help you apply." Although Li Honyuan is just an accountant, he knows more about new policies and related businesses than Jiang Dahai, the village chief. In just a few words, he explained clearly and thoroughly the application requirements, subsidy policies, welfare benefits, etc. of family farms. From the registration process, to the subsequent operation and management, to possible problems and solutions, everything is explained one by one. Finally, Li Honyuan patted his chest confidently and said, "Just prepare all the documents and leave the rest to me. I will help you complete this application. The village is finally established in enterprise, so we must strongly support it." Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Uncle Accountant, thank you very much. After the application is completed, I will send you a big fish. Uncle Village Chief also has one." The application process, with so many rules and regulations, is really cumbersome. The village committee was willing to help, and she was happy to save herself the trouble. Jiang Dahai quickly waved his hand to refuse and said seriously, Don't give it to us. We'll buy it ourselves. Don't let us make any mistakes. We have to follow the rules. We appreciate your kindness, but we must pay for this fish. As the village chief, he always keeps discipline in mind and sets an example. Li Hongyuan agreed. Yes, we'll buy it ourselves. Just leave some stock for us. National Day is coming soon, and we'll have a family dinner, so we'll probably have to buy a lot. Jiang Wanning. Okay, I'll prepare as much as you want in advance. It's hard to keep live fish, so I'll have someone clean them up and vacuum pack them for you. Although the taste of fish killed in advance is not as good as that of fish killed right after eating. But compared to ordinary fish, it is still much stronger. Jiang Wanning is very confident in the quality of her own ingredients. I want one too. At this moment, Zhu Jingjing's voice suddenly rang out at the door. I'm going home the day after tomorrow and want to bring some local specialties back to my family. Ever since she became familiar with Jiang Wanning, she would run to Wangshan village whenever she had time, and Jiang Dehai and the others were used to it. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. Yours will be included. Don't worry, I will definitely prepare everything for you. Zhu Jingjing became more and more demanding. She blinked her eyes and said coquettishly, the kiwis and oranges on that mountain should be ripe by now. Sell some to us first so I can have a taste. Okay. But I'm busy right now. If you really want them, go pick them yourselves. Pick as many as you want. Jiang Wanning spread her hands helplessly. During this period, most of the village's staff were employed just to pick persimmons. The rest of the things can only be done one by one. Jiang Dehai also became interested. Thinking about the chicken feather vegetables he had eaten at noon and the vegetable patch in the Jiang family's backyard, he said with a flattering face, aside from chicken feather vegetables, are there any other vegetables in the vegetable patch? I'm not greedy. Just sell me a pound of each. Besides the cabbage, there are only radishes and lettuce. Do you want any? Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and replied. Among all the vegetable varieties, only cabbage, cherry radish, and lettuce have a shorter growth cycle. The chicken feather vegetables were picked early because the seeds were sown too densely and needed to be thinned out. She originally wanted to keep the cherry radishes and lettuce for a few more days. But if they want it, it's okay to pick some. Who made her expect them to apply for a family farm for her? The three of them responded to her with a chorus of yes. At first, there were only 6 people in the persimmon picking team. Now it has grown to 28 people. This significant increase in manpower caused the amount of harvest to soar several times like a rocket. Looking at the baskets of persimmons being carried down the mountain, Jiang Wanning felt both happy and a little worried. I'm mainly worried that the old ladies in charge of packing will be too busy. So I decided to do it myself and help pack the boxes. But when she arrived at the front yard, she saw that the 5 old ladies were working in perfect harmony and their efficiency was beyond imagination. 2 were responsible for weighing, while 2 were responsible for putting on foam bags and packing. The actions were done in one go without any interruption. The remaining old lady was responsible for applying tape. The 5 people working together are like a smoothly running assembly line, orderly, efficient, and well-organized. Moreover, they can still chat in the midst of their busy schedule. We chatted with each other, and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. We were all in great spirits. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning felt relieved and went about her own business. The villagers were all very honest. They knew that Jiang Wanning was waiting for persimmons and were anxious to ship them. They all gathered their energy and worked hard from early morning until the sun was about to set. The persimmon picking team finishes work late, and the old ladies in charge of packing the persimmons work even later. Even though Jiang Wanning persuaded them many times and told them that they didn't need to collect all of them, there was still time to deal with the rest tomorrow. But the old ladies refused to listen and insisted on packing all the persimmons picked that day. Ning girl, there was a lot of dew at night. These persimmons will easily go bad if they are piled on the ground in the open air. Anyway, we don't have anything to do when we get home. Once we have packed them all, we will feel at ease. Seeing their resolute attitude, Jiang Wanning couldn't persuade them. So she said, thank you for your hard work. You can stay for dinner tonight. I'll ask Chinchun to cook more. We've been busy all day, and we can't go home hungry. After saying that, she ignored everyone's refusal and directly told Lin Shichen to prepare more food. There aren't many types of dishes, but the portions are large enough to fill you up. It was almost 7 o'clock when all the persimmons picked today were finally packed. Jiang Wanning quickly invited everyone to eat. They're all produced in our own fields. They're not delicacies from the mountains or the sea. They're just simple home-cooked meals. Please don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home. Several old ladies are single and usually go home to eat alone in the cold and lonely atmosphere. Faced with Jiang Wanting's invitation, they couldn't refuse and agreed to stay. Except Yin Sanshan. She said with embarrassment, Ningming, I won't eat. Hyphen is waiting for me to go back for dinner. I'm worried about her being home alone. After hearing what she said, Jiang Wanting no longer tried to keep him, but immediately asked Lin Shichen to pack the dishes on the table into 2 lunchboxes and let Yin Sanshan take them back. Jiang Wanting said apologetically, Grandma Yin, if I had known someone was waiting for you at home for dinner, I wouldn't have kept you busy so late. Please go back soon and don't make Hyphen wait anxiously. Yin Sanshan refused again and again, but she had no choice but to accept the lunchbox with an embarrassed look on her face, muttering, Oh, I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble. Then he hurriedly explained, We usually eat late, so I'll tell her in advance tomorrow and everything will be fine. When I got home, the night had already enveloped the entire yard. The house was pitch black and even the lights were not on. But she knew in her heart that her granddaughter must be staying in her room. Chapter 133, The Past. Yin Sanshan raised his hand and pressed the switch. The warm yellow light instantly illuminated the entire room. Although the house is simple, the walls are a bit mottled and the furniture is all old, but it was kept clean and tidy. The dirty clothes and bed sheets that were soaked in the basin when she went out at noon have all been washed and dried and neatly stacked on the bench at the door of her room. The food was already served on the table. It goes without saying that all this was done by her well-behaved and sensible granddaughter, Jiang Hyphen. Jiang Hyphen, the granddaughter, is diligent and obedient. Although she is afraid to go out and cannot work and earn money like ordinary people, she never lets herself get involved in housework. Yin Sanshan sighed softly and raised his voice to shout, Xiao Fun, Grandma is back. Come out for dinner. After shouting, she opened the 2 lunchboxes that Jiang Wanting had sent her. The dishes were placed together with the mixed vegetables and egg soup prepared by the granddaughter on the dining table. On weekdays, 1 dish and 1 soup are the daily meals for the 2 of them. They are 1 old and 1 young, and apart from the harvest from the fields and the occasional manual work they can take home, they have almost no other source of income. 3 meals a day can fill my stomach. It's a bit difficult to eat well. Only during the Chinese New Year and other festivals will we be a little more extravagant and improve our meals. At this moment, the door of the room slowly opened with a creaky sound, and Jiang Hyphen walked out of the room timidly. She called out in a small, somewhat obedient voice, Grandma. Yin Sanchuan's face immediately lit up with a smile, and she said, Come and eat. Grandma brought some delicious food today. As he said that, he pushed the tempting sweet and sour fish fillets in the lunchbox towards Jiang Hyphen. Jiang Hyphen looked at the fish, then looked at her grandmother and said softly, Grandma, eat too. Yin Sanshan responded repeatedly, Okay, let's eat together. Under the dim light, the grandfather and grandson sat around the slightly worn dining table, their shadows stretched out in front of each other. Both of them picked up the bowl of mixed vegetables tacitly, as if they had reached some kind of silent agreement and wanted to give the good food in the lunchbox to the other. Don't just eat the vegetables, try this fish. Yin Sanshan broke the silence with a gentle smile on his face. This fish was made by your sister Ning. I heard it tastes delicious. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of bright red and fragrant fish and gently placed it into Jiang Hyphen's bowl. Jiang Hyphen looked at the fish pieces in the bowl, but did not move her chopsticks. Instead, she raised her head and looked straight at her grandmother. Yin Sanshan immediately understood what she was thinking. He knew that if he didn't eat, the little girl would definitely not move. So she also picked up a piece of fish and slowly put it into her mouth. Seeing that her grandmother had eaten, Jiang Hyphen picked up the fish pieces and put them in her mouth with confidence. When the sweet and sour sauce spread on her taste buds and the tender fish meat melted in her mouth, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Grandma, this fish is delicious. There was a hint of surprise and satisfaction in his voice. Yin Sanshan was also surprised by the deliciousness of the fish. I originally thought it was just an ordinary home-cooked dish, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Seeing that her granddaughter had almost finished the fish in her bowl, she quickly took another piece and handed it to her, her eyes full of love. If it tastes good, eat more. Thank you, Grandma. Jiang Hyphen's eyes were filled with tears. She was afraid that her grandmother would see her red eyes and worry her, so she quickly lowered her head to eat, trying to hide her emotions with her hair. Yin Sanshan watched from the side and felt a pang of pain in his heart. What a good child, well-behaved, sensible and kind. How could he be harmed like this? Yin Sanshun was very sure that his granddaughter must have been persecuted because she became so timid and cowardly and dared not interact with others. She will never forget the first time she saw the scars on her granddaughter's body. That was when my granddaughter was discharged from the hospital after she committed suicide by jumping off a building. Then the day she was thrown into her home by her unscrupulous parents. It's raining outside. She felt sorry for her granddaughter and took her home. While changing her clothes, Yin Sanshun accidentally caught a glimpse of the shocking bruises and scars on her body. The area that was hidden by the clothes and could not be seen was a large area of blue and purple. There were cigarette burns in several places. Like a hideous scar, it stung Yin Sanshun's eyes. At that moment, her shock and anger were beyond words. It is suspected that the granddaughter committed suicide by jumping off the building, which is related to the injuries on her body. Yin Sanshun looked at his granddaughter with a dazed expression, and his heart ached with distress. She tried to ask her granddaughter what the scars were, but the granddaughter seemed to be gripped by fear and could say nothing except crying helplessly. There was no other way. Yin Sanshun could only go find his son and daughter-in-law to find out what had happened. However, her son and daughter-in-law's indifferent attitude and ridiculous words made her even more heartbroken. They actually insisted that Jiang was mentally ill and that the scars were all caused by herself. They also said coldly that if they had money, they would have sent her to a mental hospital long ago. How could Yin Sanshun possibly believe that his well-behaved and sensible granddaughter could be mentally ill? But she was just an old lady with little education and no one to rely on. Faced with the evasion and perfunctory attitude of her son and daughter-in-law, she really could do nothing except keep her granddaughter by her side and take good care of her. When the night was quiet, Yin Sanshun often sighed to himself. She is almost 70 years old and her health is getting worse day by day. I don't know how many years I can live. The thought that her granddaughter would be left alone after she was gone filled her with worry, and she couldn't sleep all night. After dinner, Jiang stood up silently to clean up the dishes as usual, her movements skillful and quiet. However, as soon as she stood up, she was stopped by Yin Sanshun. Xiaofun, wait a moment, Grandma has something to tell you. Yin Sanshun's voice was gentle yet solemn. Jiang expression instantly became nervous, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. The scene from some time ago involuntarily emerged in her mind. At that time, she heard a village mother-in-law persuading her grandmother to send her back to the city in the house. Fear overwhelmed her like a tide, and she could even feel her body trembling slightly. Grandma, please don't chase me away. I can work, I can make money, I can weave frames, string beads. Her voice was tearful, and she pleaded urgently, as if she was grasping at the last straw. Yin Sanshun felt extremely distressed and quickly stepped forward to hug her gently, saying softly, "Silly child, what are you talking about? How could Grandma chase you away? Grandma still wants you to take care of me in my old age." She patted Jiang back gently, just like when she coaxed her to sleep when she was a child. After hearing this, Jiang fear faded a little. She wiped her tears and said firmly, "Grandma, I will definitely take good care of you in your old age." Chapter 134, Picking Vegetables. The darkness before dawn had not yet completely faded away, and there was only a faint light on the horizon. Yin Sanshun and his grandson had already carried baskets and carefully set foot on the path to Jiang Wanting's home. There was silence all around, with the occasional chirping of insects, which further highlighted the unique tranquility of the early morning. Yin Sanshun walked briskly, his expression full of anticipation for the job. Jiang held her grandmother's hand, her head lowered, her body trembling slightly, and every step she took was a little uneasy. The day before, Yin Sanshun had asked Jiang Wanting about the work content in detail, so she was familiar with the route and went straight to the Jiang family's vegetable garden without disturbing anyone in the Jiang family. Stepping into the vegetable garden, you will see lush vegetables everywhere, exuding a fresh scent. Yin Sanshun turned his head to look at Jiang who kept his head down and his body as stiff as a puppet. He reached out his hand distressedly, patted her hand gently, and whispered to her in a soothing voice, "See, Grandma is right. If you go out at this time, there will be no one outside. No one will see you." She tried to slow down her tone and dispel the fear in her granddaughter's heart. Jiang raised her head slightly, with a hint of panic in her eyes. But he still nodded timidly, and then followed Yin Sanshun into the vegetable garden like a frightened deer. She took every step very carefully, keeping her eyes fixed on the ground, for fear of accidentally stepping on the seedlings in the field. Yin Sanshun walked along the ridge of the field, into the center of the vegetable field, and stopped when he came to the place where the chicken feather vegetables were. He asked Jiang to put down the basket, and then took out a slightly worn stool from it. Tie this little stool to your body, just like Grandma did. It will be much more convenient to sit on it when you pick vegetables later. You won't have to move around after a while. Yin Sanshun patiently explained while skillfully tying the bench to his lower back. Her technique was skillful, and it was obvious that she was a veteran who had been doing farm work for many years and knew very well how to work in a way that was both labor-saving and efficient. Jiang watched her grandmother's movements intently and imitated them. She moved extremely slowly, taking each step very seriously, as if she was completing something extremely important. This was the first time in Jiang life that she had to work in the fields. When I lived with my parents in the city, my family didn't have any land, and I had no access to farm work at all. After arriving at my grandmother's house, I was afraid to go out. Now, this vegetable garden is both unfamiliar and new to her. After Yin Sanshun tied up his bench, he bent down again and carefully checked Jiang body. After confirming everything was correct, she lowered her voice and said seriously, "Our job today is to pick 20 kilograms of Chinese cabbage. Pick the larger ones and space them out. Don't just focus on one spot. We need to let the vegetables grow evenly in the field." As he spoke, Yin Sanshun had already squatted down, sat on a small stool, and started picking vegetables. It is said to be picking, but in fact it is pulling it up by the roots. Her movements were as fast as lightning. In a few swishes, she had grabbed a handful of tender green cabbage and then skillfully put it into the basket. Jiang slowly sat down opposite her grandmother, and imitating her grandmother, she stretched out her hand, carefully grabbed a piece of Chinese cabbage, and pulled it out with a light pull, uprooting it. Although her movements were a little clumsy, her eyes revealed a seriousness, as if she was completing a sacred mission. In the thickest darkness before dawn, there was dead silence all around. The only sounds were those of Yin Sanshun and his grandson working in the vegetable garden. Suddenly, the lights under the eaves in the backyard lit up without warning. The dazzling light instantly cut through the darkness, appearing particularly abrupt in the quiet morning. Yin Sanshun was teaching his granddaughter how to pick vegetables in the moonlight. He was startled by the sudden light and subconsciously turned to look in his granddaughter's direction. The first time she saw the light, she thought her granddaughter would be scared. He quickly reached out and took Jiang into his arms, comforting her softly. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Sister Ningming's family are all good people. They won't hurt you. And Grandma is here. Grandma said she won't let anyone hurt you again. Have you forgotten?" Yin Sanshun kept repeating in her ear, trying to dispel the fear in his granddaughter's heart. Jiang was so frightened by the sudden light that she started shaking all over. She curled up into a ball like a frightened bird. She subconsciously clenched her hands tightly together, and the tender greens in her palms were crushed into pieces, with juice oozing out from between her fingers. His breathing also began to become rapid, like a little animal trapped in a desperate situation. She was terrified. She was afraid of facing strangers, and even more afraid of being looked at strangely by others. Those looks would be like sharp needles, piercing her all over. But in this extreme fear, Jiang remaining rationality made her think of her grandmother. She knew very well that her grandmother had sacrificed so much for her, and this job was of great importance to her and her grandmother. She gritted her teeth and tried hard to suppress the fear in her heart. His nails dug deep into his palms, trying to use the pain to dispel his fear. But the body still trembled uncontrollably. Yin Sanshun looked at his granddaughter's painful expression, and his eyes became red with heartache. She had no idea what kind of torture her granddaughter had suffered, but those scars told her that it must have been a very painful and terrible thing. However, she also understood that her granddaughter had to take this step before she could slowly walk out of the shadows. Therefore, even though she was full of reluctance, she did not offer to take her granddaughter home. She just kept patting Jiang on the back, giving her silent support and encouragement. Time passed slowly in tension and anxiety. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Sanshun discovered that apart from the light on, There was no sound of footsteps or talking in the room, and no sign of anyone moving around. Yin Sanchun suddenly realized. I secretly felt grateful for the Jiang family's thoughtfulness. The people in the house turned on the lights just to illuminate the vegetable garden for them to work more easily. I didn't mean to disturb them. Thinking of this, Yin Sanchuan's tense nerves finally relaxed. She patted Jiang Haifen's shoulder gently and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Look, apart from the lights being on, no one else is out. Your sister Ningning and the others are helping us." Jiang Haifen slowly raised her head. Sure enough, there was nothing except that warm yellow light. The surroundings were quiet except for the chirping of insects and birds. This eased the fear in her heart a little. After a long pause, she managed to smile and looked at Yin Sanchun. "Grandma, I am fine. Let's pick the vegetables quickly." Seeing her like this, Yin Sanchun finally put his mind at ease. "Good. I'm glad you're okay. You see, with this light, we can see more clearly. Your sister Ningning is the kindest person." Chapter 135, Dormitory Argument. A female dormitory at a university. Have you watched Yin Yin's new drama? His acting in it is absolutely amazing. In that crying scene, he brought me right into the emotion and I cried right along with him. Ji Xiaoyan, with her long hair, was curled up in her bed, staring at the screen of her mobile phone with sparkling eyes and a look of amazement on her face. Yes, I watched it too. Every look in his eyes is so dramatic, and the details are handled so well. And his appearance in the drama is also so handsome. That ancient costume look is simply the white moonlight in my heart. Chun Jiai, who had her hair tied in a high ponytail, nodded quickly, holding her cheeks with both hands, looking obsessed. As if she suddenly remembered something, Ji Xiaoyan sat up abruptly. "By the way, I'm going to visit the crew of Xingu next weekend. Do you want to go?" She tilted her head slightly with a mysterious smile on the corner of her mouth. "Can I go?" When Chun Jiai heard this, her eyes widened and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Ji Xiaoyan sat up straight and raised her chin proudly. "My aunt is the producer of Xingu, what do you think?" There was a hint of pride in his tone. Chun Jiai jumped up in excitement. "Yin Yin, you're amazing. I want to go. I dream of going to see Yin Yin." Ji Xiaoyan teased her deliberately. "Beg me." Chun Jiai immediately clasped her hands together in front of her chest, blinking at Ji Xiaoyan. "Yin Yin, you are the best. Please, just take me with you." Ji Xiaoyan nodded with satisfaction. "Okay." Chun Jiai rushed over excitedly and gave Ji Xiaoyan a bear hug, screaming excitedly, "I knew you were the best. Ji Xiaoyan, when the time comes, ask Yiya and Shirhan. If they want to go too, we can go together. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear." The Yiya and Shirhan they were talking about, namely Lin Yu and Jiang Shirhan, were each holding a stack of express deliveries and pushing open the door of the dormitory with difficulty. "Ding, ding, ding. Comrades, the express has arrived. Come quickly and get it." After entering the dormitory, the two of them put the express delivery directly on the ground. Lin Yu slumped in his chair like a deflated ball. "Yin Yin, these are all your deliveries. How are you going to thank us?" Jiang Shirhan joked as she unpacked her package. Ji Xiaoyan smiled mysteriously. "I'll take you to the crew to visit Shun Yinan. Do you want to go?" Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "You can still join the crew?" Ji Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows and said confidently, "Just decide whether you want to go or not." "Go!" Lin Yu and Jiang Shirhan shouted in unison, their voices filled with excitement and anticipation. As he spoke, Jiang Shirhan had already opened the package and took out 2 persimmons from it. Chun Jiai came over curiously and asked, "Is this the persimmon you won in Jiang Wanix's live stream?" Jiang Shirhan nodded, then looked at Lin Yu and said, Yeah. Don't you have a package too? Maybe you want a persimmon too." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu jumped up and opened the package. Sure enough, there were 2 ugly-looking persimmons inside. Chun Jiai immediately shouted, come on, whoever sees it gets a share, whoever sees it gets a share." Her face was filled with an excited smile, and she reached out to grab the persimmons. "There are exactly 4, 1 for each of us." Jiang Shirhan was also very generous and shared the persimmons with everyone with a smile. In order to file a complaint against Jiang Waning's shop, each of them bought a pound of persimmons and naturally tasted the persimmons. Even if they dislike Jiang Waning, they cannot resist the charm of this persimmon. The 4 of them couldn't wait to pick up their own persimmon, rinse it, and start eating it right away. In an instant, The sweet juice in my memory burst in my mouth. The soft and glutinous flesh was delicate and dense, and the rich sweetness went straight to my heart, as if the whole world had become sweet. Oh my God, this is the taste. I later bought many kinds of persimmons, but none of them tasted as good as this. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaimed, with a satisfied light in his eyes. Jiang Shirhan nodded and agreed. These are the best persimmons I've ever eaten in my lifetime, bar none. By the way, you two are so lucky that you even won a prize in the live broadcast room. Chun Jiai sighed as she ate, with a hint of envy in her eyes. For a moment, the house was filled with the sweet aroma of persimmons. The four people's attention was all drawn to the persimmons in their mouths, and their faces were full of enjoyment and satisfaction. However, after the persimmons were eaten, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Ji Xiaoyan gently put down the persimmon stem in her hand and suddenly said, "Yeah, Shirhan, don't forget to give a bad review to that bitch Jiang Wanning store." When Lin Yu heard this, she was slightly stunned, and a hesitant look appeared on her face. This is not good. The persimmons are so delicious. Isn't it too fake to give a bad review? She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes full of confusion. Her deep love for persimmons was in sharp conflict with Ji Xiaoyan's proposal. That's right, persimmons are persimmons, and Jiang Wanning is Jiang Wanning. They can't be confused. Jiang Shirhan quickly agreed, sitting up straight with a serious look on her face. Maybe Jiang Wanning is just selling goods on the live stream. These persimmons were painstakingly grown by the farmers. Wouldn't giving a bad review be harming innocent people? It's all fake that I feel sorry for the farmers. What's real is that I feel sad that I can't eat persimmons. Ever since she bought persimmons once, she's been thinking about them. I wanted to buy some more, but found that the persimmons were out of the shelves. She initially thought that it was a group of fans who jointly reported and complained, which was why it was taken off the shelves. She even complained a little in her heart at the time. Ji Xiaoyan, however, didn't take it seriously. She folded her arms across her chest, leaned back slightly, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face. What are you hesitating about? It's not like we haven't given bad reviews before. Are you reluctant to part with this 40 yuan prize? At worst, I can pay for it for you. She raised her chin, her tone a little arrogant, as if in her eyes, the 40 yuan was not worth mentioning at all, and giving Jiang Wanning a bad review was the most important thing. After all, Jiang Wanning clearly stated in the live broadcast room that only customers who gave positive reviews could be exempted from paying for the persimmons. When Lin Yu heard this, she suddenly became angry. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her tone hardened. Who are you looking down on? I don't want your money. She looked straight into Ji Xiaoyan's eyes, her eyes full of anger and dissatisfaction, feeling that she was looked down upon by Ji Xiaoyan. Jiang Shirhan also grumbled dissatisfiedly. I don't want it either. She frowned slightly, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. She was very disgusted with Ji Xiaoyan's attitude of using money to solve the problem. The four people in the dormitory actually have similar family backgrounds, and none of them is sure of money. In their view, this is not a question of money, but a question of principle. Chapter 136, Evil. Ji Xiaoyan's face instantly fell. So you don't want to give Jiang Wanning a bad review? She stared at Lin Yu and Jiang Shirhan closely, with a questioning look in her eyes, as if waiting for them to give a satisfactory answer. Lin Yu is not afraid of her. Looking directly into Ji Xiaoyan's eyes, he righteously corrected her. Wrong. We don't want to give this persimmon a bad review. He looked determined, as if he wanted to join the party. Firmly defend the quality of persimmons. At this moment, Chun Jiai suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Yu and Jiang Shirhan suspiciously. When you first entered the live broadcast room to buy persimmons, didn't you give a bad review? She narrowed her eyes slightly, with a look of scrutiny and inquiry in them. When Lin Yu and Jiang Shirhan heard this, a trace of guilt flashed across their faces. They looked at each other, but didn't say anything. How could you do this? Ji Xiaoyan stood up suddenly, her voice rising an octave, her emotions a little out of control. We clearly agreed. That bitch Jiang Wanning implicated Nian Yin, and we bought persimmons just to vent her anger. We didn't really ask you to buy persimmons to eat. Her face was full of anger and confusion. She felt that Lin Yu and Jiang Shirhan had betrayed their original agreement and even betrayed their idol. Speaking of this, Lin Yu and Jiang Shirhan really didn't have the confidence to argue with her. After all, they did agree at the beginning to help Shen Yinan vent his anger and cause trouble for Jiang Wanning. As for why they didn't complain or give bad reviews in the end, of course, it was because they tasted the persimmons. The incomparable deliciousness made them feel guilty, and they finally gave up their original plan. We didn't know at first that persimmons tasted so good. Lin Yu looked aggrieved as she tried to justify her decision to break the appointment, and also tried to make Qinjiai and Ji Xiaoyan understand their position. Yeah, who would have thought that this persimmon would taste so good? I can tell from the first taste that it was grown with great care by the farmer. I really can't give it a bad review. Jiang Shihan also muttered softly. When Qinjiai heard this, her brows knitted into a knot, and her face was full of dissatisfaction. Her voice rose a few notches. Just because of a persimmon, you betrayed Nian Yin? You gone too far. Have you forgotten how badly Jiang Wanning implicated Nian Yin? Now Wang Yuxuan's parents are still trying to find Nian Yin, causing Nian Yin's popularity to plummet. You clearly agreed to help him vent his anger, but now you back down because of this little sweet treat. What kind of fans are you? She put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open, as if she wanted to stare through Lin Yu and Jiang Shihan. Lin Yu refused to give in and loudly retorted. How can this be considered betrayal? Is persimmon related to Shen Yinan? We can be fans, but we can't lose our conscience. Persimmon is innocent. We can't take our anger out on it just because we're angry at Jiang Wanning. What betrayal? It's really too harsh to hear. They're just chasing stars, not pledging allegiance to anyone. Qinjiai was undeterred and immediately retorted. How can it not matter? That's Jiang Wanning's persimmon. If it weren't for Jiang Wanning, would Nian Yin be slandered so badly? We have to start with her persimmon and let her know the consequences of offending Nian Yin. Jiang Shihan disagreed. You guys also said that persimmons are delicious, and you always eat them all. Isn't it too much to give a bad review like this? There was a hint of disappointment in his tone, and he found it difficult to agree with Qinjiai and Ji Xiaoyan's actions. The originally warm and harmonious dormitory for 4 people has now become tense and turned into a battlefield where 2 people are opposing each other. The 2 sides exchanged words, neither giving in. Every word was like a sharp knife, colliding in the air and creating fierce sparks. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, like a taut string that could break at any moment. Finally, Ji Xiaoyan was so angry that her face turned red, and she shouted directly, Okay, since you are like this, then we will break up? From today on, you 2 are expelled from the fan club. I can't tolerate people who betrayed Nian Yin and still want to use the banner of Nian Yin's fans. Let's break off the friendship. Lin Yu was equally unwilling to be outdone. He crossed his arms over his chest, his face full of disdain. Who cares? For me, liking persimmons and liking Nian Yin don't conflict. She turned her head away and stopped looking at Lin Yu and Jiang Shihan, as if looking at them any longer would make her even angrier. Just like that, the roommates who were originally close to each other had a big quarrel because of a dispute about persimmons, and the friendship between the roommates seemed to be in jeopardy at this moment. Similar things are happening constantly in Shen Yinan's fan group. More and more fans have disagreements and even quarrels over the persimmon issue. Some fans are determined to give Jiang Wanning's persimmon a bad review to avenge Shen Yinan. They felt that Jiang Wanning had discredited their idol and must pay the price for her actions, even through the seemingly insignificant point of persimmons. Some fans think that persimmon is innocent and they cannot give bad reviews against their conscience. They value their own moral bottom line more and are unwilling to lose their principles in life because of chasing stars. Just when everyone was arguing in Shen Yinan's super topic, a thoughtful netizen suddenly posted a message. I discovered a pattern. Anyone who gives a bad review to Jiang Wanning's persimmons will not be able to win the prize in Jiang Wanning's live broadcast room. As soon as this post was released, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves and attracting widespread attention from netizens. Everyone left comments below to share their negative reviews and winning results. As more and more people left messages to confirm, this wonderful entry was actually confirmed. Anyone who gave persimmon a bad review or sent a complaint to the store did not win the prize. Those who did not give any negative reviews or report anything basically won. For a while, the internet was in an uproar, and everyone was amazed by this magical phenomenon. Oh my God, isn't this too weird? Is there really some mysterious force at work? Could the live streaming room be a spirit? Knowing who is good and who is bad? What's the above guy talking about? What good guys and bad guys? The anchor in the live broadcast room is the real bad guy, okay? Could it be Jiang Wanting's doing? She's deliberately preventing people who gave negative reviews from winning the prize. Impossible. I've also done live streaming, and there's no such filtering function in live streaming rooms now. The discussion among netizens became more and more heated, and Jiang Wanting's live broadcast room once again became a hot topic because of this entry, attracting more people's attention. Some people came to verify the authenticity of the entry, while others were attracted by the delicious taste of persimmons and flocked to the live broadcast room to buy persimmons. The number of people online in Jiang Wanting's live broadcast room is soaring like a rocket at this moment. Chapter 137 Overtime Pay. However, to everyone's disappointment, the persimmons in Jingji Kalanzi's online store were not put on the shelves yet. The reason is that there are too many orders piled up in the background, and they have not been cleared yet. Jiang Wanting will not be put back on the shelves until these orders are processed. If the goods are put on the shelves but cannot be shipped, there will always be someone in the background urging the delivery time. She doesn't have time to deal with it, so she is often threatened with complaints about her poor service attitude and being threatened with giving her bad reviews. However, there are fewer people urging for delivery now, but more and more people urging for listing. In a live broadcast room, barges of comments kept rolling like a tide. What's going on? Live streaming, but no sales? Isn't this just a joke? Aren't there so many persimmons? Why haven't they been put on the shelves yet? I've been waiting for them for so long. Is this some kind of hunger marketing scheme? Is it just to tempt us? However, no matter how eager and passionate these comments were, the live broadcast room was as silent as death, with no one responding. Every day, netizens can only see an old lady starting the broadcast at 8 a.m. without fail. The live broadcast shows a group of people busy picking persimmons. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the aunt will end the live broadcast on time. The timing is even more precise than when they punch in at work, not a second off. This made many netizens who just entered the live broadcast room puzzled. Is this really Jiang Wanting's live stream? Why didn't I see Jiang Wanting herself from beginning to end? At this time, Jiang Wanting was busy every day. During the day, she has to cultivate the terraced fields and the vegetable garden. In the evening, I connected with various designers online and planned the construction blueprint for the new house. As a result, they are completely unaware of the exciting things happening on the internet. When Zhu Jingjing came to pick up the goods before going home for the holidays, she urged her, "Ning Ning, your live stream is really popular now. Can you put those persimmons back on the shelves? So many people are waiting for them." Jiang Wanting was busy packing the oil tea fruits. I have picked dozens of kilograms of tea oil fruits in the past few days. She planned to pack it up and send it to be pressed for oil. Hearing this, she looked up with a puzzled look in her eyes. What popularity? I haven't even paid attention to it. Come to think of it, she hadn't surfed the internet for several days. Zhu Jingjing asked curiously, didn't you pull the persimmons off the shelves just to create hype? Many businesses will adopt this marketing method of selling a small amount first to pique customers' interest and then remove the product from the shelves to create the illusion of supply exceeding demand, thereby increasing popularity. Jiang Wanting couldn't help but laugh. She pointed to the yard behind where people were busy packing and bagging the fruits and said helplessly, "The persimmons we picked that day were all sold out that day. How could there be any more persimmons to sell?" She has no idea what taking something off the shelves to create hype is. It's just that there is not enough supply and the goods cannot be sold. Zhu Jingjing looked at the pile of persimmons and asked curiously, "Where are all the persimmons? Have they all been sold? Where did they go?" Jiang Wanting dusted off her hands and explained, "These are all orders that were squeezed out before. But after today, they'll almost be cleared out. They'll be back on the shelves almost tomorrow." Zhu Jingjing looked at the things in the trunk of her car. 10 kilograms of persimmons, 10 kilograms of oranges, 10 kilograms of kiwis, 10 kilograms of mixed vegetables including greens, lettuce and cherry radishes, and 2 fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. This seems like a lot of stuff. But now, she suddenly felt that it was not enough. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, "How about you pack me another 20 kilograms of persimmons? My family really loves your persimmons, and I want to take some back." Jiang Wanting looked at her car and asked worriedly, "Can your trunk hold it?" The trunk of the hatchback is almost full. Zhu Jingjing waved her hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "There's still a back seat. I'll be driving back anyway, and if the back seat doesn't fit, I can still fit the front seat. Don't worry, I have a solution." Jiang Wanting readily agreed. "Okay, go move it yourself." When Zhu Jingjing heard this, she was immediately delighted. Then I won't be polite. After saying that, she really ran up to the old lady without any hesitation, picked out 3 boxes of persimmons, and left happily. After seeing Zhu Jingjing off, Jiang Wanning remembered that the National Day holiday would be the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, she also began to consider giving holidays to the villagers who were working. The Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day together make up a total of 8 days of statutory holidays. But there are still so many things waiting to be harvested on the mountain. I definitely can't have an 8-day holiday, but 3 days is no problem. As for the remaining time, we will pay everyone double wages according to regulations, which can be regarded as a little compensation for everyone's hard work. But what Jiang Wanning didn't expect was that when she told the villagers about her idea of taking a holiday, everyone shook their heads and said they didn't want to take even a single day off. Whether we have a holiday or not, we are all sitting idle at home. We might as well find something to do and make some money. As Jiang Tiangue spoke, he picked up 2 baskets of persimmons and walked down the mountain, without any intention of wasting time. At home, I just feed the chickens and watch TV. Life is boring. I'd rather work here and feel at ease. Wanning took off the towel on his head, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and echoed. Considering that they had worked past 5 in the evening, Jiang Wanning even gave them overtime pay. If they work on weekends, they will be paid double wages. Jiang Wanning was worried that with so many people working during the 7-day National Day holiday, the labor costs would be overspent, so she took the initiative to say, "We are paid by the day, so don't count us as double pay." When we were working outside before, we never had any distinction between overtime and no overtime. They're all temporary workers, so where does the overtime pay come from? That's right, Ningning. We don't care about that. We'll just go to work as usual. If there's anything else, we'll just ask you for leave. Besides, working here, we all talk and laugh together, which is much more interesting than staying alone at home. Besides, our village hasn't been this lively in a long time. We used to all do our own things, but now we can all work together for Ningning's cause. The village feels alive again. We don't have this atmosphere during holidays. Seeing that most people were unwilling to take a holiday, Jiang Wanning didn't want to force them. So she cleared her throat and said seriously, "Okay, then I won't be taking National Day off. If any of you want a day off, you can come to me directly, but I'll still calculate your wages. We'll follow the national regulations. Triple your wages for the first 3 days and double your wages for the last 4 days." When everyone heard this, they became a little worried. There are so many people here. What if Jiang Wanning suffers losses? Chapter 138, Going Home for the Holidays. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to act rich. If I offer this salary, it means I can afford it. Just focus on your work." Everyone suddenly became excited and praised Jiang Wanning. "Ningning is such a kind girl, so generous and considerate of us. Working with her makes me feel happy." That's right. When I worked outside before, I never had such a good boss. Not only did he pay me well, but he also took us into consideration in every way. Ningning, you're the lucky star of our village. With you leading the way, our village will definitely get better and better. Jiang Wanning listened to these compliments and felt thick-skinned. She didn't feel anything special and just smiled and waved her hand. But the old lady next to him was very happy. In the past, it was the people in the village who took care of them. Now that her granddaughter is able to give back to the villagers, the old lady feels extremely gratified and her eyes are slightly moist. The dusk slowly fell like a thick curtain, shrouding the entire village in a dim light. After a day's work, everyone was tired, but their spirits were very high. 3 days of triple pay for days of double pay. Even if it's only 200 yuan a day, you can earn 3,400 yuan during the 8-day holiday. This is more than what they can earn in a month as cleaners in a town or city. Haha, my daughter called yesterday and said she couldn't come back for National Day and asked if we wanted to spend the holiday with them. I was tempted at first, but now there's no time for that. That's right. We wouldn't be able to live comfortably in the city, so we might as well stay home and earn money. My daughter said she'll be back tomorrow, but we don't have time to accompany her. If she's bored, I'll ask Ningning if I can pick persimmons with her. Jiang Laowu, you are really smart. This is a good idea. Originally, as the left-behind elderly people in a village, what they looked forward to most in the year was either National Day or the Spring Festival. Because the holiday is long, the children also have time to come back. But now, they are busy, so the children can take their time to go home. As soon as Wang Ying got home, before he had time to catch his breath, the cell phone in his pocket rang. She took out her cell phone and saw it was her son Jiang Zicheng calling. She quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiaocheng. Why are you calling at this time?" On the other end of the phone, Jiang Zicheng's voice was apologetic. "Mom, I have something to tell you. I have to work overtime during the National Day holiday, so I won't be home. I originally wanted to go back and spend time with you guys during the National Day holiday, but I ended up taking on a big project and couldn't leave." In the past, Wang Ying would have felt empty and lost for a long time after hearing that his son was not coming home. But today, not only was she not disappointed, but she was actually a little happy. "Well, it's good that you don't come back. It just so happens that your dad and I have to work during this National Day holiday, and we won't have time to accompany you even if you come back." Jiang Zicheng was very surprised when he heard this and asked curiously, "What kind of job is this?" "I was so busy during the National Day holiday that I didn't have time to spend with him. Haven't my parents been farming at home all the time?" Wang Ying said excitedly. "Do you remember Jiang Wanning? She's the daughter of Uncle Jiang Lei, who lives at the end of the village. She went back home and planted a lot of fruit. Now it's harvest time, and she's too busy to handle it, so she asked us to help pick it." When Jiang Zicheng heard the name Jiang Wanning, he felt that it sounded familiar, but he did not immediately connect it with the controversial 18th-tier actress Jiang Wanning on the internet. He warned, "Mom, you and Dad are old. Don't overwork yourselves." Wang Ying smiled from ear to ear and said happily, Not tired at all. I only work 8 hours a day. I'm responsible for picking the fruit and can earn 200 yuan a day. Your father is responsible for carrying the picked fruit down the mountain and makes 300 yuan a day. Occasionally, he works overtime for an hour or two and gets overtime pay." Jiang Zicheng, who had always worked overtime for free and never received overtime pay, felt a pang of jealousy when he heard this. "So good? How much is the overtime pay?" Wang Ying said proudly, "We get 1.5 times the salary for overtime during weekdays and double the salary for overtime on weekends. Overtime during National Day is even more incredible, with triple the salary for the first 3 days." When Jiang Zicheng heard this, the sour feeling in his heart instantly turned into vigilance. How could they have such a high salary when they come from such a poor and remote area? Could it be that I met a scammer? There are so many scams targeting the elderly these days, and the more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He hurriedly said, "Mom, please don't be fooled. There's no way the salary is that high. You guys have to be careful." Wang Ying got anxious when he heard this and quickly retorted, "What are you talking about? How could he be a liar? We are all from the same village. We meet each other every day and know each other well. How could he possibly be lying to us?" Jiang Zicheng just didn't believe it. On the internet, he has seen many cases of Chinese people cheating each other and fellow villagers cheating each other. "Mom, scammers are very cunning nowadays. You and my dad must be vigilant." But he also knew that no matter how much he said, his parents would not believe him. Thinking of this, Jiang Zicheng gritted his teeth and immediately decided, "Mom, I've decided. I won't be working overtime this National Day. I'm going home directly." He had to go back and see what the job was. You can also get ideal treatment that only appears in labor laws. Zhu Jingjing returned home before dark. As soon as the car stopped, the door of the house creaked open, and Zhu's father and mother came out with smiles on their faces, their eyes full of concern for their daughter. "Jingjing, I finally got you back," Mother Zhu said happily as she walked quickly towards the car. Zhu Jingjing smiled as she got out of the car and gave her parents a big hug. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Mother Zhu wanted to say with concern, "My daughter, you have worked hard outside and have lost weight." But when she saw Zhu Jingjing's chubby, rosy face, she swallowed the words back. "Mom, I brought you a lot of local specialties. Come and help me carry them." Zhu Jingjing opened the trunk, and it was full. When Zhu's father and mother saw the familiar persimmons and the vacuum-caught fish, their eyes suddenly lit up. "Jingjing, are these the ones you sent back before?" As Mr. Zhu spoke, he swallowed subconsciously. Zhu Jingjing smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's it. They were picked this morning, so fresh." Upon hearing this, the couple immediately carried these specialties home carefully, as if they were treasures. At this time, Zhang Fengxi, who lived next door to them, passed by and saw this scene. He immediately came over. "Hey, Jingjing's back. You studied so well and got into such a great school, but why did you end up in the countryside? I heard it's all in the mountains over there, so it must be hard." "Oh, my son is the best. He got a job at a big company after graduation, and he even got a holiday gift from the company." As he spoke, he raised the gift box in his hand. Chapter 139 Neighbors. When Zhu's father and mother heard this, they felt a little uncomfortable, but they still smiled politely and did not respond. Zhu Jingjing didn't care at all. What big company? It's just an unknown internet company. She has received offers from big companies before. Is she proud? Did she show off? And if she remembered correctly, Aunt Zhang's son was still using the labor dispatch model. As for the holiday gifts, a box of apples and a box of oranges, you can tell without looking that they are good from the supermarket. I guess the total value is not as much as a box of persimmons in my car. Yeah, big companies are better. The holiday gifts they give out are so high-end. Unlike me in the countryside, all I can bring back are some ordinary vegetables and fruits. Zhu Jingjing had a faint smile on her lips, and she deliberately lengthened her tone and spoke slowly. After saying that, he neatly opened a box in front of Zhang Fengxi, took out an orange, and began to peel it. As the orange peel was peeled off bit by bit, the rich and sweet orange scent instantly spread, like an invisible net, enveloping everyone present. Mother Zhu couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of orange is this? Why does it smell so good?" Even Zhang Fengxi, who looked smug, was startled by the sudden fragrance. His eyes were wide open, staring straight at the orange in Zhu Jingjing's hand. Zhu Jingjing was secretly pleased with herself, but pretended to be relaxed. They're just ordinary oranges grown by the villagers over there. When I left, they insisted on stuffing them into my car, and I wouldn't refuse. Humph, it's just bragging. Who doesn't know how to do that? She would never say that in order to get these oranges and kiwis, she climbed up the mountain before dawn to pick them, and then took a lot of effort to carry them back. As he spoke, the oranges had already been peeled. Zhu Jingjing deftly split 2 orange halves and handed them to Zhang Fengxi with a warm smile on her face. "And Zhang, why don't you try some of the oranges grown by our villagers and see if they taste good?" Then, he distributed the remaining oranges to his parents. Zhang Fengxi looked at the 2 orange halves in his hand, and his expression almost froze. "Who are you embarrassing with such a small amount of oranges? If you want her to try it, can't you just give her the whole thing?" But no matter how much she was muttering in her heart, looking at the bright yellow oranges made her mouth water. He suppressed his inner disgust and slowly put the orange into his mouth. As soon as the orange entered her mouth, she subconsciously licked it lightly with the tip of her tongue. In an instant, rich juice burst out from the orange segments, and the sweet taste spreads in the mouth instantly. The rich taste and perfect sweetness and sourness made her taste buds immersed in a wonderful feast, which was so delicious that it was hard to describe. At the same time, Zhu's father and mother were completely conquered by the deliciousness of the oranges. They were completely immersed in the wonderful taste brought by the oranges and didn't care about Zhang Fengxi's reaction at all. As Dad Zhu ate, he gave a thumbs up and praised the fruit endlessly. "It's delicious, so delicious. I used to think the persimmons you sent back were the best of all fruits, but I didn't expect that I was so ignorant. In this world, there's really no best, only better ones." Mother Zhu also nodded continuously, with a satisfied smile on her face. Seeing her parents enjoying the meal, Zhu Jingjing was also very happy. She smiled and said, "I knew you liked it, so I drove back on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to bring back so many good things." As she spoke, she patted the car proudly. At this moment, Dad Zhu caught a glimpse of the 2 big fish in the trunk. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately reached out to pull them out and held them in his arms. "Haha, my girl, you're worthy of me. You don't know, your mother and I have been thinking about this fish. I didn't expect you to actually bring it back." Zhang Fengxi didn't know what fish tasted like, so naturally he wasn't interested in it. But she missed the orange she had just eaten. She stared at the cart full of boxes and couldn't help but ask, "Jingjing, are all these oranges in this box? You can't finish so many, right? Why don't you sell some to me? I'll help you lighten the burden." When Mr. and Mrs. Zhu heard this, the bright smiles on their faces froze instantly and then quickly disappeared. No matter whether it is fish or fruit, as long as it is brought back by their daughters, they are their treasures. I can't even buy it on a normal day, so how can I sell it to others? Zhang Fengxi was simply daydreaming. "No, no." Dad Zhu was the quickest to react and was the first to say no. "We have a big family, and we have to visit relatives and friends and give gifts after the holidays. We don't even have enough for ourselves, so how can we have any extra to sell?" "Sister Zhang, although these are just ordinary oranges, they were brought back from far away by my daughter with great effort. They are her gift, and we can't bear to sell them. I see the orange gift box in your hand. It's beautifully packaged, and it looks just as good as ours. I'm sure they'll taste great too. Although Zhu Ma spoke politely, her words revealed her refusal. When Zhang Fengxi heard Zhu Ma say that this was an ordinary orange, he almost couldn't help but refute it on the spot. How could an ordinary orange have that taste? Even the fruits from boutique stores may not compare to this, let alone the fruit gift box given by my son's workplace. That means it looks good. Anyone who has eaten it knows what it actually tastes like. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. After all, he couldn't bring himself to admit that the oranges distributed by his child's unit were not as good as the ones Zhu Jingjing brought back from the countryside. As if she wasn't showing off enough, Zhu Jingjing continued to exaggerate. And Zhang, don't be fooled by the large number of boxes here. They're not all oranges. Besides oranges, there are also persimmons and kiwis. These oranges and kiwis haven't started to be sold yet, so they're not available on the market. But if you want to buy persimmons, I can buy them for you. They're 40 yuan per pound, and shipping is not included. If you want them, let me know and I'll send them to you. What? Persimmons for 40 yuan a pound, and shipping isn't included? Are your persimmons made of gold? When Zhang Fengxi heard the price, her face immediately became long, and her tone was full of dissatisfaction and doubt. Jingjing's mother, we have been neighbors for more than 10 years after all, and you let your daughter make fun of me like this? She thought Zhu Jingjing must be joking. How could persimmons be sold at such an outrageous price? Zhu Jingjing, however, still had an innocent look on her face. She blinked her eyes and pretended to be aggrieved. Aunt Zhang, how can you say that to me? What I said is all true. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. As she spoke, she skillfully took out her mobile phone, opened the persimmon sales page, and handed it to Zhang Fengxi. The price tag is 40 yuan per pound, and the words out of stock are clearly displayed below. Chapter 140, the same persimmon. And Zhang, you ate that orange just now. What did you think? Let me tell you, the persimmons in our village are just as delicious as the oranges we just had. Everyone who has tasted them raves about them, so they're incredibly popular. They're often sold out as soon as they're put on the shelves. Selling out is a common occurrence. I was able to buy it for you because I've built up connections with the villagers, which allowed me to jump the queue and buy it. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but how can you still accuse me of cheating you? As she spoke, she pouted slightly, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Zhang Fengxi stared at the persimmons priced at 40 yuan per caddy on the screen of his mobile phone. He instinctively resisted the price and felt it was outrageous no matter how he looked at it. However, the longer her eyes lingered on the picture of the persimmon, the more familiar it seemed. An inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. Why does this look so much like the two persimmons my son brought home a few days ago? Indeed, the persimmon looked really ugly, completely different from the round and plump persimmons commonly seen on the market. The skin was also spotted, making it look weird. When a family member saw it for the first time, they were all disgusted. No one wanted to eat it, and some were even ready to throw it away. Fortunately, the old woman was frugal and didn't want to waste the persimmons, so she ate them. Who would have thought that the old lady would be so amazed after eating this? The mother-in-law loved it so much that she quickly called her son and grandson over and insisted that they also taste this unique delicacy. There were only 2 persimmons, and the family of 4 each cut a small piece and tasted them all. This taste was amazing, and the whole family started to crave the taste of this persimmon. In the days that followed, I would urge my son to buy some more from time to time. But my son told me that the persimmons were out of the shelves and no longer available. The whole family was disappointed for a while. Unexpectedly, I saw the same persimmons at Zhu Jingjing's place today. Zhang Fengxi's eyes lit up, but her tone still carried a hint of disdain. What are those persimmons like? Why are they so expensive? Why don't you let Annie try some too? If it were oranges or kiwis, she would definitely not be willing to give them up. After all, I only brought back 10 kilograms, which is not enough for my family to eat, and I would feel bad to share with others. But persimmons are different. She brought dozens of kilograms this time, so it's okay to give one away. So, she reluctantly said, "Okay, since you've asked, Aunt Zhang, if I don't agree, you'll accuse me of disregarding our over 10 years of neighborly friendship. A persimmon is only 20 yuan at most, so I can still afford it." As she spoke, regardless of Zhang Fengxi's unpleasant expression, she quickly opened the box, picked a persimmon from it, and handed it over. "We agreed on one, just this one, no more. Annie, if you think it's delicious, please remember to support the persimmons from our village." Zhang Fengxi took the persimmon, looked at it carefully first, then put it under his nose and sniffed it hard. Smelling the pleasant fruity aroma, she became more and more certain that these persimmons were the two her son had brought home before. She will never forget the unique fruity fragrance that is so refreshing at first sniff. In fact, what is most unforgettable for her family is that after eating the persimmon, she and her husband were able to go to the toilet smoothly the next morning. Before, every time I went to the toilet, I had to squat on the toilet for half an hour. It was very uncomfortable, and my stomach was bloated like a drum. It was so painful. But on the second day after I ate the persimmon, the constipation problem that had troubled me for a long time was miraculously relieved, and I felt a lot more relaxed. This is also the reason why the family has always been thinking about persimmons. I originally wanted to show off to Zhu Jingjing how good my son's job is and how generous the benefits are. But now, Zhu Jingjing had turned the tables on her and slapped her in the face. Zhang Fengxi felt so uncomfortable that she really wanted Zhu Jingjing to sell her a few kilograms of persimmons at a low price. But when she saw Zhu Jingjing's smug look, she swallowed the words back at the tip of her tongue. She could only watch Zhu Jingjing's family carrying boxes of fruits in and out, feeling envious. But no matter how envious she was, these good things did not belong to her. Zhang Fengxi returned home angrily, slammed the door, threw her bag behind her, and walked straight to her husband who was watching TV in the living room. She sat down and started to complain nonstop. You don't know, the Zhu family next door is so stingy. It's just one persimmon, and they're reluctant to give more, as if it's a rare treasure. I wanted to ask for more, but Zhu Jingjing looked at me with disdain. It really pissed me off. Her husband, Lu Zhenghua, was originally watching TV intently, but became a little annoyed by her series of complaints. Just as he was about to ask her to calm down for a while, his eyes suddenly fell on the persimmons that Zhang Fengxi placed on the table. When he saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs. He didn't bother to listen to Zhang Fengxi's nagging. He stood up and grabbed a handful of persimmons, saying excitedly, "Oh, isn't this the delicious persimmon we had before? Old Zhu's daughter can still buy this persimmon." As he said that, he quickly ran to the kitchen, washed it, took a knife, and cut it in half. He handed half to Zhang Fengxi and took the other half for himself, and couldn't wait to take a bite. The familiar sweet and soft taste instantly spread in his mouth. His eyes narrowed into slits, and his face was full of enjoyment. After swallowing the persimmon, he slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "It tastes amazing." By the way, he felt that his long-standing constipation problem had been cured. After saying that, without caring about the persimmon juice still on his lips, he reached out to pick up his cell phone, stood up, and walked out the door. I planned to go to Mr. Zhu's house to ask him about the persimmons. Seeing this, Zhang Fengxi quickly reached out and grabbed him, saying angrily, "Where are you going? Do you know how much persimmons cost per pound? 40 yuan per pound. That's ridiculously expensive." Lu Zhenghua waved his hand nonchalantly. "What's wrong with 40 yuan per jean? I've spent so much money treating my constipation over the years that I can't even buy a ton of 40 yuan per jean persimmons." Seeing that he was unmoved, Zhang Fengxi said unhappily, "Even if you don't mind the price, they still won't sell it to you. The girl said that if you want to buy it, you have to wait until she gets back to work and she'll buy it for us, and shipping isn't even included." When Lu Zhenghua heard this, he stopped and looked at her suspiciously. "Did you say something to offend others again?" Zhang Fengxi was immediately displeased when he heard this. He stiffened his neck and loudly retorted, "I didn't. If you don't believe me, go ask yourself." Lu Zhenghua stopped arguing with her and went straight to Zhu's house. After knocking on the door, Zhu's father saw that it was him and greeted him warmly. "Hey, Lao Zhang, what's going on?" Lu Zhenghua didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Old Zhu, didn't you give my family a persimmon? It tastes exactly like the persimmons I've eaten before. I heard your daughter brought back a lot. Can you give me some? I'm willing to pay any price." Chapter 141 is now available. When Mr. Zhu heard what Lu Zhenghua said, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he looked a little embarrassed. "Old Lu, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not stingy and reluctant to share with you. You don't know that we've already divided all the things Jingjing brought back among the relatives on both sides of the family. There really isn't anything left to share with you. This is really not nonsense. Not to mention the boxes of fruit, even the 2 fish, when they were finally divided among themselves, only half was left. Old Lu, we've been neighbors for years. It's so strange to talk about whether to buy or not. It's just that Jingjing brought these things back, and after our relatives on both sides divided them up, there really isn't much left. How about this? After the holiday is over, let Jingjing do the shopping for you. You can have as many as you want then. Juma also came out to explain, hoping that he could understand her difficulties. However, the holiday would not end for at least 10 days or half a month, and Lu Zhenghua really couldn't wait. The constipation problem made him long for the magical persimmon. Then can Jingjing talk to the seller and have them sell me some right now? It'll only take a day or two if we use Feng Feng Express. Zhu Jingjing heard the noise at the door and knew her parents must be in a dilemma. She quickly said, Uncle Lu, if you want to buy persimmons, go to the Jiang family vegetable basket store on Taodao. Lu Zhenghua smiled wryly and shook his head, saying helplessly, we know that store. My son bought something there once before, and the whole family was craving it. But when we wanted to buy it again, it was out of stock. We were so tempted. Zhu Jingjing explained with a smile. They'll be back on the shelves soon. We've had a huge backlog of orders lately, so they'll be fine once they're processed. Please wait a little longer. Zhang's persimmons are of high quality, and everyone loves them, so they sell out very quickly. Keep an eye on them, and place your order as soon as they're back on the shelves. You're guaranteed to get them. Now that things have come to this, Lu Zhenghua can't force it anymore. If you continue to do this, it would be really shameless. So, he nodded and said, okay, then we'll go to the online store to have a look. If we really can't find it, then I'll trouble Jingjing for help. As night fell, the lights in the Lu family's house were warm yellow, and the family of 3 sat around the dining table. The topic at the dinner table revolved around the conversation with the Zhu family during the day. Zhang Fengxi was still muttering indignantly about the Zhu family's stinginess. Didn't you see how they looked? It was as if I was going to steal their treasure. As Zhang Fengxi picked up some food, he said with disdain, you're not willing to give me an extra persimmon, and you still say there aren't enough for your relatives. I think you're just being stingy. Lu Zhenghua picked up the bowl, took a sip of the soup, and agreed. Who says it's not true? He seems quite enthusiastic at ordinary times, but when it comes to things, he is so unrealistic. Old Lady Lu, who was eating quietly at the side, couldn't help but speak up. All right, they said there weren't many gifts, and there wasn't enough for our relatives. We usually eat a lot of gift from others, so why are you so stingy? Zhang Fengxi disagreed and curled her lips, saying, I think the Zhu family is the most cunning. They usually pretend to be generous and give gifts to their neighbors. Now it seems that they're giving them things they don't want. As for anything good, they won't even give them an orange. LV Zhenghua waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the topic any further. He turned to his son, LV Haifeng, and said, if you don't want to give it to us, then don't give it to us. We don't really care. Xiaofeng, please pay more attention these days. When the persimmons are in season, buy some more. I've been watching. With food in his mouth, Lu Haifeng responded vaguely, while constantly swiping his phone in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted in surprise, Dad, persimmons are on the shelves. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenghua and Zhang Fengxi quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks and rushed to Lu Haifeng impatiently, their eyes fixed on a mobile phone screen. Why is the price still 40 yuan per pound, and shipping is not included? Zhang Fengxi frowned and said with dissatisfaction, didn't they say that these prices are all fake? Once they're on the shelves, they'll give out all kinds of discounts and coupons. Lu Haifeng explained helplessly, Mom, the owner of these persimmons is a female celebrity, and these persimmons really taste good, so the price must be high. They rely on quality, not those discount tricks. Lu Zhenghua thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, 40 is fine. Buy 5 pounds first. These persimmons are good for my constipation, so the higher price is worth it. LV Haifeng gave a sly smile, looked at LV Zhenghua, and said, 5 kilograms cost 200 yuan, Dad. Can you reimburse me? My salary is almost gone after paying off the car loan and gas every month. Lu Zhenghua glared at him and said, you kid, you work and earn a salary, but you can't even take out 200? Lu Haifeng sighed and muttered quietly, only 3,000 yuan a month isn't enough to fill up the gas tank. So-called tech companies? To be honest, it's just a job doing odd jobs. It just sounds good. Lu Zhenghua waved his hand helplessly. Hurry up and buy it. Don't dawdle, or we'll be out of stock soon. Lu Haifeng suddenly became alert and immediately turned around to place an order. But unexpectedly, the order page on the mobile phone screen kept spinning, and the progress bar seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. He frowned, exited Daodu, and placed an order again, but it still didn't work. Damn, is the internet at home lagging? As he spoke, he turned off the Wi-Fi and used the data network directly, but it was of no use. Liu Zhenghua said anxiously, "Is there something wrong with your phone? Why don't you try restarting it?" Liu Haifeng restarted his phone as instructed, but the result was the same. He couldn't place the order. He slammed the table in anger. Damn, is there something wrong with this link? I'll check online. As he spoke, he opened a browser and prepared a search to see if anyone else had encountered the same problem. As night falls and the lights come on, the online world becomes bustling with activity. Sure enough, Jiang Wan's persimmons were back on the shelves, causing a sensation online. Whether they are passersby who are curious and want to find out, or loyal fans who have a special liking for persimmons, they all flock to the purchase link to place orders. But who could have imagined that soon there was a part of them that could not submit the order successfully no matter what they did? What's going on? Is the Taotao server down? I've been stuck on the ordering screen for ages, spinning in circles and not moving. It's not that bad, is it? Jiang Wan's persimmons are so popular that they even overwhelm Taobao's servers? This is too much. Chapter 142, Visiting the Set. Among the many complaints, Chao Zhiyong's voice was the loudest. He is a well-known blogger on the internet. He usually likes to make some sharp remarks, and this time is no exception. What a rubbish platform. I've been stuck on the ordering interface for 10 minutes, and it's still not working. Daodu, are you serious about running this platform? He also posted a screenshot of the stuck ordering interface, and his words were fierce, instantly attracting a lot of attention. The popularity that Chao Zhiyong himself had was like a fire, which directly made the topic of Daodu's server crash a hot search topic. All of a sudden, many netizens heard the news, and the comment section was flooded with comments. Isn't Daodu working fine? I was just watching a video on it, and it didn't crash. Oh my god, looking at the screenshots, it seems that Daodu's shopping is really down. What kind of persimmon is this that can be so powerful that Daodu's servers can't handle it? It didn't crash. I made my purchase normally and it went very smoothly. I just placed an order for 1 kilogram and am waiting for delivery. This is normal for me. I successfully placed an order for 5 kilograms of persimmons. Ha ha ha, I feel so lucky. Just as netizens were arguing about whether the app had collapsed or not collapsed, Daodu officials promptly issued an announcement to clarify the matter. The announcement clearly stated that the server was operating normally and there was no malfunction. As soon as this announcement was issued, netizens rushed to Chao Zhiyong's post and started mocking him. Chao, check your phone quickly. Has it been used for too long? Is it time to replace it? The server is fine. Why is it you who has the problem? Haha, I think you should check your character. Maybe you're the one who's been cursing Jiang Wanting all day, so you've been blocked? Otherwise, how come everyone else can buy it, but you can't? Haha, it's possible. Didn't someone say before that those who lied and complained about Jiang Wanting's persimmons wouldn't win any prizes in Jiang Wanting's livestream? Maybe they've really been blocked, and not only can they not win any prizes, but now they can't even buy anything from her store. This comment was like a bolt of lightning, waking the dreamer up. All those who failed to place an order felt a chill on their backs for some unknown reason. They began to communicate and verify with each other privately, and found that those who had made malicious complaints and slandered Jiang Wanting persimmons were unable to place an order successfully without exception. Suddenly, cursing sounds were heard everywhere. Haha, Jiang Wanting is afraid of getting a bad review, so she's resorting to this tactic. You can't afford to play this trick. He's just a persimmon seller, yet he's resorting to such despicable tactics. It's good to be scared. I'm just worried about whether she's afraid or not. If I can't use my account, I can still use my parents'. Anyway, I won't let Jiang Wanting have an easy life until she apologizes to our brother. I just don't believe I can't cure her. Jiang Wanting had also done something wrong. How'd she end up offending Shin Yinan? His fans were the craziest. Is blocking a customer considered discrimination? Daodu, they actually developed this feature. Complain report. Everyone was certain that Jiang Wanting had used Daodu's filtering function. Many merchants who were usually tortured by extreme customers, seeing this scene, actually thought that Daodu had this magical screening function. They all ran to ask Daodu customer service, hoping to have such a magic tool to help them filter out those difficult customers. Finally, Daodu officials were forced to issue another announcement, earnestly clarifying the matter. This platform does not have any function to screen customers. We always adhere to the principles of fairness and justice to serve every user. Please do not believe in false rumors. However, Netizens are not buying it at all, and the comment section is still flooded with questions and dissatisfaction. Impossible. How could we not be able to place an order without the filtering function? Isn't this a blatant lie? Is Dowdu trying to protect Jiang Wanting? Such deliberate favoritism is so disappointing. I think there is a problem. Maybe they developed the function secretly and are afraid to admit it. Some technical experts who don't believe in evil even go straight to register stores, put products on the shelves, and conduct various tests. After some trouble, it was finally confirmed that the platform did not have the so-called screening function, whether it was the lottery session in the live broadcast room or the product ordering process. If it wasn't the platform's filtering function, could it be that Jiang Wanting was filtering with her mind? This was too outrageous. Damn, why does it sound so mysterious? Impossible. If Jiang Wanting had this ability, she wouldn't be doing so badly in the circle. I don't care what method she used. I've already placed the order using my parents' account. After I receive the goods, I will continue to complain and give a bad review. I just don't believe in evil. Jiang Wanting, don't think you can easily escape our sanctions. Sisters upstairs, we support you. We need to let Jiang Wanting know that there's no good consequences for offending our brother's fans. For our brother, the sisters fought tooth and nail. Jiang Wanting must pay the price. At the same time, at a film crew's shooting base, the actors and staff waiting to shoot the night scenes gathered in groups of 3 or 4 and frantically rushed to buy the persimmons that were back on the shelves at Jiang Wanting's house. It's finally on the shelves. The days of me being a slave to Xiao Wenzi are finally over. Yang Jinjin shouted excitedly while holding the phone tightly with both hands, tapping the screen rapidly with her fingers, operating nonstop. Just by 20 kilograms. Put 10 kilograms in the refrigerator and freeze the other 10 kilograms. Qin Yuan's hands were also moving quickly, and she said with a hint of sarcasm, "Hey, Xiao Jinzi, you are planning to burn your bridges after crossing the river. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to be so stingy as to eat only half a persimmon every day." Just in case the product was out of stock again, she decided to buy 40 kilograms. The director who was with them placed his order and asked curiously, "Xiao Wenzi, are these persimmons really grown by Jiang Wanting's family? If they have such a skill, why would they go to the entertainment industry and suffer? Considering the quality of these persimmons, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to expand and become stronger? They're simply the capitalists of the future." The producer smiled and continued, "Luckily she woke up in time, otherwise we wouldn't have had this good fortune." Everyone nodded in agreement with the producer's words. The other people in the crew who were invited into the group by Qin Yuan and had the opportunity to taste persimmons were now staring intently at their mobile phone screens, sliding their fingers across the screen quickly and placing orders frantically without hesitation. The entire set was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere, as if they were not filming a movie at the moment, but engaging in a shopping war that depended on the survival of delicious food. Just then, Shun Yinan came to visit the set with a cart full of coffee and desserts. I thought it would be warmly welcomed and sought after by everyone as usual. However, when he walked into the set, he found that everyone, from the director and actors to the assistants and stagehands, had their heads down, concentrating on their phones, and seemed unaware of his arrival. Suddenly, the perfect smile on his face began to show a barely perceptible crack. But he still tried to maintain it, taking slightly stiff steps, approaching Yang Jinjin and the others, and asked softly, "Jinjin, what are you busy with?" Chapter 143, Natural Incompatibility. Everyone was startled by Shun Yinan's sudden voice and turned around subconsciously. Seeing that it was Shun Yinan, a trace of embarrassment and guilt flashed across everyone's face. The originally heated discussion came to an abrupt end, and everyone tacitly stopped talking about the rush to buy persimmons from Jiang Wanting's house. The entertainment industry is just a circle, especially the group of people at the top of the traffic, such as those who switch from ancient idol dramas to modern idol dramas in a romantic style. So much so that whether it is Yang Jinjin or Qin Yuan, even the director and producer, they have all worked with Shun Yinan before, and they can be considered acquaintances of each other. The incident between Shun Yinan and Jiang Wanting caused a stir on the internet. At first, due to Jiang Wanting's despicable reputation in the circle, everyone couldn't help but sympathize with Shun Yinan. He felt that he was framed by Jiang Wanting and was innocently implicated. Everyone present was no exception, and they all stood on Shun Yinan's side at the beginning. However, after everyone tasted Jiang Wanning's agricultural products. The delicious taste made everyone start to re-examine their own views, and the balance in their hearts quietly tilted and they turned against it. After all, people are always soft-hearted when they have eaten someone's food. They all hope to continue to enjoy such delicious food in the future. So how can they continue to talk about the boss's right and wrong behind his back? Yang Jinjin was the first to come back to her senses, forcing a slightly awkward smile on her face. Nianin, why are you here? Shin Yinan raised his hand and pointed to a few carts not far away, and responded with a smile. There's an event today, and I happened to pass by, so I brought you some midnight snacks. Everyone laughed and pretended to be surprised. Wow, coffee, milk tea, and small cakes, they all looked delicious. Nianin, you were so thoughtful. But there was still something unnatural in that smile, and his eyes were a little evasive. As long as you like it. Shin Yinan didn't seem to notice the strangeness of the crowd, and continued to ask, by the way, what were you guys busy with just now? I came in for so long, and you didn't notice. Yang Zhenjin's eyes wandered for a moment, and she stammered, no, nothing. We were just discussing ordering a midnight snack, and you're here before we even order. It seems we're really in tune with each other. Shin Yinan laughed heartily. That means I came just in time. Just then, Qin Yuan's assistant, Chiu Chiu, came over with a plate of persimmons and called out crisply, ding, 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 ding. Our sister Wen is bleeding profusely, so she's treating everyone to some persimmons. One small piece per person, don't eat too much. After persimmons were put on the shelves again, Qin Yuan couldn't resist everyone's nagging and generously contributed 7 for the crew members to taste. When everyone heard that there were persimmons to eat, they looked at each other knowingly. Then, as if the start button was pressed, it ran towards the place where the fruit plate was placed, as if there was a wild beast chasing it. After all, everyone knows that the number of persimmons is limited, and if you are slow, they will be gone. For a moment, the scene became a mess. Everyone was fighting for food, and it was very lively. Oh my God, it's really delicious. How can there be such delicious persimmons? The taste is absolutely amazing. No, I feel like 10 kilograms isn't enough. I'll go buy some more. These persimmons are so delicious. I have to stock up. If these persimmons weren't cold and so sweet, I would really like to buy 10 kilograms for my parents to try. Do persimmons affect blood sugar? I remember Director Lin seems to have type 1 diabetes, and he still shows off 2 a day. No, I have to remind him. Everyone's attention was glued to the persimmon as if by strong glue, and they completely forgot about Shun Yinan and the coffee, milk tea, and small cakes he brought. Those originally exquisite and tempting delicacies now seemed dull under the light of persimmons. Shin Yinan stood by, watching everyone's reactions, feeling extremely uncomfortable. His fingers clenched unconsciously, and several times he wanted to just turn around and leave this embarrassing scene of being ignored. But in the end, he suppressed his anger and maintained his composure. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and leaned forward to ask, what kind of persimmon is so delicious? Can I have some too? The discussion among the crowd suddenly stopped, as if the mute button was suddenly pressed. Everyone looked at each other with a hint of embarrassment in their eyes, and finally they all looked at Qin Yuan. After all, she is the only one who has persimmons now. After all, they had worked together before. Qin Yuan didn't want to directly refute Shin Yinan's face, so she ordered her assistant Chiu Chiu. Chiu Chiu, go cut another persimmon. Then he smiled and explained to Shin Yinan, it's the persimmons recommended by a friend, and they taste very good. Shin Yinan looked at the persimmon with spots all over its skin, and a barely perceptible hint of disgust flashed in the depths of his eyes. But he quickly adjusted his expression, still with a warm smile on his face, and reached out to take the cut persimmon and tasted a piece. The moment the soft and glutinous fruit flesh touched his taste buds, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face was filled with shock and surprise. The rich sweetness and delicate taste completely overturned his understanding of persimmons. They say you should buy ugly fruits, because the uglier the fruit, the tastier it tastes. I didn't expect it to be true. Wen, please send me the link to your persimmons too. I'll support your friend too. While Shun Yinan was savoring the delicious taste of persimmons, he also put on a hat of helping himself. Qin Yuan resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said with a smile, no need to show your support. Her fruit is often sold out. Having said that, she still sent the link to Anishun. For a moment, everyone seemed to have discovered a new world, and their eyes looking at Shen Yinan were filled with eager gossip. I was looking forward to seeing how he would react when he found out that the owner of these persimmons was Jiang Wanning. However, no information related to Jiang Wanning was disclosed in the Jiang family vegetable basket store. Shen Yinan looked at the store page on his phone, checking it over and over again, but he didn't discover the open secret at all. Just when everyone was extremely disappointed, they saw that after Shen Yinan finished choosing the order, the page was stuck on the order interface and could not move. I tried it several times and got the same result. This made Shen Yinan begin to become impatient. His face was filled with annoyance, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Is there something wrong with this link? Why can't I place an order?" Yang Jinjin was surprised when she heard this and quickly responded, "That's impossible. We just placed the order successfully." As she spoke, she moved closer to Shen Yinan and looked at his phone screen. She saw that the progress bar on the interface was spinning wildly, but there was no progress. Qin Yuan also found it strange. In order to prove to Shen Yinan that there was no problem with the link, she picked up her phone on the spot and placed an additional order again, which was successful. Chapter 144, Stopping a Car. Looking at the order details displayed on her phone, she raised her phone and said to Shen Yinan, "Look, it's really not a problem with the link." Shen Yinan still didn't believe it. He felt that something must have gone wrong, so he turned to his assistant Yang Yifan and said with a hint of command in his tone, "You try it." Assistant Yang Yifan took out his mobile phone, followed the process, and quickly completed the order. The order confirmation prompt was particularly clear. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but wonder in their hearts what was going on. It can't be that Shen Yinan and Jiang Wanning are born to be incompatible, and they can't even buy the persimmons sold by each other. Only Qiuqiu suddenly recalled the things that were widely circulated on the internet, and she felt that she had discovered the truth. She really wanted to tell Qin Yuan about this and gossip with her. But because Shen Yinan was present, he could only endure it. During this visit to the set, Shen Yinan always felt that everyone in the crew exuded an indescribable weirdness, and the awkwardness in his heart became stronger and stronger. He suppressed his unhappiness, had the midnight snacks distributed, and then hurriedly left the set, making an excuse that he had something to do. As soon as he got back into the car, Shen Yinan's smile, which he had been trying to maintain, disappeared without a trace in an instant. His face was stretched, long and gloomy, as if water could drip out of it. He turned to look at his assistant Yang Yifan and asked in a cold tone, "Has anything happened recently that I'm not aware of? I think Yang Jinjin and the others are very strange. It seems like they're doing something behind my back." When Yang Yifan heard this, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, called up those popular posts, and handed them to Shen Yinan carefully. Shen Yinan took the phone and quickly scanned the headlines on the screen. The persimmons from Jiang Wanning's shop are delicious. Fans of Shen Yinan maliciously complained about Jiang Wanning's persimmon for their idol. Anyone who harbors ill will towards Jiang Wanning cannot buy her persimmons. As each message came into view, Shen Yinan's expression became uglier and uglier, from initial confusion to anger, and finally to complete gloom. His hands trembled slightly with anger, and the veins on his forehead were faintly bulging. Finally, he couldn't hold back his anger any longer, and with a bang, he threw the phone in his hand away. The phone drew an arc in the air and hit the windshield of the car heavily. There was a crisp click sound, and the phone miraculously did not break, but the car's windshield was instantly covered with cracks like a spider web. The driver was concentrating on driving and was startled by the sudden loud noise and vibration. He subconsciously slammed on the emergency brake. The car left a long mark on the road and stopped suddenly. And during this parking gap, a group of 5 or 6 people, as if they had been lying in ambush, quickly surrounded his car from all directions. Shen Yinan looked carefully and saw that the leader was a middle-aged couple with anxious expressions and tear marks on their faces. Before he could react, someone knocked on the car window. The sound was quick and harsh. "Shen Yinan, please save our Yuxuan." A woman's crying sound came through the car window, and Shen Yinan shrank back subconsciously. His assistant Yang Yifan immediately became alert and looked back at Shen Yinan, his eyes full of worry. "Brother Shen, don't panic. Let me see what's going on first." Yang Yifan rolled down the car window, but before he could say anything, the woman pounced on him. She clutched the edge of the car window tightly with both hands, crying even louder. "You must be Shen Yinan. Our Yuxuan was arrested by the police because of you. You can't just ignore it." Shen Yinan then realized that these people were Wang Yuxuan's parents. His expression instantly turned ugly, and a feeling of irritation welled up in his heart. Wang Yuxuan, this name is not unfamiliar to him. Not long ago, this crazy fan actually injured Jiang Wanning with his mobile phone in order to vent his anger. This incident caused a lot of controversy and even became a hot topic. Because Jiang Wanning firmly disagreed with the settlement, Wang Yuxuan faced criminal punishment. Shen Yinan always felt that this matter had nothing to do with him, and he really didn't want to be involved in this trouble. Calm down for a moment, and let's talk it over. Yang Yifan tried to calm down Wang Yuxuan's emotional parents. But the couple simply couldn't listen. The woman collapsed to the ground crying, and the man knelt directly in front of the car door. Shen Yinan, you are a big star. You must have a way. Please save our child. There were more and more people around, and Shen Yin was sitting in the car, looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, and he felt a headache. He didn't want to show any impatience in public. After all, his image was crucial. But the behavior of these people really made him a little overwhelmed. Yifan, find a way to get them away. Shen Yinan lowered his voice and said to the assistant. Yang Yifan nodded helplessly and got out of the car to try to communicate with Wang Yuxuan's parents. But the parents ignored Yang Yifan. Their only target was Shen Yinan. It's not a good idea for you to surround the car like this. Yinan and I have activities to attend later. Please let Yinan leave first, and we can find a place to talk properly. Yang Yifan persuaded earnestly, but the parents didn't buy it at all. They believed that Shen Yinan was the only hope to save their daughter. After a stalemate, Wang Yuxuan's father suddenly lost his mind. He rushed forward and forcefully opened the car door. You must give us an explanation today. Shen Yinan was caught off guard and was startled by this sudden action, almost falling down. His clothes were torn into a mess, and his hair became a little fluffy. His originally handsome image instantly became disheveled. What are you doing? Yang Yifan and the driver Lao Zhang rushed forward to stop them, but were pushed away by Wang Yuxuan's mother. The people around took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and the flashlights kept flashing. Shen Yinan felt like he was being roasted on a fire. Listen to me. I've already told my agent that I'll help Yuxuan find a good lawyer. Don't be like this for now. Shen Yinan suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to make his tone sound calmer. But Wang Yuxuan's parents were not satisfied at all. They cried out, "What's the point of hiring a lawyer? We want you to go to the detention center and get Yuxuan out right now." Shen Yinan was simply a loss for words. How could he possibly have the ability to directly bring someone out of the detention center? He tried to explain, but the parents didn't listen at all and just kept crying. I'm not a victim. I can sign a letter of apology and rescue the person. It's useless for you to hold me like this. Shen Yinan tried to turn their attention to Jiang Wanning. Unfortunately, Wang Yuxuan's parents simply didn't listen. I don't care. My daughter became like this because of you. If you don't rescue my daughter, we won't let you go. Chapter 145 Lawyer. Just when Shen Yinan's clothes were torn and his hair was messed up, the sound of sirens was heard not far away. It turned out that someone called the police, and the police quickly rushed to the scene. Seeing the police, Shen Yinan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The police separated the crowd and separated Wang Yuxuan's parents from Shen Yinan. Wang Yuxuan's parents were still crying, and the police felt a headache when they saw them. All right, unless you have evidence to prove that someone instigated your daughter to smash someone's head, no one can be held responsible for her. You're disturbing public order. If you keep up the disturbance, you'll all go to jail. The policeman said seriously. The story of a fan smashing someone's head for his idol has gone viral online. The pool of blood in the video is shocking to watch. There is complete evidence and witnesses. If the victim does not reconcile, the fan will definitely be sent to prison for several years. Unfortunately, the family refused to give up and went on live broadcasts crying miserably every few days, trying to use public opinion to intimidate the Public Security Bureau. If crying is useful, what is the use of laws? Wang Yuxuan's parents were frightened and stopped crying, but their eyes were still full of despair and resentment. Shen Yinan tidied his clothes and returned to the car under the escort of the police. The car started slowly. He looked at the still noisy crowd outside the window and the paparazzi hiding in the crowd, feeling very angry. Back home, Shen Yinan collapsed on the sofa exhausted. He always felt that this matter was far from over. Sure enough, not long after, Agent Hu Zhao hurried over. Such a big thing happened. How can you still sit still? Hu Zhao said solemnly. Shen Yinan sat up and looked at Hu Zhao. What's wrong? Hu Zhao took out his mobile phone and opened a video, which was the scene where Xin Yinan was entangled by Wang Yuxuan's parents. The video has gone viral online, with all sorts of voices in the comment section. Some people accuse Wang Yuxuan's parents of excessive behavior, while others question Xin Yinan's attitude. Damn, I didn't ask that idiot to smash the person. What does it have to do with me? What should I do now? Xin Yinan kicked the coffee table angrily. Hu Zhao pondered for a moment. Let's first issue a statement, saying we will do our best to help Wang Yuxuan, but also emphasizing that this is a legal issue and we cannot interfere with the judicial process. Xin Yinan nodded and agreed to Hu Zhao's proposal. Soon, the studio released a statement. But netizens are not buying it, and various negative comments continue. Xin Yinan's image was greatly affected, and several endorsements that had been negotiated began to waver. This caused Xin Yinan's fans to start attacking Wang Yuxuan while attacking Jiang Wanning. The comments also changed from the beginning that Jiang Wanning was a bitch and deserved to be beaten, and Xian was great, to a brainless idiot who did stupid things and implicated her brother, so she deserved to be put in jail and stepped on the sewing machine. Hu Zhao looked at the various trends on the internet and said in a deep voice, "I'm going to Tianxin Law Firm." When Xin Yinan heard this, he was immediately shocked. Isn't it just Wang Yuxuan? Is it necessary to go find Tianxin? Tianxin Law Firm is a top-notch law firm in China. As long as they win the next case, the winning rate will exceed 90%. Likewise, legal fees are prohibitively high. Hu Zhao said with an unhappy look on his face, "Things have already happened. The only way to save our reputation now is to help Wang Yuxuan get away with it." Jiang Wanning's life is like a clockwork, always running at high speed around farm work in the fields. She has neither interest in nor time to learn about the noisy and chaotic things on the internet. Every day from dawn to sunset, she is busy shuttling between the mountains and farmlands, her mind and eyes filled with the growth and harvest of crops. Helplessly, the gears of fate are turning inadvertently. The case of Wang Yuxuan's intentional injury is about to go to trial. As the direct victim of the incident, Jiang Wanning unsurprisingly received a notice to appear in court. "Okay, officer, I understand. I will appear in court on time." Jiang Wanning responded while holding the phone between her shoulders and picking up small dusty beans with her hands. The police officer on the other end of the phone paused, then kindly reminded her out of concern. Wang Yuxuan has hired a very famous lawyer. If you have the means, you should hire one too. This will give you more protection in court. Jiang Wanning nodded slightly and said sincerely, "Okay, thank you, police officer." After hanging up the phone, she paused for a moment and then continued to pick up the yam eggs scattered on the ground. These yam eggs were discovered by Chunshan by chance when she went up the mountain to dig yams today. Yam eggs, scientifically known as yam beans, are kidney-shaped or oval bulbils that often grow in the axils of yam leaves and are also called yam seeds. It is commonly known as yam beans, yam eggs, and yam bells among the people. It not only has excellent food tonic effects, but also has similar functions to yam. It can nourish the lungs and replenish qi, strengthen the spleen and replenish deficiency, consolidate the kidneys and benefit essence, benefit the heart and calm the mind, strengthen the will and increase intelligence, nourish the blood, calm cough and asthma, and also help people lose weight and prolong life. Most importantly, it tastes delicious and can be cooked in a variety of ways. It can be boiled, steamed, fried, or even coated with syrup to make delicious candied haws. Jiang Wanning was busy digging yams before and didn't pay much attention to these little things. This time, Lin Shichen was sharp-eyed and discovered the yam eggs that fell under the yam vine. Now that they have discovered it, they will naturally not let any of them go. After all, Jiang Wanning currently has limited edible ingredients, so every time she finds one, she has to pick it up cleanly. As for the police's suggestion on the phone that she find a lawyer, she had long forgotten it. What about hiring a lawyer? There were witnesses and physical evidence, as well as the injury assessment issued by the hospital. She firmly believed that these were irrefutable evidences and could not be easily distorted by a lawyer. However, although Jiang Wanning herself did not care about it, many people were silently worried about her. These people are the loyal customers of the Jiang family's food. Since eating the vegetables and fruits from the Jiang family, Mrs. Qian's health condition has been getting better and better. The Qian family's gratitude to Jiang Wanning has been growing day by day, and they have long regarded her as a great benefactor who has done them a great favor. Later, they also knew about the various labels for Jiang Wanning on the internet. But so what? They prefer to believe what they see. So much so that when the Qian family saw the announcement statement released by Shun Yin Studio on the internet, they immediately became concerned. Qian Wenhao was even more decisive and made a direct call to the company's legal department. He ordered in a serious tone, "Please pay close attention to the case of Wang Yuxuan intentionally harming Jiang Wanning. You must not let Jiang Wanning suffer any loss. You must do your utmost to protect all of her legal rights." Chapter 146 Blood Sugar. On the other side, Lin Hai came to the Beijing People's Hospital with a basket of persimmons with a distressed look on his face, preparing to visit an old friend of his, Fei Chengping, founder of Tianxin Law Firm. The afternoon sun shines through the window of the hospital ward and onto the white bed. Fei Chengping lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling board. He suffers from diabetes, but he has a strong love for sweets. This time, he was sent to the hospital because he secretly ate too many desserts, which caused his blood sugar to soar. He is currently in hospital for observation. While his wife Chiu Ro was out shopping, Fei Chingping's eyes fell on the box of bright red cherries on the bedside table. "This was just delivered by a colleague from the office, and my wife hasn't had time to take it away yet." He swallowed, reached out carefully, picked up a cherry, and was about to put it in his mouth. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. "Hey, Lao Fei, what are you doing?" It was Lin Hai who came in. Fei Changping was startled by the sudden sound. His hand shook, and the cherries fell to the ground with a pop. When he saw who it was, he smiled awkwardly, trying to cover up his behavior. "Nothing. I'm just taking a look." Lin Hai saw through his thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Lao Fei, stop pretending. I don't know you're secretly eating sweets again." Fei Changping blushed and retorted unyieldingly, "You're not much better. We're both equally matched. Let's not laugh at each other." The two of them are indeed childhood friends who grew up wearing open crotch pants. They both have a strong love for sweets and have become diabetics. The two of them were arguing with each other, and the atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. After the quarrel, Lin Hai seemed to remember something. He took out a bag from behind his back in a mysterious manner and said as if offering a treasure, "Old Fei, look what I brought you." As he spoke, he took out a bright red persimmon from the bag and shook it in front of Fei Chingping. Fei Chingping glanced at the persimmons and curled his lips. "What's so rare about this? Persimmons are not as delicious as cherries. They're all sweet. I still prefer delicious cherries." After hearing this, Lin Hai teased him deliberately. "Don't underestimate this persimmon. This is not an ordinary persimmon. It's delicious." As he spoke, he picked up the persimmon and took a big bite. The juice flowed down the corners of his mouth, and he looked very satisfied. Fei Changping couldn't help but feel moved when he saw Lin Hai eating with gusto. After Lin Hai's repeated temptations, he finally couldn't help but picked up a persimmon and took a bite. The soft and sticky flesh spread in his mouth, and the sweet taste instantly conquered his taste buds. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This persimmon is really delicious." Seeing Fei Changping's greedy look, Lin Hai couldn't help feeling proud. "I was just about to tell him that these persimmons are not only delicious, but also do not raise blood sugar levels, making them perfect for diabetic patients." But before he could finish his words, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and Chiu Ro walked in carrying a lot of bags. As soon as Chiu Ro entered the room, she saw Fei Changping chewing something with half a persimmon in his hand. She almost fell backwards with anger. He rushed over, snatched the remaining persimmons from Fei Chingping's hand, and scolded him. "Fei Chingping, how old are you? Can't you understand a little bit? Have you forgotten how you got into the hospital? And you're still eating these sweet things? Are you trying to kill yourself?" After scolding Fei Changping, Chiu Ro turned her attention to Lin Hai. "Lin Hai, you too? Our old Fei was admitted to the hospital because of a diabetic attack. How could you still feed him persimmons? Isn't this harming him?" Lin Hai quickly explained, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. These are not ordinary persimmons. Eating them will not increase blood sugar. I eat 3 a day, and my blood sugar is normal." But Chiu Ro didn't believe it at all. She thought Lin Hai was talking nonsense and covering up for her husband Fei. How can diabetics eat persimmons? Isn't that common sense? They even called the attending physician to come and give these two bastards some scientific advice. In order to prove his words, Lin Hai was so anxious that his face turned red. Finally, despite the doctor and everyone's objections, he picked up 2 persimmons and ate them all, 1 bite at a time. Then he patted his chest and said, "Let's test my blood sugar in half an hour. If my blood sugar is high, I will be your old Fei's slave from now on." Seeing that Lin Hai was so persistent, everyone had nothing to say and could only wait for the result in half an hour. Knowing that he was also a diabetic, the doctor prepared insulin as if it was a serious threat, ready to give him an injection if anything went wrong. During this half hour, the atmosphere in the ward was tense and somewhat depressing. Xiao Ro was a little worried about Lin Hai and glared at Fei Changping from time to time. Fei Changping sat on the bed somewhat nervously, feeling both excited and afraid. I was afraid that I would harm my brothers for my own sake. Finally, half an hour passed. The nurse took a blood glucose meter to measure Lin Hai's blood sugar. Everyone held their breath and stared at the blood glucose meter. When the results showed that everything was normal, there was an uproar in the ward. How is this possible? Xiao Ro said in surprise. Lin Hai laughed proudly. I told you, eating persimmons really doesn't raise my blood sugar. I eat several every day and nothing happens to me. The doctor looked suspicious. He picked up a persimmon and took a bite as if possessed by a mysterious force. The first reaction was that it was delicious. The second reaction was that it was so sweet. How could persimmons be so sweet and not affect blood sugar? While muttering, he quietly ate all the persimmons in his hand. Lin Hai couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw it. Seeing this, Fei Changping shouted excitedly, I told you, Lao Lin would never let me eat these persimmons for no reason. I ate two too. Why not test it too? Maybe my blood sugar will be normal now. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Fei Changping, and the nurse quickly took out the blood glucose meter to test him. The ward was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen of the blood glucose meter. When the results came out, everyone was shocked. Fei Changping's blood sugar not only did not rise, but even dropped a lot. How is this possible? Is this really a persimmon, not some new insulin medication? The doctor was completely shocked. He had been in the profession for many years and was familiar with the characteristics of various diseases and medicines. But the scene before him was completely beyond his understanding. Lin Hai looked at everyone's reactions and laughed proudly. Let me tell you, these persimmons are grown by a friend of mine. The things they grow are not only delicious, but also very good for your health. Didn't I tell you a few days ago that I've been sleeping so well recently, all thanks to the tomatoes from my friend's garden? Chapter 1, 4710 pounds is too little. Fei Changping was extremely happy. Lao Lin, you're amazing. Tell me where you got these persimmons. Bring me some as soon as possible. I feel so empty inside and uncomfortable all over if I don't have a bite of sweet food for a day. You're really my savior. Lin Hai looked at Fei Changping's greedy look and felt so proud that the smile on his face almost reached his ears. He slowly pulled out his phone and deftly sent the purchase link to Fei Changping, not forgetting to give him a few words of advice. Hurry up and buy. These persimmons are a hot seller. They were out of stock once before, and you never know when they'll be out of stock again. If you're late, you won't be able to grab them. Then you'll be left wanting to eat them, but you'll be out of luck. When Fei Changping heard this, he dared not delay any longer. His fingers tapped on the phone screen rapidly, so fast that it seemed as if he was racing against time. The attending physician beside him, thinking of the taste of the persimmons, couldn't help but say, Director Lin, could you send me that link as well? These persimmons really taste good. I want to buy some too. Haha, I told you no one can resist the taste of persimmons. Lin Hai smiled, added the doctor's contact information, and then sent him the purchase link. After receiving the link, the doctor kindly shared it with the nurse who was looking at him eagerly. Xiao Ro looked at everyone's behavior and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Seeing everyone rushing to place orders, if you didn't know better you would think it was some kind of sales promotion. Subconsciously glancing at Fei Changping's phone, she saw him buying 10 kilograms in one go, and immediately stopped him. Buy less. Your blood sugar has just started to improve. Don't eat too many sweets at once. It is a fact that persimmons are high in sugar. In the absence of conclusive data proving that persimmons have no impact on blood sugar, she still feels it is better to be cautious. When Fei Changping heard this, he was very unhappy. No, if you buy too little, it won't be enough. You don't know how delicious these persimmons are. Once you take a bite, you can't stop. Xiao Ro sighed helplessly and patiently persuaded. No matter what, this is also a sweet food. You have to take it easy. How can I not be worried about your physical condition? His tone was more about concern for Fei Changping. Seeing Xiao Ro still had some concerns, Lin Hai quickly patted his chest and assured her, Sister-in-law, don't worry. Even if I want to harm Lao Fei, I can't get myself involved. I've been eating these persimmons for several days, and there's no problem at all. Besides, I heard that these persimmons have some special benefits. Maybe they can help Lao Fei's health. Fei Chengping, wanting to satisfy his own appetite, also joined in the persuasion. Xiao Rou, you just saw it. My blood sugar has never been below 10 points before, but it's only 8 just now. Even insulin injections aren't that effective. Besides, these persimmons are delicious. If you don't believe me, try them. As he spoke, he handed a peeled persimmon to Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou gave Fei Changping a displeased look. The reason why I'm so cautious is for the health of this old man. This damn old man is so unreliable even at his age. But under the eager gaze of Fei Changping, Lin Hai, and the attending physician, she took the persimmon a little embarrassedly and took a small bite. In an instant, a rich sweetness spread in her mouth, and the delicate and soft texture made her taste buds seem to dance on the tip of her tongue. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Seeing this, Fei Changping immediately said proudly, "How is it? I didn't lie to you." Xiao Rou swallowed the persimmon in her mouth, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said with a smile, 10 kilograms is too little. Add another 10 kilograms. How can we not buy more persimmons that are so delicious? Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Hu Zhao stood in front of the Tianxin law firm building, looked at the towering glass curtain wall, took a deep breath, and stepped into the building. The interior of the law firm was decorated in a simple yet elegant style. The receptionist at the front desk had a professional smile on her face and politely asked Hu Zhao what he wanted to do. Hu Zhaowei cleared his throat and said, "I want to see Lawyer Su. I have a case I want to entrust to him." Su Chuan is a partner of Tianxin law firm. This is also the purpose of his coming here this time. Since we have decided to use Wang Yuxuan's case to help Shen Yinan win a reputation turnaround, then we should find a big shot who is fully confident. The receptionist did a quick search on the computer, then told him that lawyer Hu Zhaoxi was in the office, asked him to wait a moment, and then got up to report. Soon, the receptionist came back and led Hu Zhao to Lawyer Su's office. The office door was half open. Hu Zhao knocked on the door and heard a voice saying, "Come in," from inside. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Lawyer Su sat behind a large desk, wearing a well-tailored suit, and his hair was meticulously combed. He exuded a confident and capable temperament. He raised his head, his eyes fell on Hu Zhao, and he smiled and motioned him to sit down. "Lawyer Su, I've long heard of your name." After Hu Zhao sat down, he said with a smile on his face, "I came here this time to ask you to help me with a lawsuit." Lawyer Su nodded slightly, still wearing a polite smile, and said, "You're welcome. What's the case?" "It's like this. I wonder if Lawyer Su has heard about Wang Yuxuan's case." In a fit of rage, she wanted to stand up for her idol and smash the head of a female celebrity who was trying to capitalize on her idol's popularity. Because the female celebrity refused to reconcile, she's been detained by the police. I'd like to ask for your help in securing her release. When Su Chuan heard the name Wang Yuxuan, he knew what was going on. In their line of work, paying attention to social hot topics is basic. The smile on his face remained unchanged, but the smile in his eyes was obviously much less. "I've heard a little about this case, and I'm quite interested. Unfortunately, I'm currently busy with several challenging cases, so I don't have the energy to take on a new one. If you'd like, I can recommend a few other experienced attorneys at the firm who can certainly provide you with excellent legal services." A very official answer. The actual situation is that with Su Chuan's current status, he really has no interest in this kind of ordinary injury lawsuit. When Hu Zhao heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He came here just for Lawyer Su's fame and ranking. He didn't trust anyone else. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Lawyer Su, as long as you are willing to take over this case and ensure Wang Yuxuan's acquittal, as for the price, just name it. I will definitely not hesitate." Chapter 148, Gift Box. Lawyer Su sat at his desk, listening to the sky-high remuneration offered by Hu Zhao. A barely perceptible hesitation flashed in his eyes. He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. It has to be said that the high price offered by Hu Zhao was still attractive to him. The world is in turmoil, all for the sake of profit. No matter how noble he is, he cannot escape fame and fortune. Just as he was about to discuss the details of the contract, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Lawyer Su glanced at the caller ID, quickly picked up the phone, and respectfully called out, "Master." A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Lawyer Su listened, nodded, and responded from time to time. Hu Zhao sat aside, full of doubts and curious about what was said on the other end of the phone. After a while, lawyer Su hung up the phone. His expression became a little complicated. He looked at Hu Zhao and said slowly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hu. I can't take this case. No matter how much money you offer, I won't take it." "Why?" Hu Zhao couldn't help but ask, his face full of confusion and anxiety. "Just now you were. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Lawyer Su raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a somewhat ambiguous smile, "It's like this. My master just took a case for me. The person handling the case is named Jiang Wanning." As soon as the name was spoken, the room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, as if time had stopped. Hu Zhao's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief, as if he had heard a fairy tale. The moment before, he was still trying his best to get Lawyer Su to become the defendant's lawyer in the case and help Wang Yuxuan win the lawsuit. But the next moment, the other party directly became the plaintiff's lawyer in the case and stood on Jiang Wanning's side. But why? Hu Zhao roared wildly in his heart. Jiang Wanning was just a powerless rural person. When she was in the circle, she didn't even make a splash. How could someone like her, who had neither strong connections nor abundant financial resources, suddenly be able to hire the famous lawyer Su? No, to be precise, it was Su Lu's master who spoke up for her. Hu Zhao was unwilling to give up and still wanted to save the situation. "Lawyer Su, how about you reconsider it? No matter what price Jiang Wanning offers, we are willing to pay double." "Feel sorry." Lawyer Su waved his hand, interrupting Hu Zhao and saying, "You'd better seek help from someone else." Seeing Lawyer Su's resolute attitude, Hu Zhao knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He stood up helplessly and said, "In that case, I'm sorry to bother you, Lawyer Su, but I'm still very curious about who this Jiang Wanning is that made you reject me so decisively." Su Chuan didn't answer him. To be honest, he was more curious than Hu Zhao. The master was fine, so why did he ask him to take care of Jiang Wanning's case? I also specifically instructed her not to let her suffer any loss. This doesn't even count as taking over Jiang Wanning's commission. Hu Zhao wanted to ask something else, but seeing that Lawyer Su looked like he didn't want to say anything more, he had to swallow the words back. He turned and walked out of the office, his heart full of doubts. After Hu Zhao left, Su Chuan picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Master, what is the origin of this Jiang Wanning? Why did you bother to call me personally?" I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but I saw that Lawyer Su had a look of helplessness and doting on his face. "It's true, Master, the older he gets, the more casual he becomes in doing things. Just because the persimmons grown by others are delicious, he boasts that he will not let his family suffer any loss. The most important thing is that Jiang Wanning didn't even say she wanted to hire a lawyer. Well, but since he is his master, he can only listen. Without him, there would be no Su Chuan today. However, he couldn't help but become interested in the persimmons that the old man boasted about. In the evening, Jiang Wanning saw that many people sent her messages. As for the wealthy Qin family, Qian Wenhao sent a voice message directly. "Boss Jiang, I heard that you're going to sue. Our company has several very good lawyers. If you need anything, just let us know. Don't be polite with us." Comrade Wu Meili, who posted the nutritional information of tomatoes and persimmons, sent a long string of messages. "Boss Jiang, if you encounter any trouble with the lawsuit, remember to come to me. My husband knows a lawyer friend who is a very nice person." There was also a top female star in the entertainment circle, Qin Yuan, who posted a cute emoticon package. "Ningning, I know a super talented lawyer. If you need him for your lawsuit, feel free to let me know." Gold medal agent Zhang Shui also sent a message. "Boss Jiang, I heard about your story. If you have any legal needs, please feel free to contact me, and I will definitely help you solve it." Well-known director Lin Hai simply sent a string of lawyers' contact information, simply and crudely. They are all lawyers from Tianqin Law Firm, very reliable. You can choose one if you need anything, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Jiang Wanning was a little confused at first and had no idea why these people were recommending lawyers to her one by one. But soon, she remembered the call from the Beijing Public Security Bureau and suddenly realized what was going on. I suddenly found it funny and inexplicably moved. The relationship between her and these people is just a business one of buying and selling. In this society where profit is paramount, I thought we were just passing strangers to each other, but I didn't expect that they would care so much about their own affairs and run around to help. Coincidentally, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. For this thought, she decided to give them a holiday gift as a token of her gratitude. Although she didn't think she needed a lawyer, Besides, she had planned to prepare mid-autumn festival gifts for the villagers who went to work, and she even customized a batch of gift boxes online. Each gift contains 3 gift boxes. The first gift box is used to contain various fruits, including persimmons, oranges, kiwis, and wild fruit platters. The second gift box is for fresh vegetables, chestnuts, and yam beans. The last gift box is a large vacuum-packed fish. The number of gift boxes ordered is large enough to accommodate even a dozen or 20 more holiday gifts. After dinner, the family sat in the yard, digesting their food and chatting while they organized and stacked the gift boxes in an orderly manner. These gift boxes were a surprise for everyone, so Jiang Wanning didn't ask the old ladies who were packing them to help. When the goods were received during the day, they were piled directly in the old lady's room. They take it out at night and fold it themselves. Old lady Jiang Yui was holding a freshly folded gift box in her hand, her eyes smiling into crescents, the corners of her mouth raised high, revealing a row of teeth that were not very neat but full of happiness. She repeatedly stroked the 5 large, gold-plated characters, Jiang family vegetable basket on the gift box, smiling broadly as she exclaimed, "This box is so beautiful, so exquisite and elegant. You can tell at a glance that our Jiang family has carefully prepared it. I'm sure it will be a great gift to give to someone." Chapter 149 List. Jiang Wanning was also very happy when she saw the joy on her grandmother's face. "Grandma, besides the villagers who went to work, there are also several village committee members who helped us. Think about it. Is there anyone else you want to send off?" Hearing this, the expression on old lady Jiang Yui's face changed subtly in an instant. The first thing that came to her mind was the old man's brothers. But then her mind turned, and she remembered the cold and distant attitude of those people after her son and daughter-in-law got into trouble. She felt a chill in her heart and swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. After a moment's silence, the old lady suddenly seemed to remember something, slapped her thigh, and said, "Oh, by the way, when Grandma broke her leg at the Municipal People's Hospital, the doctors and nurse on there helped a lot and took great care of everything. Can we give them a copy as well? However, will doing so make them make mistakes and violate hospital regulations?" Jiang Wanning nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Grandma, it's just a fruit gift box, not money. How can we let them make mistakes? We also have to go to the hospital for a follow-up check in 2 days. We will drop it off on the way to them as a way to express our gratitude." Jiang Yui listened and nodded with confidence. "Okay, I'll listen to you. You're always so thoughtful in doing things." At this moment, Jiang Mutong, who had been sitting obediently beside her, suddenly raised her hand and said in a baby voice, "Mom, can I give it to our kindergarten teacher?" As she spoke, she began to count carefully on her little fingers. "Teacher Huang taught us to sing and dance. Teacher Fong taught us to draw and read. And Mother Lu accompanies us to eat and sleep every day. So, Mom, I really want to give Teacher Huang, Teacher Fong, and Mother Lu a gift as well to thank them." Jiang Wanning looked at the little guy's serious and cute look and almost bled to death. So I agreed without hesitation. "Of course, baby, you are so sensible and know how to be grateful. Mom supports you." Then, Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Mushuan and Lin Shichen again. "Chen-Chen, Xian-Xian, what about you? Is there anyone you particularly want to thank, or someone you want to give a gift to?" Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong are in the same class and have the same teacher, so there is no need to send it repeatedly. Jiang Mushuan tilted his head and thought seriously for a moment. The figure of Su Ziyang appeared in his mind. His eyes lit up and he said, "Mom, I want to give Su Ziyang a gift. He has made a lot of efforts to make our wild fruit business so successful." Jiang Mutong, unwilling to be outdone, puffed out her chest and said crisply, "And Sister Cindy, if it weren't for Sister Cindy's help in promoting it, the children's parents wouldn't know how delicious our wild fruits are." Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded, her eyes full of praise. "You're all right." Then at Zhou Cindy and Su Ziyang, "It's great that you remember your friend's help." At this time, Lin Shichen kept his head down, tightly clutching the corners of his clothes with both hands, and repeatedly rubbed the patterns on the fabric with his fingertips. His fingertips turned white, and he never said a word. His shoulders were slightly hunched, as if he wanted to curl himself up into a ball, and his feet were gently rubbing against the ground, leaving tiny marks. Jiang Wanning reached out her hand distressedly and gently touched his big head, her voice becoming softer. "Chun-Chun, is there anyone you want to thank? Don't worry, take your time to think about it." Lin Shichen slowly raised his head, his eyes wandering, not daring to look at Jiang Wanning. There was no expression on his face, but frustration could be seen from the tight corners of his mouth. He opened his mouth, and, after a long while, he finally uttered a sound, soft and hoarse. Chun chun. It's useless. I can't think of it. After saying that, he quickly lowered his head, staring at the tips of his shoes, and clenched his fingers even tighter, as if this could hide his confusion. Jiang Wanning felt a pang of sadness when she saw him like this. She knew that Lin Shichen didn't want to come out at all, but given his situation, he would receive more bullying and discrimination outside. At this moment, Jiang Mudong's eyes rolled around, and she came over like a little elf, smiling and saying, "Uncle, you can also thank your teacher? Haven't you been studying with Teacher Jojo? But is it okay?" Lin Shichen suddenly raised his head, and a bright light instantly burst out in his eyes, like an ignited spark. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers subconsciously loosening the corners of his clothes and clenching them into fists. But the light didn't last for a few seconds before dimming. He lowered his head and hummed in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I don't know where she lives." After saying that, he started to roll the ground with his toes, and the rhythm became faster and faster. Jiang Wanning nodded gently and said with a smile, "Of course. Doesn't Teacher Jojo's mailing address appear at the bottom of the screen at the end of each class? We can send it to that address then, and she will definitely receive it." Lin Shichen raised his head, his eyes lit up, his fingers no longer tugging at the corners of his clothes, but gently shaking them at his sides. Perhaps Jiang Mudong's words opened his mind. Lin Shichen stood there, staring at the doghouse for a long time, unconsciously counting something with his fingers. After a long moment, he spoke again, his voice hesitant yet filled with anticipation. "Sister, police officer, brother Chung, sister Zhuang, Senwan, thank them for saving Babeo." He spoke slowly, pausing after each name as if to make sure he had said it correctly. "The 8 rescued dogs now have their own names, namely Dabeo, Erbao, Sambao, Babeo. As for who is the eldest child and who is the second child, the children decide by drawing lots." Jiang Wanning looked at Lin Shichen in surprise. "Chen Chun is so smart. I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. They are the saviors of our Babeo, and they really should be thanked." As a family, we chatted with each other, immersed in the memories of the past. Those who have lent a helping hand in life are now remembered one by one. Jiang Mushuan. And there's Grandma, Li from the West Village. Last time my grandma fell down the mountain, it was she who helped call the village chief. Jiang. Yes. How could I forget her? Look at my brain. Jiang Mudong shook her little head, her eyes sparkling. And the security guard at the kindergarten gate, every time he sees me, he praises me for being pretty and gives me candy. He's so nice to me. As they talked to each other, the list of holiday gifts grew longer and longer like a warm bond, connecting the warm moments in their lives. Jiang Wanning took out her phone and recorded everything carefully. At a quick glance, there were actually 20 or 30 names. Including the villagers who work in their homes, there are more than 60 of them in total. Tomorrow is the last day before the holiday. Jiang Wanning is determined to prepare all the holiday gifts and send them out tomorrow. Preparing vegetables and fruits is relatively easy. The quantity is not too large. According to the size of the gift box, each variety can only hold 1 kilogram. She and Lin Shichen will spend the morning tomorrow and basically have everything ready. But more than 60 fish would be a bit troublesome. They have been eating a lot of fish these days. With such a huge demand, I guess all the fish in the pond are going to be wiped out this time. But let's just take it away. It will be convenient for cleaning the pond and replanting the seedlings later. After thinking about everything, Jiang Wanning gently sat down next to old lady Jiang Yue and brought up the matter of building a house. "Grandma, I want to build our house." Jiang Yue thought it was just a simple renovation of the house, so she naturally had no objection. She patted Jiang Wanning's hand and said with emotion, "This house was built when your grandfather and I got married. It's been patched up several times, so it's really time for some repairs. Otherwise, when it rains, it will rain heavily outside and drizzle inside, and my granddaughter will definitely not be able to get used to living there." Jiang Wanning smiled and explained, "Grandma, we're not repairing the house, we're rebuilding it. Build a house." Jiang Yue was shocked. Where to build it? And building a house is not a small amount of money. So much money. Chapter 150, The Powerful Chun Shin. The old lady saw how hard her granddaughter worked. Now that their lives were just starting to get better, she really couldn't bear to let Jiang Wanning bear too much pressure anymore. The old lady has always been brooding over the accident that happened to her son and daughter-in-law. She stubbornly believed that it was the heavy financial burden on the family that pushed them into a desperate situation. If they hadn't been working day and night to support the family, contract so many mountains, and work, how could they have accidentally gotten into accidents and lost their lives? She opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Jiang Wanning not to make trouble and that the current house could be lived in after some repairs. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he remembered how Jiang Wanning had left the family, despising their poor conditions, and abandoned their children. The words were like fish bones stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Ning Ning, build it if you want, but don't overwork yourself. Grandma will give you the family passbook later. The old lady finally compromised. She is old and can't help the children much. All I can do is not hold her back. Jiang Wanning hugged the old lady and said to her like she was coaxing a child, Grandma, do you know how much money we made from selling persimmons? Jiang Yue was stunned. Every day, she watched baskets of persimmons being carried down the mountain and boxes of persimmons being shipped out. I also know that more than 30 people come to work at my house every day, and the wages alone must be several thousand yuan. But she really had no idea how much she had earned. Jiang Wanning turned to look at Lin Shichen, blinked, and asked, Does Qinshin know? Jiang Yue thought to herself, If I don't know, how could this child know? Unexpectedly, Lin Shichen tilted his head, his eyes falling on the cracks between the bricks on the ground, his fingers tapping lightly on his knees. After a few seconds, he spoke in a light and direct voice. 1 million. This so much. Qinshin, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Jiang Yue was surprised. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't believe her ears. Lin Shichen's fingers were still tapping on his knees, as if he was counting something. His tone was flat but serious. Grandma, I'm not talking nonsense. He paused, then counted on his fingers one by one. 9 days. The first 5 days, 1,000 kilograms a day. 40 yuan a kilogram. 40,000 yuan a day. 200,000 yuan in 5 days. He paused at the 5th finger, then continued. The next 4 days, 5,000 kilograms. 800,000 yuan. A total of 1 million yuan. He pronounced each number clearly, then put his hands down, his eyes still fixed on the ground. After he finished calculating, he slowly raised his head, glanced at Jiang Wanning quickly, then lowered his head again, speaking softly. Sister, is that right? Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded, her eyes full of admiration for Lin Shichen. Lin Shichen calculated all the numbers in integers. In fact, even if everyone's wages were deducted, the actual income would be no more than the same. Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan's faces flushed with excitement. They clapped their hands vigorously, and the crisp applause was particularly loud in the quiet courtyard. Uncle is awesome. Jiang Yue was completely stunned. I was shocked by the $1 million income and amazed at Lin Shichen's outstanding performance. Ning Ning, were you the one who taught Shun Shun to calculate like this? Jiang Yue came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Wanning in confusion. She really couldn't believe that Lin Shichen could calculate such a complicated account on his own. Jiang Wanning smiled and shook her head. Grandma, you're overthinking it. I've been so busy lately that I don't even have time to check his homework, let alone teach him math. Then how did Chun Shun know? Jiang Yue became more and more curious, and her eyes focused on Lin Shichen again. Lin Shichen raised his head, his eyes drifting around, finally landing on the corner of Jiang Wanning's clothes. He said softly, Help my sister move the boxes. Did you remember it when you were moving the boxes? Jiang Yue still found it unbelievable. Lin Shichen frowned, as if he didn't understand why he was asked this question. His tone was stiff and matter-of-fact. No need to remember. I moved it, I know. The matter-of-fact tone shocked Jiang Yue so much that she didn't know what to say. Okay. Our Chun Shun is really a smart child. At this time, Jiang Mudong quietly approached Lin Shichen and asked in what she thought was a very quiet voice. Uncle, do you know how much money we made? She was referring to the income they earned from selling wild fruits. Lin Shichen moved to the side, keeping a fist distance from Jiang Mudong, and then lowered his voice, as if speaking a secret, but still enunciating each word clearly. 8,600 yuan. Jiang Mudong, who had only learned double digits, tilted her head, her face full of curiosity. How much is that? Jiang Mushuan couldn't help laughing and tapped Jiang Mudong's head gently. Stupid. Of course it's a lot of money. When Jiang Mudong heard the word a lot of money, she didn't get angry at her brother for calling her stupid. She narrowed her eyes into crescents, covered her mouth with her hands, and laughed nonstop. Jiang Yui's mind was filled with a huge income of 1 million. She looked at Jiang Wanning, her eyes still filled with disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. Ningning, did we really make that much money? Seeing this, Jiang Wanning simply took out her cell phone, found out the account balance, and handed it to the old lady. The string of numbers on the screen almost blinded the old lady. The old lady came closer and took a look. Her eyes widened and she muttered to herself, "This, so much?" Even more than Chun Chan said. Jiang Wanning gently put her arm around the old lady's shoulders and explained with a smile, "There's still money from selling tomatoes in there. Besides, this is just the beginning. We'll make even more money later." Okay. Jiang Yi's eyes were red with excitement. The smile on her face became brighter. Her eyes narrowed into slits, and she kept muttering to herself, full of satisfaction and pride. Jiang Wanning, "Grandma, do you agree to build a house?" Jiang Yue nodded without hesitation. "I agree. Of course I agree." Ningning, "Are you planning to tear down the old house and rebuild it?" Jiang Wanning nodded, and then told Jiang Yue the house-building plan in his mind in detail. From the overall layout of the house, to the functional division of the rooms, to the planning of the yard, every detail is depicted vividly. I heard the two little ones crying nonstop. Lin Shichen sat aside, not cheering like the children, but drawing squares on the ground with his fingers, as if outlining the outline of a house, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards. Jiang Yue was originally a little reluctant to leave the old house, but after listening to Jiang Wanning's description, the appearance of the future new house gradually emerged in her mind, and the reluctance in her heart was slowly replaced by anticipation. I even began to look forward to my future life in my new home. Hearing Jiang Wanning mention the wasteland nearby, Jiang Yue couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That piece of land, your grandfather was going to use it as a drying yard. I didn't expect that you and your grandfather had the same idea. If your grandfather knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. At this point, the whole family reached a consensus on building a new house. Everyone in the family, young and old, had excitement and anticipation on their faces. Chapter 151, Want to Be Brave. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the entire forest was still immersed in silent darkness. Everything was silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the tranquility of the night. Yin Sanshun and Jiang Haifan, the grandparents and grandchildren, appeared in the backyard of the Jiang family on time, and their figures appeared particularly clear under the moonlight. At the same time, the lights in the Jiang family's backyard seemed to have telepathy and lit up on time at this point. The warm yellow light instantly dispelled the darkness and illuminated their work area. Jiang Haifan is now no longer nervous and uneasy as she was at the beginning. After this period of training, her technique of picking vegetables has become more and more proficient, and her movements are smooth and seamless. I saw her fingers moving flexibly among the tender green leaves, and soon, a handful of fresh vegetables were picked. Yin Sanshun sat aside, quietly watching his granddaughter busying around, his eyes full of satisfaction and smiles. Such a scene made her feel extremely satisfied. This job not only brought them extra income, but more importantly, she saw the changes in her granddaughter and felt happy in her heart. Since coming here to work every day, although Jiang Haifan is still not very good at dealing with people, her whole state has been completely renewed. She is no longer as gloomy and depressed as before, as if shrouded in a layer of haze. Now, there's light in her eyes, and her face is gradually becoming lively. Xiaofun, if you're tired, take a break. It's still early, Yin Sanshun said distressfully, his voice full of concern. Grandma, this job is easy. I'm not tired at all. Jiang Haifan's hands kept moving. She picked the vegetables skillfully while looking up at her grandmother. Her dull face became more lively. What she said was all true. In Jiang Haifan's mind, this job of picking vegetables couldn't be easier. Looking back on the days when I was at home, that was really hard. Every day, she has to get up early before dawn and prepare breakfast for her family before going to school. When she gets home from school, other children can play to their heart's content or start doing homework immediately, but the first thing she does is rush into the kitchen to cook then clean the house and wash clothes for the whole family. Because my mother always complained that the washing machine didn't wash clothes clean, so she had to wash them by hand. One by one, scrub in cold water. After she finished all this and the whole family had fallen asleep, she finally had time to sit at her desk and start completing the mountain of homework. Often, she could only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. But even so, she never complained of being tired. In comparison, my current job is simply a pleasure. Soon, all 20 kilograms of chicken feather vegetables were picked. Jiang didn't let her grandmother do the rest of the work. Instead, she cleaned the vegetables skillfully and stacked them neatly in bundles in a basket. Every movement revealed her seriousness and concentration. After finishing all the work, the grandparents and grandchildren prepared to go back. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yin Sanshun still had to come to the Jiang family to do some work. If I go back now, I can still take a few more hours of nap. At this moment, the door to the Jiang family's backyard creaked open, and a sudden sound broke the silence of the night. Jiang was like a frightened deer. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she subconsciously grabbed her grandmother's sleeve. His whole body tensed up, his eyes filled with panic and anxiety. Yin Sanshun looked up and saw who it was. She gently patted her granddaughter's hand and said soothingly, "Don't be afraid. This is your sister Ningning. Grandma told you she's a very good person. Have you forgotten?" Jiang hummed softly and lowered her head even lower. Like a shivering bean sprout, it wanted to hide itself and never make a sound again. Jiang Wanning seemed to notice Jiang nervousness. She did not go forward to greet him, but handed the 2 envelopes to Yin Sanshun with a gentle smile. "Grandma Yin, this is your salary for picking vegetables. Keep it." Yin Sanshun looked at the 2 envelopes, but didn't reach out to take them. Instead, he showed a hint of uneasiness. "Ningning, do you not need our help picking vegetables anymore? If we suddenly pay them wages, it means we're going to fire them." Before Jiang Wanning could open her mouth, a nervous and dry voice trembled. "Ning, Sister Ningning, is it because I didn't do it well that you don't let me do it anymore?" There was an obvious cry in his voice. Jiang mood at this moment was like a small boat in the wind and rain, swaying on the verge of collapse. She really cherishes this job. It not only helps reduce the burden on her grandmother, but also saves her from having to force herself to interact with people. For her, this is a rare sense of security. So, even though she was filled with fear, she still mustered up the courage to express her concerns. Jiang Wanning quickly explained with a smile. "How could that be? You guys do a great job. Many customers say that the dishes we sell are very clean, and that's all thanks to you." When Yin Sanshun heard this, a pleased smile immediately spread across his face. These dishes were all arranged by Xiaofan. This child is very meticulous in her work. But the next second, she glanced uneasily at the envelope in Jiang Wanning's hand and asked tentatively, "Ningning, are you not going to sell vegetables anymore?" Jiang Wanning finally realized their misunderstanding and patiently explained, "Grandma Yin, you're overthinking it. Today is the end of the month, and I'm paying you your wages as normal. I was planning to wait until everyone got off work before paying them all. But since you picked the vegetables early, I sent them to you in advance." Yin Sanshun felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. The worry on his face instantly disappeared, and then he reached out to take the envelope handed to him by Jiang Wanning. After Jiang Wanning handed over Yin Sanshun's salary, she gently handed Jiang to her. Jiang shrank back instinctively like a frightened little rabbit. But after a brief hesitation, he reached out his hand tremblingly, carefully took the envelope, and whispered, "Thank you." The sound was as quiet as a mosquito's buzzing. But she held the envelope tightly, and her red eyes showed her cherishment for this job and her gratitude to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang thought for a moment, and then said, "Grandma Yin, there are some oil tea fruits growing on my mountain, and I'd like to hire someone to help pick them. I wonder if Xiaofan has time. 200 yuan a day, and I just want to pick 100 kilograms a day." Originally, she planned to take Chun with her to pick them, but that job was too boring. With this time, she might as well plant more vegetable gardens. Grandma Yin was very excited and was about to say that she had time. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he thought of his granddaughter's special situation and swallowed them back. "Ningning, I know you have good intentions and want to help us, but Xiaofan's situation." Before he could finish his words, he heard a very quiet voice. I want to do it." The sound is so quiet that you can't even hear it if you don't listen carefully. Chapter 152 Surprise. Grandma Yin looked at her granddaughter with surprise. Xiao Fun, aren't you afraid? Jiang was certainly afraid. But deep down, she longed to change herself, to become braver, and earn more money to support her grandmother. This desire overcame her fear and gave her courage. Jiang pretended not to understand the meaning of their conversation and said with a worried look on her face, "The oil tea fruit field is quite remote, and few people pass by there. It's understandable that Xiaofan feels scared if she's alone." Jiang's dim eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. She was afraid of people, and that remote forest was deserted, so it was a good place for her. Afraid that Jiang would change her mind and not give her the job, she ignored her inner fear and stumbled over it. "Ning, Sister Ning, I can do it. I'm not afraid." Every word was filled with her determination. Seeing this, Jiang nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, then when it's daybreak, come find me and I'll take you up the mountain." Yin Sanshun felt sorry for her granddaughter and worried that she would be scared alone, so she quickly said, "Don't be afraid. Grandma will come with you later." Jiang bit her lip, her eyes slightly red, and nodded heavily. It was as if she was cheering herself up, and also as if she was promising her grandmother and Jiang that she could do the job well. It was still dark, and Jiang had no plans to go back for a nap. She went straight back to the warehouse, got a big fishing net, and went to the pond to fish. After casting the fishing net, she slightly activated her inner power, flicked her fingertips lightly, and injected a little bit of energy into the net. A magical thing happened. The fish in the pond seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force and automatically swam into the net. The originally laborious fishing process became extremely easy, saving her the hassle of fishing one by one. Soon, all the caught fish were gathered in a corner of the pond by her fishing net. This not only ensures the freshness of the fish, but also facilitates Lin Shichen's subsequent processing, as he can catch and kill the fish immediately. However, after catching all the fish in the pond, we also got a lot of unexpected surprises. In addition to the lively big fish, there were also 7 turtles, a dozen eels, more than 10 pounds of loaches, and more than 20 pounds of lobsters. All of a sudden, images of various delicacies flashed through Jiang mind. Fresh eel noodles, spicy and tempting crayfish, sweet and mellow rock sugar turtle, smooth and delicious loach stewed with tofu. Jiang couldn't help swallowing and almost choked on her own saliva. Except for the fish that were kept in the pond, she collected all other aquatic products in buckets of various sizes. Not long after, Lin Shichen rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the room. His steps were a little unsteady and his eyes were not fully focused until he saw the yard filled with barrels and buckets, and then he stopped abruptly. He stared at the barrels for a few seconds, his eyes gradually widened, his lips moved, and after a long while he uttered a short exclamation, "Wow." He walked over slowly, squatted beside the bucket, stretched out his finger, and gently tapped the wall of the bucket. He looked from left to right, muttering softly, "Fish, turtle, eel." Every time a name is said, the corresponding bucket is clicked, as if to confirm their identity. "Sister, there are so many delicious foods." He raised his head, his eyes sparkling, but he didn't look at Jiang. Instead, he looked at the seafood in the bucket, his tone full of joy that he couldn't hide. Jiang stood up and called Lin Shichen over. "Shichen, I have something to do this morning. Can you clean all the fish in here and vacuum pack them?" Lin Shichen knew that these fish were to be given to those who had helped them. He immediately stood up, his chest straight, and said in a loud but somewhat stiff voice, "Yes." He clenched his fingers at his sides, as if to cheer himself up. Jiang gave the position of killing fish to Lin Shichen and went back to the house to move out the vacuum machine and the matching plastic packaging bags. After Lin Shichen finished cleaning the fish, she patiently taught him how to operate the machine. Jiang demonstrated while instructing. After packaging, put it in the white foam box in the house with some ice cubes, okay? Lin Shichen stared at the machine's buttons, nodded earnestly, and said softly but clearly, "I know. It's hot. Put some ice in, it'll cool it down and keep it from spoiling." He repeated the key information as if to reinforce it in his memory. Jiang patted his head approvingly and praised. "Chen is so good." Just after I finished explaining everything to Lin Shichen, I saw the figures of Yin Sanshun and Jiang, the grandfather and grandson, appear at the gate of the courtyard. Jiang was still as timid as ever and followed behind Yin Sanshan. But this time, she mustered up her courage and took the initiative to call out, "Sister Ningning. You came so early? Have you eaten?" Jiang Wanting's eyes fell on Jiang. Seeing that she was wearing long sleeves and long pants, which looked suitable for working in the mountains, she felt very satisfied. Yin Sanshan said with a smile, "We have eaten. We came here after we finished eating." "Okay, Grandma Yin, Xiaofan, I'll take you up the mountain now." Jiang Wanting found a windbreaker and put it on, then set off with the two of them. Lin Shichen stayed in the yard and started to process the fish. He first arranged the buckets according to size, then picked up the scissors, gestured twice at the fish's belly, and then started. Each step was taken slowly, but with extreme concentration, as if the only things in the world were the fish and scissors in his hands. Along the way, Jiang Wanting and Yin Sanshan chatted with each other. Jiang was like a quiet little tail, following them silently, occasionally raising her head and secretly looking at the surrounding scenery, her eyes full of curiosity. "Ningning, you are really amazing. You even cleaned up the path on the mountain." Yin Sanshan looked at the neatly and cleanly tidied stone steps that meandered up in front of him. His admiration for Jiang Wanting grew deeper and deeper, and he couldn't help but praise her sincerely. These long-abandoned mountain roads are not easy to clean. Even for a strong farm worker, it would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the delicate and weak little girl. Jiang Wanting seemed unconcerned. "It's just a little bit of cleaning every day. It's such a huge mountain. There are still many places that have not been taken care of." Yin Sanshan looked at the vast, rolling mountains before him, a trace of doubt welling up in his heart. He asked, "Ningning, are you really determined to stay in the village?" Over the years, she has watched helplessly as young people from the village leave one after another. Everyone felt that there was no future for them if they stayed in the village, and that only by going out into the world could they make a name for themselves. Jiang Wanting nodded without hesitation. "Yes, my grandma is old, and she can't adapt to the city. Besides, our village is very good, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the air is good. The mountains and rivers here are not only her roots, but also the most precious treasure in her heart. Every blade of grass and every tree here carries her future. Moreover, it also has many benefits for the improvement and cultivation of her wood-related abilities." It was just that she was not in a position to tell Yin Sanshan this. Yin Sanshan nodded slightly, feeling deeply moved. Yes, such a good piece of land. Why did everyone leave? There was a hint of loneliness in her eyes, and she felt helpless and regretful about the changes in the village. After a while, they arrived at the location of the oil tea fruit. Looking at the large area of tea trees laden with fruits, Yin Sanshan couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. "These tea fruits are growing really well, much better than what I picked up in the mountains in previous years." Chapter 153, Finishing Work Early. She bent down and picked up a tea fruit from the ground. He skillfully opened it, then gently bit it and savored it carefully. This series of actions shows that it is done by an experienced farmer. The seeds are very oily, so the oil yield must be high. The oil is also fragrant, so it will definitely sell for a good price. Yin Sanshan made a confident judgment based on his many years of experience. Jiang Wanting gave Yin Sanshan a thumbs up and praised her generously. "Grandma Yin, you are amazing. You can even see this." Yin Sanshan waved his hands a little embarrassedly, a simple smile on his face. "That's nothing special. I've picked a lot in previous years, so, Ningning, go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll take Xiaofan with me to pick some for a while, and then we'll go down to work when it's time." Jiang Wanting nodded in agreement. "Okay, then I'll leave the picking of the oil tea fruits to Xiaofan." After saying that, she turned around and walked down the mountain along the way she came. From behind, Yin Sanchuan's voice could be heard patiently teaching his granddaughter. "Xiaofan, when picking oil-teaching tea fruits, try to pick the ripest ones. The ones that have fallen to the ground are the ripest. The ones that have split open on the tree are not bad either. The ones with green spots." That voice, full of care and patience, echoed through the mountains and forests. When Jiang Wanting came down the mountain and returned home, the morning light had completely dispelled the gloom of the night. Jiang Yue and the twins have also gotten up and started a new day. Jiang Wanting first arranged for the twins to wash and have breakfast, and then took them to school. Along the way, the twins chattered about the fun things that happened at school. Jiang Wanning listened with a smile and responded from time to time. After safely sending the twins to school, Jiang Wanning rushed to the express station without stopping. When they arrived at the express station, Zhou Haijun was already waiting at the door. When he saw Jiang Wanning's car, he came forward enthusiastically. Jiang Wanning, "Boss Zhou, I have another batch of goods to be delivered at 3 p.m. Can be shipped out today." As the holidays were approaching, the express delivery business was busy, and she was worried that the delivery and collection times would change, so she confirmed with Zhou Haijun in advance. Yes. Zhou Haijun was full of energy. While moving goods, he said, "Boss Jiang, do you have any fish left? I want to buy 2 to entertain our guests." He remembered the last time he tasted fish from Jiang Wanning's family. The delicious taste still lingered in his mind, so he wanted to buy a few during the holiday and show off his cooking skills in front of his father-in-law. Jiang Wanning was a little hesitant. After all, the gift box was not packed yet, and she was not sure if there were any extra fish. Then he said, "I'll go back and take a look. If there's anything, I'll call you." Thinking of how much Zhou Haijun had helped with the express delivery business during this period, and how he had helped order those express boxes and packaging supplies, Jiang Wanning felt grateful and added, "The oranges and kiwis in my orchard are starting to ripen. If you want them, I'll bring them to you this afternoon." Yes. Zhou Haijun nodded hurriedly, his tone full of urgency. He became extremely nervous when he thought about his wife saying that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were coming to celebrate the festival with them. He knew very well that he had never been a son-in-law that his father-in-law was satisfied with. No matter what he does, his father-in-law looks down on him. But the more this happened, the more he wanted to stand up for his wife. Since his career and family circumstances were difficult to change in a short period of time, he focused his attention on food, hoping to regain some impression points through the delicious fruits and vegetables from Jiang Wanning's family. Zhou Haijun continued, "Boss Jiang, please bring me 10 kilograms of persimmons, oranges, and kiwis. How much are they? I'll transfer them to you now." He was worried that Jiang Wanning would refuse, so he transferred the money in a hurry. Jiang Wanning smiled and waved her hand, saying, "All fruits are the same price. Wait until I deliver them this afternoon and we'll talk." The midday sun was very hot, but apart from the sweet scent of ripe persimmons, there was no strong heat in the orchard. The villagers were busy moving among the fruit trees, their hands moving nonstop, carefully picking the plump persimmons and putting them into their backpacks. At this moment, the mobile phone on Wang Ying's waist suddenly rang with a crisp alarm, breaking the rhythm of work in the orchard. "It's time to call it day. It's time to call it day. Everyone, pack up and call it day." Wang Ying shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the orchard. However, her cry did not receive the response she expected. The originally busy villagers did not climb down the tree, pack up their tools, and prepare to end their work for the day. Instead, they stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in confusion. "Why are you finishing work so early? The sun hasn't even reached the top of the sky yet." An old man squinted his eyes and looked at the sun, which was still high in the sky, his face full of confusion. "Ingzi, it's only 11 o'clock now. Did you read the time wrong?" Another middle-aged woman came over and asked with a puzzled look on her face. After all, their normal working hours are from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Wang Ying deftly packed up the phone she was using for the live stream while patiently explaining, "Ningning told us to finish work at 11 o'clock today and meet in their front yard at 11:30. When everyone heard that it was Jiang Wanning's arrangement, they immediately stopped objecting. They greeted each other and started packing up to get off work. Everyone quickly packed up their tools, put on their backpacks filled with persimmons, and slowly walked down the winding mountain road. On the way down the mountain, the villagers walked in groups of 3 or 4. Because everyone was curious about Jiang Wanning's sudden arrangement, the conversation was very lively. "Hey, why did Ningning ask us to leave work early and meet at her house? Will they stop letting us work next month?" Someone speculated worriedly. "How is that possible?" Li Yunyun immediately retorted. "Not to mention that there are still a lot of persimmons left to be picked. I heard Ingzi say that there's a large area of oranges and kiwis behind. People will need to pick them when the time comes. As long as we work hard, Ningning will definitely not stop us. Why are you suddenly asking us to gather at your house and finishing work early? How many persimmons will we miss? Do you think this is to pay us wages?" When they heard the words, "pay wages," everyone became excited instantly, and the already lively atmosphere became even more heated. Everyone was discussing it one after another, with anticipation on their faces. Pay wages? Really? It would be great if we could really get paid. But despite the excitement, someone quickly calmed down and rationally analyzed the situation. You wishful thinking. Aren't salaries usually paid next month? How can they be paid at the end of the month? Okay, stop guessing. You'll know when you get there. Wang Ying, who was walking in front, waved his hand and said with a smile. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and with full curiosity, they quickened their pace and walked towards Jiang Wanning's house. Chapter 154, Paying Salaries. When the villagers arrived at the front yard of Lao Zhang's house one after another, Yin Sanshun and several other old ladies had already started busying themselves and had prepared everything in an orderly manner. I saw more than a dozen long benches that had been brought from somewhere and were now neatly arranged in the open space in the front yard. Against the wall, there's a pile of beautifully packaged gift boxes. The exquisite and classy appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh my, this box is really pretty. They were just ordinary persimmons, but with this packaging, they must be very expensive. So Ningning is smart. Clothes make the world look good. These persimmons are packaged so beautifully, they're sure to sell well. Aunt Chun, why did Ningning ask us to gather here? Is there something you want to tell me? Yin Sanshun and several other old ladies responded with a smile while directing the villagers to pile the persimmons they carried down from the mountain in the designated location. We don't know. We don't know anything. When Ningning comes, you can ask her yourself. But the smiles on their faces were as bright as blooming chrysanthemums. Their eyes narrowed into crescents, and the corners of their mouths were raised high. They didn't look like they were ignorant at all. Someone saw through the trick and couldn't help but joked. Grandma Lu, you must know, so just tell us so we don't get too nervous. Old Madame Wu Guixiang was afraid that the sisters might accidentally let something slip, so she quickly interrupted them. Okay, everyone, please find a seat. Ningning will be out soon. Although we were unable to get the truth out of these old ladies, looking at the happy smiles on their faces that could not be hidden, everyone knew in their hearts that it was definitely not a bad thing. So, everyone obediently found a place to sit down, looking forward to Jiang Wanning's appearance. Not long after everyone sat down, they saw Jiang Wanning walking out of the front room. Lin Shichen followed her closely, holding a cardboard box in his arms. The originally noisy front yard immediately became quiet. It's strange to say, even though everyone here is Jiang Wanning's elder. But whenever they saw Jiang Wanning, no one dared to joke with her as if she were an ordinary junior. I always sit up straight unconsciously and my expression becomes focused. Jiang Wanning smiled as she glanced at everyone present. Then she said, Dear uncles and aunts, thank you for your hard work during this period. Everyone responded quickly, their voices rising one after another. Jiang girl, this is what we should do. Your work in the orchard is not tiring, and you even pay us a salary. We are all very happy. Jiang Wanning continued. Today is the last day of this month. I called everyone here today to pay everyone this month's salary. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd exploded. The villagers were so excited that their faces flushed, and they were whispering and talking to each other. Oh, I really got paid. This is the first time I've gotten paid so quickly in all the time I've been working. Who says it's not true? It's considered good if I can get paid before the middle of next month. Before, when I was doing odd jobs, it would take several months. Ningning is still very generous. Everyone gave a thumbs up and praised Jiang Wanning's generosity and reliability. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning raised her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Now, anyone who hears your name, come up and collect your salary. In an instant, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open, staring at Jiang Wanning with sharp gazes. Jiang Wanning reached out and took out a red envelope from the box that Lin Shichen was holding steadily. There was a name on the envelope. Her gaze lingered on it for a moment, and then she called out, Wang Ying. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Ying, who was sitting in the front row, stood up suddenly. A barely perceptible excitement flashed across her face. She subconsciously raised her hand to smooth her hair, trying to make herself look more energetic, and then came to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning handed the red envelope to Wang Ying with both hands and said softly, Aunt, please take a look. If there is anything wrong, tell me immediately. No need to look, Ningning. There will definitely be no problem with your calculation. As Wang Ying spoke, he took the envelope and gently rubbed it with his fingertips, feeling the thick touch, and suddenly smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. Jiang Wanning smiled and advised, Auntie, You'd better take a look. If you find any problems when you go back, I won't admit it." The half-joking tone made the atmosphere a lot more relaxed. Okay, let me see." Wang Ying responded quickly, carefully opened the red envelope, and counted the money inside with his nimble fingers. As Wang Ying was counting, he suddenly stopped, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. "That's not right. How come it's hundreds more than I expected?" She looked at Jiang Wanning with confusion and was about to ask. Jiang Wanning gently took her hand and took out a blank note from the envelope. On the receipt, items such as normal attendance time, overtime hours, bonuses, etc. are clearly marked. It turned out that the extra few $100s were her bonus. Wang Ying's eyes lit up instantly, and his voice trembled with excitement. He said thank you to Jiang Wanning several times in a row, and each thank you was filled with the most sincere gratitude. After only working for 10 days, she received a salary that was more than her previous monthly salary. How could she not be excited? Jiang Wanning waved her hand and said with a smile, "Auntie, I want to thank you too. You helped arrange for so many people to be on the mountain. This is what you deserve." Wang Ying made great efforts in coordinating and arranging personnel. This bonus is a recognition of her hard work. Wang Ying held the red envelope in his arms, his steps feeling somewhat light. Immersed in the joy of receiving a generous reward, he walked back to his seat in a daze. At this time, Jiang Yue's voice came from the side. "Yingzi, you haven't received your festival gift yet." "Holiday gift? What kind of gift?" Wang Ying subconsciously blurted out the questions in his mind. Not only her, but everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment, with disbelief written all over their faces. Everyone looked at each other, feeling confused. What festival gift? They're just temporary workers. How can they get holiday gifts? They have never received any holiday gifts after working outside for so many years. Wang Ying turned around stupidly, his steps still a little slow, as if he had not yet recovered from his surprise, and came in front of Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue smiled and stuffed 3 large, beautifully packaged gift boxes into her arms. Wang Ying then woke up from her dream and returned to her seat in a daze, holding the gift boxes. "Oh my God, those gift boxes were actually holiday gifts for us. I thought they were going to be sold. Such a big gift box, what's in it?" Chapter 155 Excitement. No matter what it is, I like it. Every time during the New Year or other festivals, I used to envy other people's companies for giving out holiday gifts. I never thought that I could receive one now. In an instant, everyone's emotions were completely ignited, even more enthusiastic than when they heard that they were going to get their salaries. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gift boxes piled up on the wall, their eyes full of anticipation. One by one, the villagers were called onto the stage, first receiving their wages from Jiang Wanning, and then taking away holiday gifts from Jiang Yue. Everyone was extremely happy. The 4 old ladies in charge of packing were the last in line to receive their wages and holiday gifts. When they received the red envelope containing their salary and the beautifully wrapped gift box, their eyes were red with excitement. They're different from the strong laborers who go up the mountain to pick persimmons. At their age, no matter what they do, they are often disliked. Even their own children and grandchildren sometimes show impatience towards them. The years have carved deep wrinkles on their faces, and the vicissitudes of life have made them think that they have been forgotten by the world and become dispensable. In order to survive, you have to consider everyone's mood. But now, they never expected that there would be someone willing to hire them for work. Not only do they give them job opportunities, but they also offer such generous salary packages. This is not just a material gift, but also a recognition of their value, allowing them to feel their own importance again in their twilight years. "Ning girl, thank you, Grandma." Grandma Lu's calloused hands tightly grasped Jiang Wanning's hands, shaking uncontrollably, her voice choked with sobs. These few simple words were filled with endless gratitude and sadness. Jiang Wanning gently patted Grandma Lu's hand and said in a warm tone, "Grandma, this is what you deserve." There was not a trace of charity or sympathy in her words, only equality and respect. It was this respect that made the old ladies involuntarily straighten their backs, which had been bent for a long time, as if they had regained the confidence in life. Soon, all the wages and holiday gifts were distributed. Jiang Wanning looked at the smiling faces of the crowd and said, half-jokingly, "Okay, this month's salary has been paid, but we still can't delay our afternoon work. Ning, don't worry. I'll help you watch over them. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll be the first to disagree." Wang Ying patted his chest and made the promise, his eyes full of seriousness. That's right. If anyone dares to cheat on such a good job and disappoint you, Ning girl, we will never forgive him. Everyone echoed, their tone full of cherishment for this job and protection for Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning was very satisfied with this and said with a smile, Dear uncles and aunts, don't worry. As long as you work hard, I will never let you suffer any loss. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should go back and eat. We still have to work in the afternoon. Everyone held the red envelope tightly in one hand and the gift box firmly in the other, with smiles of happiness and satisfaction on their faces, and prepared to go home with light steps. Ning, wait a minute. At this moment, Chen Aiju suddenly shouted loudly to Jiang Wanning. She took a deep breath, as if mustering up her courage, and asked, Ning, can I ask how long you can do this job at your house? Chen Aiju had actually been holding this question in her heart for several days. Some time ago, a relative of hers in the city introduced her to a job as a street sweeper. Although the monthly salary of this job is not high, only 2,200 yuan, is stable. It is not like doing odd jobs, which makes people feel uneasy. If you decide to do it, you have to go to work after National Day. However, deep down, she was reluctant to leave her job at Jiang Wanning's house. The salary and benefits here are quite good, and more importantly, the working atmosphere is relaxed and pleasant. We are all from the same village, and there is no barrier between us. Working in the village does not require you to go out in the dark before dawn every day, and the work intensity is relatively not that great. These two choices were like the two ends of a scale, weighing them over and over in her mind, making her feel extremely conflicted. Hearing Chen Aiju's question, everyone who had already taken a step forward stopped and looked at Jiang Wanning with anticipation in their eyes. Needless to say, everyone sincerely hopes to work for Jiang Wanning for a long time. For them, this job is not just a source of income, but also a sense of belonging and a source of support in life. Jiang Wanning nodded slightly and replied with a firm gaze, Auntie, I can't promise you how long I can work. But what I can make clear is that I want to fully utilize the over 300 acres of land at home. When everyone heard this, they were stunned at first and did not understand the meaning of this sentence for a moment. Jiang Wutian reacted the fastest. His eyes widened, sparkling with excitement, and he eagerly asked, Ning, are you serious? When your parents were still alive, they'd only used less than half of your mountain. How much work would it take to use it all? Everyone suddenly realized what was going on and became excited. Yeah, why didn't they think of it? If more than 300 acres of land were fully developed and utilized, how much could be planted and how much work would be created? With more work, they can naturally continue to work here and have the hope of a more stable life. Thinking of this, everyone became more excited than each other. It even exceeds the salary and annual gifts. Jiang Liu, who once helped Jiang Lei's father plant fruit trees in the mountains, was now flushed with excitement. He asked anxiously, Ning, I saw you and Chun working on the terrace fields earlier. Are you planning to reclaim all the terraces there? Jiang Wanning raised the corner of her mouth, nodded, and said affirmatively, of course. In addition to the terrace fields, I also plan to reclaim the land at the foot of the mountain to grow vegetables. When the time comes, I will need to hire people to help with the crops in the fields, the fruits in the orchard, and the vegetables in the vegetable garden. When everyone heard this, they were so excited that they didn't know how to express themselves. Their tanned faces now turned a little red. Ning, don't worry. I'll be there whenever you call. Jiang Wutian was the first to speak out. He patted his chest, his tone firm, his eyes full of enthusiasm for the job and support for Jiang Wanning. Me too. Ning, don't forget your aunt and her family when the time comes. Li Yunyun shouted impatiently, afraid of missing this rare opportunity, with earnestness written all over her face. Jiang Wanning was also very happy when she saw everyone's enthusiasm. She smiled and said, Don't worry, the uncles and aunts are all good at work. I will never forget you even if I forget anyone else. Chapter 156 Gossip. I only worked for 5 days and got paid 1,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoni's voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. She shook the red envelope in her hand, attracting the attention of people around her. Haha, I also have 1,000. Feng Wan agreed with a smile, her eyes full of laughter. Aren't you two talking nonsense? 200 a day. 5 days is not 1,000. Zhao Hongmei next to him couldn't help but joked with a kind smile on her face. Hee, aren't you happy? For the first time in all these years, I feel that working and making money isn't that difficult. Zhang Xiaoni scratched her head and said with a smile, "That's all thanks to Ningning. We must remember her kindness. Guess how much I took?" Zhao Hongmei spoke mysteriously, successfully arousing everyone's curiosity. "How many?" Everyone asked in unison. 12,000. I didn't expect that the extra hours we work every night would actually be counted as overtime pay. Chen Hongmei raised the red envelope proudly, with a glint of surprise in her eyes. There must be more people like Ingzi and Aiju. They went there early, and I heard they even worked overtime on the weekend. Someone speculated, with a hint of envy in their tone. Chen Hongmei, okay, stop being envious. Just like Ningning said, as long as we work hard, we will definitely earn more in the future. Everyone returned home with bags full of goods, chatting and laughing. After Chen Aiju and Jiang Qingtian separated from the crowd, they could no longer contain their excitement and began to check their wages impatiently. Chen Aiju's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she spoke first. "I took 3,100. How much do you have?" As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for Jiang Qingtian to answer, she reached out and took the red envelope from his hand and began to count the money skillfully. In their family, the financial power has always been in her hands. This red envelope will be handed over to her sooner or later. After counting the money, Chen Aiju said with great satisfaction, "You actually have 3,600, which is 500 more than I have." When Jiang Qingtian heard this, his chest instantly puffed out, his face full of pride. "My work is more laborious. Isn't it more laborious than yours?" As he said this, he deliberately shook his arms, looking like, "I'm working very hard." Chen Aiju ignored his smugness and excitedly counted on her fingers. "Combined, we earned 6,700 yuan in 10 days, which makes 20,000 yuan a month. My goodness, our salary is higher than my daughter's job outside." When she thought of the considerable income, her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Jiang Qingtian was very calm and reminded her with a smile, "My daughter has only graduated a few years ago, and her salary will definitely increase in the future." Chen Aiju nodded quickly. "You don't need to tell me that, and my daughter must be more comfortable working in an office than us. There's no comparison." After she finished speaking, she seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped her forehead. "My daughter told me what time she will arrive at the station tomorrow. You can take 2 hours to pick her up then." Jiang Qingtian was about to agree when Chen Aiju changed her tone and said, "I'll go. I'll also stop by my sister's house and tell her about the job." Jiang Qingtian seemed to be lost in thought, then tentatively asked, "What do you think of that job?" "Let me tell you, if Ningning really reclaims all that mountain land, it will definitely be a huge project, and there will definitely be plenty of work to do." Chen Aiju rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Do you really think I'm stupid? I definitely won't go. Working at Ning's house, even for just 6 months, is better than being a cleaner." Jiang Qing'an muttered quietly, "Isn't it because you keep talking about finding a stable job that I'm worried?" The two of them turned a corner along the winding path and, as luck would have it, ran into Jiang Jianxun and his wife, who were eating at their doorstep with their bowls in their hands. Jiang Jianxun raised his eyes and saw Chen Aiju and his wife carrying large and small bags of things. The flames of jealousy suddenly flared up, and his eyes turned red as if they were about to bleed. "Hey, what are you two holding? Why are there so many things? What's going on?" "My niece is dating someone, and I'm planning to bring him back to meet my mother-in-law for National Day." Jiang Jianxun's sarcastic voice was particularly harsh, and his words were full of sourness and malicious ridicule. Chen Aiju had a bad temper to begin with, and when she heard this, she almost died of anger on the spot. Jiang Jianxun is a grown man, but he is more capable of gossiping and gossiping than the old ladies in the village. Now, they're even blaming my own daughter. I am so angry. She immediately frowned and said unhappily, "Dachuan, if you have the time to meddle in other people's affairs, you might as well go out and weed the fields. Look at your fields. The weeds are taller than the crops. I don't know what you're busy with all day." Jiang Qingtian's face also turned gloomy. They have only one precious daughter. They usually hold her in their mouths for fear that she will melt, and hold her in their hands for fear that she will fall. How could they tolerate Jiang Jianxun making up stories here? He knew in his heart that if he didn't make things clear today, and Jiang Jianxun kept talking, who knows what even more unpleasant words would come out in a few days. So, Jiang Qingtian frowned and warned, "Dachuan, I only have one daughter. If you let me hear any gossip that I shouldn't hear, don't blame me for not considering our years of friendship. It will be ugly if I get angry with you. But Jiang Jianxun didn't take the warning seriously at all. He continued to be thick-skinned and said with a playful smile, "Do you two really have to take it so seriously? After all, I am your girl's cousin. How can I harm her? Besides, your girl has always been the most obedient. She will definitely not be like Jiang Lei's daughter who goes around messing around with others." As he spoke, he deliberately curled his lips, his face full of contempt. Chen Aiju was so furious when she heard this that she pointed at Jiang Jianxun's nose and cursed. "Just shut your stinky mouth. Ning is a good girl. Why did you mess around with others? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart today." As he spoke, he took a step forward, as if he was about to rush forward and attack. Jiang Jianxun showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he stiffened his neck and argued, "I was talking about Jiang Lei's daughter, not yours. Why are you so upset? She dared to do it, so why shouldn't people say anything? She's a college student, but she hasn't even finished her studies yet, and she brought two little brats back home. What else can you call this if not indiscriminate behavior?" As if he had seen it with his own eyes, his tone was extremely arrogant. Chen Aiju's fury exploded at Jiang Jianxun's unbridled slander, and she could no longer suppress it. Without a word, she thrust the gift box into Jiang Qingtian's hands and, picking up a branch, lashed at him. Chapter 157 Worth It. "You rotten-hearted bastard. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Chen Aiju roared and waved the branches. Each blow was delivered with great force, causing Jiang Jianxun to run around the yard with his head in his hands. "Oh, help! You're going to kill someone." Jiang Jianxun was beaten so badly that he kept yelling. It was not until Jiang Jianxun's daughter-in-law ran up in a panic and stood in front of Chen Aiju, and with great effort, that the battle was finally stopped. "You damn bitch, are you crazy?" Jiang Jianxun hid behind his wife, breathing heavily with lingering fear, with a look of unwillingness and anger on his face, and shouted loudly at Chen Aiju. Chen Aiju put her hands on her hips, her chest heaving violently, and shouted back, "Don't you want to know where this gift box came from? I'm telling you, it's the holiday gift that Ning Yada gave us. Not only did we get our wages today, but we also got so many good things. Ning Yada will be our boss from now on. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't let you off." After saying those harsh words, Jiang Aiju turned around, grabbed Jiang Qingtan, and strode away angrily. Only Jiang Jianxun was left standing there, with flames of jealousy burning in his eyes, staring at their departing backs. At this time, Jiang Jianxun's mother, Mrs. Tang, walked out of the house slowly. She looked at the figures of Chen Aiju and his wife walking away, staring at the gift boxes with her eyes, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. "Dachuan, didn't you say Jiang Yue and the others were trying to trick the villagers into working for free? Why are they paying them wages and festival gifts now? This is such a big box, I wonder what good things are inside it." Old Mrs. Tang muttered and smacked her lips, her eyes full of greed. Jiang Jianxun waved his hands impatiently and said disdainfully, "Why do you care so much about other people? That little girl is probably just trying to save face by spending all that money. Those wild persimmons on a mountain are so expensive that even dogs wouldn't dare eat them. How can they possibly sell them? Just wait and see. When she spent all the money, will they still be so proud?" Jiang Jianxun's wife, Yang Yinzi, watched from the side, unable to help showing envy. She sighed and said, "My God, how much money is this? If you had known you could get the money, you shouldn't have been fooling around outside. This way we can go to work too." Jiang Jianxun was immediately furious when he heard this. "You wish. You are such a lazy woman. The village chief would have to be blind to call you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yinzi flew into a rage. She put her hands on her hips and retorted, "Jiang Jianxun, how dare you complain about me being lazy? Who takes care of everything around the house every day? Have you ever lifted a finger?" Seeing her son and daughter-in-law about to start a quarrel, Mrs. Tang hurried forward and shouted at the top of her voice, "All right, shut up. No matter what, we can't miss such a good job." When Yang Yinzi heard this, her eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "Mom, do you have any ideas?" Mrs. Tang's eyes rolled around, a calculating glint flickering in her triangular eyes. She smiled and said, "After all, I helped Jiang Yue back then. Shouldn't she give me some face besides? We're working for her, not getting paid for nothing." Jiang Jianxun also got excited and urged Mrs. Tang, "Mom, I heard that old woman Wu Guixiang can earn 300 yuan a day. If you can take her job, you can also earn 300 yuan a day. The family of three stood there, their faces showing the same expression, all full of ill intentions. At this moment, Wu Guixiang had no idea that someone had already set their sights on her job. After everyone left, she found Jiang Wanning alone, took out half of her newly received salary, and handed it back to her. Ningning, you gave me too much. I eat at your house every day. How can I still take so much money from you? Jiang Wanning pushed the money back without a second thought, her tone somewhat coquettish and unquestionable. Grandma Wu, if you calculate it this way, then I should also calculate the amount you do every day for us, such as washing clothes, cooking, and taking care of my grandma. All these tasks of yours are considered half a caregiver. According to the salary standard for caregivers, I should even give you extra money. Jiang Wanning said this while counting on her fingers, pretending to calculate seriously. No, I can't let you suffer any loss. I have to add to the money. As he was speaking, he really turned around and prepared to get the money. This sudden action confused Wu Guixiang herself. After realizing what was happening, he quickly pulled Jiang Wanning back, his face filled with a helpless expression. Hey, why are you asking me to pay more for no reason? Jiang Wanning blinked and looked at Wu Guixiang innocently, her lips slightly raised with a hint of cunning. Grandma Wu, aren't you going to ask me for the meal fee? That expression is as innocent as it can be. Wu Guixiang understood that Jiang Wanning was deliberately blocking her with words and was determined not to let her return the money. She shook her head helplessly and gently tapped Jiang Wanning's forehead. Okay, it's all my fault. I won't let it go. Jiang Yui sat in a wheelchair, watching her old sister's frustrated look, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She joked, Guixiang, Ningning has been smart since she was a child. If you settle accounts with her, you're just asking for trouble. Wu Guixiang glared at Jiang Yui in mock anger. You're still laughing? You two, the grandparents and grandchildren, teamed up to bully an old lady like me. It's really unfair. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning quickly went over and took Wu Guixiang's arm, saying coquettishly, Grandma Wu, don't be angry. You help us with laundry and cooking every day and take care of my grandma. You're so tired that you can't even straighten your back. This little money is nothing. If you don't accept it, I'll feel bad. Wu Guixiang wasn't angry to begin with, but after being coaxed by Jiang Wanning, she couldn't hold back her anger. Girl, your mouth is as sweet as honey. You're not afraid of losing money after giving me so much money. Jiang Wanning said shamelessly, if I can't even pay Grandma Wu's salary, then why should I farm? Jiang Yui also advised, Guixiang, just keep it safe. Others may not know how popular those persimmons are, but don't you know? Wu Guixiang sighed helplessly. Hey, who among the bosses doesn't try their best to make money? Only a silly girl like you is so generous. Jiang Wanning said with a grin, I'm not stupid. I'm generous because you deserve it. I don't know what good fortune I had in my past life to meet a silly girl like you. Thinking back on every moment she spent with the Jiang family, Wu Guixiang's eyes couldn't help but warm up. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning quickly changed the subject. Grandma Wu, I caught a lot of crayfish, eels, loaches, and turtles this morning. Come and see how to make them delicious. Chapter 158 Crayfish. Wu Guixiang's love for Jiang Wanning is beyond words. In just a short period of time at noon, she managed to clean out several kilograms of lobsters and even brought Lin Shichen to work with her. Lin Shichen stood by the stove, holding a spatula in his hand, his eyes fixed on the crayfish in a basin, his fingers unconsciously counting the number of shrimps until he counted to 36. This was his usual way of counting. The two of them made a big pot of spicy crayfish together, just for Jiang Wanning to satisfy her craving. Soon, smoke rose in the kitchen, and an old man and a young boy were busy in the kitchen. Lin Shichen stood straight and followed the steps he remembered. He poured the oil first, waited until the oil temperature reached the 3rd second after smoking, and then poured the spices in. His movements were so precise, as if he was executing a procedure. The crayfish haven't even come out of the pot yet, but the rich aroma has already filled the whole house, making people feel itchy. Jiang Yui was originally sitting aside, taking advantage of every opportunity to weigh and bag the persimmons, and was very busy. Jiang Wanning was also in the yard, busy packing the goods to be loaded onto the truck for delivery in the afternoon. But the tempting aroma was so penetrating that the two of them were instantly attracted and could no longer sit still. As if pulled by an invisible force, They involuntarily moved slowly towards the kitchen. Oh, Guixiang, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good? I can't do the work in my hands anymore. Jiangyu drove the wheelchair to the kitchen, stretched her neck, stared at the stove, trying to find out what was going on, looking like a greedy child. Wu Guixiang smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits, and she waved her hand and said, "Spicy crayfish. It's all Qinchin's craftsmanship. I'll just help wash the shrimp and lend a hand." His tone was full of praise and affirmation for Lin Qichen. As soon as Jiang Wanning entered the kitchen, she was like a greedy little cat, clinging to Lin Xichen's arm impatiently, her face full of anxiety. "Lin Qichen, little Chef Lin, are you ready to eat? I'm starving. Why don't you pick one up and let me try it first?" Her eyes were fixed on the pot, as if she was about to eat the crayfish alive in the next second. When Lin Qichen heard the name Chef Lin, her ears turned slightly red. She didn't look at Jiang Wanning, but stared at the crayfish in the pot. Her brows furrowed, and she said in a soft but serious voice, "Sister, 3 minutes." He paused, holding up 3 fingers and gesturing. "Master said it needs to be simmered for 5 minutes, otherwise it won't be flavorful." Each word was pronounced clearly, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable persistence, as if 1 second more or less would be a blasphemy to the food. Speaking of this master, he is a state banquet-level chef and also a very popular up-master on AC Station who teaches people how to cook. So far, most of Lin Xichen's current dishes are learned from him. So Jiang Wanning called him Qinchen's master. Jiang Wanning called out so many times that Lin Qichen started calling out as well. After all, personally certified by Lin Qichen, known as Chef Lin, the dishes made according to the master's teaching steps always taste better. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I'm going to eat a lot later, so don't feel bad for me." Seeing this, Jiang Wanning deliberately sighed and pretended to be aggrieved. She knew that her little cousin had a terrible obsessive-compulsive disorder. He was meticulous in everything he did and would not tolerate any extra or missing steps, so she could only wait patiently. After hearing this, Lin Xichen's tight mouth relaxed slightly, and she nodded vigorously, her voice softer than before. "Okay, Qinchin's, give it to me." After saying that, he quickly glanced at Jiang Wanning, then immediately lowered his head and stared at the pot, as if he was afraid that he would be distracted and miscalculate the time. Finally, a large plate of spicy crayfish with good color, aroma, and taste was served on the table. In an instant, the rich and mellow aroma was like an aroma bomb, instantly exploding throughout the room, domineeringly occupying every inch of the air. Jiang Yui was already feeling uneasy because of the aroma, and now she couldn't help but take a deep breath, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this fragrance is really making me hungry. How come our Qinchin is so good?" As she spoke, she kept fanning the fragrance with her hands, her eyes full of pride and approval for Qinchin. Jiang Wanning couldn't wait any longer, so she grabbed a bright red crayfish with her hands, brought it to her mouth with swift movements, and took a sip of the soup. In an instant, the unique taste of fragrance, spiciness, freshness, and numbness instantly bloomed on the tip of the tongue, stimulating every taste bud and making her eyes light up. As she peeled the shells, she praised them nonstop, saying, "This tastes amazing. Qinchin, your cooking skills are getting better and better." The tender shrimp meat was wrapped in spicy soup. Jiang Wanning took a bite and squinted her eyes in satisfaction, with enjoyment written all over her face. She gave Lin Qichen a thumbs up, still chewing the shrimp in her mouth, and praised him incoherently. "It's delicious. Sister gives you a thumbs up." Lin Qichen lowered his head even more because of the praise, and his fingers gently drew circles on the tablecloth, his ears red as if they were about to bleed. But he still puffed out his chest and said in a low, yet remarkably firm voice, "In the future, I'll make something even more delicious. For my sister, Grandma Wu, Tong Tong, and Xian Xian." Jiang Yui looked at Lin Xichen's confident look and was so happy that her eyes became moist without her realizing it. Qinchin has really grown up and become sensible. If his parents were alive, they would be so happy to see him like this. Jiang Wanning smiled and put her arm around Lin Xichen's shoulders, her tone full of pride. "Well, my brother is really amazing. From now on, I will rely on you to support me." That smile was warm and bright, as if telling the whole world that she was proud to have such a brother. After hearing this, Lin Qichen suddenly raised his head, his eyes brightening surprisingly. He straightened his back and held his chest high, saying every word seriously. I will support my sister. I will also support Grandma, Grandma Wu, Xian Xian, and Tong Tong. Each word sounded like it was uttered on the ground, so firm that no one could doubt it. Wu Guixiang felt warm in her heart as she watched this heartwarming scene. She smiled, breaking the slightly sentimental atmosphere, and urged, Eat, eat, or the crayfish will be cold. Everyone came to their senses, smiled at each other, and started to pick up their chopsticks. While the other three were immersed in the deliciousness of crayfish, Lin Shichen hardly moved his chopsticks. He looked at his sister peeling shrimps, then at how his grandmother and Grandma Wu ate them, and his brows gradually furrowed. Seeing that some of them removed the shrimp heads first, while others peeled the tails first, with different steps, he finally couldn't help but speak, his voice a little confused. Sister, Grandma, you are eating it wrong. Chapter 159 Do It All. As soon as he said this, the originally lively dining table suddenly became quiet. What everyone was doing stopped, and they all looked at him in confusion. Jiang Wanning still had half a shrimp tail in her mouth. She blinked her clear eyes and asked vaguely, How do I eat it? Lin Shichen immediately sat up straight, put his hands on his knees like a primary school student preparing for class, and said in a soft and straight voice, I will teach you. As he spoke, he picked up a crayfish, pinched the claws with his fingertips, and moved slowly but precisely, hold its hand. He placed the lobster in the center of the plate, aligning it with the pattern on the edge. Then he lowered his head and gently sipped the broth from the lobster, making a tiss sound. The sound was not loud, but it revealed a serious sense of ritual. Turkish. Jiang Wanning and the others suppressed their laughter and watched his next move. Lift up the red veil. He skillfully peeled off the shrimp's cephalothorax, and the shells were stacked in a small pile in the corner of the plate. Untie the red belly band. When tearing open the abdominal segments, he applied slight force with his fingers to ensure that the shrimp meat was intact. His eyes were always fixed on the shrimp body, as if he was completing a delicate process. Pull down your red pants. He pulled off the tail segment and tail limbs in one smooth motion. Finally, he put the shrimp meat into his mouth and chewed it slowly. There was no expression on his face, only the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He followed every command and every action meticulously, as if he was demonstrating a set of procedures that must be strictly followed. Jiang Wanning, Jiang Yue, and Wu Guixiang were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help laughing. Lin Shichen raised her head, her eyes full of confusion, her brows slightly furrowed. Sister, what are you guys laughing at? There was a hint of grievance in his voice, as if he didn't understand where he had done wrong. Oh, my dear, where did you learn all these words? They are so complete. Jiang Yue laughed so hard that tears were about to come out, and she wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Lin Shichen drew a small circle on the tablecloth with his fingers and whispered, Master said that. Isn't it right? He looked up at Jiang Wanning, his eyes filled with expectation for confirmation. Jiang Wanning looked at the shrimp shells neatly arranged in front of him. Every piece was facing the same direction, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Yes. The way you eat, it is indeed very particular, but she deliberately dragged out the tone. Lin Shichen immediately sat up straighter, his ears slightly erected, like a small animal waiting for instructions. But what? But when it comes to delicious food, the most important thing is to enjoy it. Jiang Wanning grabbed a crayfish, deftly removed the head and tail, stuffed the shrimp meat into her mouth, chewed it twice, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Look, I like to eat it this way, and Grandma likes to eat it that way. Everyone has their own way. As long as you enjoy it, that's the best way to eat it. There's no need to follow other people's rules, right? Lin Shichen watched her movements, then looked at how Grandma and Grandma Wu ate. She was stunned for a few seconds, then slowly nodded and said in a low voice, I understand, sister. I'm sorry I was wrong. Jiang Wanning peeled a shrimp and fed it to him, saying with a smile, You can take it as a suggestion. We think it's interesting and want to try it. Jiang Yue also agreed with a smile. Grandma wants to try it. First, she holds your hand. What happens next? Lin Shichen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately responded in a louder voice than before. Give it a gentle kiss. Lift up the red veil. Jiang Wanning continued. Untie your red belly band. Wu Guixiang followed with a smile. Ha. Several people burst into laughter again. The meal was devoured in no time, Even the two old ladies who usually exercised restraint in their diet were full. Jiang Yui touched her belly and smiled. It's all because Qinchin's cooking skills are so good. Wu Guixiang also nodded. It smells better than the ones sold outside. Lin Shichin's ears turned red, but he said seriously, I'll make garlic sauce in the evening for Xian Xian and Tong Tong. Xian Xian and Tong Tong are too young to eat spicy food. The garlic paste is not spicy, which is okay. Jiang Wanning wrinkled her nose deliberately. But what if I want to eat 13 spices? Lin Shichin didn't even think about it and immediately replied, I do both. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shichin had just finished an online class, and the brother and sister slowly went down the mountain with a pickup truck full of packed goods. First, he delivered the gift boxes and today's persimmons to the express station, and then rushed to the next destination without stopping. After Zhou Haijun carefully checked all the goods and addresses, he found an extra basket. When I opened the lid, I saw it was filled with various fresh fruits and vegetables, and there was a lively fish underneath. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This must be something Jiang Wanning brought him. He thought she had forgotten, so he planned to go buy it himself after get off work. With so many delicious things, my father-in-law and mother-in-law will definitely enjoy the meal to their heart's content. You know, my mother-in-law is still talking about the tomatoes we had last time, saying that she has never eaten such sweet tomatoes. But how much do these things cost? He took out his phone and called Jiang Wanning. Boss Jiang, you haven't paid me for that basket of things yet. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wanning's voice was relaxed and casual. That's a holiday gift for you. No money required. Zhou Haijun quickly declined upon hearing this. How can this be so embarrassing? This many things must cost a lot of money, right? Jiang Wanning smiled and said cheerfully, Don't worry. Take it. I don't get many opportunities to give gifts in a year. Besides, you've helped me a lot in the past. So what's this little token of appreciation worth? Zhou Haijun felt both grateful and embarrassed, so he kept thanking him. Thank you so much. You're so polite. Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, You're welcome. I'll have to trouble you again in the future. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Haijun looked at the basket full of things and felt happy. While packing his things, he called his wife and asked her to come over when she had time and take the food home to keep it fresh in the refrigerator. After my father-in-law and mother-in-law come over, the family will have a good meal together. At the entrance of a police station, Jiang Wanning sat in the driver's seat, looking at Lin Shichin outside the car, carrying 6 gift boxes, and asked with a smile, Chun, do you remember what your sister said? Lin Shichin held the gift box in both hands, his fingers clasped around the knot. That was the position he had repeatedly adjusted to the most comfortable position. He raised his head, his eyes focused, and repeated word for word, as if he were reciting a memorized text. A holiday gift for the police officers. I grew them at home, so they're not worth much. Thank you for saving Babeo. They're good people. After saying that, he added in a lighter voice, There are 6 in total, divided between the 2 uncles. He counted the number of gift boxes to make sure there was no mistake. Chapter 160, Crusade. Jiang Wanning looked at Lin Shichin and continued to ask, What are the names of those 2 police officers? Lin Shichin's gaze fell on the crotch of his clenched trousers. His fingers moved slightly, as if he was silently reciting a name. After 2 seconds, he raised his head and spoke in a clear but mechanically serious voice. Wang Jianshu, Officer Wang. Zhang Yuming, Officer Zhang. He paused after each name, afraid of saying a wrong word. Be good, go ahead. Jiang Wanning smiled, her eyes full of encouragement. In order to make Qinchin's condition better, in addition to her occasional supernatural adjustments, it is also important to train him to communicate with others. Lin Shichin took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, and slowly moved towards the police station. But just as he reached the steps in front of the door, his feet seemed to be stuck, and he stopped suddenly, his body slightly stiff. He subconsciously turned around, and his eyes accurately found Jiang Wanning's car. He saw his sister making a cheering gesture to him. The familiar smile made his tense shoulders relax. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning white, and finally lifted his feet and stepped into the service hall of the police station. People were coming and going in the hall, and the sounds of voices and printers mixed together like a tangled mess that got into my ears. Lin Shichin stood at the door, leaning towards the door frame, trying to minimize his presence. He gripped the strap of the gift box tightly with both hands, his knuckles exerting force. At this moment, Chung Yueshi passed by after getting some water. Seeing his awkward look, He walked over and said softly, "Hello, how can I help you?" Chung Yueshi's uniform was neat and tidy, and her voice was as soft as warm water. Lin Shichen's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly raised her head. Her face was expressionless, but she tried to make her voice sound polite. "Hello, police sister. Looking for Wang Jianshu, Officer Wang. Zhang Yuming, Officer Zhang." He spoke slowly, repeating the title of each name as if to confirm whether the address was correct, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Chung Yueshi was slightly stunned and looked at the boy in front of him. He was very tall, but looked like a frightened deer, with cautious seriousness in his eyes. Her voice became gentler. "They just came back from the police station. Wait a moment, I'll go call someone." But just as she finished speaking, a laugh came from behind her. "Oh my God, Chung Yueshi, your voice is too strong, I even got goosebumps." The person who came was Zhang Yuming, with a playful smile on his face. Lin Shichen was startled by the sudden loud noise. He shrank back abruptly and held the gift box tighter. Chung Yueshi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Get lost." But when she turned back to face Lin Shichen, her expression became friendly again, and she pointed at Zhang Yuming. "Look, he is Zhang Yuming. You can talk to him if you have anything." Lin Shichen's eyes quickly swept between Zhang Yuming and Chung Yueshi, then lowered his head, nodded slightly, and said in a lower voice, "Thank you, police sister." When Zhang Yuming heard that someone was looking for him, he thought he was reporting a crime. His smile faded, and he asked seriously, "Looking for me? What's going on?" "I'm looking for you and your master. Don't scare people," Chung Yueshi reminded from the side. Facing Zhang Yuming's suddenly serious face, Lin Shichen seemed to have been flipped on a switch. He straightened his back abruptly, put his hands on the hems of his pants, and stood straight. His voice was louder than before, but with obvious nervousness. "Hello, police officer. My name is Lin Shichen, Jiang Waning's younger brother. Sister said that you rescued Babeo and arrested the bad guys. Thank you." He paused, raised his hands, and handed the gift box forward. He stopped halfway and found that only Zhang Yuming was there. He quietly took back one of the boxes and handed out only one. "This is a thank you gift. It's grown at home. It's not worth much." Lin Shichen, Jiang Waning's younger brother. Zhang Yuming remembered, and the lines on his face softened a little, and his tone became more friendly. "You are Chun Chun. I heard my master talk about you. He said that your cooking is very delicious, right?" Lin Shichen's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes lit up. However, she didn't look at Zhang Yuming. Instead, she stared at the tips of her shoes. Her voice was filled with confidence. "Yeah, my sister said that Shinchin's cooking is the best in the world. If the police officer likes it, you can come to my house and I'll cook it for you." He spoke sincerely, but because of the contrast in height and tone, he seemed a little special. Many people in the service hall looked over here, and those gazes were like tiny needles, making Lin Shichen feel very uncomfortable. His fingers began to unconsciously pick at the strap of the gift box. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and his body began to shrink to the side again. Zhang Yuming noticed his discomfort and patted his shoulder. "Come on, I'll take you to find my master." Then he took him to the waiting room and said, "Sit for a while. I'll go call my master." Lin Shichen walked to the chair and first checked whether the four legs of the chair were stable. Then he sat down carefully, his back straight, his hands placed neatly on his knees, his eyes fixed on the opposite wall, motionless like a serious sculpture. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest showed that he was still breathing. At this time, Wang Jianshu was being criticized by his colleagues. "Old Wang, you are so mean. You don't share such delicious persimmons." Zhang Yuming walked in and cried out in protest. "What do you mean by hiding? I brought a bag of it to share with you." After chatting and laughing for a while, Zhang Yuming thought of Lin Shichen and pulled Wang Jianshu out. The two came to the lounge and saw Lin Shichen sitting upright on a chair. Hearing the footsteps, he seemed to be awakened and stood up suddenly. His movements were so fast that they were a little stiff. His voice was not loud, but very clear. "Hello, police officer. Chapter 161, let's get it ourselves." Wang Jianshu had at least had a meal at the Jiang family and was impressed by Lin Shichen, so he immediately came up to greet him with a smile. "Hello, Chun Chun. Why did you come here alone? Where is your sister?" He was a little confused. According to Lin Shichen's condition, it should not be suitable for him to go out alone. Lin Shichen's eyes fell on the gift box at his feet. His fingers gently tapped the corners of the gift box. His voice was light and steady. "Sister is outside. Give the thank you gift to the police uncle." As he spoke, he bent down slightly, picked up 3 gift boxes in each hand, and handed them to the 2 people with slow but steady movements. He didn't look at Wang Jianshu and Zhang Yuming, but stared at the knot on the gift box. His tone was serious and could not be refused. "I want it as a gift." Wang Jianshu immediately waved his hand and refused. "Chun-chun, you already call us police uncles, so helping you and catching the bad guys is our duty. No need to thank me." Lin Shichen stubbornly held the gift box tightly, his shoulders slightly tense, and spoke a little louder than before. "Sister said to thank you. Otherwise, Babeo won't make a home." He paused and repeated what he had memorized. "It's grown at home, so it's not worth much. You can harvest it. Homegrown, not worth much." If they had not bought persimmons from the Jiang family before, they might have believed it. Especially Wang Jianshu, who had eaten at their house and knew that given the quality of their agricultural products, the price was not low. Zhang Yuming looked at Lin Shichen, who was still determined, and patiently persuaded him. "Are these persimmons grown by your family? The uncles have already bought a lot of them. They are really delicious. You should take these back and sell them yourself. There are only a few persimmons." Lin Shichen put the gift box on the ground, freed one hand, stretched out 3 fingers, and gestured, with a stubborn look in his eyes. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand this kind of stubbornness. He put down the gift box in his hand, picked up one of them separately, and walked over to the 2 of them, explaining seriously, "There are persimmons, oranges, kiwis, and a wild fruit platter inside. They're more delicious than persimmons." As he spoke, he gently shook the gift box, as if to prove that the things inside were very precious. Before Zhang Yuming and Wang Jianshu could respond, he quickly grabbed another gift box, his tone a little excited. "There are vegetables, chestnuts, and yam beans in it. Cooking is delicious." Pause after each sentence to make sure the other person hears you clearly. Every time Lin Shichen introduced one, Zhang Yuming felt his taste buds being stimulated, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "What about this one?" Zhang Yuming became very curious and asked directly, pointing at the last box. Lin Shichen's eyes lit up and he raised his voice. "It's a big fish from our pond. Chun-chun cleaned it and can be roasted directly." He spoke with certainty, as if reporting a completed task. When Wang Jianshu thought of the fish he had eaten at Zhang's house that night, the delicious taste seemed to still linger on his tongue, and his saliva began to water uncontrollably. The heart that had originally firmly refused began to waver at this moment, and the resistance was no longer as strong as before. But they really can't take other people's things for free. The 2 looked at each other and had an idea in mind. That is to accept the thank you gift first, and then transfer the money to Jiang Wanning. This way, you will not disappoint your child, and you can also stick to your own principles. Seeing that they finally accepted it, Lin Shichen's tense mouth slowly relaxed, and he hummed softly, as if he was relieved. "Uncle Policeman, I'm going back." After saying that, he bowed slightly. His movements were a little stiff, but very serious. The 2 wanted to send him out, but he refused them one by one. "If you know the way, I won't see you off," he said as he took 2 steps back, waved his hand, and turned around. His steps were a little quick, but very steady. The 2 of them still sent him to the door and saw a small pickup truck parked outside and Jiang Wanning sitting in the car. They greeted Jiang Wanning from a distance, watched Lin Shichen run over, and then turned back. Having successfully completed the task assigned by his sister, Lin Shichen's steps became noticeably lighter. He ran to the car, keeping each step on the checkered ground. As soon as he opened the car door, he couldn't wait to report to Jiang Wanning. "Sister, mission accomplished." The expression on his face remained calm, but his eyes sparkled with pride. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but smile at Chinchin's adorable appearance and praised him. "Well done. Let's keep working hard on the next mission." When Lin Shichen heard about the next task, her eyes lit up. She leaned forward slightly and asked eagerly, "Sister, the next task? Is it to go to Sister Zhuang's place?" He remembered his sister saying that Sister Zhuang had many cats and dogs. Having said that, his fingers began to tap lightly on his knees, revealing his anticipation. Jiang Wanning nodded. "That's right. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's go." "Look at the cats and dogs," Lin Shichen murmured, quickly fastened his seatbelt, pressed his fingers twice on the buckle of the seatbelt to confirm that it was fastened, and was completely immersed in the joy of seeing the little animals, muttering dogs, cats, in a low voice. However, just as the car started, Jiang Wanning saw Zhang Yuming and a young lady also in police uniform running towards them hurriedly through the rearview mirror. Jiang Wanning looked around and didn't see anyone else, so she stepped on the brakes, pulled the parking brake, leaned out the window, and asked politely, "Officer Zhang, are you looking for me?" Zhang Yiming jogged all the way to the car, panting, and said, "Yes. Fortunately, you haven't left yet." Jiang Wanning became more and more curious and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" At this time, Chung Yueshi on the side spoke first with a warm smile on his face. "Hello, Boss Jiang, I've heard a lot about you." When Jiang Wanning heard this, countless questions suddenly popped up in her mind, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. What on earth have I done to deserve the long-standing admiration of a people's policeman? It can't be because of all the messy gossip and scandals on the internet, right? After some polite exchanges, Chung Yueshi immediately got to the point. "Boss Jiang, we'd like to ask if you sell that gift box. How much is it? We'd like to buy some." Jiang Wanning explained with some embarrassment. "That gift box is for us to give as a gift. There are several crops in it that haven't reached their harvest season yet, so we can't sell them yet." Chung Yueshi felt a little disappointed when he heard this, but quickly suggested, "Then use the crops you already have at home. It's okay if you don't have any. We're not picky. Please, please. The festival is tomorrow, and we haven't prepared any gifts yet." Her tone was full of pleading, and her eyes were full of expectation. Jiang Wanning still looked embarrassed. "But it's almost 3 o'clock now, and I have to pick up the kids from school. If I go back and bring them back to you, it will be very late." Zhang Yiming quickly waved his hand and said, it's okay. You don't have to send it. We'll go directly to your house after get off work." Chapter 162, Rescue Station. Jiang Wanning confirmed. "Are you sure? It will take some time for us to prepare the gift boxes, so it might be a little late. If you're not in a hurry, I'll send it to you in a couple of days." Zhang Yiming and Chung Yueshi nodded without hesitation. Zhang Yiming, Sure. We're off tomorrow, so we're sorry to bother you, Boss Jiang." Chung Yueshi also echoed, Yes, Boss Jiang. Please help me. We are not afraid of being late." Seeing their insistence, Jiang Wanning said, "Okay, if you don't mind the trouble, you can pick it up at my house at 9 o'clock tonight. By the way, how many copies do you want?" Zhang Yiming, 8 portions. They had already counted the numbers before coming out. Unexpectedly, Chung Yueshi immediately said, 10 servings, I want 3. 1 portion is kept for home, 1 portion is given to grandparents, and 1 portion is given to grandparents-in-law. Zhang Yiming changed his mind when he heard this and added the order. "Then give me 1 too." "I want 2. Jiang Wanning nodded. "Okay, that's 12 servings." Chung Yueshi couldn't wait to pick up the phone, his finger already on the transfer interface, and asked, "How much?" Jiang Wanning waved her hand and said, "Let's talk about it tonight. I'm not sure how much stuff we can pack now. Once it's done, we'll calculate the price based on the actual situation." Subsequently, the 2 parties added each other's contact information. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Then contact me if you have anything else. We'll be leaving first." After saying that, he started the car and drove away slowly. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had to go to the shelter and pick up the twins from school when they came back, so they couldn't be late. The stray animal base is located in the suburbs of the city, covering a large area. It is surrounded by high fences and shaded by green trees. There are many simple shacks scattered around, providing a habitat for stray animals. Jiang Wanning drove to the base, registered at the gate, and then slowly drove in. It was still the same division of labor. Lin Shichen went in to deliver the things, and she stayed in the car waiting. But who would have thought that not long after Lin Shichen entered, she hurried out again. "Sister, there's no one inside." His fingers were tightly clenched around the corner of his clothes, and he felt a little nervous and uneasy. Jiang Wanning was a little confused, thinking that it was not yet time to get off work, so there should be people in the base at this time. So she got out of the car and took Lin Shichen in to look for someone. The brother and sister walked along the path of the base, passing by kennels and cat kennels. The animals inside were either lying lazily or looking around curiously. Lin Shichen walked slowly, his eyes constantly looking at the animals, but his fingers were always tugging at the corner of Jiang Wanning's clothes, as if seeking a sense of security. They searched for a long time and accidentally came to the medical room of the rescue station. Before I even entered the infirmary, I heard Zhuang Xuan's sobbing voice coming from inside. "Is there really no other way?" The voice was full of despair and sadness. Immediately afterwards, an old man in a white coat was seen shaking his head heavily and sighing helplessly. Jiang Wanning was curious, so she slowly moved forward with Lin Shichen. In the center of the medical room, there was a simple operating table, on which lay a large white dog as big as a hill. At just one glance, Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen were stunned by its huge size. Looking closely at its appearance, it should be a Tibetan Mastiff. But before they could recover from the shocking wounds on the Tibetan Mastiff made them gasp. The Tibetan Mastiff's originally pure white fur was now soaked in blood, sticking together piece by piece, forming dark red blood scabs. There was a long cut on its belly, with the skin and flesh rolled outward and the intestines slightly exposed, which was heartbreaking to look at. There was a circle of thin iron wire wrapped around the neck. Due to being wrapped for a long time, it had been deeply embedded in the flesh, and blood and flesh were flying around. One of its eyes was brutally pierced, and the area around the eye socket was covered with dried blood, making it look empty and terrifying. Half of his teeth were knocked out, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth onto the operating table. "Sister, the big dog, is injured." Lin Shichen became nervous, her voice trembling. She pointed her finger at the Tibetan Mastiff, but did not dare to get too close. Cheng Jinxin heard the voice and turned around to see the brother and sister standing at the door. He raised his hand to wipe his face and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Why are you here? It's a bit messy here. Why don't you go sit in the lounge next door?" Jiang Wanning looked at the miserable Tibetan Mastiff in front of her, her brows furrowed, and there was a hint of pity in her voice. "What's wrong with it?" Zhuang Shuyan raised her head, her eyes were red and swollen, and her voice was filled with tears. She could no longer suppress the grief and heartache in her heart, and poured it out all at once. "We found it from the garbage dump this morning. People nearby said this Tibetan Mastiff was abandoned. Its original owner didn't want to keep it anymore and initially drove a long way to get rid of it, but it ran back home on its own. After trying several times without success, the owner decided to kill it and tortured it like this. Thinking it was dead, they threw it at the garbage station." At this point, Zhuang Shuyan's voice was choked with sobs, and tears blurred her eyes again. "Bad guy, bad." Lin Shichen was shaking all over with anger and heartache. He stamped his feet hard, shouting loudly and urgently, "How could you be so bad?" Jiang Wanning was also very angry. After taking a deep breath, she asked, "So what are you going to do now?" The doctor said it was too badly injured and recommended euthanasia. Zhuang Shuyan sobbed, her voice full of helplessness and despair. Lin Shichen looked bewildered. He didn't understand what euthanasia meant. Out of curiosity, he asked in a low voice, his voice like a mosquito's hum, "Euthanasia, what is it?" The doctor beside him looked solemn as he slowly explained, "It's about using medication to end its suffering early and send it away." No, I don't want a big dog to die." Lin Shichen rushed forward and stopped suddenly, afraid of disturbing the Tibetan Mastiff. He just said anxiously to Jiang Wanning, "Sister, take it home, okay? Let be Jiubao, Jiubao." He pulled Jiang Wanning's arm and kept repeating Jiubao as if these two words could save the Tibetan Mastiff's life. Those cries of pleas moved everyone present. Jiang Wanning felt very sad when she heard about the tragic fate of the Tibetan Mastiff. She slowly squatted down, her movements so gentle as if she was afraid of disturbing the Tibetan Mastiff, and then gently held the Tibetan Mastiff's paw. At the moment of touch, the Tibetan Mastiff, which had kept its eyes closed and was breathing weakly, slowly opened its eyes. There was no trace of spirit in its intact eye, but it looked straight at Jiang Wanning. There was pain, confusion, and a desire for life in his eyes, as if he was sending a final distress signal to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning was shocked. She subconsciously sent a trace of supernatural power into the Tibetan Mastiff's body. The Tibetan Mastiff felt this force and actually moved its big head, trying hard to lick Jiang Wanning's hand. Chapter 163, 9 Treasures. "Do you want to thank me?" Jiang Wanning asked gently. "Are you willing to come with me?" Hearing this, Cheng Jinxin couldn't help but persuade him. "The dog's injuries are too severe. It can't be saved. Don't waste your energy." Jiang Wanning ignored it and just stared at the Tibetan Mastiff with determination in her eyes. Amidst everyone's suspicious gazes, the Tibetan Mastiff howled softly, its voice weak but full of power. Jiang Wanning raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. "Okay, I will be your master from now on." She turned to the old doctor at the rescue station and said, "Doctor, please help treat its injuries. I will cover all the expenses." The old doctor sighed helplessly. "This injury is too serious. It's useless to just treat the external injuries." But seeing that Jiang Wanning and her brother insisted, he agreed. The doctor and his assistants began to carefully treat the Tibetan Mastiff's wounds. They first cut the wire around the neck. Even with anesthesia, this action still made the Tibetan Mastiff whimper unconsciously. Next came cleaning the wound on the stomach, suturing it, and applying medicine. Each step was extremely difficult. During this time, Jiang Wanning stayed by its side, holding its claws tightly without letting go. Time passed minute by minute, and when all the external injuries were treated, a miracle happened. The Tibetan Mastiff's breathing became steady, and its originally pale tongue had a hint of blood. It was obviously in much better spirits. How is this possible? The doctor's eyes widened in surprise. I've never seen such a quick recovery. Jiang Wanning smiled and said nothing. She knew that it was her special ability that worked. When they learned that the Tibetan Mastiff had hope of survival, the entire rescue station was in an uproar. Lin Shichen's face flushed with excitement. She kept spinning in small circles, tapping the ground with her toes in a regular rhythm, and kept repeating, "Jiu Bao is saved, Jiu Bao is saved," like reciting an important mantra. The staff of the rescue station also gathered around, with joyful smiles on their faces, and everyone discussed the vitality of the Tibetan Mastiff. Zhuang Xuyan was so excited that her eyes turned red. She took a few steps forward, holding Jiang Wanning's hand tightly. Her voice trembled with excitement, even a little incoherent. "Jiang Wanning, you really are the lucky goddess of dogs. You were Babeo before, and you are to buy now." When Lin Shichen heard this, he immediately stopped circling and frowned, like a small animal whose tail was stepped on. His voice suddenly became louder, with unquestionable seriousness. "Its name is Jiu Bao, not Dabai." His serious look made people around him laugh. Zhuang Xuyan was slightly stunned, then smiled and explained, "Oh, yes, Jiu Bao. But do you really want to raise one? It's a Tibetan Mastiff, and it has a huge appetite. The monthly food expenses are not a small amount." She believed that Jiang Wanning was not mean to the dog, but she was still worried that the Tibetan Mastiff would be abandoned again, and she was also afraid that Jiang Wanning and her family would be burdened too much. Jiang Wanning smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I can afford it." Lin Shichen was afraid that Zhuang Xuyan would change her mind, so he quickly took a half step forward and said in a loud and firm voice, "Raise her together." He clenched his fists and stretched his arms straight, as if he was making a solemn oath. Seeing that Zhuang Xuyan still looked worried, Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "You are allowed to visit my home anytime." "You said so. I will really visit your home." Zhuang Xuyan's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she felt a little embarrassed after she finished speaking and hurriedly explained, "Well, it's not that I don't believe you. I just—" Jiang Wanning interrupted her with a smile. "I know you are responsible for them. It's good that you're doing this." Zhuang Xuyan was delighted, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She pressed on. "Really? Do you really think I'm fine this way, and not just a troublesome person?" Her tone was urgent. The reason was that in her previous work, she was often misunderstood because of her strict requirements for adoptive parents. Even her colleagues thought she was a bit picky. Jiang Wanning shook her head and said seriously, "How could that be? Only someone as serious as you can ensure that the people who adopt them will treat them well." After hearing this, Zhuang Xuyan looked at Cheng Jinxin proudly, like a child who had been praised. She said, "Did you hear that? Let's see if you guys will still find me bothering you and hindering the adoption process. People who really want to adopt, like Jiang Wanning, won't find me annoying." Cheng Jinxin smiled helplessly, spread his hands, and said, Okay, you are right." Jiang Wanning glanced at the clock on the wall inadvertently, and her heart skipped a beat. It's over. She had forgotten about the twins. At this point, not to mention the small classes, even the middle classes have to take care of all the children. "Sorry, I have to go pick up the kids right now. I'll be back soon. I'll take Jubao home once the anesthetic wears off." The old doctor couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "It's seriously injured. Although its condition has improved somewhat, I still recommend that it stay here for a while for observation. That would be safer." Jiang Wanning didn't take it seriously. "Doctor, don't worry. I have nursing experience and have cared for injured animals before. Just prepare the necessary medicines, and I will definitely take good care of it." Zhuang Xuan then advised, "Mr. Han, just let Jiang Wanning take it back. Their babeo all came this way." Seeing that Zhuang Xuan agreed, Dr. Han thought for a moment and decided not to insist any further. He nodded slightly and said, "Okay, in that case, you must pay more attention to its condition. If you have any questions, Please contact me at any time. At this moment, Lin Shichen, who had lowered her head, suddenly looked up. Sister, go pick up Xian Xian and Tong Tong. I'll stay with Jiu Bao and wait for you. His eyes never left the Tibetan mastiff, and his tone was reassuringly serious. Jiang Wanning nodded in agreement. Okay, sister will come to pick you up later. Be good and take good care of yourself and Jiu Bao. Jiang Wanning had just gotten into the car, and before she could start the engine, her cell phone started buzzing. She took it out and saw that it was a call from the kindergarten teacher. On the other end of the phone, it was their teacher reminding her to pick up the child. Sorry, teacher, I'll be there right away. I'm really sorry that I was delayed for a while, Jiang Wanning said as she quickly stepped on the accelerator. Along the way, Jiang Wan drove at the maximum speed limit and rushed towards the kindergarten at lightning speed. When she rushed to the kindergarten, the school gate was already deserted and there was no one there. Jiang Wanning immediately called the teacher back. After hanging up the phone, she picked up a bunch of gift boxes from the back seat and hurried toward the school gate. She first came to the gate and handed one to the security guard with a smile. Uncle, this is a small token of our gratitude for taking care of our child. Chapter 164, Uneasiness. Li Weiman has been silently guarding the gate of this kindergarten for many years. As the seasons change, he has witnessed the growth of generation after generation of children, and has also witnessed the interpersonal relationships between countless parents and teachers. Those parents always bring all kinds of gifts and give them to teachers with smiles on their faces. Their purpose is very simple, which is to hope that the teachers can pay more attention to their children in school. However, after so many years, he never thought that one day he would receive a gift from his parents. When Jiang Wanning handed over the gift with a smile, Li Weiman was stunned and felt a little at a loss for a moment. A flash of surprise first crossed his face, but was soon replaced by joy. He stammered, This is so embarrassing. I didn't do anything. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Who said you didn't do anything? You stand guard here every day, rain or shine, preventing anyone with bad intentions from entering the school. That's your greatest contribution. And Tong Tong and Xian Xian always talk about you when they get home, saying that you gave them candy. This holiday gift was also specially sent to you by them. The feeling of being remembered by others for the little things you do in your daily life is like the warm sun in winter, warm and comfortable. An indescribable feeling of emotion welled up in Li Weiman's heart. However, looking at the beautifully wrapped gift box in front of him, his hand unconsciously retracted, still a little embarrassed to accept it. That's what I should do. It's not appropriate to accept so many things from you for such a small thing. As he spoke, he waved his hands, his face full of embarrassment. Jiang Wanning continued to persuade her, Don't look at it as a lot. The box just looks big. It's filled with fruits and vegetables we grow ourselves. There's nothing expensive in it. Please accept it. Besides, I have something I want to ask you for help with. If you don't accept it, I'll be embarrassed to ask for it. Upon hearing this, Li Weiman quickly asked, What's the matter? Just tell me if I can help. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanning immediately brought up 4 more holiday gifts and explained, These are for other friends, but I have to leave soon for something, so I thought I'd leave them with you for now. I'll let them know when the time comes to pick them up. They won't be delivered later than 5:30, so I'm not sure if it will delay your get-off work. She had carefully confirmed this time by sending messages to those people while she was on the road. After hearing this, Li Weiman agreed without hesitation. No delay. No delay. I happen to be getting off work at this time. Don't worry. Leave your things with me. I will definitely take good care of them for you. Jiang Wanning smiled gratefully, carefully put her name on each gift, explained everything in detail, then turned around and took out a bunch of gift boxes from the car, then walked quickly towards the twins' classroom. The whole school was empty. All the children had been picked up by their parents. Only Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan were still waiting in the classroom pitifully. Jiang Wanning originally thought that since the children had been waiting for so long, they would be a little upset. Unexpectedly, when the 2 little guys saw her, they rushed into her arms like 2 frightened deer without hesitation. Jiang Wanning could clearly feel their small bodies trembling slightly, and besides anxiety, there was more fear in their eyes. Mom. The 2 children hugged Jiang Wanning tightly with crying voices, as if they were afraid that she would disappear if they let go. What's wrong? Jiang Wanning's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously lowered her head and felt the wetness on her trouser legs. She quickly squatted down, gently hugged the 2 children in her arms, and gently comforted them, Why are you still crying? I'm sorry, Mom was delayed, so I'm late. Can you forgive Mom? The two little guys shook their heads desperately and sobbed. Don't blame Mom. It would be great if she could come pick us up. Jiang Wanting felt very guilty. She didn't expect that her momentary negligence would cause the child to panic. At this time, their class teacher Huang Jini stepped forward with a hint of apology on her face and explained softly, Tong Tong's mother, when the two children were waiting for you, some parents at the door made some inappropriate jokes, and they took them seriously, so? Jiang Wanting understood instantly, without asking in detail, that those so-called inappropriate jokes were most likely bad taste remarks like, your mother doesn't want you anymore. Even an ordinary child would feel suspicious after hearing such a joke. What's more, Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan had just found their mother. The happiness they had finally obtained made them particularly afraid of losing it. Jiang Wanting hugged the two children tighter with a tender smile on her face as she patiently explained, Silly children, how could Mommy not want you? Mommy and Uncle went to see Aunt Zhuang. Does Aunt Zhuang still remember you? Jiang Mutong sniffed and answered first. I remember, the aunt who sent Babeo back to our house. Jiang Wanting nodded gently, took out a tissue, and wiped their tears and snot, saying, Yes, it's Aunt Zhuang. We rescued a big dog from Aunt Zhuang's place. It was seriously injured. Mom and Uncle were busy saving it, so they couldn't get back in time to pick you up. Sure enough, the two children's attention was diverted at once. Their eyes lit up instantly, and the fear and sadness on their faces disappeared. They shouted anxiously, Where's the big dog? Mom, can we go see the big dog too? Jiang Wanting smiled and patted the two children's heads, saying gently, Okay, we'll go see the big dog soon. Uncle is waiting for us there. But before we go, do you have anything to give to the teachers? Jiang Mushuan was the first to react. Gift. The two of them struggled to lift the gift box and steadily moved it in front of Huang Jini step by step and said crisply, Teacher Huang, happy holidays. This is our gift to you. When Huang Jini saw these gift boxes, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But just as she opened her mouth, she heard Jiang Mutong blinking her big eyes and saying in a baby voice, Teacher Huang, these are all delicious fruits and vegetables grown by my mother. The little guy was gesturing with his hands while talking, and his cute look made people laugh. Huang Jini couldn't help laughing after hearing this. She tapped Jiang Mudong's nose and said, Little clever ghost. Thank you, Tong Tong's mother. The things you grow at home are really delicious. I will shamelessly accept them. Because the other two teachers were not in the classroom, Jiang Wanting handed the remaining two gifts to Huang Jini. Teacher Huang, I'd like to trouble you to pass these two gifts on to the other two teachers. I'll take the two children back first. Chapter 165, Worthless. After saying goodbye to Teacher Huang, Jiang Wanting left the classroom holding a child in each hand. As soon as they walked out the classroom door, the two children were like two happy little rabbits. They had changed from their previous sadness and fear and were now jumping and chattering and asking questions nonstop. Mom, how big is the big dog? Is it bigger than Sambo? Mom, can we bring the big puppy home today? After work, Li Weimin walked home slowly carrying 3 boxes of holiday gifts. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his body, making his old jacket glow with a faint golden hue. He walked and hummed a little tune, feeling particularly happy. When he returned home, his wife Wang Shulan had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him to come home to eat. Seeing him carrying 3 large boxes, Wang Shulan frowned. Where did you come from? Why did you bring back so many things? I clearly got the holiday gift from school back a few days ago. Li Weimin placed the box on the table and said with a smile, This is a gift from the child's parents. They said they wanted to thank me for taking care of their child. Wang Shulan looked at the old man's smug expression and couldn't help but mutter, You're just a security guard, and you're still being given gifts? I opened the box curiously to see what was inside. After opening them one by one, I found that except for a big fish that looked valuable, the rest of the 3 gift boxes were ordinary mountain products. Wang Shulan, the packaging was so good, I thought it contained something extraordinary. But considering that my old man is just an ordinary security guard, it would be strange if he really received any valuable gifts. As she spoke, she picked up a box filled with various wild fruits, which were red and purple, and looked very appetite-stimulating. Although it's not something very expensive, it takes a lot of effort to pick these wild fruits. I think people put a lot of effort into it. Li Weimin came over to take a look and said proudly, What do you mean by not expensive? Just this box costs 50 yuan. There's a daily limit on purchases, and parents and teachers at the kindergarten are all rushing to buy them. 50 a box. Wang Shulan's eyes widened. So expensive? Is this fruit made of gold? She put the wild fruit into her mouth half-believingly, took a light bite, and was stunned. This is so delicious. Wang Shulan couldn't help but exclaimed. No wonder it costs 50 yuan per pound. It tastes even better than the imported fruit my daughter bought for my mom. Li Weiman smiled complacently. Imported fruits are just a gimmick. They say that the local climate and soil nurture the local people. If we want to talk about delicious food, we have to go with the food grown here. As he said this, he grabbed a small handful and put it into his mouth. He looked intoxicated while eating. Wang Shulan also tasted several wild fruits in a row, and the more she ate, the more amazing she felt. Before I knew it, I had eaten half a box. She quickly closed the box and carefully put it away. No, we can't eat it anymore. We have to save it for the children to come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Li Weiman was not annoyed, but turned his attention to the remaining fruits. In addition to wild fruits, there were also a few persimmons, oranges, and kiwis in the box. These fruits look unremarkable, especially the persimmons, whose skin is a bit rough and the color is not bright enough. The oranges were even more crooked, with a few spots on the skin. The kiwi fruit is round, but smaller than the common ones on the market. Wang Shulan also picked up a persimmon and frowned. This persimmon doesn't look very good. It doesn't look like it's delicious. She muttered as she peeled the persimmon and took a small bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Oh, how come these persimmons are so sweet? Not astringent at all. Much better than the ones we bought at the supermarket last time. After hearing this, Li Weiman curiously picked up a persimmon and tasted it, nodding repeatedly. It's really good, very sweet, and has a refreshing fragrance. Wang Shulan picked up another orange, peeled it, broke off a segment, and put it in her mouth. The orange juice bursts in your mouth instantly, with just the right amount of sweet and sour, and the flesh is delicate, without the roughness of ordinary oranges at all. It's much better than those ugly oranges we usually buy. Li Weiman also tasted a slice and nodded in agreement. It's really good. Although this orange may not look good, the taste is really good. Then, Wang Shulan picked up another kiwi fruit and cut it open with a knife, revealing the green flesh inside. She scooped a spoonful into her mouth and was immediately captivated by the rich, fruity aroma and delicate taste. This kiwi is delicious. It's sweet but not greasy, and the flesh is especially delicate. It's much better than those imported kiwis. The two of them sighed as they ate, and the more they ate, the more they felt that these fruits were extraordinary. Wang Shulan suddenly thought of something and frowned. Are these fruits all 50 yuan per pound? This box must be 2 or 300 yuan, right? Besides this box of fruit, there are 2 other boxes. She turned to look at Li Weiman, her tone filled with complaints. How dare you accept such an expensive gift? How can we possibly return such a valuable gift from a parent? Li Weiman felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. I don't know. The child's mother said they grew these themselves, but I thought they were just some ordinary fruits and vegetables. Who knew they were so precious? Wang Shulan sighed. It's already been accepted. There's no point in saying this now. Let's return the favor when school starts. You can't just take someone else's things for free. Li Weiman nodded in agreement. Okay, when school starts, we should prepare something in return. We can't let them think we're taking advantage of us. After saying that, he reached out to grab another orange, but Wang Shulan slapped him away. You're still so greedy at your age. Save these for the children when they come back, and let them have a taste too. Li Weiman withdrew his hand in disappointment, swallowed hard, and looked at the box of fruit eagerly. I'll just eat one more. There's still so many. Wang Shulan glared at him. No, I don't know you. Once you start eating, you'll never stop. If you finish now, what will the children eat? Li Weiman had no choice but to sit back in his chair, staring at the box of fruit eagerly, muttering to himself. Really? This was given to me by someone, but I'm not even allowed to eat an orange. Seeing him like this, Wang Shulan couldn't help but laugh. All right, stop pretending to be pitiful. Wait until the children come back, and we'll eat together. You can eat as much as you want then. Li Weiman nodded reluctantly, but his eyes still glanced at the box of fruit from time to time. It was obvious that he had not eaten enough. Chapter 166, What a Coincidence. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who would knock on the door at this hour? Wang Shulan got up and opened the door with some doubts. As soon as the door opened, she saw her daughter and her family of 3 standing outside. "Mom and Dad, we're back." Li Jingjing greeted them with a smile, holding her 3-year-old daughter, Xiaorui's hand. The little one's eyes sparkled as he imitated his mother and greeted his grandmother. "Grandpa and Grandma, Rui is back." Son-in-law Zhang Wenba followed behind, holding a large box in his hands, and shouted, "Dad, Mom. Hey, why are you here today? Didn't you say you would come tomorrow?" Wang Shulan was surprised and happy. She quickly moved aside to welcome them into the house. She also reached out to pick up Xiaorui and kissed her. Li Jingjing, like a little child, held onto her mother's arm affectionately and said coquettishly, "Hey, Zhang Ming and I are going out tomorrow to attend a classmate's wedding and spend a few days there. So I thought of sending Xiaorui over here early and asking you to help take care of her for a few days." Wang Shulan feigned a stern expression, gently tapped her daughter's forehead, and began to scold her. "Is this how you act, as parent Xiaorui is only a little girl, and she already wants to go out and play by herself?" Li Jingjing wasn't frightened at all. Instead, she acted even more coquettishly. "Mom, we work every day and are so busy that we can only go out and relax during the National Day holiday. Besides, Xiaorui loves you guys the most. I'm relieved to leave her to you." As she spoke, she gently shook her mother's arm, like a little girl who had never grown up. Although Wang Shulan was still complaining, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She hugged Xiaorui with great joy, kissed her tender cheek, and said softly, "Grandma likes Rui the most too." At this time, Li Weimin also came out, walked up to his granddaughter with a smile on his face, and started teasing her. Only when he heard the little guy sweetly calling him Grandpa did he sit up contentedly. She looked up and saw the box in her son-in-law Zhang Wenba's hands. She couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, why did you bring so many things again? Didn't I tell you not to buy things indiscriminately? Your mother and I don't lack anything." Li Jingjing quickly explained, "Dad, we didn't buy anything random this time. We just bought a box of persimmons. They tasted good to us, so we thought we'd bring some back for you guys to try." As she spoke, she turned around and gently patted her husband's shoulder, signaling him to open the box and let her parents taste the delicious persimmons. Li Weimin frowned and said, "Where did you import the persimmons this time? Those imported fruits look good, but they taste just so. They're also incredibly expensive, not worth it at all. My daughter is good at everything, but sometimes she is too Western worshipping. She always thinks that imported things are all good and must taste better." Zhang Wenba explained with a smile, "Hey Dad, you've wronged us this time. These persimmons are not only not imported, but also produced in our nearby city." Wang Shulan was curious when she heard this. "We produce it in Linshire? Then why don't you come back and buy it instead of sending it back and forth?" As he spoke, Zhang Wenba had already neatly opened the box, took out 2 persimmons the size of an adult's fist, and handed them to Li Weimin and his wife. "Mom and Dad, don't be fooled by the fact that these persimmons don't look very good. They taste absolutely amazing. My colleagues at work are all going crazy for them. It's only because Jingjing was quick and placed the order early that we were able to receive them before the holiday. In fact, this is one of the reasons why they came back early today. After all, these persimmons are so delicious that they are afraid of staying at home for one more day, so they can't help but eat up the whole box of persimmons for you." Li Weimin and Wang Shulan took the persimmons and looked at the slightly rough skin, feeling inexplicably familiar. The next moment, Li Weimin turned around and walked quickly to the refrigerator and took out all the fruits that Wang Shulan had put away. Then he took out the only remaining persimmon and handed it to his daughter and son-in-law. "Look, aren't they the same?" Li Jingjing took a closer look and immediately opened her mouth in surprise. "No way, what a coincidence. Dad, where did you buy it?" The most important thing is, when did his parents become so generous that they could even afford to buy persimmons that cost 40 yuan per pound? Li Weimin immediately became proud. "I didn't buy them. A parent from the kindergarten gave them to me. These persimmons and other fruits are all grown by their family. They all taste amazing. Are you the parents of kindergarten children? Is this true?" Li Jingjing was even more surprised now. Persimmons are so popular there, and her father actually knows the owner. Li Weimin smiled and said, "Whether it's true or not, you can tell by trying it." Li Jingjing couldn't wait to grab the persimmon and take a bite. The familiar sweet taste instantly spread in her mouth, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's exactly the same." Li Weimin was even more proud when he saw this. "Try other fruits. They taste just as good as persimmons." "Real?" Li Jingjing's eyes lit up. She handed the remaining half of the persimmon to her husband. and then picked up an orange. After peeling the orange, put it in your mouth and take a bite. The sweet and sour juice instantly exploded between her taste buds. Her eyes widened immediately, her face full of surprise. She muttered vaguely but excitedly, it's really delicious." As she said this, she did not forget to pluck off a petal and stuffed it into her husband's mouth without saying a word. After tasting the orange, he reached out and took a kiwi, and the box of wild fruit platter made her unable to stop eating. The fruits inside were of various shapes and colors. Every bite brought a unique taste impact. She couldn't stop eating one bite after another. The couple was so engrossed in eating and feeding their baby that they didn't even notice that little Rue was staring at them eagerly, her eyes red with anxiety, her mouth turned upside down, and she almost cried out loud. Wang Shulan saw this and felt distressed. She quickly stepped forward and gathered up the remaining fruit. She said with a hint of anger, "Don't eat all of them. I saved these for Xiaorui. The quantity of each fruit is not much, only about 1 pound, and after everyone tastes it, there won't be much left." Li Jingjing retorted, "Give me some more food. How can a tiny girl like her eat so much?" Wang Shulan, "If you can't finish it today, save it for tomorrow. You guys are going to the wedding tomorrow, but you didn't bring Xiao Rue with you. Are you trying to steal her food?" Li Jingjing knew that in her mother's heart, the status of her precious granddaughter was unshakable, and she would definitely not be able to snatch her away, so she had to give up. So he looked at Li Weimin and said, "Dad, are these fruits really grown by your kindergarten children at home?" Li Weimin, "Of course it's fake. Take that box of wild fruit platter, for example. Many kindergarten teachers and parents buy it from them." Chapter 167 exploded. Li Jingjing looked puzzled. "That's weird. Why do they only sell persimmons in their online store?" Li Weimin, "How would I know? Besides these fruits, there are many other things." As he spoke, he excitedly took out various vegetables, chestnuts, and fish from the gift box one by one and placed them on the table, as if he was holding a small agricultural product exhibition. Li Jingjing looked at the fresh ingredients, and her stomach growled a few times. "Mom, we haven't had dinner yet. How about we make this dish and try it?" Wang Shulan felt a little helpless when she heard this, but she still took action immediately and said, "Why are you telling me now if you haven't eaten yet? I'll make whatever you want to eat right now." As she said that, she put her granddaughter in Li Weimin's arms, turned around, and walked towards the kitchen. Although she and Li Weimin's dinner was still on the table, they had not yet had time to start eating. But the old couple eats simply, with just one dish and one soup. Not only is it not enough, they are also reluctant to let their daughter and granddaughter eat with them. Seeing this, Zhang Wenba quickly stood up and said, "Mom, let me help you." Wang Shulan didn't hesitate and responded readily, "Okay, then you wash these vegetables and I'll cut up the fish and stew it first." In the kitchen, there was a sudden sound of pots and pans colliding. In the living room, Li Jingjing was not idle either. She took out her mobile phone and took pictures of the colorful fruits in front of her daughter. Every angle is taken into consideration, striving to capture these tempting fruits perfectly in the camera. After taking the photo, she tapped her fingers quickly on the screen and edited the text for her moments. "I worked so hard to grab a box of persimmons and brought them home, only to find that my mom had not only persimmons but also oranges, kiwis, and a small platter of wild fruits." After posting it on her moments, she couldn't help but say happily, "Little guys, I'm going to make you all envious." It was as if I could already see the envious and jealous expressions of my friends. As expected, not long after the circle of friends was posted, several replies appeared one after another. "What do you mean? Are these fruits as delicious as the ugly persimmons we stole? Damn, could it be that you have found Persimmon's nest?" Li Jingjing replied proudly, "Yes." As soon as she replied, her phone started vibrating like a lit firecracker. They were all messages from friends, and without exception, they were all asking about the source of the fruit. Li Jingjing looked at Li Weimin, who was teasing his granddaughter nearby, and said, "Dad, can you ask the child's parents if we can buy fruit directly from them? We're thinking of bringing some back when we go back. Many of my colleagues and leaders want me to bring some." When Li Weimin heard that it was his daughter's colleague who needed help, he immediately said, "Okay, I'll ask for you right now." Although he didn't have Jiang Wanning's contact information, he knew that the kindergarten teachers must have it. After all, they had almost all bought fruit from Jiang Wanning. As expected, when he contacted a kindergarten teacher and said he wanted to buy Jiang's fruit, the other party pulled him into a group without saying a word. Li Weimin looked at the group name displayed on the mobile phone screen. Jiang family vegetable basket group number 1, hesitated for a moment, and then handed the phone directly to Li Jingjing. The teacher in our kindergarten dragged me into the group. Why don't you ask directly in there? When Li Jingjing heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. There's even a group buying group. So after joining the group, do I no longer have to compete with those people online to buy things? She took the phone and directly added her own number to the group using Li Weiman's account. Then, switch to your own account and edit the message in the group. Liang Jingjing, Jiang Wanting, Boss Jiang, your oranges, kiwis, and wild fruit platters are all delicious. Can I order them directly in the group? Not long after the message was sent out, the group, which had been quiet before, suddenly became lively, and group members who had been lurking in the group came out one after another. What? What do you mean upstairs? You even ate oranges and kiwis for Boss Jiang's house? When did that happen? Why didn't I know about it? Isn't Boss Jiang only selling persimmons now? Where did the oranges and kiwis come from? Could someone be impersonating Boss Jiang? Yes. Whenever there are new products, Boss Jiang will send a notification in the group chat. I watch the group chat every day, but I didn't see it at all. Li Jingjing was not annoyed at all when she saw that everyone in the group was questioning what she said. She first uploaded the photos of various fruits she had taken before. However, this is not enough. She found the gift boxes piled up in the corner, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Liang Jingjing. Aren't the oranges and kiwis on sale yet? I don't know. Boss Jiang gave my dad a gift box containing kiwis and oranges, so I thought they were ready to go. All of a sudden, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest in the group, with message alert sounds coming one after another and flashing continuously. Especially when everyone saw the eye-catching 5 big words, Jiang Family Vegetable Basket, on the gift box, the group exploded. What kind of gift box is this? Why don't I have one? Jiang Wanting, Boss Jiang, I want a gift box too. Boss Jiang, please give me some fresh oranges and kiwis. I'm drooling just looking at the pictures. Woo, I also want to receive a gift box like this. Boss Jiang, look at me. Boss Jiang, are you doing any promotions like giving away gift boxes for top-up? Just tell me how much you want to top up. Don't do it so secretly. With Li Jingjing's photos, those who received gift boxes in the group also started to show off. Oranges and kiwis are so delicious. Pictures. The fruit was delicious, but I still preferred the vegetables and fish at Boss Jiang's. The fish, in particular, was amazing. Pictures. Wow, you guys are so quick. You've already eaten the fish. My mom loves that fish so much she wants to eat it with a guest tomorrow. Have you tried the cherry radish yet? Eat it raw. It tastes even better than fruit. The group members, who were already screaming with greed, became even more excited when they saw the vegetables and fish. After all, they haven't eaten any vegetables from the Jiang family since tomatoes. So much so that I can't even enjoy my meals every day. I heard that right after planting the seeds, they almost count on their fingers the days until the vegetables are ripe. Unexpectedly, they have already secretly put it on the shelves. Boss Jiang, I want vegetables too. If I can't eat vegetables, I'm going on a hunger strike. Various emoticons with strong emotions kept flooding the screen, and the entire group instantly became as lively as a vegetable market. Everyone was crazy about Jiang Wanting and waiting for her response. Chapter 168, The Attack of the Friends. At this time, the Jiang family courtyard was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Jiang Wanting is busy with her family, young and old. The mountains of gift boxes and various fruits and vegetables in front of them are their battlefield tonight. They were busy preparing the gift box order for the police station. There were originally 12 orders, but who would have thought that after they took Jubao home, the number turned in at 50-7. Although time was a bit tight, she thought that she had already accepted the order. Chestnuts, yam balls, etc. are all readily available, and there are still quite a few in stock at home. The fish is out of stock anyway, so there's no need to prepare it separately. It's just a matter of preparing a few more pounds of fruits and vegetables. Thinking of this, she readily agreed. As for the pricing of this gift box, she did not follow the conventional pricing method of those exquisite gift boxes on the market, but set it according to the unit price and quantity of the vegetables and fruits inside. Vegetables are all 30 yuan per portion, and fruits are all 40 yuan per portion. To others, this pricing method is too real, even a little unbelievable. So when it came time to settle the bill, Zhang Yuming and Cheng Yueshi felt a little embarrassed when they looked at the plain price. I thought Jiang Wanting gave them special discounts. After all, in their perception, anyone who sells gift boxes takes packaging and brand added value into account. No one is like Jiang Wanning, who sells the items directly based on a unit price. Chung Yueshi said a little embarrassedly, Boss Jiang, we have already caused you a lot of trouble by adding an order at the last minute. If we make you suffer a loss in price, we will feel even more guilty. Jiang Wanning waved her hand and explained, Officer Chung, please don't think that. This gift box was originally intended as a gift, not for sale, so there's no such thing as a discount. The extra cost, to be honest, is just the price of these 2 boxes. And by buying our things, you're helping our business. So how can you say it to bother? I can't thank you enough. Hearing her say this, Chung Yueshi and Zhang Yiming no longer insisted. They took out their mobile phones and quickly transferred the payment. When Zhang Yiming transferred the money, he even paid the price for 2 copies. Those were the 2 copies that Jiang Wanning gave to him and his master. This was something he and his master had discussed before he came out. But unexpectedly, the money was returned by Jiang Wanning just a short while after it was transferred. Jiang Wanning deliberately put on a stern face and said, Officer Zhang, if that's how you calculate it, then I won't sell anything from my house to you anymore. The tone is half joking and half serious, making it difficult to tell whether it is true or not. Zhang Yiming got anxious when he heard this and quickly said, No. Boss Jiang, if you really do that, I don't know how they'll beat me up when I get back. As he spoke, he made a pitiful face and clasped his hands together as if begging for mercy. Jiang Wanning looked at his funny expression and said with a smile, Then take the money back. In fact, our gift boxes are meant to give back to old customers. Haven't you bought persimmons from us before? Just think of it as a return gift for old customers, right? Besides, these gift boxes are also a way for us to promote new products. Most of them contain products that haven't been put on the shelves yet. We give them to you to try. If you like them and come back to buy them, it will also be a promotion for me. It's a win-win situation. How great is that? Her words were so logical that they completely dispelled Zhang Yiming's concerns. When Chung Yueshi heard Jiang Wanning's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Boss Jiang, will you release new gift boxes like this in the future? What are the requirements to receive one? As far as she knows, the common merchant promotion model is generally to accumulate purchases of products worth a certain amount, or reach a specific number of consumption times, and then become a merchant's VIP or VVIP. Then enjoy special treatment during the Chinese New Year and other holidays. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but laugh. It all depends on who we like. We give gifts to whoever we like. For example, my children like their teachers, my old lady likes the doctors who treat her illnesses, and I like the police officers who serve the people. Chung Yueshi didn't expect to get such an answer. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed, but also sincerely proud of his identity as a policeman. An indescribable sense of pride arises in my heart. At this moment, Zhang Yiming suddenly pointed at his phone and said with a malicious smile, Boss Jiang, your group message seems to have exploded. Jiang Wanning was slightly stunned. Then she remembered that all her groups were set to do not disturb mode, and she rarely checked the messages in the group in real time. She quickly opened her phone, and what caught her eye were messages all flooding the screen with her, densely packed and filling up the entire screen. Too lazy to look through the previous chat history, she simply sent a message directly. What's wrong? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? As soon as the message was sent out, replies came flooding in like a tide. The number and speed were so large that it was dizzying. Boss Jiang, you finally came out. I thought you ran away out of guilt. You still ask what happened? Just tell me what you did to offend us. Boss Jiang, hand over that gift box. Otherwise, don't blame me for coming to your house and killing you. Boss Jiang, you should just tell us what the conditions are for getting the gift box. Let's compete fairly. Sending it out without any notice really hurts those of us who didn't receive it. Boss Jiang, I want to buy 10 gift boxes. Please name your price. Jiang Wanning felt a little guilty after hearing these words of accusation. It was as if I had really done something wrong that was unforgivable. She curiously scrolled through the chat history and found that the person who received her holiday gift had posted a photo of the gift box in the group. The exquisite packaging and rich ingredients instantly ignited the envy and jealousy of other group members, causing their mentality to collapse. Chung Yueshi and Zhang Yiming were in the group and saw the content criticizing Jiang Wanning. They couldn't help but joked, Boss Jiang, do you want us to share some too and help spread the word for you? Jiang Wanning said with a headache, Forget it. You guys should just stop making trouble. We don't have time to prepare extra gift boxes at home right now. As she spoke, her fingers tapped rapidly on the phone screen, and she quickly edited a message and sent it. Sorry, the gift box is not for sale. The products inside the gift box will be available in the future, so please be patient and wait for a while. There are no requirements for receiving the gift box. It is a random draw. Chapter 169, Begging to be Slaughtered. Almost as soon as her message was posted, various responses from the novice friends in the group came flooding in like a tide. Why don't you sell it? Don't you know that making gift boxes is more profitable? Boss Jiang, you won't get rich running a business like this. Boss Jiang, go ahead and sell it. I'm willing to be slaughtered by you. Ask to be slaughtered +1. Ask for the ID number of the person being slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, the group started a chain mode of seeking to be ripped off. Chung Yueshi and Zhang Yuming stood aside, watching in amazement. Both of their faces were filled with disbelief. This is the first time I've seen someone willingly being slaughtered. This scene really opened their eyes. However, as they watched, the two of them were unconsciously infected by the warm atmosphere, and an irresistible urge surged in their hearts, and they inexplicably followed suit and took a line. After all, they also knew that they were able to buy the gift box this time only because of favors. It would not be a good idea to use this back door every time in the future. Jiang Wanning is willing to help out of kindness, but they also have to know their own limitations and can't always trouble others. However, in this lively chain game, several special elements were quickly discovered and pulled out by the sharp-eyed group members. Brother, I remember you just posted a photo of the gift box. Why are you coming out to snatch it from us? The eldest brother, who was named, did not hesitate and replied confidently. It's just a gift box, not enough for me alone. We almost had a fight over who gets to eat the extra orange. I was even worse off. I just took a bite, and my mother put it away, saying that she wanted to save it for guests. Hey, actually, it's good that you haven't tasted the contents of the gift box. At least you don't know the taste, so you won't keep thinking about it. For us, after trying it, we can't eat it later. Don't even mention how uncomfortable it is. Hey, are you guys really going to go too far? What do you mean by we haven't tasted it? So it doesn't matter if we can't eat it. Do you understand the pain of being able to see but not be able to eat? As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly ignited the emotions of those group members who did not receive the gift boxes. Everyone started to complain, and the argument became heated. That's right, I'm so jealous just watching you guys sunbathing inhumanely. Boss Jiang, please be kind and open a sales channel. I want to buy a few boxes for my future mother-in-law. Whether I can get married depends on you, Boss Jiang. The brother above is a talented person. This is all possible. Boss Jiang, I want to buy a few boxes to give to my boss. Whether I can get a promotion and a raise depends on you. Jiang Wanning almost laughed out loud when she saw the newbies in the group racking their brains to come up with one torture trick after another. They treated her like a turtle in a wishing well, and everything from weddings, promotions, wealth, and postgraduate and civil service exams all depended on her. However, she really didn't expect that just an ordinary gift box could cause such a big reaction in the group. And this is just one group. If those people in the second group with strong purchasing power receive the gift box, I wonder if the commotion would get even worse. She got a headache just thinking about that scene. At this time, Chung Yueshi couldn't help but persuade him. Boss Jiang, why don't you consider it? These are the needs of our customers. So many people are eagerly looking forward to it. Maybe launching a gift box can really open up a new market. Jiang Wanning quickly sorted out the subsequent plans in her mind, and after thinking for a moment, she sent a message. Do you really want our gift box so much? This message was like a magical command, and the group that was originally arguing heatedly suddenly became quiet. Then, a uniform response appeared like a line of well-trained soldiers. Want. Looking at the overwhelming response, Jiang Wanning smiled helplessly. Finally, I compromised and said, since everyone wants it so much, then when I prepare the gift boxes for the next holiday, I will stock up according to everyone's needs, okay? I thought this reply could temporarily calm the emotions of the group members, but unexpectedly, everyone was still unwilling to give in. Boss Jiang, why next time? I want to buy it this time too. That's right, next time the daylilies are cold. Boss Jiang, please be kind and sell them this time. Boss Jiang, I'm willing to pay double the price as long as you can sell it to me this time. I'll pay 3 times as much. Boss Jiang, please be flexible because I've always supported you. The enthusiasm of the group members was ignited again, and messages of various pleas and price increases kept flooding the screen. In order to buy the gift box they have been dreaming of, everyone has tried their best. Their eagerness can be felt clearly through the screen. But today is the last day before the holiday. Even if they prepared it overnight, it would be too late to deliver it to them before the holiday. Jiang Wanning, but we have a holiday tomorrow, so it's definitely too late to prepare today. Friends in the group, we can wait. Even if we receive it after National Day, we will accept it. What about giving gifts for the holidays? It's been exposed. However, she also knew that everyone was so enthusiastic because they recognized and loved their agricultural products. After thinking it over again and again, Jiang Wanning compromised again. Jiang Wanning's fingers moved rapidly across the screen, sending a message. Okay, you win. Wow. Boss Jiang, do you agree? Ha. I knew Boss Jiang was kind and nice, and she definitely wouldn't let us down. Boss Jiang, please tell me the price quickly. I have my wallet ready. Jiang Wanning. Just to be clear, we only have 2 gift boxes available right now. One for fruit and one for vegetables. The fish in the previous gift box has sold out and is currently out of stock. The price is 280 yuan per box. Orders are now being counted, and the deadline is 12 p.m. tonight. Shipments will be made in 3 days. If it weren't for the fact that the gift boxes have run out and I have to place a new order, it would be shipped almost tomorrow night. As soon as the message was sent, transfer information came up one after another like snowflakes. Looking closely, I saw that the transfer amount was over 4 digits. Some ordered 5 or 6, while others even ordered dozens. After the transfer was made, everyone began to express their admiration for Jiang Wanning's very reasonable pricing. Boss Jiang, your price is really affordable. Compared to selling individually, you have to pay for 2 gift boxes when you buy the gift box. Zhang Yuming, who was receiving a fixed salary, was shocked by what he saw. What kind of group is this? So many rich people. Cheng Yueshi, who also has the purchasing power of a wealthy person, also placed several orders. Zhang Yuming, you've already bought several copies. Why are you still buying? Cheng Yueshi said with a smile. There are many people in my family. With so many boxes, one person can only eat a few bites. Chapter 170 Labor Law. The night is deep and the moonlight falls like water in the quiet courtyard. Wang Ying and Jiang Wutian had been busy all day and had just finished packing up and were about to go to bed when they heard a knock on the door. Then a familiar voice came. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Open the door. Hey, isn't that our son's voice? Quick, go open the door. Wang Ying's originally tired body suddenly shuddered and his eyes lit up. Jiang Wutian didn't even bother to change his shoes. He walked quickly towards the door, and his slippers made a tapping sound. When the door opened, they saw their son Jiang Zhiqing, holding a gift box of mooncakes in his hand. Chengcheng, didn't you say you couldn't come back? Jiang Wutian reached out and took the gift box from his hand and pulled the person in. Jiang Zhiqing joked, I'm just worried you've been scammed. I heard you guys got a high-paying job, and I've been feeling uneasy, so I came back to check on you. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying angrily scolded. Who lied to us? Your parents aren't senile yet. Besides, we're all villagers who know each other well. We see each other every day. Who would lie to whom? After that, he asked with concern, Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook you a bowl of noodles? I ate in the car, so I'm not hungry now. Jiang Zhiqing took the water his father handed over, drank it in one gulp, and then said unwillingly, Mom, haven't you heard a saying? It's easier to take action against someone you know. Wang Ying obviously didn't believe it. Go away, what nonsense is this? Jiang Wutian also nodded in agreement. Yes, Chengcheng, don't worry about it. Your mother and I have good jobs. We got our salary today and also received holiday benefits. Having said that, the couple couldn't help but feel happy again. Jiang Wutian pointed directly at the 6 large gift boxes neatly arranged in the corner and boasted, Your mother and I each have 3 gift boxes. They're not worse than what your company gives out, right? His face was full of pride. Don't blame them. I have lived for most of my life and have done many odd jobs, but I have never had a proper job. Therefore, I have never received any holiday benefits. This is the first time I enjoy it. Why don't I show off as much as possible? Wang Ying approached his son mysteriously, a smug smile on his face, and asked, Guess how much your father and I earned? Jiang Zhiqing was really curious. How much? Wang Ying straightened his back and said proudly, I have 4,000. And your father has 3,008. Jiang Zhiqing frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, 1 month? If the salary level is like this, he shouldn't worry at all, okay? But didn't you say that on the phone before? Wang Ying patted his son's arm gently and said with a smile, What do you mean by 1 month? We only worked 10 days this month. This is 10 days' wages. 4,010 days. Jiang Ziqing's face was filled with disbelief. Based on this calculation, if I work for a full month, wouldn't it be easy to break 10,000? How is this possible? Jiang Tiangua, how is that impossible? Your mother and I worked overtime on the weekend, and the overtime pay is double. Jiang Ziqing, we don't even get overtime pay for overtime work in our company. How can you get overtime pay, double the pay, for just doing odd jobs? He really wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. There's such a good boss in the world. Wang Ying dug out the pay slip from the drawer and handed it directly to her son. Ningning said that overtime pay is stipulated in the labor law. She paid my mother overtime pay in accordance with the law. You don't have a company, so it's your company that has the problem. Jiang Ziqing took the pay slip and stared at the details on it. His brows furrowed even more tightly. Dad, Mom, I remember you used to help people pick fruit, working your ass off and only making $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Now the salary is ridiculously high. Don't you think it's strange? Let me tell you, these days, scammers use a wide variety of tactics, making it hard to guard against them. They'll give you a sweet taste first. Then who knows, they'll set a huge trap for you to fall into. The news has even reported on scam gangs that use the guise of high-paying jobs, paying people monthly salaries to lure them in, and then using overseas team-building trips as an excuse to trick them into selling organs, like kidneys. Wang Ying said angrily, "Hey kid, what are you talking about? We watched your Uncle Jiang, Lei's daughter, grow up. She's been well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. How could she possibly do something so outrageous? Besides, our job is to pick fruit on our own mountain. How can we talk about going abroad for a team-building trip? You're just worrying about nothing." As she spoke, she gently poked her son's forehead with her finger, as if this could poke all the wrong ideas out of his head. Jiang Ziqing sighed helplessly, still unwilling to give up, and continued to persuade earnestly. "But Mom, you should calm down and think about it carefully. Why would the boss pay you such a high salary just for picking fruit? The fruits we grow on this mountain are not rare treasures. They can be bought everywhere in the market. They definitely can't be sold at high price. If you pay such a high salary, you will lose a lot of money." Wang Ying became a little impatient with what his son said. He glared at him fiercely, then turned around and walked quickly into the kitchen. After a while, she came out with a persimmon in her hand. Without saying a word, she picked up a knife, cut off a piece, and stuffed it directly into Jiang Ziqing's mouth, saying unhappily, "Try this first." Jiang Ziqing was caught off guard. His mouth was suddenly filled with persimmons, and he instinctively wanted to spit them out. But at that moment, the sweetness of the persimmon instantly spread in the mouth, and the juice was as full as the morning dew. Every bite could feel the delicate and delicious flesh. His expression instantly changed from disgust to surprise, and then to intoxication. He couldn't help but take the remaining rope from his mother's hand and took another big bite. "Mom, where did you buy these persimmons? Why are they so delicious?" Jiang Ziqing asked vaguely while chewing a persimmon, his eyes full of light. Wang Ying had a smug look on his face, as if to say, "I knew you would be amazed." She spoke with a hint of pride. "These are the persimmons we picked, grown by Ningning's family. Just tell me, based on the taste, how much do you think they can sell for?" Jiang Ziqing quickly estimated in his mind, and after a moment, he tentatively said, 20. There was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. After all, he didn't know the current consumption level in their hometown. If this flavor were packaged and promoted in the city where he works, and then put in a boutique supermarket, people would buy it even if it cost 100 yuan. But they're in the countryside, and their purchasing power is definitely not as high as in big cities. Giving a number of 20 was already a bold guess based on the extraordinary taste. Chapter 171 Go. After hearing this, Wang Ying rolled his eyes at his son, as if to say, "You really underestimated." Then, she quickly took out her mobile phone, skillfully opened a purchase link, and handed it to Jiang Ziqing. Jiang Ziqing took the phone, and as soon as his eyes fell on the price on the screen, his eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of disbelief. 40 per pound? So expensive? Anyone want to buy it? Jiang Wutian had been listening quietly, but couldn't help but interrupt. Demand is outstripping supply. 20 or 30 of us work from morning till night, and we still can't pick enough to sell. Wang Ying nodded in agreement. There are tons of imported fruits in supermarkets, and lots of people buy them. These persimmons shouldn't be any worse than those imported fruits, so why isn't anyone buying them? Thinking of the kumquats that cost 30 or 40, strawberries that cost 50 or 60, and cherries that cost 80 or 90 in the supermarket. She felt that 40 yuan per pound was not expensive at all. In fact, they just found out that persimmons taste so good. After all, when working in the orchard, there are clear rules in the orchard. Without the owner's permission, you are absolutely not allowed to steal the fruits in the orchard. They are all honest and hardworking people who have always acted strictly in accordance with the regulations. Even if someone is curious about the taste of persimmons occasionally, they would never dare to eat one secretly because of greed and lose this rare good job. So when Wang Ying first saw the persimmons priced at 40 kilograms, he was also shocked. The persimmon looked ordinary, even a little ugly, and it didn't look like a fruit worth so much money. It's so expensive, how can anyone buy it? But the picked persimmons were indeed shipped out. At that time, she thought Jiang Wanning had found some special channel to sell all the persimmons she picked. Until today, they received the holiday benefits and tasted the various fruits inside. Only then did they realize that the persimmons from Jiang Wanning's family tasted so amazing. No wonder their persimmon picking speed cannot keep up with the market sales speed, and no wonder Jiang Wanning can offer them such high wages. Jiang Ziqing ate the persimmon in his hand one bite after another. The more he ate, the more amazed he felt. He felt that what his mother said was still conservative. The taste of this persimmon is completely different from those so-called imported fruits. Jiang Ziqing asked curiously, "Dad, with so many of you, how much can you pick in a day?" Jiang Wutian thought for a moment and said a number. Jiang Ziqing made a rough calculation in his mind based on the price of 40 yuan per caddy, and the result made him gasp. So much. Is farming so profitable now? In his opinion, traditional farming work is unlikely to bring such lucrative returns. This number completely overturned his previous ideas. He was a little moved by what he said. "I work like a slave in the company every day, but my salary is not even a fraction of other people's daily profit." He remembered that their home seemed to have a lot of mountains. Hearing this, Jiang Wutian couldn't help but sigh. You have to be able to grow something this good to make money. If it were that easy, everyone would go farming. There was a barely perceptible hint of helplessness in his tone. If farming were just that simple, people in the village wouldn't all want to run away. Jiang Ziqing nodded in approval. I don't know where I saw this sentence, which said, if farming can make money, then ordinary people will have no land to farm. Wang Ying sighed. So, there's no need to envy others. Ningning can make money farming, so she must have her own abilities. For those of us who don't have any abilities, it's fine as long as we just follow her and work. Thinking of his current salary, Jiang Wutian's interest rekindled. That's right. I used to work so hard on the construction site and only earned a few thousand yuan. After work, my back and waist ached, and I couldn't sleep well at night. But during this time in the mountains, I feel much more energetic, and the money I earned is not bad. After hearing what Jiang Wutian said, Wang Ying also remembered, now that you mention it, I feel like I haven't had dizziness for a long time. Hearing the couple's seemingly boastful words, Jiang Ziqing felt like a kitten was scratching his heart, itching, and couldn't help but say, "You make me want to go to the mountains to work with you." Damn! 2 years after graduation, my monthly salary is not high, but my hairline has risen a lot. In contrast, my parents' hair, although a little gray, is very thick. Wang Ying's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said excitedly, "Do you really want to go? Then I'll ask Ningning tomorrow to see if she needs anyone else." A while ago, I heard her tell the village chief that she was short of people. As he was speaking, Wang Ying's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Jiang Wanning calling. "Hey, Ningning, what's going on?" Jiang Wanning's voice came clearly from the other end of the phone. "Annie, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, please assign a group of people to go with me to pick oranges and kiwis." Wang Ying, "Okay, I'll pick a few skilled people to go over there." As he spoke, he quickly screened suitable candidates in his mind. After finishing the conversation, Wang Ying heard Jiang Wanning seem to be about to hang up, so she quickly said, "Ningning, my son is back from vacation. I thought he'd be sitting around doing nothing anyway, so could I take him to work with me?" Jiang Wanning's answer was straightforward. "Sure. As long as I can keep up with you guys, I'll also make 200 a day. If I'm a little slower, it'll be 150. Over time, pay will also be calculated based on holidays. Ask others if they have the same idea as you, and they can come along too. 150 is fine. No need for 200. Wang Ying hung up the phone happily, turned to Jiang Ziqing, and said, "Okay, you can come work with me tomorrow." Jiang Ziqing was just saying it casually at first, but he didn't expect his mother to take it seriously and actually help him find out. This made him hesitate. Really? I've never picked one before. Wang Ying patted Jiang Ziqing on the shoulder and said earnestly, why not go? You can earn 2 or 3 years' worth of money in just one vacation. I'll take you there if you don't pick fruit. It's just some fruit. What's so difficult about it? Jiang Guotian also advised, yes, you sit in the office every day, so walking in the mountains can be considered exercise. When Jiang Ziqing heard this number, he was really moved. 3,000 yuan is almost enough for his 2 months' rent. After figuring it out, he no longer had any worries. So he gritted his teeth, as if he had made a great decision, and said firmly, let's go. Anyway, he came back because he was worried that his parents were being cheated. He could take this opportunity to go and see for himself, so that he could feel completely at ease. Chapter 172, Busy Morning. On the first day of a National Day holiday, just as the sky was getting light, the Jiang family's yard was already bustling with activity. Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen got up early, put on light clothes, took the tiller and seeder, and walked towards the foot of the mountain. The rate at which vegetables are consumed is alarmingly high. In the 2 acres of land in the backyard, which is not large, more than a dozen kinds of vegetables are planted. The vegetables produced are enough to meet the daily needs of our family. But if we want to take into account the needs of customers, it is simply a drop in the bucket. Moreover, as the weather gradually turned cooler, Jiang Wanning began to crave the pickles and kimchi made by Grandma Jiang. The unique flavor makes one's mouth water just thinking about it. If we don't open up more vegetable plots, we may not even have enough raw materials by the time the pickling season comes. There is a hint of coolness in the early morning air. The dew had not yet dissipated, and the grass underfoot was wet. Jiang Wanning took a deep breath, and the fragrance of soil and grass hit her face, refreshing her spirits. Sister, what are you planting today? Lin Shichen followed behind Jiang Wanning, his footsteps following his sister's shadow, holding a bag of seeds in his hand, his fingers unconsciously stroking the pattern on the bag, his voice soft and a little curious. Jiang Wanning smiled and pointed to the surrounding land. Today we will use this piece of land to plant snow mustard greens. When they grow well, let Grandma pickle them for us. When Lin Shichen heard this, his eyes lit up and he blinked twice rapidly. Grandma's pickled snow vegetables are the best. Jiang Wanning smiled and rubbed his head. Then let's work hard and try to finish planting this field by morning. As they talked, they started to get busy. Jiang Wanning was still using the tiller to loosen the soil, while Lin Shichen followed behind and used the seeder to plant the Chinese mustard seeds into the soil. His movements were not fast, but each step was even, and the spacing between the seeds was almost exactly the same, as if measured with a ruler. The land at the foot of the mountain has been almost fully cultivated by them. The radishes and beans planted earlier have already sprouted tender green shoots and are growing well. Sister Radish has grown taller. Lin Shichen pointed to a vegetable field not far away, paused, and looked at the seedlings intently. Jiang Wanning looked up and nodded with satisfaction. In the past few days, they have opened up a lot of vegetable fields at the foot of the mountain. There were many radishes, cabbages, and beans planted in those vegetable fields. It is intended for making kimchi, pickled radish, and pickled beans. After these pickles are prepared, whether they are eaten with soaked rice in the morning or used in cooking, the sour and spicy taste can add a different flavor to their dining table. At the same time, the Jiang family's kitchen was also bustling with activity. Wu Guixiang came early to help and prepared breakfast for the family with Jiang Yue. There are many people in my family, and everyone can eat, so the breakfast portion is quite large. Not to mention Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen, the 2 main laborers who consume a lot of physical energy every day and naturally have a large appetite. Just look at these 2 little ones, Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong. Their appetites are almost as big as those of adults. Even the 2 old ladies who originally had poor appetites gradually developed a greater appetite after being restored by their supernatural powers day after day. One of the 2 old ladies was responsible for making vegetable dumplings, and the other was responsible for making steamed buns. Soon, 2 large steamers were filled. As soon as Jiang Yue boiled the bone soup in the pot, Wu Guixiang quickly washed the yam, chestnuts, and eggs and placed them in the 3rd steamer. 3 large steamers were neatly stacked on top of the big pot. Soon, the whole kitchen was steaming hot, and the aroma of food quickly filled the air. Yue, watch the fire first. I'll go pick some lettuce and cherry radishes from the fields and make a small cold dish later. As Wu Guixiang spoke, she picked up the basket and walked towards the vegetable garden. I picked a large basket of fresh lettuce and cherry radishes from the vegetable garden, washed them, cut them into thin strips, mixed them with sesame oil, vinegar, and a little chili oil, and a large bowl of refreshing cold dishes was ready. As the bone soup in the big pot boils, the food in the steamer, surrounded by the hot steam, emits an increasingly rich aroma. Wu Guixiang's stomach made a rumbling sound. Although the sound was not loud, it was particularly clear in the relatively quiet kitchen. Wu Guixiang was slightly stunned, then smiled a little embarrassedly and said to herself, "I'm getting older and greedier." Hearing this, Jiang Yue also laughed. "Don't talk about you, I'm hungry too. At our age, being able to eat is a blessing. A good appetite means a good body, which is a good thing." Just then, a burst of brisk footsteps came from the yard, and Jiang Mutong ran in like a happy little rabbit. Her face was slightly flushed from running, and as soon as she entered the door, she shouted, "Atai, the dogs are hungry. Don't forget to cook for them." As she spoke, she raised the big empty bucket in her hand and shook it. That bucket is specially used for dog food. Ever since the twins got a group of lovely dogs at home, the first thing they do after getting up every day is to run to the doghouse impatiently. They would gently touch each dog one by one, their movements as gentle as if they were treating the most precious treasure in the world. Then they would pick up a comb and carefully comb the dog's hair, chatting with them while combing, saying in their childish voices, "You must get well soon. When you are better, we will take you to the mountains to play." When Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen came over to help the dogs turn over, the twins would also actively help, carefully cleaning up the fallen hair on the dogs, striving to make the dogs lie down comfortably. Wu Guixiang looked at the cute little guy, pointed to the two big pots working on the stove, and said with a smile, "It's cooking. It will be ready soon." Speaking of big appetites, these 9 dogs really eat a lot. Especially the jiubao that I just brought back. I can eat a whole bowl of it in one meal. As for what the puppies eat, it was a rich feast with fresh meat and large bones prepared for them, vegetables from the fields, and fruits such as yams and chestnuts from the mountains. Basically, the dogs have a share of whatever the family eats. Even the crayfish shells they left over were eventually minced into paste and made into food. When Wang Ying and his family of 3 arrived, the Zhang family of 5 were sitting in the main hall, eating breakfast. Lin Shichen sat at his table, holding half a steamed bun and nibbling on it. His eyes occasionally drifted to the pickled mustard greens on the table, then quickly returned to his bowl, chewing at a steady rhythm. Jiang Yue quickly and enthusiastically greeted them. "Have you eaten yet? How about we eat together?" Wang Ying quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Aunt, we've already eaten. We brought this kid up the mountain today and showed him around." Seeing her son staring at Jiang Wanning, she subconsciously nudged him lightly with her elbow and couldn't help but remind him, "What are you looking at? Why don't you call someone?" Jiang Ziqing finally came back to his senses, his face slightly reddened, and he immediately said generously, "Grandma Jiang, Grandma Wu." Chapter 173, Things on the Internet. After saying hello, his eyes unconsciously fell on Jiang Wanning again. Jiang Wanning was seen with a neat ponytail, wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt and jeans. Although she has no makeup on, she is more attractive than anyone wearing heavy makeup. The reason why Jiang Ziqing stared at her was not because he was attracted by her beauty, but because he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. It seemed like I'd seen her somewhere, but I couldn't remember where for a moment. Jiang Wanning put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand, smiled and nodded at Jiang Ziqing as a greeting. Then he looked at Wang Ying and said seriously, "Annie, I told you last night that I wanted to pick out a group of people. Do you remember? I have an urgent order right now and need to prepare 500 gift boxes for delivery on the 3rd. My preliminary estimate is that we'll need about 500 kilograms of oranges, 500 kilograms of kiwis, 400 kilograms of chestnuts, and 200 kilograms of yam eggs. Do you think one group is enough?" Wang Ying was surprised. Last night on the phone, they said there were 300 gift boxes. How come a number increased to 500 just one night? But that wasn't something she needed to think about. She thought for a moment, then looked at Jiang Wutian and said, "Pickling chestnuts requires both skill and physical effort. When the time comes, I'll ask your uncle Wutian to bring someone more skilled along. In my opinion, one day should be enough. What do you think?" As she spoke, she used her eyes to seek Jiang Wutian's opinion. Jiang Wutian replied without hesitation, "That's enough. Just knock the chestnuts down and pick them up. I'll take Xiaoqing with me. I'll knock them down and he'll pick them up. We can finish picking them in one day without any problem." After hearing this, Wang Ying turned to look at Jiang Wanning and said crisply, "Well, for the remaining work of picking oranges, kiwis, and yam eggs, I'll select 5 more people. 2 days will definitely be enough." There was a sense of competence and responsibility in his words, which made Jiang Wanning feel more at ease. Jiang Wanning stood up and said, "Then I'll take you to see the chestnut forest and the yam field first, so that everyone can get familiar with the place in advance and have a better idea of what to do." As he spoke, he skillfully put the backpack on his shoulder. "Sister, I'll go with you." When Lin Shichen heard this, he quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. He quickly ran to the corner and dug out his backpack and straw hat. While busying himself, he reminded Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong, "Xian Xian, Tong Tong, you guys feed Jiubao. When we come back, let's go pick wild fruits together." When the twins heard this, their eyes lit up instantly and they nodded vigorously in unison. His originally slow eating speed suddenly increased, and he wolfed down the steamed bun in his hand. Then, the two of them quickly stood up from the dining table, ran to Jiang Yui and Wu Guixiang, and said crisply, "Atai, we're done eating. Let's go feed Jiubao." As soon as they finished speaking, they ran towards the kitchen like 2 happy little rabbits. Just as Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen packed up and prepared to set off, a flash of inspiration came to Jiang Zicheng's mind. As if he had caught some key clue, he pointed at Jiang Wanning and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Are you Jiang Wanning?" The voice was full of surprise and disbelief. Seeing his son making such a fuss, Wang Ying felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. She glanced at Jiang Zicheng with a sidelong glance, her face full of disdain, and said unhappily, "You little brat, why are you screaming? We grew up in the same village. Don't tell me you don't know me." As he said that, he slapped Jiang Zicheng hard on the arm, as if warning him, "If you dare to say you don't know me, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Jiang Zicheng was slapped by his mother until it hurt. A trace of grievance appeared on his face. He tried to explain, "No, I'm talking about the internet." However, he had just said half of his words when they were abruptly cut off by Wang Ying. When Jiang Wanning first started live streaming, Wang Ying accidentally saw the overwhelming amount of vicious comments. She felt as if there was a huge stone blocking her heart, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. After returning home, she searched the internet for information about Jiang Wanning. After searching, she realized that Jiang Wanning had experienced so many bad things during those years she was away. Those malicious netizens, like a group of crazy wolves, wantonly slandered her and fabricated all kinds of unbearable rumors. To Wang Ying, those so-called negative news were simply absurd. They say Jiang Wanning is vain and materialistic and will do anything to become famous. If Jiang Wanning was really vain and materialistic, how could she have returned to their remote little village to farm? That's real physical work exposed to wind and sun. How many spoiled city dwellers can't even last a day? But Jiang Wanning not only did it seriously, but also did it excellently. Even these old farmers who work in the fields for a living cannot compare to what they grow. The whole person showed his love and passion for this land from the inside out. In Wang Ying's eyes, Jiang Wanning is the most down-to-earth person she has ever met. Take one step at a time and work hard to live your life. Based on what he had seen and experienced with Jiang Wanning, Wang Ying was convinced from the bottom of his heart that the negative information on the internet was all nonsense and was a disgusting thing maliciously fabricated by some people. Therefore, she never mentioned the messy things on the internet to others and would not allow Jiang Zicheng to mention it in front of the Jiang family. Regardless of whether these rumors are true or false, they are real harm to the Jiang family. Jiang Yui heard the conversation between Wang Ying and her son and raised her eyebrows curiously. Her eyes were full of confusion as she asked, "What do you mean online? Xiaocheng, have you seen anything online?" Wang Ying saw this and immediately smiled. He laughed and explained, "Oh, isn't Ningning selling persimmons online? This brat is just jealous of her successful business." As she spoke, she gently nudged Jiang Zicheng with her elbow, suggesting that he cooperate with her. Jiang Zicheng, after being reminded by his mother, also realized that if he spoke out those bad things on the internet, wouldn't it embarrass people out of thin air? So I forced a smile on my face and followed my mother's advice and accepted the title of envy. But this envy is real. I can farm in my hometown and sell agricultural products successfully through the internet. If he had this ability, he would choose to come back to farm without hesitation. Chapter 174, The Person is Missing. In the early morning, The mountains seem to be covered with a layer of soft gauze by nature. The misty fog permeates every inch of space, wisps of it like a dream. The air is filled with the rustic fragrance of soil and the fresh scent of grass and trees, a pure and unpolished smell. With every breath, you seem to feel the pulse of the earth and the rhythm of life. Jiang Wanning walked in front with brisk steps. He turned his head from time to time and talked with Wang Ying and Jiang Wutian behind him about the distribution of vegetation on the mountain and future plans. Lin Shichen followed his sister, his footsteps making a rustling sound on the fallen leaves on the ground. His eyes were always on the grass and trees on the roadside, and his fingers would occasionally touch the leaves lightly, as if confirming something. Ningning, when did you guys build this farm? Why didn't you ask us for help? When passing by a terraced field, Jiang Wutian's eyes were attracted by the scene before him. All I saw were clean fields filled with freshly turned soil. This was completely different from the long-abandoned and overgrown fields of Jiang Lei's family in his memory. This surprised him greatly. It takes a lot of manpower and energy to reclaim the abandoned fields. In his opinion, this was definitely not something that Jiang Wanning and her brother could accomplish with their frail physiques. As I approached the field, I found that there were spots of green in the ground. I squatted down and took a closer look and was surprised to find that they were seeds that had already sprouted. Oh, are there things planted in the fields? It's sweet potatoes. My sister and I grew them. When Lin Shichen heard the question, he immediately stopped, walked to the edge of the field, and gently pointed at the green buds with his fingers. The sound was not loud, but very clear, and there was a barely perceptible pride on his face. Then he pointed to the fields in the distance, his tone anxious to confirm. Over there, corn and potatoes. Over there, wheat. Right, sister? He turned to look at Jiang Wanning, his eyes filled with anticipation, waiting for a positive response. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. Yes, our Chunxun has worked hard. Looking at the vast expanse of terraced fields, Wang Ying and his wife were both stunned. Wang Ying asked in disbelief, Ningning, you're planning on farming all your own crops on such a large plot of land? They didn't know how much land their family had, but the large piece they saw now was at least 30 or 40 acres. Jiang Wanning said casually, well, take your time planting. Plant as much as you can before the weather gets cold. Take half a month to plant all the hundreds of acres of terrace fields. Lin Shichen stood aside, his fingers unconsciously picking at the corner of his clothes, and added softly, farming is fun. His voice was soft, but it was filled with stubborn seriousness. Don't you feel tired? Jiang Wanning raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and raised her hand with a smile to gently stroke his shaved head. The little guy really seems to have endless energy. Many times, if she didn't call out, he wouldn't stop even if his hands were blistered. Lin Shichen lowered his head and said in a low voice, I like being with my sister. In his little world, his mother is the most important person. But later my mother went to heaven and my sister became the most important person. As long as I am with my sister, being tired doesn't seem to matter so much. Wang Ying looked at the brother and sister, feeling both emotional and sad. She stepped forward and said to Jiang Wanning earnestly, Ningning, I know you're capable, but don't overwork yourself. Your health is the capital of revolution. If you overwork yourself and become ill, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Her tone was full of concern, like a mother admonishing her child. Jiang Wanning nodded seriously. Auntie, I know. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Everyone was used to walking on mountain roads and walked very fast. Before long, a chestnut forest covered with golden thorn balls came into view. Wang Ying's eyes were instantly drawn to the chestnut forest, and her mouth opened in surprise. Ningning, when did your family grow so many chestnuts? There must be about 100 trees in this patch, right? As she spoke, she walked quickly forward and looked carefully at the chestnut forest, her heart full of curiosity. Jiang Wanning raised her head slightly and said slowly, My grandma said that my grandpa planted them back then, but later he didn't have time to take care of them, and they just fell into disrepair. I guess a lot of them grew on their own. In fact, there are more than 200 chestnut trees in this entire chestnut forest. When everyone got closer, they found that a large number of thorn balls had fallen on the ground. Wang Ying bent down to pick up a thorn ball and peeled it carefully. The round and plump chestnuts inside were instantly revealed. This chestnut looks small, but it grows really well. Wang Ying couldn't help but admire. Jiang Wutian strode a little further and came to a chestnut tree. Then he grabbed the trunk with both hands and shook it vigorously a few times. In an instant, the thorn balls on the tree fell down like raindrops, and the scene was very spectacular. He turned around and said to Jiang Wanning, "These chestnuts are ripe. They can be picked without much effort. When the time comes, we can lay down a mat and harvest a large area directly." Jiang Wutian is an experienced dealer. He is very good at collecting various mountain products. After hearing this, Wang Ying made the arrangements directly. "Okay, these chestnuts will be handed over to you and Xiao Cheng. If you have finished your work early, come and help us. The fruit is okay, it's quick to pick. Collecting yam beans is a delicate job, and it will probably take a lot of time." "No problem," Jiang Wutian responded readily. And just as he turned around and was about to explain the subsequent arrangements to Jiang Ziqing, he discovered that, "Where's Xiao Cheng run?" Seeing that there was no one behind him, Jiang Wutian showed a hint of confusion on his face. Wang Ying also subconsciously turned his head and looked around for someone. "Yeah, where are they? Didn't they come up here with us?" The couple looked confused. It's broad daylight, and such a big person just disappeared like that? Jiang Wanning stood on a slightly higher rock and looked down the mountain path. He's still down there. I guess he can't walk anymore. "Shinshan, can you go get your brother?" Lin Shichen nodded, then ran down the mountain path steadily, step by step, his feet on the edge of the stone steps, so regularly as if he was counting the steps. "That's right." At this moment, Jiang Ziqing was still struggling forward halfway up the mountain. Every step he took seemed extremely difficult, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, slid down his cheeks, and soaked his collar. He was breathing heavily, and his chest heaving violently like an old bellows, making a wheezing sound. Originally, when he heard his parents say that Jiang Wanning went home to farm and make money, he was envious. At that time, his first reaction was that his family also had land, and if he couldn't make it outside, returning home to farm seemed to be a good way out. Chapter 175, I'll Pull You. In his opinion, the only possible difficulty in farming is that the agricultural products may be unsaleable. After all, the news is often filled with reports of various agricultural products piling up because they cannot be sold, and farmers' faces are frowning. But he never thought about it carefully. With his current physique, he might not even be able to do the first step of farming, going up the mountain. Looking at the endless Daqing Mountains, he deeply realized that farming is not a job that anyone can do. The group climbed up the mountain together. Jiang Wanning's siblings and his parents walked briskly, as if they were walking on flat ground. They were not blushing or out of breath, and they were moving very fast. Looking at myself, I was already exhausted after walking just a short distance. Take 2 steps, and then rest 3 steps. Before long, they were left far behind and could only watch their parents walking further and further away with Jiang Wanning and her brother until their figures completely disappeared from their sight. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about him, and no one thought of stopping to wait for him. If he hadn't been able to vaguely see their figures, he would have probably gotten lost halfway. Just as Jiang Ziqing was filled with frustration and his steps became heavier, a clear but somewhat timid voice came from above. "Brother Xiaocheng, are you slow?" Jiang Ziqing raised his head and saw Lin Shichen standing not far in front of him, his body slightly tilted, his eyes fixed on the stone at his feet. He didn't dare look directly at him, and his voice was soft and hesitant. "It's okay. I haven't been to the mountain for a long time. I came here once in a while and thought the scenery was pretty good, so I stayed there for a while longer." As Jiang Ziqing spoke, he subconsciously straightened his back, which was slightly bent due to fatigue, and pretended to be relaxed and comfortable, trying to continue walking upwards. However, his rapid and heavy breathing ruthlessly exposed his true condition, instantly destroying his disguise. Lin Shichen raised his eyes, glanced at him quickly, then lowered his head and asked bluntly, "Are you tired? Can't walk anymore?" Jiang Ziqing was a little embarrassed by his straightforward questioning. His face flushed slightly, and he almost broke down. He pretended to be angry and said, "Chen Shun, have you always been so smart?" Lin Shichen pursed his lips and said in a low but firm voice, "I have always been very smart." After saying that, he stood there and thought for a few seconds, then reached out and gently pulled the corner of Jiang Ziqing's clothes, his voice still very soft. "If you can't walk, I pull you." Just holding onto the edge of his clothes was the best he could do. When Jiang Ziqing heard this, he was immediately at a loss for words. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, I can walk by myself. How can I ask you to pull me? Lin Shichen didn't let go, her fingers tightly gripping the small piece of fabric as she insisted. Sister said she wanted to help you. You're tired, and she's worried. There was a hint of stubbornness in his voice, but he didn't look Jiang Ziqing in the eye. Jiang Ziqing felt warm in his heart as he looked at the persistent little guy in front of him. He took a deep breath, as if injecting himself with strength, and tried to straighten his back. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Chen-shun, but I still decided to go by myself. I'll try harder, and we can catch up with him together." Upon hearing this, Lin Shichen nodded slightly, slowly loosened his hand, stepped aside, and followed Jiang Ziqing's pace forward, keeping half a step away. He didn't say anything, but occasionally looked up at the road ahead. With Lin Shichen's company, Jiang Ziqing's pace became much lighter. Although still out of breath, he was able to take a few steps. With this momentum, Jiang Ziqing finally reached his destination. At this moment, he had reached the limit of his physical strength and sat down directly on the stone. His hair was soaked with sweat, strands sticking to his forehead, and his clothes were also soaked with sweat, looking very miserable. However, before he could adjust himself, he heard his parents' disgusted teasing. TSK, with your physical strength, you still want to go home and farm. You'd be better off letting the land farm. I think Ningming's salary of 150 is too high. This is what my biological mother Wang Ying said. Hey, a young man of your age is not even as good as a young girl. Aren't you ashamed? This is what my biological father Jiang Wutian said. It's nothing but disgust. Jiang Ziqing's face turned red from being squeezed. Well, it was quite red to begin with. He was just tired. He gasped, speechless in rebuttal. He's obviously not weak. He usually travels and climbs mountains with colleagues. Although he gets tired, he will never be as embarrassed as he is now. It was because they walked too fast. In order to catch up with them, he had exhausted his energy in advance. But I can't say that. If I tell them, I don't know what else my unsympathetic parents will say. At this time, Jiang Wanning stepped forward and smiled to help Jiang Ziqing out. Auntie, Ziqing may have been sitting in the office for too long and hasn't adapted to this mountain road yet. He'll definitely get better after walking a few more times. Besides, farm work isn't something you can learn overnight. You'll become proficient slowly. Jiang Ziqing's face became even hotter when he heard this. His father was right. He was so useless, not even as good as a little girl. Little did he know that the little girl in front of him was not an ordinary girl at all. Seeing that the sun had risen, Jiang Wanning took out 2 pairs of white thread gloves from the basket and gave them to Jiang Wutian. Uncle Wutian, you and Ziqing will stay here to pick the chestnuts. I will take Aunt to the yam field, which is also in the direction of the persimmon forest. Okay, then you guys go. We have to get busy too. As he spoke, Jiang Wutian took the gloves, gave 1 pair to Jiang Ziqing, and put the other pair on his own hands. Jiang Wanning was about to leave when she remembered Jiang Hyphen, who was picking oil tea fruits. She whispered, Uncle Wutian, Grandma Yan Xiaofan is picking oil tea fruits over there. When you see her, just pretend you didn't see her. She's a little timid and doesn't like strangers. The villagers had heard something about what happened in Yin Sanchuan's family. Now hearing what Jiang Wanning said, Jiang Wutian responded seriously. After making sure that there was nothing else to explain, Jiang Wanning and Lin Shichen led Wang Ying to continue walking towards the yam field. Lin Shichen followed behind Jiang Wanning, his eyes fixed on the fallen leaves on the ground. He took 1 step at a time in the same rhythm, trying not to make any extra noise and not looking at Wang Ying. Along the way, Wang Ying talked to Jiang Wanning about Jiang Hyphen. Ningning, do you have a way to get Xiaofan out of the house? Jiang Wanning shook her head. I just provided her with a job. The rest is all thanks to Grandma Yin. Wang Ying sighed. Oh, that child is pitiful too. When she was little, her parents went out to work and left her with Aunt Sanshun. They didn't come back to see her for several years. But it's not convenient for us to go to school, and Aunt Sanshun can't afford to pick her up from school every day, so she urged them to take the child back. Lin Shichen listened from the side, without stopping, but his fingers unconsciously rolled up the corner of his clothes, as if he was silently digesting these words. Chapter 176 Pear Forest. We all thought it would be better for the child to live with her parents in the city than to stay in her hometown. But we didn't realize that her parents were such terrible people. Wang Ying's voice was filled with indignation. Who would have thought that not only would they treat the child like an ox or a horse, but they would also make Xiaofan take care of the 3 of them, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. If she wasn't satisfied, they would either beat her or scold her. It's a blessing that Xiaofan didn't go crazy in such a family environment. When he got excited, Wang Ying couldn't hold back his disgust and spat fiercely, as if this could spit out all his contempt for the couple. There are no more vicious parents in this world than them. Jiang Wanning frowned when she heard this. People often lament that the most terrifying thing in the world is that one does not need to take any exams to become a parent. The reality is indeed cruel. The phenomenon of giving birth but not raising, raising but not teaching, and teaching but not well is common in life. It was clearly the parents' fault, but in the end, the innocent children had to bear the consequences. They are bad. They are not worthy of being Xiaofan's parents. Lin Shichen lowered his head, twisting the corner of his clothes with his fingers. His voice was muffled and light, but revealed a suppressed anger. He didn't fully understand the complicated words, but he clearly heard the two words beat and scold. Sister Xiaofan would be beaten, just like the stray dogs he had seen being hit by stones before. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, but he didn't look up at Wang Ying. He just kept repeating the ground, Sister Xiaofan. Did a lot of work, and they still beat her. Mom and sister, don't beat me. He paused after each sentence, as if to confirm these facts. When they heard him mention his mother, everyone present was silent for a few seconds. You can't tell from the surface, but he actually misses his mother. Wang Ying smiled and joked, Chun Chun, Xiaofan is the same age as you, so you can't call her sister. Jiang Wanning gently touched Lin Shichen's head. His body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed, but he still kept his head down. He didn't say anything, but loosened his fists a little. Then he looked at Wang Ying and asked, Aunt, what happened next? Did Grandma Yin take Xiaofan back home after she found out? It's not that easy. Wang Ying's tone grew indignant again. Aunt Sanshun went to the city to visit her child and saw her granddaughter, once plump and fair, now emaciated and unrecognizable after being tortured. She was heartbroken. At the time, she was truly determined to take the child back. But those two ruthless people, accustomed to ordering Xiaofan around, refused to let her go easily and refused to allow Aunt Sanshun to take her away no matter what. Having said this, Wang Ying deliberately lowered his voice, leaned close to Jiang Wanning's ear, and his expression became more solemn. Later, no one knows what happened, but Xiaofan suddenly jumped from the upper floor while in class. Luckily, she was caught by the awning below. But even so, she was seriously injured. Those two heartless people, seeing that Xiaofan could no longer provide free labor for them, and feeling that she had brought shame upon their family, actually sent her back to Aunt Sanshun overnight. Jiang Wanning frowned and said, This almost resulted in a death. Aren't the police doing anything about it? Wang Ying sighed helplessly, looking powerless. Hey, Xiaofan jumped on her own. Ultimately, this is their own family affair. The police investigated, but they could only give those two scumbags a few verbal warnings and couldn't do anything more effective. She shook her head slightly, dissatisfied with the result. But fortunately, Xiaofan is back with Aunt Sanshun now. Things should get better from now on. Wang Ying tried to think positively, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Jiang Wanning listened, but did not comment. Given the morality of those unscrupulous parents, once they knew that Jiang Haifan could now make money, she became useful. In all likelihood, they will come back to harass you again. After all, in their eyes, Xiaofan is just a tool that can be used at will. The three of them chatted as they walked along the winding mountain road, and before they knew it, they finally arrived at their destination. Before our eyes, vast expanses of yam vines are growing wildly, like a green ocean. The yam beans are cleverly hidden by layers of leaves, and at first glance, none of them can be seen. But when they reached out and grabbed the vine, the dense yam beans underneath came into view in an instant. Wang Ying was surprised when he saw this. He couldn't help but ask, Ning Ning, did you really not dig out all the yams before and leave them to grow on their own? You should know that there were a lot of yams left on their mountain. In their spare time, they would pick some yam eggs and dig some yams to taste. But it's definitely not as good as the one in front of me. Jiang Wanning nodded affirmatively and said, That should be the case. After all, neither my grandfather nor my father has ever deliberately planted yams in the mountains. Wang Ying looked at the lush branches and leaves again and speculated. Judging from how fast they're growing, there must be quite a lot of yams growing underground. Should we hire someone to dig them out when the time comes? She always felt it was such a waste to just bury such good yams in the ground. Jiang Wanning shook her head slightly. The excavator can't get up here, and the soil here is too hard, making it too difficult to dig. Even if we dig it out, the profit from selling the yams might not be enough to cover the labor costs. Wang Ying felt that Jiang Wanning was right. So he said, when the farming season is over, I'll ask your Uncle Wutian to come over and help you dig for free. She earns so much money for their family, so it's her duty to help out a little. Jiang Wanning joked, forget it. Auntie, we don't know when we'll be able to pick all the fruits in the orchard. How can you have the free time? After recognizing the route, Wang Ying prepared to go to the persimmon forest to gather people and arrange the next work. Jiang Wanning planned to take Lin Shichen to the mountains to pick wild fruits. So the two of them waved goodbye and walked in different directions. However, not long after the two separated, Jiang Wanning's cell phone rang suddenly. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Wang Ying calling. Answer the phone. Jiang Wanning. Auntie, what's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Wang Ying's voice was filled with doubt as he asked, Ning Ning, do you have any pear trees at home? I just saw a pear orchard. When Jiang Wanning heard Wang Ying's question, she couldn't help but raise her hand and gently pat her forehead, her tone full of regret and realization. Aunt, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten about this. Recalling the first time she went up the mountain in a counterclockwise direction, and the first orchard that came into her sight was the small patch of pear trees. To the east of the pear orchard, after crossing a gurgling stream, is the persimmon orchard. Jiang Wanning still remembers what the pear looked like at that time. It is very small, with a large core and almost no flesh. At that time, her plan was to let the pears hang on the branches for a while longer. See if there can be any improvement under the influence of supernatural powers. If the quality is still poor, she plans to throw it away like those peaches full of worm holes and wait for it to grow again next year. But later on, I was so busy with all kinds of affairs that I actually forgot about this pear orchard. Chapter 177 Children at Home. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ying smiled and said, I just walked near a forest and saw some yellow fruits hanging on it. They look like pears. Do you want to come take a look? At the same time, she reminded him, Ning Ning, I don't know what kind of pear this is. You should go check it out yourself to see if it's ripe. If it is, you should hurry and pick it. After all, pears are not like persimmons. They can't hang on the tree after they've matured. If they fall to the ground, they're inedible. Jiang Wanning replied, Thank you, Auntie. I understand. I'll go check it out now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wanning didn't even bother to pick wild fruits. She took Lin Shichen and hurried straight towards the pear orchard. After a while, we arrived at our destination. The pear trees in this pear orchard are very short, and most of their branches and leaves stretch horizontally. As the two of them walked through it, they had to use their hands to push aside the branches that blocked their way. Lin Shichen walked with his head slightly lowered, sniffing hard, and the tip of his nose moved. Sister, the pears smell so good. As he spoke, he raised his hand and picked 2 pears from the branch. With gentle movements, he handed one to his sister and held the other in his own hand. After briefly wiping the surface dust off on his clothes, he took a small bite. The juice spread in his mouth. He didn't say anything, just took another bite. After a long while, he looked at Jiang Wanning and said softly, sweet and delicious. Sister, try it. He handed the pear in his hand to Jiang Wanning, while his other hand was still holding the one he had just picked. His eyes did not stay on his sister's face for too long before falling back on the pear. Seeing Lin Shichen eating attentively, Jiang Wanning raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile, and then she also savored the pear in her hand. She took a small bite. In an instant, the rich and mellow pear fragrance quickly filled the entire mouth and nose like a surging tide, and the tender and juicy pear flesh instantly moistened the dry throat. The taste is crispy and refreshing, juicy and with very little residue. The flesh is as delicate as silk. Every time you chew it, you can feel the sweetness given by nature blooming on the tip of your tongue. The flesh, when bitten, is crystal clear, smooth, and crisp, giving a wonderful taste experience. This pear is still not very big, but it is much bigger than its original appearance. The surprise is that there is almost no residue when you put it in your mouth. The skin is so thin and tender that it is almost transparent. The concentrated sweet taste seems to have gathered all the sweetness of autumn. Once you taste it, you can't stop. Jiang Wanning made a decision in her heart instantly. These pears are of high quality, and selling them would not be embarrassing for her as a wood-type mutant. Everywhere you look, the pears are ripe. Many pears have fallen from the branches and started to rot. Jiang Wanning didn't hesitate at all. She immediately took out her mobile phone, skillfully entered the store page, and decisively took the persimmons off the shelves. Next, she carefully estimated the number of orders that had not yet been shipped in the background and combined it with the daily persimmon picking volume. After weighing the pros and cons, we decided to pick persimmons for another 3 days, and then shift our focus to picking pears. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but sigh softly and mutter to herself, there's still not enough manpower. Only half of the 300 acres of mountain land has been used, and there is still not enough manpower. If all of these were utilized, we would know how many people would be missing. It seems that we have to find ways to continue recruiting talents. Turning around, she saw Lin Shichen already picking the fruits. The large backpack was now half full. Lin Shichen picked the fruits while muttering to himself, as if making a list, for Grandma. Grandma Wu, Xian Xian, Tong Tong, Jiubao. They like fruit. When he mentioned Jiubao, he paused and glanced at Jiang Wanning quickly. Seeing that his sister didn't react, he continued picking pears a little faster than before, and the pears in the basket were neatly arranged. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but find it funny. When the 3 little ones in the family steal food every day to add to Jiubao's meal, not only she knows it, but Grandma and Grandma Wu also know it. They think they are hiding it well. Jiang Wanning stretched her shoulders and joined the pear-picking group. If you don't have time to pick wild fruits, you can use 2 pounds of pears instead. At the same time, Wanning also arrived at the persimmon forest smoothly. Her eyes were sharp as a torch, and she quickly locked on Chun Aiju, Li Yunyun, Wang Ping, and Lu Xiaowei, who were always efficient and effective in their work, among the busy figures. Later, the 5 of us will go pick yam eggs together. Wanning looked at everyone seriously and said, "Our goal today is to pick 200 kilograms of yam eggs. Do you think that's a problem? Yams are small in size, so picking them is definitely not as fast as picking persimmons. I don't have much experience in this area, so I'd like to ask for everyone's opinions." Wang Ping, according to her age, should not be allowed to go up the mountain. But she is strong and sturdy and never slacks off at work, so she was successfully selected for the picking team. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said, 40 kilograms per person. As long as we're quick and nimble, it should be possible. There was full confidence in his tone. Yam eggs can also be sold in the market. Their family was not well off, so they had to search the mountains for a lot of things and then bring them down to sell. Wanning nodded when he heard this. Okay, if we really don't have enough time, we can work overtime. No one had any objection to this. After all, there is overtime pay for overtime work. Double it. The group said hello to the people in the group and headed towards the yam field. Along the way, Wang Ying became curious and asked, "Didn't I tell everyone yesterday that if you have children at home with nothing to do, you can bring them up the mountain to help? Why didn't you bring any?" Hearing this, Li Yunyun sighed helplessly and said, "Well, I do want to, but that brat said he wanted to go traveling with his friends and had no intention of going home at all." Lu Xiaowei smiled and said, "My daughter is going home today. We'll ask her if she's willing to come." At this time, Wang Ying found that Chun Aiju had been silent, which was very different from her usual talkative nature, and she couldn't help feeling a little strange. "Aiju, Aiju." Wang Ying raised his voice and shouted twice. Chun Aiju finally came to her senses and asked, "What happened?" There was a hint of trance in the voice. Wang Ying asked in confusion, "What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? Didn't your girl go home yesterday? Do you plan to bring her to work?" Ningning said that it will be calculated as overtime pay. "Our Xiaocheng has been taken up the mountain by us today." Chun Aiju forced a smile and said, "Well, forget it. The child must be exhausted from working outside. She looked much worse when she came back this time. I just want her to have a good rest at home." After saying this, he sighed deeply, and the sadness on his face became more and more intense, as if he was hiding many unknown thoughts. Lin Shichen followed behind Jiang Wanning, not saying a word. He just focused on picking pears and putting those of similar size together. Occasionally, when he heard the conversation between Wang Ying and the others, he would just pause and then continue what he was doing, as if those words had nothing to do with him. Chapter 178, So Tired. As soon as noon came, Chun Aiju and Jiang Qingtian hurriedly finished their work. They hurried home to check on their daughter, Jiang Feifei. When Chun Aiju went to the station to pick her up yesterday, she looked very abnormal. He looked dazed, with a sallow complexion and dark circles under his eyes. When asked what was wrong, she just said lightly, "I'm fine, just a little tired," and then hid in the room and didn't even come out to eat dinner. The couple saw it all and were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Jiang Feifei works in a big city and is usually so busy that she doesn't even have time to go home. The last time I saw her was during the Chinese New Year, but that was only for 5 short days. After returning from New Year's Eve, I hurried back to work on the 5th day of a new year. Even at home, she's always holding her computer and answering calls nonstop, so busy that she doesn't even have time to eat properly. Chun Aiju and Jiang Qingtian saw it all and felt pain in their hearts, but they could do nothing to help. They didn't understand their daughter's job and could only worry about her silently. After arriving home, they saw the breakfast they had prepared for Jiang Feifei in the morning still there, and their hearts became heavier. Chun Aiju hurried into the kitchen and started preparing lunch with Jiang Qingtian using the ingredients in the gift box. They made a tofu fish soup, braised fish cubes, and lettuce with oyster sauce. After tasting the persimmons, they finally understood why Jiang Wanning was able to sell his products so well. In order to let my daughter eat good food, I used the ingredients in the gift box. After the meal was ready, Chun Aiju knocked on Jiang Feifei's door and called softly, "Feifei, come out and eat. Mom made your favorite fish soup." After a while, the door slowly opened. Jiang Feifei walked out, her face still pale and her eyes a little dull. She sat down at the dining table silently, looking down at the food on the table, and seemed to have no appetite. Seeing this, Jiang Qingtian quickly poured her a bowl of fish soup, his tone full of concern. "Feifei, drink more fish soup. This fish is wild-caught in Ning Ning's pond. It's very fresh and nutritious. You need to eat more. You look so thin." Smelling the aroma of the fish soup, Jiang Feifei actually felt a little appetite and scooped a spoonful in her mouth. It really tastes good. Thinking of Ning Ning from her father's mouth, she raised her head slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Who is Ning Ning?" As Chun Aiju picked up some food for her, she explained, "She's Jiang Wanning, the daughter of your uncle Jiang Lei, who lives at the end of the village. You still remember her, right? She's back in the village farming now, and your dad and I are working for her." Jiang Feifei was stunned for a moment, as if trying hard to recall. After a while, her eyes gradually lit up, and she whispered, "Oh, it's her. Didn't she become a star in the entertainment industry?" Chun Aiju said indignantly, "The people in that circle are so mean. Ning Ning must have been bullied in there, so she came back." They had heard something about Jiang Wanning, but based on their understanding of Jiang Wanning, they did not believe the slanderous things about her on the internet. Jiang Qingtian smiled and took over the topic. Now she has returned to the village to farm. The fruits and vegetables she grows are very delicious. The vegetables on the table are all grown by her family. I used to wonder who hasn't grown vegetables before and even gave them to us as welfare. I didn't expect her family's vegetables to be so delicious. After hearing this, Jiang Feifei's originally confused eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of light for some reason. She lowered her head and took a sip of the fish soup. The fish soup was delicious, with a sweet taste that seemed to awaken her originally numb taste buds. She took another bite of the braised fish that her parents had picked for her. The fish was tender and melted in the mouth, and her mood seemed to be relieved. After dinner, Chun Aiju asked with concern, "Feifei, how long will you stay at home this time? If you're too tired, take a few days off and rest more. Mom will take good care of you at home. Look at your face, it's so sallow." Jiang Feifei was silent for a long time, her fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the bowl, as if she was hesitating about something. Finally, she raised her head, her voice trembling. "Mom and Dad, I want to quit my job." Chun Aiju and Jiang Qingtian were both stunned. Chun Aiju was a little anxious for a moment. "What's wrong? Why did you resign for no reason?" She still remembers the excitement and happiness her daughter felt when she found a job after graduation. He also said that the company was one of the 500, which was very impressive. "Why are you saying you want to resign now?" Jiang Qingtian also frowned, his tone full of worry. "Feifei, did you get wronged outside?" Jiang Feifei lowered her head and tears fell one by one. She bit her lip, trying not to cry out loud, but her shoulders were shaking slightly. Seeing this, Chun Aiju quickly sat down next to her and patted her on the back gently. "Feifei, don't scare me, what's wrong? Tell me, you're driving us crazy." After hearing this, Jiang Feifei cried even harder. She leaned on Chun Aiju's shoulder, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances and fatigue she had experienced over the years. Chun Aiju and Jiang Qingtian looked at each other, their hearts filled with sadness. Their daughter has always been so sensible and outstanding since she was a child. They never had to worry about me getting into a key university or finding a good job. But they never imagined that in just a few years, their once healthy and lively daughter would become so haggard. They felt distressed and sad when they thought about their daughter always saying she was working overtime when she called and that the house she lived in was small and crowded. After a long while, Jiang Feifei's emotions gradually calmed down. She wiped her tears and whispered, "Mom and Dad, I'm so tired. I want to quit a long time ago, but I didn't dare. I was afraid of disappointing you and embarrassing you, but I really can't hold on any longer. I'm really tired." Chun Aiju felt a pang of pain in her heart when she heard this. She held her daughter's hand tightly. "Fei Fei, stop talking. I understand. Come home and we'll quit. You've never worried your parents since you were little, but we don't want to see you working so hard. Let's go home and have good rest. We'll talk about the future later." Jiang Qingtan also nodded in agreement. "Yes, Fei Fei, come home. Your parents will support you. Your mother and I have a high salary now, so we can still afford to raise a daughter." Jiang Feifei leaned in her mother's arms, tears streaming down her face. The pressure, grievances, and fatigue I had felt outside these days seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. Life in a big city may seem glamorous, but it actually carries too many unknown hardships. The high-intensity work and fierce competition made her physically and mentally exhausted. Squeezed in a small rental house every day and faced with a mountain of work, she often feels lonely and helpless. Chapter 179, Pear Soup. Now, back in her familiar home, in the warm embrace of her parents, she finally mustered up the courage to speak out what was in her mind. Chun Aiju gently patted Jiang Feifei's back, just like when she coaxed her to sleep when she was a child. Jiang Qingtian watched silently from the side, his eyes full of heartache and helplessness. They knew that their daughter must have made this decision after careful consideration. Although they were a little worried, at this moment, they wanted to give their daughter a warm harbor and let her have a good rest. At night, Chun Aiju and Jiang Qingtan lay in bed, feeling both distressed and relieved. Chun Aiju sighed. "Our daughter has suffered so much over the years, and we didn't even notice." Jiang Qingtan nodded. "Yes, we must take better care of her in the future. It's good for her to come home. It's better for us to be together as a family than anything else." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Meili carried 6 Jiang family vegetable basket gift boxes and unlocked the door with difficulty. As soon as I opened the door, I heard my mother-in-law Jiang Sulan coughing heart-wrenchingly in the house. The sound sounded like she was going to cough out her lungs. She quickly put down the bag in her hand and walked quickly into the living room, only to see Jiang Sulan curled up on the bed, her face pale, a wrinkled handkerchief in her hand, covering her mouth and coughing continuously. "Mom, why is your cough so bad again?" Wu Meili frowned, her tone full of worry. "How about we go to the hospital again? We can't keep coughing like this." Jiang Sulan waved her hands and panted, saying, "No need to go. This is an old problem, and the hospital can't cure it. I don't know how many times I've been to the hospital and taken so many medicines in the past few years, but it's all useless. Don't worry about me. Just go and do your own thing." Wu Meili sighed, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. "My mother-in-law has had this cough problem for several years, especially in the autumn and winter seasons, when the cough becomes more severe. Every time I cough, I can't sleep all night, and my family members are worried about me." Looking at her mother-in-law's haggard appearance, she felt sad but helpless. I think of the Jiang family vegetable basket gift box I just brought home. Because there were not enough wild fruits, Boss Jiang replaced them with 2 kilograms of pears. Thinking of her mother-in-law's severe cough, she chose pears. Pears can clear the lungs and relieve coughs. Although she had made pear soup for her mother-in-law many times before, it had little effect. But the fruits from Boss Jiang's house have always been of good quality. Maybe they can be of some use. "Mom, wait a minute. I'll make you some pear soup." After Wu Meili finished speaking, she turned and went into the kitchen without waiting for Jiang Sulan's response. She took out 2 pears. They were very small and looked ordinary, but they exuded a very rich, fruity aroma. Wu Meili couldn't help but pick it up and smell it carefully. Sure enough, the sweet aroma became stronger, making her swallow hard. She deftly peeled and cored the pear, then placed a whole pear in a stewing pot, added some water, covered it with a lid, and placed it in the steamer to start stewing. Jiang Sulan came out of the room and heard the noise in the kitchen. She couldn't help but say, "Meili, don't bother. I've been coughing for a few days now, and drinking pear soup is useless. Wu Meili responded while busying herself. Mom, these are pears from Boss Zhang's house. Even if they can't relieve the cough, they taste great. Just treat it as a taste. It's not a big deal anyway. After hearing this, Jiang Xuelan didn't say anything else. She just sighed and continued to lean on the sofa, coughing from time to time. While the pear soup was stewing, Wu Meili peeled another pear, cut it into small pieces, and brought it to the living room and handed it to Jiang Xuelan. Mom, eat some pear first to moisten your throat. Jiang Xuelan waved her hand. I don't want to eat it. You eat it. Wu Meili stuffed a piece of pear in her hand without saying anything. Try it. This pear is very fragrant. Jiang Xuelan couldn't persuade her, so she took the pear piece, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. In an instant, the sweet juice burst in your mouth. The flesh is delicate and has a faint fragrance. She couldn't help but take another bite, and the dry and itchy feeling in her throat seemed to ease a lot. This pear is really good. Jiang Xuelan rarely gave a compliment. Wu Meili smiled. Really? I said Boss Zhang's pears are delicious. She also picked up a piece and shared it with her mother-in-law. After eating half a pear, Jiang Xuelan's cough gradually stopped, and her throat was no longer so hoarse. She touched her throat in surprise and said to herself, Hey, why do I feel much better? Wu Meili also noticed a change in her mother-in-law and said with surprise, Mom, do you feel that your throat is not so uncomfortable anymore? Jiang Xuelan nodded. Yes, this pear really has some effect. Wu Meili was delighted and quickly ran back to the kitchen to look at the pear soup in the stew pot. Half an hour later, the pear soup was ready. She poured a bowl of it and brought it to Jiang Xuelan. Mom, drink it while it's hot and see if you cough again today. Jiang Xuelan took the bowl, blew away the hot steam gently, and then began to drink it in small sips. The pear soup is sweet and refreshing with the aroma of pears. After drinking it, my throat feels a lot more comfortable. After drinking a bowl of pear soup, Jiang Xuelan's face became much rosier. She put down the bowl and breathed a sigh of relief. This pear soup is really good. I feel better after drinking it. Wu Meili smiled and said, Let's see how it works today. If it's good, I'll go buy more from Boss Jiang. In the following time, Jiang Xuelan did not cough again. She sat on the sofa, watching TV and occasionally chatting with Wu Meili. She looked a lot more energetic. Until the evening, Jiang Xuelan's cough did not recur at all. She said to Wu Meili in disbelief, Meili, do you think this pear soup is really effective? I haven't coughed much all day. Wu Meili nodded. Yes, Mom. I find it strange, too. This pear soup is so effective. Jiang Xuelan thought for a moment and then said, However, my cough isn't that severe during the day. It's most severe at night. How about you stew me another bowl of pear soup tonight and see how it goes? Wu Meili immediately agreed. Okay, I'll get ready. Before going to bed at night, Wu Meili stewed another bowl of pear soup and gave it to Jiang Xuelan to drink. After drinking the pear soup, Jiang Xuelan lay on the bed, feeling a little nervous, afraid that she would cough again in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep. However, that night, Jiang Xuelan actually slept until dawn. When she woke up in the morning, she was still a little bit unbelieving. She touched her throat and found that she didn't feel any cough at all. Beautiful, beautiful, Jiang Xuelan shouted excitedly. Wu Meili heard the sound and ran into the room. Mom, what's wrong? Jiang Xuelan grabbed her hand and said excitedly, I didn't cough last night. I slept through the night. This pear soup really works. Wu Meili was also pleasantly surprised. Really? That's great. It seems that Boss Zhang's pears really can relieve coughs. Jiang Xuelan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I've had this cough problem for so many years, and I've taken so many medicines without any effect. I didn't expect that after drinking 2 bowls of pear soup, the cough stopped. Chapter 1, 80 Wholesale. Now that she knew the benefits of this pear, Wu Meili naturally wanted to buy more and stockpile them. He immediately called Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning's clear voice soon came from the other end of the line. Annie Wu, how many pears did you say you wanted? Wu Meili said firmly, 100 kilograms. Jiang Wanning was slightly startled when she heard this, and quickly advised, Aunt Wu, these pears have just started to be sold in large quantities, and there's still a long time to go. There's really no need to buy so many at once. You have to know that pears don't keep well. Wu Meili rolled her eyes at the phone. Haha, that's what you told me when you were selling persimmons. But it hasn't been long since then, and the persimmons are off the shelves. To be honest, your cough suppressant here is quite effective, so I want to buy some more pears and make pear paste. Pear paste is very durable and can be stored for quite some time. After hearing what she said, Jiang Wanting naturally had no reason to stop her from buying it, so she replied, "Okay, I'll send it to you tomorrow." Wu Meili quickly refused. "No need for you to send it. Just give me the address, and we could drive over pick it up. It's vacation now, and we're all free at home, so just go out and relax." Jiang Wanting joked, "Andy Wu, even if you come to get it in person, the price won't be cheap." Wu Meili responded nonchalantly, "You don't have to give me a discount. I just want to visit your place. If it's convenient, could you sell us some other fresh fruits and vegetables? For example, the greens and radishes in the gift box, or the oranges and chestnuts." Jiang Wanting thought for a moment and said, "Of course we can sell them, but we're really short on manpower right now. Apart from pears, which we can supply directly, you'll need to pick the other fruits and vegetables you want." Wu Meili's already high spirits were instantly ignited when she heard this, and she quickly responded, Sure, we can pick them ourselves. We'll go there tomorrow. Is that convenient for you?" Jiang Wanting replied readily, "Tomorrow is convenient. When you come over, just let me know in advance so I can make arrangements." After hanging up the phone, Wu Meili immediately sent a message in the family group. "Who wants to go to the mountains to pick fruit tomorrow?" Not long after the message was sent, replies came one after another. Chun Jaein was the first to respond. "No, I have an appointment with my classmates. It was set long ago and cannot be changed." Dad Chun also expressed his opinion. "I won't go either. I have an appointment with Lao Li to go fishing tomorrow. We have made a long time ago, and I can't break it." Grandpa Chun said helplessly, "I won't go. I'm too old to climb the mountain. It's more comfortable to stay at home." Shinjiu also popped up. "I won't go either. It's too tiring to go up the mountain. My daughter is only 3 years old and isn't suitable for climbing the mountain." Looking at this series of rejection messages, Wu Meili raised the corners of her mouth slightly and revealed a sneer. Then he tapped his fingers quickly on the screen and sent a message. "Okay, if you don't go, then you can't eat the fruits we pick." As expected, everyone quickly responded with a series of responses like, "If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it." Seeing that the time had come, Wu Meili added, "You said it yourself, that was the fruit from Boss Zhang's family." As soon as this message was sent, the group exploded. Chun Jiayu replied immediately, "Mom, my dear mother, when you say fruit picking, do you mean picking at Boss Zhang's house? I want to sign up, and the 3 of us will all go." Then, Chun Jiyin changed his tone and said, "Mom, it suddenly occurred to me that I'd rather be with you than eating with my classmates. I'll go fruit picking with you tomorrow, and I won't be absent." Dad Chin chimed in, "Oh, I just spent a long time looking for my fishing rod, but I can't seem to find it. I guess I forgot where I put it. Okay, I'll go fruit picking with you." Grandpa Chin also said, "Proper exercise is good for the body. I will take your grandma with me to join in the fun." Wu Meili watched their shameless transformation and looked at her mother-in-law with a smug look on her face. "Mom, tomorrow our whole family will go to Boss Zhang's house to pick some fruit." Jiang Wanting had just hung up the call with Wu Meili, and before she could put the phone down, the ringtone rang again. She glanced at the screen with a little confusion and found that the caller ID was Wang Lifang. The purpose of Wang Lifang's call was exactly the same as Wu Meili's, which was to order pears. It turned out that, like Jiang Sulan, Mrs. Qian also suffered from coughing every time the seasons changed. After trying to make pear soup with Zhang's pears, Qian Wenhao and his family also discovered the pear's cough-relieving effect. At that time, Wang Lifang said to Qian Wenhao with a look of surprise on her face, "Old Qian, these pears are really effective in relieving coughs. We must stock up on more. Then, not only can Mom eat them, but the kids at home can also eat them when they have a cold or cough." Qian Wenhao nodded hurriedly and agreed, Yes, stock up. Such good things cannot be missed." As he spoke, he turned to look at the 5 freezers stacked in the corner of the kitchen. They were all prepared to stock up on vegetables and fruits for the Jiang family. One of the freezers was filled with tomatoes, and now only half of them were left. Its 4 refrigerators are filled tightly with persimmons. Qian Wenhao thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we build a cold storage in the basement? That way, we'll have more storage space, and it'll be more convenient." Wang Lifang's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. "That's a good idea. Buying freezers one by one won't be a big deal." The 2 of them acted decisively and did what they said. Qian Wenhao turned around and made a phone call. After all, their company mainly deals in building materials, and some of their suppliers specialize in cold storage. Wang Lifang, on the other hand, called Jiang Wanting. Jiang Wanting answered the phone. After hearing Wang Lifang's request, she unconsciously raised her voice a few notches. Annie Wang, how many pairs do you want? Wang Lifang said naturally, give me 1,000 kilograms first. If it's not enough, I'll buy more later. Jiang Wanning almost choked on her own saliva when she heard this. Are you planning to make pear paste too? Wang Lifang was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then she slapped her forehead and said in surprise, oh, why didn't I think of making pear paste? Xiao Jiang, then prepare 2,000 kilograms for me. Jiang Wanning was completely dumbfounded. If she didn't know that the Qin family was wealthy, she would have suspected that the other party was here to do wholesale. But since the customer wants to buy, there is no reason for her not to sell it. Jiang Wanning thought about the daily picking volume and said, okay, when do you want the 2,000 kilograms of pears? Do you want to pick them up yourself, or do you want me to deliver them to you? Chapter 181 Snatched. Wang Lifang turned around and asked Qin Wenhao about the progress of the cold storage installation. When she learned that it would be completed tomorrow, she said, how about the day after tomorrow? Then we can drive over to pick it up ourselves, and it will save you the trouble of delivering it. Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and replied, then let's do it the day after tomorrow night. We'll pick and pack the pears that day and guarantee you the freshest pears. As soon as I hung up the phone with Wang Lifang, another voice call prompt popped up on the phone screen. Jiang Wanning glanced at the caller ID and let out a long sigh. There's no doubt that the most likely person in Group 2 received the gift box she sent out, so he called her to ask her to buy a gift box. Why? I don't know if the number of gift boxes I prepared in advance is enough to meet the needs of Group Number 2. Jiang Wanning answered the voice call. Agent Zhang Shue's polite voice came over the phone. Xiao Jiang, this is Zhang Shue. The gift box you sent has arrived. I like it very much. Thank you. Jiang Wanning. It's just a holiday gift. You're welcome. Zhang Shue. Excuse me, how many gift boxes like this do you have on hand? I'd like to buy 300 of them. Could you provide them? Jiang Wanning was slightly startled when she heard this number and subconsciously said, yes, but... However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zhang Shue's excited voice. That's great. I want to buy 300 copies. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you now. Jiang Wanning originally wanted to tell Zhang Shue that they only had these 300 gift boxes left. If we sell them all to her, there will be nothing left for others. But on second thought, up to now, except Zhang Shue, no one else has called her to ask about the gift box. And there was no purchase limit set in advance. As a rule, it's first come, first served. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Wanning no longer hesitated and directly quoted a price, deciding to sell all the gift boxes to Zhang Shue. This way, she would not have to worry about distributing the gift boxes later. At this time, the other people in Group Number 2 who received the gift boxes did not know that because they did not check the express delivery at the first time, they completely lost the opportunity to buy the gift box. Take Lin Hai, for example. He had just received a package and was about to unpack it to check when his cell phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was Fei Qingping calling. On the other end of the line, Fei Qingping's voice was filled with excitement and eagerness. Lin Hai, hurry up, come out and have a couple of drinks with me. Thanks to those persimmons you sent me, my blood sugar is under control, and I'm being discharged early. Lin Hai thought about himself and realized that he hadn't had a drink for a long time. I readily agreed. However, when he arrived at the place, he realized that the old man Fei Changping was not called out to celebrate. He came to him to complain because he had a quarrel with his wife and was kicked out by her. Fei Changping, you said I just ate a few more persimmons and she kicked me out of the house. Isn't that too much? The two old men got together, clinked glasses, and chatted for a while, then staggered back to Lin Hai's residence. As soon as he entered the door, Fei Qingping was not paying attention and stumbled over a large box placed in the middle of the aisle. What the hell is this? Why is it placed in the middle of the road? It almost made me fall. Fei Qingping said with a hint of complaint. Lin Hai slapped his head and said in frustration, oh, it's all your fault. I forgot about this. This is a holiday gift Xiao Jiang sent me. As he said that, he couldn't wait to walk to the box and started unpacking it. The box was opened, revealing 3 red gift boxes neatly arranged inside. Fei Qingping also became interested. He reached out and took a gift box and started opening it with Lin Hai. When you open the gift box, what comes into view are red, green, and yellow fruits, which are brightly colored and very tempting. Fei Qingping, who was feeling thirsty at the moment because of the wine he had drunk, didn't care about anything else. He reached out and took an orange, peeled it, and put it directly into his mouth. The juice instantly overflowed in his mouth. Fei Chengping's eyes widened instantly, and he seemed to be hit by a magical force. Delicious, this is so delicious. He mumbled incoherently while wolfing down the orange, finishing it in just a few bites. Then, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away, he quickly took the gift box back, held it tightly in his arms, and looked at Lin Hai eagerly. Fei Qingping put on a flattering smile and said, "Dahai, didn't I mention to you before that there's a copyright issue with the script? How about I help you with it for free? As the saying goes, if someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief." When Lin Hai heard this, he immediately became alert. He stared at Fei Qingping suspiciously and said warily, "What do you want to do? Just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush." Fei Qingping scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, you know I made your sister-in-law angry. Now I have figured out a way to appease her, but I need your help." Lin Hai frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me first." Fei Qingping's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Lend me this gift box. I'll give it to your sister-in-law. She'll definitely be fine. You know your sister-in-law loves these new treats." Lin Hai followed Fei Qingping's gaze and saw the gift box hidden behind him. He suddenly realized that there must be something extremely delicious inside. Otherwise, Fei Qingping would not be so abnormal. Without a word, he reached out to grab it. "Impossible! Give me back the gift box. This was specially sent to me by Boss Jiang. I haven't tasted enough of it yet. Why should I give it to you to please your wife?" Fei Qingping backed away, yelling, "Are we still good brothers? You can't even bear to give me a gift box. Just consider it a favor for me this time. When I can coax your sister-in-law, I'll bring you some good wine." Lin Hai refused to listen and shouted, "Get lost. In my eyes, you are not worth a single persimmon. I will not give you this gift box no matter what." As he said this, he rushed forward again, trying to take back the gift box. Seeing this, Fei Qingping turned around and ran away with the gift box in his arms, laughing triumphantly as he ran. "I don't care. Once I get it, it's mine. Ha ha." Seeing Fei Qingping being so shameless, Lin Hai yelled angrily, "Fei Qingping, you bastard, stop right there. Tell me what's inside first, and then I'll consider whether to give it to you or not." "It's just a box of persimmons." Fei Qingping held the gift box and said with a guilty look on his face, "I ate your sister-in-law's persimmons, and that's why she's mad at me. If I bring a box of persimmons back now, she'll definitely stop being angry." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I don't believe you. Open the gift box and show it to me. If it's really persimmons, I'll give it to you." Chapter 182, Blind Generosity. "Oh, you're such a person. If I say it's a persimmon, it's a persimmon." Fei Qingping opened the gift box, but not to show it to Lin Hai. He then took out a persimmon from it to prove his words to him. That stealthy action clearly showed that he didn't want Lin Hai to see what was inside. Seeing him like this, Lin Hai almost laughed out loud. "Old Fei, is it fun to play this trick on me? Hurry up and open it to see what's inside." Fei Qingping stammered, "Well, it's actually nothing special. It's just a box of persimmons. Didn't you promise to give it to me? Just don't look at it." Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and threatened, "Don't give me that. If it really was just a persimmon, why would you be so secretive? Open it now, or I'll regret it." Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Fei Qingping could only sigh and slowly open the gift box. As soon as the lid was opened, Lin Hai's eyes lit up immediately. The gift box was neatly filled with persimmons, oranges, kiwis, and several kinds of wild fruits he had never seen before. It is bright red and purple in color, and exudes an attractive fruity aroma. Lin Hai's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Wow, Xiao Jiang really spent a lot of money this time. I've never seen kiwis or wild fruits before, and they look extraordinary. Seeing this, Fei Qingping quickly covered the gift box, held it in his arms, and looked at Lin Hai with vigilance. Hey, you just promised to give it to me. You can't go back on your word." Lin Hai was so angry that he wanted to strangle the old man to death. "Old Fei, when did you become such a scoundrel? I said if there are persimmons in it, I'll give them to you. Are there only persimmons in this box?" "But it also contains persimmons just like that." Fei Qingping continued to play dumb. "Anyway, what's wrong with playing dirty in front of your brothers?" Lin Hai also knew this guy's temper and knew that if he didn't share it with him, there would be no end to it. "So I compromised and said to you, okay, return the gift box to me and I'll give you half." Fei Qingping stepped back repeatedly, shaking his head and saying, "That won't do. The gift box is mine now, forget it. Besides, I promised to help you with a copyright issue of the script. You can't let me go to coax your sister-in-law empty-handed, right?" Lin Hai gnashed his teeth in anger. "Fei Qingping, you old man, you really can't walk when you see good things. I'm telling you, if you don't return the gift box to me today, we'll no longer be brothers." Fei Qingping chuckled and slid towards the door, holding the gift box. Brothers are brothers, and gift boxes are gift boxes. They are two different things. I'm leaving first. Your sister-in-law is still waiting for me at home. After saying that, he ran away without looking back, leaving Lin Hai alone, jumping up and down in anger. After Fei Qingping rushed into the elevator holding the gift box, Lin Hai's expression was a little helpless at first, but then he couldn't help laughing out loud. Recalling the past of the two, they have always been fighting like this since they were young. At that time, they were full of youth and carefree, and their lives were simple and happy. Later, as they grew older, they each embarked on different life paths. He plunged into his career of filming TV series, while Fei Qingping was busy with lawsuits, dealing with various cases all day long. While they were busy with their careers, they also took care of their families. The trivialities and busyness of life gradually distanced them from each other, and their once close friendship became a little estranged without them realizing it. But who would have thought that many years later, just for fighting for a box of fruit, they seemed to have returned to their youth, and that familiar feeling was even a little bit intoxicating. Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh when he thought about Fei Qingping's look of great joy. This fool was so happy after stealing a box of fruit that he lost his mind. He completely forgot that there were 3 gift boxes in the express delivery he received. Compared to the box of fruit that Fei Qingping snatched away, he preferred the vegetables and fish in the other 2 gift boxes. Especially when he saw the vacuum-packed big fish. Lin Hai felt that his saliva almost flowed out uncontrollably. He remembered the first time he received this fish, and he had no idea what it tasted like. He even generously gave half of it to the crew as food. However, when he tasted the juicy and tender fish with an excellent taste, he instantly regretted it and beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could turn back time and take back his decision. Later, he wanted to buy a few more from Jiang Wanning, but he learned that the fish were not for sale and could not be bought anywhere else. Every time Lin Hai thought of this, he felt heartbroken. The regret of missing out on the delicious food always lingered in his mind. This time, Lin Hai secretly made up his mind to hide the fish tightly and never let anyone get their hands on it. Luckily, fortunately, old Fei doesn't know the taste of this fish, otherwise it would be dangerous. Taking out his cell phone, he called his part-time worker and made an appointment for him to come and cook. Braised fish, boiled fish, pickled fish. He planned to have a fish feast and eat his fill in one go. Paired with some fresh and tender green vegetables, it's so delicious just thinking about it. As for the fruits that Fei Qingping had snatched away, he dialed Jiang Wanning's number. "Hey, Xiao Jiang." "What?" "Zhang Shui bought all the gift boxes. Although I felt a little sad when Fei Qingping snatched away a box of fruit, I could still bear it." At this moment, when Lin Hai heard the news that Zhang Shui had bought all the gift boxes, he felt his heart bleeding. Lin Hai took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Jiang, it's okay without the gift box, but do you still have any fish? Can't you sell me a few? I'll promote you once a week, okay?" It wasn't until he heard Jiang Wanning say that their pond had been emptied and there were really no fish left that he completely gave up. But he didn't want to give up the gift box without the fish. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and called Zhang Shui. As soon as the call was connected, before he could say anything, he heard Zhang Shui's extremely skilled rejection voice from the other end of the phone. "Director Lin, if you want to ask about the gift box, don't ask. I can only give you 1 box at most, no more." The voice was full of helplessness. I guess it must have been tortured for a long time. "Lin Hai, just 1 box. You must save some for me." Fei Qingping went straight home carrying the gift box. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his wife, Qiu Rou, sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a cold face. Fei Qingping quickly put on a smile and leaned over. "Wife, I'm back. Look, I brought you something good." Qiu Rou glanced at him and snorted coldly. "What tricks are you trying to play? I'm telling you, unless you return those boxes of persimmons, don't even think about letting me down." Damn bastard. She originally planned to send those boxes of persimmons to her parents. Chapter 183, Regret. After all, my parents are old and have some problems with their blood sugar. This fruit can both satisfy your cravings and control blood sugar, so naturally she wanted them to try it too. But unexpectedly, when she woke up, this bastard moved out without even saying goodbye, leaving her nothing. He also said that he was borrowing it temporarily and sharing it with his colleagues in the law firm. I'll buy it back for her later. Who knew that the persimmons had already been taken off the shelves? Chiyo-ro was so angry that she kicked the bastard out of the house. Hey, what I brought is better than persimmons. Fei Qingping quickly opened the gift box and handed it to Chiyo-ro like he was presenting a treasure. Look, honey, this is the fruit gift box that Boss Jiang sent to that kid Lin Hai. It contains not only persimmons, but also oranges, kiwis, and a box of wild fruits. They're super delicious. I brought it here especially to make amends for you. Chiyo-ro took a look at the gift box and was indeed attracted by the bright fruits inside. He took the wild fruit handed to him by Fei Qingping and put it into his mouth. In an instant, a sweet and slightly sour taste spreads in the mouth. The flesh is delicate and juicy, making people want to eat another one. Chiyo-ro's eyes lit up, but her face remained impassive. Well, it tastes pretty good, but don't think you can get away with it like this. I have several boxes of persimmons. Seeing this, Fei Qingping quickly struck while the iron was hot. Wife, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to steal your persimmons again. Look, all the fruits in this gift box are for you. I won't touch a single bite. He then quickly pulled out his phone, pointed to the shopping link, and said, the persimmons at that store are gone, but the pears are now in season. I've already ordered 100 kilograms. Try the pears. They're just as good as persimmons. Chiyo-ro glanced at him, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, but she quickly turned stern again. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll let you go this time. You said this gift box belongs to me, and if you steal one, you'll sleep in the living room for a month. Do you understand? Fei Qingping nodded repeatedly. I heard it. Don't worry, honey, I won't dare to do it again. Chiyo-ro nodded with satisfaction and put the gift box away. Fei Qingping watched her actions and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, finally, I've coaxed her into submission. This gift box is worth it. However, he changed his mind and began to crave those fruits, especially those wild fruits that he had not tasted yet. But when he saw the smile that finally appeared on Chiyo-ro's face, he felt that it was all worth it. After all, the most important thing is that my wife is happy. Su-jun was also one of the people who received the Jiang family's vegetable basket festival gift, because the express delivery address was directly filled in with his home. When he returned home and saw his fat son holding an orange with his mouth full of juice, he only then knew about this. Smelling the rich aroma of oranges, Su-jun couldn't help but feel greedy. He reached out and wanted to break an orange from his son's hand to taste it. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, his wife Huang Lina quickly slapped it away. Huang Lina feigned anger and said, there are only 4 oranges in total. How dare you snatch them from your son? Su-jun flinched at the slap, a look of grievance on his face as he muttered, then why don't I just eat persimmons? Ever since he suffered the loss of buying too little, Su-jun has learned his lesson. Now, as long as the fruits and vegetables are on the Jiang family's vegetable basket, he will place a large order without hesitation. The refrigerator at home, which was originally used to store red wine, is now filled with persimmons. Based on the rate at which each person in their family consumes 1 persimmon per day, there will be more than enough persimmons to eat until the end of the year. Su-jun went to the kitchen and took out a persimmon from the refrigerator. Just as I was about to start eating, suddenly, a stronger and more appetizing aroma hit my nose. Mom, what's in this pot? Why does it smell so good? As he spoke, he sniffed hard. Even the persimmon in my hand no longer smelled fragrant, and the saliva in my mouth began to overflow uncontrollably. Seeing that the heat was almost right, Mother Su opened the lid of the pot, sprinkled some chopped green onions into the pot, and said with a smile, braised fish, isn't it fragrant? This is the first time I've smelled fish with such a fragrant aroma. Su-jun looked at the bright red, steaming braised fish in the pot and couldn't help but give a thumbs up and flattered her. Mom, your cooking skills are really amazing. Mother Su smiled and said, all right, I've been cooking for most of my life. Don't know my weight? I'm telling you, this is all thanks to the fish. This is the fish boss Jiang sent me. Just by smelling it, I know it must be delicious. At this time, the little fat boy also smelled the fragrance and walked to the kitchen door with a staggering step, shouting incoherently, Grandma, it smells good, it smells good. Mother Su quickly responded, oh, Debeo, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? I'll be ready soon. As she spoke, she quickened her movements. The Su family's dinner is very homely. Braised fish fillets, stir-fried chicken greens, chicken stewed with chestnuts, and radish and pork rib soup. Not to mention the eyebrow-droppingly delicious braised fish and chicken feather vegetables. Even the chicken mixed with chestnuts and spare ribs with radish tastes much better than usual. This meal made the Su family unable to stop eating. The little guy's belly is so round and plump. Seeing this, Mother Su touched the little guy's belly worriedly and coaxed him softly. "Debeo, you can't eat anymore. If you eat anymore, your little belly will burst." Su-jun looked at the tempting soup left over from the braised fish and couldn't bear to waste it. So he poured another bowl of rice into the soup. While stirring, he said in a chuckle, "Daddy is not full yet. Daddy will help you eat." The little guy was almost made to cry. In the end, the 3 dishes and 1 soup, each of which was quite large, were eaten up by the whole family, without even a drop of soup left. The family of 4 had full bellies and satisfied faces. Huang Lina leaned back in her chair, rubbing her slightly bloated belly, and sighed, "How on earth does Boss Jiang grow all his food? How come everything is so delicious? It's absolutely amazing." Su-jun was indeed filled with regret, and said with a sad expression, "If I had known this fish was so delicious, I wouldn't have refused when Boss Jiang offered to give me one." What did he say then? "It seems like I don't want to fish anymore. My kids are too young to eat it. I just hope that when I get the persimmons, you can give me a backdoor." Thinking about it now, I wish I could chop off the hand I used to type and send messages. However, before he could recover from his regret, he felt 2 cold gazes coming at him. It turned out that Huang Lina and Su's mother were staring at him with a death stare. Huang Lina was the first to speak out. "Su-jun, you have a pig brain. You've already tasted Boss Jiang's tomatoes and vegetables. How could you say no to Boss Jiang's fish? Are you stupid? Such a good thing. You can't find it even with a lantern, and you actually refused it." Chapter 184. Diverting the Trouble. Su-jun's face was filled with grievance. He defended himself innocently. "Didn't you say at the time that freshwater fish have too many bones, a strong smell of mud, and aren't as nutritious as deepwater fish, making them unsuitable for Debeo? I just listened to you. Now blame him again." Humph! If it weren't for him, would they be able to taste the food from Jiang Wanning's house? He is obviously the great contributor. Of course, he could only keep these words in his heart, and naturally did not dare to say them out loud. After hearing this, Mother Su raised her hand and slapped him in annoyance, scolding him, "If Debeo doesn't want to eat, then shouldn't we be able to eat too? You usually seem very smart, but why can't you think straight now? Since you refused so bluntly back then, you won't get any of the remaining fish." Su-jun got anxious when he heard this and quickly said, "Is it okay if I'm wrong? I'll ask Boss Jiang right now to see if I can buy a few more." Huang Lina sighed and said, "Don't ask. I've already asked. Boss Jiang said their pond has been cleared. If you want to buy fish, you have to wait until the next batch of fry grows up. I don't know how long it will take for the fish to grow so big." Mother Su warned, "You remember this from now on. Don't miss anything related to Boss Jiang's family, no matter what it is. Do you understand? If you miss it, you will lose this village and this store." "I won't miss it again, I promise." Su-jun said this with great confidence, but he felt helpless in his heart. When tomatoes were first on the market, I didn't take them seriously. The same thing happened with the vegetables later. Because of my own doubts, the supply was cut off just as I tasted a little delicious. So after the persimmons came out, he learned his lesson. He just waved his hand and stockpiled hundreds of kilograms. It even took up the storage space for red wine. I thought this time everything was foolproof, but I didn't expect there would still be some fish that slipped through the net. I regret it so much when I think about it. However, when he saw a group of people in Jianja vegetable basket number 2 group eagerly clamoring for gift boxes, their eager looks instantly made him find a sense of balance in his heart, and he felt himself standing up again. He turned to Mother Su and said, "Mom, we should be content. Look, many people in the group haven't received the gift box yet. We are very lucky to have this benefit. Moreover, this gift box was a special treatment obtained by my efforts to build a good relationship with Jiang Wanning." In order to add fuel to the fire for his friends in the group, Su-jun enthusiastically uploaded photos of the braised fish he made in the evening. "Su-jun, producer, Boss Jiang's fish is absolutely delicious. Unfortunately, Boss Jiang said his pond has been cleared, so if you want to buy some, you have to wait until the new fry have grown." At this time, group number 2, which had grown to 180 people, was immediately angry when they saw such a despicable message. "Concentrate your fire on him. Animals, are you still human? Not only did you not let us taste it, but you also showed it off in front of us. Xiao Su, I feel that there are still some problems with the contract we discussed before. Let's find some time to talk about it. Producer Su, I need to take a leave of absence. I have a disease that won't heal unless I eat the fish in the photo. You can see for yourself. Su Jun was originally quite proud when he saw the people in the group criticizing him. But when I saw their shameless threats, I was stunned. These people are, after all, well-known figures in the outside world. Now, people have become so shameless just for a few boxes of agricultural products. Huang Lina is Su Jun's family member and is also in this group, so she naturally saw the news in the group. Seeing Su Jun being attacked by a group of people, she not only did not feel the slightest sympathy, but also felt that he deserved it. You're so arrogant. Now you deserve it. Manager Zhang bought all the gift boxes at Boss Zhang's house and didn't even say a word to show off, but you're showing off everywhere. When Su Jun heard this, his eyes widened and he asked in astonishment, "What did you say?" Zhang Shui bought a lot of gift boxes from Boss Zhang. Are these gift boxes still available? Huang Lina rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Forget it. Boss Zhang is out of stock. When I received the gift box, I asked Boss Zhang about it, but I was too late. Sister Zhang had already bought up all the stock." Su Jun's eyes rolled around and a sly smile appeared on his face. Then his fingers rapidly tapped on the screen of his phone and he spoke in the group. "Hey, stop staring at me. I only have one gift box, and even if I took it out, it wouldn't be enough for all of you. You can go ask our agent, Zhangda. I heard she bought out Boss Zhang's gift box inventory." As expected, this tactic of diverting trouble away had an immediate effect. Those group members who had been staring at him like wolves and tigers suddenly seemed to have found a new target and all turned their spearheads towards Zhang Shui. For a while, the group was filled with messages tagged with Zhang Shui, and all kinds of inquiries, teasing, and coquettish words came one after another. However, Zhang Shui never responded. I don't know if he was busy and didn't see it, or if he saw it but pretended not to see it. Not long after, a private message popped up on Su Jun's mobile phone screen. It was sent by Zhang Shui. "Zhang Shui, you are so cruel to shift the blame elsewhere. Su Jun, Sister Zhang, I'm really forced to do this. Those people in the group are too crazy. I just can't handle it, so I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Zhang Shui, I was thinking of giving you a share, but now, Seeing the cold, Su Jun immediately started the slide to his knees mode. A series of messages went through. "Sister Zhang, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I truly know I was wrong." But Zhang Shui only replied with 2 words, "Too late." Su Jun looked at the screen of his mobile phone, feeling like crying but unable to do so. Just when he was filled with regret, he looked up and was once again met with the same death stare from his wife and mother. Xin Yinan has been feeling extremely irritable lately, as if a heavy rock is pressing on his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. Apart from Wang Yushuan's matter, what bothered him most was that he felt he was isolated by certain people. In recent events and program recordings, he noticed that there were always a few people who gathered together mysteriously, whispering to each other and muttering words such as persimmon and pear. But every time he approached out of curiosity, those people seemed to have pressed the pause button and stopped discussing instantly. He asked what everyone was talking about, but the response he got was always a perfunctory nothing. And that guilty look, like the words, "There is no silver here," written on his face, could not be hidden at all. Take this moment for example. They are preparing to shoot an outdoor variety show. Chapter 185 Hate. In addition to him, other guests participating in the recording include Fei Lezhang, a powerful comedian who is the soul of this variety show and can always push the atmosphere of the show to a climax with his humorous words and deeds. Kong Liji, as a new popular star, has excellent acting skills and reputation. He is in a rising period of his career with rapid momentum and countless fans. Li Mingyao, a rising star who quickly became famous thanks to a hit drama, has won the hearts of the people with her youthful and beautiful image. Zhou Xiaolin, a senior host, has been working in the industry for many years. She has a wide network of contacts and is extremely popular. And Chun Zixuan, a musical genius, recently released a new album. With his unique style and talent, his popularity is booming. Xin Yinan was delayed by something and arrived at the recording site a little later than the scheduled time. At that time, the others had already arrived early and were surrounding Fei Lezhang, talking about something excitedly. When I got closer, I saw that each of them was holding a persimmon in their hands, eating with great delight. The persimmon looked very familiar, and Shun Yinan recognized it at a glance. It was the persimmon sold in the store that Qin Yiwen and the others had recommended before. He naturally knew the taste of this persimmon, which was indeed unique, with soft, sweet flesh and rich juice. However, after countless unsuccessful attempts to place an order, he finally learned that the owner of this small shop called Zhang's Vegetable Basket was actually Jiang Wanning. Therefore, Shen Yinan finally understood why those people always whispered behind his back. A nameless anger surged in his heart. Damn Jiang Wanning. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to seduce him, pretending to fall to get closer to him, and was finally hit on the head by her own fan. I'm the real victim. Why do these people do this to him because of Jiang Wanning? Is it because of her cheap fruits? It's ridiculous. He hated Jiang Wanning so much, but he never reflected on the fact that it was his malicious guidance of his fans that caused them to behave so extremely. After the incident, in order to attract attention and gain popularity, he bought internet trolls and trending searches and took advantage of Jiang Wanning's popularity to try to elevate his status in the entertainment industry. Shen Yinan took a deep breath, trying his best to control the emotions surging in his heart, forced a seemingly natural smile on his face, and raised his foot to move towards the crowd. As expected, the atmosphere, which was originally as warm as boiling water, suddenly became eerily quiet, as if the mute button was pressed with his appearance. Just when the smile on his lips was about to collapse due to the awkward atmosphere, Fei Lezhang, who had no idea of the complicated inside story, was still cheerful as if nothing had happened, and enthusiastically shared a persimmon in his hand with Shen Yinan. He asked with anticipation, "Yinan, try it. These persimmons are delicious. I heard they were grown by Jiang Wanning's family. She used to be in the entertainment industry, but later retired. I didn't expect her family to be so talented, able to grow such delicious fruit. With such abilities, why would they even join the entertainment industry?" After saying that, Fei Lezhang turned to look at Kong Leji next to him, fiddling with his phone while asking, "Hey Leji, what exactly is that gift box the group is discussing? Can we buy it?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Kong Leji's face, and he smiled unnaturally. He subconsciously glanced at Shun Yinan, racking his brains to think of how to answer. At this moment, Shun Yinan pretended to be curious and asked, "What group?" Fei Lezhang handed over his phone and said, "This is Jiang Wanning's group. All the people in the circle who want to buy her fruit are in it. It's so lively. Do you want to join us? Her fruit is really amazing. Try these persimmons. They're as sweet as honey and won't raise your blood sugar. I guarantee you'll want more." The smile on Shen Yinan's face gradually froze. His fingers unconsciously exerted force, tightly squeezing the persimmon in his hand, his fingertips almost sinking deeply into the soft and sticky flesh. It took a lot of effort to maintain a smile, but the voice sounded a little strained. "Oh, Jiang Wanning's group? Sounds interesting. Fei Lezhang is a foodie himself. When he eats something delicious, he especially likes to share with others." So he didn't notice Shun Yinan's abnormality at all, and said excitedly, "Of course not. If you want to join, I'll drag you into the group." Shun Yinan slowly lowered his head and stared at the persimmon in his hand. At this moment, the orange-red fruit bathed in sunlight looked like a burning flame, stinging his eyes. He gritted his teeth secretly and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "No, I don't really want to eat fruit recently." Upon hearing this, Fei Lezhang was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but he quickly smiled and said, "Oh, you don't understand. The fruit in her shop is not ordinary fruit. Once you try it, the taste is absolutely addictive. Look at us, we have to eat it every day now. If we don't eat it one day, we will feel uncomfortable all over." Shen Yinan didn't respond again, but silently put the persimmon in his hand back on the table. His eyes slowly swept over everyone present and saw Kong Leji looking down, concentrating on fiddling with his mobile phone, as if deliberately avoiding his sight. Li Mingyao and Zhou Xiaolin huddled together, whispering in low voices, and occasionally secretly glanced at him. From their awkward looks, it was obvious that they were talking about him. Chun Zixuan stood aside, holding a mobile phone in his hand, seemingly rushing to buy something in the group and completely unaware of his presence. Shen Yinan suddenly felt like an outsider, standing on the edge of this circle, unable to fit in no matter how hard he tried. He clenched his fists, his fingertips turning slightly white, and a strong feeling of jealousy and unwillingness surged in his heart. Why? Why can Jiang Wanning, an 18th-tier artist, attract so many people just because she changed to selling fruits. And he, who had done nothing wrong, had to endure this invisible exclusion? He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm. Brother Lejong, you guys talk first, I'll go change my clothes. Fei Lejong nodded and replied casually, okay, go ahead. I'll call you when the filming starts. Shen Yinan turned and left, his back looking a little stiff. He walked to an empty corner and finally couldn't help but throw the persimmon in his hand to the ground. The flesh splattered everywhere, and the juice dyed the ground red, just like the suppressed anger in his heart. He took out his cell phone, opened Weibo, and looked at his still high popularity and number of fans, and felt a little relieved. But when he opened a comment section, he found that many people were discussing Jiang Wanning's fruit, and some even asked him directly if he had ever eaten it. Shun Yinan, Jiang Wanning's persimmons are really amazing. Have you ever eaten them? I heard that Jiang Wanning's fruits are particularly hard to get, and many celebrities are buying them. I wonder if Chun Yinan, who was scammed at the time, has any special connections? Ha ha! Don't Shin Yinan and Jiang Wanning have a feud? I guess I can't eat it. Chapter 186 ripain a favor. Although many fans stood up for him and fought back against those malicious comments that deliberately mocked him in the comment section. However, these malicious remarks were like sharp knives, piercing Shin Yinan to the point of losing his mind, and he smashed the phone in his hand to the ground on the spot. The moment the phone hit the ground, it shattered into pieces. Jiang Wanning is nothing but a clown. Shun Yinan murmured viciously in his heart, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. One day, I will make you completely disappear from my sight and never jump up again. Not far away, Director Chow Fei and a group of staff who were busy filming were startled by the sudden loud noise. They stopped what they were doing and looked towards the source of the sound. I'm so sorry. Yang Yifan, the assistant who had been following Shun Yinan carefully like a shadow, immediately took the blame upon himself upon seeing this. While apologizing, he trotted over and picked up the broken phone parts. Just now, a bug suddenly flew over and scared me, and I accidentally dropped my phone. I'm so sorry for disturbing everyone. The noise of the phone being smashed was so loud that even a fool could tell it was definitely not caused by an accidental drop. But in the entertainment industry, a world of fame and fortune that values decency, everyone tacitly chooses not to point it out. Chow Fei looked at Shun Yinan with concern. Yinan, I see that you don't look very well. The shooting will start soon. Can you hold on? If you're not feeling well, we can adjust the shooting plan a little bit. Shin Yinan took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his expression, and revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. He said to Chow Fei, It's okay, director. I just filmed a night scene last night and was exhausted all night. I didn't sleep well, so I'm not feeling well. I'll go have a cup of coffee to refresh myself. I'll be back to normal soon. It won't delay the filming progress. After saying this, he quickly left the scene, his hurried footsteps as if he was running away from something difficult to face. At this moment, the Jiang family vegetable basket number 2 group suddenly became as lively as a star-chasing scene because of Fei Lejong's joining. All the people in the circle in the group turned into enthusiastic little fans and rushed to greet Fei Lejong. Every word of Brother Zhang was so affectionate. When Jiang Wanning saw Fei Lejong's name, a memory about her original self came to her mind. Once, when the original person was walking on the red carpet, other fans splashed water on him and chased him away. Just when she was in a state of disarray, Fei Lejong passed by and helped her block the humiliating water. Afterwards, instead of being grateful, the original body took advantage of this incident to ride on Fei Lejong's popularity. After Fei Lejong learned about this, he was not angry at all. Instead, he said generously that if his enthusiasm could help others, it would be a good thing. Throughout the whole thing, Fei Lejong had done a favor for the original body, but he was taken advantage of by the ungrateful original body. Although those were all done by the original body, now it is me who occupies this body. As the law of cause and effect goes, this favor naturally falls on me. Just at this moment, Fei Lejong asked in the group, Can I buy this gift box? Everyone in the group was the first to reply. Brother Zhang, forget it. This gift box has been sold out. If you want it, you could try to find Sister Zhang. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanning's message came up quickly. Sure. Brother Zhang, how much do you want? Fei Lejong responded quickly. I want to buy 10 copies, is that okay? Jiang Wanning immediately replied. Sure. Send me the courier address in a private message, and I'll send it to you today. When the other people in the group saw this back-and-forth conversation, they were stunned for a moment. The group, which was originally bustling, seemed to have been paused and became very quiet. After the silence, there was an explosion. Many people jumped out to speak, and the entire group was instantly flooded with various messages. Sujun, Boss Jiang, just tell me, are you a fan of Brother Zhang? This discrimination is too obvious. Are you treating us as if we don't exist? Han Zhou, yes, Boss Jiang. You might as well just label it exclusive gift box for Brother Zhang. Lin Hai said, Le Zhang, you are really the one with the most face. I have begged Xiao Jiang several times, but she just won't give in. The text is full of sourness. Fei Lezhang looked at the teasing and envy of the crowd, thinking that this gift box was really a privilege given to him by his fans, and quickly sent a message. Is this gift box so rare? If it's too troublesome to prepare, forget it. Jiang Wanning replied almost instantly, her words brimming with sincerity. Brother Zhang, it's not a bother at all. They were right. This gift box is indeed prepared just for you. You helped me before, and I've always remembered it, but I've never had the chance to thank you properly. So you must accept it, and it will put my mind at ease. Fei Lezhang tried hard to recall, but he couldn't piece together the scene of helping Jiang Wanning in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder. I helped you? When did it happen? I'm really sorry. My memory is not very good. I really can't remember. Jiang Wanning smiled and typed the next line of words. Brother Zhang, you're always so kind-hearted and have helped so many people that I can't remember every single one of them. But to me, it's a huge favor, and remembering it is enough. When everyone in the group saw this passage, they immediately resonated with it. Brother Zhang, you're such a nice guy. He took such good care of us, the supporting actors on the set. Yes, Brother Zhang, during that collaboration, I was scolded by the director, but you still patiently guided me. Thank you so much. In the circle, Brother Zhang is the person I'm most grateful to, no one else. Lin Hai also joined in the fun and said, Le Zhang, you must accept it. When the gift boxes arrive, give me one. Su Jun teased enviously. Director Lin, you are so shameless to ask for it in front of everyone. Lin Hai replied nonchalantly. If you are thick-skinned, you can conquer the world. Don't you understand this truth? In fact, other people in the group also had this idea, but in front of Fei Lezhang, they felt that they were not qualified enough and were embarrassed to speak up. Only because Lin Hai and Fei Lezhang have a close relationship can they have this confidence. Fei Lezhang, thank you, Xiao Jiang. Lin Hai, okay, I'll give you a box and deduct it from my brother's share. The brother that Fei Lezhang mentioned was Fei Qingping, Lin Hai's best friend. When Lin Hai saw the reply, he was immediately overjoyed. Deal. Coincidentally, your brother also snatched a gift box from me, so now we're even. Oh, I just wonder if Fei Qingping would be furious if he knew that I'd gone through so much trouble to snatch a box of fruit gift boxes from him, but in the end I returned him 3 big gift boxes. Chapter 187 Best Friend. After successfully repaying a favor, Jiang Wanning felt relieved and became much happier. It has been quite some time since I traveled to this world. In her spare time, she would try hard to sort out her original memories, trying to integrate into this new identity and understand the context of her original life. However, looking through the entire memory of the original body, Jiang Wanning always felt that something was wrong. The memory of her original body leaving Wangshan village after giving birth was extremely clear in her mind. It was so clear that she felt as if she were there in person, truly feeling the original body's joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in every event. But strangely, the original body's memories before giving birth seem to be covered by a thick layer of fog, hazy and unclear. To say that it is vague is not accurate. To be more precise, it is too general. But whenever she tried to dig deeper into the details, her head seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't remember anything. Those fragmented pieces, like scattered puzzle pieces, can never be put together completely. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the original body suffered some great shock when giving birth, which led to the deviation in memory? While she was thinking, her cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting her thoughts. She glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Jiang Wanning hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. A sweet, almost coquettish voice came from the other end of the line. Ning Ning, if you want to quit the entertainment industry, just quit. Why did you even change your number? And why haven't you contacted me yet? Do you know how worried I am about you? Jiang Wanning frowned upon hearing this. and her mind quickly searched for matching memories. She subconsciously said a name, Shi Jiao Jiao. From the other end of the line, an extremely exaggerated and contrived cry of surprise soon came. Yeah, it's me. It's me. Woo woo. Jiang Wanning, you are so heartless. You left quietly without even telling me. The voice was so sweet that it seemed like honey could drip out of it. But when Jiang Wanning heard it, she inexplicably felt a sense of disgust. Jiang Wanning asked in a cold tone, without a trace of warmth, "Is there something wrong?" From her original body's memories, she knew that Shi Jiao Jiao was definitely not a good person. Shi Jiao Jiao was one of the people who participated in the talent show with the original body and successfully debuted as a group. During the talent show, the two seemed to be closer than the other contestants because they were in the same room. The original body also helped a lot because of this relationship. For example, he took her practice, choreographed her dance moves, and even called on his fans to vote for her. It is no exaggeration to say that without her original body, Shi Jiao Jiao would never have been able to make her debut. At that time, Shi Jiao Jiao stuck to her original body like a shadow all day long. She even regards herself as her good sister and best friend to others. However, this memory was like a veil covering Jiang Wanning's mind, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. In sharp contrast, the original body's memory of giving birth is as clear as if it happened just yesterday. Because of this, Jiang Wanning had a clear mind. I know very well that Shi Jiao Jiao has never regarded the original body as a true good sister. He has always been resentful and jealous of the original person for overshadowing him during the talent show. On the surface, Shi Jiao Jiao was extremely grateful for the original body's help, calling her good sister affectionately. But secretly, the fire of jealousy in her heart had already been burning fiercely, almost to the point of madness. When the original body proposed to quit the group without any warning, Shi Jiao Jiao was definitely the happiest one among them. After the original body left, she not only enjoyed all the resources left by the original body with peace of mind, but also frequently hired water armies in private to throw dirty water on the original body everywhere. When the original body was hiding in her hometown to secretly give birth, the overwhelming malicious rumors on the internet, such as Jiang Wanning was kept by someone, Jiang Wanning was a mistress, Jiang Wanning retired from the entertainment industry to have a child, etc., were all from Shi Jiao Jiao. These malicious remarks, like a surging tide, completely drowned the original body, causing the original body to be spurned and boycotted by the entire network when she returned to the entertainment industry after giving birth. During this period, Shi Jiao Jiao still acted hypocritically and claimed that she would do her best to help the original body. But in reality, her so-called help was either to introduce the original body to some shady social activities, or to push the original body into the fire pit like a pimp. Or they would rack their brains to fabricate more negative information, vowing to completely trample the original person under their feet so that he would never be able to turn over. The original body was so stupid that she couldn't see Shi Jiao Jiao's plan and thought that she really wanted to help her and did something bad with good intentions. Compared to Shi Jiao Jiao's sweet voice, Jiang Wanning's tone was cold and even a little impatient. Shi Jiao Jiao, what on earth do you want? If you just want to reminisce about the past, then there's no need. I'm very busy. Shi Jiao Jiao, on the other end of the phone, didn't seem to expect Jiang Wanning to be so direct. She was stunned for a moment, and then returned to her sweet voice. Hey, Ningning, why are you so cold? We're good sisters. I heard you recently opened a fruit shop and business is booming, so I came check on you. Jiang Wanning sneered, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Care about me? Are you sure you're not here to laugh at me? Shi Jiao Jiao's voice suddenly became aggrieved. Ningning, how can you say that? I'm really happy for you. Look, although you're no longer in the entertainment industry, at least you have your own career. How great. Unlike me, I'm still struggling in the industry, exhausted every day. Jiang Wanning was too lazy to listen to her hypocritical complaints and interrupted her directly. Sure, Jiao Jiao, just say what you want to say. I don't have time to play tricks with you. Sure, Jiao Jiao choked, her tone finally showing a hint of displeasure. Jiang Wanning, what's with this attitude of yours? I called you out of good intentions to check on you, and you treat me like this? Don't forget, if I hadn't introduced you to the resources, you wouldn't have had the opportunity. Can you introduce me to some resources? Jiang Wanning sneered, her tone suddenly sharpening. Sure, Jiao Jiao, your so-called resources are those shady social events? Or are they the black material fabricated by your hired trolls? Do you really think I don't know what you've been doing behind the scenes? The other end of the phone fell silent instantly. Sure, Jiao Jiao obviously had not expected Jiang wanting to be so direct in confronting her. After a few seconds, her voice rang out again, her tone a bit flustered and forced calm. Ning Ning, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Did you believe some rumors? We are good sisters. How could I possibly hurt you? Chapter 188, please. Good sisters. Jiang Wanning sneered. Sure, Jiao Jiao, stop pretending. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Back then, you used me and climbed up the ladder using my resources, and I didn't bother to argue with you. But now, I advise you to stay away from me and don't provoke me again. Otherwise, I don't mind exposing all your shameful deeds. Sure, Jiao Jiao's voice finally broke, and she was a little exasperated. Jiang Wanning, don't be so ungrateful. You think you're so great just because you open a shabby fruit shop. Let me tell you, the entertainment industry isn't a place where you can just enter and exit as you please. You know how many people you offended when you left the industry. If I hadn't helped you, you would have already. Help me block it. Jiang Wanning interrupted her coldly. Sure, Jiao Jiao, you really opened my eyes. Even now, you can still say such words without batting an eyelid. Okay, I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. From now on, don't contact me again, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Wait a minute, don't hang up yet. Just as Jiang Wanning was about to hang up, Sure Jiao Jiao panicked and shouted, Ning Ning, I don't know who instigated you to misunderstand me like this. But no matter what you think, I've always treated you as a good sister. I called you this time because I really want to help you. I heard you were selling fruit, so I wanted to help promote your products to your friends in the industry. You know the spending power of people in our industry. As long as they try it and think it's good, you won't have to worry about not being able to sell your fruit in the future. So, please send me 10 boxes of persimmons as soon as possible. The tone was condescending and carried a strong sense of almsgiving, as if she had really become the benefactor who saved Jiang Wanning. Oh, I was wondering. I got hit on the head and announced my retirement from the entertainment industry, but I haven't seen you since. Now you're calling me again. So you're after my fruit. Jiang Wanning felt both angry and amused. Sure, Jiao Jiao's shamelessness simply exceeded her cognitive bottom line. Sure, Jiao Jiao, you'd better give up on this idea. Even if I feed the fruit in my house to dogs, it won't be given to a vicious villain like you. Listen to me. From now on, don't discuss me again. Get out. After saying that, Jiang Wanning hung up the phone without hesitation and then added the number to the blacklist. What about helping her promote her fruit? This nonsense can only fool the original person. Judging from the popularity of their own fruits in Jiang Family Vegetable Basket number 2 group, Sure Jiao Jiao thought she was unable to see through her little thoughts. Most likely he wanted to get something for nothing, take the fruit from her house for free, and use it as a favor to show off in the circle. Just as I was complaining in my heart, my phone suddenly vibrated again. Jiang Wanning looked down and saw that it was a text message from an unfamiliar number. Ning Ning, I know you've been forced out of the entertainment industry, and you're bound to feel a little unbalanced. But why are you being so hard on yourself, you know, that the people who ruined your career in the entertainment industry could easily destroy your small fruit shop? Think carefully about this. If you made up your mind, send a fruit to the address below. Just by looking at the text, Jiang Wanning could imagine Sure Jiao Jiao's arrogant and domineering look, as if she was standing in front of her at this moment, giving orders in a domineering manner. Although I have long known that this woman is scheming and ruthless, and will do anything to achieve her goals. But even though she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but get angry when she saw such an arrogant and unscrupulous threatening text message. Is Sure Jiao Jiao sure that she can't turn things around and can only be manipulated by others? Jiang Wanning sneered, tapping her fingers rapidly on the phone screen, and replied, Let's wait and see. After sending the text message, she did not hesitate to blacklist the number again. Bang! With a loud bang, Sure Jiao Jiao was furious and smashed the phone in her hand to the ground. The phone broke into 2 pieces in an instant, and the parts were scattered all over the floor. At this moment, Sure Jiao Jiao's usually well-carved, bright, and beautiful face was twisted by anger, looking hideous and terrifying, and she kept cursing, Bitch, die. Assistant Wang Shanshan watched helplessly as her cell phone was smashed to pieces. She felt heartbroken and filled with pain. She saved up money to buy this phone, and she hasn't used it for long. However, after being under Sure Jiao Jiao's high pressure for a long time, she had already been trained to be trembling with fear. No matter how much pain I feel inside, I can only hold back my tears and dare not even breathe. At this moment, someone knocked on the door and pushed it open. What's that noise? It's so loud. Sister Chi is in a meeting next door. Please keep your voices down. It was Su Lily who came in. She glanced at the mess in the room, and her eyes fell on Shi Jiao Jiao and Wang Shanshan. When she saw Su Lily, Shi Jiao Jiao's expression changed 180 degrees in an instant. She had been as ferocious as a demon a second ago, but now she was smiling sweetly like a flower in bloom in spring. She said softly, "I'm sorry, Lily." Shanshan just accidentally dropped her phone. "I'm so sorry for disturbing you. Please tell Sister Chi to apologize for me." As she spoke, she twisted her hands hard around Wang Shanshan's waist, with such force that it seemed as if she wanted to pinch off Wang Shanshan's flesh, secretly signaling her to take the blame and apologize quickly. Wang Shanshan was already used to this kind of operation. She looked aggrieved, but had to step forward and take the blame skillfully. He bowed and apologized to Su Lily. "I'm sorry, Sister Lily. I didn't mean to cause trouble for everyone." Su Lily just came over, said something, waved, and left. Zhou Qi is a very important figure in the entertainment company that Shi Jiao Jiao belongs to. She is not only the company's top actress, but also one of the shareholders holding shares. All the artists in the company greeted her with smiles and tried to please her in every possible way, hoping that she could help them with various film, television, and variety show resources. Shi Jiao Jiao is naturally no exception. She usually focuses on Zhou Qi. So when Zhou Qi came to her, she was so happy that she didn't know how happy she was. Upon hearing that Zhou Qi would return to the company today, Shi Jiao Jiao hurried over early in the morning, found a conspicuous corner in the company, and began to wait eagerly. She was calculating in her mind, hoping to show her face in front of Zhou Qi and get close to him. If she could take this opportunity to please Zhou Qi, her life in the company would be much easier in the future. But before she could carry out her plan to please, Zhou Qi came to her on his own initiative. Chapter 189 Fake. Zhou Qi looked at Shi Jiao Jiao expectantly with a cheerful expression and asked, "Jiao Jiao, I heard that you and Jiang Wanning have a very close relationship. Is that true?" When Shi Jiao Jiao heard this, a look of wanting to say something but stopping suddenly appeared on her face. As if she was hiding countless thoughts, after a moment, she lowered her head slightly, her expression sad, nodded gently, and said with a slightly choked voice, "She did help me a lot during the audition before. I have always kept it in my heart and hoped to help her out if I had the chance. But things are unpredictable. I didn't expect it. Her words stopped abruptly, as if something was choking her throat, her face full of helplessness and regret. However, before she could finish her carefully prepared, sad scene, Zhou Qi couldn't wait to interrupt her and get straight to the point. "Can you contact her now? Can you ask her to sell me some more persimmons?" Persimmon. When Shi Jiao Jiao heard these two words, she was stunned for a moment. Her mind went blank, her eyes were full of confusion, and she was confused in her heart. "What persimmon?" Seeing her bewildered look, Zhou Qi's assistant Wang Shanshan couldn't help but explain. "Jiao Jiao, don't you know? After Jiang Wanning retired from the entertainment industry, she opened an online fruit shop. The persimmons she sells there are so delicious, so soft, sweet, and so many people are rushing to buy them." After hearing this, Shi Jiao Jiao finally understood why Zhou Qi came to her. It turned out that Zhou Qi was very fond of the persimmons from the Jiang family's vegetable basket, but the persimmons had been off the shelf for a long time, and he couldn't buy them even if he had money. After learning that Jingjikai Lanzi was an online store opened by Jiang Wanning, Zhou Qi naturally thought of himself. After all, he had always claimed to be Jiang Wanning's best friend in the circle. The smile on Shi Jiao Jiao's face froze instantly. I really didn't expect that Jiang Wanning could sell persimmons in a different way after retiring from the entertainment industry. But she reacted very quickly. After only a moment of stiffness, she quickly adjusted her expression, putting on a look of sudden realization. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she said with a smile, "Oh, it's persimmons. Ningning did say she wanted to send me persimmons before, but I thought her life must be difficult after retiring from the entertainment industry, so I didn't feel comfortable accepting. I really don't know what the persimmons Ningning sells taste like." Zhou Qi nodded slightly, seemingly unconcerned with her explanation, and continued, "Then please contact her for me. I have a few friends here who also rave about her persimmons and want to buy some to try. The persimmons in her store are so popular. I only bought some once, and then they were taken off the shelves, and I can't buy them anymore. Sure, Jiao Jiao knew clearly that the friends Zhou Qi mentioned were all well-known figures in the entertainment industry who were of the same status as her. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to help Zhou Qi deal with the persimmon issue and successfully establish this relationship, his future career in the entertainment industry would be bright, and he would be able to rise to the top without any problem. When she thought of this, Sure Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up, her chest puffed out, and she agreed without hesitation. Sister Qi, don't worry. Ning Ning and I have a very close relationship. As long as she needs it, she will definitely help without hesitation. How many persimmons do you want to call her right away? Zhou Qi was clearly well prepared. Without a second thought, he quoted a staggering figure. If she still has stock, I'll buy 100 kilograms first. If she's out of stock, I'll buy as much as she has. Sure, Jiao Jiao patted her chest and promised confidently. Sister Qi, don't worry. 100 kilograms of persimmons is absolutely no more, no less. I will definitely get everything done for you. After hearing this, Zhou Qi smiled with satisfaction, nodded slightly, then turned around and left leisurely with his assistant. Sure, Jiao Jiao was immediately very excited. I didn't even think about whether Jiang Wanning would agree. After all, in her heart, for the past 3 years, Jiang Wanning has been a fool who can be manipulated by her. He has always agreed to her requests, and this time is definitely no exception. However, reality gave her a hard slap in the face. After retiring from the entertainment industry, Jiang Wanning seemed to have been reborn. Not only did she decisively reject her unreasonable demands, she also ruthlessly broke up with her. How could Sure Jiao Jiao, who had always been arrogant and in control of everything, endure this sudden change? She felt the rage in her heart grow stronger, almost swallowing her whole. What made her even more annoyed was that if there were no persimmons, how would she report to Zhou Qi? Isn't it just a persimmon? I don't believe there's no substitute. Sure Jiao Jiao snorted coldly, quickly opened her phone and searched for fruit shops in Jing City. She remembered that there was a farm whose fruits were very popular, of excellent quality, and were highly sought after by people in the circle. No matter how good Jiang Wanning's persimmons are, can they be better than those from professional farms? As long as we find similar persimmons and change the packaging, Zhou Qi shouldn't be able to tell the difference. Soon, Sure Jiao Jiao found the high-end fruit shop. The store happened to have fresh persimmons for sale. I tasted it, and it was indeed sweet and delicious. She placed an order immediately, asking the store to package the persimmons more delicately and specifically instructing them not to put any brand labels on them, and send it to her according to the address. The shopkeeper looked at the address, which was also Beijing, and was stunned for a moment. If it's in the same city, we can deliver it to your door. But Sure Jiao Jiao insisted on sending it by express delivery. Adhering to the principle that customers are God, the store owner agreed. 2 days later, Sure Jiao Jiao received 10 boxes of persimmons, each box weighing 10 kilograms. She carefully examined them and felt proud when she found that the persimmons looked better and more attractive than the ones Jiang Wanning sold online. With this persimmon, I don't believe Zhou Qi doesn't like it. Sure Jiao Jiao smiled triumphantly, then picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhou Qi. Sister Qi, the persimmons have arrived at the company. Do you need me to deliver them to you? Zhou Qi did not reply, but ran out of the office directly. Sure Jiao Jiao's face was full of smiles. Sister Qi, these are the persimmons you asked for. I specially asked Ning Ning to pick the freshest ones for you. Zhou Qi did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened the box with a strange look on his face, picked up a persimmon, and looked at it carefully for a while. Her eyes lingered on the persimmons for a few seconds. Then she glanced at the packaging and frowned slightly. Sure Jiao Jiao's heart tightened when she saw this, and she quickly asked, Sister Qi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the persimmon? Zhou Qi didn't answer, but turned to his assistant Wang Shanshan and said, Shanshan, go get the persimmons I bought for the Jiang family's vegetable basket. Wang Shanshan responded and quickly took out a box of persimmons from the cabinet and placed it in front of Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi placed the 2 persimmons side by side and frowned at Sure Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, are you sure these are the persimmons from Jiang Wanning's family? Why are they completely different from the persimmons I bought? Chapter 190 Group. The 2 persimmons placed side by side create a very sharp contrast. The persimmons in Jiang Wanning's family are huge, almost the size of an adult's fist. The skin is slightly rough and covered with spots, and the overall color is bright yellow. At first glance, it is not only inconspicuous, but even a bit ugly. In contrast, the persimmons brought by Shi Jiao were small, exquisite, and cute. The surface is as smooth as a mirror, with a reddish color and bright reddish hue, just like a carefully crafted work of art, which is very eye-catching. Anyone who sees them will find it hard to believe that they come from the same place. Shi Jiao felt uneasy and her eyes were evasive, but she still defended herself firmly. Sister Qi, these persimmons were really sent to me by Ningning. She told me that I was the best variety in her family, and she kept it for herself and to give away. If you don't believe me, try it and you'll know. This tastes definitely better than the one she sells online. After all, the ugly-looking persimmons from Jiang Wanning's house can't be considered delicious at all. She is confident in the quality of Sunshine Farms. Zhou Qi frowned slightly, his eyes full of suspicion. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the persimmon that Shi Jiao brought and took a light bite. When you take a bite of the persimmon, it is indeed sweet and delicious, without any astringency, and the taste is quite good. However, after careful consideration, Zhou Qi always felt that something was missing. After eating it, I didn't have that wonderful feeling of feeling refreshed and comfortable all over. Compared with the persimmons from Jiang Wanning's family, the difference is like heaven and earth. After just one bite, Zhou Qi lost interest in eating anymore. Zhou Qi raised his eyes and looked at Shi Jiao with a complicated expression. Jiao, are you sure these are persimmons from Jiang Wanning's family? The taste is completely different from what I've had before. Seeing she couldn't fool him, Shi Jiao put on an apologetic expression. Sister Qi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. Ningning's persimmons are indeed sold out. There's not a single one left. But I was really worried you'd be disappointed, so I went to Sunshine Farm and bought these persimmons. You know, Sunshine Farm's fruit is well known for its high quality. It's definitely not inferior to Ningning's. Who knew? Zhou Qi's frown deepened, his tone hinting at displeasure. Jiao, just tell me the truth if the persimmons are gone. I'm not unreasonable. Why bother lying to me? These persimmons taste okay, but they're nowhere near as good as Jiang Wanning's. They're not even on the same level. Seeing Shi Jiao's face full of suspicion and her eyes full of disbelief, Zhou Qi sighed softly and said, "Try it yourself, and you will know the difference." As she spoke, she handed over the ugly, big persimmon in her hand. But when he handed it halfway, he pulled it back in pain. Ever since she learned that the persimmons were off the shelves, she has been eating them sparingly, and now there are only 2 left. Zhou Qi really couldn't bear to give the whole persimmon to Shi Jiao to taste. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Qi turned to his assistant Wang Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, go get a fruit knife." Wang Shanshan quickly brought a fruit knife. Zhou Qi took it, carefully cut off a small piece of the persimmon in his hand, handed it to Shi Jiao, and said, "Try it." Shi Jiao looked at Zhou Qi's stingy look and tried her best to resist the urge to roll her eyes. It's just a persimmon. Is it necessary to be so stingy? But she didn't dare to get angry, so she had to reach out and take the small piece of persimmon and put it in her mouth. In an instant, Shi Jiao felt a rich, almost overbearing sweet fragrance bursting into her mouth. The soft and dense taste was like silky chocolate melting on the tip of her tongue, so delicate that there was not a single flaw to be found. This taste instantly conquered her taste buds. She was completely stunned. The disdain on her face disappeared, replaced by shock and disbelief. To be honest, among all the fruits she had eaten in the past, she had never tasted such a delicious one. With such a good example in mind, when Shi Jiao picked up the persimmons from Sunshine Farm and tasted them again, she felt her mouth was filled with a cloyingly sweet taste. Other than that, I can't feel anything else. At this moment, she finally understood why Zhou Qi was so obsessed with the persimmons from Jiang Wanning's family, and she also realized that her trick of replacing the original with the fake was completely exposed. He was even more annoyed. He had wanted to take this opportunity to please Zhou Qi, but he didn't expect to backfire. Now he was in trouble. He was afraid that he had offended Zhou Qi. Just then, Lin Siyun walked in with a smile. When he saw Zhou Qi, he immediately ran over happily. "Sister Qi, I heard that you particularly like to eat persimmons from Sister Ningning's house. I stocked up a lot before, so I wanted to share some with you." In the drama that Lin Siyun is currently acting in, Zhou Qi is the heroine. On the set, Zhou Qi gave her a lot of guidance on acting. Lin Siyun always remembered this favor and wanted to take this opportunity to thank her. Zhou Qi originally felt sorry about the persimmon incident. Hearing this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't wait to reach out and take the bag that Lin Siyun handed over. When I opened it, the familiar ugly persimmon came into view. That's right, it's the ugly but extremely delicious persimmons from Jiang Wanting's house. Zhou Qi immediately hugged the bag in his arms, his face full of joy as he said, "Xiao Yun, thank you so much. I love these persimmons so much. I bought too few last time, and when I tried to place another order, they were out of stock. I was so greedy." After she finished speaking, she realized that these persimmons were taken from Lin Siyun's own stock and said a little embarrassedly, "If you give all these persimmons to me, won't you have any to eat?" Lin Siyun smiled and said, "Sister Qi, don't worry about eating them. I bought a lot before, and I have a lot stored at home." And Sister Ningning said that these persimmons are only temporarily off the shelves. The pears on her mountain have ripened recently, and everyone is busy picking them. After this busy period is over, and we have enough manpower, the shop will put the persimmons back on the shelves. Wang Shanshan was puzzled when she heard this and couldn't help but interrupt. "Are there any persimmons left?" But Jiao Jiao just told us that Jiang Wanting's persimmons have all been sold out. There aren't any left. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Shi Jiao Jiao. Sure, Jiao Jiao's face turned pale and red, and her expression was extremely unnatural. But he still pretended to be calm, forced a stiff smile, and said, "Yes, that's what Ningning told me." "Siyun, you didn't remember it wrongly, did you?" Lin Siyun shook her head firmly and said with certainty, "That's impossible. When the persimmons were taken off the shelves, many people in the group chat were asking about them. Sister Ningning specifically told us about it in the group chat." Chapter 191, Application Rejection. Afraid that they would believe her, Lin Siyun took out her cell phone and went directly into the group to look up the chat history. Soon, he turned the phone screen towards the group and said, "See for yourselves." Several people gathered around and saw an account with Jiang Wanting's name posted a message in the group. "Don't worry, there are still plenty of persimmons. However, we're currently short on staff, so the pears on the mountain are being picked quickly. We'll restock the persimmons once we have more staff." The facts were before her eyes, and sure Jiao Jiao's lies were exposed again. Her face became increasingly ugly, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. However, no one present had time to pay attention to her. Zhou Qi's attention is on this group at the moment. "Siyun, what kind of group is this? Why do I feel like so many of them are from our circle?" Lin Siyun smiled and said, "Sister Qi, the people in this group are all from our circle. This is Sister Ningning's Zhang's vegetable basket number 2 group. The people in this group are all from our circle who buy vegetables and fruits from Sister Ningning. Sister Qi, Sister Ningning will occasionally release new products and restocking information in the group. If you also like her vegetables and fruits, you can join the group to avoid missing out." "Yeah, I'll add it." When Zhou Qi heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he quickly took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code to join the group. He looked so anxious, as if he was afraid of missing out on something great. Wang Shanshan stood aside, feeling itchy inside, and whispered softly, Can I join too?" She was a little nervous. After all, the group is full of big stars in the entertainment industry. "But I'm just a small assistant, and I don't know if I'm qualified to enter." "Sure. Shanshan, you can join." Lin Xia nodded, then added, "Sister Qi, this group was set up to make it easier for everyone to buy fruit from Sister Ningning's house. Director Lin and the others have specially formulated group rules. Each person can bring one assistant and one family member to the group. The reason for this regulation is mainly because we are worried that some fans will sneak in. Once a large number of fans come in, the group will not be able to communicate properly." Zhou Qi quickly scanned the code, added a note, and submitted his application to join the group. He then confidently gave Lin Siyun an okay gesture and said, "Don't worry, I understand." After Wang Shanshan finished scanning the code, Lin Siyun was about to put away her phone when Shi Jiao Jiao, who had been left out and whose lies had been exposed, suddenly spoke up, "Well, let me add it too." Before she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lin Siyun's response, but directly scanned the code and submitted an application to join the group. She just saw it. In that chat record, there were many well-known figures in the circle, including the popular young actress Qin Yuan, the well-known director Lin Hai, and the producer Su Jun. If she could make friends with these people, it would undoubtedly be a great boost to her acting career, so she didn't want to miss this opportunity at all. Not long after, Zhou Qi and Wang Shanshan's phones rang with notifications, signaling they had successfully joined the group. Upon entering, they were greeted by a screen filled with a lively discussion about the pears they had just purchased. Comrades, you must try this pear. It has an immediate effect in relieving cough and reducing phlegm. I had a cough a few days ago, and after eating a few, I felt much better immediately. I don't have a cough, but the taste of this pear is simply amazing. It is sweet and juicy, with an incredibly delicate texture. I can't stop eating it. Wow, I regret it. I didn't buy enough. I only bought 5 pounds, and I devoured them all in one day. Now I'm eagerly waiting for the restock. Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? You're not even afraid of a stomachache. Seeing Zhou Qi and Wang Shanshan join, the group instantly became lively, and everyone lined up to welcome them and enthusiastically flooded the screen with messages. Welcome goddess Zhou Qi to join the group. Welcome new partner. From now on we will be comrades in arms fighting together for food. Zhou Qi and Wang Shanshan watched with great interest. Zhou Qi was so curious that he couldn't help but send a message in the group. What kind of pear are you talking about? It's so delicious? Immediately, a group of enthusiastic group members came out to explain to her. Of course, it's Boss Zhang's pears. They're incredibly delicious. Hurry and place your order. If they're out of stock, you'll be slapping your thigh in regret. If you buy less, you will regret it even more. If you have any questions, you can ask our group's regret master, Producer Sue. He is very experienced. Lin Xian also saw the question Zhou Qi posted. So he enthusiastically explained to her the embarrassing incident of Producer Sue, the master of regret. Oh my god, that was a close call. I almost ended up like Producer Sue and became the second person to regret. Zhou Qi joked with a smile. After all, I was curious at first, so I wanted to buy a few pounds of persimmons to try. By the time you want to buy it again, it's already out of the shelves, right? Lin Siyun said earnestly. Sister Qi, let me tell you, anything produced by Ningming's is super delicious. No matter what it is, just buy it. Zhou Qi nodded, and the phone page switched to the Jiang family vegetable basket pear purchase page. Then he put down 100 kilograms without hesitation. If you can't buy 100 kilograms of persimmons, then just exchange it for 100 kilograms of pears. Zhou Qi and the others were chatting animatedly in and out of the group, but Shi Jiaojiao had not received any message to join the group. She frowned, feeling a little annoyed, and couldn't help but refresh the page on her phone several times, but there was still no movement. That's weird. My application hasn't been approved yet. Could it be that I haven't submitted it yet? Xian, can you scan the group QR code for me again? Shi Jiaojiao had a puzzled expression on her face, opened her big eyes, and asked with pretended curiosity. Lin Xian, like Zhou Qi and the others, always thought that Shi Jiaojiao was Jiang Wanning's good friend and bestie. But after what happened just now, she always felt that Shi Jiaojiao was weird. If it was really as Shi Jiaojiao said, and the two of them were that close, how could she not even be able to buy persimmons from Jiang Wanning's house and make up a bunch of lies full of loopholes? Besides, since they are good friends, if she wants to join the group, wouldn't it be more convenient for her to directly ask the group owner Jiang Wanning to invite her in? Why go through so much trouble to ask for the QR code from yourself? Although he was full of doubts and complaints in his heart, Lin Siyun was simple-minded and didn't want to think the worst of others. After hesitating for a moment, he brought out the QR code again and gave it to Shi Jiaojiao. She also kindly reminded, Sister Jiaojiao, Sister Ningning is the owner of this group. If you can't join after applying, you can directly ask Sister Ningning to add you in. Yeah, Ningning is very busy, so I won't bother her with these little things. Shi Jiaojiao explained with a smile, and then submitted her application to join the group again. In fact, her number had long been blacklisted by Jiang Wanning. Worried that Jiang Wanning would reject her application to join the group, she deliberately used other people's names when making a note. Chapter 192, Is it a coincidence? Shi Jiaojiao was originally calculating with an abacus. I look forward to successfully joining the group that brings together many people in the circle, and then taking this opportunity to meet various bigwigs and open up a new path for my acting career. However, reality gave her a heavy slap in the face. When she saw the coal notification bar rejecting her from joining the group, she felt a surge of anger rising from the bottom of her heart, and her eyes instantly turned red. Jiang Wanning, this bitch. He actually rejected her. How dare she? At that moment, her first reaction was to find Jiang wanting and scold her. But when she glanced at Zhou Qi and others who were enthusiastically discussing Jiang family's fruits, she suddenly came to her senses and tried hard to adjust the ferocious expression on her face. Just look at Zhou Qi, and you will know that Jiang Wanning must have successfully built up a lot of connections in the circle by relying on the fruit business. The energy behind these personal connections should not be underestimated. Under such circumstances, he absolutely could not easily break up with Jiang Wanning and make things too awkward. Sure, Jiao suppressed her inner resentment, gritted her teeth, and silently encouraged herself in her heart. In the past, she could play Jiang Wanting around and get whatever she wanted, so now she can definitely coax Jiang Wanting back. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down and pretend nothing happened. Listening to Zhou Qi and the others discussing the new pears that had been put on the shelves at Jiang Wanting's house, sure Jiao's eyes rolled and a plan came to her mind. I decided to start by buying pears from Jiang Wanting's house, as a way to show my goodwill to Jiang Wanting. Moreover, she had tasted the persimmons from Jiang Wanting's family before, and they were indeed delicious. According to what Lin Siyun said, the newly listed pears will surely be no less delicious. Sure Jiao immediately picked up her phone, quickly found the pear purchase page on Zhang's vegetable basket, and clicked to buy. But who would have thought that as soon as the page loaded, a spinning circle appeared, as if trapped in endless waiting. Why is the company's network so slow today? It's so laggy. Even placing an order is stuck. Sure, Jiao's face was full of displeasure, and she couldn't help but mutter, her tone full of complaints and impatience. Zhou Qi was immersed in the group friends sharing Jiang family delicacies and was too lazy to pay attention to her. To protect her boss's reputation, Wang Shanshan said, "It's not lagging. I'm connected to the company network, and the speed is great. There's no problem placing an order." But as soon as I placed the order, it became like this. Look at it. As sure Jiao spoke, she handed the phone interface to Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan glanced at it, also bewildered, and suggested, "Then I don't understand what's going on. How about turning off the Wi-Fi and trying using your mobile data?" Sure, Jiao thought this idea was feasible and followed the advice. However, reality hit her again. The situation still did not improve. The ordering page kept spinning and did not respond. Lin Xian looked at Sure Jiao's mobile phone, which kept spinning the order page, and suddenly remembered a hot topic that had been discussed online some time ago. Anyone who has slandered Jiang Wanting cannot buy anything in Jiang Wanting's store. When I first heard about this topic, it seemed as mysterious as a fairy tale. Because of this, the discussion has remained heated. The unconvinced black fans came out to try, but without exception, they all failed. Especially when news came out from nowhere that Shun Yinen's order at Jiang Wanting's store had also failed, this undoubtedly poured a bucket of fuel on the fire, directly pushing the heat to a climax. There are even some people who have created a special super topic for this purpose. People who are eligible to buy things from the Jiang family's vegetable basket. Lin Xian thought it was interesting at the time and followed it. At this moment, looking at Sure Jiao's condition, Lin Xian felt more and more that something was wrong. No matter how you look at it, it's exactly the same as the situation of those people online who claim that they have always failed to place orders. Zhou Qi was sharp-eyed and noticed that Lin Xian had been staring at Sure Jiao with a look full of inquiry. So I couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian curled his lips and said half-jokingly and half-seriously, "Nothing. It's just that seeing Sister Jiao's current situation suddenly reminded me of a strange phenomenon that appeared on the internet some time ago." Zhou Qi is naturally curious and loves gossip. When I heard this, I instantly became interested. I couldn't wait to ask, "What's the phenomenon? Tell me about it quickly." Lin Xian didn't keep anyone in suspense. He directly opened his phone, found the super topic, found a well-organized summary post, and handed it to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi took the phone and started reading it with great interest. Wang Shanshan also came over curiously and stared at the screen. After the two finished reading the content of the post, the expressions on their faces instantly became extremely complicated. Chi looked at Sure Jiao with an indescribable look. There was surprise, doubt, and a hint of understanding in his eyes. No wonder Sure Jiao couldn't buy persimmons, couldn't join the group, and couldn't place an order. It turns out that she is not a best friend at all, but an enemy friend. Sure Jiao felt uneasy when she was stared at by them. Forcing a smile, she shamelessly moved closer to Zhou Qi and asked with feigned curiosity, "Sister Qi, what are you looking at?" "Let me see, too." Zhou Qi was straightforward and handed the phone directly to Shi Jiaojiao. Shi Jiaojiao's eyes quickly swept across the screen, and her eyes gradually became solemn. Her fingers tapped the table unconsciously, the rhythm getting faster and faster, as if to cover up her inner anxiety. As the content on the screen continued to scroll, her expression became increasingly grim. The fake smile on his face gradually became stiff and could hardly be maintained. Finally, she took a deep breath, forced herself to remain calm, and laughed exaggeratedly. "Ha ha! For marketing purposes, they can even make up such outrageous things. It's absolutely ridiculous." Lin Siyun frowned, her tone calm, but with a hint of tentativeness. "But there are really many people who can't place orders, just like you, Sister Jiaojiao." Sure, Jiaojiao's pupils shrank slightly. Then she waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "This must be just a coincidence. How could it be so mysterious? I guess my phone got submerged in water a while ago, which is why the network is having problems. It will definitely be fine once I get a new phone." Although her tone was light, the hand holding the phone was shaking slightly from the force. However, Lin Siyun, Zhou Qi, and Wang Shanshan looked at each other with an expression that said, "I'll just watch your performance quietly." Zhou Qi even raised his eyebrows slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Shi Jiaojiao's eyes swept across the faces of the three people, and she felt so flustered that she almost couldn't hold it in. Then she pretended to laugh heartily, but the laughter seemed particularly abrupt and artificial. "Haha, you guys don't really believe it, do you?" Chapter 193, Birds of a Feather Flock Together. Her voice rose an octave, trying to mask her inner uneasiness with its volume. "Don't forget, I'm Ningning's best friend. How could I possibly be her hater? This is ridiculous. Maybe there's something wrong with the Jiang family vegetable basket store system. Think about it. How can you restrict someone from buying things just because they've cheated the store owner before? If this gets out, won't everyone laugh at you?" Her speech speed became faster and faster, as if she was defending herself, but her eyes were always wandering. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly said, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first," and quickly left the room. Because he was too anxious, he even accidentally knocked over the water glass on the table. Zhou Qi, Lin Siyun, and Wang Shanshan looked at each other and exchanged meaningful glances tacitly. "Is she feeling guilty?" Lin Siyun muttered softly, lowering his voice. Zhou Qi shrugged lightly upon hearing this, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Who knows? But then again, that online topic is quite interesting. A lot of people are saying it's like Jiang Wanting Shop is protected by some mysterious power, and that only those who truly love her products are eligible to successfully place an order. I don't know if that's true or not." There was curiosity in his words. Wang Shanshan patted her chest in a playful manner, pretending to be frightened, and said, "Thank goodness. I usually go online just for fun, just watching the fun, never making random comments. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat such delicious fruit from Sister Ningning's house." Unconsciously, the way she addressed Jiang Wanting had changed from the slightly unfamiliar Jiang Wanting at the beginning to the Sister Ningning, which was as intimate as Lin Siyun. Zhou Qi looked at Wang Shanshan and couldn't help but smile. "Just take things online as a passing fad. Don't take them too seriously, especially in the circle they are in. Behind every event and every person, there is the invisible hand of capital controlling everything and performing one carefully choreographed script after another. If you have been in this circle for a long time, you will understand that the so-called friends and besties are sometimes the ones who stab you the most when you least expect it." On the other side, Shi Jiaojiao hurried back to her lounge. With a bang, after the door was slammed shut, the hypocritical smile disappeared in an instant like a face changing in Sichuan opera. Instead, there was a face so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, and his eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. She couldn't wait to pick up the phone, her fingers trembling slightly with anger and anxiety. Click place order again. However, the desperate loading screen appeared on the screen again and refused to switch to the payment page. What's going on? Is it true, as they say online, that people who have hacked Jiang Wanting can't buy anything from her? Shi Jiaojiao muttered to herself. I find it funny, but also a little scary. But she quickly came to her senses. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of this terrible thought, and consoled himself. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's just a coincidence. Jiang Wanning is just a retired celebrity. How could she have such extraordinary abilities? Having said that, she still didn't believe it and decided to try again. This time, she switched to a rarely used account, changed the courier address, and pressed the order button. However, the cruel reality dealt her another heavy blow, and the result was still the frustrating loading state. Sure, Jiao Jiao could no longer suppress her anger. With a loud bang, she slammed her phone onto the sofa and cursed softly. Jiang Wanning, what on earth do you mean? You're deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, aren't you? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The frustration and anger that had been pinned up in her heart almost drove her crazy. She couldn't understand why Jiang Wanning, who had been manipulated and ordered around by her in the entertainment industry and now only opened a small fruit shop, could have forced her into such a situation. No, we can't let this go. Sure, Jiao Jiao gnashed her teeth in hatred. Since Jiang Wanning won't let me buy it, I'll find someone else to buy it for me. I don't believe I can't buy those kilograms of fruit from her store. She suppressed her anger, took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and quickly flipped through the address book. Her eyes scanned the contact names one by one, and finally, she found a young actor with whom she had a good relationship, Yang Ruixue, and dialed the number without hesitation. Hello, Ruix, I'm Zhou Jiao. Did you know that Ningning opened a fruit shop online? Well, I was thinking that since we used to know each other in the circle, I wanted to take care of her business, but I don't want her to know. So, can you help me buy some fruit from her shop? Sure, Jiao Jiao tried her best to make her tone sound natural, as if she really just wanted to take care of Jiang Wanning's business. Yang Ruixue, who was on the other end of the line, was silent for a moment when she heard this. Then she said unhappily, Sister Jiao Jiao, Jiang Wanning's business is booming, and she doesn't need your help. I heard that her persimmons are particularly delicious, so I thought I'd buy some a try. But when I clicked on the shopping link, I couldn't place an order. At this point, Yang Ruixue seemed to open up, her tone becoming increasingly excited. That person is still marketing online, saying things like if you bully someone who has a grudge against Jiang Wanning, you won't be able to buy her products. In my opinion, that woman is probably petty and holds a grudge, so she's blocked everyone she has a grudge against. When Shi Jiao Jiao heard this, she suddenly remembered that there was indeed a feud between Yang Ruixue and Jiang Wanning. In various programs, Yang Ruixue often made things difficult for Jiang Wanning, spread rumors and slandered her, and even snatched her resources. She couldn't help but ask, can shopping links be blocked now? Who knows? I've never sold anything. But mobile phone calls can be blocked, so shopping links should work the same way. Yang Ruixue responded nonchalantly. After listening to this, Shi Jiao Jiao actually found this statement quite reasonable. At least compared to the mysterious statements on the internet, Yang Ruixue's blacklist theory seems more logical. After hearing Yang Ruixue scold Jiang Wanning again on the phone, Shi Jiao Jiao hung up the phone. Shi Jiao Jiao felt very annoyed when she thought about Jiang Wanning blocking her in various ways. She never imagined that Jiang Wanning would force her into such an embarrassing situation. Picking up her phone again, she continued to search through the address book without giving up. I want to find someone who has no grudge against Jiang Wan. However, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After searching for a while, she unexpectedly discovered that none of the people around her had not made things difficult for or suppressed Jiang Wanning when she was down and out. Chapter 194 Designer. No matter how wildly the outside world speculated, they could not guess that what Jiang Wanning used was just the most basic breath-detecting skill of the wood-type ability. As long as there are plants around them, she can use her supernatural powers to quietly leave unique marks on those who harbor malicious intentions. In this way, as long as Jiang Wanning doesn't agree, these people will be like being cursed and will never be able to buy anything she grows in their lifetime. As for them asking other people to buy it for them, Jiang Wanning didn't bother to pay attention. After all, they were slandering her in secret while asking people to buy her things. Isn't this in itself a kind of ironic slap in the face? At this moment, all the Jiang family members are busy. Some people were carrying buckets to pour water, some were holding mops to mop the floor, and no one was idle. After Jiang Wanning mopped the floor dry, she stood in the middle of the main room, leaning on the mop with both hands. She looked around and saw that everything was wet, as if there had just been a small flood. Looking at the messy scene, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but sigh deeply. although she already knew that the Jiang family's old house was old and dilapidated. But the sudden heavy rain last night really made her appreciate the ultimate meaning of broken. As the saying goes, it's raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. But the situation in their house was so severe that it was raining inside. Except for Jiang Yui's room, no other house in the entire row was spared. The raindrops fell from the roof like beads that had broken off the string. Because of this, the whole family, young and old, were forced to move to Jiang Yui's room last night, huddled together and barely able to get through the night. Originally, Jiang Wanting thought that she would start building the house after she finished her fruit business and had more money. But in this situation, it is obvious that we can't wait any longer. This house must be rebuilt immediately. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanting immediately contacted several designers she had communicated with online before, hoping that they could design several sets of house drawings as soon as possible according to her needs. As soon as the design drawings come out, we will find a local engineering team and start building the house directly. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. I don't know whether those designers were impatient to deal with her claws, which even brought house designs with chicken coops and pig pens, or they looked down on her order in a remote area and were quite perfunctory in their attitude. He just threw over a few ready-made drawings and considered it as the job done. When Jiang Wanting opened it, she was so angry that she almost cursed on the spot. These designed houses were either extremely luxurious country villas or large Chinese gardens full of ancient charm. None of them met her simple and practical housing needs. So, when Wang Lifang came to pick up the goods in a pickup truck with her family driver, what she saw was Jiang Wanting talking on the phone, and she was obviously a little irritable. I saw her with a frown on her face, talking continuously to the other end of the phone, raising her voice from time to time, and her body movements also revealed a bit of irritation. Wang Lifang was full of curiosity and asked Jiang Yui beside her in a low voice. "Auntie, who is Xiao Jiang talking to on the phone? He looks very angry." Jiang Yui sighed helplessly and said, "We plan to rebuild this old house." Ningning found some designers online, but she was never satisfied with the plans they came up with, and she was very worried. Jiang Yi shook her head as she spoke, her eyes revealing her heartache for her granddaughter. She is old and doesn't understand many things. She wants to help, but is powerless. Wang Lifang's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Oh, what designer?" "Auntie, you don't know what our family does, do you?" Jiang Yui looked puzzled and asked, "What does your family do?" Wang Lifang straightened her back and announced with a hint of pride, "My family owns a construction company that specializes in building houses. We've been in this business for many years and have a wealth of experience." Jiang Yui was cheered up when she heard this, and she quickly asked, "Does your company have a designer?" Wang Lifang patted her chest and responded confidently, "Of course. Our company has many outstanding designers, each of whom is an elite in their field. Not only that, we also have our own engineering and decoration teams, providing one-stop service from construction to renovation." At this time, Jiang Wanting had just hung up the phone and was about to arrange workers to load Wang Lifang's pickup truck. But he was suddenly stopped by Jiang Yui. Jiang Wanting looked surprised and asked doubtfully, "Grandma, what's wrong?" Jiang Yui said excitedly, "Xiao Wang said his family owns a construction company with many talented designers who can help us build the house." Jiang Wanting naturally knew that the Qian family ran a construction company. Qian's construction is quite large in Lin City and can be considered a strong enterprise. Qian's architecture has participated in many large-scale public facilities construction projects in the city. And that's what Jiang Wanting was worried about. "Annie Wang, your company usually takes on large projects, right? Do you also take on jobs like building houses for individuals?" Generally speaking, with Qian's construction's current scale and status in the industry, it has long shifted its business focus to large-scale projects. Building houses for individuals, a relatively small job, is basically no longer within its business scope. The projects that the company usually undertakes are either the development and construction of large residential communities or cooperation with government departments to contract various municipal projects. However, Wang Lifang had her own plans. For the sake of her family's future livelihood, she agreed almost without hesitation. "Take it. Why not? Don't worry. I'll arrange it for you as soon as I get back to the office. When the time comes, you can communicate directly with the designer face-to-face and tell him your ideas and needs in detail. I promise to design a house that suits you best. How about it?" Jiang Wanting knew that Wang Lifang was deliberately making things convenient for her family. But this is also a rare opportunity. It was such a good thing that she wanted a powerful company like Qian's Construction to be responsible for the construction of her house. How could she refuse it? At worst, I can just consider it as owing the Qian family a favor and find an opportunity to repay it slowly in the future. Okay, then I thank Aunt Wang. Jiang Wanning agreed without any hesitation, her words sounding decisive and decisive. Wang Lifeng admired Jiang Wanning's straightforward and frank personality from the bottom of her heart. She smiled and joked, "Why are you thanking me? It's not like you guys won't pay me. This is just normal business dealings." Once the designer and engineering team are confirmed, the house building is halfway done. Jiang Wanning felt relieved. Chapter 195 Roof Repair. After helping the Qian family driver load 1,000 kilograms of pears onto the pickup truck, Jiang Wanning loaded a lot more things. There are vegetables from the backyard vegetable garden that have not yet been sold, mountain products such as chestnuts and yams, and 2 soft-shell turtles that have been kept in the net. Looking at the basket full of things, Wang Lifeng was so happy that her eyes were wide open. She said, "Oh, you are so polite. I feel embarrassed to carry so many things." Haha, she knew that it would be a good deal if she accepted Comrade Xiao Zhang's house-building request. Look, such old stuff. It's really something that money can't buy. Thinking of the taste of the fish and the gift, her eyes almost glowed green as she looked at the eel and turtle. I was originally thinking about how to convince Lao Qian from their family to take over the house-building order from Xiao Zhang's family. But now, looking at the basket full of gifts in front of me, especially those 2 large turtles, she knew that this matter was settled. Old Qian and their family has never been able to resist delicious food. If he sees these 2 turtles, he will definitely be more interested in Jiang Wanning's house building order than anyone else. Maybe he'll even ask to follow up personally. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Annie Wang, please don't be so polite with me. You've helped me so much this time. This little thing is nothing. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been worried about building a house." She only thought about making money to build a house. I didn't expect that just finding a good design would be so difficult. Wang Lifeng scolded him. "You can't say that. There's so many families in the world who build houses. But I've lived most of my life and traveled all over the country, but I've never come across another family that grows food as delicious as yours. I'm so used to eating your vegetables and fruits that now, when I eat them elsewhere, they always taste bland. Oh, I can't imagine what we'd do if you stopped farming in the future." Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Auntie Wang, don't worry. I'm going to farm this land for the rest of my life." Yes. You have such a good skill, so don't give up halfway." Looking at the box full of goodies, Wang Lifeng suddenly remembered the sensation caused when Lao Qian showed off the holiday gifts sent by Jiang Wanning in the group. At that time, everyone in the group was envious, and the screen was filled with messages. In the end, Jiang Wanning was forced to prepare gift boxes temporarily to meet everyone's needs. When she thought of this, Wang Lifeng couldn't help but burst out laughing. There are so many good things here. If those foodies in the group knew about it, there would be a huge uproar. Jiang Wanning spread her hands and said helplessly, "So, Aunt Wang, you have to keep this a secret for me. These are the last of our family's inventory. If everyone knew about it, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Don't worry, I'll make sure to tell your Uncle Qian when I get back, and make sure he doesn't show off. Really, he is already old but still so immature." Wang Lifeng made this promise while reaching out to grab the basket and prepare to put it on the car. But the basket was too heavy. She tried her best, but couldn't even lift it. Before she could ask the driver for help, Jiang Wanning stepped forward. He grabbed the basket steadily with both hands, exerted a little force with his arms, and easily threw the basket into the back of the car. Wang Lifeng was stunned by this smooth, powerful movement, and she sighed inwardly. Xiao Jiang looks thin, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. No wonder he can grow such good crops at home. The 2 exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then Wang Lifeng got in the car and left. Watching the car gradually drive away, Jiang Wanning breathed a sigh of relief, and a big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. With the help of Qian's construction, the house building was finally possible. Next, as long as you communicate the requirements with the designer, you can start construction as soon as possible. She turned back to the yard and looked at the dilapidated old house in front of her, feeling a little emotional. Although this house is dilapidated, it carries the memories of 3 generations of the Jiang family. However, the old must go before the new can come. Once the new house is built, the family will be able to live more comfortably. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Wang Ying and his family of 3, who had finished work, walking towards their house with a roll of plastic film in their hands. Jiang Wanning was puzzled. "Aunt Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Ying smiled and said, "The weather forecast says there might be showers in the evenings over the next few days. We just repaired our roof a while ago, and we have some materials left over. Let them use them for you." Then I saw Chan Aiju's family of 3 and Li Yunyun and his wife, each carrying tools for repairing the roof, and walked over. Jiang Wanning was touched and amused. "Did you all make an appointment?" Chen Aiju laughed and complained, "Isn't that right? Look at you. The roof of your house is leaking so badly, and you didn't even tell us. Aren't you treating us like outsiders?" Li Yunyun, clutching a bundle of tarpaulins, jokingly added, "That's right. You're allowed to help us, but we're not allowed to help you. Besides, if your house keeps leaking, you won't be able to sleep well at night. So how will you have the energy to do business that day? We're still counting on you to make a lot of money to pay us." Jiang Yi quickly invited everyone into the house to sit down and asked Lin Shichen to go to the kitchen to boil water and make tea. Wang Ying saw this and quickly stopped her. "Auntie, stop working. We are here to work, not to drink tea. The important thing is to fix the roof before it gets dark." After saying that, Wang Ying directed her husband and son to move ladders and get tools, and they started working quickly. The families of Chen Aiju and Li Yunyun were not willing to lag behind. They divided the work and cooperated with each other. Some handed over materials, while others helped to fix them. The scene was lively and warm. Jiang Wanning wanted to go up to the roof with them, but was stopped by Jiang Wutian. "We're up there, just follow and pass the things down below." Jiang Wanning pointed to the main hall and the 2 rooms on its left and right and said, "Uncle Wutian, just focus on renovating these 3 rooms. I plan to tear down the entire house and rebuild it soon, so there's no need to renovate the other rooms." Upon hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Jiang Wanning in surprise. Wang Ying spoke first, his tone tinged with concern. "Ningning, you want to rebuild this house? This is a big deal. Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" Chen Aiju also came over and helped cut the tarpaulin while asking, "Yes, rebuilding a house is no small task. It will cost a lot of money. Can you handle it alone? Do you want us to help?" Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "I've already contacted the construction company and will give them the full package when the time comes." Li Yunyun listened, smiled, and patted her shoulder. "You are too strong-willed, child. If you have any problems, just tell us. Don't carry it alone. We villagers may not have other things, but we still have strength." Chapter 196 Eating. Jiang Wanning replied without hesitation, "All right, I won't be polite with you all. Before we start demolition and reconstruction, I'm counting on you to take care of this roof. We were really badly affected by the rain last night." Everyone laughed when they heard this. The men on the rooftop joked as they worked, "Ningning, when the new house is finished, you have to invite us all over to join in the fun." Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. "Of course. Everyone is welcome to come and warm up the house when the time comes." The roof repair work here is in full swing, and the kitchen on the other side is also busy. Old Lady Jiang Yui was in charge of lighting the fire. Old Lady Wu Guixiang took the twins with her and was responsible for picking and washing vegetables. Lin Shichen naturally took on the responsibility of being the head chef. There are 2 big pots on the stove. Rice was cooking in a large pot, and a steamer was placed on top of the rice, filled with yams and chestnuts. Another large pot is used for cooking. Because there's so many people, today's menu is quite rich compared to usual. There are chestnut chicken, fried loach, yam spare ribs, braised soft-shelled turtle, stir-fried vegetables, mixed salad, and eel stewed with tofu. For a table full of food, the dishes are not too many, but the portion of each dish is quite large. After all, it is to satisfy the appetite of more than a dozen people, and each dish is prepared according to the standards of a big pot dish. Lin Shichen was seen holding a spatula and flying up and down. As he stir-fried the ingredients in the pot, they emitted an enticing aroma. Seeing Lin Shichen swinging the spatula so hard it looked like it was about to take off, Wu Guixiang couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, Chun Shun is so strong. Otherwise, with our old bones, we would have to use all our strength to stir-fry such a big pot of food. When Jiang Mutong heard this, she immediately perked up, raised her little face, and said in a baby voice, "Grandma, I am strong too, look." Wu Guixiang had planned to coax the child and praise him as usual. But the next second, I saw the little guy holding a basin of dirty water used to wash vegetables steadily in his hands. The basin seemed extremely huge for a 3-year-old child. But Jiang Mudong didn't seem to be struggling at all. She walked steadily towards the backyard with her short legs. That big basin of water is really heavy. For an average 3-year-old child, it would be difficult for him to even move it, let alone carry it and walk. Tong Tong is amazing. She can even lift such a heavy basin. Wu Guixiang was surprised and praised sincerely. At this time, Jiang Mushuan, who had been washing vegetables silently on the side, also stood up. Then he stretched out his little hand towards a bucket in front of him that was half his height and lifted it gently. The bucket was lifted up steadily, and then he walked towards the backyard. Seeing how relaxed he looked, the bucket barely shook in his hands. People who don't know the situation might actually think he was carrying an empty bucket. Wu Guixiang was stunned and shocked for a moment. Seeing this, Jiang Yue smiled and said, "They probably all took after their mother, each one a strong man." Jiang Mudong's eyes sparkled when she heard this. "Yeah, I want to be a strong man like my mom." When the meal in the kitchen was almost ready, the repair work on the roof outside was also nearing completion. Jiang Guitian and others came down from the roof along the ladder and tacitly helped to clean up the garbage cleared during the renovation process. Discarded tiles, broken wood, and other debris were collected one by one. After a while, the originally messy yard returned to its original tidiness. After everything was packed up, they dusted themselves off and prepared to go home. "Ningning, let's go back first. If the roof still leaks, you must tell us again," Wang Ying reminded. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning hurried forward and stopped them. "The family has prepared everyone's meal. No matter what, you have to finish your meal before going back." Chun Aiju smiled and waved her hand, her tone somewhat cheerful as she refused. "Oh, it's just a small job to help fix the roof. How can I expect you to give me a meal? Let's go." However, at this moment, Jiang Mutong, the clever little ghost, ran out like a gust of wind. She stood at the door, straightened her small body, opened her throat, and shouted in her clear and childish voice. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, Grandma said it's time to eat. Go wash your hands quickly. Wash them thoroughly before you eat." When Wang Ying and others saw Jiang Mudong's little appearance, they immediately became curious. "Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. Our Tong Tong has grown into a little adult now and knows how to entertain guests." Chen Aiju also smiled and sighed. "I remember this child was still very small last year and couldn't even speak clearly. Now his little mouth is as sweet as honey, chattering nonstop, just like a little adult." Seeing this, Li Yunyun smiled and squatted down, looking at Jiang Mudong at eye level, and jokingly said, "Tong Tong, you are so capable. Did you secretly take some magic medicine?" Jiang Mutong blinked her big watery eyes, raised her rosy little face, and answered seriously, "I didn't take any magic medicine. It's because the vegetables my mother grows are delicious, and I ate them and became stronger." This innocent answer instantly made a group of adults burst into laughter. At this time, Wu Guixiang came out of the house and saw everyone still standing in the yard. She hurriedly urged them, "Hey, why don't you come in? Hurry up and wash up and get ready for dinner. Chen has put a lot of effort into preparing this huge table of food. If you don't eat, won't it hurt the children?" Wang Ying's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "I was wondering why this smells so good. Turns out it's Chen's cooking. I must try it." The others were still hesitating, but they could not resist the attack of the tempting aroma wafting from the kitchen. The rich aroma was like an invisible hand guiding their footsteps. "Oh, what is this made of? The fragrance is so tempting. I've heard from the village chief that Chun is a great cook. We're in for a treat today." Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked towards the washroom. After washing their hands, they went into the house one after another. As soon as they entered the room, everyone's attention was drawn to the large round table that was placed firmly on the square table. On the round table, pots of steaming dishes were neatly arranged, like carefully crafted works of art, exuding an enticing luster and aroma. The chestnut chicken is golden in color. The chicken is tender and juicy, and the plump chestnuts embedded in it exude a sweet aroma. The braised soft-shelled turtle has a rich broth. The eel stewed with tofu is fragrant. The yam and pork ribs are soft, glutinous, and sweet. Each dish looks like a masterpiece carefully prepared by the chef, with great color, aroma, and taste. Just one look at it can make people's mouths water and their appetite is instantly ignited. Oh my God, this smells so good, my mouth is watering. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, their voices filled with desire for the delicious food. Chapter 197, each has its own suffering. Jiang Yue likes others praising her children the most. Hearing everyone's praise for the food, he was immediately overjoyed and greeted everyone warmly. Are you all hungry? Sit down and eat quickly, you're welcome. Wang Ying smiled and replied, Auntie, we won't be polite then. Look at this dish, it's so delicious that you can't take your eyes off it. Including the twins, there were 13 people in total, sitting around the big round table in a lively atmosphere. At the beginning, everyone was a little reserved and only dared to use their chopsticks to reach for the food in front of them. However, whether it was chestnut chicken, fried loach, stir-fried vegetables, or mixed cold vegetables, every bite was amazing, completely overturning their original impression of these dishes. Jiang Ziqing was dragged here by his parents to help. As a modern social animal who is lazy and doesn't know the difference between grains, he was exhausted after a day of picking chestnuts in the mountains. When he was asked to repair the roof, he was very reluctant. He was somewhat sullen throughout the whole process and didn't say a word. However, when he tasted the mixed vegetables, all his tiredness and depression disappeared instantly. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lin Shichen beside him. How come this dish is so delicious? Shichen, how did you make it? Even cold dishes can be made so perfectly. Lin Shichen thought he really wanted to learn and began to explain seriously. To learn from master, you must first. Before he got to the point, he realized that Jiang Ziqing's attention had completely shifted to grabbing food. That's right, just grab the food. Ever since taking the first bite of the dish in front of them, everyone was conquered by the exquisite taste and no longer cared about being reserved. This one is delicious, and that one is delicious too. One bite after another. I can't stop. Before he could swallow the loach in his mouth, he couldn't wait to put the turtle on the chopsticks into his mouth. The food on the table was decreasing at a visible rate, and everyone was eating enthusiastically without even looking up. The two little ones, Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan, were so stunned that they even forgot to eat the food their mother put in her bowl. Suddenly, Jiang Mudong stretched out her short little hand and picked up a piece of green vegetables with chopsticks for Jiang Feifei, who was eating beside her. Auntie, have this, it's delicious too. Jiang Feifei was a little embarrassed by the little guy's sudden action and said with a smile, Thank you, Tong Tong. You eat too. Jiang Mudong shook her head and said seriously, Tong Tong won't eat it. I'll leave it for Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts. Her voice was so clear and loud that everyone at the table heard it and looked over curiously. Jiang Wanning smiled and asked why. Jiang Mudong sighed like a little adult and explained, Mom, we often eat these delicious dishes at home, but it must be the first time for the other grandparents, uncles, and aunts to eat such delicious dishes. It's so pitiful, so I won't eat them and save them all for the grandparents, uncles, and aunts. As soon as the words fell, the scene was silent for a moment. Then there was a burst of laughter. Wang Ying laughed so hard that tears came out and praised her repeatedly. Oh, our Tong Tong is so sensible. So Grandma, I have to eat more today. Chen Aiju also laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She joked, Tong Tong, you have such a sweet mouth. But don't worry, there's plenty of food today. Let's eat together. The atmosphere in the house became more lively, and everyone continued to eat while joking around. The dishes on the table were quickly cleared away. Not even the soup was left. Jiang Yue looked at everyone's satisfied expressions, feeling both happy and proud, with a happy smile on her face. Don't be embarrassed, everyone. If you're not full, just tell me, and I'll make you some more soup. Jiang Ziqing exaggeratedly gestured at his throat with his hands and waved his hands repeatedly. I'm full. Grandma Jiang, I've eaten this much. If I eat any more, I'm really going to vomit. His actions and tone drew laughter from everyone and disgusted glances from his parents. Wang Ying said with both anger and amusement, You're such a grown-up, but you're still such a fool. Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Ziqing retorted with a look of grievance. Mother, I eat takeout every day. I finally get to go home and have such delicious food. Can't you let me eat as much as I want? Wang Ying shook her head helplessly. Eat, eat, eat. If you have a stomachache at night, just don't call for Mom. Li Feifei, standing by, smiled and advised, I heard that a lot of takeout food isn't clean, so it's better to eat less. Jiang Ziqing sighed and said helplessly, There's nothing I can do. The conditions don't allow it. I can't cook. Even if I could, I don't have time to cook since I work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. In the end, I can only eat takeout. It's so hard. Hey, it's not easy for you young people to work outside. Jiang Yui seemed to think of the years when her granddaughter had been working hard outside and couldn't help but feel distressed. Chen Aiju glanced at her daughter and sighed. Who says it's not true? Take Fei Fei, for example. She worked overtime until the early morning hours every day a while ago. She was almost exhausted, and in the end, her boss took away her performance. Now, as soon as she got home, she said she wanted to resign. Mom! Jiang Fei Fei tried to interrupt her mother with an embarrassed look on her face. After all, this is not a glorious thing. Chen Aiju disagreed. What's wrong? It's not your fault. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't worry. Even if your parents are incompetent, they can still support you. Besides, your dad was just nagging me a few days ago, saying that if you really don't want to work anymore, just come home. We have a few acres of land waiting to be cultivated. Since Jiang Fei Fei made up her mind to resign and got the support of her parents, her mentality has improved a lot. At this moment, he was amused by his mother's words and said helplessly, Mom, please don't worry about me. I'm such a grown-up. How can I starve myself? Besides, if I really go home to farm, you and my dad will nag me every day, right? Chen Aiju smiled and said, What's wrong with me nagging you? You're my daughter. Who else should I nag if not you? Besides, if you really come back to farm, I really don't feel comfortable leaving our land to you. Jiang Fei Fei, I wouldn't farm even if you gave it to me. If you let me farm, I might as well go work for Ningning. Picking fruit is definitely easier than farming. After all, she had participated in activities such as picking strawberries and cherries at her own expense, so that was also an experience. Chen Aiju said with disdain, Do you think Ningning accepts just anyone? How could someone who can barely walk a few steps without gasping for breath help Ningning? Why don't you ask Jiqing if there's any easy work in the mountains? Jiang Jiqing, who was busy showing off his fruit platter, looked up bewilderedly when his name was mentioned. What's there to do? Wang Ying glared at his foodie son and explained with a smile, Your Aunt Chun is asking you which is harder, working in the city or working in the mountains. Chapter 198 Assistant. Jiang Wanning finished the work at hand and walked out of the house. Seeing everyone sitting together and laughing, I felt a lot more relaxed. She walked to the table, picked up a piece of fruit and put it in her mouth, then asked with a smile, What are you talking about? You look so happy. Jiang Fei Fei heard the voice, looked at Jiang Wanning, and pretended to be angry and said, I said I wanted to work for you, but my mom said I was too useless, so you definitely don't want me. Chen Aiju, sitting nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. She mercilessly mocked him. Could I be wrong? With your tiny body, you're panting every 3 steps and every 5. Tell me, can you go up the mountain to pick fruit, or even carry a load down the mountain? Jiang Fei Fei perked up immediately after hearing this, straightening her back in defiance. Why can't I pick fruit? After all, I have experience picking strawberries and cherries. Don't underestimate me. Chen Aiju curled her lips and responded with disgust. Come on, you're just trying to fool anyone with your so-called experience. You didn't even pick many strawberries, but you trampled on a whole bunch of strawberries in someone else's field, and you still have the nerve to bring it up. Jiang Fei Fei was choked and angrily reached out to pick up a piece of pear from the fruit bowl to calm herself down. Otherwise, she really felt that she would be angered to death by her mother's poisonous tongue. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as she watched the interesting interaction between the mother and daughter and looked at Jiang Fei Fei carefully with interest. Fei Fei, are you serious? I'm really short of staff here recently. If you really want to come, I'll definitely welcome you with open arms. Upon hearing this, Chen Aiju quickly sat up straight and explained, Ningning, don't spoil her. This child is very weak and can't do any physical work at all. If you hire her, won't you be at a disadvantage? She won't do much work, and you'll still have to take care of her. Don't let the gains outweigh the losses. What do you mean you'll suffer a loss if you treat yourself? Jiang Fei Fei was so angry. He rolled his eyes, silently protesting to Chen Aiju. However, after thinking about it carefully, she had to admit that her physical condition was indeed not enough to withstand the hardship of working in the mountains. Just thinking about having to climb a mountain road for half an hour every day makes my scalp tingle. If I really go there, I'll probably lose half my life. So, she told the truth. My mom is right. With my body, it's hard for me to climb 6 flights of stairs, let alone go up the mountain every day. I was just joking with my mom. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Wanning waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "What if we don't have to go up the mountain? I need someone to take care of my online store and customer base. Fei Fei, if you come, you could just take care of customer service and order management. But to be honest, the salary isn't high. Only 3,000 yuan a month. Other than the salary, the other benefits are the same as everyone else. What do you think?" Chen Aiju's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Oh, this job sounds perfect. You don't have to be outside in the wind and sun, and it's not tiring. You can also have something to do while staying at home. Fei Fei, what do you think?" Jiang Fei Fei was also somewhat tempted, although the salary is less than 1/3 of what she earned when she was working. But the work is easy and comfortable, and I can live at home every day without having to deal with the complicated interpersonal relationships and intrigue in the office. It is indeed a good transition choice. So, she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try it. But Ningning, I've never been exposed to this before, so you'll have to teach me more." Jiang Wanning readily agreed. "No problem. It's easy. I'll add you to the group in a moment. First, get familiar with the customers in our group." As she spoke, she took out her mobile phone swiftly, tapped her fingers on the screen quickly, and in a few seconds, she pulled Jiang Fei Fei into the two customer groups. Then she sent a message in the group. "Good evening. Let me introduce you to my new assistant, Fei Fei. She'll be responsible for all order processing and customer service matters from now on. Please keep an eye on her." As soon as the message was sent, the group instantly became lively, with message notifications sound coming one after another, flashing rapidly. "Welcome, Assistant Fei Fei. We will contact you if we want to buy anything in the future. Welcome, welcome. Boss Jiang has hired an assistant. He's ready to expand and become stronger." "Awesome. Hello, Fei Fei. I'm Auntie Yangxing, a longtime customer of Jiang's vegetable basket. I'll be thankful for your continued care in the future." "Hey, big brother upstairs. You're obviously trying to get close to our Fei Fei. Your thoughts are really obvious. What's wrong? Why not? Maybe Fei Fei will remember me and give me some holiday gifts." "That makes sense. Fei Fei, I am." Jiang Fei Fei couldn't help laughing as she watched the lively scene of the group members chatting and joking with each other. "I feel like it must be fun to work with such a group of interesting people." However, the moment she clicked on the second group, her mind went blank and she froze as if under a spell. My eyes quickly scanned the group member list, and a series of familiar and shocking names came into view. Lin Hai. Is this the famous director Lin Hai in the film and television industry? Qin Yuan. It can't be such a coincidence. It's the popular young actress Qin Yuan, right? And Su Xiaoyin. Ah, that's her favorite popular singer. She can recite every one of her songs by heart. Jiang Fei Fei rubbed her eyes hard, thinking that she was seeing things. She knew that Ningning had worked in the entertainment industry, but it is rumored that she is not popular in the circle and her reputation is not good. But why are there so many A-list celebrities in the entertainment industry mixed in with Ningning's customer base now? Moreover, just because of Ningning's introduction in the group, these big names who are usually out of reach on the screen actually greeted her, the newly arrived assistant, enthusiastically. This really left Jiang Fei Fei confused. Jiang Fei Fei was so curious that it felt like millions of ants were crawling in her heart. She wanted to pull Jiang Wanning over immediately to find out whether the people in here were real. But considering the other people present, she could only suppress her curiosity, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. After finally getting home, she didn't even bother to change her shoes. She couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and send a message to Jiang Wanning. "Ningning, are the people in that group too real?" Soon, I received a reply from Jiang Wanning. "It's true. They're all our clients. Because the nature of their work is quite special, we need to be particularly careful. We must not casually spread their information, and we cannot let anyone into the group without permission." Chapter 199, Hungry Wolf. When Jiang Fei Fei saw the reply, she was so excited that she almost jumped up from where she was. "Real? It's actually true. Doesn't that mean that her idol, Su Xiaoyin, is really in this group? Oh my God, she never thought that she could be so close to her idol, so close that she could touch him with her hand." At this moment, Jiang Fei Fei felt that this job was simply better than she could have imagined. Even if the salary is not high compared with being able to get close to the idol, what does it matter? It will not affect my enthusiasm for this job in the slightest. After finally calming down her excitement that was about to burst out of her chest, Jiang Fei Fei tapped her fingers quickly on the screen and replied, "Ningning, don't worry. I will strictly keep it confidential and make sure there won't be any mistakes." Qian Family Villa. When Qian Wenhao got home from get-off work, he saw his wife Wang Lifang and several maids busy around a big bucket. So I went over curiously. When he saw what was in the bucket, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wife, why are there so many loaches and eels? Where do they come from?" Wang Lifang stood up straight, with a look of pride on her face. They were all given by Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang? You mean Boss Jiang? Qian Wenhao instantly perked up. Boss Jiang's family actually raises these goodies? My goodness, there's even such a big turtle. This thing is really nutritious. I have to make a clear turtle soup tonight so that Mom can have a taste of it. The thought of the soft-shelled turtle produced by Jiang's vegetable basket made his saliva flow uncontrollably. Wang Lifang looked at her husband's excitement and became even more proud. In addition to these river fish, there are also baskets of fruits and vegetables. Qian Wenhao hurriedly moved closer to the basket and took a closer look. Sure enough, the basket was filled with all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables. Under the fruits and vegetables, there are a lot of chestnuts and yams piled up, each one plump and with thick roots. Qian Wenhao looked at the fruits and vegetables in the basket, and then at the bucket filled with loaches, eels, and turtles. His throat moved unconsciously, and he swallowed hard. So many good things. Boss Xiao Jiang is really generous. Upon hearing this, Wang Lifang got straight to the point. This isn't something we can eat for free. Xiao Jiang's family is planning to demolish their old house and rebuild. Tell us whether we should take this order or not. Qian Wenhao answered without hesitation. Even if it's just for this giant turtle, we have to take this order. It just so happens that a project in the company is nearing completion, so we can definitely arrange it in time. How could Wang Lifang not know what her husband was planning? What's the point of going to the grassroots? To put it bluntly, it's just that he's thinking about the delicious food at Jiang Wanting's house. However, Wang Lifang did not point it out. With Lao Qian personally watching over it, the people below can also pay attention. Qian Wenhao didn't care what his wife thought. He happily took out his mobile phone and took several photos of the basket and bucket. While filming, he muttered excitedly, "Hey, if those guys in the group saw all these good things, they would be so envious that their eyes would turn red." Upon hearing this, Wang Lifang quickly spoke up to stop him. "Stop. These are things Xiao Jiang and his family have kept for themselves. They've specifically told us not to post them in a group chat. If you do, be careful or Xiao Jiang won't give you these benefits anymore." Qian Wenhao touched his nose angrily and muttered softly, "If you don't want to send it, then don't send it. What's the big deal?" But he felt uncomfortable keeping this basket full of good things in his heart without sharing them with anyone. With a turn of his eyes, he thought that since all the people in the family group were his relatives, it would be okay to post it here. So, he quickly posted the photo to the family group and added a sentence that seemed distressed but actually boasted, "Oh, there's so many dishes, I can't finish them. What should I do?" After posting it, he happily imagined that the group would immediately be flooded with messages of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, after waiting for a long time, the group was silent and not even a single emoticon popped up. Qian Wenhao was full of doubts and added, "Boss Xiao Jiang is too polite to give me so many things." But still no one responded. This made Qian Wenhao very depressed, and he couldn't help but complain, "I don't know what these people are busy with all day. They don't even read the messages in the family group." However, half an hour later, Qian Wenhao looked up and almost dropped his phone on the ground. The second son, Qian Wenshu, the third son, Qian Wenhui, and the fourth son, Qian Wenli were standing at the door with their families, with flattering smiles on their faces. Qian Wenhao's face instantly darkened, and he said unhappily, "It's not a festival. What are you doing here?" Qian Wenhui smiled and took her husband's arm, saying innocently, "Brother, what you said is true. Of course we came here to see Mom. I recently found a wild ginseng of quite good age, and I brought it to Mom to nourish her body." After saying that, without waiting for Qian Wenhao's reaction, she pulled her husband into the house, sniffing as she walked. "Oh, what smells so good? Sister-in-law, I want to eat yellow eel noodle soup. Can you ask Annie to make me a bowl?" Qian Wenshu and his wife were also carrying some high-end nutritional supplements. They said with a smile, "Brother, I haven't seen Mom in a long time. I missed her so much that I came back to see her." Qian Wenhao twitched the corners of his mouth and replied with a forced smile, "You were here the day before yesterday." On the way back, I also took away a big bag of frozen tomatoes from him. Qian Wenshu remained calm and said shamelessly, "Brother, it feels like a long time since we last met. I haven't seen Mom for 2 days, and I miss her so much. After saying that, he dragged his wife and rushed into the house, muttering, "Oh, this aroma is making my stomach growl. Sister-in-law, do you have any stir-fried loach? I've been craving it all the way." Qian Wenli was even more direct, not even bothering to make an excuse. She pushed past Qian Wenhao, who was blocking the doorway, and rushed in, yelling, "Brother, get out of my way. I rushed over right after work, and I'm starving. What's going on? Let's talk after dinner." Qian Wenli's husband smiled awkwardly at his brother-in-law and followed him in quickly. Qian Wenhao stood at the door, looking at these foodie brothers and sisters who kept shouting, "Look at Mom," but actually rushed into the kitchen. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. I originally just wanted to show off, but ended up attracting such a group of hungry wolves. Wang Lifang couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. "Serves you right. Who told you to show off so blindly?" Qian Wenhao was in tears and swore silently in his heart, "If you show off again next time, I will be a dog." Chapter 200 Free Meals. At dinner, the table was filled with dishes and more than a dozen people sat around it. The scene comparable to the Chinese New Year. As soon as Qian Wenhao picked up the chopsticks, he saw that the second, third, and fourth son's families had already started grabbing food mode. Qian Wenshu picked up a stir-fried loach and raised his eyebrows at Qian Wenhao with satisfaction. "Brother, this loach tastes amazing, try it." Qian Wenwei was not to be outdone. She scooped up a large spoonful of eel noodles and ate with an intoxicated look on her face. "This eel is so delicious. Big brother, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and eat." Qian Wenli was even more exaggerated. She directly picked up half of the plate of salad with one chopstick. "Brother, your dishes are too little, not enough to share." Qian Wenhao was so angry that he slammed the table. "Are you here to eat or to rob? Leave some for me." Wang Lifang also joined the rush to grab food, and during the process she did not forget to remind him, "Instead of being angry, you might as well speed up and eat more." The old lady was very happy. While drinking the turtle soup that the children had reserved for her, she watched them fighting and grabbing the food with a smile. "Hey, eat slowly. Don't choke." After the meal, all the dishes on the table were cleared away. Not even any soup was left. Qian Wenhao looked at the empty plate, his heart aching. "My vegetables, my yams, my turtle." Qian Wenhui touched her round belly and burped contentedly. "Brother, this dish is so delicious. Next time you have something like this, remember to call us." Qian Wenhao gritted his teeth. "Next time? There won't be a next time." At this time, the door opened and the younger generations rushed in. When they saw the empty table, they wailed. Qian Wenshu's son accused him, "Dad, why didn't you leave us anything? Are we still your biological children?" Qian Wenwei's daughter then complained, "Mom, you're too cruel. You handed the company's affairs over to me, and you came to my uncle's house to eat all the food, and you didn't even leave me anything. Don't you feel bad?" Qian Wenli's son was even more direct and threw himself into the old lady's arms. "Grandma, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day." The old lady smiled and touched her grandson's head. It's okay. Grandma will ask someone to make it for you again." When Qian Wenhao heard this, his face darkened even more. "There were so many dishes, enough for us to eat for several days, but today you guys ate them all." Wang Lifang continued, "You deserve it. Who told you to be so cocky?" Having said that, he asked the kitchen to arrange and cook all the remaining ingredients. "My nephews and nieces are here, and my own sons and daughters will be back soon. Compared to them, these children's appetites are only bigger, not smaller." The whole family laughed and played together. The old lady loves the lively atmosphere of her children and grandchildren gathering together. In the past, everyone was busy, so even if we came to see her every week, we couldn't stay for long. But ever since I bought so many delicious foods from Ba Xiaojiang, this kind of excitement happens every now and then. Early in the morning, Qian Wenhao and Wang Lifang hurriedly left home. Then he met Li Jiaming, a shareholder and chief designer of Qian's architecture, halfway. Afterwards, the three of them drove together and rushed towards Jiang Wanning's home. Li Jiaming sat in the back seat, drank a sip of coffee to wake himself up, and then raised his wrist to check the time again. It was just past 7 o'clock. He couldn't help but frown, his heart full of doubts, and asked, "Old Qian, why are you urging me to come here so early? Where are you taking me?" Qian Wenhao held the steering wheel and said mysteriously, Of course I'm taking you to a nice place. You'll know when we get there. I guarantee it'll be worth the trip." Wang Lifang also turned around and agreed with a smile. Jianming, this time old Qian really didn't fool you. That place is really very good. Li Jianming is a rigorous and serious design fanatic at work. Besides work, my biggest hobby is to try out delicious food from all over the world. In order to have a taste of his favorite delicacy, he would not feel tired even if he had to take a flight for more than 10 hours across half the world. Instead, he would enjoy it. So Qian Wenhao and his wife were not worried at all that he would refuse this order. Soon, the car arrived at Jiang Wanning's house. Coincidentally, the Jiang family was preparing to have breakfast. Jiang Wanning was arranging tables and chairs in the yard. When she looked up and saw Qian Wenhao and his wife, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Uncle Qian, Aunt Wang, why are you here so early?" Qian Wenhao responded with a smile. "Your Aunt Wang said you were anxious to build the house, so I thought I'd come over earlier to take a look so that I could get the design drawings ready sooner and the project could start sooner without delaying your work." As he spoke, his eyes would occasionally glance at the table full of food. Jiang Wanning immediately said happily, "Thank you guys for your hard work, Uncle Qian. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? How about eating together?" When Qian Wenhao heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, but he still pretended to refuse. "Oh, how can this be so embarrassing? We didn't even tell you in advance. Isn't this too much trouble for you?" Jiang Wanning quickly waved her hands. "What's the trouble? It's just a matter of a few more pairs of chopsticks." As he said that, he asked the little ones to go to the kitchen to get a few more sets of bowls and chopsticks. Wang Lifang couldn't help laughing and directly exposed her husband. "Xiao Jiang, don't be fooled by him. He came here so early, and his intention was to eat at your house." As soon as these words came out, Qian Wenhao's old face turned red. He coughed twice and pretended to be serious. "Ahem, wife, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm doing this for work, purely for work." Jiang Wanning smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Uncle Qian, Aunt Wang, you've helped me so much. Please don't be polite to me. If you want to come to my house for dinner, you're always welcome. By the way, who is this?" Qian Wenhao then remembered the important matter and quickly introduced. "Oh, this is Li Jianming, our company's chief designer. We specially invited him here today to help you design the house." Li Jianming stepped forward, nodded politely, and said, "Hello, Miss Jiang." Hearing the name chief designer, Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up, and she quickly greeted him. "Hello, just call me Xiao Jiang. Please take a seat and have breakfast together." Li Jianming was originally going to be polite, but when he saw Qian Wenhao and his wife already sitting down at the table, ready to eat heartily, he just smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I'll obey your command." Everyone sat around the table. The Jiang family's breakfast is very simple. A large bowl of mixed cold vegetables, steamed chestnuts, steamed yam, steamed eggs, and a large bowl of rice with vegetables. Li Jianming doesn't have the habit of eating breakfast, and most of the time, he just has a cup of black coffee. He tried a bite of the salad in front of him with chopsticks. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes lit up. "This taste." Qian Wenhao smiled proudly and said, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Let me tell you, the food at boss Xiao Zhang's house is the most delicious food in the world." Wang Lifang also advised, "Jianming, you should eat more so that you can have more energy to work later."